Family, who understands? During dinner, there was suddenly chaos outside. I looked out and saw the village being ravaged by pirates. This story starts over a month ago when I crossed over to the world of One Piece. I got a system, drew a physique card to enhance my body, and now I cannot just stand by and watch the villagers get harmed and ready to fight the pirates. Let me tell you, I was almost done for. I was only halfway through my meal when suddenly, the outside erupted in chaos, with screams and the sounds of smashing mixed together. I quickly ran up to the small hill where I lived and looked down. Goodness, family, who understands? The village was ablaze, and a group of armed strangers was rampaging everywhere, burning, killing, and looting. There was even a large ship with a skull flag anchored offshore. At that moment, my mind went blank. Pirates. How could this be possible? You must be confused. How did a regular college student like me end up fighting pirates? Don't worry, this story starts over a month ago, and what happened that day was even more outrageous. That day, when I opened my eyes, I was stunned. I was supposed to be sleeping soundly on my creaky bed at home, but the next second, I was staring at an endless sea. The sun, the beach, the sea breeze, everything was perfect, but my home is inland. I had only one reaction. My way of waking up is wrong. With a bang, I lay back down and closed my eyes, counted to 10. When I opened my eyes again, lo and behold, it was still that same sea in 4K resolution, impossibly real. I went crazy on the beach, holding my head and screaming. Didn't I just get my graduation certificate and return home? How'd I end up in this situation after just one sleep? Kidnapped? Who would kidnap me, and for what? For the debts I just graduated with? While I was questioning my existence, I heard a crisp ding-dong in my head. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in for the first time. Reward: fluency in languages and one chance at the super big wheel. At that moment, I was jolted awake, my pupils shaking. A system? Holy crap, I've crossed over. This fortune has finally come to me? Let me tell you, my mind was racing. Given the surroundings and my now pale, thin, bony hands, it was confirmed I was no longer myself. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. I took a deep breath and began to study this system that brought me here. After about 10 minutes, I was numb. The system told me I was now in the world of One Piece, the East Blue. Oh my goodness, starting in such a dangerous world. Isn't the newbie protection period a bit too short? The system was pretty rudimentary. It was said to be a world information collector trial version created by some super big shot to understand the countless worlds under his command. Essentially, it just wanted me to check in and collect data. However, there were some perks. The system gave me 2 free revival chances, and once used up, I would have to rely on points to exchange for more. Plus, every time I cleared a world, I would receive 1 life protection, allowing me to ignore the rules and dodge a fatal attack, with a maximum of 3 accumulations. The point shop had quite a few good items, like 9-turn purple gold pills and side defect-free devil fruits, making my mouth water. But the zeros behind the prices, I tell you, I counted 3 times and still didn't understand. I started with only 100 points, not even enough to exchange for the most useless animal-type fruit. It was ridiculous. Leaving this world was simple too, with 2 conditions. First, I had to check in, which I had already done. Second, I had to participate in an important event. After completing that, I could just pack up and move on to the next world. The key point was that the system said as long as I didn't destroy the world, I could do whatever I wanted. This level of freedom, I absolutely loved it. Thank goodness, I patted my chest. I have revivals, protections, and a lottery chance, so I won't just perish at the start. With my current physical condition, forget about fighting pirates. Any random kid in the village could knock me down with 1 punch. The physique of those pirates was monstrous. They could take a few stab wounds and keep bouncing back, but I could not. So, the urgent task was to draw a lottery. I rubbed my hands together and opened the super big wheel. Family, who understands? The rewards on that wheel were dazzling. What Excalibur, 8-9 mystical arts, Chaos Green Lotus, and a heaven-turning seal, all were top-tier treasures from mythology. My heart was in my throat, feeling like I was about to ascend right there, punching the 4 emperors and kicking the celestial dragons. The pointer spun rapidly, and my heart raced along with it. Slowly, it came to a stop. Ding dong, congratulations, host, you have received physique card. I was completely petrified, stunned for a full 10 minutes. Then I started holding my head on the beach, howling, my Chaos Green Lotus, my Excalibur. I was so close. Why did you make me see this? That feeling was like winning 5 million only to find out the lottery ticket was from the last draw. Unbelievable. Not far away, a big brother holding a baby looked at me and sighed, saying to his son, "Kid, stay away from him in the future, don't get infected." At that moment, I had no time to care about that. After venting, I collapsed on the beach, disdainfully examining this broken card. But when I looked at the description, hey, it seemed not simple. Physique card. After use, it can absorb a special power to transform the body into a special physique. The strength of the physique is related to the level of absorbed energy, and it can be upgraded and fused. My eyes lit up. Isn't this a universal template? If I could absorb magma, wouldn't I become a youthful version of a Kainu? If I could get the power of the Tremor fruit, wouldn't I? Plus, it could be upgraded. This was a win, even a huge profit. I hurried back to the small thatched cottage on the hillside assigned by the system. I looked at the crystal-clear card in my hand, pondering whether to find energy first or use it directly. Just as I thought about it, the card whooshed and turned into a stream of light that shot into my body. The next second, I let out a yell and fell onto the bed. Let me tell you, that feeling was intoxicating. It was like thousands of ants were having a party in my bones, both itchy and painful. I couldn't even scream. It felt like my soul was about to leave my body, and I clung to the edge of the bed, almost tearing the bedboard apart. I don't know how long it lasted, but that feeling of suffering finally faded, and my whole body felt relaxed. I felt like I'd just been pulled out of the water, my clothes were soaked, and I was exhausted. But at the same time, I sensed that my body was different, filled with power. Gulu. My stomach let out an untimely growl. Goodness, this transformation was a real energy drain, clearing out all the energy in my body. Though I was starving, I was overjoyed. This physique card had completely transformed me, turning me into a pure body with full innate potential, laying a solid foundation for absorbing energy in the future. Although I was still weak now, as long as I was willing to train, becoming stronger was just a matter of time. For more than a month afterward, I went completely crazy. I woke up before dawn every day to run around the village and did various physical training. As the training intensity increased, so did my appetite. There was no way around it. I had to go to the beach every day to fish and crab, or I would really starve to death. Relying on the mediocre cooking skills I learned from watching food videos in my past life, I not only solved my basic needs, but occasionally managed to trade with the villagers to improve my meals, gradually becoming a familiar face in the village. That day, I had just finished making a knife with a blacksmith and was ready to practice with it the next day. In the evening, I caught a half-meter-long big fish and was humming a tune while cooking dinner in my small cabin. Just as I was halfway through my meal, there was a noisy commotion outside, along with the sound of clashing weapons. My heart sank, and I quickly ran out of the cabin and climbed up the hillside to look towards the village, and I was immediately dumbfounded. The village was in chaos, with flames everywhere, and a group of obviously dangerous individuals armed with knives and guns were pillaging and herding the villagers towards the grassy area in the center of the village. At the small dock by the sea, a pirate ship was docked. My mind went blank, and my hands and feet turned cold. Although I had known this day would come, facing it for real was still terrifying. There were about 20 or 30 people on the other side, all armed, and charging down with my limited skills would just be delivering myself to them. It took only 3 or 4 seconds for me to snap back to reality. Run? No, the villagers have been good to me this past month. I couldn't just run away. Gritting my teeth, I turned back to the cabin, grabbed my new knife, and quietly made my way toward the village, using the cover of night in the terrain. I was relatively agile, and since the house was well hidden, I managed to sneak through without being discovered. Most of the villagers had been herded to the grassy area, leaving only a few pirates rummaging through the houses. I hid in the shadows, watching one pirate with his back to me, my heart racing. Should I ambush him? But I hesitated. What if that angered them and put the villagers in danger? If they were only after money, maybe if I endured a little longer, it would all pass. Just as I was thinking this, 2 pirates carrying torches walked by the bushes where I was hiding, cursing. Damn it, this poor village is too broke. We've searched for ages and only found this little bit of berries. Yeah, the captain wants to leave some alive, but I think we should just kill them all to save trouble. Hey, but the women in this village are quite pretty. I wonder if I can get one later. Hearing this, I clenched my fists tightly while hiding in the bushes. These bastards. All my luck and hesitation vanished in an instant. Since they had no intention of sparing the villagers, what was I still worried about? With my long knife drawn, I quietly followed behind them. It was just an ambush, right? I had seen plenty of those in TV shows and anime. I took a deep breath, focused on a solitary pirate, lowered my body, and with a resolute heart, stealthily approached him. I must tell you, those pirates were remarkably audacious. Having seized the village, they acted as if they were at home, with no one standing guard. I was nearly close enough to touch him, and yet astonishingly, he was humming a little tune. My palms were dripping with sweat, my grip on the knife faltering. I was both anxious and exhilarated. Who among my family could comprehend that feeling of embarking on a first misdeed? Yet, having come this far, I could not retreat. Clenching my teeth, I extended my left hand forward, preparing to cover his mouth, while my right hand aimed the knife at his back. In less than 2 meters, I lunged forward like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. The sound was not loud, but in my ears, it resonated like thunder. The sensation was unmistakable as the blade plunged in. I was so caught up in the moment that all my strength surged forth and the blade emerged from his chest. With my other hand firmly clamping down on his mouth, he let out a muffled sound, struggled a couple of times, and then went limp. Fearing he might not be completely dead, I dragged him into the bushes and waited for several seconds before daring to release my grip. Once I let go, I felt utterly drained, as if I had been pulled from the depths of water. Had I just taken a life? The moral framework I had built over 20 years is shattered in an instant. I sat in the grass, my mind buzzing, as if it had frozen. Suddenly, a thought struck me. When I had dispatched the first pirate, there had been a system notification, which I had overlooked in my panic. Quickly, I opened the panel, and lo and behold, I was greeted with a delightful surprise. Congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in for the first time, receiving the reward, Shadow Domain. This passive skill allows me to merge with the darkness in dimly lit areas, rendering my movements quieter. Was this not the quintessential assassin's template? The timing of this reward was impeccable. I tell you, when I stabbed the first pirate, my hands trembled. By the fourth, however, the fellow was surprisingly robust. After I stabbed him, he even attempted to turn and bite me, which frustrated me. In a swift motion, I retaliated, and his head flew off as if it were a bowling ball. At that moment, I realized that with such scum, one must harbor no mercy. With the acquisition of this shadow domain, I felt invigorated. I quietly slipped into an unoccupied dark room and peered outside. The pirates were still indulging in their revelry, encircling the villagers. I tested my new skill. To my astonishment, as I looked in the mirror, I could hardly see myself, just a blurred shadow. Darkness fell, and I silently chanted in my heart, transforming into a ghostly figure that floated out. I moved along the wall, approaching any lone pirate I spotted, greeting them with a swift demise. The entire process was remarkably smooth. In less than 5 minutes, I dispatched 3 more. However, the physical toll was substantial. I felt that if I continued at this pace, I would collapse before I could eliminate them all. Moreover, the darkness deepened, and I anticipated that the other marauding pirates would soon return. With an increased number of foes, my exposure was imminent. I needed to change my strategy. As I caught my breath in the room, the pirate leader seemed to sense something amiss. Why was it so quiet? Where had everyone gone? Gather the troops. Count off. This was bad. I had been discovered. I quickly glanced toward the field, and the villagers had noticed my absence from the crowd, yet they remained steadfastly silent, providing me with the most formidable cover. I calculated that there were still a dozen pirates remaining, and the leader had a firearm. Engaging them head-on was unwise. With a swift turn of my eyes, a plan formed in my mind. I stealthily slipped out of the dark room, edging toward the pirates while scraping my dagger against the wall to create noise. To my surprise, a dim-witted pirate was drawn in by the sound, straying from the main group toward me. I concealed myself in the shadows of a tree, and as he drew near, I swiftly dispatched him. Bang! The pirate leader reacted with impressive speed, firing a shot at the shadows of the trees. Unfortunately for him, I had already slipped away, taking advantage of the distraction created by the gunfire to dive into the crowd of villagers. Now, the pirates were utterly bewildered. When they gathered together to take stock, it turned out that nearly half of their comrades had vanished. The pirate leader's face turned ashen as he shouted, "Which friend is it that has slain so many of our men? Will you not reveal yourself? I was no fool. Why would I expose myself? To offer my head on a platter?" The villagers rallied around me, shielding me completely and leaving no trace of my presence. After 2 minutes of stalemate, a man who appeared to be their strategist spoke up. "Boss, I believe he is merely a coward hiding in the shadows. Why not force him out?" My heart dropped at his words, and indeed, the pirates immediately spread out, grinning maliciously as they advanced on the villagers. Initially, I regretted having revealed myself and inadvertently drawing them together, but now they were dispersing to capture me. It was as if fate had delivered a pillow to my sleepy head. I exchanged a glance with the village elder, who understood my intention instantly. The plan spread like wildfire among the crowd through subtle gestures and whispers. I would take down the pirate leader while they would form groups to hold off the remaining lackeys. As the pirates drew nearer, suddenly the leader raised his hand. "Stop." Then, feigning sincerity, he declared, "Well, you are indeed patient. We, the Aemon pirate crew, concede. Brothers, let's depart." I sensed something was amiss. Just look at those pirates. Their expressions did not convey surrender, but rather anticipation of a feast. Sure enough, I saw the strategist pulling something from his pocket. Oh no, a signal flare. This scoundrel was not calling for reinforcements. He was signaling a massacre, an outright slaughter of the village. My mind went blank, and without a moment's thought, I leaped from the crowd, my dagger flying from my waist, striking him squarely in the forehead. The man was dealt with, but I had fully revealed my position. I barely had time to withdraw my blade before charging toward the pirate leader. In the glow of the firelight, although my shadow domain did not grant me complete invisibility, it rendered me a mere shadow. My speed was terrifying, even to myself. Bang! The leader fired a shot without hesitation. Anticipating his move, I executed a zigzag maneuver. Evading his aim, in the blink of an eye, I was upon him, delivering a diagonal slash. He reacted swiftly, discarding his firearm to draw a large machete for defense. The clash echoed loudly, numbing my hands, but his blade was deflected, leaving his chest wide open. What a prime opportunity. I retaliated with a swift strike, carving a deep gash in his chest. This fellow was indeed tough, as he faced his demise. He did not evade or defend himself, but raised his blade with both hands, launching a powerful downward strike aimed at my head, clearly intending to take me down with him. I had no desire to perish alongside such a lowly thug, so I quickly withdrew. However, before retreating, I did not forget to leave him a little gift. I reached into my pocket for the lime powder I had scraped from the wall, and with a flourish, I threw it directly into his face. "Ah, despicable!" he screamed, instantly blinded. In a life-and-death struggle, who speaks of martial ethics? With his vision impaired, he wildly swung his blade. Strangely enough, his desperation was intimidating, and I hesitated to approach. Yet within moments, he managed to partially open his eyes, albeit seeing double. Panic surged within me as I noticed him using one hand to rub his eyes, his other hand's slashing speed noticeably slowed. Opportunity. I dashed forward. Perhaps due to his blurred vision, he swung his blade toward my other side. Such a fortuitous chance could not be missed. With a swift thrust, my blade pierced through his heart. He lowered his gaze to his chest, his eyes wide with incredulity, undoubtedly unable to comprehend until his last breath how, despite seeing me on his right, he had met his demise. How audacious! This scoundrel, even in his dying moments, attempted to drag me down with him, discarding his knife in a desperate bid to embrace me. "My friend, I have seen enough films to anticipate your treachery." With a swift strike, I withdrew my blade, leaving him grasping at air. He stumbled, uttering a final incredulous remark about how Meng, had fallen to a mere child, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The captain was dead. The remaining pirates, far from retreating, surged towards me with bloodshot eyes, eager to avenge their fallen leader. I do not believe in the notion that the dead remain silent. I rushed to the captain's corpse, delivering a decisive blow to ensure his death was unequivocal. His head rolled away, leaving the advancing pirates momentarily stunned. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, battle erupted once more. The villagers, with fervent cries, charged into the fray. Though they displayed commendable bravery, they were far from seasoned warriors, and several fell almost instantly. Witnessing those who had, just moments ago, been full of life, a fierce fire ignited within me. "Kill!" I roared, brandishing my bloody blade as I plunged into the melee. With my fresh vigor now part of the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. These pirates, already under duress, now faced my relentless onslaught. Yet, these desperate rogues were truly mad. They fought back fiercely even in their last moments. Ultimately, though I vanquished them all, the villagers paid a grievous price. Extracting my blade from the last pirate's body, I cast my gaze toward the faint lights flickering in the distance at the port, my expression turning cold. This would not suffice. The roots of this menace must be eradicated. Surely, there were sentinels remaining aboard. I approached the pirate I had initially dispatched with my dagger, bent down to retrieve it, wiped the blood clean on his clothing, resecured it to my calf, and seamlessly melted into the enveloping darkness. I must tell you, no sooner had I departed than a villager nearly called out my name, but fortunately, the village elder reacted swiftly, restraining him. These villagers, with eyes reddened and fists clenched tightly, were filled with both rage and despair, helplessly watching as I ventured into the lion's den alone. Who among my family understands the weight of such expectations? The pressure is indeed immense. Yet, I knew deep within that this was not the time for sentimentality. It was time to act. My newly acquired realm of shadows was not merely ornamental. Upon entering the darkness, it felt as if I had entered my own domain, akin to donning night vision goggles. While it could not compare to daylight, it was more than sufficient to discern the path beneath my feet and assess the situation aboard the ship. I crept low, swiftly reaching the port. The pirate ship loomed like a clumsy giant, with the remaining crew still drinking and boasting, utterly oblivious to the fate that had befallen their comrades and captain. The ship was not tall, around 4 meters high, which posed no challenge to my current agility. A simple leap and a heave, and I silently ascended aboard. I noted that approximately 6 or 7 stragglers remained. One was atop the lookout, intoxicated beyond reason. 2 were swaying unsteadily on the deck. The remaining 3 were huddled in the cabin. To be honest, having just completed a significant undertaking, my confidence was soaring, and fear was far from my mind. I bypassed the 2 drunken fools on the deck, moving like a gecko, swiftly scaling the lookout tower. The fellow there was so inebriated, clutching a bottle and mumbling incoherently. I approached and promptly covered his mouth, plunging my dagger into him. It was seamless. He likely passed away thinking it was merely a vivid dream. I deftly removed his hat and placed on my own head, pulling the brim low, then grasped the rope to slide down onto the deck, striding boldly towards the 2 inebriated pirates. Their eyes were glazed, and upon seeing me descend, one slurred, "Bernie, what brings you down? Aren't you afraid the captain will come back and take a swing at you?" I chuckled, deliberately lowering my voice to mimic a raspy tone. It's brisk up top, I nearly froze. I came down to warm up. "Now, hurry, pour me a drink, I'm parched." You won't believe this. Upon hearing my words, the other pirate burst into laughter, slapping his companion on the shoulder. "Gator, did you see that? I win. Pay up. I told you he couldn't resist coming down for a drink." In that moment, clarity dawned upon me. These 2 were gambling, betting on whether they could lure the lookout down for a drink. This was a pure gift, a chance to fulfill their reckless spirit. I hastened my steps, reveling in the prospect. The dimly lit ship utilized antiquated oil lamps. My dark attire, combined with the effects of the Shadow Realm, rendered me nearly invisible, akin to a moving mosaic. However, being familiar with one another, even inebriated, there was an innate recognition. As I approached within 2 meters, one of them seemed to sense something amiss, squinting, ready to utter a word. I assure you, he barely managed to utter a syllable. My left-hand dagger flew from my grasp, striking him squarely in the chest. In the same instant, I lunged at the other, my right-hand blade flashing coldly, and with a swift motion, dispatched him as well. It was clean and efficient, a double kill in a heartbeat. Fearing my throw might not have delivered enough force, I dashed back to deliver a finishing strike, ensuring there were no loose ends. With the 3 outside neutralized, I approached the cabin door without a moment's hesitation, peering through the grimy glass. Inside, 3 pirates surrounded a table. One was sprawled asleep, while the other 2 swayed precariously. Yet, my heart sank as I noticed a figure in the far corner, clutching a knife, his gaze predatory, unmistakably a formidable foe. A direct assault would be unwise. I needed to employ strategy. I resolved to play the cunning fox, luring them out to fight. How to entice them? Simple. Declare that the captain had returned. I swiftly set to work. The 2 firearms I had scavenged from the fallen pirates would serve my purpose. I secured them with rope on either side of the door, aimed directly at the entrance, attaching a loop to the triggers, then hid behind the door, creating a rudimentary automatic cannon. With everything in place, I took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Come out. The captain has returned with the spoils." At this proclamation, the 2 drunken pirates' eyes lit up, and even the knife-wielding wolf opened his eyes, licking his lips, the expression unmistakable. One inebriated pirate staggered over to open the door, mumbling, "The captain really returned?" As the door opened, he barely poked his head out before I yanked him aside. While pressing him against the wall, I feigned excitement, of course. "I can hardly wait. I hope this time I get something thrilling." As I spoke, my right-hand dagger was already unsheathed, slicing into his throat with precision. He didn't even have time to scream, struggling only briefly before succumbing. The others inside, hearing a thud, likely assumed he had merely fallen due to drunkenness. "Huh? Yo, Rusko. You've fallen. Haven to you? It seems I'm a victor." The other drunken pirate laughed as he stepped outside. At that moment, the knife-wielding wolf furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. However, he likely dismissed it, thinking there couldn't be any skilled fighters in this shabby village. And with thoughts of soon indulging with women clouding his judgment, his caution evaporated as he pushed past the other drunken pirate, striding boldly outside. Now was the moment. The instant he crossed the threshold, I yanked the rope. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and he staggered back, 2 bloody holes erupting in his chest. I granted him no opportunity at all. In the moment of his bewilderment, I surged forth. With a flash of my blade, heads rolled, and the game concluded. This second-in-command of the AI Meng pirate crew did not even have time to draw his weapon before I dispatched him. I rushed into the cabin, kicked over the drunken man who had been knocked down, and swiftly sent him on his way with a slash of my knife. As for the one who had been sprawled across the table, sound asleep throughout the ordeal, he was the most fortunate, reuniting with his brethren in dreams. Mission accomplished. I took a deep breath and meticulously searched the entire ship, uncovering not a single survivor. Regrettably, I found no captives they had taken, likely to my dismay. I did not linger on my sentiments, gathering the over 2 million berries and valuable items I had scavenged from the ship, slinging them over my shoulder as I leaped ashore and made my way back to the village. Upon my return, I was met with anxious yet hopeful faces. The instant I appeared, the village erupted into celebration. We triumphed. The cheers reverberated in my ears, witnessing the pure joy radiating from their expressions. I could not help but smile. It was my first smile of the night. We had emerged victorious, vanquishing all the pirates. I presented the money and valuables to the village chief, and in that moment, I felt as if I were soaring. The villagers hoisted me into the air. I must admit, the sensation was delightful, particularly as the system's notification chimed in my mind, adding to my elation. Though the night was deep, the village shone brightly with the duality of survival's joy and the sorrow of lost loved ones. I entrusted all the money to the village chief, instructing him to distribute it among the families of the fallen villagers, before retreating to my small wooden cabin alone. To be candid, the violence had been exhausting and quite distasteful. I simply yearned for a good night's rest. Early the next morning, the village chief arrived with his granddaughter, a girl named Xiao Nan, who was quite charming. Upon witnessing this, I thought, good heavens, is she attempting to ensnare me with her beauty? It seemed they wanted to bind me to this village entirely. I lay my cards on the table, stating to the village chief that I must leave to seek my family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan grew anxious, tears welling in her eyes as she implored, "Brother Xiao and Mo, what will we do if more pirates come after you leave?" I could only explain to them that our victory was merely a stroke of luck, and I was far from strong enough to protect the entire village. Seeing my firm resolve, the village chief sent Xiao Nan away and inquired, "What do you think of Xiao Nan? If you like her, she can stay to look after you." Little do they know, the old man truly did not consider me an outsider. That evening, he returned with drinks and his granddaughter, seemingly intent on getting me intoxicated to solidify our bond. I laughed inwardly. As my constitution had been refined by the system, I could drink countless cups without feeling a thing. Ultimately, the old man succumbed first, while I felt as if I had merely sipped plain water. I carried him back, and thus this episode faded into the past. Realizing the beauty ploy had failed, the village chief ceased his persuasion. A week later, I prepared all my supplies for the journey at sea. However, guess what? The Navy arrived. The village chief had summoned them to handle the aftermath. Not only did they remove the pirate corpses, but they also seized the pirate ship I had intended to claim for myself. Alas, my grand vessel was gone. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. I had managed to obtain a sea chart from the ship, and with the stargazing and navigation skills rewarded by the system, even a small vessel could navigate the East Sea with ease. My first destination was the Frost Moon Village, to seek Yang Seru, Zoro's master, for swordsmanship training. After a few days of preparation, one early morning, I set sail in a solitary boat, quietly departing from the small fishing village. I wished to avoid any sorrowful farewells. Yet, unbeknownst to me, the village chief and the entire community emerged from the woods, silently watching until my boat vanished on the horizon. Upon the boundless sea, I felt a profound solitude. I must tell you, drifting upon the ocean was dreadfully tedious. 3 days had passed without sight of even a single bird. Each day was spent fishing or daydreaming. Just as I was gnawing on the last piece of jerky, contemplating my impending arrival at the first supply point, my small boat suddenly jolted, as if it had struck something. I quickly unsheathed my knife to investigate. To my astonishment, the surface of the water was littered with shattered planks, some bearing charred marks. This was undoubtedly the aftermath of a recent skirmish. Logically, I should have hastened to change course to avoid trouble. However, my curiosity was insatiable, and I had confidence in my modified small boat. I could make a swift escape, if necessary. Thus, I followed the trail of debris and soon encountered a scene that took me by surprise. It was not the absence of conflict that astonished me, but rather the nature of the battle unfolding before my eyes. In my recollection, the East Sea was known for the Navy effortlessly overpowering pirates. Yet, lo and behold, the reality was quite the opposite. 2 pirate ships were besieging a Navy warship. Although one of the pirate vessels appeared on the verge of sinking, the Navy ship was riddled with holes, resembling a sieve. Upon closer inspection, I realized the Navy officer being tossed about was none other than the man who had previously visited our village. And that pirate ship, oh dear, what a coincidence! It was indeed the very vessel of the AI Meng pirate crew, which I had obliterated. You see, the world is indeed a small place. Observing the situation, it was clear that the Navy was struggling. Initially, I had intended to merely spectate, but upon reflection, I found myself disinclined to side with the pirates. I could not remain a bystander. I paddled my small boat stealthily beneath the naval vessel, utilizing my prepared grappling hook to swiftly ascend onto the deck. With no one behind me and the battle concentrated at the front, I crouched low and gathered a few long rifles from the fallen Navy comrades. Upon reaching the forefront, I discovered that only the Navy officer and the pirate captain remained engaged in a duel, with our Navy brother clearly at a disadvantage. I had initially intended to shoot the pirate captain, but my marksmanship was rather unpredictable. Should I inadvertently injure my ally, it would be quite the comedy. Thus, I steeled myself, gathered several rifles, bound them with rope, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the remaining pirate lackeys. Bang! 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 In an instant, 3 of them fell. This sudden assault bewildered the pirates, who mistakenly believed reinforcements from the Navy had arrived. The tide of morale shifted, and the Navy surged forward with renewed vigor. The pirate captain, realizing the dire situation, attempted a feigned maneuver to escape the ship. But escape? Not a chance. I raised my weapon and fired, the shot striking true, and the man erupted in a mist of crimson before plunging into the depths below. My erratic aim had, for once, proven fortuitous. Minutes later, the battle concluded entirely. All present stood in stunned silence, gazing at me, the youthful hero who had seemingly descended from the heavens. The Navy officer, Lieutenant Spencer, leaped down to express his gratitude. I waved it off, claiming I merely found the pirates intolerable. However, he scrutinized me for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "It's you, the boy from Zino Village." Then, glancing at the knife at my waist and the position from which I had fired, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. He gasped, pointing at me, "You were the one who dispatched those pirates from Zino Village." At his revelation, the gazes of the entire crew shifted towards me, filled with newfound respect. Strength is a universal currency, after all. As we began to clear the battlefield and divide the spoils, I was not shy to claim some berries. Who would refuse additional riches? While aboard the ship, Spencer elaborated, explaining that the gang of pirates we had defeated was notorious for their ruthless nature, stained with blood. which accounted for their ferocity, as capture would mean certain death. He persistently urged me to join the Navy, painting grand visions of glory. It was quite tiresome. As soon as the ship reached the shore, I bolted. I have no desire to entangle myself further with them. The affairs of the world government are rotten to the core. My objective is clear: Shuangyue village, the Yisin Daochong. After a relentless 5-day journey, I finally arrived. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sound of sword practice, accompanied by a scholarly gentleman standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I recognized him immediately. It was Gung Sailang. Without a doubt, as I greeted him, expressing my desire to learn the sword, a chime resonated in my mind, signaling the system's notification. Congratulations, host, on reaching Shuangyue village's Yisin Daochong and completing the interaction. Check-in successful. You have received the skill Desperate 3 Blades. I was elated internally, though I maintained a composed exterior. Gung Sailang, though appearing amiable, bore a gaze sharp as a blade. He bombarded me with philosophical inquiries about the sword, questions like what constitutes a sword and whether the person commands the sword or vice versa. Under the weight of his scrutiny, I articulated my understanding of the sword, which seemed to spark a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Perhaps he sensed that I was not an ordinary child, given my weary yet determined demeanor. Consequently, he accepted me as his disciple. He also informed me that Zoro had already set sail and joined Luffy's pirate crew, using him as a benchmark to apply pressure on me. I felt a surge of joy. I had no ambitions of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. My only desire was to grow stronger for self-preservation. The subsequent days were profoundly fulfilling. My routine consisted of preparing meals for Gung Sailang and rigorously training. I practiced wielding my sword, striking, and engaging in physical conditioning without pause. I must say, my rate of progress astonished Gung Sailang to the point where his demeanor shifted from surprise to a hint of apprehension, as if he feared I might stray down a misguided path. 3 months swiftly passed, and within the dojo, I had surpassed all challengers except for him. Finally, after effortlessly defeating the dojo's senior disciple once again, Gung Sailang summoned me to a secluded grove on the mountainside. Without preamble, he tossed me a genuine sword and instructed me to unleash my full strength, eager to witness the fruits of my labor. I wasted no time, aware that this was akin to a final examination. After exchanging dozens of blows, he remarked that my fundamentals were solid but lacked personal technique. I chuckled and replied, "Teacher, that was merely a warm-up. Now, I shall show you my earnest effort." With a flourish of my long sword, I focused intently and shouted, "Can you, Jean?" A crescent-shaped sword aura surged forth from my blade, hurtling towards him. Gung Sailang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Sword aura?" Indeed, I had reached the point of unleashing waves of energy. At this juncture, he finally adopted a serious demeanor. The ensuing duel was tumultuous, resulting in me being unceremoniously dragged back, covered in dirt. When the curious disciples of the dojo arrived to investigate, they were astounded to find the area around us resembling a battlefield, with a 200-meter radius devastated. Little did they know this was our handiwork. Upon our return, Gung Sailang regarded me with a complex expression and conveyed that he had little left to teach me. I was now ready to leave the Yisin Daochong. To be honest, I felt a whirlwind of emotions. Gung Sailang, in his genuine nature, gifted me a sword before my departure. Though it could not compare to Zoro's Wado Ikamanji, it was a treasured blade from the dojo, more than sufficient for my needs. I'm not one to linger unnecessarily, so I stayed for 2 more days, bidding farewell to my comrades. Without hesitation, I discarded my old sword and donned the new one, ready to embark on my journey across the East Blue. My next destination was already decided: Syrup Village. Why, you may ask? Naturally, it was to encounter Usopp and perhaps run into Luffy and his crew. I assure you, the check-in system has its intricacies, and encountering the main cast promises substantial rewards. This was an opportunity one could not miss. After purchasing a modest vessel, I set sail once more alone. However, little did my family understand that sailing solo felt akin to being imprisoned at sea, surrounded by water with no one to converse with. It nearly shattered my resolve. After drifting for a full 5 days, I was on the verge of befriending seagulls when I finally spotted land on the horizon. As noon approached, I contemplated filling my stomach first. The sea lacked many things, but not fish. I caught a sizable octopus and set up a small charcoal grill, slicing it into pieces, skewering them, and brushing them with my secret sauce. The aroma wafted enticingly. Just as I was about to indulge in my delectable grilled octopus, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Hey, Zoro. I told you I could smell takoyaki." My heart skipped a beat. Zoro? Could it be? Before I could ponder further, a loud crash echoed as a human cannonball descended from the heavens, smashing through my boat. I stood there in shock, still holding onto a skewer of grilled octopus, staring at the young man in a red vest and straw hat. "Hello, I'm Luffy. I'm really sorry for damaging your ship," he began, but midway through his apology, his eyes lit up as they fixated on my grilled octopus, nearly drooling. "That skewer looks delicious. Can I eat it?" My mind went blank, and I absent-mindedly handed him the skewer. In the blink of an eye, my hard-earned platter of skewers had vanished without a trace. At that moment, the system notification chimed in my mind. "Congratulations, host, for making contact with the main cast of the Pirate King world. Check-in successful. Reward: 10 years of swordsmanship experience from an unnamed swordsman." A warm surge coursed through my body, and I felt my understanding of the sword elevate to new heights. Before I could fully comprehend what had just transpired, another voice echoed outside, followed by a green-haired figure crashing down. Upon seeing me, his gaze locked onto mine, and his hand instinctively reached for his sword, radiating a menacing aura. I thought to myself, your captain is busy devouring my supplies, so why are you so tense? "Hey, Luffy, stop eating and come back," Zoro urged, his expression grave. I couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Calm down, brother. I'm one of your own." Zoro paused in confusion. "Brother? Who are you?" "Wado Ikamanji." I pointed at his sword, familiar with it. His wariness heightened. Realizing I needed to defuse the situation, I quickly pulled Luffy into the mix. "Hey, Luffy, since you've wrecked my ship, let's head to yours for a meal." "Sure," Luffy replied without hesitation, turning to grab my glowing charcoal grill. "No." A horrendous squeal echoed as Zoro's face darkened. With a single punch, he sent Luffy crashing to the ground and inadvertently caused a large crack in my already damaged boat. Watching these two clowns, I felt a wave of sympathy for Zoro. What a burden to bear with such a captain. Just as Zoro was about to draw his sword again, I quickly unleashed my secret weapon. "Don't be alarmed." Before I left, Gung Sailang instructed me to tell you that if we met at sea, I should remind you to visit him when you have the time. The Isin Daochong will always be your home. Upon hearing this, Zoro's murderous intent dissipated, replaced by a look of excitement. However, there was no time for nostalgia as my boat began to take on water. "My ship is sinking," I shouted. The three of us scrambled to transfer my meager belongings onto their ship, the Going Merry. Just as we settled in, Luffy, in his typical obliviousness, earnestly invited me. "You're Zoro's junior brother, so why not become my crewmate?" Usopp, unable to hold back, interjected, "Hey, Luffy, you don't even know his name." Realizing his mistake, Luffy straightened up and introduced himself with utmost seriousness. "I am Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." I composed myself and replied earnestly, "I am Mo Dao." "From the Mo Dao, Jun Xing Mo Dao," Luffy repeated, looking at me earnestly. "Join us as our companion." To be honest, I hesitated. Ultimately, I shook my head. "Luffy, we are not on the same path. However, starting today, we are friends." Upon hearing the word friend, Luffy instantly cast aside his previous dejection and joyfully exclaimed his desire to host a feast. That night was nothing short of extraordinary. We roasted all the remaining ingredients and consumed 6 large barrels of wine among the 4 of us. Except for Usopp, who was completely inebriated. The 3 of us drank ourselves into a stupor, leaving me with fragmented memories of the night. The following afternoon, I gradually regained consciousness. After bidding farewell to my companions, I embarked on a newly purchased small boat, heading directly towards Zillapu village. There, I encountered Koya and successfully checked in at Usopp's home, earning the reward of archery mastery. I began to understand that this system was akin to a personal steward, providing exactly what I needed, a perfect support in times of need. Just as I was troubled by the lack of range attack options, this was precisely what had arrived. My next destination, Windmill Village, Luffy's hometown, which was far from ordinary. His grandfather was a naval hero, his father a revolutionary leader, and he had a brother who was the son of the Pirate King. Even the four emperors, Shanks, frequently visited. This time, the reward promised to be substantial. After yet another monotonous journey, I finally arrived at Windmill Village. The waters here were quite deep. I first attempted to check in at Makino's tavern, but failed. Then I went to the mountain bandit Dayton's home, only to be met with another failure. It dawned on me that it must be the secret base of those three little rascals in Garbage Mountain. That mountain was enormous, and I rummaged through it like a scavenger for 2 days before finally discovering that dilapidated wooden house. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at Ace, Sabo, and Luffy's secret hideout, earning the reward of a Noah's Ark. I was momentarily stunned. Noah's Ark? Was this to initiate the Great Voyage Plus mode? I kept it to myself and set sail cautiously, far from the village, to extract my reward. However, the system prompted me to enhance the information of Noah's Arkansas. An idea struck me, and I immediately inputted all the destroyer data I had seen on military channels in my past life. In the next moment, the icon of my little wooden boat transformed into a sleek, modern destroyer bristling with cannons. When information was processed, I was utterly astonished. This ship was constructed from the World Tree and could materialize. As long as I provided information and basic materials, it could fabricate items. Although it couldn't produce complex things like missiles due to my lack of understanding of their principles, it had phased radar, naval guns, and close-in weapons capable of firing thousands of rounds per minute. As long as I fed it iron and gunpowder, it could create ammunition on its own. The most astonishing aspect was that this vessel could be operated single-handedly and even had autopilot. It was the perfect vehicle designed for a solo adventurer like me. Standing on the deck of the brand new destroyer, with the sea breeze invigorating my spirit, I uploaded the nautical charts and set the course for the Baratai. The floating restaurant. This was Sanji's territory, and if I could check in there, the reward would either be top-tier culinary skills or his kicking technique. Regardless of which I received, I would not be at a loss. Moreover, that kicking technique was closely related to agility. Sometimes, an unexpected kick could yield astonishing results. Who would have imagined that a swordsman like me possessed such formidable footwork? Thus, I set my goal, the Baratai. Let me tell you, locating this floating restaurant was not difficult. After all, it was quite famous, and with a little money, I could easily inquire about its whereabouts. However, a problem arose. My Noah's Ark, now disguised as a warship, was far too conspicuous. This location was near the entrance to the Grand Line, bustling with people, and as I approached with my ship, I would surely attract attention like a firefly in the night. Just as I was racking my brain over this dilemma, an idea struck me. My ship could change form, and it had no cooldown. Why not give it a few skins? Just like switching equipment in a game, I could change its appearance according to different scenarios. How invincible would that be? With resolution, I transmitted my thoughts to the control console of Noah's Arkansas. Guess what? It worked. A mode selection feature appeared. Although I currently only had the solitary warship mode, who among my companions could comprehend the significance? Once this door opened, a new world awaited. With a plethora of anime in my mind, was I to fear a lack of blueprints? To maintain a low profile, I first designed a nondescript wooden boat mode, which resembled a common medium-sized vessel from the East Blue, albeit with a couple of cannons added for flair. Next, I created a submarine mode. Should I encounter a formidable opponent, I could simply dive into the depths of the sea and bid farewell. Perhaps in the future, I could even reach Fishman Island without the need for coding, directly navigating my submarine through. Then came the highlight. I devised a luxurious yacht mode. This mode had but one purpose: speed. Several rocket boosters were affixed to the rear, and upon activation, the yacht soared into the air, although it only ascended a few meters above the surface before gliding briefly and crashing down. This moment opened the door to a new realm of possibilities. I promptly added a pair of wings. Lo and behold, I had a flying ship. While it could not remain airborne for long due to fuel constraints, this technology was, I assure you, light years ahead. Finally, I solidified these forms into 4 fixed modes, allowing for seamless transitions that conserved energy. For everyday use, I opted for the wooden boat mode, resembling the Golden Mary. I must say, the large ship was quite comfortable. 3 levels complete with a kitchen, bedroom, and storage room, providing stability that kept me from worrying about capsizing with every wave. The only drawback was that with a larger vessel, I felt even lonelier. However, it wasn't long before I spotted the iconic large fish head, the Baratai, arriving at last. My ship did not fly the Jolly Roger, and the Navy paid me no mind, allowing for a smooth passage. I anchored my grand vessel at a distance and rowed my small boat aboard. Just as I settled down to order, a notification chimed. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at the Baratai, earning the Pirate Culinary Compendium. Upon hearing this, I was thrilled. Although it wasn't the kicking technique I desired most, this was still a tremendous gain. I immediately extracted the reward. In an instant, a warm surge of knowledge flooded my mind, and as I glanced at the menu, all the dish names, cooking methods, ingredient sources, and even how to obtain them materialized as if I had devoted a lifetime to mastering culinary arts. With this newfound confidence, I felt I might actually have a chance with Sanji. He adored cooking, and with this knowledge, wouldn't we have a common topic to discuss? Unlike Luffy, who clumsily approached me with a simple "be my partner," I prefer to maintain a semblance of dignity. When the dishes arrived, I wasted no time in utilizing my knowledge to critique them. My demeanor was undeniably professional. As expected, Sanji was instantly drawn to me, cigarette in hand, his expression filled with anticipation, his eyes seemingly urging me to taste and share my thoughts. I couldn't help but smile inwardly, taking a spoonful of the soup. Wow, the flavors were perfectly balanced, a delightful combination of sweetness and freshness, cooked to perfection, absolutely exquisite. My eyes lit up as I turned to Sanji. This is quite remarkable. The layers of flavor are distinct, and I thoroughly enjoy it. Would you consider joining me on my ship for an adventure at sea? I went all out. Sanji's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly tempted. However, just a moment later, he composed himself and politely declined. I'm sorry. You seem like a wonderful person, but I have reasons to stay here. Sigh. I had anticipated this outcome. The crux of the matter lay not with Sanji, but with his mentor, Zeph. Their bond ran deep, and Sanji was unwilling to abandon the old man to pursue a life at sea. I was merely testing the waters, and should I be required to engage in some melodramatic ploy to sway Zeph, that would be far too complicated. Having been rebuffed, I chose not to linger and contentedly enjoyed my meal. For the next 3 days, I remained in the restaurant's kitchen, using the knowledge from the culinary compendium to bond with Sanji and the others, while also honing my skills and earning a wealth of experience. I invited Sanji to join me once more. This time, he seemed noticeably more hesitant, yet ultimately shook his head again. Well, dear friends, who can comprehend the gravity of the main storyline's pull? If it cannot be changed, then it cannot be changed. I no longer insisted. Having exchanged a plethora of ingredients and seasonings for several impressive recipes before departing, my next destination being Kayashitsuan, I needed to hasten, as I might still catch the iconic scene of Suo alone being trounced by Yen. I had added 2 propellers to the back of my small wooden boat, doubling the power and greatly enhancing its speed. After a day's journey, I arrived at Kayashitsuan. From a distance, I spotted the so-called area of alone, and I pondered if I were to slice it in 2 right now and eliminate those fishmen. Would Name immediately choose to accompany me? Unlike Sanji, Name's greatest wish was to redeem her village. If I helped her fulfill that, she would be grateful. And with my invitation, wouldn't the odds of success be remarkably high? However, upon further reflection, Name also harbored the dream of charting the world's finest nautical map. My ship, being solitary, could hardly provide her with the future she desired. Never mind, I would take 1 step at a time. If worst came to worst, I could always hand her over to Luffy later. After inquiring about Name's home, I swiftly found a small abode surrounded by an orange grove. Just as I was about to knock, a vigilant voice called from behind. Excuse me, whom are you seeking? I turned to see a blue-haired young lady, Name's sister, Nuachi Gao. Her gaze was one of suspicion, akin to that of a guard. No wonder. Namei was known for thieving from pirates, and she might think I was here for revenge. I hurriedly introduced myself as Ma Dao, an adventurer, and explained that I had heard of Namei's exceptional navigation skills and wished to invite her as a navigator, emphasizing that I was not a pirate. Nuo Chi Gao's wariness lessened, allowing me entrance and offering a plate of oranges. I sampled one, finding it juicy and sweet, though slightly tart. As I savored the fruit, I praised it, contemplating that these oranges could not compare to the sugar oranges of later generations. Just then, a system notification indicated successful check-in. Since Namei was absent, I decided not to linger and took my leave. However, before I could reach the dock, I heard a commotion. My heart dropped, sensing an ominous premonition. Turning the corner, I was taken aback to see a throng of villagers surrounding my boat, where several fishermen stood, the sails raised, and a pirate flag bearing a shark's head was hoisted. My temper flared instantly. How audacious they were to commandeer my vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, I drew my sword, unleashing a swift arc of white sword energy that sliced through the flag, severing it in two, which fluttered down into the sea. The scene fell silent, and the fishmen were left in a daze. I pushed through the crowd to the front, where I found an octopus-faced fellow, Xiao Ba, facing off against a villager named Jian. Ignoring him, I coldly surveyed the fishmen aboard my ship and spoke icily. Might you kindly disembark from my vessel? I do not appreciate others touching my belongings without my consent. Xiao Ba was taken aback, glancing at the sword at my waist, and asked, "Did you sever our pirate flag? Was this even a question?" I retorted, "Is that not obvious? That is my ship." A portly fisherman grew impatient and shouted at Xiao Ba, "Xiao Ba, why waste words on a mere human? Kill him and return to Along's domain." I turned to Xiao Ba once more, inquiring, "Is that your intention too? To seize my ship and kill me?" Xiao Ba hesitated, stammering, "I feel this is wrong, but it's Along's command. Perhaps you should leave." Another fisherman shouted, "A mere human." "Xiao Ba, why do you hesitate?" As Xiao Ba continued to waver, my patience waned. Sighing, I bypassed him and drew my sword. "Since you are so eager for death, allow me to assist you." As my words fell, I leapt from the dock onto my ship. In midair, I focused, and the blade in my hand erupted with light. A flurry of slashes ensued. Countless arcs of sword energy rained down like a torrential storm. By the time I landed firmly on the deck, every last fisherman aboard had perished, their blood staining my deck crimson. I shook my head in mild regret. It was unfortunate they were humanoid, otherwise I could have enjoyed a seafood feast tonight. On the shore, Xiao Ba's eyes turned red upon witnessing the carnage, for they were his kin. He roared, "I will kill you," and, as if conjuring them from thin air, pulled out 6 blades, charging at me frantically. I scoffed, muttering my disdain for the hassle, and swiftly countered with another strike. A crescent-shaped arc of energy shot forth, striking the airborne Xiao Ba with a resounding clang, although he attempted to block with his 6 blades. The force sent him crashing into a nearby tree, leaving him incapacitated. After eliminating these minor foes, I piloted my ship straight into Along's territory. The vessel had barely stabilized when I spotted a multitude of fishmen on the shore, led by one with a nose resembling a saw. Clearly, this was Along. I stood at the bow of my ship, looking down upon him, and boldly proclaimed, "So you are Along? I hear you seek to commandeer my ship and take my life." At my words, the fishmen turned pale. Having lorded over the East China Sea, they were not accustomed to someone speaking to their leader in such a manner. Along, however, laughed, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me thus. You have displeased me, and I shall slaughter half your village. Now, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I may grant you a swift end." I found this amusing. With such limited insight, did he truly believe he could conquer the Grand Line? He must not have even glimpsed the beauty of the first half. I shook my head, a look of disdain upon my face. "Let us not waste time arguing with a fool like you. However, your insolence has irked me. Thus, I shall demand interest." No sooner had the words left my mouth than I swiftly drew my sword. A flash of blinding light sliced through the air. Along and his cohort barely registered my movement before a thunderous crash resounded behind them. The towering main structure of Along's domain collapsed, burying a number of the sluggish fishmen alive. Alone reacted swiftly, diving into the sea as the structure fell, but he was utterly terrified, realizing that had my strike been aimed at him, he would now be dead. Thus, he dare not look back, using all his strength to plunge into the depths of the ocean, seeking shelter. The fishmen under him, witnessing their leader's retreat, thought, why remain standing? Would they wait to be dispatched by my sword? One by one, they jumped into the sea, fleeing. To be honest, I was not disinclined to pursue. I simply found it troublesome. Moreover, I thought it would be beneficial for Liu Fei and his crew to gain experience from these weaklings. My sword was better reserved for stronger adversaries. Besides, if I eliminated them all, how would Name enact her tragic tale and be naturally swept aboard Liu Fei's vessel? I, after all, championed the cause of adult benevolence. Of course, I was not purely altruistic. I resolved to linger for a couple more days in Kayashitsuen, familiarizing myself with the surroundings and observing what this world as Name truly resembled. Having seen her in animation, I had yet to experience the live-action version. A single man harboring a few thoughts. Is that not entirely normal? Yet after 2 days of waiting in the village, I was taken aback when, instead of alone, I was greeted by a naval captain whose appearance resembled that of a rat. He was known as Lao Shu. This fellow was outrageous. As his ship approached, bringing along, who had just resurfaced from the depths, he issued orders to fire without so much as a greeting, directly targeting my vessel. My goodness, did he truly not regard me as a threat? Originally, I had intended to leave him for Liu Fei to contend with, but this had thoroughly provoked me. Fine. If he desired a confrontation, my ship as cannons had yet to be unleashed. Come, allow me to demonstrate what true technology and ferocity entail. I took my seat in the control room, locked on with the radar, and fired. Boom, 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 boom. I unleashed a barrage of relentless fire. Allow me to recount a tale of modern artillery decimating your dilapidated wooden vessel, akin to a dimensional strike. 10 cannonballs would merely take mere seconds, traversing from bow to stern, providing a thorough service that left the ship in ruin, akin to a child's plaything. As for those aboard, their fate was inconsequential. One could hardly expect anything noble from such company. Fortunately, that lad along was spared, sustaining only a minor scrape upon his visage, resembling a startled amphibian as he stared at me from the ocean. I strolled leisurely to the deck and casually remarked, "Do not provoke me again. Sullying my blade with your demise would be beneath me." With that, I turned away, descending the ship to procure supplies. My companions sought the maritime restaurant, eager for the spectacle ahead. The return journey was dreadfully mundane, adrift alone upon the sea, which explained why Eagle I was so restless, pursuing Klee for sport. The ocean was indeed desolate. Hence, I activated the submarine mode of the Ark Noah, swiftly diving beneath the waves, and within a couple of hours, I arrived at my destination. Upon surfacing, I beheld the maritime restaurant, accompanied by 2 vessels moored nearby. As I approached the shore, I was greeted by the cacophony within, highlighted by Luffy's unmistakable vocal exuberance. The scene was set. Upon entering, I was met with quite the spectacle. Sanji was effortlessly hoisting a Navy officer's head as if it were a mere chick. Nearby, Luffy and a one-legged elder had just plummeted from the ceiling, engaging in a heated exchange. The restaurant was a chaotic whirlwind. I exchanged greetings with Luffy, who, upon recognizing me, expressed his delight, albeit with a grimace as he lamented about working off debts. I found the situation amusing. He deserved it. At that moment, a famished individual was hurled from the restaurant, prompting Sanji to act on his compassion and prepare a dish of fried rice. Luffy, witnessing this display of camaraderie, immediately sought to invite the man aboard. Meanwhile, I found a seat, ordered an array of dishes, and settled in to enjoy the unfolding drama. As I awaited my meal, Zoro and Usopp entered, recognizing me with the fervor of long-lost kin, rushing over with an audacity befitting their hunger. However, my gaze was fixated upon Nami, who, in reality, exuded a vibrant charm surpassing her animated counterpart. Despite her weathered appearance from sun and wind, her essence was undeniable. It was no wonder Sanji would soon transform into a devoted admirer. I promptly rose and gallantly pulled out a chair for her, saying, "My esteemed lady, please take a seat." Nami's cheeks flushed slightly, and her fondness for me visibly increased. Subsequently, I was unaware of how it transpired. But soon the entire group found themselves aboard my vessel, exploring and, to my dismay, overstaying their welcome for 4 days. My provisions were nearly depleted. Nonetheless, I had grown closer to Nami and honed my culinary skills to the point where I could easily work as a chef in a 5-star establishment. On the 5th day, a thick fog enveloped the sea. Sensing the ominous weather, I prepared for the impending storm. I set a small stool, arranged some snacks, and awaited the feast on deck. After Nami finished the breakfast I had prepared, she paddled back to the Going Merry, signaling her intention to escape. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a dilapidated colossal ship emerged from the mist. The Klee pirate crew had finally arrived. My thoughts were consumed with the uncertainty of whether I could withstand Eagle Eye's formidable strike. As the Klee crew flaunted their bravado, I glimpsed a vessel resembling a coffin, adorned with 2 green candles, gliding ghost-like toward us. It was Eagle Eye Mihawk. In an instant, a black slash arced through the air, cleaving the massive flagship into 3 segments with a resounding crash. The speed was so astonishing that I could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Remarkably, I felt a semblance of confidence that I could withstand a fraction of that prowess. The onlookers were paralyzed in shock. Even Nami, in her haste to escape, went unnoticed. Only Zoro remained, his eyes ablaze with fury as he leapt onto the ship's wreckage, challenging the world's strongest. What of Eagle Eye? He merely leisurely removed the crucifix from his neck, drawing forth a diminutive yet formidable dining knife. The very moment that knife was brandished, Zoro erupted with indignation. To him, it was a grave insult to face the world's greatest swordsman with such a trivial utensil. With a howl, he surged forward, wielding 3 blades with the ferocity of a whirlwind, executing a technique known as the Ghost Slash. The outcome? With a mere clash, Eagle Eye effortlessly parried Zoro's 3 blades with that tiny dining knife, rendering Zoro suspended in midair, unable to move. Those who comprehend the gravity of Zoro's predicament understand the shattering of his worldview at that moment. He had always believed himself formidable, yet before the world's strongest, he lacked even the right to draw his sword. The sensation of plummeting from the heights of confidence to the depths of despair shattered his resolve. His companions, agitated, urged him to demonstrate his true strength. At that moment, I happened to be near the restaurant and took the liberty of escorting Zoro's companions, including Usopp, away. I advised them, "Your captain is merely expanding his horizons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not interfere. Pursue Nami while I handle things here." Reluctantly, they departed, and I positioned myself beside Luffy to observe the unfolding drama. Zoro, despite being at his limit, refused to yield. Even as Eagle Eye delivered a swift blow to the back of his neck. Leaving him dazed, he persisted. Eagle Eye, taken aback, inquired about the burden Zoro bore. Zoro replied resolutely, "I absolutely cannot lose." Such a declaration altered Eagle Eye's gaze, infusing it with respect akin to that between equals, though their strengths were worlds apart. Zoro's indomitable spirit was commendable. Regaining his composure, Zoro summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a technique known as the Tiger Hunt. Yet, Eagle Eye did not flinch. He simply extended his knife forward, piercing Zoro with ease. Eagle Eye then queried, "Why do you not retreat?" With Zoro's heart nearly impaled. Perhaps dazed, Zoro replied that retreating would obliterate the vows and promises he had made. Upon hearing this, Eagle Eye's expression turned grave as he declared, "Indeed, this is the essence of defeat." Remarkably, he withdrew his knife, earnestly requesting Zoro to state his name. This moment was steeped in significance. Zoro proclaimed himself Roronoa Zoro. And Eagle Eye finally unsheathed his immense black blade, Yoru, to bestow upon him the highest honor a swordsman could receive. Zoro, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed his heartfelt appreciation. In the next instant, both combatants sprang into action. Zoro's 3-sword style technique, the 3,000 Worlds, collided with Eagle Eye's simple yet devastating slash. There was no suspense. With 2 resounding clangs, Zoro's 2 blades shattered into fragments, and his chest was laid open, revealing bone. defeated, utterly so. Yet, Zoro, undeterred, sheathed his remaining blade and turned to face Eagle Eye with arms outstretched. Eagle Eye, taken aback, asked what he was doing. Zoro grinned, stating, "The scars on my back are the shame of a swordsman." Impressive. Eagle Eye genuinely commended him, raising his blade once more to carve another mark across Zoro's chest. Forming a grand cross, Zoro plunged into the sea. Without hesitation, I dove in after him. The icy waters were brisk, but my physique was resilient, allowing me to swim swiftly. I retrieved his blade first and then dragged him from the depths of the ocean. As I hoisted him onto the ship's deck, Luffy exuberantly shouted that Zoro was still alive. Eagle Eye, observing from his vessel, uttered a striking proclamation, conveying that Zoro was still too early to perish. "I am Mihawk. Grow stronger. I shall await you at the pinnacle of the world's strongest. Surpass me, Roronoa Zoro." Upon hearing this, Zoro mustered the strength to open his eyes, raising his undamaged blade, vowing to Luffy that he would not taste defeat again until he had vanquished Eagle Eye. As Eagle Eye prepared to depart, I could not allow him to leave unchallenged. I entrusted Zoro to Sanji and leapt boldly before Eagle Eye's ship. Isin doubting, "Do not speak, please instruct." To be honest, I was swept away by fervor at that moment. The title of the world's #1 lay before me. Who would not wish to seize such an opportunity? Ingen appeared somewhat taken aback and asked me, "Having witnessed Zoro's fate, do you still dare to challenge?" I chuckled, unsheathed my sword, and informed him that I trained under the same master as Zoro. As a swordsman, I had no reason to forfeit this chance. I began to build momentum, my aura steadily rising, and Ing Yen's gaze sharpened in response. At the pinnacle of my energy, I moved, eschewing flashy techniques. I executed a pure and simple downward slash, channeling all my strength into the blade. With a crisp clang, my sword collided with his black blade. At that moment, I sensed something amiss. My gathered sword energy was unexpectedly severed by his blade. Yet, my technique was named onward without retreat. The very notion of retreat did not exist in my lexicon. So what if my sword broke? I pressed on. The result was that his black blade carved a 30-centimeter gash into my abdomen, blood flowing freely. Simultaneously, the half-broken sword in my hand grazed his ear, slicing off a lock of his hair. I lost, yet I did not lose entirely. Had Ingen truly wished to slay me, I would surely have perished, but he too would have borne scars. This extreme exchange was not a loss. Ingen looked at me clutching my belly and laughed. "Just don't die, for if you do, the Grand Line would lose much of its charm." With that, he turned and departed. I gazed at the broken sword in my hand and sighed, for it was a gift from my master, now rendered useless in my first battle. I shattered the remaining portion and let it sink into the sea, a burial of sorts. I leapt back to the dining hall, wincing in pain. Just as I finished bandaging my wound, that rascal Cliquey began to stir trouble again. This fellow truly lacks sense. Seeing Ingen leave and both Zoro and I wounded, he naively thought he could seize the ship. I could hardly be bothered with him and simply retrieved my backup sword from the system's space, a hefty blade named Bailu, and sat back to watch Luffy and Sanji perform. The battle was chaotic, as the cooks were not professional fighters, and they soon fell into disarray. A fellow named Akin, whom I had rescued earlier, stealthily approached me, seemingly with ill intent. Without turning my head, I warned him, "I advise you not to move. I do not appreciate being threatened with a gun." The man froze, ultimately complying and tossing the gun my way. At that moment, a Tin Man, previously knocked unconscious by Luffy, staggered back to his feet. I sensed an opportunity and decided it was time to impart a lesson to these idealistic youths. I took Akin's gun, raised it, and with a resounding bang, delivered a purely physical execution, blowing the Tin Man's head off. The room fell silent. I blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle and addressed Luffy and Sanji. "Remember, this is your first lesson. In navigating the seas, mercy towards your enemies is cruelty towards yourself. If your adversary deserves death, do not hesitate. You must strike again, or you will face dire consequences." The events that followed were swift. Ultimately, Luffy managed to send Cliquey flying but refrained from delivering a fatal blow, allowing Akin to take him away. I spent 2 days recuperating in the dining hall, and once I felt sufficiently healed, I parted ways with them. I did not seek out Nami in Cocoa West Village, but instead headed directly to the North Sea. After a week, I discovered the ruins of O'Hara, successfully checked in, and received a rather perplexing awakening card. Following this, I needed to restock supplies to venture into the Grand Line. The East Blue was impoverished, while the bounty on pirates in the North Sea was substantial. I effortlessly dealt with a few unwary foes and earned nearly 200 million berries. With the funds in hand, I embarked on a grand procurement spree in the black market, my ships hold brimming with ammunition and metal. However, just as I prepared to depart, I sensed something amiss. I noticed numerous eyes watching me from the shadows, not just pirates, but also quite a few bounty hunters. This was peculiar. I had not been marked for a bounty, so what was their interest in me? Carrying this bewilderment, I casually pulled a sneaky individual from the shadows. Grasping him by the collar, I inquired, "Are you playing at stealth?" Bounty hunters, pirates, a whole crowd. What is the meaning of this? To my astonishment, the expression on his face was one of utter disbelief. He replied, "You still do not know? You have been marked by the Navy with a bounty of 50 million berries." I was taken aback. I pondered that during this time, I had not committed any wrongdoing, pursuing pirates daily and bolstering the Navy's achievements, only to be rewarded with a bounty? What kind of nonsense was this? My irritation peaked as this fellow chuckled to himself, igniting my fury. I shoved him to the ground, placing a foot on his chest, and demanded quickly, "Tell me everything you know. I want to know which genius put a bounty on my head." The impact left him gasping, blood spewing forth, his face paling as he likely recalled my moniker, the soul-severing swordsman. Let me tell you, half the credit for this title belongs to those scavengers trailing behind me, expertly handling my aftermath with ruthless efficiency. This man frightened spilled the beans. Upon hearing, I could only laugh in disbelief. Who would have thought that the one who orchestrated this was none other than the bumbling rat, Colonel Mouse, whom I had thought I had dispatched with a single shot? This fellow evidently harbored a grudge, surviving against all odds, and seizing the opportunity to implicate Luffy in his skirmish with the Navy, attributing all blame for the Straw Hat Luffy's attack on the Navy to me. The Navy headquarters, upon discovering my visit to O'Hara, decided to slap a 50 million bounty on my head. I felt a burning shame as I recalled my earlier lesson to Luffy and the others about striking decisively. Here I was smacked in the face with the consequences of my own misjudgment. I should have fired 10 more shots at that wretched ship. Despite my distaste for this rat, my plans remained unchanged. After completing my purchases, I set sail, targeting the Grand Line. As I departed, the swarm of opportunistic flies drawn by the scent of money immediately followed, an unprecedented sight as pirates and bounty hunters refrained from brawling, trailing closely in my wake. To be honest, I held them in little regard. Their flimsy vessels could not match my speed, nor could their range outstrip mine. They wished to attack me, only if I halted to let them swarm. On the sea, range is truth. I could easily maneuver them to exhaustion. Yet, in my excessive confidence, I overlooked a fundamental issue. These seasoned veterans surely understood this principle. Their pursuit implied they had a backup plan. Sure enough, just as I thought I had shaken off my pursuers and was contemplating how to join the battle at Marineford, hoping to snag Whitebeard's and Ace's devil fruits, my ship's radar suddenly erupted in chaos. Upon closer inspection, I was astounded to find 5 massive warships blocking my path ahead. Glancing at the radar again, I saw 5 more approaching from behind, effectively encircling me. 10 large warships. The spectacle was nearly as overwhelming as an extermination order. They truly regarded me highly. Soon, I discerned the leader among them. On the bow of one warship stood a rat-like figure. Who else but that unrelenting Colonel Mouse? The instant I laid eyes on him, my vision turned crimson. I tell you, I had no desire for idle chatter. I immediately locked all cannons onto his flagship and pressed the fire button down to the floor, refusing to release it. The cannonballs soared through the air, shrieking as they hurtled towards their target. No one anticipated that I would dare to strike first while surrounded by 10 warships. The last time 10 cannonballs had allowed him to escape. This time, I unleashed a relentless barrage for a full half-minute. When I finally ceased fire, that warship was left in ruins, not a single intact plank remaining, reduced to a shower of debris. Surely, this rat must be dead by now. The remaining 9 warships quickly regained their composure, unleashing a storm of cannonballs in my direction. However, this Noah's Ark of mine is no ordinary vessel. Once the propellers engage and the radar scans, evasion becomes remarkably smooth. For those instances where evasion proves impossible, the closed defense cannons will promptly take care of any threats. Nevertheless, facing 9 opponents at such close range presents an overwhelming firepower disadvantage. Despite these odds, I stubbornly endured the barrage and managed to sink 3 enemy ships, leaving the remaining 6 severely damaged. Of course, my own situation was dire. The sails were completely ablaze, the main mast had snapped, and the upper structure of the ship lay in tatters, with ammunition running low. Yet, what truly filled the naval officers with despair was that, despite the ship's battered state, it remained operational. With their begrudging gazes upon me, my vessel steadily surged into the turbulent waters of Diao Dao Shan, making a swift escape. When I descended from Diao Dao Shan and successfully arrived at Shuangzi Xia, I stumbled upon a miraculous revelation. My dilapidated ship, upon shifting its form, had astonishingly repaired itself. It appeared as if it had been rejuvenated, with not a single scar in sight. However, I soon noticed something amiss. The deck seemed slightly thinner than before. A thought exploded in my mind. Could it be that my Noah's Ark was utilizing its own material for repairs? Did the loss of those ship components equate to a reduction in overall material? Goodness, what if I were to constantly feed its shipbuilding materials? Would it not grow increasingly larger? And if I were to unlock further technology, creating an interstellar mothership would not be a mere fantasy. This realization filled me with exhilaration, and I promptly began communicating with Noah's Ark, seeking to develop an absorption function. After several unsuccessful attempts, I grew impatient and shouted at the system core, "Absorb!" To my surprise, the system responded with a friendly reminder that instantly quelled my eagerness to continue. Just as that thought flickered out, the system indeed presented me with a message, cautioning me to be careful lest I absorb myself alongside everything else. Goodness, who understands this? In that moment, I grasped that my Noah's Ark could truly consume all. Was this not akin to striking gold? This was no mere ship. It was an advanced mobile 3D printer. As long as I had blueprints in mind and materials at hand, who could doubt that I could print a Gundam if I wished? I pondered the possibilities. If I could replicate something akin to the water droplet from the 3-body problem, would it not obliterate everything in its path? The more I contemplated, the more excited I became. I immediately set sail, seeking out a random crag, leapt onto it, and turned back to my ship, bellowing, "Devour!" The scene was nothing short of spectacular. In the blink of an eye, my once colossal ship shrank into a small, translucent green sphere, no larger than a quail egg. Hovering before me, I was utterly astonished. Reaching out to grasp it, I felt its icy coolness, and, almost instinctively, I pressed it against a nearby broken stone while uttering "Devour" once more. Can you believe it? In a flash of light, the stone vanished. It had truly been consumed. At that moment, I realized something was amiss. If this extraordinary ability was so accessible, would it not become akin to a shared bicycle? It had to be bound to me. I recalled the narratives in web literature, blood recognition. Though it sounded somewhat cliché, what did I have to lose? I drew my knife and, with a quick motion, made a small cut on my fingertip, smearing my blood onto the little green sphere. To my astonishment, it radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, I felt a connection as if I had linked to Wi-Fi. With a mere thought, I could control it without the need for intense concentration, even from a distance. Having resolved this matter, I sailed to the first stop on the Grand Line, a dismal place known as TZ Island. I must tell you, this island is home to many formidable individuals. My ship, devoid of a pirate flag and sailing alone, drew the predatory gazes of the dock workers as if I were a plump lamb destined for slaughter. Some even placed bets on whether I would survive the night. I couldn't be bothered with them and made my way into the nearest tavern. Upon entering, the atmosphere was thick with smoke and noise, causing my head to throb. As I sat down, a server approached with a look of utter disdain, asking me if I preferred milk or coffee. I simply smiled, plunged a heavy wooden spoon into the table with a thud, embedding it halfway, then looked up at him and commanded, "Serve the food." The server's face went pale, and he fled like a frightened child. Just as I finished my meal, an unwelcome interruption arose in the form of a muscle-bound brute, towering over me and demanding I leave. I sighed, casually picking up a steak knife from the nearby table, flashing it before him like a lightning bolt, then placing it back down, turning my back to settle the bill and depart. As I stepped out, chaos erupted within the tavern. The muscle-bound man bled profusely from his chest and collapsed, lifeless. The patrons were left in shock, and soon, someone recognized me. The soul-cutting swordsman, Mo Dao. To my surprise, I was unfamiliar with this moniker. They recounted my previous encounters with the legendary Hawkeye and my triumph over the Navy fleet in the North Sea. The following day, I awoke to a scene of utter bewilderment. The dock and the sea were teeming with people, an overwhelming gathering of pirates surrounding my ship, akin to a concert, clamoring for the opportunity to join my crew and assist me in becoming the Pirate King. I couldn't shake the feeling that these individuals harbored ulterior motives. Surely, they recognized the value of my remarkable ship capable of defeating naval fleets. If they wished to play, I was more than willing to indulge them. Standing at the bow of my ship, I proclaimed my willingness to recruit, but only the 20 strongest individuals, including chefs, doctors, and beautiful women, would be considered. I instructed them to present their results by sunset, then retreated to my cabin. The very first thing I did was to secretly modify the ship. While it appeared unchanged from the outside, inside, I had replaced everything with the most primitive manual controls. The helm was hand-cranked, and the cannons were muzzle-loaded. Who dared to sail my ship? They could only dream. From my window, I watched as they pretended to spar, putting on a performance reminiscent of reality shows from 2025. The scripted nature painfully obvious. Eventually, the 20 selected individuals emerged, all hailing from various factions. Among them were 2 young women who were quite pleasing to the eye. Stepping onto the deck, I addressed them. "So, you're the chosen ones? Not bad. However, to become my crew, your performance must be exemplary. Now come aboard." With that, I stood still, offering no ladder or means of ascent. I wanted to see how these pretenders would fare in the first challenge. To my surprise, a chestnut-haired beauty was the quickest to react, sprinting forward and leaping onto the ship, casting me a flirtatious glance. "Captain, you truly are heartless, not even providing a rope. But Selena likes you just the way you are. From now on, I will follow your lead." I must say, as her words fell, she twisted her waist and swayed her hips, presenting an alluring S-shaped silhouette that left the burly men below in a frenzy of excitement. The others soon followed suit, jumping aboard with an enthusiasm reminiscent of dumplings being tossed into boiling water. In that moment, I gained insight. Some participants leaped effortlessly, clearly trained fighters, while others struggled and nearly fell into the sea, serving merely as comic relief. The most amusing was a girl named Fei Luomina, who appeared demure, but, instead of jumping, used a dagger to climb aboard, proving her tenacity. Once everyone had gathered, I cleared my throat and said, "Now that we're all here, we shall eat from the same pot. Let's reveal our identities." As the last echoes of conversation faded, that enchanting Sina flitted over like a butterfly, exclaiming, "Captain, allow me to introduce myself. I am Selena, formerly the captain of the Feiluo pirate crew. For you, I have even relinquished my position." With a playful lick of her lips, she added, "Oh, by the way, Captain, I am quite skilled with cannons. Would you care to try?" My heart skipped a beat. This woman was audacious beyond measure. I feigned composure, responding, "Former captain, you possess quite the ambition." And do you know what she replied? "Indeed, my ambition is to have you bow at my feet, or perhaps I shall kneel before you." Her gaze was unwavering, and I assure you, she was not jesting. The others grew dull, merely announcing their names, nearly lulling me to sleep. Yet it was that stealthy Fei Luomina who had climbed aboard with a dagger that astonished me. She was a doctor, the town's very own healer. My curiosity piqued. How could one so esteemed choose the path of piracy? She coldly retorted. I grew weary and sought a change of scenery. With that, she dismissed me, seeking her own solitude. Very well, I understood her aloof demeanor. 3 days later, our vessel was adrift upon the vast ocean. I had whimsically named my crew the Broken Soul Pirate Crew, and I even designed our flag, featuring a blade encircled by white flames. However, these days were anything but tranquil. several ships trailed us, buzzing around like pesky flies. Just as my frustration mounted, Selena clung to my arm, exclaiming, "Captain, they are still following us. Shall I issue a warning?" My body stiffened as I nodded. "Yes, inform them that if they persist, I shall feed them to the fish." "Understood, my captain," she responded, blowing me a kiss before sashaying out. What transpired next was truly remarkable. The moment she stepped out of the captain's quarters and closed the door, her charming demeanor vanished, her expression chilling like ice, transforming from a teasing sprite into a regal ice queen. Anyone who understands could see that her transformation was swifter than a Sichuan opera mass change. She scanned the deck and pointed to a gunner, declaring, "The captain is angered. Turn about and sink one of their ships to remind them of their place." How bold! I had merely suggested a warning, yet she was ready to engage. Astonishingly, the crew obeyed her command. It dawned upon me that during the past 3 days, Selena had been playing the role of a devoted servant, isolating me from the other crew members, consolidating her influence. She had effectively become the clandestine queen of our ship. Previously, there had been a supposed strongest among us, who, on the first night at sea, drunkenly attempted to invade her quarters and was swiftly tossed overboard to feed the sharks. Since then, who would dare provoke her? This woman was a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet little did she know, my ship was named Noya Fangzhou, and I had eyes everywhere. I was fully aware of her scheming. I intentionally allowed her some freedom to observe what tricks she might employ. This tension was a game of strategy. Boom! The battle commenced. Our adversaries retaliated, firing a barrage of cannonballs at us. Alas, their projectiles were slow and imprecise. My crew effortlessly deflected them as if slicing through watermelons. Minutes later, the skirmish concluded. Selena returned, her demeanor once again sweet and demure, proclaiming, "Captain, we have driven them away. Impressive, is it not?" I nodded in agreement. "Indeed, from now on, you shall manage such affairs without consulting me." Her genuine smile was evident. As she likely thought, this young lad is rather easy to deceive. She believed she had triumphed, unaware that the helm of this ship was eternally in my grasp. Life continued in this manner, with Selena constantly hovering around me, whether inadvertently falling into my embrace or spilling wine upon me. As a spirited young man, I found it increasingly difficult to maintain my composure. Fortunately, we arrived at the next island. Immédiatement commanded, donc. Some shall guard the ship, while the rest shall venture ashore to gather supplies. To my surprise, that aloof doctor, Philomena, chose to disembark as well. I suggested, "Philomena, accompany me. Your strength is lacking, and I wish to keep you safe." She regarded me thoughtfully before agreeing, but stipulated, "I shall seek medicinal herbs, and you must follow my lead." Very well. I simply wished to evade the enchanting Selena, and wherever I could achieve that would suffice. As anticipated, Selena opted to guard the ship and did not follow. My heart soared with joy. Once ashore, Philomena indeed plunged into the underbrush in search of herbs, soon filling a small basket to the brim. Subsequently, we stumbled upon a crystal-clear pond, and to my astonishment, Philomena stripped off her clothes and bathed right before my eyes. I nearly choked on my own breath. Feeling overheated myself, I positioned myself on the opposite bank, splashing cold water upon my face. After we both composed ourselves, I wandered about, casually dragging back a wild boar. However, this creature was peculiar, with gray fur, towering to nearly my height, and a singular horn protruding from its forehead. Upon seeing this beast, Philomena's pupils dilated momentarily before she feigned indifference, continuing to wash her herbs. Though her reaction was swift, I noticed. I assumed she was merely startled by the boar's unusual appearance. Little did I know, this creature was a unicorn wild boar, a long-extinct ferocious beast capable of wreaking havoc. I had merely reacted instinctively when it charged at me, dispatching it with a swift stroke as one would a chicken. Feeling slightly awkward, I urged her, "Are you finished? Let us return. We shall feast on roasted boar this evening." She approached, gazing intently at the horn, asking, "May I have this horn? It may be useful in medicine." I easily severed the horn, rinsed it, and handed it to her. She accepted it, casting a deep glance my way, saying nothing before turning to leave. Just as she had taken a few steps, Cannon fire erupted from the direction of our ship. Trouble had arisen. I alerted her, and together we sprinted, dragging the massive boar, forging a path through the forest. Upon reaching the shore, I found our ship surrounded by 3 pirate vessels, poised to engage. I instructed Philomena to hide, and with my sword drawn, I charged forth, slicing through incoming cannonballs with ease. Gunners, fire. Everyone else, provide cover. We shall sink them all, I bellowed. Yet upon boarding, I sensed something amiss. The crew left behind exhibited a facade of panic, yet their performance was far too exaggerated, clearly disingenuous. Moreover, a glance at the cannonball supply revealed that we had departed with nearly 100, yet only half remained. And I had heard cannon fire moments ago, with no significant damage inflicted upon our adversaries. In an instant, I comprehended the ruse at play. It appeared they were staging a performance akin to the legend of Jean Juan at sea, conspiring with the 3 ships outside to deceive me. Very well. If they wish to play games, I would gladly oblige. With my presence, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The 3 vessels, sensing defeat, promptly turned to flee. Seizing the opportunity, I shouted, "Set sail! Pursue them! We shall sink them all!" Indeed, Philomena sprang forth to intercept me, exclaiming, "Captain, wait! We must not pursue." Ah! The fox's tail had been revealed. I turned, grasping her chin, my gaze fiery as I demanded, "Give me a reason." Unable to articulate, she blushed, playfully chiding, "You are insufferable, always bullying me." "Captain, most of our crew remains on the island. Should we chase them down? What if it is a trap?" Feigning hesitation, I let out an annoyed huff, conceding to her point. As I passed by her, I mischievously pinched her backside, provoking envy among the nearby pirates. That night, we kindled a bonfire on the island and roasted the unicorn boar. Leaning against a tree like an elder, I shouted at the bustling cook, "Beluo, ku, is the meat ready?" "I am starving." The plump chef hurried over with a sheepish grin, "Captain, it will be ready shortly." When the first plate of meat was served, I took a bite and immediately spat it out, flipping the entire scorching platter onto his face. "It's overcooked. It still has a fishy odor. Is this fit for human consumption? Return and redo it." The chef's face turned crimson from the burn, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Yet he nodded and scuttled back. Watching his disheveled retreat, I couldn't help but smirk slightly. At that moment, Philomena, sitting across from me, lifted her gaze and clearly caught a glimpse of the fleeting, mischievous smile on my face. In that instant, I noticed a change in her expression. It was as if she suddenly understood something, a tumult of emotions washing over her face. She must have realized that on this ship, the one truly being played the fool was not me, the captain, but rather this group of self-proclaimed clever spies. How amusing it was that they truly believed I was inebriated, putting on a performance for my sake. From the outset of the celebratory dinner, I sensed something was amiss. That woman, Selena, approached me with a platter of meat charred to a crisp, showering me with syrupy praises of my invincible greatness. The sweetness of her voice was nauseating, enough to give me goosebumps. I pondered how I had merely fired a few cannonballs today, a mere warm-up compared to my morning exercises. So, why the fuss? "Great captain," she said, her lines so melodramatic that I could almost dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of my toes. Yet what could I do? I had to continue the charade. I feigned a look of understanding and popped that piece of meat, aged enough to be a family heirloom, into my mouth. As expected, the next act was the customary drinking. Except for Philomena, one after another, they lined up to toast me, determined not to let me stand upright. I was well aware of their intentions and decided to play dead. Seeing her opportunity, Selena rushed to assist me, claiming she would escort me back to my quarters. My room, usually akin to a military fortress, was off limits to everyone, and I had rebuffed her attempts at entry multiple times. Tonight, she felt confident. What she didn't realize was that I too felt secure. How could I lure them without offering a glimmer of hope? She helped me to the door, deftly retrieving the key from my pocket and unlocking it with a click. In that instant, I could sense her excitement trembling through her. She must have thought the secret capable of toppling 10 warships was finally within her grasp. All she needed was to obtain that secret, and she would become the next pirate queen. However, just as she was about to lead me inside, I regained my composure. I stopped her abruptly, saying, "That's enough. You can leave me here. I can manage on my own. She appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her wits, leaning in close to whisper in my ear. Her voice sultry. Captain, we're at the door. Are you really going to let someone return to a cold, lonely bed? At that moment, I nearly faltered, but reason prevailed. I knew her schemes ran deep, and I had no desire to let her succeed. Moreover, she was already on my ship. Why fear her escape? Thus, I steeled myself and pushed her out the door, slamming it shut and locking it tight. Outside, Selena's lovely face instantly froze, a mask of disbelief. She couldn't comprehend it. Having sacrificed so much, she was so close to success, yet it all hinged on this final step. I could hear her outside, grinding her teeth and vowing that I would one day kneel and lick her toes. Meanwhile, inside, my eyes gleamed with a sharp clarity, showing no signs of inebriation. The following day, she acted as if nothing had happened, serving me tea and meals with remarkable attentiveness. We continued this charade for another 2 days, during which we repelled 2 waves of unwitting pirates. Yet our ammunition was dwindling, leaving us with only about 20 rounds. Seeing the opportunity arise again, Selena approached me with a concerned expression. Captain, we don't have many cannonballs left. What shall we do? I chuckled inwardly, realizing the moment of truth had arrived. So, you wish to uncover my secrets? I would give them a potent dose of revelation. I clapped my hands, gathering everyone around clear my throat. And speaking with a hint of pride, brothers, we have endured battles together. Today, I shall share a secret. Their eyes lit up like wolves catching a scent. I continued, in truth, I have revealed my cards. I am the cannon man who consumed the cannonball devil fruit. As long as there are blueprints, materials, iron, and gunpowder, I can create an infinite supply of cannonballs. I exhausted my resources fighting the Navy. Otherwise, I could have conjured over 1,000 for you. Upon hearing this, some appeared visibly disappointed. They had hoped for secrets about the ship, only to find the secret lay within me. But Selena, ever the keen one, seized upon the crucial point. Blueprints for cannonballs? Then surely, blueprints for cannons existed. This ship must also have blueprints. If they could acquire those, they could mass-produce such devastating weaponry and dominate the Grand Line. In that moment, Selena's gaze burned with a fervor 100 times more intense than before. From that day onward, my life became a tumultuous blend of fire and ice. Selena seemed intent on clinging to me 24 hours a day, making me want to avoid her at all costs. Who could understand my plight? I genuinely feared that one day I might succumb to her charms. If she entered my room and found no blueprints, my elaborate performance would be for naught. To avoid discovery, I had no choice but to retreat and evade her. As I distanced myself, others on the ship sensed their opportunity. One day, someone claimed to possess a treasure map and sought a private discussion with me. The next, another claimed to have news of a fortune and requested a secret meeting. In essence, they all sought to find a way into my quarters. I was thoroughly exasperated, so I retreated to the lookout tower for some peace. With a telescope in hand, I idly scanned the horizon. And what do you suppose I saw? A grand ship flying 2 flags. One was that of the world government, and the other, astonishingly, belonged to the celestial dragons. At that moment, a singular thought raced through my mind. Inject some excitement into this tranquil life. I immediately summoned my specially crafted slingshot and 2 dark projectiles, took a deep breath, aimed, and fired. In an instant, those 2 flags ignited as if set ablaze, turning to ash without a sound. Having completed my mischief, I quickly raised the telescope, feigning surprise, and exclaimed excitedly, I see a flagless ship. The waterline is deep. It must be laden with cargo. I think I see gold. The languid pirates below sprang to life, their spirits soaring as if fueled by adrenaline. Robbery. This is our specialty. I secretly stowed our own pirate flag, leapt down from the lookout tower, grabbed 2 guns, and returned to hand command over to Selena. I will provide cover fire from above, strike swiftly, seize the goods, and retreat. I began directing them in our assault. Under my guidance, the ship's speed surged, leaving Selena and the others astonished. As we neared striking distance, the opposing ship finally reacted, too late. I took on a role of battlefield commander from the lookout. Left cannon 15 degrees northeast, Angle 45. Fire away. With a few shots, their cannons fell silent, and I blasted 2 large holes in their hull. It was then that I clearly realized this was no ordinary ship. It was a military vessel transporting heavenly gold, a tribute ship for the celestial dragons. At that moment, I resolved that this hull was mine. I immediately commanded everyone mask up and turned to hoist the flag of Kaido, the beast. The focus is on framing others while emphasizing expertise. As soon as the ship docked, these pirates rushed forward without any prompting from me, howling with enthusiasm. I remained atop the lookout tower, surveying the scene with a firearm in hand. To my astonishment, they were transporting blocks of rare metal ingots, items that are nearly impossible to purchase. I instructed them to disregard everything else and simply toss the boxes down. Our ship would catch them below. Amidst the frenzy of loading, I sensed something amiss. There were sounds of fierce combat aboard. Yet the expert tasked with escorting the treasure remained absent. I decided to investigate and stealthily made my way to the captain's quarters, kicking the door open and rummaging through the contents. Eventually, beneath the captain's seat, I discovered a hidden compartment containing a locked small chest. Recognizing its significance, I seized the chest and leaped onto my ship, shouting for a retreat. Selena and the others, already under immense pressure, responded to my command with unparalleled speed. Once aboard, I counted heads and realized 2 were missing. Selena was the last to return, and I knew her well enough to discern her ruthless nature. Before any distribution of spoils, she was already eliminating competition. However, this made things all the more intriguing. I placed the chest against the railing and announced to everyone that I had found it in the captain's quarters. Once we organized our belongings, we would open it and reveal its surprises. The crew, energized, swiftly finished loading the deck and eagerly gathered around. With a smirk, I declared that since everyone was present, we would open the chest. As my words resonated, I swiftly drew my knife, and with a swift motion, the lock was severed. In the gaze of numerous eager eyes, I slowly opened the chest. The sight within rendered me speechless, halting my breath. The chest was modest in size, containing a singular object, a peculiar fruit resembling a pear adorned with spiraling patterns. The moment I unveiled it, the atmosphere thickened. Even Philomena widened her eyes. The pirates' gazes ignited with an insatiable greed, more fervent than if they had discovered a mountain of gold. For it was a devil fruit. As I revealed it, the crew's eyes transformed, akin to famished wolves spotting a tender lamb, viewing one another as potential threats to their existence. I understood fully. If I claimed the fruit for myself, they would undoubtedly turn on me in a violent frenzy. Thus, I cleared my throat and smiled innocently, assuring them that I had no knowledge of the fruit's abilities, having already consumed one. Hence, I proposed to treat it as the highest honor of our pirate crew, to be awarded to the individual who contributed the most. Upon uttering these words, the air became thick with tension. The atmosphere was colder than a frozen cavern. Each individual began to silently calculate what it meant to contribute the most. Perhaps eliminating all others would make one the sole candidate. The competitive spirit was palpable, and I reveled in their expressions, achieving the desired effect. I turned and sauntered into the cabin, deliberately stalling for a minute to retrieve a more exquisite box. During that brief interval, the silence on deck was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The crew, as if paralyzed, fixated on the devil fruit, too afraid to move. Once I placed the fruit in the box and secured it with a click, they collectively exhaled, as if awakening from stupor. Then came the most audacious maneuver. I drew my sword and, with a swift flash, sliced the brass key in half. One half I tucked away, while the other I casually tossed to the most bewildered pirate. The box and lock were crafted from special metals, impervious to even the mightiest swordsman, and the key was unique, irreplaceable. I gestured to their half of the key and then to my own, stating that when enough contributions were made, the two halves would unite to unlock the treasure. The entire process would remain transparent, welcoming mutual oversight. With that, I effortlessly placed the box atop the cabin door, ensuring that anyone entering or exiting would have to behold it, preventing any clandestine maneuvers. This strategy yielded immediate results. The crew labored with fervor, their efforts doubling the ship's speed. A journey that would typically span 2 days was completed in just one. Once everything was arranged, I returned to my quarters with the original large chest. Inside were mere gold coins and a nautical chart. The system did not indicate success, perhaps deeming my strength sufficient that merely acquiring a fruit was no significant feat. As for that fruit, I jested, for I had formidable fruits in my mind, and it was hardly worth the risk of gambling on such a mystery. I would keep it as a carrot to dangle before my crew, ensuring their loyalty as we headed to Alabasta, where they could serve as cannon fodder. After all, we were seizing treasure from the heavens, and who knew when the Navy Admiral might pursue us? Retaining them could provide some distraction from the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, as we engaged in our power plays, chaos erupted at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Admiral Sengoku was livid, nearly exploding with rage, exclaiming that they were utterly incompetent for daring to steal from the heavens. The pirates of today were increasingly unruly. Nearby, Admiral Carp nonchalantly munched on a donut, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. Sengoku, upon spotting him, grew even more incensed. "Carp, can you refrain from eating for just a moment? I'm about to lose my mind." Carp looked up, chuckling heartily. "What's the big deal? A few lives lost is nothing. Being a Marine means accepting casualties. Here, last one. Do you want a donut?" Sengoku replied, "Give me one." Carp took a bite, chewed, and grinned widely, all gone. It was evident that Sengoku was on the verge of losing his temper. Ultimately, he issued a stern command: send several vice admirals out. Every pirate crew in the vicinity must be pursued relentlessly. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. Goodness, is this what they call an indiscriminate onslaught? Meanwhile, our ship continued to drift leisurely across the sea. On the third day, I captured a sea beast, half bull and half fish, with incredibly tender and succulent meat. I was savoring it, basking in the sun on the deck, contemplating life. When will we reach Alabasta? I was growing bored and missed that little rascal Luffy. Life was undoubtedly more exhilarating with him around. Before I could finish my thought, a newsbird landed nearby. A pirate purchased a newspaper and, upon glancing at it, collapsed as if struck by lightning, his face paling as if emerging from a whitening chamber. Curious onlookers picked it up and had the same reaction, mirroring his shock. At that moment, Selina emerged from the cabin, witnessing the scene with disdain. "You lot are frightened by a mere newspaper? Let me see it." After she read it, her expression transformed repeatedly, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed toward me, trembling. "Captain, we are in grave trouble. We might have stirred up a monumental disaster." I lazily sat up, glancing at her. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Your face is ashen. Let me take a look. My heart is as clear as a mirror. To frighten them to this extent, what else could it be but the matter of the Tianshan gene?" Upon receiving the newspaper, it confirmed my thoughts. Although the Navy remains oblivious to our involvement, they have taken the extraordinary step of designating our maritime territory as a critical area for the eradication of piracy. All pirate crews are to be met with lethal force. My bounty has skyrocketed to a staggering 80 million berries. A rear admiral from the naval headquarters is personally pursuing me and has even increased my bounty. They truly regard me highly. After reading this, I couldn't help but laugh. Selina and the others were nearly in tears. "Captain, how can you joke at a time like this? That is a rear admiral from the naval headquarters. We stole the Tianshan gene. If discovered, they will send a vice admiral." "Yes, Captain. The celestial dragons will capture us and enslave us. I cannot bear that." The ship transformed into a lamentation assembly. Even the usually composed Philomena displayed fear. Though my heart remained unperturbed, I knew the show must go on. I leisurely said, "Why the panic? Before the battle, I changed the pirate flag, and we are all masked. Who could recognize us? Now, we merely need to make slight alterations to the ship, and we shall remain undetected. The only concern is whether the two fallen brothers revealed their identities." At these words, everyone's gaze suddenly focused sharply on Selina. I feigned surprise. "Why are you all looking at Selina?" A pirate whispered. Selina was the last to return. She might know the situation. Suddenly enlightened, I looked at her with eager anticipation. "Selina, this is a matter of our lives. You must speak the truth." Selena glanced at my innocent face, surveyed the rest, and slowly began. I intended to save them. But to cover for me, they were obliterated by a naval shell. It is impossible for anyone to recognize them. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. Yet their gazes toward Selena grew more cautious. I chuckled inwardly. This woman is truly ruthless. After calming the crew, it was evident their spirits were shattered. Relying solely on a devil fruit would not suffice to retain their loyalty. It seemed I needed to provide them with more motivation to administer a potent stimulus. That evening, I purposefully gathered everyone for drinks, leading them into a stupor until they were thoroughly inebriated, swaying as they stood. Selena seized this opportunity. She was eager to extract benefits from this ticking time bomb of a ship and make her escape. She approached me with a gentle and caring demeanor. "Captain, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you to your cabin." Fueled by drink, I stumbled into her embrace, nearly toppling her. "Sounds good," I mumbled incoherently. Selena must have been overjoyed, never expecting me to fall for her trap so easily. As she guided me toward the cabin, I accidentally dropped a neatly folded stack of papers. Selena, closest to me, quickly spotted the design displayed on the paper. It was unmistakably the schematic of a cannon. Her heart skipped a beat, but her desire to enter my room was stronger. Hesitating for a moment, she made a decision. Using her body to shield my view, while discreetly kicking the stack of papers to the feet of another pirate, then continued, leading me onward. Upon reaching my door, she likely prepared for the possibility of being locked out, but surprisingly, I cooperated, allowing her to enter with ease. The room was immaculate, devoid of anything untoward. Unwilling to give up, after tossing me onto the bed, she leaned close to my ear, whispering and teasing. How could I withstand such temptation? With soft warmth in my embrace. After half an hour of her coaxing, confirming that I was indeed unconscious, she began rummaging through my room, leaving no stone unturned. Naturally, she found nothing of value. However, I had left her a sweet surprise on the table, a stack of more detailed blueprints, including not only cannon designs, but also those for mortars. Of course, the crucial material compositions and gunpowder formulas were omitted. Yet within that stack, I had concealed the most lethal bait, a hand-drawn sketch inscribed with a single line, specialized shell blueprint, immense power, capable of destroying a large warship with a single shot. Handle with care. Upon reading this, Selena's breath quickened. The very thing she longed for was right in front of her. She murmured a few words and hurriedly took the blueprints back to her room to transcribe them. As soon as she left, I opened my eyes, a cold smile curling my lips. Cannon designs? I could offer those freely. Without special materials and casting techniques, they would merely yield scrap metal. What truly held value were the shells. As night deepened, the sea lay in utter silence, save for the whispers of the wind and the waves. Just then, while seated in my room, I keenly detected a faint clash of blades outside, followed closely by the sound of something heavy splashing into the water. My ears had become attuned, akin to radar. Such trivial disturbances could not escape me. Yet did I move? I did not. Why? Because I had already scripted this scenario. Once I tossed out the blueprints, I anticipated that these pirates would clash violently over the matter. They were never united in purpose, now that the captain was absent. It would be peculiar if they did not resort to violence, driven by the principle of striking first to eliminate a competitor. Thus, that night unfolded in a tempest of blood and chaos outside, while I enjoyed a peaceful respite within. The following morning, upon opening my eyes, a stunningly beautiful face nearly collided with mine. Selena had draped herself over me like an octopus. Who could withstand such a Medusa-like gaze so early in the morning? I swiftly chanted form is emptiness thrice to suppress my urges. Let there be no misunderstanding. She had stayed up too late transcribing, exhausted, while I, too, had drunk too much. We merely shared a blanket and conversation. Nothing untoward occurred. As I pondered how to rise without awkwardness, a piercing scream erupted from the lookout tower. The voice cracking in alarm, enemy attack. The Navy. We are trapped. Upon hearing this, I sprang up, disregarding Selena beside me, hastily wiping my face and rushing outside. Upon stepping out, I beheld a naval warship in the distance, dwarfed by its numbers. However, did they think they could catch me? In a booming voice, I commanded, "Full sails! Bring me 4 strong hands to manually operate the turbocharger below deck." Ah, my contingency plan, the human-powered propeller, usually dormant, would today demonstrate what it meant to outrun a warship. These crew members now depended on me for survival, and at my call, their execution was remarkably effective. The Navy, not to be underestimated, quickly formed a strategy to ensnare us as they noticed our attempt to flee. My crew panicked, exclaiming, "Captain, we can't break through." I chuckled. What is there to fear? Their formation is too spread out, akin to a sieve. Their firepower is insufficient. Continue pushing forward. While I spoke confidently, I understood all too well that if the opposing side was not foolish, they certainly had a backup plan. Indeed, just as we entered range, cannonballs rained down upon us, as if they were without cost. The leading Navy ship may have underestimated my vessel's firepower, perhaps out of arrogance or due to its cumbersome nature, for it sustained at least 12 hits from 20 cannonballs, nearly sinking on the spot. As we sailed past, its hull was half submerged, with sailors plunging into the sea. As we breached the first line of defense, my crew, ready to cheer, received a cold splash of reality from me. Do not relax. If the Navy were this easy to vanquish, they would have been eradicated long ago. No sooner had I spoken than I sensed something amiss. What was happening? The waves and clouds ahead appeared to be repeating endlessly, an infinite loop. I quickly realized, gunners, do not cease fire. Aim at that open space directly ahead and fire. A cannon was fired, and an outrageous event unfolded. The shell soared for around 100 meters and, with a swift whoosh, vanished. Yet, the sound of the explosion lingered. Goodness gracious! Had I been endowed with VR special effects? I immediately commanded, cease fire. Initiate a fan-shaped bombardment. With 20 shells raining down, the scene before me shattered like glass. A vast cloud of mist dispersed, revealing 5 warships concealed within it. To my astonishment, those 5 vessels were all bound together by chains as thick as a man's thigh. Iron chains connecting the city. This time, I had truly encountered formidable opposition. At the bow of the central ship stood a colossal figure over 2 meters tall, donning a naval justice coat, bellowing at me. Do not underestimate the soul-breaker swordsman. Wagering on the justice of the Navy, I shall capture you today. The crew on the ship turned pale, questioning me on what to do. What could I do? Charge ahead. I instructed them. I will engage that leading vice admiral, and you, focus your fire on one of the ships. Blast it to pieces, and we will trample right through. As soon as I finished speaking, I leaped onto the opposing flagship, springing from 2 broken planks in a mid-air double jump. I burst from the cabin, heading straight for the giant. That fellow was fierce as well. He roared, "I've been waiting for you," and swung a blade at me. With a thunderous clash, I was pushed back several steps. His strength was overwhelming, and I was still trying to jump from below, unable to muster the power. Did he think I was the end? How naive. He vanished, attempting to play with speed. Let me tell you, attempting speed in front of me, a hexagonal warrior? I unleashed a swift strike, a blade of light flashing by, sending him crashing into the ship's cabin. The vice admiral was no coward. He rose, going berserk, employing all his iron weapons like a raging bull charging at me. I narrowed my eyes, deciding to attempt to eliminate the vice admiral. Another swift strike ensued, this time more ferocious. Neither of us dodged. A sharp sound echoed, and his left arm was severed, while a gaping wound appeared on my shoulder. Goodness! This man truly fought to the death, trading an arm for my life. At that moment, I saw that my ship had successfully reduced that unfortunate warship to rubble and had made a successful escape. With my objective achieved, I turned to leave. The vice admiral, infuriated, shouted at me, attempting to block my path. I grinned at him. Guess what? With a swift strike, I forced him back and leapt into the sea. As he stood there bewildered, a single-person submarine surfaced from beneath the waves. I dove in, sealing the hatch behind me, bidding farewell. This submarine was actually the core of my precious ship, transformed into a bracelet that I wore, allowing me to emerge from the ship's bottom. Upon reaching the deck, the pirates gazed at me in awe, exclaiming that the captain had returned, their morale soaring. I waved my hand, announcing, "I'm back. Full speed ahead. Shake them off." Though each of them had their own schemes, at that moment I was their sole anchor. Once the crew dispersed, Salina approached me, her expression complex, before suddenly exclaiming with concern, "Captain, you're injured? Fai luo mi na. Come treat the captain's wounds." Her shout shifted the gazes of all aboard. The one named Fai luo mi na abandoned her tasks to rush over to me. Goodness, this woman was truly professional, with a glance. She concluded my injury was superficial and not life-threatening. Without hesitation, she cut my clothing, cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it with fluid precision, leaving no detail overlooked. While she tended to my injury, Salina, the little admirer, leaned in with starry eyes, inquiring how I had managed to escape from the vice admiral. At her question, the ears of the entire crew perked up like radar. I chuckled, thinking, could I share the truth with them? My submarine was my ultimate trump card. Thus, I began to fabricate an elaborate tale, claiming I had anticipated his blade would break, cleverly predicting he would rush to rescue his minions, and took the chance to strike him, then returned on the wooden planks. You won't believe it, they actually bought my story, though their expressions betrayed their disappointment. They believed nonetheless. However, I can assure you of all the crew, only Fai luo mi na, the sharpest among them, kept her head down while bandaging me, not lifting her gaze, yet I was certain she didn't believe a word. How can one describe the feeling of having a teammate who sees through you without a word, evoking both admiration and fear? Our ship was already swift, and now everyone was giving their all to power the propeller, propelling us even faster, just as we broke free from the Navy's artillery range. Before I could catch my breath, I swaggered to the stern and called out to the diminishing warship behind us, "Vice Admiral Mai Kutang, no need to see us off, farewell." Alas, my bravado lasted but 3 seconds. My smile froze on my face. For there, beside Vice Admiral Mai Kutang's vessel, emerged a new warship. I focused intently and saw the prow adorned with a dog's head, and atop stood an elderly gentleman clad in a dog-headed coat, grinning widely. My DNA quivered. Curse it! My scalp tingled as I bellowed, "Everyone, to the auxiliary power room, quickly." Initially, some crew members hesitated, but upon hearing the name, Ka Pu, they dashed off faster than rabbits, including Salina and Fai luo mi na. After all, that was the legendary hero of the Navy, Ka Pu, the man who could chase the Pirate King across the globe. Who would dare confront him? I was utterly perplexed as to why this formidable figure had come here. Even if I had been exposed, it shouldn't warrant such a heavyweight response, right? Later, I learned that the old man had merely been passing through. Having heard I was friends with Liu Fei, he decided to drop by for a look. Can you believe it? Just that glance, and he took a liking to me, muttering about how such a fine talent had turned to piracy. Then, without any sense of martial ethics, he casually grabbed 2 cannonballs and hurled them at me like shot puts. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening blasts left me dazed. I swung my blade down, but rather than cleaving it, I inadvertently detonated the first. The second followed closely, and with all my might, I managed to split it. Those 2 encounters reopened my freshly bandaged wound, and the bandage turned crimson in an instant. The old man hurled a dozen cannonballs, exhausting me to the point of leaning on my blade, gasping for breath. Then, inexplicably, he ceased his assault. He merely maneuvered his ship alongside Vice Admiral Mai Kutang, cheerfully declaring that he was just passing by, finding it pointless to bully a child, and turned to leave. He left. Vice Admiral Mai Kutang was left utterly bewildered, likely in a state of disarray for quite some time. Did you think that was the end? How naive. The old man Ka Pu was merely the appetizer. For the next 10 days, I tell you, it was a whirlwind of speed and passion, a special edition of the Grand Line. The Navy pursued us like madmen, and along the way, we encountered a group of pirates foolish enough to attempt to take advantage of our predicament, only to be sent to feed the fish with my prized special shells. This escalated things. Seeing my formidable weaponry, the Navy pursued us with renewed vigor. By the time we barely scraped our way to the entrance of Alabasta, our ship was nearly riddled with holes, and the living souls aboard, including myself, could be counted on one hand. Fai luo mi na and Sai Li na remained, alongside 2 gunners, a cook, and a helmsman. As we reached the harbor, countless warships surrounded us, encasing us like a dumpling. At this moment, the few remaining crew members dropped their pretense. The truth was revealed. The gunner named Camus led the charge, demanding I hand over the devil fruit, asserting that each additional ability user represented a glimmer of hope. The atmosphere was tense, and if I refused, they would likely execute me on the spot. Could I indulge them? Remaining calm, I walked into the cabin and retrieved the box containing the devil fruit. Before everyone's eyes, I opened the box, took out the fruit, and with a snap, placed it into another box, tossing it casually into the mast. I laid my cards on the table, smiling at them. Enough of the charade, everyone. We are well aware of your little schemes. After indulging your games for so long, I have grown weary. Our destination has arrived. It is time to part ways. 6 small boats await you over there. If you do not flee now, the Navy will soon be upon us. Farewell. Everyone stood in shock, their faces paling to a hue more dreadful than that of a liver. Serena, that fierce woman, wasted no time. Upon realizing the futility of the situation, she leapt into a small boat and took off with remarkable decisiveness. Yet, surprisingly, some remained behind. To my astonishment, it was the taciturn ship's doctor, Philomena, who chose to stay. I tucked away the pirate flag and regarded her. She even seemed a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing. When I inquired why she had not fled, her reasoning was simple: I fear death. However, running with those fools would surely lead to a swifter demise. Staying aboard your ship, even if captured, I could claim coercion, significantly improving my odds of survival. And who says you are truly out of options? She added that she had seen through my ruse long ago. I gave her a thumbs up. This woman was a master at playing the game. In my excitement, I considered recruiting her as a genuine crew member, but she promptly declined, leaving me momentarily speechless. The Navy, however, was not inclined to grant us a moment's respite, as a deluge of cannon fire rained down upon us. I prioritized protecting Philomena, but fate dealt a cruel hand. A cannonball struck true, sending my box containing the devil fruit soaring into the depths of the sea. Damn it, I exclaimed, realizing that preserving my life took precedence over the fruit. I swiftly pulled her into the ship's cabin and kicked open a hidden door, revealing my true treasure, a personal submarine. The battered vessel above was merely a facade. We squeezed inside and descended, watching helplessly as the hull of my ark was reduced to splinters. The Navy, still searching for us above the waves, remained oblivious to our underwater celebration. Once we reached the shores of Alabasta, Philomena and I parted ways. She had her own path to follow, and I made no attempt to detain her. As for me, I transformed my precious submarine into a bracelet and headed straight for Rainbase. My objective was clear: Nico Robin. I converted the Ark into a hovercraft and sped through the desert, outpacing Luffy and his crew. Upon arriving in Rainbase, my pockets were emptier than my face. So I set my sights on Crocodile's casino, the rain dinner. My plan was twofold: to acquire some funds and create enough of a stir to draw Robin out. This bracelet was no mere trinket. It boasted a scanning function, akin to a physical cheat code. Upon entering the casino, I made a beeline for the dice table. Forget merely listening. I had X-ray vision. In such conditions, losing was nearly impossible. Within half an hour, I'd amassed 50 million berries, stacking them like a small mountain. The surrounding gamblers were left in utter disbelief. Feeling satisfied, I waited for the dealer to finish rolling before I boldly pushed all my chips forward. The dealer broke into a cold sweat, his hands clutching the dice cup, unwilling to reveal the outcome, even attempting to intimidate me with Crocodile's name. I laughed, saying, "If your boss were here, that might matter, but you lack the qualifications." At that moment, a regal voice cut through the air. "Oh, am I not qualified either?" The crowd parted, revealing a striking woman in a cowboy hat, her figure curvaceous and commanding. It was none other than Nico Robin. She regarded me with a moment of surprise before breaking into a smile. "Ah, Captain Modeo, my apologies. May I invite you to the VIP room?" I swiftly gathered the tablecloth, slinging the 50 million berries over my shoulder as if packing luggage, and followed her inside. As I settled into the VIP room, I boldly proclaimed, "Nico Robin, would you care to join my crew? I would even make you my first mate. I am entirely sincere. I have risked my life to find you, being pursued by the Navy all the while." At that moment, Robin's perpetually calm smile faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. Responding warmly, "It is a great honor, but unfortunately, I am not the person you seek." I chuckled and said, "Sister Robin, do keep up the act. Others may be unaware, but I am well informed. I have visited O'Hara. I know where the true history is hidden. Whether you wish to know is entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, the cracks in her facade became evident for the first time. But who was she? A formidable force. Though she complimented my strength, she was already advancing towards me with small, deliberate steps. Those in the know would understand. In the next instant, 2 hands sprouted from the back of my neck, poised to deliver a swift adjustment to my cervical spine. Goodness, this woman was serious. Little did she know, my neck was as resilient as steel. Despite her exerting all her strength, I felt no discomfort, merely a free neck massage. I laughed, saying, "Sister, do continue. Your hands are quite refreshing. Feel free to press a bit longer." She shot me an exasperated glance, retracting her hands. Sensing an opportunity, I pressed on. "Your Hana no Mi is nothing short of miraculous, but you yourself are rather fragile. Relying solely on your ability is a weakness. If you were to strengthen your body and further develop your powers, I assure you, feats of strength would be child's play." My words struck a nerve, and her ears perked up. However, I paused mid-sentence, merely smiling at her. She rolled her eyes, muttering, "Stingy." I puffed out my chest, responding, "How could you judge my generosity without having tried? Why not test it tonight?" To my surprise, she did not grow angry. Instead, she leaned closer, resting her arm on my shoulder, her playful gaze piercing through me. With a smile, she said, "I will be waiting for you in my room tonight. Do you dare come?" With that, she turned to leave, adding at the door, "If you want me to join you, you must first deal with my boss, the warlord crocodile." Those in the know would understand. I was utterly taken aback. Was this not a blatant provocation wrapped in an invitation? How could I back down? That night, I indulged in a lavish dinner in the VIP room, gathering my strength. As evening approached, I noticed members of Baroque Works lurking outside, signaling that the Straw Hat crew was nearing. Time was of the essence. I pushed the heartfelt dinner I had prepared to her door, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. I knocked, and her voice called from within. I was so nervous that my reply trembled. The door swung open, and upon seeing my anxious demeanor and the dinner cart, she laughed even more heartily, ushering me inside and locking the door behind me. Inside, her room was filled with books. Just as I arranged the food, she produced 2 red candles from who knows where and lit them. She had set up a candlelit dinner. My mind reeled. This woman was quite the charmer. I barely managed to say I was there for serious matters when she nestled beside me, her gaze and tone suggesting that sharing a meal was of utmost importance. My blood pressure soared. I took a deep breath and said, "Please, no more teasing. You were playing with fire? I have been suppressing my feelings all this time." In response, she said, "Then do not hold back. If you can manage, I shall be yours, both body and soul." Brothers, upon hearing this, I could no longer restrain myself. I acted immediately. The next morning, when I awoke, the feeling was indescribable. She awoke with a complex expression, likely pondering whether this gamble had been worthwhile. Yet I knew she was intrigued, for the allure of the true history was far too enticing. However, our bliss was short-lived, as raucous commotion erupted downstairs, resembling a bustling marketplace. Glancing out the window, I was taken aback. The Straw Hat crew had arrived. Robin, now awake and dressed, declared, "Let us go and greet our esteemed guests." As I stepped outside, I caught a glimpse of the bedsheet, which was missing a corner and bore a hint of crimson. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, well, it's all a first time. Neither of us is at a loss. I followed her to the office of Kello Kedir. Upon entering, that sand crocodile remarked sarcastically that I had stolen his most capable assistant. I immediately met his gaze with disdain, saying, "Robin, you've been mingling with such an ugly creature for so long. It's a wonder you've endured." He exploded in anger, sand erupting from him as he prepared to strike. Without hesitation, I drew my sword and struck. In a flash, he was cleaved in 2. Yet, he remained amused, claiming that my attacks could not harm him due to his natural abilities. I chuckled and replied, "Who said I was targeting you? Just turn around and take a look." When he turned, his face turned ashen, likely upon witnessing the destruction of the water he had concealed. Seizing the moment of distraction, I leapt onto his head and delivered a powerful blow, sending him staggering back several paces. Asking now, do we have the privilege of conversing as equals? Only then did he drop his arrogant facade, acknowledging my strength. Yet he remained obstinate, asserting that Robin could not leave until his plan was fulfilled. I could hardly be bothered to sheath my sword, laying my cards on the table. I've known about your pathetic plan for ages. It's all about the ancient weapon, the Pluto. ISNT it. Let me tell you, with a bit of time, I could construct something far superior to that decrepit vessel. Upon hearing this, both he and Robin stared at me, dumbfounded, as if they had witnessed a ghost. I shrugged and said, you don't truly believe you're the only one aware of this, do you? The world government, ISNT, comprised of fools. They refrained from taking action out of fear that Alabasta may genuinely possess such a weapon and do not wish to burn bridges. If you, a warlord, can uncover this, surely they can too. The expression on Lao Sha's face was one of utter dismay, akin to a man who had just swallowed a fly. Sensing I had him rattled, I dropped another bombshell. In truth, I possess some additional intelligence regarding Pluto. Their eyes sparkled with intrigue, locked onto me intently. I smiled and said, I can share this information, but I have one condition. Lao Sha promptly interrupted. If the information is valid, Robin belongs to you. If you dare deceive me, I will show you what true cruelty is. I shook my head. Robin is a person, not an object. My condition is simple. Grant her freedom and cease troubling her henceforth. Keluo snorted coldly, responding aloofly, speak your piece. I paid little mind to him, but when I glanced at Robin, her expression remained utterly inscrutable, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened. However, time was of the essence, and I cleared my throat, addressing Keluo directly. Old Shah, let me share some insider knowledge with you. The Pluto you've been yearning for is, in fact, a super battleship created in the Water 7. It can obliterate an island with a single shot, and the design blueprints are likely still in existence. Keluo's eyes lit up instantly, nearly propelling him from his chair. What? Hurry up and continue. It seemed our crocodile friend was quite impatient. I leisurely revealed the latter part of my statement. However, the CP agents in black suits from the world government have been eyeing these blueprints for years. Your ambition to intercept them mid-course is akin to searching for a needle in a desert. Having tossed this half-truth into the mix, I paid no heed to his reaction. Grabbing Robin and making my exit, the more chaos I stirred, the more amusing the situation became. In the end, it would be the Navy and the world government who would be left with the headaches, and I found myself elated. Just as we reached the door, I heard a click above us, and a massive iron cage descended from the ceiling. Lo and behold, Luffy and the others fell into it like dumplings. Luffy glanced at me, a look of recognition on his face, though his goldfish memory likely prevented him from recalling where he had seen me before. Not wanting to concern myself with them, I slipped away with Robin. Without her, Keluo's lackluster subordinates could not possibly stop Vivi, who charged into the casino without hesitation. Of course, her efforts were futile. Against the powers of the Sand fruit, her meager attacks were no more effective than a tickle. Ultimately, she was captured by Lao Sha, who proceeded with the typical villainous monologue, informing her that it was too late and his plan was already in motion. Whether they were late or not was of little concern to me. I knew I would arrive on time. I piloted my small ship, heading straight for the royal capital of Alabasta. My system S sign-in point was likely located there. After all, this was the site of a climactic battle, where the historical texts were also found, and it was here that Luffy and his crew solidified their bonds after their high-stakes skirmish. Such a significant location surely warranted a reward from the system. Just as I departed, Keluo handed the key to the cage, holding Luffy and the others to a gigantic banana crocodile. What ensued was the classic dilemma: to remain and battle the crocodile to rescue comrades, or to proceed to the royal capital to avert war. However, our valiant knight, Sanji, had long since infiltrated, making the rescue a non-issue. By the time Luffy and the others escaped and made their way to the royal capital, Robin and I had already arrived. Goodness, my friends, who could comprehend the scene before us? This was no royal capital. It resembled a grand, live-action PK event. as the king's army and the rebel forces clashed in a chaotic melee, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. Fortunately, Robin's visage served as a VIP pass. She was still ostensibly the vice president of Baroque works, allowing us to stroll confidently into the city, unimpeded on our way to the palace. However, midway through, I sensed something amiss. Robin had been staring at me intently, making me quite uncomfortable. Unable to bear it any longer, I halted and said, "Sister, do I have something on my face? You've been watching me the entire way. If there's an issue, just ask." Robin burst into laughter, her smile dazzling. "I'm beginning to believe you're not interested in Pluto," she said, "and I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Who exactly are you?" At that moment, I felt a surge of delight and replied, "My dear, when a woman begins to delve deeply into a man's past, it usually signifies the onset of infatuation. As for me, I'm merely an ordinary adventurer hailing from a small fishing village in the East Blue, nothing out of the ordinary." After hearing this, Robin laughed, her expression clearly signaling that she suspected I was weaving a tale. Yet, I had no time to ponder her thoughts. As I suddenly realized a critical issue, I knew the historical texts were in the palace, but I had forgotten their exact location. This was a dire predicament. Upon noticing my awkward expression, Robin's demeanor shifted instantly. Her gaze was one of pure fury, as if she wished to consume me whole. "So, you've been deceiving me all along? Hey, calm down." I quickly waved my hands. "I didn't deceive you. The texts are definitely there. I just can't recall their exact position. But we can simply ask the king." An hour later, Robin, the king cobra, whose expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and I found ourselves in the grand hall of the palace, playing a game of Who's the Wooden Man. I wore a radiant smile. For the moment I stepped into that hall, a delightful notification pinged in my mind. System sign-in successful. Reward: 3-color hockey, instantly maxed to mastery level. What did this mean? It meant I was now a master of hockey. Armed hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror-s hockey. Each was now at my command. No longer would I need to scour the world for water to combat Lao Sha's natural abilities. I could simply deliver a punch straight to his face. The king was still pointing at the fallen captain of the guard, Gaka, who lay on the floor, yelling at me. "Is this what you call a lack of hostility?" I thought to myself, "Come on, don't be hasty." Gaka charged at us and was merely knocked unconscious by the hilt of my sword. It was a minor incident. I raised my hands in surrender, prepared to explain, when the surrounding guards encircled us. Well then, this was the perfect opportunity to test my new toy. I closed my eyes and then opened them again, unleashing an invisible aura that swept across the hall. In an instant, all the guards, save for the 3 of us, rolled their eyes and collapsed like a line of dominoes. Cobra was left in a state of shock, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. I clapped my hands, feigning nonchalance, and addressed His Majesty the King. "You see, I assure you, I mean no harm. They merely fell asleep. Now, might we take a glimpse at the historical texts? If you cooperate, perhaps once this lady beside me is satisfied, I might be inclined to assist you in quelling the conflict outside." I added fuel to the fire. A friendly reminder. The minions of Kelokedir have infiltrated both armies, and he himself is en route. Did you truly believe that merely exposing a conspiracy could halt the war? Do not be so naive. My words thoroughly shattered Cobra's psychological defenses. After struggling for a while, he finally sighed deeply, casting aside notions of national duty and ancestral teachings. Gritting his teeth as he led us to the royal tombs. In the graveyard stood an imposing black stone monument, engraved with cryptic symbols. Robin was utterly engrossed, as if she were witnessing the climax of a gripping drama. Meanwhile, I found myself lost in thought, contemplating whether Luffy could ever reach Lafadulu without Robin by his side. Yet, I dismissed such musings. My journey spanned countless realms. After what felt like an eternity, Robin finally concluded her examination. Without a second thought, I turned to leave, declaring, "All right, we're done here. Let's wrap it up." This abrupt action left both Robin and Cobra utterly bewildered, trailing behind me with expressions of existential doubt. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Robin caught up and asked, "Aren't you at all curious about what is inscribed there?" It could reveal the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluto. I paused, looking at her with genuine perplexity. Why should I be curious? I hold no interest in the history of this world. As for Pluto, a single cannon could level an island? My ship far surpasses that. When I venture to other worlds, I might even commandeer a star destroyer. Who would still regard such antiquated relics? Upon hearing my words, Robin fell into a profound silence. It dawned upon her that her greatest value lay in interpreting historical texts. Yet in my eyes, it seemed utterly worthless. Her mind was likely in turmoil, wrestling with this realization. Eventually, her gaze shifted, as if she had resolved to make a decision, and she wordlessly stepped ahead of me. As I pondered her thoughts, the resounding clamor of battle erupted from outside the palace. Kubera, upon hearing it, panicked, rushing towards the city walls while shouting to stop them. I couldn't help but notice the barely concealed smirk at the corner of Robin's mouth, and with a resigned sigh, I acknowledged that I had promised to see this through. Besides, I had yet to unleash the full potential of my newfound conqueror's hockey. I wondered, would it be enough to stun the tens of thousands below? The thought alone stirred a sense of exhilaration within me. Without hesitation, I stepped forward, positioning myself atop the battlements, took a deep breath, and unleashed my conqueror's hockey to its fullest extent, bellowing down at the throng of darkened heads. Cease at once. The effect was nothing short of extraordinary. It was as if I had pressed the pause button. Instantly, the cacophony of clashing swords and shouts fell silent. Everyone stood frozen, their bodies tense, their eyes wide with a terror reminiscent of encountering a specter, all directed towards me. Little did they know of the conqueror's hockey. They simply felt their very souls tremble, a primal fear echoing from their ancient DNA. Observing this effect, I nodded in satisfaction. Seizing the moment, I drew my blade, pointed to the side, and shouted, "Anyone who moves again shall meet their end." As soon as the words left my lips, I flicked my wrist, and a wave of sword energy shot forth, resulting in a thunderous crash as an entire row of buildings beside the square collapsed like a line of dominoes. At that moment, not only the foot soldiers but even the covert agents from the Baroque works hidden in the crowd stood petrified, swallowing hard, rendered immobile. Behind me, King Kubera and Robin's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. Kubera trembled as he exclaimed, "Is this the intimidation of a true powerhouse?" Of course, this was merely the beginning. Thus, with nothing but a single sword, I subdued a battlefield of over 100,000, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. A spectacle I found utterly magnificent. Time trickled by, stretching from afternoon into evening. The crowd below exhibited remarkable endurance, standing still until their legs grew numb. However, gradually, I sensed a shift. Individuals began to weave discreetly through the masses, akin to spies making contact, and the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. I understood perfectly Kelookedier. The old sand crocodile was nearing, and his subordinates were beginning to stir. Yet, it mattered little. I had previously feared the challenges presented by his Logia powers, but now, with my hockey at my disposal, should he dare approach, I would be more than ready. True to my expectations, mere minutes later, an explosion echoed from outside the city. Using my observation hockey, I discerned the familiar, reckless energy of Luffy, likely engaged in battle with Kelookidier's subordinates. In the next instant, a signature, boisterous laugh drew near, and the crowd parted to reveal Kelookedier, draped in his fur coat, cigar in mouth, strutting towards me with an air of arrogance. "Kuhaha! I didn't expect you to arrive before me. So, have you captured the king of Alabasta?" He began, attempting to sow discord. I could hardly be bothered to lift my eyelids, dismissing his words with a smile. "Kelookedier, we have already witnessed that artifact. How about we strike a deal?" Upon hearing the mention of the artifact, the old sand crocodile's eyes lit up, and in an instant, he transformed into sand. Swirling towards me with an urgency that altered his voice, "You truly saw it? Speak, where is it?" I calmly reiterated, "This is a negotiation. You haven't even heard my terms and expect to claim information for free? That hardly seems fair." The expression on his face soured immediately. "Do not forget our original agreement. I allowed you to take Robin on the condition that she would locate what I desired. Do you intend to breach our contract?" I couldn't help but chuckle. "Firstly, Robin is merely a former colleague, not your possession. Secondly, she has since resigned and is now a free individual. Most importantly, she belongs to me now. Why should what she uncovers belong to you? So, shall we discuss this deal? You little brat, do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to play tricks before me. Keluokidier's gaze turned icy. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Keluokidier. I waved my hand dismissively, feeling quite impatient. The title sounded impressive, but I boldly declared, Robin is under my protection. Alabasta is under my protection. If you dare to stir trouble here, I will not hesitate to strike you down. Keluokidier's face flushed with rage. He glared at me, suddenly appearing to grasp something, shock evident in his expression. Could it be that you already possess that artifact? Otherwise, you would not dare speak to me in such a manner. In the next moment, his demeanor shifted, as if he had concluded he had the upper hand, and he laughed maniacally. Ha ha, you truly are capable. Now, hand over the artifact and become my subordinate. Otherwise, Alabasta will witness the emergence of 2 more mummies today. Observing his overconfidence, I sighed. Old sand, your Logia powers are not invincible. Do not force my hand. However, he paid no heed, believing he had me cornered, and with a mocking grin declared, I've made my decision. You wish to protect this nation? Then I shall utterly destroy it before your eyes. Afterward, I will turn you both into mummies and deliver you to the world government for a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, he bellowed orders to the army below. Seize Albana. The once intimidated rebels, now emboldened by his command, charged towards the palace, weapons raised. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from above. Keluokidier, as Luffy descended from the heavens, burdened by a large water bucket, he launched a flying kick toward me. Old Shot effortlessly evaded the attack, gazing at Luffy in astonishment. You're still alive? But what difference does it make? The war has already commenced. With that, he extended his arms, and a tempest of yellow sand instantly enveloped the entire square, rendering visibility non-existent. Good heavens, did these 2 truly consider me invisible? I sighed and murmured, I warned you. Anyone who dares to move shall be dealt with. Since you refuse to listen, I command you all to lie down. As I uttered the words lie down, my gaze sharpened, and an intangible aura of Haushika Haki erupted with the force of a tsunami, sweeping across the square. Wherever it passed, be they royal soldiers or rebels, every one of them fell like marionettes with severed strings, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed in droves. The entire process took scarcely a second. Luffy watched in bewilderment, while Crocodile, being a discerning individual, was momentarily taken aback, his voice trembling. Haushiku Haki. Impossible. How could you possess the qualities of king? I regarded him calmly and replied, I've already stated that if you break the rules, I shall not hold back. So, Crocodile, are you prepared? Luffy, still confused, quickly interjected, positioning himself before me. No, Crocodile is my opponent. I promised to defeat him myself. I stared at this obstinate fellow, utterly speechless. Luffy, I'll leave the likes of Arlong to you for practice. This 1S strength is just right for me to stretch my muscles. Stay out of it this time. No, absolutely not. Luffy, the stubborn bull, was resolute. My companions, who understands? This AI teammate is truly unmanageable. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. Why not deal with him together? Infusing my fists with Busashoka Haki, I contemplated delivering a heartfelt blow that would undoubtedly leave a mark. Just as I was entangled in this banter with Luffy, the cunning crocodile could no longer contain himself, interjecting sarcastically, Hey, have you 2 come to an agreement? Why don't you fight it out first, and whoever wins can take me on? Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands. Right, great idea. Come on, Imo Dao Jun, let us settle this. I could barely suppress my eye roll. Engaging in conversation with this fool was a sheer waste of time. In the next instant, I vanished from my spot, reappearing behind Luffy, delivering a precise strike to the back of his head, reinforced with Busashoka Haki. Luffy let out a yelp, sporting a freshly formed bump. His eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the ground. I withdrew my hand and turned to Crocodile hovering above, drawing my blade, Bailu, with a swift motion. As the blade emerged from its sheath, the pristine white edge was rapidly enveloped by a layer of pitch-black Busashokahaki. Now we were undisturbed. Come forth, crocodile. Let me witness the true prowess of a warlord of the sea. Crocodile's expression darkened to its utmost. It seems I underestimated you. But do you think mere Busashokahaki can defeat me? Naive. Desert sword. No sooner had he spoken than he swung his right hand, launching a massive slash composed of sand that tore through the ground toward me. I did not evade. Instead, I countered with a blade of my own, while I myself disappeared in an instant. Mo Dao, you fall for my trick. Crocodile's voice brimmed with arrogance. I told you, this guy is indeed a formidable foe, with a clear objective. He knows there's no benefit in clashing with me head-on. Thus, that previous move was merely a feint. His true self had already transformed into sand, silently regrouping behind Robin, aiming to capture the king first. However, he miscalculated one thing. My kin Bunchakahaki was not a mere decoration. Just as his sandy hand was about to reach Robin, a fierce flash of blade light erupted before him. Crocodile had no time to react, instinctively raising his hand to defend. With a soft sound, he felt a sharp pain in his left hand, watching in disbelief as his golden hook soared high into the sky. He paused for half a second, finally realizing that it was his own hook that had been flung away. How is this possible? Crocodile's combat instincts were indeed sharp. Despite his shock, his body transformed into swirling sand, shooting upward to create distance. I stood firm, blade in hand, positioned before Robin, calmly stating, "Crocodile, cease your tricks, or you shall suffer greatly." Crocodile, now high above, finally comprehended that I had entirely disregarded his desert sword and had predicted his movements from the outset, teleporting directly in front of Robin. He could not fathom how I knew she was his target. His gaze fixed on me in horror. "You possess all 3 types of haki." I smirked, guess. No sooner had I spoken than I vanished once more. This time, I materialized in midair, my black blade, cloaked in Busashokahaki, clashing fiercely with his sand-formed long sword. Clang! "You little brat, the sky is my domain." Crocodile, ecstatic at my audacity to leap into the air, exclaimed, "Sandstorm." In an instant, a violent storm of sand engulfed the sky, forming a colossal sand tornado that drew me in. Countless grains of sand bombarded my Busashokahaki, causing me considerable pain. Did he truly believe he had me cornered? How naive. I had already deduced that the elementalization of a Logia user was merely the dispersal of their will across each elemental particle. Haki could strike them because it targeted not the elements, but the will attached to them. Given this, as a wielder of Haushika-Haki, I was his natural nemesis. I endured the tempest for several seconds, then compressed my Haushika-Haki to its utmost limit, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion centered around me. Buzz! My hypothesis proved entirely accurate. Once the Haushiko-Haki was unleashed, the will within the swirling sand shattered, as if encountering its nemesis, collapsing in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, Crocodile spat a mouthful of blood, reverting from his elemental state to his original form, plummeting from the sky. I landed steadily atop the city wall. Gazing at the incredulous crocodile sprawled on the square, I chuckled. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. So Crocodile, farewell. A brilliant flash of blade light erupted from the city wall, aimed at his life. Just as I believed everything had concluded, a resounding clang echoed as a towering figure suddenly emerged, blocking my strike with their body, only to be cleaved in 2, collapsing in a pool of blood. It was Mr. One. In that brief moment, I discovered that 2 crocodiles had appeared among the crowd, swiftly fleeing. It was that transvestite phone, Calais. This fellow's subordinates were indeed loyal. Trying to escape? He underestimated my kin Bunchaku Haki. I was about to draw my blade again when a sudden, violent whoosh erupted behind me. Luffy, that troublesome fool, had awakened, furiously bellowing at me. Goma Goma no rocket. I was utterly exasperated. To evade this fool's attack, I had no choice but to abandon my pursuit. Yet this guy was relentless, forcing me to strike him down once more with the hilt of my sword. By the time I returned to the city wall, Crocodile's figure had vanished from the square. This fellow's luck was truly remarkable. How could he have managed to escape? But so be it. I had no particular desire to kill him. Now, there were more pressing matters at hand. I entrusted Luffy to Cobra and directly sought out Princess Wei Wei, who was diligently striving to halt the war. I must say, Princess Wei Wei truly knew how to handle matters. She was genuinely proactive. Together, we swiftly resolved the chaotic situation. King Cobra, witnessing this great benefactor, exclaimed that we must celebrate this grand favor. He promptly ordered a lavish feast. Good heavens, that banquet was a lively affair. However, I must express that the members of the Straw Hat crew resemble not mere humans, but rather creatures of the extraordinary. Usopp has been wrapped up like a mummy, with bandages adorning his nose fashioned into a splendid bow. And what is he doing? Gallivanting about with a wine glass, exuberantly reveling more than anyone else. Zoro and Sanji are no different, having just clawed their way back from the gates of death, their wounds likely still unhealed. Yet they come over to challenge me to a drinking contest as if nothing were amiss. A drinking contest? Does anyone comprehend what that entails? It's akin to throwing oneself willingly into the mouth of danger. Given my constitution, what I consume is not merely alcohol, but rather solitude. A few drinks in, and I become a whirlwind of chaos, capable of bringing the entire crew to their knees. One by one, they lay flat. In the end, only Nami remains, swaying and seeing double. I burp, rise to make my escape, when Robin, with a cheerful smile, remarks, "Captain, you truly are a hidden gem. I had no idea of your remarkable drinking prowess." I chuckle and reply, "I simply prefer not to drink alone. Should you desire, I shall accompany you daily." Robin smiles, but does not respond, turning to engage in light conversation with Nami. I bid them farewell and slip away. After a day of exertion, I feel sticky and in need of a bath to unwind. The king has taken great care. A grand private hot spring awaits me, free from interruptions. A perfect escape. Upon stepping in, the sensation is nothing short of divine, nearly causing me to exclaim in pleasure, perhaps due to exhaustion or the allure of the hot spring. I drifted off to sleep. Little did I know, just as I succumbed to slumber, the old King Cobra began to stir trouble. He summoned his confidant, Yinkalam, whispering commands that caused the man's face to drain of color as he vehemently shook his head in refusal. Yet Cobra, with a fierce glare, insisted. "This is for the nation, for Wei Wei. You must go." With no other choice, the man accepted his fate, tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, Nami, Wei Wei, and Robin, who shared a bond as tight as sisters, decided to indulge in the hot spring together. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by Yinkalam, who claimed the area needed cleaning and instructed them to wait. He then slipped into the hot spring, where he found me blissfully asleep in a corner, shrouded by steam. Nearly invisible, after a moment of hesitation, he bit the bullet, pulled out a small vial, and dripped a few drops of perfume into the water. Having completed his task, he dashed away like a thief. Moments later, the three beauties entered, chattering and laughing. I must tell you, the old king was orchestrating a grand scheme. He had long realized that Crocodile's actions bore the unmistakable fingerprints of the world government. The Nefertari family had become a thorn in the side of the world government, having failed to appear before the celestial dragons in Mariewa. And with the information they held regarding the ancient weapon Pluton, they were certainly not to be overlooked. Thus, this encounter with Crocodile served as a trial. Cobra understood that this calamity could not be avoided and that he needed formidable external assistance. Luffy is strong, but his connections are too complex and his personality too unreliable. As for me, I possess sufficient strength and immense potential. Most crucially, I am reckless and audacious enough to serve as a perfect target, drawing the full fire of the world government and affording Alabasta precious time for development. Hence, he devised this scheme. The perfume was no ordinary concoction. It was designed to induce extreme relaxation and amplify affection towards a specific individual. He was gambling, wagering that Wei Wei and the others harbored feelings for me, thereby facilitating my complete alignment with Alabasta's cause. As for Nami and Robin, regrettably, for the sake of the nation, they had to be sacrificed together, as he had perceived that they too held a certain interest in me. Unfortunately, the old king had miscalculated. The three of them had not seen me at all. I remained ensconced in my corner, soundly asleep, while the perfume in the hot spring began to take effect, albeit not in the manner he had anticipated. The camaraderie among these three ladies grew stronger, almost akin to that of sisters. In my hazy state, I overheard them plotting loudly. Wei Wei expressed concerns about future pirate disturbances, to which Robin suggested, "Why fear? Let us steal his pirate flag and see who dares to cause trouble." Nami, upon learning that I possessed 300 million berries from Crocodile, gleamed with excitement, clamoring for a loan for a meal. What scene it was! One sought a flag, the other desired money, and their conspiratorial whispers escalated, ultimately rousing me from my slumber. As I opened my eyes, I nearly choked on water, plunging straight to the bottom. The situation was overwhelmingly exhilarating. As I flailed, the three of them noticed me. Instead of fleeing, they merely covered their mouths, laughing. Who can comprehend such absurdity? Most astonishingly, Wei Wei approached me, gently patting my back to ease my coughing fit, cheerfully questioning how I ended up there. "Sister, do we share such intimacy? This script seems awry." My embarrassment was palpable, my toes nearly burrowing into the pool's floor. Just as I regained my composure, Wei Wei settled beside me, and the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, the cunning Robin struck. With a sly grin, she ignited the flames of chaos, quietly activating her Hana know me abilities to stir mischief behind my back. I froze, staring at her in astonishment. She, however, remained unfazed, meeting my gaze directly and calling out to Wei Wei, "Wei Wei, an opportunity has arisen. Quickly, give him a back rub and say a few kind words, and the pirate flag shall be ours." She then turned to encourage Nami. "Nami, P.S. feeling insecure right now. It's the perfect moment to seize the chance. Why not give it a try?" Nami, who already held a fondness for me due to my assistance in vanquishing Arlong and saving her village and treasure, was further enchanted by the prospect of 300 million berries. Spurred on by Robin, she approached with a smile and sat down on my other side. At that moment, I felt like a young man brimming with vigor, surrounded by the influence of the problematic perfume in the hot spring, with Robin continuously stoking the flames. Who could withstand such a scenario? However, the true instigator of this chaos was undoubtedly Robin, as she was the one I was most familiar with. She had to be the first to face my wrath. In a swift motion, I maneuvered between Wei Wei and Nami, lunging toward Robin and toppling her into the water. The following morning, I awoke in a plush bed beside the three lovely ladies, reflecting on the absurdity of the previous night. And I couldn't help but cover my face in shame. I had been outmaneuvered. I was certain that the hot spring posed some sort of issue. Although I didn't entirely resist the predicament I found myself in, there was an undeniable sense of discomfort. And now, how was I to face Wei Wei and Nami? My mind was a chaotic whirlpool, prompting me to hastily dress and prepare to flee. Just as my feet touched the ground, Robin's voice rang out behind me. "Are you planning to leave just like that?" I turned to find her smiling face, as if nothing had transpired. A surge of frustration and vulnerability washed over me. I was aware that last night's events were not my intention. Yet, she grinned like a cunning little fox who had pilfered a hen, knowing that, without my creating the opportunity, she would not enjoy such fortune. How fortunate I had been to her! If she were to ask, I would gladly bring the other two aboard. Boom! It was as though a thunderbolt struck my mind. My thoughts short-circuited, leaving me frozen in place. I had previously believed I was slowly winning her over, only to realize she had never considered that angle. Observing my expression, she continued, "My dear Captain, we are pirates. We never know what tomorrow may bring. Seizing the moment is our way of life. Do not overthink it." I was left speechless, a profound sense of defeat washing over me. With a sigh, I left a note for them to apologize once they awoke and turned to depart. This score needed to be settled with the true puppet master behind it all. Fuming, I stormed directly to the royal palace, seeking out Cobra, seated upon his throne. The old fox, upon seeing me, displayed no surprise, but rather a satisfied smile. "Ah, you've arrived. Please have a seat. I am willing to answer any question you may have, but I hope you do not blame Wei Wei. She knows nothing. Let me be blunt. Why must we proceed in this manner? It is because I must safeguard my country and my daughter. Why was I chosen? It is because you are more astute than the straw hat boy, more audacious, and your deterrent power is far greater. Upon hearing his explanations, everything became clear to me in an instant. This old man intends to thrust me into the limelight, using me as a shield for Alabasta, drawing the full fire of the world government upon me. Can I refuse? I have already reaped the benefits. It would be unreasonable to completely disregard my obligations. I cannot act in such a manner. Well, as Robin said, we pirates live in the moment. In any case, I'm already being targeted by the Navy. What does it matter if I attract a bit more fire? I gazed at Kubala and earnestly declared, I cannot make any promises, but as long as I remain upon these seas, my name shall echo through the heavens. Thus, the matter was settled. The fire within me still had no outlet. So I sought out a study and sketched some blueprints for cannons and Gatling guns, tossing them to Kubala as a form of hush money. Then I turned and roused Luffy and the others, who were still nursing their hangovers, and we continued our revelry. By noon, they were once again sprawled on the ground. I, fueled by the spirits, succumbed to a deep slumber. In the evening, a gentle voice awakened me. Upon opening my eyes, I was astonished to find Wei Wei before me. I was momentarily flustered. Wei Wei, perceiving my discomfort, smiled tenderly and placed her finger upon my lips. Sister Robin has spoken to me, and I have consulted my father. You are not to blame for this. Do not burden yourself with guilt. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she added, if it were you, Nami, and I would not actually object. Therefore, last night, I was quite happy. With that, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss upon my lips, then bashfully grasped my hand and led me out. I followed her, gazing at her graceful silhouette, and sighed inwardly. Alas, this has made things even more complicated. The affections of a beauty are indeed the hardest to bear. She brought me to the banquet hall, where Luffy and the others had resumed their revelry. Nami rushed over, pulling Wei Wei away while casting me a flirtatious glance that sent shivers down my spine. I was utterly bewildered. The logic of this world was beyond my comprehension. It was clear that they were the ones at a disadvantage, yet they all appeared unfazed, while I, the one who had benefited, was lost in endless turmoil. Forget it. There is no point in overthinking. The situation has unfolded as it has. I might as well embrace it. Taking a deep breath, I joined the festive gathering. Let me tell you, the banquet began quite normally, but as I watched Luffy and Chopper putting on a show, an idea suddenly struck me, and a song leapt to mind. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. My voice rang out, and the entire hall fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone turned to look at me. Even the boisterous Luffy stood frozen. I did not hesitate and began to sing. Binksake, we shall present. To my surprise, I discovered that my voice was quite pleasant, resonating clearly, captivating everyone present. Just as I finished, Luffy dashed in front of me, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a song! Teach us to sing it. I scanned the crowd, noticing their eager expressions, and chuckled. Of course. This song is called Binksake, a tune belonging to us wayward souls of the sea. Before long, the palace was filled with a cacophony of off-key yet fervent singing. Just as we were lost in our revelry, King Kubala approached, accompanied by a large entourage. We were too absorbed in our merriment to notice. Luffy's loud voice rang out again. Come aboard my ship, Robin-chan. Let us embark on an adventure together. Ah, this fellow truly has no reservations. Attempting to whisk Robin and me away, I shook my head with a smile. Luffy, I have said it before, you have your adventures and I have mine. Thus, I cannot. Luffy's face fell at once, but in just a second, he bounced back and turned to Robin. She glanced at me, a sly smile gracing her lips. I must accompany our captain. Otherwise, how lonely it would be for him at sea. Wouldn't you agree? That title, Captain, sent a shiver through my bones. I could only acquiesce. Indeed, being alone is quite lonely. However, if Robin wishes to depart, I shall not obstruct her. At that moment, the grand doors creaked open, and King Kubala entered with a genial smile. I hope I'm not interrupting your festivities, he said, but behind him trailed a large group of people. He introduced them as the heroes of this recent turmoil, encouraging us to get acquainted. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback to see a familiar face in the crowd. Philomena? What brings you here? Captain. Our voices echoed simultaneously, leaving everyone bewildered. Family. Who can understand this? What a small world it is. Kobola was equally surprised, but he quickly explained. Philomena had remained in Alabasta after parting from me, practicing medicine. When the conflict erupted, she utilized her extraordinary medical skills to organize a medical team, saving countless lives and becoming a national hero. I was impressed. She truly shines wherever she goes. However, it was clear she had found her purpose here, and I could not drag her back onto my pirate ship. Everyone has their own path to follow. It is futile to force someone against their will. After a brief exchange, Kobola led them away to continue their celebration, leaving us pirates to our own devices. What ensued was pure chaos. Perhaps due to familiarity, one after another, they lined up to pour me drinks, with even Nami and Weiwei joining in. They thought they could get me drunk? I promptly incapacitated them all, with Luffy being the first to succumb. However, I must admit that by the end, I too was somewhat inebriated and stumbled back to my room. When I awoke the next morning, I was utterly disoriented. I felt a weight upon my chest, and as I opened my eyes, two stunning faces were mere inches away from me, Nami on my left and Weiwei on my right. Family, who understands how such extravagant fortune has come to me? The following 3 days were nothing short of delightful, yet absurd. Joyous moments are fleeting. By the 4th day, before dawn broke, I knew I had to make my escape. If I lingered any longer, the Navy would truly come knocking. I placed a kiss on each of their faces and quietly departed the palace with Robin. Long after we left, I felt as if two figures lingered at the window for a long, long time. Kobola had prepared a new ship for us, comparable in size to the Merry Go. Upon boarding, I surreptitiously merged it with the core of my Noah's Arkansas. Now, this seemingly unremarkable wooden vessel is, in fact, the true Noah's Ark, though Robin remains unaware. She was astonished at how I managed to conjure so many cannons overnight. As the ship set sail, Robin, donning sunglasses, lounged in a chair, sipping juice, reveling in the leisurely life. She asked, Captain, where are we headed next? I gazed at the sky and uttered 2 words, Sky Island. There awaits something of great significance. Sky Island? What is that? Before Robin could finish her sentence, a deafening explosion resonated from afar, abruptly interrupting her. Without hesitation, I leaped onto the lookout. Goodness! In the distance, 3 Navy warships were bombarding a small vessel, employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Once again, they were resorting to bullying the weak. I had to intervene. I jumped down, took the helm, and charged forward, determined to intervene in this matter, as long as the individuals involved were not heinous criminals. However, as we approached, the 3 warships displayed a defiant stance, with 2 of them turning their cannons toward me. Oh, they dare to provoke me? With a cold laugh, I unleashed a barrage. I assure you, the cannons aboard my vessel possess a range that is truly unparalleled. The opposing ship couldn't even graze my edges before I fired. Boom! Boom! 2 shots, and I severed their main mast, followed by 2 more that caused their hull to rupture, rendering them utterly incapacitated. The entire process unfolded with effortless grace, a delightful endeavor. Once I dealt with those 2, we swiftly pursued the besieged small craft. When I finally discerned the occupants of the ship, I was momentarily taken aback. There stood a solitary woman, radiating a captivating beauty that was enchanting to the core. The more I gazed, the more familiar she seemed, though her identity eluded me. Then, as she spoke, her voice, laced with an almost venomous tone, pierced through my thoughts. Captain, have you forgotten me after just a few days? Well, I suppose I am far more beautiful now than before. My mind buzzed, and suddenly the realization struck me. Selena? How could it be? The transformation was staggering. As if she were an entirely different person. With a sardonic smile, she remarked, all thanks to you, Captain, for that devil fruit you discarded. In an instant, clarity washed over me. That box containing the devil fruit we had sent flying had been retrieved by her, who had not strayed far. What remarkable fortune! Selena boarded my ship, revealing that after consuming the fruit, she had intended to hide for a few days in Alabasta, but upon venturing out to sea, she found herself pursued by the Navy. Had she not encountered me, Today would have been her downfall. However, I soon sensed something amiss. Ever since her arrival, I felt as if my heart were ablaze, a compulsion to overpower her, and this was decidedly unsettling. I acknowledged her as an exquisite temptress, with a figure that ignited desire and a smile that ensnared the soul. Yet surely my willpower was not so feeble. The source of this anomaly had to lie within her devil fruit. With that thought, I unleashed a fragment of my conqueror's haki, instantly subduing her. In that fleeting moment of her dazed state, the fiery urge within me extinguished. Indeed, it was the fruit's ability. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired directly, "What fruit did you consume? What power does it grant?" She instinctively replied, "Illusion beast type, blue fox form, with the ability to seduce." Good heavens! An illusion beast. Such a game-changing ability. If wielded on the battlefield, it would be a devastating advantage. Selena regained her composure, her expression fraught with fear as she gazed at me. I merely smiled. It's just a minor application of haki. From now on, refrain from misusing that ability in my presence. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. I resolved not to let her go. Her ability was a tailor-made training apparatus for my willpower. It soon became evident that Selena's allure had no effect on Robin. Thus commenced a prolonged tug-of-war. Initially, whenever Robin was absent, I succumbed within mere seconds, and that day, Selena would remain in bed indefinitely. This woman was tenacious, seemingly intent on challenging me every day, only to face humiliating defeats each time. After nearly half a month, I finally managed to withstand her seduction. Yet, before I could revel in my triumph, she transformed into a beastly maiden, adorned with fluffy fox ears and a tail. At that moment, I felt as though my very CPU might overheat. Who could withstand such a sight? Thus, a new round of contests began, persisting until we reached Gaia Island, where pirates revel in chaos. I had come for supplies and to capture a vital guide bird for our journey to the Sky Island. Both Robin and Selena were disinclined to disembark, aware that their beauty would inevitably draw trouble. I ventured into town alone, and upon arriving at the tavern, I spotted my new wanted poster, 35 million. Beside it was Robin's, which had risen to 15 million. Well, it seems I had become quite the walking treasure. I gathered some information in the tavern, learning that rumors had spread that Alabasta was under my protection, primarily due to my former ship's doctor, Philomena, who had risen to a position akin to a regent there. I was unaware of this development, but it was quite intriguing. Upon returning to the dock after procuring supplies, I was met with a scene of my ship surrounded by layers of pirates. Upon closer inspection, I discovered several pirate captains vying for Selena's favor, preparing to duel for her possession. I was both amused and enraged. My flag still flew proudly on the ship. Were these fools blind? I leapt directly into their midst and declared, "Are you all gathered here for a debate?" The topic being who gets to claim the woman aboard my ship. Have you sought the owner's opinion? A sudden hush fell over the crowd. One particularly bold individual, without even turning to face me, arrogantly proclaimed, "Your return is fortuitous. Your ship and everything aboard now belong to me. Do you have any objections?" I surveyed them, realizing they were mere minnows, and instantly lost interest. Very well. I had no desire to squander time with them. I casually retrieved a small knife gifted by the vendor during my fruit purchase and waved it through the air. An almost imperceptible flash of steel sliced through the air, and the raucous pirates froze in place. Without a backward glance, I leapt back aboard my ship and set sail. It was not until our vessel was nearly out of sight that someone on the dock trembled and shouted, "That pirate flag belongs to the Duanhuan pirate crew." On board, Rob eyed the multitude of fruits I had purchased, puzzled. "Why did you buy so many fruits? 3 of us can't possibly finish them all." I smiled enigmatically. "You will find out soon enough. I guarantee it will astonish you." 2 days later, our ship had taken on an unusual appearance, with 4 enormous cylindrical contraptions affixed to either side. Selena, toying with the guide bird we had just captured, eyed me skeptically. "So, you managed to create these 4 enormous blowers in just 2 days? Are you certain they will carry us to the Sky Island and not whisk us away elsewhere?" I secured the final screw, patting the exterior confidently. "Fear not, My DIY skills are built on the principle that great strength yields miraculous results. The winds may be a bit fierce. You should retreat inside. This contraption was known as a turbofan propulsion system, although it was a makeshift creation by my amateur hands. It was more than sufficient to launch us skyward. Once Robin and Selena had retreated to their quarters, I entered the control room, plopping down into the pilot's seat. I immediately cranked the 4 turbofan engines to maximum power. The engines roared to life, reminiscent of a fighter jet taking off, and the seawater beside the ship churned violently, sending sprays of mist into the air. In mere seconds, the ship jolted violently, and then, with a whoosh, we were airborne. We were truly flying, and it was remarkably stable. Robin and Selena pressed their faces against the windows, watching as the sea receded into the distance, their expressions awestruck. They must have been thinking, with this captain, it's all about the thrill. As for me, once we ascended, I simply released the controls, activating the autopilot mode. The navigation indicator pointed steadfastly toward the heavens, so we couldn't possibly stray. Although our ship's design did not adhere to the principles of aerodynamics and was slower than an aircraft, it excelled in comfort. 7,000 meters, 10,000 meters, quite the altitude. Yet within 10 minutes, we pierced through a thick layer of clouds, emerging above a sea of clouds. Truly, this white sea was a realm of clouds. Upon our ascent, the air grew thin, causing me to experience a slight altitude reaction, but my robust physique quickly acclimatized. Robin and Selena, both capable individuals, adjusted within moments, full of energy. I scanned the horizon and swiftly locked onto a distant cloud formation resembling a waterfall. Beyond it lay the path to the true Sky Island. Just as I began to navigate toward it, a figure donned in a bull-headed mask charged at me, wielding a rocket launcher. I reasoned this must be the security of the Sky Island. Why waste words with him? I pivoted the cannon and fired, sending him on his way. Peace restored. Having just resolved the preceding matter, I sensed a formidable presence stirring beneath me. Could it be an empty fish? In the anime, Nami remarked on how delectable it was. I simply had to taste it. Approaching the edge of the ship, I unsheathed my blade, Bailu, and plunged it into the sea beneath the clouds. A resounding crack echoed as a hooked iron chain shot out from the ship's hull. Within mere seconds, the vessel lurched downward, and I felt a tug, as if something was being reeled in. With a swift motion, I struck several more times, and upon returning to the control room, I pressed a button, causing the ship's bottom to open like a door and drag in a tentacle of an octopus, thicker than the ship itself. An evening feast was secured. By the time I managed all of this, Robin and the others had emerged, and our ship had drifted to a cotton candy-like cloud. I halted the vessel, reached out, and prodded it. The sensation was exquisite, soft yet resilient, akin to grasping a large slime. Serena's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed that if this material could be fashioned into a bed, it would be immensely comfortable. Her words ignited a revelation within me. I retrieved a fruit knife and made a cut. Lo and behold, it could indeed be severed. Robin's eyes lit up as well, and she immediately placed an order. She wanted a bed and a recliner. Without hesitation, I switched to Bailu and, with swift strokes, carved several 2-meter square chunks of cloud, piling them on the deck for later sculpting at our destination. Navigating around the cotton candy clouds, we soon encountered a colossal door inscribed with the words Tian Guajimen. Just as I remarked that this must be the place, an elderly lady emerged, her face resembling dried orange peel, complete with a pair of small wings. An angel? As Robin approached to inquire for directions, the old woman interrupted her, asking, "Sightseeing or battling?" Understanding the situation, I tossed a prepared bag of money toward her. 300,000 berries, not a cent less. For sightseeing, of course. The old woman, likely taken aback by my straightforwardness, hesitated momentarily before summoning an enormous express shrimp, which clamped our ship with its massive pincers and shot upward like a rocket. As I observed those pincers, I couldn't help but ponder the culinary possibilities. Should it be steamed or with garlic? The flavor would surely be unmatched. Upon reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters above a pristine sea, a notification chimed in my mind. It announced my arrival at the Sky Island, noted by the deity Enel, rewarding me with an immortal body. The effect was that as long as I did not perish on the spot, I could recover from multiple injuries. I couldn't contain my surprise and exclaimed, "What the?" Robin, with keen ears, immediately queried, "What did you just say?" I've never heard such language before. Realizing the predicament, I hastily fabricated an excuse, claiming my excitement had caused me to blurt out nonsense. Though Robin appeared skeptical, she refrained from pressing further. After averting suspicion, I noticed the express shrimp had already departed, and my opportunity for a gourmet shrimp had vanished. What a loss. Regaining my composure, I recalled the peculiarities of Enel, with his observation hockey coupled with the rumble fruit, enabling him to eavesdrop across the Sky Island. I quickly unleashed my conqueror's hockey, creating a field of interference around our ship, akin to activating a signal jammer. While uncertain of its efficacy, it was at least a means to obscure our conversation for his ears. Having completed this, I steered the ship toward the center of the Sky Island, heading toward the colossal vine. Unlike the trials faced by Luffy and his crew years prior, we encountered none, sailing smoothly. Midway, the ship could advance no further, so we disembarked. I dismantled the core of the Noah's Ark, carrying it away while leaving the vessel behind. Amidst Robin and Serena's bewildered gazes, I hoisted a large bundle of fruit from the ship. After a long day of travel, we found a patch of island clouds in the wild where we crafted a cloud house with our knives, sleeping comfortably within. The next morning, Robin was energized and roused us all, eager to locate the land of gold. Serena, still stretching, complained to Robin about her stamina. "Robin, you're so energetic. My back feels a bit sore. I wonder what fruit our captain has consumed to be so formidable." I was outside the cloud house cooking breakfast, overhearing their banter. Goodness, these two were quite the early risers. I suppressed the urge to burst in and reprimand them, for the quest for the historical texts was paramount. After breakfast, we resumed our journey, soon spotting the immense vine resembling a colossal pillar. We quickly discovered the ruins of Sandora, rummaging through it thoroughly, yet finding no trace of the historical texts. Robin, in despair, sat on the ground, murmuring, "How could it not be here? It should be beneath the golden bell." Her words struck me like a revelation. I slapped my thigh in realization. Of course, the historical text was indeed beneath the golden bell, but the bell itself was not in the ruins. I dashed over to Robin, crouching beside her, apologizing. "Robin, I just remembered the golden bell might be at a higher elevation, caught upon the vine during its ascent." Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, illuminating as if a beacon in the night, and she grabbed my arm, pointing at the vine, exclaiming, "Yes, it must be up there. Let's hurry." The vine was indeed massive, intertwining like a spiral staircase, perfectly climbable. However, instead of the golden bell, we stumbled upon Enel's lair, the shrine. As we approached the cloud layer above the shrine, I discreetly stashed most of my substantial fruit bundle into the higher clouds above, leaving only a small pouch visible. Upon reaching the shrine's entrance, I sensed a flash of electricity and a casual voice echoed behind us. "Oh, a little mouse has wandered to my doorstep. You even managed to block my mind's network. Interesting. Now speak, what brings you here?" Unaware of the danger, Serena turned to glance back, smirking. "So you're the god of the Sky Island? Doesn't he look like much?" As she spoke, her bushy foxtail swayed behind her. Enel's eyes widened in surprise, and he declared, "I've made my decision. You shall become a member of my Arkansas." At that moment, an opportunity presented itself. An ephemeral opening. My instinct screamed a deadly chance. Without hesitation, I drew my sword. A flash of blinding light cut through the air, and I appeared behind Enel. He wore a disdainful expression, about to mock me. "Foolish mortal, how could you even think to harm?" Yet before he could finish, he realized he was gushing blood, his lower body numb. Glancing down, he was bewildered to see his body severed in two. Not only was he dumbfounded, but I too was astonished. Gazing at his fallen half, I couldn't resist quipping, "Is this really Enel? It seems too easy, almost unbelievable. I thought it would take a 3-day fight." However, this was not the time for dawdling. I had more pressing matters at hand. I rushed to the small fruit pouch I had previously mentioned, crouched down, and eagerly opened it. Upon seeing the contents, my grin widened into a maniacal laugh. "Ha! Robin, with a look of disdain at Enel's corpse, approached me, frowning. What are you laughing about? I contained my mirth, but couldn't suppress a wide smile. Raising the item in my hand, I did it, before Robin could inquire further. Her expression shifted as if someone had choked her, her gaze fixated on what I held. The devil fruit. I nodded, revealing the uniquely patterned fruit, indeed. And it's the natural type Rumble Rumble fruit. How is this possible? The Rumble Rumble fruit is with Enel. Robin's realization struck her, her face a canvas of shock. It's impossible. This absolutely cannot be. I carefully placed the Rumble Rumble fruit into another pouch before leisurely explaining. Nothing is impossible. Upon the demise of a devil fruit user, their powers are destined to reincarnate randomly upon nearby fruits. I merely manipulated the vicinity to transform it into my own fruit pouch. Of course, this merely increased the odds. I never anticipated such fortuitous luck, securing the most formidable natural-type fruit on my first attempt. The moment I uttered these words, both Luobin and Selina turned pale. Being users themselves, this revelation implied that I could potentially claim their abilities as well. Observing their expressions, I discerned their apprehension and offered a reassuring smile. Fear not. The powers you possess do not pique my interest. I prefer your true selves over any fruit. Besides, this endeavor is purely a matter of chance. My luck has simply favored me this time. Moreover, I cannot confirm with absolute certainty that this is indeed the Sound Thunder fruit, although they still harbored some reservations. I was unconcerned, for time would reveal all truths. With the Sound Thunder fruit in hand, our journey must continue as we ascend towards the Golden Bell. I must say, the vines were remarkably high. By the time we reached the summit, even I felt fatigued. However, upon beholding the majestic Golden Bell, every effort was deemed worthwhile. Alas, it resided upon another cloud, far beyond our reach, rendering passage impossible. Luobin trembled with excitement, and I feared her exuberance might cause her to tumble. I hastily grasped both of their hands, adopting a dramatic tone. Be cautious. A fall from such heights would reduce one to mere pulp. I must confess, I suffer from acrophobia. Accompanying you both at this elevation is a significant burden, and I expect some form of compensation. In truth, I felt a tad dizzy. Yet for the sake of compensation, I feigned fear. Luobin and Selina scrutinized me closely, realizing my trepidation was genuine, and their expressions softened with sympathy. However, Luobin, not one for verbal expression, merely softened her demeanor and suggested, "Let us descend first and sail here." I had no objections to this proposal. Initially, we refrained from sailing out of fear of being targeted by Enelu, but with him now vanquished, there was no longer any concern. Upon returning to the shrine, I observed Enelu's remains lying at the entrance. It seemed inappropriate to leave a once mighty god in such a state. Thus, I disposed of his body back within the shrine, igniting a fire that engulfed both him and the structure, reducing them to mere historical ashes. Truth be told, his demise was rather unjust. He had succumbed to Selina's enchantment, which dulled his intellect, and in his arrogance, he neglected to elementalize, ultimately falling victim to my swift strike. Even the array of rubber insulating gear and Faraday cages I had prepared went unused. The descent was swift as Luobin activated her Hana Nomi abilities, allowing us to descend with the grace of an elevator. Upon reaching the ground, the priests, alerted by the flames of the shrine, congregated beneath the vines, seemingly prepared to confront us. I had no desire to engage in idle chatter. I declared succinctly, "Your god has been defeated. Should you wish to join him, I would gladly assist you on your journey." This proclamation rendered them silent, their faces pale as they absorbed the gravity of my words, too intimidated to utter a sound as we departed. Back aboard the ship, we first roasted the chilled octopus leg, indulging in a delightful meal before enjoying a hot bath and an afternoon nap to replenish our spirits before setting sail once more. This time, no interruptions occurred, and we effortlessly navigated to the vicinity of the Golden Bell. Selina leaned over the ship's edge, her eyes transforming into the shape of berries as she gazed upon the colossal Golden Bell. "My goodness, if we could transport this, how much would it be worth?" she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Luobin immediately turned back, her tone grave. Absolutely not. This is the light of Shandora. It must not be harmed. I chuckled softly and reassured Selina. Rest assured, the gold of the Golden Country was merely relocated by Inalu. With diligence, I can retrieve it. Selina's eyes sparkled with anticipation at my words. While they were still engaged in conversation, Luobin had already leaped beneath the golden bell. Gazing up at the monumental historical text inscribed upon the stone monument, softly whispering, "The ancient weapon Poseidon, which bears the name of the gods, is here." Her expression morphed into one of palpable disappointment as she sighed. "Once again, it seems I have come up empty." Disheartened, she turned to leave, but I seized her shoulder, directing her gaze towards the lower right corner of the stone. There, inscribed, was a line of text that, upon closer inspection, caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. And she instinctively read aloud, "I have arrived here to guide this text towards the final destination. Pirate Joel D. Roger." The Pirate King. Luobin spun around to face me, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He too has been here. Those who understand will recognize the profound impact of this revelation. Her worldview was undoubtedly shattered. In her understanding, those who could decipher the historical text were limited to the scholars of O'Hara. The sudden emergence of Pirate King Roger, a figure who also comprehended such knowledge, left her utterly bewildered. I couldn't help but laugh, responding, "What is so surprising about this? He is the Pirate King, the only man to have truly set foot on Raftel. Consider this. Without the guidance of the historical text, how could he possibly locate the final island?" Upon uttering these words, not only Luobin, but even Selina beside her regarded me, as though I were an extraterrestrial being. "What is it that you're staring at?" I shrugged. "This is hardly a top-secret revelation. It merely reflects your prior lack of exposure to such knowledge. To reach Raftel, one must gather all 4 pieces of the red historical text. Otherwise, what do you expect? The Grand Line has been traversed for years, yet only Roger has reached the end point. It is precisely because of this obstacle." At this revelation, both young women were rendered speechless, their minds racing to assimilate this newfound information. However, Luobin quickly regained her composure, her eyes igniting with newfound hope, perhaps believing there might still be other survivors from O'Hara. "Very well," I clapped my hands, signaling that we had concluded the serious matters. It was time to engage in something ceremonious. Let this bell, which has remained silent for 400 years, resound once more. With that, I strode forward, grasping the thick golden chain with determination, and with all my might I pulled. The sound it produced was extraordinary. Clear, melodious, and resonant, it instantly reverberated across the entirety of Skypiea. The legendary tolling depicted in anime was indeed exhilarating in person, far surpassing any recorded version. Yet, having satisfied my curiosity, I ceased my efforts. However, as soon as I halted, the entire island paused, as if a pause button had been pressed. The inhabitants, regardless of their activities, ceased their tasks, collectively gazing upwards in our direction. Particularly the Shandians, descendants of the original guardians of this bell. Upon hearing the chime, many of the elders fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. For centuries of yearning had finally been fulfilled. At the moment the bell rang, I felt the entire island tremble. A colossal, vibrantly colored serpent suddenly awoke from the depths of the vines, charging towards us in a frenzy. Unbeknownst to me, I initially intended to depart after ringing the bell, having no interest in relocating it. Yet, Luobin objected, her demeanor serious as she stated, "We must transport this bell down. The Shandians have fulfilled their mission, and we owe it to them to inform them." Seeing her earnestness, I contemplated, it wouldn't be arduous to lower it using the arc maxim, so I acquiesced. With determination, we secured 2 massive iron chains to the golden bell, and with the power of the arc maxim engaged, we effortlessly lifted the magnificent structure, slowly descending. As it swayed in the air, the bell rang again, and with our vessel soaring above, our objective was unmistakable. Emerging from the clouds, the crowd below erupted, rushing towards us like a tidal wave, reminiscent of a pilgrimage. Especially the Shandians, aside from the elderly and infirm, nearly all were mobilized. Observing the throng below, reminiscent of ants in migration, I jested, "Doesn't this resemble devotees converging for a pilgrimage?" Robin shot me a disdainful glance, declaring, "They are the Shandia clan." Historical records in the ruins of Shandora indicate that their city perished in its quest to safeguard the essence of history. These individuals have valiantly fought for their ancestors' legacy to this day, which is truly commendable. Fine, you have a point. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have dismissed this trivial matter. We descended rapidly, nearing the treetops. At that moment, a sudden darkness enveloped the sky, sending a chill through my heart and igniting a sense of foreboding. I abruptly looked up and gasped in shock. Atop the colossal vines lay an enormous, vividly colored serpent, its lantern-like eyes fixated upon us. It was the sovereign of the skies. Without hesitation, I shouted to Robin, "Keep flying forward, do not stop. I will confront it. Our vessel cannot withstand a single strike from it." Before my words had fully escaped, I relinquished control of the ship to Robin, drawing my blade by Lou and slashing in the direction of the serpent. This strike was merely a warning, intended not to inflict harm, but to provoke its ire. The blade missed the serpent's body, instead severing a significant portion of a nearby giant vine. Nonetheless, my actions startled the creature, inciting its fury. Sensing that my provocation had taken hold, I leaped from the ship, landing upon the canopies of the towering trees below and swiftly darting in another direction. To ensure the beast would follow me, I turned back to deliver another strike, this time making genuine contact with its flesh. Although it merely grazed the surface, the searing pain ignited its wrath. It immediately abandoned its pursuit of Robin and her companions, frantically racing towards me. With a thunderous crash, the creature's immense form descended from the vines, shaking the very ground beneath me. Upon landing, it unleashed a deafening roar, its massive tail sweeping through the surroundings and sending trees and rocks flying like bowling pins. These projectiles posed little threat to me. I deftly evaded them, slashing through the few I could not avoid. However, amidst my evasive maneuvers, I suddenly realized that the sky had turned completely black. I had been utilizing my Kinbunchika haki, and in that moment of darkness, I grasped what was unfolding. The foolish serpent, taking advantage of my distraction, launched itself into the air like a mountain, crashing down towards me. Its colossal size, coupled with the suddenness of the attack, caught me off guard. Fortunately, just seconds before its descent, I burst forth from the shadow it cast. Alas, my fortune was not without flaw. A shard of flying debris grazed me. It did not strike my body, but rather hit something I carried. I paused, instinctively glancing at the impacted area, muttering, "Did my clothing just get scraped by the stone? It better not have damaged my grass. How unfortunate it would be." My heart sank as I realized that the item struck was the small pouch containing the devil fruit I had secured at my waist. I hurriedly unfastened the pouch and opened it, unable to contain my expletive when I beheld the contents. Damn, it's all crushed. Is there any use left in this? Staring at the remnants that bore no resemblance to fruit, but rather to pulp, my hands trembled. This was, after all, a 90% probability of being the most potent Logia type, the rumble fruit. The effort I had expended to acquire, it was immense. And now it lay in ruin? My psyche shattered. The sovereign of the skies would pay for this. Initially bewildered, the massive serpent sensed a sudden chill, recognizing the imminent peril. Instinctively, it coiled itself, only to lose sight of me in the next moment. Then, it felt a searing pain in its abdomen, its gargantuan body lifted into the air. With the devil fruit obliterated, I was consumed by rage, discarding my blade and unleashing my fury upon the serpent with fists and feet. After several arduous minutes, the once mighty sovereign of the skies lay battered and breathless amidst the ruins, while I perched upon its head, staring blankly at the remnants in my hand, unable to find words. To consume or not to consume? Given its current state, if I did not eat it, it would likely spoil by the day's end. Yet, would it still hold any value? As I wrestled with this dilemma, the system's notification resonated in my mind. The system has detected fragments of the lightning law dissipating nearby. Would you like to absorb and transform them? I paused, glancing at the remnants in my hand. They had disintegrated, and the law itself was escaping. Consuming them would likely yield only incomplete powers. With no other option, I resolved to take a chance, hoping the system might surprise me. Upon confirming, I witnessed the remnants lose their luster and moisture at a visible rate, transforming into a dry powder within moments. Then, the system's voice chimed again. Lightning law fragments have been successfully absorbed and transformed. Please extract and absorb them. I exclaimed in frustration. Is that all? What do you transform it into? This system was far too negligent. Despite my complaints, I opened the system interface to extract what was stored in the temporary container. The instant I clicked to extract, an electric shock coursed through my body, rendering me momentarily incapacitated. The sovereign of the skies beneath me also succumbed to misfortune, both of us seizing up simultaneously. If there had been a mirror, I would have seen myself flickering with a ghostly blue current. Fortunately, the shock was brief, dissipating within seconds. Once the electricity faded, newfound clarity emerged in my mind. It became apparent that the system had converted the fragments from the rumble fruit into a strand of lightning law that I could directly absorb. This infusion fortified my physique and granted me the ability to command lightning. While I could not transform into pure electricity like Inaru, it seemed my control over it remained intact, and without the adverse side effects of the devil fruit. Perhaps this wasn't a loss after all? As I pondered, I extended my hand, palm facing a nearby tree. Reiku, I called out, emulating Inaru's invocation of the technique. Theoretically, even without transforming into electricity, I should be able to unleash it. Yet, the next moment brought embarrassment. The lightning discharged, but its size was so diminutive that I doubted I would have noticed had I not been watching closely. The bolt was no thicker than my headphone wire, with an effective range of merely 3 meters. Pales in comparison to Inaru's capacity to obliterate a ship. What is happening? System, where are you? I shouted in exasperation. Unexpectedly, the system responded, control and possession are distinctly different. Though you have absorbed the law, your ability to command lightning does not equate to ownership of it. Inaru is inherently lightning, capable of unlimited discharge until his energy is depleted. You, however, are merely a controller. To amplify your power, you must either find more lightning or learn to convert your internal energy into lightning. With this clarification, I understood. I could only wield the minuscule static electricity within my body. Indeed, moreover, due to the incomplete law, I could not attain the form of the Thunder God. I must endeavor to complete it. After the system's commentary, it once again fell silent. The Thunder God form? It instructed me to complete it, yet offered no guidance. Was it truly suggesting I seek out lightning? I found myself momentarily stunned, realizing that apart from that, I had no alternative. Well, I might as well return to Robin and the others. They were likely anxious. I leaped down from the serpent's head, my voice fading as I departed. After my complete disappearance, the sky deity I had mercilessly beaten dared to open his eyes, confirming my absence, and swiftly slipped into the forest, vanishing from sight. Upon returning to the side of the Feng Ho, I observed Robin engaged in conversation with an elderly man clad in a wolf-headed cloak, whose face was flushed with excitement. A large circle of Shandya people surrounded us, their eyes ablaze, fixated on the golden bell we had suspended. Just as I leapt over, I heard Robin say, "Look, he is back. The god of the sky was slain by him, and this golden bell was found and brought down by him. If you have anything to say, speak to him." Immediately, the Shandya chief gazed at me with fervent anticipation. Slayer of gods? What nonsense is this? I thought to myself, casting a puzzled glance at Robin, bewildered at being labeled a godslayer once more. Robin stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. You killed Inaru, hence you are indeed a slayer of gods. This is their term of respect for you. After yawning, she added, All right, I'm off to catch up on sleep. The ruins of Shandora are waiting for me. With that, she slipped away, leaving me to face the intense scrutiny of the Shandya people. I regarded them, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck me. I recalled the wondrous shells from the Sky Island, such as the impact shell, flame shell, and wind shell. While their lethality held little use for me, their unique functions could potentially yield great treasures in other worlds. With this thought, a warm smile spread across my face. Oh, esteemed chief, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You and your kin have labored for 4 centuries for this golden bell. Do you truly expect to take it without effort? Before I could finish my sentence, the chief's expression turned solemn. What do you desire? As long as you return the golden bell to us, we, the Shandya tribe, can offer you anything we possess. Feigning contemplation, I replied, I find the shells of your sky island quite intriguing. How about you gather 2 or 3 of each type and present them to me? With a swift motion, I drew my sword, unleashing a blade of energy that severed the iron chain binding the golden bell, the cut smooth as a mirror. Remember, I sheathe my sword. Only upon delivering the items will the bell be yours. Otherwise, you may look but cannot touch, understood? The chief, initially taken aback by my demand, seemed to consider it too simple. However, upon seeing the severed chain, his expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, as if he had comprehended something monumental, and he nodded gravely. I was indifferent to his thoughts. I merely sought to avoid the hassle of searching myself. I then jumped back onto the ship, retreating to my quarters to examine my toothpick lightning. Subsequently, we split into 3 groups. Robin went to explore the ruins. Selena remained on the ship to play with the various shells gifted by the Shandya, while I sought Inaru's golden vessel, the Fangzhou Jinyan. That vessel was well hidden, but with my observation hockey, I located it after half a day. The ship was not yet completed, so I had the priests add a lightning rod for me. Once the ship was ready, I piloted it, riding beneath a storm cloud, charging myself with energy, and leisurely flew back. When I returned to our ship aboard the gleaming vessel, adorned with Inaru's enormous visage at the bow, everyone was taken aback. In the sunlight, the ship dazzled like a blinding jewel. Selena gazed at the ship overflowing with gold, her eyes nearly transforming into the shape of coins. Is this the gold of Shandora? We struck it rich. Robin, who had just returned from the ruins, chuckled and shook her head. With this much gold, we cannot possibly take it all. The captain will never relinquish the Fangzhou, so what we can carry away is quite limited. Do not harbor overly grand expectations. Robin's words somewhat sobered Selena, yet she continued to gaze at the golden vessel with starry eyes. Even if we could only take a small portion, it would still amount to a tremendous fortune. I was busy calculating when I noticed Mudu had already taken action, swiftly chopping the giant golden figure into gold blocks with astounding efficiency, akin to slicing tofu. I must say, Mudu possesses remarkable audacity. He only loaded 3 cubic blocks of gold onto his ship, allowing the remainder to be consumed by his vessel. Yes, you heard correctly. His ship, named Noah's Ark, devoured the rest of the gold like an abyss. While I was still in shock, the Shandya chief approached. His expression filled with regret as he handed me a sack of shells, admitting that the promised reward was insufficient. I nearly burst into laughter. The half-full sack contained at least a couple of 100 shells. Is this what you call a little? Meanwhile, Mudu, without batting an eyelid, handed over the golden bell tower and simply inquired, "What troubles have arisen on Angel Island?" The chief recounted the situation, and I finally grasped the scenario. Mudu had just eliminated Inaru, and now opportunists sought to seize control of the situation. Could Mudu tolerate this? His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Without further ado, he brandished his weapon and headed back to Angel Island. By the time I regained my bearings, a feast was underway on the island, with the residents of Angel Island and the Shandya people gathering to drink together. It turned out that when Mudu went to reason with them, Robin had skillfully diffused centuries of enmity with just a few words, informing the Shandya that their mission had long been accomplished and there was no need for further conflict. Consequently, both sides regarded Mudu as a savior and insisted on hosting a banquet in his honor. Truth be told, Mudu had little interest in such festivities. He merely indulged briefly before retiring to the ship for rest. You want to believe what happened next. Late at night, 2 young women, one named Cornus from Angel Island and the other named Laki from Shandya, sneaked aboard Mudu's ship. I cannot divulge the specifics, but come morning, they descended with flushed faces. This occurrence was not an isolated incident. For an entire week, they returned nightly to express their gratitude, a stroke of luck indeed. A week later, as we prepared to depart, Mudu politely inquired if they wished to join us, only to be declined. Ah, the essence of humility. Choosing to conceal one's achievements, is it not? Just as we set sail, Luffy and his crew arrived, and upon hearing that the gold had been taken, Nami immediately attempted to turn back and pursue us which was quite amusing. We drifted at sea for several days until we finally reached Water 7. As soon as we set foot on land, I sensed something amiss, an unsettling feeling that we were being watched from the shadows. Mudu, however, seemed unfazed, leading us to explore the streets and savor the delightful shui meat, which was indeed delectable. Yet, when I turned around, I realized Robin was nowhere to be found. Mudu narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of authority, and his expression darkened. To my astonishment, I saw Robin following a suspicious figure in a hat into a narrow alley. His face darkened further as he said, "A small issue has arisen. You continue exploring. I will handle this." His aura was imposing. What unfolded was truly exhilarating. The CP9 fool was still there, threatening Robin, proclaiming her to be the child of the devil, and declaring it was time for her to face justice. No sooner had he spoken than Mudu's voice floated from behind him. "Oh? Who do you wish to bring to justice?" The man shuddered in fear, turning to find Mudu, yet he stubbornly retorted, stating that they were not the Navy, and capturing pirates was not their duty. Mudu, indifferent to his bravado, simply inquired about his department. At this point, the man could no longer maintain his composure, letting out a frantic shout that the dead need not know too much, and he vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Mudu, launching a thrust with his finger. And what was the result? A futile attempt. Mudu had long since disappeared, his voice resonating from behind. "The Navy S6 styles? I am quite familiar with them." The man turned pale, clearly unprepared for his secrets to be laid bare. Realizing he was outmatched, he attempted to use Robin as a hostage. This was a hornet's nest he had stirred. Mudu, instantly incensed, positioned himself before Robin and delivered a knee strike into the empty air. With a thunderous crash, that CP9 operative seemed to have voluntarily collided with me, materializing out of thin air, only to be sent hurtling away, demolishing an entire building in the process. Remarkably resilient, he managed to rise from the rubble. It turned out he was none other than the most formidable killing machine of CP9 in 8 centuries, known as Lucci. Alas, he had the misfortune of confronting Mo Dao, who wielded an overwhelming power akin to a dimensional strike. Unyielding, Lucci rose again and charged towards me. I could hardly be bothered to engage in conversation. With a mere flicker of my form, I found myself back in my original position, while Lucci was left embedded in a wall, resembling a discarded sack, utterly motionless this time. Having dealt with the minor nuisances, I turned to Sister Robin and solemnly declared, "I have sufficient strength to protect you. I hope there will be no next time." At that moment, Robin's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head like a bashful girl, softly admitting, "I understand my mistake." However, the matter was far from over. Lucci's luck had not run out, and upon the news reaching the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was understandably perturbed, dispatching 3 vice admirals to keep watch. Meanwhile, I remained unfazed. A thought crossed my mind about the cyborg named Frankie, who possessed a remarkable material known as the World Tree. I decided to venture into the black market to procure some. I sought out Frankie, compensated him handsomely, and requested his guidance. The so-called black market was astonishingly vibrant, bustling like a farmer's market. Upon entering the largest establishment, I was astounded to discover that the mastermind behind it was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This revelation eased my mind considerably, and I promptly presented a list of rare metals, high-energy explosives, and devil fruits, purchasing them as if they were mere trinkets. Da Flamingo was taken aback, dispatching his men to examine our mountain of golden deposits, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Thus, we awaited our goods in Water City, simultaneously anticipating the arrival of the Navy and Luffy's crew. True to expectation, Luffy and his companions arrived shortly thereafter, igniting chaos in Water City. The CP9 ensemble finally sprung into action, capturing Frankie and framing Luffy's crew for the deed. By the time we realized what was happening, they had already boarded the sea train bound for Judicial Island with Frankie in tow. Little did they know, we were already aboard. With a mere glance from Surna, the CP operatives on the train became as compliant as if they had been enchanted by a spell, obediently heeding our commands. We awaited the unfolding drama. While I worried that Luffy's crew might not pursue for a Frankie who had yet to officially board. However, it wasn't too long before the sounds of combat erupted outside. Sanji and Usopp had stealthily infiltrated the scene. Unfortunately, their luck was poor. For aboard the train were not just Lucci and his CP agents, but also the 3 vice admirals sent by the Navy. Initially, the vice admirals were tasked with monitoring me, but midway they lost track of me. In a fit of anger, Admiral Sengoku had commanded that they all be assigned to this sea train as bodyguards. Imagine Frankie's astonishment if he realized that he was being escorted by 3 vice admirals. He would surely be moved to tears, for even his mentor, Tom, had never received such an honor. Sanji and Usopp, too, had the worst of luck. Upon boarding, they stumbled right into the line of fire and were swiftly apprehended. Meanwhile, we had already arrived at Judicial Island, dressed as a tour group, boldly blending in. As I activated my observation hockey, I sensed Luffy's reckless aura charging towards us from afar, like a small sun blazing in the distance. I decided I needed a prime vantage point to witness the unfolding spectacle and immediately fixated on the tallest building where the CP agents resided. Before indulging in the show, however, I had to deal with a particularly repugnant pest. I pulled Robin aside and informed her. That individual, named Spandam at the base of the building, is the very one who ordered the destruction of your hometown. Instantly, the intensity in Robin's gaze shifted, her murderous intent palpable. I instructed her to join Surina. Vengeance must be meted out. After arranging their mission, I leaped from the rooftop with the grace of a superhero, landing precisely before Sanji and Usopp. Upon touching down, I casually greeted the two, who were bound like dumplings. Their expressions were a mix of shock and delight, with Usopp exclaiming, "Mo Dao, quickly save us!" The vice admiral guarding them, upon seeing me, broke into a grin, as though he had just won the lottery. "Mo Dao, you dare come right to us? Perfect, we'll capture you both and haul you to court together." Just then, a notification echoed in my mind. "Congratulations. Host has successfully checked in at Judicial Island, acquiring the skill step, Inch Step." Upon glancing at the description, it was a youthful version of the ability to shrink distances. This technique seemed tailor-made for me, requiring no internal energy, relying solely on muscle memory and esoteric positioning, with speed maximized. I couldn't contain my excitement, my lips curling into a wide grin. The vice admirals, interpreting my expression as mockery, erupted in fury. "Kill!" one shouted, and in an instant, all 3 vanished, attempting to employ the 6 forms technique. Yet to my eyes, their movements were akin to being played at 5 times slower. I swiftly adjusted my position, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Lucci's cohort gaped, their eyes nearly bulging as they caught a glimpse of my shadow, yet their bodies could not keep pace. I refrained from lingering with them, smoothly maneuvering to sever Sanji and Usopp's shackles. They, being astute, sprinted away without a backward glance. Just as the CP9 agents attempted to pursue, a cacophony erupted from their waist-mounted Den Mushi, signaling that Robin and the others had succeeded. The expressions of Lucci and his allies shifted drastically, realizing they could not intervene in this fray. The commotion attracted Luffy and his crew, who were drawn to the scene like eager hounds. With their arrival, the situation became abundantly clear. I had been holding back, not due to an inability to overpower the vice admirals, but rather out of respect. After all, they were Navy personnel, legitimate public servants. Furthermore, Luffy's crew deserved the opportunity to level up against the experienced CP9. After approximately half an hour, the entirety of CP9 lay defeated. The battle concluded. Having completed my warm-up, it was time to conclude my shift. My demeanor shifted dramatically. An aura reminiscent of a great swordsman surged forth as I uttered a single word: "Kill." That killing intent momentarily stunned the 3 vice admirals. With that, I swiftly maneuvered behind them, delivering 3 decisive blows with the back of my blade. It was an impressive display, yet it drained my stamina considerably. Once I sheathed my sword, and we reconvened in victory, a pressing question arose: how would we depart? We had no ship. The sea train lay in ruins. As we pondered our predicament, Luffy and the others suddenly claimed to hear the voice of the Going Merry. Robin, bewildered, inquired, "Who is Mary?" Just as I began to explain, Serena interjected, questioning the science behind it, only for Frankie to commence an enthusiastic exposition on the ship's spirit. As we finally reached the shore, the Golden Mary lay before us. Family, who can truly comprehend this profound emotion? Just as we prepared aboard, a fleeting glance caught my eye. My scalp prickled as I spotted a figure in the distance gliding across the ocean on a bicycle. My heavens, it was Akiji. Upon hearing his name, Robin paled, exclaiming that he was the Navy's supreme force, an admiral. I sighed. He was coming for me. I instructed Robin and Serena to follow Luffy, declaring them a burden and urging them to leave at once. Though my words were harsh, they held truth. Robin was furious, but I had no time to explain. I swiftly summoned Enel's ship, the Arc Maxim, conjuring a tempest of thunderclouds above me. Bathed in lightning, I ascended slowly, akin to a deity of thunder, and shouted towards the departing Mary. "See you in Water City?" A voice carried through the wind, urging me to return alive. Warming my heart, "Come at me, Akiji. Let me witness the prowess of an admiral." I unleashed a thunderous strike towards him, and in an instant, Akiji and his bicycle were cleaved in two. We were both momentarily stunned. I thought to myself, is this truly an admiral? Akiji, however, was oblivious to his own plight, fixated on the remnants of his shattered bicycle, his expression one of profound sorrow. Moments later, he erupted. Ice Age. The entire ocean's surface froze in an instant. I hastily summoned rain to prevent the icy expanse from reaching the Mary, then dashed across the frozen surface. This ice was a double-edged sword. While it allowed me to traverse the sea, it was Akiji's domain. Nevertheless, my objective was merely to buy time. Initially, Akiji feigned confidence, but as my blade neared his face, he realized I was wielding haki. He swiftly retreated into the ice, and my strike shattered his ice clone and his pitiful bicycle into fragments. Akiji was genuinely enraged. His beloved bike lay in ruins, a loss he could hardly bear. He retaliated with 2 ice spears, infused with haki. I countered with a swift strike, but the impact numbed my wrist. His projectiles were harder than steel. Suddenly, he unleashed a barrage of ice spears, akin to a machine gun. Recognizing the urgency, I summoned a storm of lightning, filling the battlefield with my thunderous might, forcing Akiji to abandon his long-range attacks and engage me in close combat with an ice blade. At the admiral level, mere devil fruit powers are but a facade. Martial arts and haki reign supreme. Otherwise, one could easily be overwhelmed by someone like Shanks, who could pierce through elemental forms. Akiji was in such a predicament. Yet his swordsmanship was lacking, akin to elementary exercises, rife with openings. However, his speed and strength were formidable, making it difficult for me to gain the upper hand. I continued to buy time, unhurried. We clashed for nearly half an hour, ice spears flying and lightning crackling, resembling a grand special effects spectacle. I presumed Luffy and the others had long since fled and was preparing to escape myself when Akiji suddenly halted, declaring, "All right, warm up over. I shall now be serious." I realized he had merely been toying with me. Why? It was because the Straw Hat Captain's grandfather was Garp. Garp was Akiji's benefactor. How could he go all out? I knew that among the 3 admirals, as long as it wasn't Akainu, Luffy and his crew would be safe. If Kizaru had shown up, it would have been a different story, as he would have treated them as mere distractions, casually avoiding any real confrontation. However, today's circumstances were different, primarily because I had shattered Akiji's precious bicycle, provoking his ire. As Luffy and the others fled, Akiji's expression shifted. In the next moment, he surged towards me. His speed was astonishing. One side of his body encased in ice. He reached out, as if to embrace me, and should he succeed, I would undoubtedly become an ice sculpture. Without hesitation, I propelled myself like a cannonball, shattering the ice beneath me. Just as I regained my footing, I sensed something was amiss. In the very spot Akiji had occupied, he left behind a perfect ice clone, while an icy chill surged towards my back. Realizing he had merged with the ice to use it as a conduit for movement, I quickly crafted a lightning barrier, encasing myself in a protective cocoon. In that instant, as the electric surge erupted, I caught sight of an ice spear fragmenting mere inches away from me. Had it been any closer, I would have met a dire fate. This revelation clarified everything. He was utilizing the ice for instantaneous movement. Understanding his tactic allowed me to react appropriately. I leaped into the air, suspending myself with electromagnetic force, rendering him unable to pursue me. Akiji, I called from above, I will compensate for your bicycle tenfold. True to my word. Upon hearing this, his rage seemed to wane slightly, yet he maintained his icy demeanor, stating, one strike to determine the victor. Should you lose, you will perish here. Very well. I was not afraid. He began to gather a formidable attack, cold air swirling around him like a stage of dry ice. I too was unyielding, raising my right hand to the heavens. The remaining lightning clouds converged towards me, every bolt of electricity rushing into my palm, forming a colossal sphere of lightning akin to a spirit bomb from Dragon Ball. Prepare yourself, we both shouted in unison, and I hurled the massive lightning sphere towards his accumulating coldness. A deafening explosion ensued, shattering the ocean's surface and enveloping the area in dense mist. Seizing the opportunity provided by the smoke to obscure his vision, I plunged into the sea. A mere game. Akiji, likely stunned, could hardly comprehend how a being capable of flight and electricity could dare to plunge into the ocean. By the time he gathered his wits and reached the shore, I had already descended to several hundred meters deep in my submarine, leaving behind only ripples on the surface. As a land dweller, he could only stare in disbelief from shore. I later learned that he had informed Sengoku of my escape, conveniently omitting the details of my plunge, likely to avoid appearing foolish, claiming instead that I had fled amidst the chaos. Sengoku, exasperated, had no choice but to summon a Kainu, that mad dog. Meanwhile, I piloted my submarine swiftly towards the Golden Mary, which was still floating leisurely on the surface. I erupted from the ocean, startling Luffy and the others on deck, their eyes nearly popping out. Luffy, upon seeing my submarine, drooled with excitement, bombarding me with questions. Just as we were conversing, a ship emerged from the direction of the iceberg. Luffy, filled with enthusiasm, shouted, only to be interrupted by a resounding crack as the Golden Mary split in two beneath us. It had truly reached its limit, holding on just long enough to bring us all back to safety. Now, it could finally rest. Witnessing Luffy weep as he implored the iceberg to repair the ship, ultimately resigning to the reality of performing a funeral for the Mary, was a sight that would always stir my heart. Farewell, Mary. Upon returning to Water City, Luffy and the others were stranded without a ship, and I had to wait until the record pointer was full. More importantly, I needed to ascertain the Navy's next move against me. If another admiral was dispatched, I would have to let Robin and the others disembark, as it would be easier to escape alone. 2 days later, while I was enjoying the view from the terrace with Serena, I looked up to see a dog-headed ship approaching. Oh no, in my preoccupation with the Kainu, I had completely forgotten about the formidable Garp. There was no time to flee. As I rushed back to the Iceberg's company with Serena, Garp had already arrived, his terrifying Kinbunchaku hockey locking onto me. I sensed something amiss and, in one swift motion, pushed Selena aside. In the next heartbeat, a face, ancient yet adorned with a benevolent smile, appeared before me. Without granting me a moment to react, a powerful punch landed squarely in my abdomen. With a resounding crash, I was propelled through the wall like a cannonball, crashing into the room where Luffy and his companions were gathered, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Clutching my stomach, I struggled to my feet, feeling as though my very organs had been displaced. Truly, he was a naval hero. That punch nearly sent me to my demise. Kapu strolled through the opening he had created, barely sparing me a glance as he rushed to Luffy, still slumbering with drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. A swift and loving fist awakened him with a jolt. The ensuing reunion between grandfather and grandson unveiled the astonishing revelation that Luffy's father was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, leaving the Straw Hat crew utterly astounded. After the commotion subsided, Kapu, akin to a weatherman, casually remarked as he prepared to depart, "Oh, by the way, I saw a Kainu heading this way. He seems intent on pursuing a crew known as the Dwanhoan Pirate Group. Do you know them?" At this, my pupils dilated in shock. My friends, The worst-case scenario had indeed come pass. Once Kapu departed, I convened an emergency meeting, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ruben, Selena. I inhaled deeply. The Duanhuan pirate group is to be disbanded effective immediately. You should accompany Lu Fei and the others. Ruben merely gazed at me calmly, inquiring why. Akainu is after me. It is too perilous for you to remain by my side. I could not elaborate further. This was merely a temporary separation. As long as we were alive, we remained a family. Sanji, that scoundrel, wore a love-struck expression as he patted his chest, assuring me he would take good care of the two lovely ladies. I turned sharply to caution him. If you dare take advantage of them, I shall have you airdropped to the island of transgenders, where you will experience the true hellish mode of Subject 3. His face turned an ashen green. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, I requested the Ice Mountain to issue a statement announcing the disbandment of the pirate crew. 3 days later, I left all the gold to them and set sail alone aboard the Ark Noah once more. I wasn't fleeing. I aimed to divert Akainu's attention. Maneuvering the Ark Noah into battleship mode, I boldly approached Akainu's warship, opening fire from a distance. My cannonballs rained down near his vessel, a mere provocation designed to heighten emotional stakes. Akainu's notorious temper ignited, and he unleashed a torrent of flames towards me. I effortlessly dodged, standing at the stern of my ship to give him a cheeky thumbs up. This fully ignited the powder keg of his fury. He howled as he unleashed a meteor volcano attack, countless magma fists raining down upon me. Is this all you've got? I scoffed, as dozens of cannons on the Ark Noah rose to the occasion, dispatching the fiery rain as easily as one might swat flies. Akainu, incensed, bellowed orders for his fleet to pursue at full speed, yet his shabby vessel could not match my speed. He attempted to leap across the water using the moonwalk technique, but should he dare to ascend halfway across the sea, I could easily bombard him into the depths below. He was no Akiji, incapable of creating ice upon the waves. The title of the first admiral to drown in the sea was one he surely did not desire. I kept him on a leash, neither too far nor too close, creating the illusion that he could catch me with a little more effort. In reality, I was merely walking the dog. For 3 days and nights, I toyed with him, feeling as if I could compete in a triathlon. One evening, I circumvented a small island, accelerating to completely shake him off. A week later, I finally arrived at the Devil's Triangle. Shortly thereafter, Akainu, now aboard a new ship, plunged headfirst into the same fog-laden waters. I was aware he was tracking me, the Navy undoubtedly relaying information along the way. However, it mattered not. My next destination was Xiangbedi, and I had to clock in to witness the grand spectacle of the Marineford War. I activated my radar, navigating through the impenetrable mist with precision. Soon, a massive target appeared on the radar. Good heavens, a ship the size of an island. Magwan Molia, here I come. Upon disembarking, I must say, the atmosphere was chilling. This wretched place had scarcely any living souls. It was populated by shambling zombies. My intention was merely to clock in, complete my business, and depart, without entangling myself further with these ghastly creatures. However, just as I took my first few steps inside, my observation hockey began to beep like an alarm. Someone was stealthily approaching from behind. Footsteps? None. Breathing? Stifled to near silence. Yet the sound of their heartbeat thundered in my ears. I realized it was the transparent Absalom from the original tale, the lecherous lionhead who coveted Nami and lavished attention on Ruben. How audacious of him to harbor murderous intent towards me. Fine, if heaven offers no path, and hell has no doors, he ventured uninvited. I feigned ignorance, waiting until he drew within 2 meters before I swiftly turned and struck. With a swift slice, blood sprayed through the air, and he materialized. His expression one of utter disbelief. My dear fellow, the disparity in our strengths was evident. What was there to dispute? I pondered that leaving his body for Molia to transform into a zombie would be distasteful, so I collected some firewood and incinerated him on the spot, ensuring his ashes would scatter to the winds. Just as the flames ignited, a system notification chimed. Ding. Check-in successful. Task accomplished. Time to make my exit. Why engage with Mawan Molia? I I turned on my heel and returned to my ship with alacrity. Later, I learned that barely a day after my departure, that rabid dog had pursued me to the same location, inquiring whether Molia had seen me. Molia, drenched in cold sweat, claimed ignorance, only to realize later that his subordinates had likely been dispatched by me. What a tangled web we had woven. Yet, this was of little concern. The true reward for my check-in was exhilarating. My shadow domain upgraded. Now, when I stepped into the shadows, I became akin to a master of the dark realm. Even those with observation hockey would find it nigh impossible to locate me. My next stop, the Zyangabadi Islands. This place is truly wondrous. It is not composed of earth, but rather consists of gigantic red tree roots. These trees secrete a bubble-like substance that coats ships, allowing them to dive 10,000 meters deep into the New World, an essential route for pirates. However, upon my arrival, I sensed something was amiss. The tension in the air was palpable, and the Navy had reinforced their ranks, with several vice admirals present, controlling all the craftsmen who applied the coating. A storm was brewing. Yet this was of no consequence to me. My Ark Noah, a marvel of technology, required no such coating. I found a secluded corner, transformed my ship into a bracelet, donned a disguise, and ventured into the streets. To my surprise, I stumbled upon an auction house filled with treasures, but alas, I had arrived too late. The auction was nearing its conclusion. Just as I was about to leave, a hulking figure burst forth, shoving me aside. Would I allow such a push? I sidestepped with ease. To my astonishment, the next thing I witnessed was him dropping to his knees, resembling a dog. He cast a disdainful gaze in my direction, exclaiming, "The celestial dragon is about to emerge. You, filthy peasant, should kneel." Fury ignited within me. Who could fathom such remnants of feudalism in the year 2025? I glanced up to see a foolish figure clad in a spacesuit, a hood concealing his face, riding atop another person. A celestial dragon, a breed of the utmost arrogance. I had no desire to provoke trouble, as my compass had yet to complete its recording. Should I confront these fools, an admiral would soon arrive, and a Kainu was on his way as well. Facing both of them would be overwhelming. I turned to make my escape, only to hear the crack of a gunshot as a bullet whizzed perilously close to my ear. From behind, the celestial dragon screeched like a harpy, "Damnable commoner, how dare you evade? To be slain by me is your honor. I command you not to dodge." Upon hearing those words, I knew then that this individual must perish. Even the arrival of Jesus would not save him. Mark my words. In the next moment, I immediately flashed before him. The celestial dragon? Merely an ant that could be crushed with ease. Gripping his hooded head, I smashed it into the ground. Watching his bloodied face convulse, I chuckled. "You see, no matter how powerful your status, I can still extinguish your life with just a finger." He continued to scream, "Lowly commoner, you are as good as dead. Kill him." I clicked my tongue, lifted my foot, and with a resounding smack struck his head. I tell you, that head popped like a rotten watermelon. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Some even wet themselves. I glanced down and noticed a bit of blood on my shoe, finding it unsightly, so I wiped it clean on a spacesuit. Then I pondered, this auction house seems to be under the domain of Minga. Why hold back? A mere 10 minutes later, I carry a large package over 2 meters in size, casually releasing all the slaves inside before the Navy could encircle us. With the activation of my Conqueror's hockey, I cleared the area and made my escape. I sensed an elderly figure behind me whose gaze was unsettling, seemingly quite formidable. Though I didn't dwell on it. Later, I learned it was the legendary Rayleigh, who must have been thinking, "These young folks are truly fierce." I had stirred a hornet's nest. The news reached the Navy headquarters, causing Admiral Sengoku to shudder in fear. To eliminate a celestial dragon on the street was a crime 100 times more severe than attacking Judicial Island. Without hesitation, he dispatched an admiral, Kizaru, with the Pika Pika Nomi fruit, known for his unmatched speed, was sent. I had anticipated this. I transformed my ship into a submarine, concealing it beneath the island, donned a disguise, and slipped into the crowd. Who could find me? Kizaru arrived in just an hour. Impressive, yet ultimately futile. Akainu arrived the next day, with over 50 warships surrounding the island like an iron barrel, controlling all the coding craftsmen believing I had nowhere to flee. How naive. They searched for days, nearly driving themselves mad, while I navigated beneath their very noses, traversing the routes of the island in my submarine, occasionally surfacing to leave a note. Visited here. Kizaru was nearing the brink of existential doubt. Just as my recording device reached its limit, preparing to depart, Akainu, in a fit of desperation, resorted to underhanded tactics. He broadcasted throughout the island, threatening my old crew, the Straw Hat Pirates, Vivi, and even my hometown, Xuanyue village, demanding I surrender within half an hour or he would slaughter the villagers. Upon hearing those words, my murderous intent erupted. Akainu, you are finished. You have placed yourself on my death list at all costs. Threaten me? Very well. Let us see who outplays whom. I maneuvered my submarine directly beneath him, transforming the Noah Ark, and with a bayou, a steel spike as thick as a thigh erupted from the ground. A thunderous explosion ensued, forming a massive crater beneath his feet. Akainu, quick to react, dodged, but this was merely an appetizer. A bubble surfaced from the water, containing a recording snail. Upon pressing it, my voice echoed. Akainu, dare to harm even a hair on them, and I assure you, I will visit each Navy branch. I will keep watch over Marineford. Every time you emerge, I will strike. Oh, by the way, the device in my possession could easily obliterate your Navy headquarters or Mariehua. Should I choose? Go ahead, test me. At this point, both of their faces turned grim. My threat proved far more effective than his. With this incident, I understood that my relationship with the world government was now irreparably hostile. However, it mattered little. My fate was sealed when I decided to kill a celestial dragon. I piloted my ship into the deep sea, heading for Fishman Island. To be honest, I felt a rush of excitement. Soon, I would meet living mermaids, particularly the world's most beautiful, Princess Shirahoshi. As for Akainu, I heard he returned to headquarters in disgrace, facing punishment, utterly humiliated. To make matters worse, the Gorus EI directly ordered him to cease pursuit and replaced him with Kizaru. Was this not a public declaration of his inadequacy? Akainu was furious at the moment, yet he had no choice but to accept it. I surmised that he was seething with hatred towards me, secretly plotting revenge. He found a trusted vice admiral and managed to board Kizaru's ship, likely intending to make Kizaru suffer as well. However, that was a tale for another time. Regardless of their machinations, they would ultimately converge upon Fishman Island. Speaking of Fishman Island, that place held significant importance. It was strategically located at the intersection of the first half of the Grand Line and the New World, sitting 10,000 meters deep in the sea, effectively serving as a toll booth. The Navy was well aware I would pass this way, so they had set a trap. However, they only dared to linger outside. Fishman Island was under the protection of Whitebeard. Even their bravado did not extend to truly storming in. Sengoku, the old man, issued a strict order. If the opportunity arose, even at the risk of offending Whitebeard, I had to be eliminated, and he would take the blame. Yet, if we were to speak plainly, they were still cowards. Their best option remained to wait for me outside the island. At that moment, I was piloting the Noah Ark in the deep sea, oblivious to these matters. Even if I had known, I would not have feared. In the sea, apart from sea kings and fishmen, I feared no one. The firepower aboard my ship was sufficient to reduce any warship to mere rubble. As I blissfully steered towards Fishman Island, suddenly, the sonar on my Noah Ark beeped ominously. My goodness, several red dots appeared on the radar, charging towards me at breakneck speed. After a moment's thought, I recalled hearing about a group called the New Fishman Pirates, known for ambushing and robbing travelers on this route. The leader, Hody Jones, bore an uncanny resemblance to that Arlong fellow. I decided to assess the situation first, hoping not to mistakenly harm allies. After all, the torpedoes on my ship were personally modified by me, while their accuracy was somewhat lacking. Relying on my own hockey for manual guidance, their destructive power was no laughing matter. Moments later, I no longer had to deliberate. The fishmen approaching were fearsome and exuded a murderous aura. Without hesitation, I fired a few torpedoes to greet them. I tell you, the most absurd scene unfolded. These fishmen, seemingly oblivious to the danger, stood their ground, attempting to stab the incoming torpedoes with harpoons as if they had never encountered such weaponry before. Who understands? That was akin to trying to poke a gas canister with a toothpick. The outcome? Need I say more? Not a single intact corpse remained. After clearing away this rabble, I pressed onward, and soon, light began to break through the horizon. I knew I had arrived at my destination. Upon entering Fishman Island, I was astounded. The sight was akin to stepping into a crystal palace, utterly enchanting. The island was encased in a massive bubble, illuminated as brightly as day despite being 10,000 meters underwater. The guards at the entrance questioned me briefly, but upon learning I was a guest and realizing it was Whitebeard's territory, they swiftly allowed me entry. They were confident, believing that any devil fruit user would kneel in this deep sea. And then, the highlight arrived. The streets were filled with mermaid maidens, each one more enchanting than the last, their tails shimmering in vibrant colors, and they were exceedingly welcoming. Perhaps due to the scarcity of humans here, my face was deemed presentable, as several beautiful mermaids eagerly invited me to swim together. Who could resist such a lure? I simply had to join. I spent nearly half a month in the Mermaid Bay, surrounded by a succession of lovely mermaids. However, I remained prudent, keeping the interaction light, for my existence was fundamentally different from theirs. I feared creating any biological barriers, which would be quite rude. After reveling enough, I had to attend to serious matters. I had heard of a fortune teller named Shirley, the owner of the Mermaid Cafe, known for her 100% accuracy. I intended to see if she could provide any useful insights. However, upon taking my hand, she furrowed her brow and declared that my fate was one that transcended the 3 realms and did not belong to the 5 elements, rendering her unable to divine it. Just as I felt disappointment, she proposed a significant deal. She offered herself as collateral in exchange for a promise. Once I achieved greatness, I would protect Fishman Island. Before I could react, she pushed me down. How could I endure such indignity? I retaliated for an entire hour on the spot. Good gracious! As soon as I left the cafe, I entered a state of contemplation, feeling the immense weight of this debt of human emotions. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Why not simply blow up the world government? One decisive act would resolve everything. I was taken aback by my own wild notion. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, a sudden whoosh passed by, and an axe zipped past my scalp. I was startled, wondering what that was. Moreover, the axe bore no murderous intent, presenting no threat to me, which was rather peculiar. My curiosity piqued. I followed the trajectory of the axe. And guess what? It landed squarely in the door of a colossal shell tower. Upon seeing the situation and the various weapons embedded in the door, I instantly understood. The hard-shell tower. Princess Shirahoshi. That perverted stalker, Vander Decken 9. I vividly remembered that this man, utilizing the powers of the target fruit, harassed Princess Shirahoshi daily with weapons, coercing her into marriage. Who could comprehend the gravity of this? He had begun proposing to her when she was merely 6 years old, frightening the poor girl into confinement within the tower for a full decade. This was beyond beastly. It was monstrous. Furthermore, that axe had nearly split my skull. This vendetta must be settled. At that moment, a chime echoed in my mind, indicating a successful check-in at the hardshell tower, and I was rewarded with a water affinity. In simpler terms, I could now perceive the flow of water and control it, transforming me into a veritable sea king. With this newfound ability, I promptly informed Prince Shark, Shirahoshi's brother, that I would take care of this matter as an apology for disturbing the princess. Shark mentioned that Vanderdecken was quite slippery, having evaded capture for many years. I chuckled, for their inability to find him did not imply that I could not. The axe still bore Vanderdecken's essence. Activating my observation hockey, I traced the scent and swiftly arrived at the most chaotic part of Fishman Island, Fisherman Street. This place had a convoluted underwater environment, making it easy for ordinary people to lose their way. Yet, to me, it was as if I had activated a full map. During my exploration, several petty thugs attempted to provoke me, but they were amicably dissuaded. In less than 2 hours, I pinpointed a particular house. I instructed my mount, a sea turtle, to place a bubble on the door and knocked. Is Vanderdecken 9 inside? I, M. O'Dow, am here to borrow a head. Inside, a series of raucous laughs echoed, and a peculiar fishman with 4 legs swaggered out, arrogantly asking if I had come to invite him aboard. I confirmed his identity and asked if he was indeed the cursed Vanderdecken 9. He, seeing my youth, let his guard down and proudly admitted it. "Are you?" That simplifies matters. No sooner had I spoken than a flash of steel gleamed. By the time he realized what had happened, my sword had already returned to its sheath. He was still laughing, but as he chuckled, a line of crimson erupted from his neck, and with a thud he collapsed. I leisurely placed his head into a bag and made my way back to the palace. The entire Fishman Island was in an uproar. The notorious villain who had troubled the royal family for a decade had been swiftly dealt with, and the island erupted in jubilation. A grand celebration was held at the palace, with me as the guest of honor. At the banquet, I finally laid eyes on Princess Shirahoshi, who was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, the issue was her towering height. At 14 years old, she stood 8 meters tall. Next to her, I barely reached the tip of her fishtail. Goodness, how could this be? We were not even in the same weight class. It was purely admiration, nothing more. Perhaps due to my clear gaze and lack of ulterior motives. Coupled with my act of saving her, Shirahoshi seemed particularly fond of me. I stayed in the palace for another 2 days, during which time, Luffy and his crew of supernovas arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Coincidentally, Kizaru had just left Sabaody and was making his way to Fishman Island. Just when I thought I could enjoy some peace, a fool named Hody Jones, the captain of a new Fishman Pirates, emerged. He claimed I had killed his compatriots and demanded a life-and-death duel. Upon noticing who was standing behind him, I was taken aback. Arlong, what a familiar face. This was a KPI delivered right to my doorstep. I had to engage. In the arena, Hody continued to boast, declaring that fishmen were inherently superior to humans and invincible in the water. I couldn't help but chuckle, reminding him that someone else had made similar claims before, only to meet their demise. He was still cackling when, in a flash, I appeared behind him, having executed a shave. He and T even see me move. Before he could grasp the situation, I was already advancing toward Arlong and his remaining followers. The last time I had left them for Luffy to train against. And since he had miraculously survived, they wouldn't be leaving today. Unlike Luffy, I lacked the compassion to spare these extreme racists. I obliterated them on the spot. Of course, as a human, slaughtering so many fishmen publicly raised some eyebrows. I figured it was time for me to depart. Before leaving, I still held on to the hope of enticing Shirahoshi, the future Sea King, to join me on an adventure. I proposed to her, "Shirahoshi, come with me to seek adventure. The sea is filled with sunshine, beaches, and thrilling experiences." The young girl appeared to be swayed, her face a portrait of conflict. Just at that critical moment, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Princess, the king insists you must not go out. Admiral Kizaru is outside Fishman Island." My heart sank. How unfortunate for that old man to arrive at such an inopportune time. It was clear he was coming for me. It seemed that abducting Shirahoshi was indeed premature. I gently caressed her enormous fishtail and smiled, saying, "That man is here for me. I must take my leave. Be strong, and I will return to visit you when I can." With that, I turned and left without looking back. I could not endanger Fishman Island. I piloted the Noah and burst forth, greeting Kizaru's warship with a torpedo as a formal introduction. What ensued was a life-and-death chase across the red line, with me steering the ship ahead while he pursued relentlessly. Kizaru, that slippery old fox, was quite a challenge, unlike a Kainu-esque brute force. Several times, he nearly cornered me. The closest call occurred when he anticipated my path and waited on an island. Had I not reacted swiftly and dove into the sea to evade his laser, I likely would have met my end there. Continuing this way was not sustainable. The Navy in the New World was growing increasingly formidable. I resolved to submerge, seeking a place to lay low until the War of the Best commenced, when I could reemerge to stir the pot. Just as I solidified my decision, Kizawa dinned in Mushiang. It was news that the Straw Hat crew had attacked a celestial dragon at Sabaody Archipelago, prompting him to rush back and handle the situation. Goodness, the moment that call ended, Kizaru darted off faster than anyone, abandoning Fishman Island and heading straight for the Red Line via a shortcut. I guess he understood that lingering with our submersible Noah was merely a waste of time. Meanwhile, I relished the tranquility and commanded Noah to dive. Destination: Amazon Lily. As I submerged and finally set foot on the legendary Island of Women, I was utterly astounded. No sooner had I landed than I witnessed a massive fireball streaking through the sky, trailing a long plume of black smoke, crashing into the forest on the opposite end of the island. My immediate thought was, could it be so coincidental? This celestial being, or rather, this conspicuous figure, could only be Luffy. I pondered that, given our friendship, I could not ignore his plight. Thus, I transformed Noah into a bracelet and dashed toward the direction of the smoke. However, I barely made it a few steps before I saw wisps of smoke rising from the forest. Well, this glutton was undoubtedly concocting some bizarre dish. When I arrived at the scene, I was met with a shocking sight. Luffy was kneeling on the ground, shoving a handful of colorful mushrooms into his mouth with reckless abandon. My dear friends, this was a live broadcast of a feast. Without hesitation, I charged forth and delivered a powerful blow imbued with haki to his head, causing a sizable bump to erupt. It hurts," Luffy exclaimed, clutching his head. Upon turning to see me, his eyes lit up. "Modeo, June. What a relief. I've lost my companions. You must help me." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. What followed was even more absurd. Mushrooms began to sprout from his body, as if he were a walking petri dish. I was taken aback, realizing I had arrived too late. Fortunately, having studied the strategy, I knew how to handle the situation. I rushed over and forcefully plucked the mushrooms from him, then seized a burning stick from the fire and threw it at him. This fungus required incineration. Otherwise, the mycelium would remain and continue to grow. In an instant, Luffy was engulfed in flames, resembling a human torch. In agony, he let out a cry and then fainted again. Just as I extinguished the flames, 3 female warriors emerged from the bushes, each entwined with a snake. They glanced at me and then at Luffy, who had just been singed, and with genuine concern asked, "Has she been attacked by a beast?" She? I was momentarily speechless. Apparently, there were no men on this island, as they couldn't even distinguish between genders. I had no choice but to follow their lead and concoct a story, claiming he had poisoned himself by eating mushrooms, which I had already taken care of. The island's women seemed quite naive, likely having never encountered any malice, as they immediately took us back to their village without a second thought. Upon entering the village, I was astounded. The scene resembled a more extravagant version of a brothel, filled with an abundance of beautiful women. And then, as in any anime, a classic scene unfolded. However, instead of Marguerite, it was a giantess named Yaffalendora who approached Luffy with insatiable curiosity, subjecting him to a merciless stretching test on his vulnerable areas. I watched in cold sweat. If she were to damage him, wouldn't the saga of the Pirate King reach an untimely conclusion? At that critical moment, an elderly lady, the former Empress Nyan, appeared. Having seen the world outside, she immediately recognized our true identities. Our cover was blown, and we were promptly seized as intruders. I could have resisted, but considering I had come seeking refuge and to check in, I refrained from fighting back and allowed them to confine Luffy and me within a locked room. My sword and Luffy's straw hat were confiscated, and we were dressed in women's attire. Very well, I thought, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. We were akin to giant pandas in a zoo, surrounded by a throng of women from Nine Snake Island, who were pointing and whispering. Before long, Luffy regained consciousness. The first thing he did was search for his hat. Spotting a girl holding it at the entrance, he stretched out his rubber arm and snatched it back. As soon as he had his hat, he became invigorated, shouting, "I am a man." Immediately, the expressions of all the female warriors changed. Dozens of arrows infused with haki aimed directly at us. I was stunned, quickly shouting to Luffy, "The life paper is in the hat." Then, with a swift kick, I shattered the roof and made my escape. Luffy followed suit, leaping out beside me. "Mo-yun, do you know how to leave? I need to find Nami and the others," Luffy called as we ran across the rooftop. I replied without looking back, "This is a land of women, surrounded by the lairs of sea kings. Escaping won't be easy. Split up." With that, I darted in the direction where Marguerite had taken my sword, disappearing in a flash. I thought to myself, since I was here, I had to visit the Empress's chamber, relying on my superior observation hockey. I effortlessly infiltrated the Empress's palace and found her quarters. Upon entering, a chime resonated in my mind. Reward received, mental fortification. Suddenly, the entire world became crystal clear, and my observation hockey reached a pro-max level. Having completed my visit, I needed to reclaim my sword. Following the sounds, I located Marguerite, took advantage of her being alone, and whisked her away to a secluded grove. To my surprise, this girl was incredibly curious about my being a living man. Rather than returning my sword, she insisted on conducting an in-depth examination of the physiological differences between genders. I assure you, the details of this research could fill volumes. An hour later, she returned to the village, her face flushed, and she returned my sword willingly. With my sword in hand, it was time to focus on the main objective. I stealthily entered the Empress's bathing area, the castle's top floor. Do not misunderstand, this was purely for artistic reasons, ahem, to acclimate myself to the beauty of the myriad realms. Soon, Empress Boa Hancock entered. I must say, she was 1,000 times more stunning in real life than in the anime. Her figure, her beauty, was simply breathtaking. I couldn't help but be overwhelmed, my heart racing, and I inadvertently revealed myself. Upon turning, she saw me and froze, not due to her powers but from her own shock. When she noticed me, and then her own mark of a celestial dragon slave on her back exposed, she crumbled, collapsing into the water. Seeing her in such distress tugged at my heart, and I approached to offer her comfort. But as she regained her composure, recognizing me as the one who had slain the celestial dragon, she wasted no time in launching an attack with her sweet wind technique. I must say, I had undergone professional training and was completely immune. She was taken aback and, disbelieving, attempted to strike again, but to no avail. This only fueled her urgency, and she came at me with serious intent, employing fragrant kicks and the captivating arrow, each strike lethal. I must admit, her long legs were quite painful. However, I was no easy prey. After a few exchanges, I feigned a weakness, quickly closing the distance, and with 2 fingers, I poked her chest, declaring, "You have lost." And guess what? She blushed. She even adopted a stance of submission. I understood then that 9 Snake Island's criteria for suitors were straightforward. Whoever could defeat her would have her loyalty. Coupled with my immunity to her charms and my history of slaying celestial dragons, her affection for me skyrocketed. By the time Odeo realized what was happening, half of his wet clothes had already been removed. That night, I found myself as an esteemed guest of 9 Snake Island, second only to the Empress. Luffy also benefited from this, becoming a guest as well. However, during the banquet, the Empress delivered news that caused Luffy, who was voraciously gnawing on a meat bone, to freeze in shock. "What did you say? Ace has been captured." Luffy dropped the meat in disbelief, and he is scheduled for public execution. Indeed, the Empress nodded, stating that the 7 warlords had been summoned to Marine headquarters at Marineford, and she awaited their response. Luffy, in a frenzy, grabbed me, exclaiming, "Modeo, June, hurry! Take me to save Ace." I had been waiting for this moment, quickly calming him. "Don't panic, Luffy. Rest for now. I'll devise a plan." My strategy was simple. Use my Noah's Ark to smuggle Luffy into the great prison impelled down, while I would stealthily follow the Empress's warship underwater, ensuring we remained undetected. Eager to rescue his brother, we set off early the next morning. The night before our departure, the female warriors threw us a raucous farewell party. Luffy, the rubber man, was treated like a human-shaped ramen noodle, being pulled and stretched in a rather unfortunate manner. I fared somewhat better, although I was also subjected to some unwanted attention. I managed to avoid being elongated. On the following morning, I struggled to extricate myself from a sea of limbs and found Luffy blissfully asleep on the rooftop. I roused him, insisting we must set our plan into motion. I explained to him, "Empress, you shall take the main route, boldly sailing with the Navy's ship to impel down. Meanwhile, I will guide Luffy through the hidden paths, piloting my Noah's Ark submarine, stealthily sticking to the underside of their warship. My submarine is no mere toy. With a mere extension of its mechanical arm, it can bond with a warship, merging seamlessly, unnoticed by all. Theoretically, I could seize this vessel right now, but I chose a more subtle approach, merely creating a few ventilation holes, opting for discretion and companionship instead. 4.5 days, dear family, I have traversed the abyssal depths of the ocean. Only I, occasionally accompanied by Luffy, would venture out to release a bubble or two, exploring the wonders of the ocean's depths. Otherwise, I might very well succumb to madness. Upon reaching the city of Impel Down, the Empress entered with the group led by the Weasel, while I circled around to the outer wall. To my astonishment, the area outside was teeming with sea kings, as thick as dumplings in a pot. Yet, this posed little concern with the activation of my Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding sea kings fled in terror. Subsequently, the Noah's Ark extended a massive drill, efficiently carving out a VIP passage through the outer wall of Impel Down. I gave Luffy a gentle kick into the opening and sealed it behind him. I would not enter. That place is cursed, and with the impending war above, we do not engage in foolish risks. I discreetly piloted my vessel back beneath the Empress's warship, retreating to her quarters to create a small hiding space, awaiting her return. Before long, chaos erupted in Impel Down, with Luffy and Blackbeard wreaking havoc, though Ace had already been relocated, rendering Luffy's efforts futile. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The world's gaze was firmly fixed on the impending Marineford. Upon arrival at Marineford, the sight was staggering, a veritable all-star lineup of the Navy. The 3 admirals, Garp, Sengoku, and an overwhelming throng of soldiers. I, not being a fool, did not set foot ashore, but instead navigated Noah's Ark to the ocean's depths, commencing my clandestine operations. My purpose here was not to witness the spectacle, but to gather resources. I filled the submarine storage with an abundance of various fruits, discreetly distributing them like seeds across the seabed of Marineford. I assure you, on this battlefield, when a devil fruit user falls, the fruit must be mine. Once my preparations were complete, the grand battle was on the verge of commencing. I took a moment to rest and regain my strength. Upon reopening my eyes, the atmosphere was charged with impending turmoil. Sengoku, the elder, incessantly proclaimed that Ace, being Roger's son, was inherently cursed and must perish. I nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of such archaic notions in the year 2025. Were we in a Naruto episode? Truly, a classic display of ignorance. Thus, I paid little attention to the opening ceremony. It was dull. Suddenly, alarms blared across the skies. They were coming. The sonar of Noah's Ark detected several colossal entities approaching swiftly from the deep. I hastily maneuvered the submarine, blending with the currents, following closely behind Whitebeard's gleaming ships, like a piece of driftwood, silently entering the inner bay of Marineford. As Whitebeard's vessel surfaced, the entire Navy was caught off guard. Who could have anticipated their stealthy approach from beneath the waves? In an instant, I felt the world tremble. Whitebeard had made his move. The tremor fruit. Witnessing it in anime is one thing. Experiencing it firsthand is entirely another. The old man grasped at the air, tearing it asunder. The world twisted, and a colossal tsunami surged, towering higher than Marineford's walls. Had it not been for Akiji's Ice Age, which froze the entire bay along with the tsunami, the Navy headquarters would have been decimated. My Noah's Ark, too, was encased in ice, rendering it immobile. However, this presented a prime opportunity for me to infiltrate. I quickly donned tattered clothing, smeared my face with a few scars, seized a common longsword, and, amidst the chaos above, stealthily created an opening beneath the ice to slip out, mingling with the ranks of Whitebeard's crew. I was but a mere underling, moving with the throng, fully committed to my role. Akainu unleashed a meteor volcano, raining down magma like a deluge, and I evaded it with remarkable agility. Or is that behemoth charged forth but was overwhelmed by the 7 warlords, ultimately falling victim to Doflamingo's vicious strike, collapsing to the ground. Ace, atop the execution platform, wept inconsolably. Yet, none of this concerned me. I was merely an actor. My sole focus was the devil fruit. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from above as Luffy and his companions descended upon the battlefield. What a sight! Everyone had arrived, and the climax was upon us. Luffy, in his characteristic impulsiveness, declared his ambition to become the Pirate King before Whitebeard, startling those around him. Yet, I knew this was merely part of the routine. The battlefield descended into chaos as the Navy initiated their encirclement strategy, raising iron walls to ensnare Whitebeard's crew entirely. Amidst this turmoil, I spotted Luffy being restrained on the ground by Smoker's Sea Prism stone weapon. Alarmed, I realized that my butterfly effect had skewed the plot. Ordinarily, the Empress would have intervened to rescue her beloved, yet she was observing from the ship. With no one to save Luffy, would he be struck down by Smoker? Alas, this was my doing, and I needed to rectify it. I sighed, dashed forward, and delivered a powerful kick that sent Smoker flying across the battlefield. As he rose, a grave expression crossed his face. "Haki, who are you?" I lowered my voice, just a nameless pawn. "Luffy cannot perish yet." Upon seeing a glimmer of hope, Luffy scrutinized me and broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "I know Mo Dao Jun." I was momentarily petrified. Who would understand the effort I exerted to disguise myself, only to be revealed by this blundering ally? Smoker, still serious, pondered, Mo Dao Jun? Never heard of it. Regardless of who you are, I will eliminate the straw hat. Fine, call me whatever you wish. Today, I am Mo Dao Jun. I engaged Smoker, allowing Luffy to escape. I refrained from displaying too much strength, relying on basic haki and martial arts to contend with him. The Empress and Mihawk surely recognized me, yet they remained silent, content to observe the spectacle. The battlefield escalated into utter chaos. The pacifists entered the fray. Whitebeard was betrayed by his own, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed a punch that shook Marineford to its core, shattering the ice. Standing there, I felt as if the island was about to split in two under his might. It was a force beyond comprehension. At that moment, one thought echoed in my mind. I was doomed. If a true battle commenced, I would surely perish. With nowhere to flee, Akainu's meteor volcano melted Whitebeard's flagship, forcing the pirates to surge through the breach created by Or's body. Luffy requested Jinbei to hurl him onto the plaza, but as soon as he landed, he was swatted away by the three admirals like a fly. Sengoku, seizing the moment, commanded, "Execute." Two executioners raised their blades. I was on the verge of drawing my weapon, thinking the flame fruit could not be lost so easily. Just then, two gunshots rang out, swiftly eliminating the two executioners. I must tell you, with the sound of gunfire, one name sprang to mind: Blackbeard. That cunning fiend, having lurked aboard Whitebeard's ship for years, was undoubtedly plotting to seize the fruit. If Ace perished now, Whitebeard's crew would surely retreat, leaving him with nothing. Therefore, Ace must not die. The conflict between these factions needed to continue, allowing him to reap the rewards. As anticipated, once Ace was rescued, Whitebeard's crew surged forward with renewed vigor, creating utter chaos. At that moment, a ship surfaced from the depths, glimmering in the sunlight. Luffy and the others had arrived. However, I was already beside oars, far too preoccupied to attend to that commotion. The attention of the admirals was entirely focused on Luffy and Marco. Although they cast a few glances my way, they likely perceived me as nothing more than a fortunate minor character, hardly worth their concern. As I watched the ship being effortlessly lifted and thrown into the square by oars, I sensed that the plot was accelerating, with the admirals preoccupied with their primary targets. The pressure on me significantly diminished, allowing me to push forward with a few companions. Just as I found myself merely 200 or 300 meters from the execution platform, the pivotal moment arrived. A sharp sound resonated in my mind as the system successfully registered my achievement. I quickly stole a glance and was astonished to discover that the reward was a card granting the ability of instantaneous movement. My heart skipped a beat. Although it was limited to 3 uses in the chaos of battle, it equated to 3 lives. This newfound power inflated my ambitions. And as I glanced at Ace on the platform and the fierce Whitebeard who had just entered the fray, a bold idea emerged. Perhaps I could escalate my involvement today. In the blink of an eye, Little Oars finally succumbed and collapsed, prompting Whitebeard to leap from his ship and join the battle personally. I tell you, some individuals are born to be protagonists. As soon as his feet touched the ground, all attention on the battlefield converged upon him. The top-tier fighters clashed with an intensity that resembled divine combat, and we mere foot soldiers were swept away by the aftermath. I desperately maneuvered to evade those monstrous beings. But alas, there are always those who unwittingly seek their demise. The warlord Gecko Moria approached with a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Hee hee, young man, your body seems quite suitable. I shall turn you into a zombie." He then sent forth a shadowy figure towards me. I was left speechless, thinking, I just want to bide my time. Why must you provoke me? With a swift motion, I slashed my sword imbued with haki, dispersing his wretched shadow. Moria appeared momentarily stunned, likely not expecting my ferocity. Undeterred, he summoned a swarm of shadow bats, darkening the skies, although they posed no real threat. They were as irritating as flies. His eyes sparkled with a fervor reminiscent of someone who had not seen a human in centuries, which repulsed me. Fine. If he sought death, I would oblige. I had no time for idle conversation. I propelled myself forward, unleashing my self-created technique, Siyuan Shan. This technique maximizes speed, allowing me to instantly slice through to his front and deliver a fatal blow. Moria, relying on his zombies for combat, was unable to react in time. By the moment he realized the danger, my blade had already retracted from his back. A swift sound of blood splattering echoed, followed by a dull thud. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. Everyone, be they Navy or pirate, was left dumbfounded. Moria had fallen, slain by an unnamed minor character? My decisive strike instantly bolstered the morale of the pirates, while the Navy faltered, fearful of encountering another anomaly like me among the ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Marco charged towards the execution platform. Unfortunately, Carp, the legendary Navy hero, intervened with a powerful punch that sent Marco flying. In that fleeting moment, the situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn. Whitebeard, engaged in combat with the Kainu, suddenly faltered as his old wounds flared up. In that brief lapse, Akainu seized a chance, launching a devastating attack that pierced Whitebeard's chest. Upon witnessing their father gravely injured, the members of the Whitebeard pirates momentarily lost focus, allowing the admirals to capitalize on the situation and unleash a brutal assault, taking down several captains. As I observed the impending execution, anxiety gripped my heart. However, when I spotted one of the executioners, a smile crept upon my face. It was Mr. 3, the miraculous man who always seemed to conjure wonders in critical moments. Just as Ace was on the brink of execution, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. An overwhelming aura erupted. It was Luffy, under the extreme duress. His conqueror's haki awakened. The shockwave surged through Marineford, resembling an all-encompassing instant kill mode. Those lacking the willpower, whether Navy or pirate, fell like flies. This was the awakening of the conqueror's haki, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Luffy himself was momentarily dazed, but upon seeing the path ahead clear, he charged towards the execution platform with reckless abandon. At this moment, Mihawk moved, approaching Luffy with his sword drawn. I sighed, with Crocodile nowhere to be found. It fell to me to confront him. With a clang, I blocked Mihawk's path. He glanced at me and smiled. "Oh, are you going to make a move?" I reluctantly replied. "I have no choice. He cannot die yet." Mihawk nodded, seemingly understanding, but his black blade, Yuru, did not hesitate, striking towards me. I focused intently, barely managing to parry his strikes. After exchanging several blows, Mihawk surprisingly complimented me, saying, "You have improved significantly since our last encounter." I thought to myself, please don't flatter me. The pressure is immense. Seizing the moment, I unleashed a lightning charge slash to push him back, quickly following up with Siyuan Shan. Still, he managed to block it, but he appeared satisfied, sheathing his sword and expressing anticipation for our next meeting before stepping aside to watch the unfolding drama. Though Mihawk had withdrawn, a throng of Navy vice admirals surrounded me. However, Luffy was now the focus. All I needed to do was hold them at bay. Meanwhile, on Luffy's side, Ivankov's subordinate, the small crab, utilized the scissors fruit ability to slice the ground, creating a bridge straight to the execution platform. Just as Luffy ascended the bridge, the most heartbreaking scene unfolded. Carp, his grandfather, gritted his teeth, blocking his path. "To pass, you must step over my corpse." Straw Hat Luffy. I assure you, Carp did not genuinely wish to obstruct him. This was a performance for the entire world government. With a revolutionary army leader as his son and a pirate as his grandson, he had to put on a show to avoid consequences for their family. Luffy understood this. With tears in his eyes, he punched his beloved grandfather away. Carp fell to the ground, lying flat. Luffy finally reached the execution platform. But just as he produced the key, Fleet Admiral Sengoku grew furious, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha and slamming down. Simultaneously, Kizaru unleashed a beam of light that intercepted the key in Luffy's hand. It was over. Everyone felt it was the end. The execution platform began to collapse under Sengoku's strike. Yet at that critical moment, Mr. 3, who had previously pretended to be an executioner, awakened. He crafted a key from wax, unlocking Ace's handcuffs. The platform crumbled with a resounding crash, and amidst the dust, a fiery passage was revealed. Ace was freed. The two brothers joined forces, bursting forth from the encirclement. Upon witnessing this, Whitebeard issued his final command as captain. Everyone must survive and return safely to the new world. With that, he single-handedly held back the entire Navy headquarters, shattering the island with a single punch. We began a frantic retreat, but Akainu, that mad dog, recognized me. You, prepare to die. His magma fist rained down, forcing me to flee for my life. This fellow was particularly cunning. He did not strike directly at me, but instead used magma to block my escape routes, dragging me from the front lines to the rear. At that moment, Sengoku commanded, "Eliminate Ace and the Straw Hat." Reluctantly, Akainu relinquished his pursuit of me, turning his attention towards Ace. His vile words spewed forth, demeaning Whitebeard as a failed relic of the past. Ace's temper flared. Unable to endure such insults, he disregarded all pleas and charged at Akainu. The outcome was inevitable. Magma overpowered flame, and Ace was sent flying with a single punch. Yet Akainu was not finished. He shifted his focus to the exhausted Luffy, unleashing another devastating blow. In a moment of profound sacrifice, Ace shielded his younger brother with his own body from a devastating blow. At that instant, the world seemed to fall into silence. Luffy, clutching his scorched chest, watched in despair as Ace's life rapidly slipped away. I stood by, my vision tinged with red, promptly activating the system. I rushed to Ace's side, gripping his shoulder tightly. "Ace, lend me your power." "Ishel Venkvish Lismeldo." Ace gazed at me, nodding weakly. In the next heartbeat, the residual energy of the Mera Mera no Mi surged into my being. With the awakening of the system's card, this power skyrocketed. Suddenly, I realized I could control the Fruit's energy that had melded with Ace. I immediately attempted to elementalize Ace's body alongside me. A miracle occurred. To the astonishment of all, the gaping wound in Ace's chest began to heal at an observable rate. Moments later, the hole vanished. Although Ace had lost his fruit abilities and was rendered exceedingly weak, his life was spared. I slowly rose to my feet and turned to face Akainu, who was still engaged in combat with Marco and the others. I shouted to Jinbei, "Take them away. Leave Akainu to me." With deliberate steps, I approached Akainu, feeling the temperature around me rising as flames erupted skyward. At a distance, Whitebeard witnessed this spectacle and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Boy, I like you. I want to adopt you as my son." I replied with equal fervor, "Whitebeard, you are formidable, but I am no less. To be my father, you are not worthy yet." As my words fell, an overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki erupted alongside the blazing flames. I tell you, as my haki manifested, even Whitebeard appeared momentarily taken aback. But who was he? In the next second, he erupted into laughter, heartily declaring, "What a fine lad. I'm no longer fit to be your father. My era has ended, and now it is yours." With that, he struck once more, shaking the very foundations of Marineford. Realizing the old man had spoken, I could not remain idle. I turned my unwavering gaze toward Akainu, my eyes fierce enough to pierce through him. "Akainu, is it? I've heard your magma can incinerate even flames. But do you not know that the sun above is also a colossal fireball? Come, let me show you what true flames are. Mera Mera no Mi, ultimate awakening, power of the sun. Experience the sun's scorching heat." With those words, I transformed into a humanoid sun. The radiance was blinding, more piercing than the sun in the sky. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in white, rendering everything invisible. The ground beneath me evaporated without a sound, leaving no trace. Akainu was utterly flabbergasted, howling impossible. How can the Maramara know me be this hot? Yet, despite his protests, he did not cease his assault, unleashing a magma awakening. Great hellhound as he charged at me. Could I allow him to advance? I retaliated with a fierce strike of solar fire. In that singular moment, the world fell silent, illuminated only by blinding light. Kizaru, relying on his Pika Pika no Mi, barely managed to discern the unfolding events. What he witnessed nearly caused him to recoil in terror. He saw Akainu and me locked in a clash, a boundary of magma and fire separating us. Astonishingly, my blue and white flames were indeed consuming Akainu's magma. Akainu's face twisted in agony. As I observed the countdown of merely 20 seconds remaining, a smile crept upon my face. Akainu, you have lost. Your life is forfeit. Just as the words left my lips, the blue and white flames surged forth, engulfing him. A few agonized cries echoed before silence fell. When the flames dissipated, Akainu had completely vanished from this world, not a single hair remaining. The arena fell into complete silence. The first admiral had fallen. At that moment, I had mere seconds left on my experience card. I knew once the time expired, I would be rendered as weak as an ordinary person. Yet now, I felt invincible. Standing firm, Luffy and the others effortlessly retreated. Whitebeard, relieved to see Ace safe, leaned on his weapon, finally at ease. Just as my awakened state ticked down to its last 10 seconds, a sudden chime rang in my mind, detecting dissipating fragments of a law of vibration. Do you wish to absorb? My eyes widened. The law of vibration. This was Whitebeard's core ability. Absorb. I must absorb it. Mastering this could propel me to new heights. The system began its countdown, estimating 5 seconds. At that moment, I caught sight of a group emerging near the execution platform. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Blackbeard, that gap-toothed scoundrel, accompanied by a ragtag crew he had rescued from impelled down, swaggered into view. His beady eyes met mine. A sly grin plastered across his face. Join us. With your help, I will surely become the Pirate King. I couldn't help but chuckle. Did he think I was some sort of fool? I had just defeated an admiral, and he wanted me to be a subordinate? Moreover, his face irked me. With such thoughts, I moved. In an instant, I stood before him. I've heard your Yami no Mi can absorb damage, but doubles the pain? I am curious if that holds true. Without waiting for a response, I struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying, the aroma of roasting meat wafting through the air. It seemed not all rumors were unfounded. I laughed, surveying the wreckage of Blackbeard, then conjured a tremendous attack, Great Flame. Emperor of Fire. A massive, azure fireball materialized in my grasp, and I casually tossed it toward him as if discarding trash. Glancing at the countdown, I realized there were only 3 seconds remaining. I dared not linger any longer. In a flash, I returned to the mast of my ship. 2 seconds left. With a mere thought, I summoned the integrated Noah's Ark back to me. At the simultaneous roar of the fireball's explosion and the system's absorption completion notification, the countdown reached its final second. In a flash, I was transported back to Hancock's room on Amazon Lily. Looking down at my bloodline panel, the countdown of my awakened state hit 0. That was close. I tell you, had I been a second late, I would have collapsed in Marineford, and that would have been the end of me. Just as this thought crossed my mind, an overwhelming wave of fatigue crashed over me. I staggered to the bedside, my vision fading, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. While I slumbered, the aftermath of the fireball I had left behind in Marineford erupted into chaos. Blackbeard was severely injured, writhing in pain, yet miraculously, he survived thanks to his fruit abilities. His crew, fierce and formidable, deterred the Navy from advancing. At that moment, Whitebeard, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. He fixed his gaze on Blackbeard and, summoning his last ounce of strength, declared, "The man Roger awaits is certainly not a scoundrel like you." Then, addressing the world through the live broadcast, he proclaimed those earth-shattering words. One Piece is real. Having uttered this, he stood resolutely, closed his eyes, and passed away, never once faltering. His declaration sent shockwaves through the pirate world. Sengoku trembled with rage. Their meticulously orchestrated war was meant to conclude the age of pirates. Yet Whitebeard's words propelled it to a new pinnacle. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's attention was fixated solely on Whitebeard's lifeless body. He laughed maniacally, instructing his subordinates to cover the white-bearded figure with a black cloth before he himself dove beneath it. Moments later, he emerged with an air of confidence, striking a pose identical to that of the white-bearded man. With a resounding punch, the air shattered, and the already teetering Marine headquarters collapsed entirely. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard reveled in his triumph, proclaiming that the two most formidable forces, darkness and seismic power, were now in his grasp. Henceforth, this would be my era. As he continued to cackle, he readied himself for another strike, eager to showcase his might to the world. However, to his dismay, only dark energy emanated from his hand. The cataclysmic force he once wielded had vanished. What was happening? Let me tell you, my comrades, the system is extraordinary. I had extracted the core principle of the Jinjin fruit, leaving him with nothing but a one-time trial version. Once used, it was gone. Blackbeard was left dumbfounded. Nanny, how could this be possible? Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, realizing the truth. This fool was nothing but a fraud. Why hold back? An irate Garp charged forward, delivering a barrage of powerful punches, with Sengoku following closely behind. Seeing their captain falter, Blackbeard's crew lost their resolve and began to think of their own escape routes. Unsurprisingly, the once boastful Blackbeard, who had declared the dawn of his age, was swiftly beaten to death by the combined might of Sengoku and Garp, his demise agonizing. His crew was also captured and subjected to public execution. By the time red-haired Shanks arrived, the battle had concluded. He merely showcased the capabilities of the mean fruit to thwart the pursuing Marine ships, effectively concluding the conflict. I cannot ascertain how much time had passed when I awakened from a state of extreme hunger. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with the breathtaking visage of the Empress Hancock. It turned out I'd been unconscious for over 4 days, during which she and Marguerite had taken care of me. The first thing I craved upon waking was food. I devoured sustenance for a solid half hour before feeling revitalized. The aftereffects of my awakening were overwhelming, nearly draining me completely. However, as I gradually regained my strength, I discovered that I had inadvertently gained a boon. Although the experience card was gone, I seemed to have permanently unlocked a portion of fire control abilities, and the absorbed principle of resonance from the system allowed me to grasp its application. Let me tell you, while I may not be capable of producing the earth-shattering effects of the white-bearded man, I can induce high-frequency resonance in objects I contact, causing them to disintegrate from within. In the future, I could wield any stick as a high-frequency vibrating particle blade, executing dimensional strikes with ease. Thus, I spent a month in Joshi Island, reveling in a heavenly existence surrounded by beautiful women. Meanwhile, the outside world had undergone drastic changes. Akainu had perished, the Marine hierarchy had been completely overhauled, and my bounty skyrocketed to 20 billion, followed closely by a deadly order from the world government. To make matters worse, the Marines, through relentless investigation, had deduced my connection to Joshi Island and dispatched several warships to exert pressure, insisting on searching the island. Hancock and her companions stood firm against this intrusion, but the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly tense. One night, I overheard the situation and realized the peril I posed to them. I could not allow them to suffer because of me, so I imposed a strict punishment on Hancock and her crew, instructing them to erase all traces of my presence and prepare for my imminent departure. Though I was set to flee, I was resolved to deliver a significant blow to the Marines first. I had buried numerous surprises in Marineford, a testament to my victories, and it was time to unveil them. The Marines had pursued me relentlessly and dared to threaten Hancock. How could I let that slide? I stealthily departed, piloting my Noah's Ark, and within a day, I returned to Marineford. The next phase was the thrilling unearthing of my hidden treasures. I began to excavate the boxes filled with fruits that I had previously buried. To my astonishment, some were reduced to mere mush, while others were unremarkable. Yet ultimately, I unearthed 8. A total of 8 devil fruits. This was an incredible windfall. It is not my style to merely acquire without taking action. I maneuvered Noah's Ark to a distance of 2,000 meters from them and unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the ruins. I aimed to stabilize the emotions, ensuring they understood Mo Dao, had returned. This action stirred the marine hornet's nest, and a throng of them frantically pursued me. With my emergence, the crisis on Jiushi Island was averted, as all attention shifted to me. They believed they had cornered me, setting up roadblocks and pursuing me relentlessly. How amusing! Did they not recognize the technological marvel that is my Noah's Ark? Once I activated its submerged mode, they could not even catch a whiff of my exhaust. After evading these pesky pursuers, I embarked on a global tour to reconnect with friends. I first sought out red-haired Shanks, sharing a grand feast with him and borrowing a flag to support Fishman Island. Next, I visited Alabasta, gifting Vivi with local specialties and 2 additional devil fruits. I also made sure to check in on Nami and Robin, ensuring they were well. Finally, I returned to my humble beginnings in Xino Village. Much to my surprise, the village chief frequently brought his granddaughter to encounter me, treating me as if I were a key performance indicator. I hastily left behind a weakened version of the Rokushiki manual and made my exit. Having completed my rounds, I pondered it was time to explore the new world. The current dynamics had not drastically changed. The Whitebeard pirates were still formidable with Marco and Ace at the helm, maintaining their status as one of the 4 emperors. As long as I did not provoke Kaido or Big Mom, I could traverse the seas with ease. Yet I was caught off guard. While leisurely exploring an island, I glanced up to see 3 admirals. Dressed casually, they appeared like 3 elderly gentlemen shopping, effectively surrounding me. They did not act, but merely locked onto me, waiting for me to exit the civilian area. My mind raced. Fine, if they wanted to play, I would entertain them. I feigned a stroll towards the sea, and just as I was about to leave the town, I struck. A sudden flash of movement, augmented by seismic energy, directed at the foremost admiral. He likely had never encountered such an assault and was caught off guard, failing to evade. My blade cleaved through his weapon, and he bore the brunt of the blow. Had he not reacted quickly, that strike might have been fatal. With my first strike successful, I did not look back and executed the moonwalk across the water surface, betting they were landlubbers who would not dare pursue me into the depths. Indeed, by the time they reached the shoreline, I had already made my escape. I quickly summoned Noah's Ark, plunging into the depths below. However, I was utterly unprepared for their deployment of submarines. There was even a fishman tracking me. Goodness. This turned into a debacle, with me being relentlessly pursued, unable to find a moment's peace. Ultimately, with nowhere else to turn, I plunged into Wano country. This isolated land barred the entry of marine ships and was Kaido's territory, where they dared not intrude. Utilizing the cover of night and my shadow domain, I easily infiltrated, donning the attire of a samurai for temporary safety. The following day, as I journeyed towards the flower capital, I heard a child's cries for help from the nearby woods. Approaching, I found a 7- or 8-year-old boy brandishing a small, rusted sword, confronting a wild dog. Initially reluctant to intervene, I assumed he was simply a wayward child with a bodyguard covertly watching over him, indulging in a taste of life outside. Just as I turned to leave, the boy shouted, "Filthy mutt, I, Kazuki Momonosuke, am not afraid of you." At that moment, I froze in place. Kazuki Momonosuke? The ultimate brat whom even the Pirate King could overlook, but who must not survive? Let me tell you, both Nami and Robin are now under my protection. I cannot allow the troublesome plot of the anime to unfold. Without further ado, I discreetly unleashed a hint of Conqueror's Haki, rendering his hidden protector unconscious. The remaining matters were entrusted to that ravenous wild dog. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed through the forest, but that no longer concerned me. Upon entering the city of Huajidu, I sought out the most opulent restaurant, intending to indulge in a sumptuous meal and a relaxing bath. Just as I settled in, an extraordinarily beautiful woman entered, kneeling across from me. When she spoke, I nearly dropped my chopsticks. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Kazuki Hayori, the courtesan of Wano." Well, there it was, her identity laid bare. However, upon hearing her name, I couldn't help but smile. Was this not the sister of Kazuki Momonosuke? I promptly spoke candidly, recounting what I had witnessed in the forest. I saw a child claiming to be Kazuki Momonosuke, who was killed by a wild dog. Remarkably, she did not even blink, replying, Kazuki Momonosuke has been dead for 20 years. My word, this woman was quite the fierce character. Intrigued, I smiled at her and said, how interesting. Pray tell, what might you offer to sway my interest? There are 3 admirals waiting for me outside, and if you cannot match their stakes, I shall not indulge in your little game. She fixed her gaze upon me, her expression shifting dramatically until she seemed to reach a resolution. If you can slay Kaido and Orochi, then both I and the Kazuki clan shall be yours. Should you desire, I would relinquish my purity to serve you. Such words were indeed tempting, yet I suspected that a woman who could become a courtesan beneath the noses of her enemies possessed a cunning mind. I cannot believe she would capitulate so easily. I chuckled, picked up my chopsticks, and leisurely replied, I cannot provoke Kaido. How about this? I shall take you, but I will only assist you in eliminating Orochi. What do you think? Hiyori's pupils constricted sharply as her mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. I did not rush her, continuing to enjoy my meal while awaiting her response. After approximately 10 minutes, she slowly raised her head, the turmoil and confusion in her eyes replaced by unwavering determination. Without uttering a word, she stood, approached me, and knelt beside me with a thud. To my astonishment, she grasped my hand holding the chopsticks and declared, Master, allow me to serve you. My chopsticks nearly slipped from my fingers in shock. Was this woman truly so resolute? Would she risk everything for vengeance? Upon reflection, it dawned on me. Her brother, Momonosuke, was gone. The last male heir of the Kazuki family had perished, and their hopes for revival had been utterly extinguished. Who could comprehend the weight of such loss? It was a classic case of a person driven to madness, willing to gamble everything when faced with despair. As for whether I had directly caused her brother's demise, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that I was now her only lifeline. I understood her intentions clearly. She aimed to win me over, to make me fall for her. And once I had avenged her, she would gracefully bid me farewell. A rather ambitious plan, indeed, yet she seemed to have miscalculated in one regard. I had anticipated a dramatic push and pull, yet the script deviated entirely from my expectations. This woman was utterly straightforward, immediately settling into my lap. Well then, an opportunity presented itself. It would be illogical to refuse. As for eliminating Orochi, I assure you, that was simpler than squashing an ant. 2 days later, the entire Wano was abuzz with the news that the great General Orochi and his core subordinates had perished overnight. I was responsible. How efficient was that? With Orochi's demise, Hiyori, no, now she should be called Kazuki Hiyori, began to mobilize, rallying her father's former subordinates to seize control of Wano. Yet, I was acutely aware that this was futile. Orochi was insignificant. He was merely a dog kept by Kaido. The true mastermind still remained. Without Kaido's approval, they would never hope to reclaim their former glory. However, I chose not to expose her naivety. After all, she was a young lady, and it was only fair to grant her a glimmer of hope. She was free to pursue her ambitions. I was merely an emotionless tool, serving as her bodyguard by day, and, well, you understand what I mean by night. This carefree existence lasted only a few days before trouble found me. On the 6th day, a colossal figure blocked my path, towering at 6 or 7 meters. Cloaked in black, with large black wings sprouting from his back, he approached ablaze. I realized with a start that this was one of Kaido's calamities, the formidable Jin, his top subordinate. He was direct, stating, Our governor wishes to see you. Come with me. I would be insane to meet Kaido. Moreover, I was in need of a worthy sparring partner to elevate my skills to the level of an admiral, and here he was conveniently delivered to me. I immediately challenged him to a duel. Let us battle outside the city. If you win, I shall accompany you. The ensuing fight was cataclysmic, turning the skies dark as we laid waste to the mountains beyond the city, carving a canyon over 1,000 meters long. Jin was indeed formidable, a purebred tank with a tough exterior. However, my vibrational abilities were designed to counter any resilience. No matter how tough he was, I could shatter him to pieces. After several exchanges, I managed to shatter his weapon into twisted metal. Yet he transformed, becoming a pterodactyl and soaring into the skies. Was this not a blatant act of bullying? My vibrational powers were significantly weakened through the air. Ultimately, I seized an opportunity, employing a high-frequency vibrational blade to strike him, leaving a substantial wound. Of course, he retaliated with a kick that left me nursing a bruise for 2 days. Consider it an exchange of injuries. 3 days later, I had recuperated and realized I could no longer remain in this place. Jin had fled, and surely Kaido, that madman, would come to confront me personally. I bid farewell to Hiyori beneath the cherry blossom tree. She reiterated her sentiments of familial duty, claiming she would rather perish on this land. Alas, I could not sway her. It was futile. Very well, our paths diverged. That evening, I made my escape, intending to set sail under the cover of night. However, as I reached the seashore, my radar blared a warning, and an alarm rang in my mind. Instinctively, I slammed to a halt and retreated. Within a second, a meteor crashed where I had just stood. From the smoke emerged a towering figure, adorned with horns and dragon scale tattoos, emanating an overwhelming presence. Kaido himself had arrived. This extraordinary being wasted no time, expressing admiration for me and inquiring whether I would join him. Naturally, I declined, mentioning my agreement with the Kazuki clan. To my astonishment, he simply stood there, arms wide open, saying, "Come, try to kill me. If you cannot, you must take that Kazuki girl and join me." I was bewildered. Was this truly a tactic in 2025? Was this not a real-life scenario where you were offered a chance to prove your worth? Who could say whether he was jesting? Yet I was genuinely curious to test the limits of this so-called strongest creature. I began to gather my strength, unleashing my vibrational powers, yet to no avail. His physical form was so robust that even spatial vibrations could not penetrate it. Very well, if brute force would not suffice, I would resort to magic. Raijin, my most potent technique, a fusion of lightning and high-frequency vibrations. I drew my blade and thrust it forward. The blade penetrated but only halfway, caught tight by his muscle. As if it were steel, Kaido let out a grunt, his expression shifting to one of astonishment for the first time. And I saw it in his eyes, not anger, but exhilaration. It was the look of a child who had found a new toy. My heart sank. This madman was becoming giddy with excitement. Run. That was the only thought in my mind. I made a snap decision, abandoning my weapon and fleeing. The speed at which I sprinted was undoubtedly the fastest I had ever run. Kaido stood momentarily stunned, seemingly unaccustomed to such decisiveness. By the time he regained his composure, I had already distanced myself by several hundred meters. He roared after me, "Come back. If you dare to flee, I will annihilate the Kazuki clan." I trusted him as far as I could throw him. Where would he find Kazuki Hiyori, who was hiding so deeply? I quickened my pace. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of heat surged from behind me. That fellow transformed into a dragon and unleashed a torrent of flames. I promptly activated my haki, enveloping myself in armor, while the shock wave formed a protective barrier, preventing me from being instantly incinerated. Seizing the opportunity, I plunged into the ocean without a second thought. After all, I hadn't consumed a devil fruit, so diving into the sea was as familiar as returning home. I dove deep into the abyss, summoned my Noah's Ark, and accelerated away. However, it didn't take long for me to realize that it was a mistake. If Kaido could not locate me, he would surely return to search for Xiao Zi. That foolish girl was still in Hana no Kuni. Immediately, I turned the vessel around, piloting the Noah's Ark submarine back to Hana no Kuni in just over an hour. The sun had yet to rise when I stealthily entered Xiao Zi's residence. She was still in a deep slumber. Without hesitation, I threw back the covers, hoisted her over my shoulder, and dashed outside. She awoke, protesting and declaring she would never leave. I shouted at her to be quiet, threatening to knock her out if she continued to argue. No sooner had we leapt out of the window than a deafening roar echoed behind us as a massive fire dragon descended from the sky, incinerating her room to ashes. When Xiao Zi turned around and saw the destruction, her face went pale. She finally understood that I had returned to rescue her and instantly became compliant, clinging tightly to me in silence. Thus, I forcibly abducted her from Hana no Kuni. Since that day, she ceased to mention any desire for revenge or returning home, and her demeanor became markedly calmer. I relished the tranquility as I sailed, wandering through the new world. Moreover, I took the opportunity to conduct an experiment, capturing a plethora of chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, creatures that flew, ran, and swam, and tossed them into my Noah's Ark, which could transform into a bracelet. To my amazement, they thrived within, completely unharmed. This led me to ponder, if animals could survive, what about humans? I captured a few unfortunate pirates and tossed them inside. And lo and behold, they were lively as well. At that moment, enlightenment struck me. My Noah's Ark, when transformed into a bracelet, was not merely a shrinking vessel, but rather a portal into an independent, nebulous realm. I smacked my thigh in realization. Why had I not discovered this sooner? Anyone with family understands. This was akin to a personal secret domain. Had I known of this function earlier, Robin and the others wouldn't have had to part ways with me. Yet, upon further reflection, I felt a sense of relief. They had adapted to their new lives and formed new teams. If I recklessly returned to whisk them away, what would happen to them once I departed? No, it was better not to complicate their lives. At least now, Xiao Zi would no longer have to be separated from me. Otherwise, I would be constantly troubled about where to hide her. After all, those pursuing me now included not only the 3 admirals of the Navy, but also Kaido, a quartet of formidable adversaries, which was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Just as I had unraveled the functionalities of my ship, my whereabouts were suddenly compromised. Let me tell you, that evening while I enjoyed the sea breeze, I glanced upward and spotted a tiny black soaring towards me. Squinting to see clearly, I realized it was no mere it was a dragon. Kaido. My mind momentarily faltered. How had he found me? But within a fraction of a second, I self-deprecatingly chuckled. Ah, this is the world of One Piece, where a figure of his caliber could locate someone in the blink of an eye. To make matters worse, scanning the ocean's surface revealed a fleet of warships, blackening the horizon. Well then, it seemed I was in for a considerable challenge. I had one thought: run. Without a moment's hesitation, I dove into the water, desperately plunging deeper. To my astonishment, I discovered that the Navy had warships beneath the waves as well, forming a blockade. Alas, their plans might have been well laid. But I possessed the Shadow Realm. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, I was the king. Reaching a sufficient depth, I vanished from their perception. 1 minute later, I emerged in a 2-person submarine and slipped away. Yet, I remained perplexed by the Navy and Kaido's relentless pursuit as they dispatched a multitude of ships and personnel, hounding me like rabid dogs. Throughout my escape, I felt like a conspicuous target, with obstacles awaiting me at every turn. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. My supplies were dwindling. Resolutely, I steered the wheel towards the windless zone. I would no longer play their game in the Grand Line. I would return to the 4 seas. With Kaido's watchful eyes in the Grand Line, I would find solace in the distant 4 seas. As it turned out, this strategy was indeed astute. The day after departing from the Grand Line, my pursuers vanished completely. I found a small hill by the sea, finally able to catch my breath. During this time, Xiao Zi and I enjoyed a secluded life akin to divine beings, and my strength surged as various abilities intertwined, bringing me closer to the level of an admiral. Particularly my speed. I dared say I was now swifter than an average admiral. However, just as I was relishing these days, trouble arose once more. Standing atop the hill, I instinctively gazed towards the sea and, to my astonishment, the horizon was densely populated with black dots, ships. Without a second thought, I summoned the Noah's Ark. Xiao Zi, understanding the urgency, swiftly leaped aboard. Transforming the vessel back into a bracelet, I turned and raced inland. Given the circumstances, escape by sea was no longer an option. I would undoubtedly be trapped. Yet, I underestimated their determination. Just as I began my flight, the 3 admirals, Kaido, and his 3 calamities landed, pursuing me at breakneck speed. I tell you, it was a scene of 7 formidable foes chasing after me. No matter how fast I was, sheer numbers would prove overwhelming. They employed a strategy of relentless pursuit. steadily closing the distance between us until it dwindled to merely 3 or 4 kilometers. At this rate, I would be apprehended in less than half a minute. In a moment of desperation, I shouted back, "Kaido, we bear no grudges. Why pursue to the bitter end? If you withdraw now, I'll return after shaking off these 3 pests to spar with you." What do you think his response was? Kaido laughed maniacally from behind. "Your proposal is enticing. But regrettably, I relish this game of cat and mouse. So, do continue your escape." Infuriating. "Very well, if you show no mercy, do not expect me to be kind." I boldly declared, "Kaido, I offer you one chance. Retreat immediately. If not, I shall ensure you regret it, even if it costs me my life." That scoundrel dismissed my words, continuing to laugh. They all believed me to be an easy target, didn't they? Very well. I would show them what it means to be underestimated. They should prepare themselves. With determination, I glanced at the sky. The sun was setting. Once darkness enveloped the land, it would become my domain. For now, I must buy time. I spotted a towering stone cliff ahead. Accelerating, I dashed towards its base, and, as I passed, I nonchalantly grazed the cliff wall before delivering a powerful punch, sending a boulder crashing towards Kaido. He merely scoffed, not bothering to evade as it shattered against him. Illiterate fool, I smirked inwardly. He was utterly oblivious. My casual swipe had already compromised the internal structure of the cliff. Once all 7 of them rushed into the area shrouded by the cliff, I sprinted to safety and snapped my fingers. Boom. Countless boulders cascaded down. While these stones posed no threat to a monster like Kaido, the others would certainly need to evade. In that moment, I managed to create significant distance between us. This time was enough to carry me until nightfall. Sure enough, as they closed the gap to 2 kilometers, darkness enveloped the land. Although this would not hinder those with observation haki, they did not realize that nightfall signified the descent of my domain. I did not rush to attack, continuing my forward sprint. After another 5 minutes, my eyes lit up upon spotting a tall cliff ahead. In an instant, I accelerated and leaped forward. Just as I vanished from their sight, I activated the Shadow Realm, blending into the night like a drop of ink dissolving in darkness. My breath, sound, and presence were instantly nullified. The group reached the edge of the cliff, utterly bewildered. How could this be? Where did he go? He can still accelerate? How did he disappear in an instant? Everyone stood in shock, as under their observation, I simply evaporated into thin air. Continue the pursuit. He cannot have gone far. Spread out and search, one of the generals commanded. Although Kaido was displeased, he let out a grunt and transformed into a colossal dragon to scout from above. Unbeknownst to them, less than 10 meters beneath their feet, a pair of murderous eyes were fixed intently upon them. The hunt had begun, with a great flapping of wings. Kaido startled a multitude of birds from the forest. In that moment of chaos, a brilliant flash of blade glimmered in the night, quietly blooming. A spray of crimson erupted in the darkness as I struck a general, whom I did not recognize, piercing through his chest. Had he not sensed danger at the last moment and instinctively turned, my blade would have shattered his heart. With a successful strike, I did not linger to assess my victory. I withdrew my blade and melted back into the shadows, racing away. This time, I intentionally left my presence partially concealed, allowing them to relocate my position once more. The injured general, terrified, clutched his wound and fled towards another general. With his lung pierced, he was rendered nearly powerless, a liability left behind. They quickly decided to leave one general to protect him while Kaido and the others continued their pursuit of me. Meanwhile, it appeared as though I was being relentlessly chased by Kaido, with the Navy's main forces closing in ahead. In truth, my mind was racing with calculations. When I was approximately 2,000 to 3,000 meters away from the main force, I remotely detonated a cache of explosives I had secretly planted in the Shadow Realm. The sound of the explosion mingled with gunfire erupted in a cacophony. Kaido and his crew, upon hearing this, assumed I had collided with the main forces and hastened towards the direction of the blast without a second thought. As for me, I executed a swift maneuver, silently returning to the edge of the cliff beside the 2 generals left behind. If only the items aboard the Noah's Ark could be summoned like a spatial ring, I could have shown them the despair of being under heavy bombardment. Alas, This was sufficient for the moment. Under a sky full of stars, with a gentle evening breeze, the campfire crackled, accompanied only by the sounds of insects and burning wood. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of blade illuminated the night once more, reflecting off the flames. The two generals witnessed it, but it was too swift. They had no time to react. This strike had been meticulously planned, aimed directly at the severely wounded general. Without a shadow of a doubt, the blade severed his throat, nearly decapitating him. Dead. The other general watched in horror as his comrade fell, his eyes bulging with rage as he unleashed a powerful punch toward me. Having just executed my strike, my strength was depleted, and with the distance closed, the punch landed solidly on my left shoulder. With a crack, I was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, spewing blood uncontrollably. In the narrow passage, the brave triumph. I had anticipated such a response, and was prepared for injury when I decided to strike. Though I was grievously wounded, I possessed the resilience of immortality, while still airborne. I merged once again into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The enraged general could only lash out at the empty air, demolishing the surrounding trees and rocks in his fury. Meanwhile, I had already found a concealed spot, transformed the Noah's Ark back into a small vessel, and indulged in a feast. After half an hour, my shattered bones had mostly realigned. Though I lacked strength, I could still move. After a brief respite, I set out once more, stealthily approaching Kaido and his crew. I had vowed to make Kaido regret his actions. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. I silently returned to their vicinity. The tides of attack and defense had shifted. It was now my turn to hunt them down. However, with my left hand injured, a direct confrontation was impossible. I needed to employ strategy. After surveying the area, I set my sights on the three calamities. Kaido was too formidable to confront at the moment, but the calamities were just right. Ultimately, I chose the Plague Queen. I stealthily approached, feigning an appearance of severe injury with my left arm wrapped in bandages. As I neared him, only 10 meters away, I deliberately snapped a branch beneath my foot. Queen abruptly turned, and in that moment of urgency, I was compelled to strike early, unleashing a brilliant slash. Although he was caught off guard, he managed to evade my attack. Without hesitation, I turned to flee. Perhaps due to my injuries, I stumbled as I turned, spitting out blood violently. Seeing this, Queen erupted into laughter, charging toward me. His corpulent figure, surprisingly swift, closed the distance in an instant, delivering a punch that sent me flying, causing me to cough up more blood. Yet, I did not stop. Upon landing, I raced towards an unoccupied direction. "You cannot escape. Your head will be mine," Queen bellowed, pursuing me into the darkness. The chase swiftly took us far from Kaido and his crew. Once I had led him far enough, the opportunity arose. In the night, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded, taking advantage of the blinding lightning, which rendered Queen momentarily disoriented. I abruptly halted and turned, slashing out. The gleaming blade sliced through his throat. He clutched at his neck, gazing at me in disbelief until his last breath. "You are uninjured." Of course, I was wounded, but not nearly as severely as he presumed. The previous bloodshed had merely been an act. The disparity of information is always the most potent weapon. However, the act of slaying Queen revealed my position. I sensed that I was being encircled by Kaido and the remaining calamities. "How dare you? I will kill you." Upon seeing Queen fall, Kaido's eyes instantly turned crimson, transforming into a colossal dragon that obscured the sky, exuding an aura so fierce it seemed to solidify the air. Once he transformed, flames erupted skyward, severely diminishing the effectiveness of my shadow realm, rendering me unable to remain completely concealed. In such circumstances, I could only attempt to break through. Otherwise, I would surely perish if cornered. I steel myself, targeting the weakest among the calamities, the drought. "Jack," I surged forward with utmost speed. "You shall not pass," Jack roared, also transforming into a massive mammoth. With unwavering resolve, I clashed with the mammoth. The brilliant blade flashed once more as I and the beast crossed paths in an instant. A gasp escaped as I coughed up a large volume of blood, staggering for support as my blade steadied me. At that moment, my left arm had completely vanished, and my chest was deeply sunken. In that fleeting moment of intersection, I unleashed all my strength, sacrificing an arm and 3 broken ribs to ensure Jack's demise. After that strike, I was utterly spent. Gasping for breath, I fled desperately into the darkness, as Kaido observed my battered figure nearly dissolving into the shadows. He finally grasped the truth. He regretted his underestimation of me. He had not anticipated my ruthlessness, nor my ability to remain composed under such dire circumstances, leveraging my advantages to counterattack against them. All of this stemmed from my unique ability to merge with the shadows. Only now did they realize that I did not possess any instantaneous acceleration technique. I had simply melded into the very fabric of the night. And guess what? That old rascal Kaido finally caught on. He unleashed a torrent of dragon flames toward me, and as the flames illuminated the surroundings, I was indeed exposed. The look in his eyes was one of profound regret. He lamented, "Why did I not act sooner? Long before, I was merely regarded as a pawn." Did he truly believe his 2 loyal subordinates could be so easily subdued by me? Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. The colossal form of Kaido crashed down before me, blocking all avenues of escape. His great dragon head loomed close, exhaling a fierce breath akin to a tempest, causing my already battered body to tremble. He threatened me, declaring that I had thoroughly provoked his wrath. I assure you, as I beheld his 2 swaying dragon whiskers, I felt no fear and even contemplated giving one a tug. I possessed a trump card. What was there to fear? I boldly retorted, "Brother, let us be reasonable. Shall we?" From the outset, I offered you a chance to depart, yet you insisted on pursuing me with your blade. What is this? Only the officials are allowed to commit arson while I cannot defend myself? You think you're so formidable? I've slain celestial dragons, and you are but a mere speck. Kaido appeared momentarily taken aback by my audacious demeanor before he countered, "Fine, you may speak defiantly, but prepare your last words." No one comprehends the gravity of such a life-and-death moment. Suddenly, clarity struck. If death was imminent, then so be it. What was there to dread? Rather than await my demise, I would seize the opportunity for a grand gamble. In that fleeting moment, enlightenment washed over me, revealing the essence of living fiercely in the face of death. My spirit surged, transforming into a flash of light, charging directly at Kaido. Seeing my defiance, Kaido swung his dragon tail with ferocious intent, aiming to reduce me to pulp. However, his overconfidence led him to underestimate the ferocity of my desperate strike. My blade, concentrated with all my strength, met his colossal tail with a force akin to piercing jelly with a needle. It punctured through effortlessly. A mighty roar erupted from Kaido, echoing with such agony that it was almost unbearable to hear. The pain compelled him to revert from his dragon form back to his human guise. The fiery aura dissipated, rendering me momentarily blind, but in that darkness, an opportunity emerged. Though I was utterly drained after that strike, the passive energy within me surged forth. As I contemplated whether to experience a fall from great heights or utilize my teleportation ability, a sudden warmth surged from my stomach. The feast of sea kings I had consumed earlier began to revive me. With this newfound energy, I forced a soft landing through my vibration abilities. Though it caused me to cough up blood, at least I was alive. Upon landing, I bolted without a second thought, driven solely by the singular instinct to escape. After running for nearly 20 minutes, I heard the sound of rushing water, a river. My eyes sparkled with hope. An opportunity for escape had finally arrived. Without hesitation, I retrieved my Noah's Ark, switched modes, and submerged into the depths. Upon entering the submarine, Xiaozi gasped in horror at my bloodied form and missing arm, her face paling as she rushed to tend to my wounds. I quickly halted her, insisting, "Forget about the injuries, let's eat first." A hungry man is a strong man. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The Sea King's meat rejuvenated me, and my wounds visibly began to heal. After traversing dozens of kilometers down the river, I found a hidden cave to conceal myself, alternating between eating and resting. By morning, my internal injuries had mostly healed, though my arm had yet to regenerate. The following day, I discovered that Kaido and the Navy were relentless. Terrified by my ambush, they lit bonfires in their camp that shone brighter than a festival. During the day, the admirals maintained a distance of less than 200 meters, surrounded by vice admirals, forming an impenetrable barrier. Their numbers were overwhelming, conducting a thorough search wherever I fled, infuriating me. It was clear that remaining on land was futile. I gritted my teeth and changed course, charging straight towards the red line. I refused to believe that these foot soldiers could scale it by hand. I hid during the day and journeyed recklessly by night. By the time Kaido's main force caught up, I had successfully ascended the red line. However, I was naively oblivious. They had dispatched individuals with special abilities to trail me, relaying real-time updates, while a fleet awaited at sea, determined to eliminate me. Fine, if they wouldn't allow me to return to the sea, then I would not. I charged towards the heart of the red line, Mary Geos, the stronghold of the celestial dragons. I even left them a message. Tell Sengoku and the Gorosei that if they continue to pursue me, I shall set Mary Geos ablaze. You won't believe it. They did not take me seriously and sent people to block my path. Yet, with my singular focus on escape, the vice admirals were no match for me. Kaido's forces trailed behind, leisurely, signaling with their demeanor. Kid, a grand feast awaits you ahead. We are merely here to enjoy the spectacle. By midday the next day, I finally beheld the ethereal city floating amidst the clouds, Mary Geos. Yet, upon arrival, I was obstructed at the entrance. To my astonishment, 5 elderly men emanated an aura that felt as potent as a 5G signal. Unmistakably, they were the Gorosei. Surrounding them were several celestial dragons donning bubble helmets. Buzzing like flies, one female celestial dragon, with a malevolent glint in her eye, demanded that I kneel and lick her feet, threatening to capture my family, friends, and even Princess Vivi of Arabasta as slaves. In that moment, a string in my mind snapped. After relentlessly pursuing me, they dared to threaten my friends? Fine. If they sought a spectacle, today I would deliver. In an instant, I erupted in fury, unleashing my full strength in a strike aimed at the Gorosei, forcing them to defend themselves. Seizing the opportunity, I barreled into Mary Geos. At that very moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Mary Geos. Reward: a card absolute defense. 3 minutes of invincibility. Without hesitation, I activated it. A golden shield materialized just in time to block a dagger aimed at my heart from behind, mere centimeters away. I turned to the assailant and smiled. What a pity. You were so close. Then, before everyone, I spat blood onto the bracelet on my wrist, summoning Xiao Zi forth. Seeing my action, Kaido's heart raced, and he turned to flee. I gazed at his retreating figure with a pitying smile. Yanking the bloodied Noah's Ark bracelet from my wrist and tossing it into the throng of onlookers, I murmured softly, boom. An endless radiance instantaneously engulfed everything. Strangely, as the light enveloped Mary Geos, it seemed to be drawn back, retracting rapidly until it transformed into a crystalline seed resembling a melon seed, burrowing into my forehead. I stood in disbelief. What was happening? No explosión. At that moment, the system elucidated, stating that my actions had drastically altered the plot. The energy from a Noah's Ark's self-detonation and the chaotic laws had coalesced into a world seed, rewarding me with a special lottery draw. Before I could fully comprehend, I noticed a bloodied figure lying at the edge of the pit, barely recognizable. Upon closer inspection, it was Kaido. Xiao Zi was on the verge of hysteria. Her eyes reddened as she lunged toward him, only to be restrained by me. How foolish, though he appeared to be on the brink of death. Who knew if he still possessed the strength to retaliate? Calming Xiao Zi, I drew my blade and approached Kaido step by step. Without hesitation, I plunged the blade into his vital points multiple times, ensuring his complete incapacitation. I assure you, with foes of such caliber, delivering the final blow is imperative. Otherwise, they might struggle and retaliate, and we would both meet our end here. Once I confirmed that Kaido had truly breathed his last, I exhaled in relief and beckoned Xiao Zi over. Kaido, in his dying moments, mumbled some mundane phrases about the world and farewells. Xiao Zi, however, paid no mind. Seizing my blade, her eyes ablaze with vengeful fury, and with a swift motion, she severed his massive dragon head. Revenge has been served, as she cradled that severed head, weeping with a heart-wrenching intensity. What a tragedy! A legendary figure among the four emperors has perished. Truthfully, he was fortunate to leave behind a complete corpse, having fled with sufficient speed and resilience. My single explosive strike obliterated the entire Mariejois from the map. The Gorosei undoubtedly left no ashes behind. I swiftly embraced Xiao Zi and made my escape, for the commotion from the Navy was escalating and delay would risk being ensnared. I tell you, my explosion enforced a global reset. News of the event spread like wildfire, igniting chaos across the world. Before, when I threatened to annihilate Mariejois, no one believed me. They thought I was merely boasting. Yet here we are. I not only proclaimed it, but I also accomplished it and managed to escape unscathed. Of course, outwardly I appeared triumphant, but inwardly I bore immense pain. The Noah's Ark had become spiritually bound to me, and detonating it felt akin to tearing a part of my own psyche. The sensation was reminiscent of enduring 3 sleepless nights of gaming, only to have my mind scrubbed with a steel wool pad, buzzing and agonizing. However, compared to my minor affliction, the world government faced utter devastation. Mariejois, the epicenter of global power, was now reduced to an unfathomable abyss. The celestial dragons and the Gorosei were no more. The powers of the world were left dumbfounded, only to be reinvigorated with fervor. The Revolutionary Army's dragon directly led his forces to seize cities, while Alabastus Weiwei took the opportunity to convene a global conference, and even the Empress was rallying alliances at Fishman Island. The entire world order had been irrevocably reshaped by my explosion. Who among my family comprehends this? I initially sought only self-preservation, and inadvertently became the man who could shift the very axis of the earth. For the time being, these matters were irrelevant to me. As I returned to Wano with Xiao Zi, after honoring her parents with Kaido's head, she transformed into Kazuki Hiyori and commenced the reclamation of Wano. The Beast Pirates? With Kaido gone and the calamities eliminated, what remained were but a pitiful band of misfits, incapable of safeguarding their own territory, let alone meddling here. In Wano, I lived in opulence, with treasures and resources flowing into my hands as if they were free. My previously severed left hand had regrown. Aside from being slightly paler than my right, it was indistinguishable. Once my injuries had healed sufficiently, I resolved to have a serious discussion with the system. System, come forth. Did you not previously assert that recklessness would incur punishment? I have just obliterated Mariejois, thrusting the Pirate King's narrative towards its conclusion. Is this not a significant escalation? Why then do I receive rewards? The system fell silent for 3 seconds before coldly responding. Host, may I inquire if your destruction of Mariejois has impacted the planet itself? Note, I refer to the world itself, not the beings or narrative within it. At that moment, I was taken aback, and then a realization struck me with a resounding clarity. By heavens! So this is what it meant. I had obliterated people, structures, and the so-called narrative. Yet for the world of One Piece, it was akin to a pimple on its face being squeezed. Insignificant. The system's notion of collapsing the world pertained to annihilating the entire planet. This implies that in the future, I could roam freely in any world. Provided I did not obliterate the planet, even slaying the protagonist would be permissible? Theoretically, yes. However, the protagonist carries the world as fate, and eliminating them would have some repercussions, albeit minimal. I was left speechless. I had been so cautious, believing I was on hard mode, only to discover that the system revealed I had been in a beginner's tutorial of free exploration. How splendid! From this point onward, nothing would restrain me. I then inquired about the world seed. The system explained that the energy from the explosion of Noah's Ark had been so immense that to prevent repercussions on the entire planet, it had compressed all the energy into this seed, which was now nestled in my mind. This seed now served as a miniature pocket dimension, and once my mental strength recovered, I could delve into its development. Upon hearing this, I was elated. Although the loss of Noah's Ark was regrettable, possessing a ship with its own mini-world was phenomenal. After spending over half a month in Wano, I had fully healed and prepared to depart. I returned Nami and Weiwei to their respective places and, finally, brought Robin back to O'Hara, where I witnessed her resolve her inner turmoil before sending her to her desired destination. Having accomplished all this, I instructed the system to whisk me away. In the next moment, I felt as though I were not traversing realms, but rather spinning in a washing machine. The world spun chaotically, my stomach churned violently, and my mind threatened to explode. System, I feel as though I am dying. Rest assured, host, this is a normal after effect. Your body is too weak to withstand the pressures of traversing the sea of worlds. Just give a moment. I couldn't believe the intensity of the sensation. I struggled to glance around the small room, confirm my safety, and promptly lost consciousness. I don't know how much time passed before I slowly regained awareness. The overwhelming dizziness finally subsided. I quickly processed the information relayed by the system. The world of the wandering earth initially left me in shock, and then I bolted upright. What? The wandering earth? A technologically advanced world. My Noah's Ark. What a tremendous loss. I lamented for some time before regaining my composure. Regardless, the world seed was far more enticing. My immediate concern was to ascertain the current situation. It appeared that the only food available in this world was dried earthworms. I found myself in a quandary. My pocket dimension contained enough provisions to last half a year. Should I conform to local customs or consume my own supplies? After much deliberation, I steeled myself. After all, I was destined to conquer the stars and the seas. How could I be deterred by a mere plate of protein? I shall eat. Minutes later, I stared at the dish before me. Although it was cooked to a delectable aroma, I still recognized it as earthworms. I picked up half of one, closed my eyes, and stuffed it into my mouth. Ugh, the flavor was tolerable, yet the thought of it wriggling in the soil made it challenging to maintain my composure. Ultimately, I endured my disgust and finished the entire plate. After my meal, I returned to bed. The system had assigned me the identity of a sickly trainee rescue team member, an orphan, which afforded me some much-needed rest. Just as I pondered the narrative, a chime resonated in my mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully navigating the first sign-in world. The beginner protection mechanism has officially concluded, and the system is commencing its upgrade. Following the upgrade, the rewards for check-ins would revert to standard levels, primarily consisting of points and lottery opportunities. A recycling system had been initiated, allowing the host to exchange unnecessary items for points. I abruptly sat up in shock. What is this? The beginner protection period has ended? There will be no more plentiful rewards? I had not yet warmed up to the luxury. Transitioning from opulence to frugality is arduous. Thankfully, before departing the pirate world, I had scavenged a considerable number of devil fruits. The following day, once the system completed its upgrade, I packaged and sold the surplus local specialties to the system, garnering over 18,000 points. After addressing these matters, I donned heavy protective gear and ventured out for training. My sick leave had expired. When I finally stood beneath this planet engine, towering higher than Mount Everest, the sheer awe was beyond words. The flames shooting into the sky made me acutely aware of my insignificance. My limited abilities seemed unworthy of even a mere scratch upon its surface. My journey ahead remains long. While I pondered this, a voice emerged beside me. Indeed, for the future of humanity, let us all strive together. I turned to see none other than Captain Wong Lei. The iron-faced tough guy from the movies had become my instructor. This was fortuitous. If I performed commendably, I might hitch a ride into the protagonist's circle. In the days that followed, I embarked on rigorous training, with a solid foundation and expertise in marksmanship. The moment I grasped a firearm, it felt as though I had reunited with a long-lost brother. Within a week, I had become the ace of the team. On that day, while I was engaged in training, I received an unexpected notification announcing a 3-day holiday for the upcoming new year. Upon hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. Something significant was about to unfold. The narrative was officially set in motion, and I needed to utilize this break to prepare accordingly. I procured a dozen of those elastic balls, the kind that Lucci tossed in the opening scene of the movie, which inflate into a massive airbag upon pressing. While they held little practical use for me, their sheer playfulness was irresistible. Once I secured these playful trinkets, I returned home to rest. as one must conserve energy for monumental endeavors. However, mere moments into my respite, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire underground city trembled violently, and debris rained down from the ceiling. I must tell you, my sensitivity to vibrations is remarkable. While others remained cocooned in slumber, my eyes snapped open. The ground was quaking. The narrative had commenced. The gravitational pull of Jupiter surged alarmingly, causing widespread paralysis of planetary engines globally, and tectonic plates began to drift. The United Government immediately sounded the highest alarm, initiating a saturated rescue operation. I, a mere rookie in the reserve, had barely ventured above ground, yet I was thrust into action. There was simply no manpower to spare. Within 3 minutes, I rushed to the assembly point, clearing some debris along the way and rescuing a few individuals. Upon reaching the surface, I was awestruck. The rescue vehicles were magnificent, sleek and entirely black, bristling with artillery, capable of operating in temperatures as low as -80 degrees, with wheels that could rotate in all directions, almost allowing lateral movement. If this were 2025, it would undoubtedly be classified as a miraculous vehicle. We were the CN-17111 rescue team, led by Captain Wang Lei, and I found myself aboard his lead vehicle. No sooner had we departed than the aftershocks persisted relentlessly. The journey was harrowing, with cries for help echoing from every corner, desperate pleas from those trapped. We were equipped with exoskeletons, which would undoubtedly aid in rescuing many, yet the orders were clear. Ignore them. Our mission was to safeguard the lives of the remaining 3.5 billion people. A failure meant that saving a few now would ultimately lead to our demise later. This was the apocalypse, devoid of cinematic cliches where characters refused to leave. Initially, I discreetly employed my vibrational abilities to dislodge falling debris and save a few individuals, but soon I conceded. The sheer number of people in peril was overwhelming. The phrase human strength has its limits resonated profoundly within me. Nonetheless, I could not bear to witness my comrades in distress. Our transport vehicle laden with firestones was on the verge of plummeting off a cliff. In the moment the driver prepared to sacrifice himself to preserve the cargo, I discreetly created a tremor, causing a small section of earth beneath him to collapse, resulting in the vehicle's front sliding back to safety. Although it became stuck in a pit, at least the driver and the cargo were preserved. As fate would have it, we encountered an unexpected turn of events, crossing paths with the main characters. Han Xiang's vehicle was intercepted by us. While we were in the process of transferring our cargo to their vehicle, a notification chimed in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully entered the plot. Registration complete. Reward will be issued upon leaving this world. I was utterly perplexed. What was this? Rewards with delayed delivery? The system urged me to continue my efforts. After a moment of contemplation, I grasped the underlying intention. This system did not merely seek my participation in the narrative. It desired that I gather data from this world. The fastest way to collect data? Create chaos. The more I disrupted the plot, the more data it would gather, resulting in greater rewards for me. What a twist. It was compelling me to assume the role of an antagonist, or rather, a pivotal character, given the tightly woven plot of this world. I decided to refrain from causing turmoil for the time being and opted to save a few doomed extras. Consequently, I voluntarily joined Lu Qi and his companions, exchanging glances with the sibling protagonists. Throughout our journey, grim news persisted. One rescue team after another had gone dark. This was the essence of saturated rescue efforts. Countless teams' failures were gambled against the potential success of a single team. Soon, we encountered difficulties. The shifting tectonic plates had formed a towering ice wall over 100 meters high, with the only route leading through the frozen ruins of Shanghai. Gazing at the ice-encased skyscrapers, Han Xiang lamented deeply. At that moment, Lu Peiqiang, Lu Qi's father aboard the space station, established communication. The relationship between the father and son, strained due to matters concerning Lu Qi's mother, quickly deteriorated into an argument. Indifferent to their familial disputes, I found my mind wandering until, once again, the Earth trembled violently. The gravitational pull of Jupiter intensified. The atmosphere was being siphoned away, with aircraft plummeting like raindrops. The ground before us collapsed entirely, leaving us with no choice but to scale a nearby skyscraper on the verge of collapse while carrying hundreds of pounds of firestones. Upon entering the building, Lucci engaged in a heated debate with Gang Z about whether to ascend first or carry the firestones. Annoyed, I interjected, "Why argue? Let us go together. Han Duo, follow me." I had no time for their bickering. I swiftly hoisted Han Duo onto my back, securing her tightly with my exoskeleton. Then, with a powerful leap, I soared up several meters. I had previously modified my exoskeleton hands into claws, plunging them into the metal wall of the elevator shaft, akin to Spider-Man, climbing rapidly while carrying someone. My focus was entirely on professionalism. Seeing this, Lucci followed suit. For those of us donning exoskeletons, scaling such structures was a trivial task. I discreetly used my vibrational powers to stabilize the precarious building, ultimately ensuring everyone reached the rooftop unscathed. However, our vehicle was lost. As despair settled among us, I slipped away to a secluded corner, retrieving a small rescue vehicle I had prepared earlier. This vehicle was one I had, reasonably reclaimed. I drove this compact marvel, carrying Captain Wang Lei and an engineer, straight to the Hangzhou engine, while Lucci and the others went to assist another nearby signal. My driving skills were aggressive. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, navigating through the chaos with reckless abandon. We finally arrived, just in time, rebooting the engine. Hangzhou Underground City was saved, but at grave cost. I glanced around. At least 10,000 lives have been lost, with subsequent casualties potentially exceeding 50,000. In films, such scenes are mere numbers, but witnessing it firsthand revealed the reality of countless living souls. Captain Wang Lei confirmed the safety of his wife and child with a silent glance before rejoining the team. We regrouped with Lucci, ready for our next mission, support Sulawesi. However, en route, the most devastating news struck. Global broadcast from Moss. Although over 70% of the propulsion engines had been restarted, we had missed the escape window. Earth had been captured by Jupiter. All efforts had been in vain. Listening to the broadcast chilled my heart. The failure to restart 29% of the engines meant that nearly 2,000 underground cities could collapse, resulting in the loss of 350 million lives, if not more. The vehicle fell into a somber silence, with despair enveloping us all. Gang Z, known for his fiery temper, dramatically brandished his weapon, firing into the sky at Jupiter. In that moment, Lucci suddenly shouted, "Is there a possibility of igniting a mixture of Earth's atmosphere and Jupiter's?" The tech whiz, calculated rapidly and exclaimed, "It's feasible." Yet, as someone privy to the script, I knew they were overly optimistic. Once Li excitedly finished outlining his plan, I calmly inquired, "Li, have you calculated how far our engine's plasma beam can reach?" He paused, quickly recalibrating. The next second, he slumped to the ground, pallid and defeated. The beam fell short. It could not reach Jupiter. Was there truly no hope left? Tears brimmed in the eyes of those in the vehicle. However, one solution remained. I turned to Lucci and slowly spoke. The Navigator space station still has hundreds of thousands of tons of fuel. If we factor in this matchstick, it should suffice. However, Lucci instantly comprehended my meaning, his face turning pale and his pupils trembling. In the end, it was his grandfather Han Xiang who stepped forward, taking up the communicator. "Allow me to contact him." Who among the family could understand the cruelty of persuading one's own father and son-in-law to embrace death? The call connected, and Lu Peiqiang's voice resonated through the device. Trembling, Lucci relayed the desperate and singular plan. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Lu Peiqiang's cheerful affirmation. "Lucci," he concluded, "take good care of Duo and your grandfather. And Happy New Year. I will always be watching over you from above." Some might wonder if it would suffice to simply detonate the space station, but that was not feasible. It required a pilot to steer it precisely into the fiery plume emitted by the planetary engine to instantaneously ignite all the fuel, achieving that terrifying explosive distance. I had already steeled myself for a tragic conclusion when, unexpectedly, the United Government consented to this plan. Moreover, They directly authorized Moss to execute this suicidal mission. Liu Peiqiang was spared from death. Moss took control of the space station while we made our way to the underground city for refuge. With a cataclysmic shockwave, Earth was successfully propelled beyond Jupiter's gravitational grasp. We were saved, yet Liu Qi and the others remained enveloped in sorrow. Suddenly, Liu Peiqiang's voice echoed through the communicator. "Liu Qi, are you all okay?" Liu Qi was momentarily stunned. "Dad, how are you still alive?" The United Government agreed to our method, and it was Moss piloting the space station, he explained, his voice imbued with the joy of survival. "I, along with the others, are alive. We succeeded, son. I will be home soon. Wait for me." After a brief exchange, the call was disconnected. Although Earth was saved, there remained a multitude of issues to address. The Navigator space station was lost and needed to be rebuilt, and many others awaited rescue. Thus, we had much to do. I must tell you, the ensuing busyness was overwhelming. A week passed swiftly. While everyone was rescued, new troubles arose. That girl Han Duo, for reasons unbeknownst to me, began visiting me daily. Her gaze fixed upon me as if I were a rare treasure. Who among the family understands the sweet troubles of being pursued by a blossoming maiden after saving the day? She came with her brother Liu Qi and that Li, punctual as if clocking in for work, standing there like two utility poles, their expressions conveying unwavering support, leaving me feeling quite uncomfortable. It was only natural for them to harbor suspicions about me. I had initially planned to slip away after saving the world, never intending to linger. Yet after a moment of inspiration, I stayed a few extra days to assist, and now I found myself under scrutiny, subjected to their subtle probing. Today, however, the main event arrived. A man clad in a spacesuit, with an unwavering gaze, approached me directly and extended his hand. "I am Liu Peiqiang, Mr. Mo Dao." "Thank you." My heart sank at that moment. It seemed inevitable that this would happen. His formal address implied that I was merely a representative of an organization sent to investigate me. While he expressed his desire to thank me privately, I was well aware of his ulterior motives. Nevertheless, I was not intimidated. After all, as fellow human beings, I truly admired those who risked their lives for their homeland. He led me into an unoccupied room and, without further ado, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Mr. Mo, on behalf of the United Government and all of humanity, I thank you." I quickly helped him up, insisting, "My friend, please do not. I cannot accept such grand gestures. To put it plainly, I merely pushed through a window, allowing you to write the correct answers on your exam in advance. Even without my intervention, you would have succeeded, albeit with a more arduous process." Upon hearing my words, Liu Peiqiang was momentarily taken aback, likely causing a stir among the high-ranking officials on the other end of the line. The implications of my statement were profound. Firstly, Earth was never destined for destruction. Secondly, I had long known the outcome. At this juncture, I felt no need for subterfuge and laid everything bare. To be candid, I am not of this world. I am a time traveler. Before arriving here, I visited a realm known as One Piece. As I spoke, I clenched my right fist and struck the air lightly, not exerting full force. I merely imitated Whitebeard's gesture, and with a cracking sound, the air around my fist fractured, shattering a nearby table into splinters. The capabilities of the Gura no Mi should be in your database. I smiled at the now completely petrified Liu Peiqiang. After several minutes, he regained his voice, looking at me as if I were an extraterrestrial. You brought an anime ability into reality? What of it?" I replied, reclining in a chair. "Perhaps in the eyes of others, your world is merely a film. Existence justifies itself. There is no need for conflict over such matters. Does your science not discuss parallel worlds? It is the same principle." Liu Peiqiang swallowed hard, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he inquired whether I could return or take others with me. I shook my head, informing him that it was not feasible at the moment, causing the light in his eyes to dim. Yet, I must admit, these individuals possessed remarkable resolve. Despite their disappointment, Liu Peiqiang quickly composed himself, asserting that as long as I made requests, they would fulfill them without hesitation. In the following 3 days, the core areas of the underground city, including the interior of the planetary engine, were completely accessible to me, demonstrating their sincerity. Observing their earnestness, I decided to be forthright. I conjured a small box and handed it to him. "Show this to your superiors. I have a business proposal. Inside is the magma fruit, a natural-type devil fruit. I require technology, prioritizing electromagnetic and nuclear advancements, along with a variety of weaponry and ample ammunition." Liu Peiqiang's eyes widened, yet his focus was peculiarly fixated. "Mr. Mo Dao, was that spatial technology you just demonstrated?" I was momentarily taken aback, "My friend. It is the devil fruit, a miraculous item that transforms one into a magma person. Are you not curious at all?" However, upon reflection, I understood spatial technology was indeed the ultimate remedy for them in this era of wandering. Regrettably, my gift was merely innate, and I could not comprehend the underlying principles. The next day, Liu Peiqiang escorted me into a colossal warehouse, leaving me utterly astonished. Here, machine guns and tanks seemed mere toys, relegated to the corners. I must tell you, the neatly arranged rows at the back of the warehouse, adorned with slogans proclaiming their unwavering commitment, included missiles. Liu Peiqiang calmly explained, "These are equipped with warheads, while their yield is modest. They pack a punch and are untainted, rest assured." My legs felt weak. Goodness, these are the real deal. If one were to detonate them, I would not only be unable to elementalize, but would be obliterated. The firepower seemed sufficient to engage in a resurrection competition. I asked him, "Aren't you afraid I am a fraud? Aren't you concerned I might turn these weapons against you?" Liu Peiqiang smiled, albeit with a hint of desolation. "What more do we have to lose? If we lose this gamble, we merely maintain the status quo. If we win, our descendants may yet see the light of day." Such audacity was commendable. I promptly resolved to collaborate deeply with them. The ensuing 3 months were nothing short of heavenly. They leaned the entire technological tree of the world towards me, providing everything from simplified combat exoskeletons to electromagnetic flight devices, loading me with advanced gear. In return, I offered them the remaining devil fruits and resources from the Sky Island for their research. Remarkably, they successfully derived principles of energy absorption and recoil from the impact dial. They were truly brilliant. 3 months later, having acquired all the knowledge I needed and suited up in divine armor, it was time for me to depart. The young girl, Han Duo, is indeed striving hard, aspiring to become a scientist. However, this concern bears no relevance to me now. System, settle the rewards and transport me to the next world. Congratulations to the host for this check-in. You have received a versatile magic core, 1,000 points, and a life-saving protection once. Let me tell you, this versatile magic core is simply extraordinary. It can transform into any weapon I am familiar with, and even devour to upgrade. I was truly tempted to have it consume a planetary engine for a test. But then I reconsidered. After all, I cannot very well wield a planetary thruster to smash my foes, can I? As I was lost in thought, that familiar sensation of weightlessness returned. Darkness enveloped me, and upon reopening my eyes, I found myself retching against a wall. Taking a moment to regain my composure and assess my surroundings, my limbs felt numb. The intricately carved wooden bed and the antiquated furniture suggested I had landed in a historical drama set. I quickly accessed the system information, and moments later, I sprang from the bed like a carp leaping from the water. Xian, Jin, Qi Xiaozhuan. I cannot express how exhilarated I was. This was the realm where one could cultivate immortality. Technique. While I lacked most were cultivation techniques. With my abilities, I just needed a method to integrate them. It was as if a pillow was delivered just as I was feeling drowsy. I hastily stepped outside to inquire about my location and discovered I was in Xingyu Village, Yuhang Town, the hometown of Li Xiaoyao. Upon further questioning, I learned that the Yunlai Yunxiu Inn was closed, as Aunt Li was ill, and Li Xiaoyao had been at sea for several days seeking medicine on Xianling Island. Goodness, the plot had already commenced. By now, Li Xiaoyao was likely already wed to Linger. What was I waiting for? The disciples of the Baiwei sect would soon follow the path Li Xiaoyao had forged onto the island, wreaking havoc. I decided to take a shortcut and proceed directly to Xianling Island to act heroically. Perhaps I could even become familiar with the locals and acquire the coveted techniques. Although I was uncertain of the exact coordinates, The drama had mentioned it was to the southwest. Would this pose a challenge for me? With a drone leading the way and a helicopter for transport, in just over an hour, I beheld the island enveloped by tumultuous waves. I stowed my gear and switched to a small wooden boat, paddling gently forward. Quite fortuitously, I noticed another vessel ahead, occupied by 3 men clad in black cloaks. Their waistbands adorned with red cloth, clearly the cannon fodder of the Baiwa sect. Timing is everything. I leisurely trailed behind them, waiting until they disembarked before approaching the shore myself. Finding a spot beneath a peach tree, I sat down, pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, and prepared to watch the unfolding drama with great enthusiasm. Before long, Li Xiaoyao emerged with Zhao Linger. I remained seated beneath the peach tree, munching on seeds, observing their affectionate exchanges. To be honest, the moment I laid eyes on Linger, I was momentarily enchanted by her ethereal aura, so untainted by the mundane world. However, I had no ulterior motives. After all, I had weathered far greater storms in life. This was merely a trivial scene. Before I had even finished my seeds, a loud crash interrupted the moment, as a small fairy was sent flying from the forest, crashing to the ground like a discarded sack. Immediately following, the 3 black-clad men leapt out, exuding an air of menace. Upon seeing them, Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger turned pale. Li Xiaoyao pointed at the leader of the black-clad men, exclaiming, "It's you." To my surprise, the leader chuckled, addressing Zhao Ling. "If it weren't for this young man beside you, we would not have made it up here." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Li Xiaoyao had unwittingly invited the wolf into the fold. Realizing his blunder, his face flushed crimson as he accused, "You used me." The man across simply shrugged, too late. With a menacing glare directed at Zhao Ling, he continued, "Young lady, come with us." Li Xiaoyao, in a fit of urgency, shielded Zhao Linger behind him, declaring, "Not a chance." Yet, they paid him no heed and advanced forward. At that moment, the injured girl on the ground, summoning an unknown strength, clung desperately to the black-clad man's leg, crying out, "Sister Linger, run." I must say, the disciples of the Baiwa sect were utterly deranged, as if brainwashed. The black-clad man looked down, seemingly unfazed by the girl's plea. Without a hint of emotion, he raised his large axe and swung it down towards her head. What on earth? I flung aside my sunflower seed shell. How could I tolerate such bullying of a young girl? With a clash, I swiftly drew my blade, deflecting his axe and forcing him back several steps. Once he regained his footing, I stood protectively in front of the girl. I flicked my knife and cast a sidelong glance at them. "Tell me, gentlemen, how can you harm such a lovely little sister? Your leader is a perpetual bachelor, devoid of understanding of affection, and you all follow suit?" The moment those words escaped my lips, I stirred a hornet's nest. The 3 men's eyes turned crimson, and they lunged at me like rabid dogs, shouting, "You dare insult our leader! You seek death!" But I was merely speaking the truth. He had no wife or girlfriend. Was that not the definition of a bachelor? I continued to stoke the flames. The trio erupted in fury, charging at me without casting a single spell. Inside, I was nearly bursting with laughter. Was this it? With such intellect, they aspired to capture me? If they had resorted to long-range spells, I might have been in for a challenge, but they insisted on engaging me in close combat. They were practically delivering themselves to me on a silver platter. I smirked, my blade gleaming with a flash. Not light, but rather, I drew my blade so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. In a fleeting moment, I had positioned myself behind the 3 men, sheathing my blade without altering my stance. A second later, fine lines of crimson appeared around their necks, and like a line of dominoes, they fell one after another, lifeless. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linger, and the grandmother who had rushed over stood frozen in disbelief. The grandmother was the first to regain her composure, eyeing me warily. "Who exactly are you?" I sheathed my blade, raised my hands innocently. "Me? Just a concerned passerby, a champion of justice, witnessing their bullying of a young girl. I simply couldn't stand idly by. If you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave." I spoke sincerely. After all, I had completed my task and made my presence known. Whether I stayed or left was inconsequential. Yet the grandmother scrutinized me, and her expression shifted dramatically. She seemingly spun an elaborate narrative in her mind, likely perceiving my exceptional skills and lack of magical prowess as evidence that I was a secret agent sent by the Nanjiao Kingdom to protect Linger. Her attitude did an astonishing about-face, blooming into a radiant smile. "Oh dear, how could you say that? You are our benefactor. Please come inside." Ah, I relished this misunderstanding. Once inside the island, the grandmother deftly probed for information, inquiring about matters concerning the Nanjiao Kingdom. As a man well-versed in the script, I would not fall for her tricks. I deftly maneuvered through her questions, offering vague and ambiguous responses while occasionally dropping hints of insider knowledge. You won't believe it. She genuinely believed me. After confirming my identity, the grandmother revealed her true intentions, emerging from a room with a bundle, her tone earnest. Linger's presence has been compromised. I wish to ask you and Xiaoyao to escort her back to Nanjiao. Oh, and since neither of you possess magical abilities, the journey may prove perilous. Please take these with you. They may be of use. I glanced at the bundle to find 2 books inside. For those who understand, it was as if a pillow was delivered just as I was feeling drowsy. I had been fretting over lacking cultivation techniques, and here they were. One volume titled Wuling Shanshu was placed in my hands, while the other, Yujin Shu, was handed to Li Xiaoyao. My heart soared with delight, but I maintained a facade of composure, feigning indifference. This was celestial technique. With this, my abilities of thunder and vibration would surely soar to new heights. When it came time to confront the leader of the Baiwest sect, I would be more than equipped. Upon boarding the return vessel to Yuhang Town, I eagerly began to study my Wuling Shanshu. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao, initially engrossed with Zhao Linger, eventually found his boredom compelling him to join me in examining his Yujin Shu. As a result, he is illiterate. How could he possibly comprehend the intricate diagrams of meridians and acupoints depicted in the book? Thus, he rushed over to inquire of me. Meanwhile, I continued perusing my own text, intermittently offering him a few pointers. Before long, he had finished his book and gazed longingly at the one in my hands. I reasoned that since my grandmother had never prohibited us from exchanging texts, I casually tossed him the volume titled Wuling Xianshu. Upon opening Yujin Shu, I was rendered speechless. The first page was filled with a lengthy exposition on heart methods. The human Tao is vast and the immortal Tao boundless. Was this not the comprehensive guide to cultivation from Shu Mountain? The most essential teachings. Yet, that fellow, Li Xiaoyao, was utterly oblivious. He completely bypassed this crucial passage and proceeded to examine the illustrated techniques in the back. I was astonished. Was this fortune truly falling into my lap? Without hesitation, I read through the heart method from beginning to end, and with my extraordinary intellect, I memorized and comprehended it on the spot. Just as I had internalized the heart method, Li Xiaoyao returned the Wuling Xianshu to me, his expression filled with disdain. Your book is too profound. It's not interesting. I think I'll just practice my sword instead. I nearly burst into laughter. Ah, this lad possesses exceptional talent for swordsmanship, yet it appears his aptitude for spells is decidedly lacking. His inability to understand the text was indeed a windfall for me. Following this, I began to delve into the techniques of Yujin Shu. Tell me, what man has not fantasized about soaring through the skies on a sword? As I admired the dazzling techniques illustrated within the pages, I found myself unwittingly entranced, my fingers mimicking the movements. Li Xiaoyao, sensing my enthusiasm, began to mimic my gestures as well. We appeared quite mad, engaging in an imaginary duel, and continued until the ship docked, still somewhat reluctant to cease our practice. Upon our return to Yuhang Town, Li Xiaoyao used an elixir to save his aunt and even brought home a fairy bride, causing quite a stir in the town. However, the following morning, calamity struck. A piercing scream erupted from Li Xiaoyao's room. Ah, who are you? How did you end up on my bed? This was immediately followed by Zhao Linger's tearful voice. Xiaoyao, what is wrong? Stop joking around. The moment I heard this exchange, my heart sank. Trouble was brewing. The Weogu had activated. When I arrived at the inn's hall, I beheld a tableau of 4 individuals, each bearing distinct expressions. Zhao Linger was crying inconsolably. Li Xiaoyao hung his head like a remorseful schoolboy, and his aunt was in a tizzy on the verge of tears. In utter desperation, his aunt turned to me for assistance. Ma Yao, do you have any solutions? What could I possibly offer? I am not a doctor. However, I'm used to untie the knot. One must first tie it. I cleared my throat and addressed them. While I cannot resolve his amnesia, there might be a way to try. If we can rekindle Xiaoyao's love for Linger, perhaps that will suffice. I paused before presenting my theory. I believe that once his love for Linger is reignited, the sealed memories will naturally resurface. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger, who had been teetering on the brink of despair, suddenly brightened, raising her head to look at me, her voice trembling with hope. Really? If I can make Xiaoyao fall in love with me again, will he remember? I nodded affirmatively. This plan is foolproof. Do not be deceived by Li Xiaoyao's demeanor. Despite his apparent preoccupation, his ears were pricked up and attentive. Moreover, with Linger's celestial beauty, how could he possibly remain unaffected? I was confident he would not refuse, for it was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. I mused that the wine sword immortal would soon arrive, so I refrained from reiterating the teachings of Yu Jianshu. I was pressed for time, eager to cultivate the Shu Mountain Heart method myself. Who had time to entertain him? Just as I began to cultivate my first strand of true qi, a notification from the system popped up, presenting me with a new feature, the cultivation roulette. My goodness, I was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Was this not a tailor-made enhancement for my ascension? Each draw required 500 points, granting a minimum of 1 year of cultivation, with a maximum of 100 years. With over 20,000 points, I had enough for 40 draws. If each draw yielded a year, that would equate to 40 years of cultivation. Li Xiaoyao had barely practiced for a year, and I would be soaring ahead with my 40 years. Without further ado, I initiated the draws. The first draw yielded 1 year. Fine, a good start. I silently chanted the extraction, and a warm current surged into my dantian, pure and potent, dissolving almost instantaneously. I calculated that this single year of cultivation equated to a month of my relentless training. Worth it. As I continued to draw, by the 10th attempt, the pointer suddenly awarded me a staggering 50 years. The previous draws combined nearly reached 60 years, so I decided to digest this influx before overwhelming myself. Yet, I overestimated my capacity. The energy from those 50 years surged into me, nearly bursting my dantian. Who among you understands the sensation of consuming an entire feast at once? I hastily began to operate the heart method, multitasking to summon the laws of thunder to stimulate absorption. Fortunately, the energy provided by the system was sufficiently mild. Otherwise, I would have ascended right then and there. After more than an hour of exertion, I opened my eyes, drenched in sweat. Remarkably, not only was I unharmed, but my physical strength had also increased, and my true qi was fully replenished. Just as I reveled in this newfound power, Li Xiaoyao returned, beaming with joy, evidently having mastered the sword techniques from the wine sword immortal. The following morning, I practiced with the iron sword I had forged, finding it cumbersome as I was accustomed to wielding a blade. Li Xiaoyao, upon witnessing this, inquired in astonishment if I too had encountered the wine sword immortal. I rolled my eyes. Have you forgotten? This is the secret manual gifted by my grandmother from Xianling Island. He then recalled, regretting having shouted grandfather so many times. After breakfast, Li Dama brought forth the sword belonging to Xiaoyao's father, signaling our official departure. Throughout our journey, that lad and Lin Yuru bickered like a pair of comical adversaries, inundating me with their incessant banter. Upon reaching Suzhou, the scene unfolded dramatically as Lu Jinyuan made his entrance. Li Xiaoyao was knocked over by the crowd, landing directly at Lu Jinyuan's horse's feet, mistaken for an assassin. I stood beside Linger, casually enjoying seeds while observing the spectacle. Lu Jinyuan's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing Ling. Li Xiaoyao, overcome with jealousy, seized Linger and made to leave. I approached Lu Jinyuan, offering him a handful of seeds, saying, "Brother, don't get your hopes up. The girl already has a child." Later, we encountered one another at a tavern where Li Xiaoyao, attempting to show off, ordered a plate of stir-fried beef with greens, claiming it was the most exquisite dish. I was utterly speechless. Was this not the very definition of a show-off? Naturally, the entire room erupted in laughter, and Linger added a witty remark, stating, "Xiao Yao has ordered quite the luxurious dish." Unable to bear it any longer, I produced golden leaves and ordered an extravagant feast, reclaiming the atmosphere. Subsequently, during Lin Yuru's martial arts contest for marriage, Li Xiaoyao, disapproving of her excessive force, jumped onto the stage to defeat her. This prompted Lin Tian Nan to insist that he become her suitor. I stepped forward and declared before all, Li Xiaoyao and Linger have already wed. She is carrying his child. Lin Tian Nan was left utterly dumbfounded, only to pivot and pester me about marrying Lin Yuru. To attain peace, I decided to pass on the Shu Mountain Heart method to Lu Jinyuan, who harbored feelings for Lin Yuru, finally quieting Lin Tian Nan. Subsequently, we ventured to Yinlong Cave, but I shall refrain from elaborating on the tale of the serpent and fox demons. Suffice it to say, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru learned a valuable lesson about focus in battle. Soon, Shi Gonghu, Tang Yu, and Anu joined us, creating quite the lively gathering. The obstinate Shi Gonghu insisted on taking the lead, while neither Li Xiaoyao nor Lin Yuru was willing to concede, resulting in a heated quarrel. Ultimately, I proposed that we take the main road while they traversed the hidden path, thus reaching a resolution. Subsequently, the plot accelerated as if I had activated a booster. Along the way, we encountered an ambush from the Baiwei sect, which I swiftly dealt with, leaving Li Xiaoyao and the others astounded. Then came the confrontation at the general's tomb against the Red Demon King. I mused that this boss was of mediocre strength, so I ventured forth alone. With a single strike of the Divine Sword Thunder Control technique, I dispatched him instantly and casually acquired a Soil Spirit Pearl. Upon my return, to my dismay, Linger had been captured by the Sword Saint and imprisoned in the demon-locked tower. Li Xiaoyao and his companions lay unconscious on the ground. It dawned on me that the Sword Saint intended to forcibly separate them. With no other option, I had to head to Shushan to retrieve her. The Wine Sword Immortal, knowing he could not stop me, willingly imparted the ultimate Wine God curse to Li Xiaoyao and granted me access to the library. How could I be courteous? I immediately took out my scanner and copied all the secret manuals. Entering the demon-locked tower was no small feat. I first acquired an endless wine pot, ensuring my future drinking needs would be met. Then I encountered Jiang Ming. I refrained from intervening, allowing the Sword Saint to possess Li Xiaoyao and resolve his century-long emotional turmoil. Just as we were about to exit the tower, a riot ensued among the demons, threatening to collapse the entire structure. I instructed Li Xiaoyao and the others to leave first while I held the rear, cutting a path from the top to the bottom, battling fiercely amidst chaos and malevolent energy. By the time I emerged, I could hardly contain my murderous intent. However, foolish Ji Sanyang, misled by some erroneous philosophy, believed she could use herself as a furnace to dispel the demonic energy, and thus offered herself willingly. Who among my kin could comprehend? She was seeking death. I could not stop her. Ultimately, she found release, following her beloved, while I was left drained of vital energy and with shattered meridians, suffering a tremendous loss. Upon seeing my injuries, the Sword Saint declared that only the Holy Maiden of Nanzhao could save me, but it required gathering 5 spirit pearls, a Qilin horn, and a phoenix eggshell. Thus, Li Xiaoyao returned to the events of a decade prior. Once he brought back the items, my injuries healed, and my cultivation even surpassed its previous limits. The Wine Sword Immortal also reconciled with the Holy Maiden and Anu, successfully entering the Tao. Meanwhile, the Baiwei sect leader was not idle. He unleashed the Water Beast. I sent Linger and the others to rescue people, while I followed Li Xiaoyao, and the Wine Sword Immortal confronted Baiwei. The Water Beast was no match for me, easily obliterated with a single punch. As for Baiwei, he attempted to threaten me using Li Xiaoyao and the others, but I triggered the defensive spell I had previously set upon them, shattering his magic. Seizing the opportunity, I activated a life-saving protection and endured one of his attacks, then pierced him through with my sword. I told him that his world was too small, limited to his narrow perspective, and then he disintegrated into light. After this ordeal, The system notified me that my sign-in was complete and inquired if I wished to depart. Could I leave? I had promised to build a temple for Ji Sanyang. Thus, I chose to remain. Linger successfully gave birth to Yiru. Wali Xiaoyao fulfilled his desires, marrying both Linger and Yiru. Tang Yu and Anu also found their happiness. As for me, I scoured the world for heavenly treasures and constructed a temple for Ji Sanyang, even spreading rumors of her exceptional spirit. To my surprise, she truly became a minor deity through the power of devotion, marking a commendable conclusion. Once all matters were settled, I decided to depart for the next world, Do Pa. However, upon arrival, the system announced an upgrade was required and disconnected me. To make matters worse, my cultivation was suppressed to level 10 by this world's rules, necessitating the acquisition of soul rings for unsealing. Wait, soul rings? Isn't that from Do Luo? Upon reviewing the information, I realized that the system had thrown me into the Do Luo continent. This was a significant predicament. The system fled, and all my divine equipment was sealed. Nevertheless, it was not a grave issue. I possessed numerous trump cards. I recalled my familiarity with the plot of Do Luo continent and hastily sought a location to farm soul rings. However, upon inquiry, I learned that Tang San and his companions had already graduated from Nodding Academy, missing my chance. With no other option, I headed straight for Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, the scene was astounding. I approached the gatekeeper, Teacher Li Yusong, claiming I was there for an interview. He was skeptical and insisted I display my soul rings. When I revealed them, 1 purple and 6 black, he was utterly shocked. Then came the confrontation with Zhao Waoqi, who, in my presence, resembled nothing more than a punching bag, enduring a thorough beating from me, after which he even expressed his gratitude. Flanders, the miserly headmaster, was green with envy upon witnessing my ability to create houses out of thin air, begging me to rebuild the entire academy. Eventually, the Shrek 7 monsters were finally assembled. Xiao Wu, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and the rather bothersome Zhu Zhuqing. I considered that Dai Mubai, being a philanderer, was unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing, so I decided to intervene. I first took Zhu Zhuqing to witness a scene where Dai Mubai was surrounded by admirers, thoroughly disheartening her. Then I confronted Dai Mubai, promising him benefits in exchange for him voluntarily annulling their engagement. Zhu Zhuqing, initially indifferent towards me, soon found herself drawn to me. Tang San's father, Tang Hao, came seeking trouble, wanting to defend his son, but I gave him a sound thrashing. Afterward, he left cheerfully, declaring that henceforth, his son would be under my care. I thought to myself that I could certainly provide companionship and guidance. After spending some time at Shrek, I took Zhu Zhuqing and a few others to Wuhuan City for a stroll and negotiated a deal with Bibi Dong. That woman was rather intriguing. Despite her intense hatred for men, she could not resist my charm. I helped her purge the Rakshasa divine power, allowing her to undergo a transformation, and in return, she gifted me the soul bones of the Wuhuan Hall. Later, she abdicated, passing the papacy to Hulayina, and ventured to the Doqi continent to bond with Qian Rinxue. After I had reaped all the benefits from Do Luo continent and completed the sign-in task, the system rewarded me with a substantial amount of world essence. Without hesitation, I integrated it into my miniature world. With a thunderous roar, my miniature world evolved from a mere storage space into a vast and magnificent realm. I became the sovereign of this world. Following this, the system bid me farewell, stating its mission was complete and it would return. A beam of golden light shot from my mind, splitting in two. One half departed while the other transformed into a rune that settled upon my brow, curiously pursuing the departing soul light. I was astonished to discover a remarkably handsome young man beside whom it rested. He introduced himself as Yi Li, explaining that this system was devised by him to recruit allies for an adventure in a realm called the Chaos World, as he felt uncertain embarking alone. I finally understood. All this while, I had been summoned as his elder brother. However, considering the numerous benefits he had bestowed upon me, I agreed. Years passed, and my cultivation had long surpassed that of a sage, with Medusa and the others attaining the status of great Luo golden immortals. Yi Li finally came seeking me. announcing that the portal to the Chaos Realm was about to open. Very well, a new journey and new adventures awaited me. Mo Dao reflected on the plot, recalling how Li Xiaoyao indeed broke the forgetfulness goo in such a manner, and thus nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao, though appearing like a wayward child with his head hung low, was attentively eavesdropping. Despite having forgotten his past, it was evident to Mo Dao that he harbored feelings for Linger. It was no surprise, as even Mo Dao found Zhao Linger stunning upon first sight. How could Li Xiaoyao, who had never ventured beyond the bustling streets of Yuhang town, not feel a spark of admiration for the ethereal Zhao Linger, given his affection? Rekindling his love for Zhao Linger would be a straightforward endeavor with just a bit more interaction. Li Xiaoyao did not refuse this notion, for regardless of its authenticity, it presented him with an advantageous opportunity. As for escorting Zhao Linger back to Nanzhao, he, with his sword saint's heart, naturally would not decline. Upon confirming this matter, Mo Dao couldn't help but anticipate the arrival of Jian Xian to impart swordsmanship to Li Xiaoyao. Thus, he refrained from conveying the swordplay and Shu Mountain Heart method to him again. Otherwise, with Li Xiaoyao's extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, coupled with the influence of the Wang Yugu, he would likely regain some memories related to sword techniques. Although Li Xiaoyao had lost his recollections of Xianling Island, he remained grounded with Zhao Linger by his side, and Mo Dao, preoccupied with his own cultivation of the Shu Mountain Heart method, had little time for aimless wandering. As it turned out, Mo Dao's innate abilities were indeed formidable. By the time evening approached, he had successfully cultivated his first strand of true qi. When this first strand completed a full cycle, the system unexpectedly issued a notification. It detected that the host was practicing the Shu Mountain Heart method and successfully activated the energy cultivation system, thereby granting an additional cultivation wheel. Mo Dao was taken aback. What on earth is a cultivation wheel? Judging by its name, it must be a powerful auxiliary tool. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Mo Dao accessed the system panel to observe the newly added cultivation wheel. The cultivation wheel allowed one to exchange points for varying amounts of cultivation. Note, the cultivation drawn from the wheel consists of the purest energy, perfectly absorbable without affecting the host foundation. Incredible! This is an opportunity for immediate ascension. Chapter 154. A modest full level. Upon reviewing the newly added cultivation wheel, Mo Dao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, for it was tailor-made for him. It required 500 points for a single draw, each yielding at least a year's worth of cultivation, with the maximum reaching a century. All for the mere cost of a single point earned from his daily sign-in, based on his previous experience in the pirate world. As long as he was willing to exert effort to sign in and gather various resources, acquiring points was not a daunting task. Before arriving in Sieni, he had already accumulated over 20,000 points. His initial points stood at 500, with the sign-in from the Wandering World contributing a modest 2,000, totaling only 2,500. However, the points he earned from exchanging for the Devil Fruit were substantial, exceeding 18,000. Thus, his total points now surpassed 20,000. With 20,000 points and a draw costing only 500, he could draw 40 times. Even if each draw yielded merely a year's cultivation, he could still obtain 40 years' worth. Li Xiaoyao cultivated for less than a year, yet achieved remarkable feats. Mo Dao could hardly believe that his 40 years of cultivation would not surpass the culmination of Li Xiaoyao's journey. Indeed, the timeline of Xian spans merely 1 year, commencing with Zhao Linger's pregnancy and concluding with Li Yiru's birth, thus marking a maximum duration of 1 year. Of course, Mo Dao still needed to ascertain the true extent of a year's worth of cultivation. If it proved inadequate, he would have to devise alternative strategies. The cultivation wheel's cost of 500 for a draw left no room for hesitation, prompting Mo Dao to activate it without delay. After approximately 5 seconds, he uttered pause, and the previously spinning wheel came to an abrupt halt, its pointer landing on the 1-year segment. This was a somewhat unfavorable start, but nonetheless, it provided an opportunity to gauge the true essence of a year's cultivation. The energy drawn from the cultivation wheel would not directly infuse Mo Dao's body. Rather, it would temporarily reside in a storage compartment, allowing for immediate extraction or deferred usage. Eager to discern the amount of true qi represented by a year's cultivation, Mo Dao promptly extracted it. Upon uttering the extraction command, a warm current surged from his lower dantian, compelling him to swiftly circulate his heart method to absorb and refine this remarkably pure energy. Indeed, the energy was as exquisite as the system had described, presenting no resistance or difficulty during absorption. He could refine and absorb a strand of energy in the blink of an eye. Upon completely absorbing the energy of that year, Mo Dao, ever vigilant of the changes within, discovered he had refined a total of 100 strands of energy. This indicated that a year's cultivation equated to 100 strands of energy rather than a direct reflection of an individual's annual advancement in cultivation. If it were to be gauged by a person's cultivation progress over a year, the disparity would be significant. Consider Li Xiaoyao. He cultivated for barely a year, yet was on the verge of ascension, while others might only produce a few strands of true qi within the same time frame. Now, with 1 year's cultivation translating to 100 strands of energy, calculations became considerably simpler. After absorbing this energy, Mo Dao engaged in further cultivation and compared the increase in true qi from 1 year's worth of cultivation, discovering that it equated to the progress he would achieve in a month of relentless training. Naturally, this month referred to continuous, uninterrupted cultivation. In a typical cultivation context, it would likely correspond to 3 months. Although he had not achieved the full progress of a year, Mo Dao was nonetheless satisfied. After all, the extraction and refinement process took him merely a minute, a significant time saver compared to his own efforts. After completing these calculations, Mo Dao continued to draw from the wheel. However, upon drawing for the 10th time, he decided to cease. For this time he struck gold, obtaining a staggering 50 years of cultivation. The previous 8 draws yielded durations of 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years, with the best being 10 years. Now, with this windfall of 50 years, he had ample energy to properly digest. Mo Dao did not extract all the cultivation at once. Rather, he refined it first before extraction to avoid overwhelming himself. Being at the onset of his cultivation journey without any guiding teacher, and now absorbing energy drawn from the system, he was cautious about encountering potential bottlenecks. Fortunately, it appeared that he had not yet encountered such a limitation, or perhaps he simply had not reached one, as he felt no discomfort after absorbing the total of 50 years of cultivation from the previous 8 draws. Sensing no adverse effects, Mo Dao took a deep breath and prepared to absorb the 50 years of cultivation. However, the moment the 5,000 strands of energy surged forth, he immediately recognized the impending crisis. The sheer volume of energy left him feeling excessively full, as if his very being might burst. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mo Dao began to fervently circulate the Shu Mountain Heart method while multitasking to channel the Thunder Law, stimulating his body to absorb the erratically surging energy. Yet, 5,000 strands of energy remained somewhat overwhelming for him. Previously, the 5,000 strands had come in batches, and he had only felt moderately full. Thus, he had not perceived any discomfort. But now, the sudden influx of 5,000 strands was overwhelming, threatening to rupture his dantian. Fortunately, the energy acquired through the system's drawing was predominantly pure and gentle. Otherwise, the chaos would have been far more severe. At present, though the energies were swirling chaotically, they inflicted no harm upon his body. In fact, it was precisely because most of these energies had surged out of his dantian that the risk of it being ruptured was averted. However, Mo Dao's mind was now entirely consumed by the task at hand. He was simultaneously focusing on controlling the currents to stimulate his body's absorption of these energies for fortification while diligently operating his techniques to absorb them, leaving him with no mental bandwidth for anything else. Thus, he remained oblivious to the gradual dimming of daylight. After darkness fell, Li Xiaoyao quietly departed from the inn, and Mo Dao remained unaware that his dantian, nourished by these energies, was steadily stabilizing, eliminating the risk of explosion. Over an hour later, drenched in sweat, Mo Dao slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. Despite the unexpected developments, the outcome was remarkably favorable. Once he absorbed all the energies, his physical prowess ascended to a new level, and he could now genuinely contend with the likes of Huang Yuan and others. Although his true qi cultivation had not specified a clear rank akin to others, as the Xianjian realm seemed to regard levels more in terms of sword realm and Dao realm, he was uncertain of his exact standing. Nevertheless, his true qi had filled his dantian to capacity, suggesting he had indeed reached the level of a master in the Shushan sect. Naturally, he still had the capacity to draw more energy, but after contemplation, Mo Dao decided against it, realizing that his dantian could not accommodate any additional energy at this moment. It was wiser to reserve his points for future needs. With that thought, he took a moment to regulate his breathing before concluding his training, just as Li Xiaoyao returned from outside. Chapter 155. Integration. Upon returning, Li Xiaoyao appeared in high spirits, indicating he had encountered some delightful news, though he did not share with others. Mo Dao, with a mere glance, deduced the source of Li Xiaoyao's joy. He had undoubtedly received martial teachings from the renowned Jiao Jianxian, Mo Ishi. However, Mo Dao chose not to dwell on it. The following morning, Mo Dao rose early to practice swordsmanship. Although he had previously followed the sword path in the world of One Piece, he had primarily wielded a blade, thus not genuinely mastering the sword path. The sudden switch to a sword felt somewhat unfamiliar. Nevertheless, the two disciplines shared commonalities, and his experience with footwork and techniques proved beneficial, mitigating any significant challenges. What left Mo Dao somewhat speechless was that perhaps due to his prior experience with the blade, the iron sword he forged through lightning-forged gold exhibited an overly domineering style in his sword moves. It is often said that a sword should be light and agile. Thus, sword techniques are generally ethereal, akin to the elusive movements of an antelope's horns, rarely employing overtly forceful strikes. However, due to his habitual reliance on the blade, although he practiced according to the sword techniques outlined in the Yujin Shu, his execution lacked the desired lightness and fluidity, instead bearing a hint of dominance. Am I destined to fall into obsession if I continue this way? Though he pondered this, Mo Dao did not cease his practice. His innate understanding proved fruitful, and by the time Li Xiaoyao and Linger emerged, he had not only mastered the sword techniques of the Yujin Shu with ease, but had also blended the might of his blade techniques into them. His swordsmanship now possessed both an ethereal grace and formidable strength. While the transition between the two styles was not yet seamless, once he fully mastered it, it would become a potent weapon in his arsenal. If he were to unleash it unexpectedly during a confrontation, it would undoubtedly yield impressive results. Of course, he did not neglect his blade techniques. However, influenced by numerous film and television works, his understanding of the realms diverged slightly from others. Currently, his swordsmanship bore similarities to the concept of holding a sword in hand while the heart is free of it, merging both the sword realm and the swordsmanship of One Piece. Hence, regardless of whether he wielded a sword or a blade, he seemed unaffected by any disparity. He did not find himself confined to one realm for the sword and another for the blade. Now, whether using a sword or a blade, he operated within a singular realm, with the only distinction being the different techniques he practiced, leaving him both delighted and somewhat perplexed. Mo Dao speculated that perhaps it was due to his lack of a definitive identity as either a sword cultivator or a blade cultivator. To him, both were mere tools, and tools were not singular. He could wield many kinds. Thus, he was capable of utilizing various weapons, each with commendable might. Yet, there might also be a drawback. He could struggle to specialize, unable to manifest the utmost brilliance of these weapons like pure sword or blade cultivators could. However, this was sufficient for Mo Dao. He resolved to become a sword immortal, reserving his blade techniques as a trump card, for his blade techniques had significantly increased in power since he acquired true qi, particularly the 3 blades of desperation. Of course, those 3 desperate strikes could also be executed with a sword or even barehanded, albeit with slightly diminished power and greater exertion. When Li Xiaoyao and the others emerged, Mo Dao had already integrated his previous experiences, and his execution of the Yujin Shu techniques was commendably proficient, so they noticed nothing amiss. However, when Li Xiaoyao beheld Mo Dao performing those moves, he was instantly astonished, realizing that Mo Dao had indeed mastered the Yujin Shu. "Hey, Mo Dao, my brother, did you also encounter that Jiu Jianxian? Did he ask you to teach you martial arts too?" Observing the familiarity of the techniques Mo Dao practiced, Li Xiaoyao hurriedly approached him. Although Mo Dao was aware of the truth, he could not divulge it. So he feigned ignorance and replied, "Have you forgotten? I just remembered. You indeed forgot. When we were on Xianling Island, Linger's grandmother imparted two manuals to us, one titled Wuling Xian Shu and the other Yujin Shu, which we both practiced." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Li Xiaoyao exhibited an expression of utter astonishment, exclaiming, "I actually practiced it. So my previous calls to you as grandfather were in vain? I should have just learned directly from you." As soon as Li Xiaoyao finished speaking, Mo Dao, feigning curiosity, asked, "What did you say the Jiu Jianxian called you?" Li Xiaoyao's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected, Mo Dao, my brother, what level had I reached in my practice? Was I powerful?" These details held no reason for concealment. So Mo Dao relayed his prior experiences to Li Xiaoyao, who was overjoyed to learn that he had spent nearly an entire day discussing swordsmanship with Mo Dao and had gained significant insights. "No wonder I felt an inexplicable familiarity. It turns out I had practiced it before." After saying this, Li Xiaoyao glanced at the sword in Mo Dao's hand and said, "Mo Dao, my brother, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" Although he had previously exchanged numerous thoughts on swordsmanship with Li Xiaoyao, those discussions had only involved gestures aboard the ship, which bore significant differences from actual swordplay. Thus, he was eager to witness Li Xiaoyao's sword techniques in action, and so he casually tossed the sword to him. Do not dismiss this practice sword as blunt, for upon grasping it, Li Xiaoyao executed a single sword move, instantly revealing a sharp aura that compelled Mo Dao to admire him. The moment he wielded the sword, Li Xiaoyao's demeanor transformed. Previously, he had exuded a somewhat roguish charm, resembling a mischievous scoundrel, lacking any semblance of seriousness. However, upon taking hold of the sword, a piercing energy quietly emanated from him, and his eyes became intensely focused and sharp, akin to a master of the sword arts. Alas, this aura dissipated in less than 3 seconds. As Li Xiaoyao swung the sword, his expression shifted to one of terror, clutching the sword in confusion. Whether practicing with a saber or a sword, one must first learn the proper grip to exert force effectively without risking injury. Li Xiaoyao had never seriously handled a real sword, and thus, he was oblivious to the correct way to hold one. Furthermore, this sword belonged to Mo Dao. What kind of strength does Mo Dao possess? In the world of One Piece, a swordsman's strikes rely on their physical strength, and swordsmen are no weaklings. Mo Dao stands out among them, wielding a practice sword that weighs at least 20 pounds. While lifting 20 pounds may not seem heavy in isolation, a sword is not merely to be lifted. It must be extended horizontally, which changes the dynamics entirely. Chapter 156. Journey to Nanzhao. Many are familiar with the principle of leverage. The farther one is from the fulcrum. The less force is required to move an object, while the opposite is true as well. When holding the sword and treating it as a lever, the fulcrum resides in the hand, and the sword itself has weight. This implies that the longer the sword, the heavier it is, necessitating greater force to raise it. With Mo Dao's sword weighing a full 20 pounds and measuring approximately 1 meter in length, it was a considerable feat for Li Xiaoyao to even manage it without dropping it on his own foot. Mo Dao, why is your sword so heavy? How much does it weigh?" After struggling to wield the sword for a few spins, Li Xiaoyao, panting, reluctantly returned it to Mo Dao, rubbing his sore wrists vigorously. Mo Dao casually took the sword, performed a flourish, and remarked, "About 20 pounds, I suppose. I've never weighed it. What of it?" Upon hearing this number, Li Xiaoyao could not help but mentally elevate Mo Dao as status several tiers. In his estimation, Mo Dao could easily pin him down with one hand. Although he had not mingled extensively with martial artists, His years of brawling in Yuhang Town had imparted him with some understanding. Typically, swords weigh around 2 pounds, with 3 being considered heavy. Even large cleavers are about 10 pounds, and those require 2 hands. Yet here was Mo Dao, wielding a sword that weighed 20 pounds. Li Xiaoyao was a loss for words. This was nothing short of monstrous. Of course, his perspective was limited to that of an ordinary person. Once he cultivated the art of sword control and gained some proficiency, he would realize that the weight of the sword is not a significant concern. After all, who among the sword immortals relies solely on strength? It is mastery of qi that governs the sword. Wielding the sword with strength, heavy weights of 10 or 20 pounds are already at their limit. Beyond that, it becomes futile since the essence of the sword lies in its lightness. If one were to use a sword weighing dozens of pounds to strike, it would be wiser to opt for a club or a large blade instead. The principle of wielding a sword with qi differs entirely. With sufficient internal energy, one can lift not just dozens but even hundreds or thousands of pounds effortlessly, rendering the sword as light as a feather. Currently, Li Xiaoyao was unaware of this truth, and Mo Dao kept it to himself, for he would soon discover it. Though Li Xiaoyao could not handle Mo Dao's sword, he was not without alternatives. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a wooden sword on his back. This wooden sword was a cherished treasure he had played with since childhood, and it was also the sword he exchanged for a spirit pearl with the goddess Nuwa when he traveled back 10 years in time to meet his younger self. After acquiring this sword, Li Xiaoyao wielded it with impressive flair, swiftly causing a multitude of leaves to fall from the tree overhead, nearly stripping it bare. Indeed, he exhibited a certain grandeur, yet regrettably, without having commenced the cultivation of the Shushan heart method, he lacked any internal energy, rendering his flashy swordplay devoid of lethal power. "All right, enough of that. Come back for breakfast," Li Dama said. "You will soon set off for Nanzhao, and the journey ahead is long and arduous. Once you leave, who knows when you'll have a hot meal again. Eat well." Upon hearing these words, the excitement in Li Xiaoyao's heart evaporated in an instant. Despite his seemingly callous remarks, expressing disdain for Li Dama and bickering with her daily, she remained his closest kin in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life to seek the elixir when she was in trouble. Now, as he prepared to leave home and part ways with Li Dama, uncertainty loomed over when they would reunite, filling him with profound sadness. Yet, he had promised to escort Zhao Linger to Nanzhao, and given Li Dama's relatively young age, she could still look after herself, especially with the inn to sustain her. Thus, his sorrow was tempered. During breakfast, a somber atmosphere enveloped both parties, with no one speaking. While others were heavy-hearted, Mo Dao's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Previously, at Xianling Island, he had successfully checked in, but received only 500 points at the Yunlai Union Inn. It was the same. He speculated that checking in at ordinary locations might yield only point rewards. He surmised that places like Xianling Island and the Yunlai Union Inn, though significant, had only appeared briefly before being offline, likely offered mere points. Only at places like the Locking Demon Tower and the Final Battleground might check-ins grant superior rewards. After all, gaining entry to Xianling Island or the Yunlai Union Inn was not particularly difficult, especially the latter, which could be accessed as soon as the inn opened, indicating minimal challenge and thus likely meager rewards. However, these remained mere conjectures, and he could only verify them upon reaching Shushan. The rather absorbing breakfast soon concluded, and as they prepared to depart, Li Dama handed Li Xiaoyao a sword that bore the marks of time. "Take this. Use it well, and do not bring shame to its original owner." Li Xiaoyao glanced at the sword, then at Li Dama, quickly grasping the significance. He solemnly accepted the sword and nodded earnestly. "I will not tarnish the reputation of its master." With that, he slung the sword onto his back, now possessing 2 swords, albeit one was merely a wooden toy in his current circumstances. Mo Dao, lacking a suitable sword, continued to wield the practice sword, which remained unsharpened. However, although this sword may be rather heavy for others, it is perfectly suited for him. Given his current strength, its weight poses no hindrance, and its quality is assured, alleviating any concerns about it breaking due to excessive force during use. As for the lack of sharpened blade, Although he has yet to reach the level of condensing his chi into a sword or mastering sword chi, he can still manipulate the sword with chi effortlessly. Thus, whether the blade is sharp or not makes little difference to him. Mo Dao possesses a spatial seed that can store items. Yet it is prudent not to expose this capability indiscriminately. Hence, each of them carries a small satchel. When they set off, the dock was filled with well-wishers, a testament to Li Xiaoyao's considerable reputation and the affection he garners from others. After departing from Yuhang Town, Li Xiaoyao soared into freedom like a bird released from its cage, reveling in the wonders around him. So much so that they missed the opportunity to find lodging that night and had to camp in the wilderness. However, after experiencing the discomfort of sleeping outdoors once, Li Xiaoyao became more prudent, adhering to Mo Dao's advice, especially since Mo Dao had the means to plan their journey effectively, ensuring they could find places to stay without resorting to the hardships of the wild. Chapter 157. A first encounter. The aspiration to roam the world and act with chivalry is a dream many harbor. Yet the reality of such a life is far from simple. Even a great hero must contend with the necessities of sustenance and shelter. For accomplished cultivators, such as those from Shushan who can wield their chi to maneuver a sword, travel may be less burdensome, sparing them from the urgency of finding lodging. However, relying solely on foot often leads to missed opportunities for rest, resulting in many stories unfolding in decrepit temples, as weary travelers seek the only refuge available. Fortunately, Mo Dao had inquired about their route and prepared accordingly, which minimized their nights spent outdoors and reliance on dry rations. One could say their journey was far more favorable than what Li Xiaoyao experienced while accompanying Linger in the tales. Mo Dao's financial resources ensured they were well equipped. Gold has always held immense value, and even in this era, it remains a precious commodity. While direct usage may not be feasible, exchanging it for copper coins is quite simple. To avoid attracting envy and to prevent misunderstandings, Mo Dao carried a pouch filled with gold leaves, each approximately half a tael, sufficient for their accommodations and meals. At last, Mo Dao and his companions arrived in Suzhou, a city thriving with vibrancy, where the Lin family fort, home to Lin Yuru from Xian Yi, is located. Shortly after entering the city, they were met with a cacophony of noise and the sound of gongs, drawing a throng of people toward the source. The surge of onlookers swiftly dispersed the romantic atmosphere surrounding Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger. Although Mo Dao could easily shield them from the crowd, he chose not to, allowing them to experience a moment of adversity. Nevertheless, he exhibited his gentlemanly demeanor by protecting Zhao Linger while letting Li Xiaoyao be swept away by the rushing masses, who then fell amidst the throng on the street. Of course, Mo Dao would never disclose that he had discreetly assisted Li Xiaoyao moments ago. What kind of person dares to bump into the top scholar? Wait, he is armed. Protect the scholar. Ah, has he been mistaken for an assassin? This seems to be turning into quite the spectacle. Upon hearing the commotion, and having witnessed countless similar scenes in various films, he quickly grasped the situation. He tugged at Zhao Linger's sleeve, parting the crowd to advance forward. As Mo Dao reached the front of the crowd, Li Xiaoyao was already being restrained by officials, struggling against their hold. Lu Jinyuan, seated upon his horse, observed the scene without dismounting to inquire about Li Xiaoyao's condition. Yet he commanded the officials to release him and inquired about his well-being from his elevated position. With his stature, he could see that Li Xiaoyao had been pushed to the forefront. Lu Jinyuan, being a genteel scholar, was not one to exert his authority over others. Although Li Xiaoyao was unharmed, Linger rushed forward to inspect him for injuries. Upon seeing Zhao Linger, Lu Jinyuan's eyes brightened, and he dismounted gracefully to address Li Xiaoyao, asking, "Esteemed sir, are you unharmed?" Before Li Xiaoyao could respond, he turned to Zhao Linger, assuring her, "Rest assured, they have not harmed this gentleman." The plot thickens. Observing this, Mo Dao retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his spatial seed and began to snack. Throughout their journey, he had consumed plenty of romantic moments. And with Lu Jinyuan's arrival and apparent interest in Zhao Linger, the situation had grown amusing. While Lu Jinyuan could never truly win Zhao Linger's affection, It was delightful to provoke a tinge of jealousy in Li Xiaoyao, so Mo Dao remained an amused bystander. Li Xiaoyao, having experienced similar situations, recognized Lu Jinyuan's intentions immediately. With a disdainful snort, he whispered to Linger, "The cat weeps for the mouse. Linger, let us depart." With that, he took her hand and squeezed through the crowd. Mo Dao chuckled at this scene. Though the drama had dissipated, seeing Li Xiaoyao in discomfort brought him joy. However, the audacity of Li Xiaoyao to leave without waiting for him would surely lead to repercussions come mealtime. After internally condemning Li Xiaoyao, Mo Dao approached Lu Jinyuan, extending his hand as he neared. Lu Jinyuan, unsure of Mo Dao's intentions but sensing his benign demeanor and perceiving him as a chivalrous figure, complied and extended his hand. Mo Dao then divided his sunflower seeds in half, saying, "I can share these seeds with you, but as for the fair maiden, you shall not entertain such thoughts. They have already exchanged vows. Otherwise, I would be the one holding her hand." Mo Dao's words were a blend of truth and jest. However, the distinction was inconsequential. He aimed to dissuade Lu Jinyuan from harboring any romantic notions. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback, and just as he turned to respond, he realized that Mo Dao had vanished into the crowd. Truly an intriguing individual. One wonders if fate will allow them to meet again. As he contemplated this, Lu Jinyuan glanced at the sunflower seeds in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to try one. He had just witnessed how Ma Dao consumed his food, thus dispelling any notion that one could be inept at eating. After savoring a single seed, he realized that, despite its unassuming appearance, the flavor was remarkably unique. It possessed a subtle fragrance reminiscent of tea, coupled with an extraordinary crispness. Instinctively, he reached for another seed, and, as he bit into it, he was taken aback by its delightful essence. It was astonishing to discover such a peculiar delicacy in this world. It seemed that his prior focus on scholarly pursuits had caused him to overlook numerous delights. With that thought, Liu Jinyuan tucked away the seeds and took a few steps back to his horse. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed upon Ma Dao and Li Xiaoyao in the distance, only able to discern their silhouettes as they drifted away from the crowd. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "I find myself rather eager for our next encounter." Ma Dao remained oblivious to the fact that by merely sharing a handful of seeds, he had inspired Liu Jinyuan to perceive him as an extraordinary individual, igniting a profound interest in the lives of both ordinary folks and wandering heroes. Even if he were to become aware of this, it would hardly concern him, for he considered himself far removed from the so-called heroes. At the very least, he was a sword immortal, having mastered the art of sword control, while the mundane lives of the martial artist seemed far too pedestrian for him. Chapter 158. A humiliating incident. Ma Dao never shortchanged himself. Thus he sought information and reserved a room at the finest inn. Zhao Linger had no objections to this, having grown up on Peach Blossom Island, where her every need was met without her concern, and she was accustomed to the best. Consequently, she possessed no real concept of money. As for Li Xiaoyao, although he had received a generous sum from his aunt upon his departure, once Ma Dao led them to their first inn and ordered an extravagant feast. He found no reason to reach for his purse again. After all, Ma Dao was not lacking in funds. He spent money without a second thought, purchasing whatever pleased him, while Li Xiaoyao's pouch, though not insignificant, could only cover a few nights' stay and a few meals. Thus, the initiative subtly shifted into Ma Dao's hands, to the point where whatever Ma Dao decided became the norm. Naturally, should Li Xiaoyao express dissent, Ma Dao would graciously concede, for he was the protagonist of this world and era, although such a scenario had never arisen. Ma Dao always insisted on booking 3 rooms, not out of disdain for Li Xiaoyao, but because he preferred solitude while cultivating. Li Xiaoyao and the others understood this. Hence, they never disturbed him during his training. The following morning, Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger set out early, claiming they intended to explore the surroundings. While Ma Dao shared an interest in ancient life, he had witnessed cities far more splendid than this one and found little allure in the bustling streets, opting instead to remain in his chamber and refine his skills. At midday, Li Xiaoyao returned, visibly agitated, tugging along Zhao Ling. What happened? Ma Dao inquired, puzzled by Li Xiao Yao's gloomy demeanor. Brother Xiao Yao, please do not be upset. So what if a few buns and a pouch of silver were taken? It is no great matter, and the child did not do it maliciously. Your money was stolen? You were robbed by a child? This is too amusing. Your parents would surely be furious upon hearing this. It was worth noting that Li Xiao Yao had begun practicing the Shushan heart method and the sword control techniques, even delving into the complete version of the Flying Dragon's cloud-seeking hand passed down from his father. Yet, despite these accomplishments, he was now the victim of theft, which was undeniably humiliating. Upon hearing Ma Dao's words, Li Xiao Yao felt even more disheartened. After recounting the events, Ma Dao found himself at a loss for words. It turned out that while they were shopping, they encountered a famished child who had snatched and devoured Li Xiao Yao's buns, insisting he was still hungry. Moved by the child's plight, Li Xiao Yao attempted to offer him some money, only for the pouch to be snatched away. As he prepared to pursue the thief, Zhao Ling, sensing something amiss, conjured a food demon talisman, which ultimately allowed the thief to escape. Ma Dao, having altered the narrative, now realized that Zhao Ling and their money had still been taken, despite capturing the food demon. Perhaps this was a testament to the formidable nature of narrative inertia. Nevertheless, it bore little consequence, so Ma Dao chose to overlook it, while Li Xiao Yao and Zhao Ling, now devoid of funds, returned. Are you saying you lack money for meals? Though slightly embarrassed, he acknowledged this. Hearing this, Ma Dao shook his head, for he too was hungry, and thus descended to the lower floor. After inquiring with the innkeeper about the finest tavern in town, Ma Dao led Zhao Ling and Li Xiao Yao straight to it. Although Xinjian was also set in an ancient world, it was a realm of immortal heroes, distinctly different from actual historical antiquity, especially in terms of diverse cuisines. Upon entering the tavern, they discovered that all patrons had congregated around a particular table. They seated themselves, and after Li Xiao Yao called for the owner several times, he finally approached. The owner, with an apologetic smile, greeted them. Esteemed guests, what can I get for you? Already vexed from losing his wallet, Li Xiao Yao's patience wore thin, and he exclaimed, Hey, I've called you numerous times, and you only come now? I apologize profusely. Esteemed guest, the newly crowned top scholar is present in our establishment, and I regret not welcoming you properly. Please forgive my shortcomings. Upon hearing the owner's words, Li Xiao Yao glanced toward the crowd and caught sight of Liu Jin Yuan seated among them. That insufferable brat, he muttered under his breath, turning back to the owner with a serious expression. Listen, we are not mere commoners. Today, I demand the most exquisite dish your establishment offers. The most exquisite? The owner's eyes brightened at Li Xiao Yao's words, for those who dared to order the finest dishes were typically not lacking in wealth. Observing the owner's reaction, Li Xiao Yao grinned and added, Of course, I do like a stir-fried beef with greens. How about that? Is it sufficient? As the owner processed this request, his smile gradually faded, revealing a troubled expression. Is there anything else? Sensing something amiss from the owner's demeanor, Li Xiao Yao understood that the situation was not as he had anticipated. He racked his brain for another dish name, ultimately turning to Ma Dao for guidance. Previously, he and Zhao Ling had been responsible for eating, while Ma Dao had always been the one to order. Although he had savored many fine dishes, he was uncertain of their true worth or names, and thus he looked to Ma Dao for assistance. Mo Dao noticed the gaze of Li Xiao Yao, but had no intention of assisting him. Thus, he directly conveyed through thought, Do not look at me. Think for yourself. I will not help you. After consuming so many delicacies, you cannot even remember a single name. How embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao Yao felt a wave of despair, unable to conjure any name, and thus had to concede. At that moment, Liu Jinyuan, having heard the commotion, approached and spotted Mo Dao and the others, his eyes lighting up as he excused himself from the others and made his way over. Young master, do you still remember me? Liu Jinyuan's words had barely left his lips when Li Xiao Yao, who had not yet spoken, interjected with a sharp retort. Liu Jinyuan, unfazed by the remark, responded with a smile, I am merely a scholar. Ah, indeed. A chance encounter is preferable to a formal invitation. I have ordered some food and wine over there. Might I have the honor of inviting you all to share a drink? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyao promptly declined, saying, "No need. We have already ordered dishes. Let's eat separately." Zhao Ling'er, though unsure of the reasons behind his refusal, trusted her brother Xiaoyao and chimed in, "Yes, my brother Xiaoyao has ordered some exquisite dishes, such as stir-fried beef with greens, so it is best to forego your invitation." Zhao Ling'er's impeccable support caused even Mo Dao to suppress a laugh. Her words prompted laughter from Lu Jinyuan's entourage, further darkening Li Xiaoyao's expression. Chapter 159. Lin Jiabao. The laughter from the group made Li Xiaoyao's face flush with embarrassment. However, he was not mistaken. In fact, the dish he mentioned could no longer be deemed merely exquisite, as this establishment was incapable of preparing it. Cattle have historically been an essential source of power for farmers, invaluable assets alongside their land. In ancient times, slaying a working ox was a criminal act punishable by death or imprisonment, thus making the notion of Li Xiaoyao ordering such a dish not entirely erroneous. The dish was indeed rare, but the issue lay in the fact that few dared to consume it, for the slaughter of working oxen was a serious offense. Even if the animal belonged to one's family, it was forbidden unless it had died of natural causes. Even if it had perished, selling the meat was nearly impossible, as such meat would not reach ordinary folk, being reserved for the powerful and affluent. Therefore, while Li Xiaoyao's claim of the dish being rare was accurate, it was not a matter of true luxury, but rather one of scarcity due to legal restrictions. Those who frequented this establishment were well aware that such a dish would never appear on the menu, and they would never order it themselves. Yet Li Xiaoyao did so, and judging by their attire, it was evident that he and his companions were not of noble birth, rendering them as uninformed country bumpkins in the eyes of others. Naturally, beef was not entirely absent from dining tables, but it would rarely be openly featured on a tavern's menu, and diners would not explicitly request it. Li Xiaoyao, oblivious to these nuances, spoke as he did. However, in cities further north with more powerful establishments, it was indeed possible to order beef, provided it was done legally. Observing the tavern, it was clear they lacked beef, hence the laughter directed at Li Xiaoyao was not about his ordering, but rather his ignorance. Once the laughter subsided, Mo Dao quietly placed a golden leaf on the table and calmly stated, "Allow me to order the dishes. But remember, do not be so preoccupied with eating that you forget the names of the dishes. Next time, I shall see how you manage to order for yourself." Following this, he cast a glance at the owner and added, "Bring us your finest dishes and also prepare a bowl of abalone stewed chicken. The chicken must be a hen, and the abalone well cooked, to be delivered to our inn for this young lady." Li Xiaoyao, in his naivety, failed to realize that simply requesting the tavern's best and most exquisite dishes would suffice. There was no need to remember specific names. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, he paused, filled with regret, exclaiming internally, "Why did I not think of that?" Seeing Li Xiaoyao clutching his head in frustration, Mo Dao shook his head and sighed, "Ah, love can be quite a torment." Observing the scene, Lu Jinyuan slightly bowed in farewell and retreated to continue drinking with the others. Since he was not welcomed, he saw no need to impose further. Uninterrupted, Mo Dao and his companions soon found themselves satiated. To Mo Dao's dismay, Li Xiaoyao still sought to provoke Lu Jinyuan, much like in the original narrative. Although Li Xiaoyao's actions bore a hint of malice towards Lu Jinyuan, they paled in comparison to what he had gained from this encounter. Of course, this was contingent upon the fact that Li Xiaoyao's actions had not led to the ruin of Lu Jinyuan's family. Had it not been for Li Xiaoyao, Bai Yu would not have sought them out, nor would Lu Jinyuan's parents have perished by suicide. Yet, that was merely the original plot, with Mo Dao's arrival. Events could not unfold as they once did. Having already caused chaos in Mary Geos, he would not hesitate to send Bai Yu to his demise should he provoke him. Many fans of Xian Jian often joke that Bai Yu was attacked merely for declaring the earth was round. But is that truly the case? Did Li Xiaoyao and his companions strike Bai Yu solely because of his assertion? No, their intent to eliminate Bai Yu stemmed from the fact that, a decade prior, he had forced to death Qing'e, knowing full well she was a descendant of Niuhua. He had manipulated the lives of the people of Nanzhao, disregarding human life to achieve his ends, capable of annihilating the innocent. Had he genuinely wished to prove the earth was round, he could have consulted Wang Wu or sat down to discuss with Li Xiaoyao and the others, who might have welcomed the opportunity to explore the wonders of their world together. Instead, he resorted to coercion, leading to Qing'er's death and subsequently targeting Ling'er, the daughter of Wang Wu, committing countless murders and even threatening to unleash water beasts to inundate Nanzhao once more. Bai Yu's actions could undoubtedly be classified as that of a villain deserving of his fate. It is known that 2 descendants of Niuhua fell victim to his schemes, and countless citizens of Nanzhao lost their lives. Thus, should Bai Yu incite Mo Dao's ire, he would feel no qualms about eliminating him. However, if Bai Yu did not provoke him, Mo Dao would not seek to engage with him lightly, as Bai Yu's strength remained formidable. Zhou Jianxian is undoubtedly a formidable individual, yet even he falls short against Bai Yu. Furthermore, Ma Dao's prowess may not even rival Zhou Jianxian's, which is why he prefers to avoid provoking Bai Yu unless absolutely necessary. Regardless of whether he encounters Bai Yu now, the narrative has already shifted, and subsequent events will undoubtedly alter as well, such as the tragic fate of Lin Yueru, which he is determined to prevent. However, these matters are for later. What currently leaves Ma Dao at a loss for words is that Li Xiaoyao has unexpectedly arrived at the inn with Liu Jinyuan, claiming that Liu Jinyuan has invited them to stay at his uncle's residence. After settling in Lin Jiabao, Ma Dao finds peace in his cultivation, while Li Xiaoyao takes Ling'er on excursions. Liu Jinyuan has sought him out several times with invitations to join in leisure activities, and ultimately, Ma Dao concedes. As a scholar, and a top scholar at that, Liu Jinyuan naturally associates with intellectuals, and such gatherings among literary figures often revolve around discussions of romance and the arts. Regrettably, Ma Dao lacks knowledge in these areas. However, the gatherings possess a unique charm, particularly when the conversation shifts from poetry to matters of the heart. After thoroughly enjoying the local culture of Suzhou with Liu Jinyuan, Ma Dao returns to Lin Jiabao. Although he relished the delightful experiences and delectable cuisine, these were merely fleeting pleasures. Upon his return, he learns from his servants that the young lady of the Lin family has committed murder, and Ma Dao realizes that this is the result of Li Xiaoyao's confrontation with Lin Yueru. Chapter 160. Lin Yueru falls in the trap if Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Ling'er are a fated pair deeply intertwined in love. Then Lin Yueru and Li Xiaoyao are akin to spirited adversaries, having developed a bond through their conflicts. Lin Yueru is indeed quite beautiful. Had he first arrived in the world of Xian Yi, he might have considered pursuing her. However, his initial destination was the world of One Piece, where he encountered numerous stunning women, including Silena, whose allure rivals that of any so-called seductress. Consequently, while Ma Dao remains susceptible to the charms of beauty, he has transcended the phase of being driven by primal instincts. In simple terms, he has matured beyond the impulsive fervor of youth, thus leaving Li Xiaoyao to encounter Lin Yueru as per the original narrative. Yet, Ma Dao now harbors the notion that perhaps it would be better if they had never met, as their current interactions are fraught with tension, rendering their dining experience thoroughly uncomfortable. Observing their mutual disdain, Ling'er ultimately intervenes, saying, "Brother Xiaoyao, the past is behind us. Please forgive Miss Lin." With Ling'er having spoken, Li Xiaoyao concedes, lowering his guard and responding with a smile. "Very well, let's not dwell on past grievances." He extends his cup towards Lin Yueru, suggesting that if she drinks from it, they may consider the matter resolved. However, as the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yueru, raised in luxury, cannot tolerate such indignity. She slams her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Hey, do not push your luck." Liu Jinyuan hastily interjects, "Cousin, remember, it was due to your actions that young Master Li has endured this. You should accept the drink." Lin Yueru retorts, "Whose side are you on? Let me make it clear, this scoundrel brought this upon himself." Just as her words fade, Li Xiaoyao counters, "Do you wish for me to test my sword on you?" Lin Yueru, unyielding, snaps back, "Are you not perfectly fine sitting here eating? Who fears whom?" As tensions escalate, Lin Tianan decisively calls out, "Ru air drink. Let's keep the peace." Hearing her father's words, Lin Yue Ru reluctantly agrees to maintain the peace, but she does not fully comply. Instead of accepting the cup from Li Xiaoyao, she seizes her own and clinks it against his, declaring, "I will drink, but do not overstep." As the two seem poised for conflict, Ling Ye quickly restrains El Xiuya. With Ling Er's intervention, Li Xiaoyao relents. Ma Dao, throughout the ordeal, remains silent, merely observing the spectacle. Yet, is the matter truly resolved? It seems not. As Lin Yue Ru reaches for a dish, Li Xiaoyao swiftly seizes the piece of meat she desires, only to discover that his chopsticks are empty. At that moment, Ma Dao, seated between Ling Er and Liu Jinyuan, remarks, "Indeed, the meat is most fragrant." With that, he pops the piece of meat into his mouth. After savoring the morsel, Ma Dao glances at Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yue Ru, bemused, and states, "What is the issue? Is it not simply a matter of being quick to act?" As his words linger in the air, a fierce aura emanates from both Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yue Ru, who strike with lightning speed towards the dishes they covet. However, to their astonishment, they discover upon retracting their chopsticks that they have caught nothing, while Ma Dao has successfully claimed the very items they sought. "I refuse to believe this," Li Xiaoyao exclaims, launching another attempt, with Lin Yue Ru following suit. Regrettably, their speed pales in comparison to Ma Dao's, rendering them utterly incapable of competing. Meanwhile, Lin Tiannan stares wide-eyed at Ma Dao, realizing that not only are his movements remarkably swift, but also astonishingly precise, enabling him to always snatch the food just before Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yue Ru can do so. Minutes later, Ma Dao finally retracts his hand, his bowl brimming with an abundance of dishes. TSK, you both lack skill. One must prioritize speed, accuracy, and steadiness. Eating and practicing swordplay are akin in this regard. Your steadiness suffices, yet you lack speed and precision, and your strength is insufficient. More practice is required. With that, Ma Dao begins to relish the exquisite feast, while Lin Yue Ru and Li Xiaoyao, though still at odds, find their animosity somewhat diminished. After their meal, Lin Yue Ru has a heated argument with her father, the commotion so loud that Ma Dao and the others can hear it. The following day, Lin Tiannan continues to arrange a martial arts competition for suitors. And to Ma Dao's bemusement, even before the event has commenced, Lin Tiannan approaches him to gauge his interest. Is he hoping to recruit me due to my prowess? Alas, he shall be disappointed. With this thought in mind, Ma Dao firmly declines, stating, "Master Lin, I understand your intentions, but the person who will accompany her for a lifetime should not be someone she does not love." Although the dictates of parents and the arrangements of matchmakers are often upheld, ultimately, it is her partner, not yours. While you are her father, you are not her. How can one truly understand the joy of another? It would be more prudent to allow her to choose for herself. As for me, my heart is already claimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiannan left with a contemplative expression. Whether he truly absorbed the words was of no concern to Mo Dao, who merely spoke without much thought, as he had nothing to lose. To Mo Dao's chagrin, during his brief stay at Lin Jiabao, he learned that Li Xiaoyao had defeated Lin Yue Ru in the martial arts competition for marriage. Li Xiaoyao was fully aware that it was a contest for suitors and had already given his heart to Ling Er, yet, unable to tolerate Lin Yue Ru's brutal treatment of others, he still ascended the stage to confront her, ultimately prevailing. Perhaps this is a tale of tragic fate. However, having acquired your swordsmanship, Shu Shan's heart method, and the five spirits' immortal technique, I shall surely prevent your misfortunes. With a soft sigh, Mo Dao made his way to the hall. He had completed his tasks at Lin Jiabao, yet predictably, he received only 500 points, so he would not miss this opportunity, especially since Li Xiaoyao's confrontation with Lin Yue Ru would yield him insights into the Lin family's techniques. Li Xiaoyao, a genius of the sword, though Mo Dao lagged slightly behind, he could grasp the essence after observing it twice. As Mo Dao arrived, he found Li Xiaoyao engaged in a heated argument with Lin Yue Ru, whose words had crossed the line, resembling more of a provocation than a debate, which infuriated Lin Yue Ru. "You, despicable and shameless." Seeing her genuine anger, Li Xiaoyao chose to withdraw, remarking, "You may speak at your leisure. I must take Ling Er and depart." Though he had missed the opportunity to recruit Mo Dao, Li Xiaoyao was still a martial arts prodigy who had publicly defeated Lin Yueru in a contest. How could Lin Tiannan allow him to leave? Thus, upon seeing Li Xiaoyao's intent to exit, Lin Tiannan stood abruptly and declared halt. With that, Lin Tiannan swiftly maneuvered behind Li Xiaoyao and seized his shoulder with a lightning-fast grip. In that moment, both Mo Dao and Li Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed. For the next move would be theirs. A ruffian wishes to be my son-in-law. Know this, you shall not escape. With that, Lin Tiannan thrust Li Xiaoyao away. Hearing this, Mo Dao preempted Li Xiaoyao and spoke. Lord Lin, do you stand by your word? Li Xiaoyao, do express your gratitude to Lord Lin for his magnanimity in not holding your disruption of Miss Lin's contest against you. Li Xiaoyao, not a fool, had traveled with Mo Dao long enough to trust him. Thus he replied, I am but a newcomer to the Jianghu and lack understanding. I thank Lord Lin for his leniency regarding my impetuousness. We shall take our leave now. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Lin Tiannan realized he had underestimated him. Mo Dao was indeed more formidable than Li Xiaoyao. He had deftly dismantled Lin Tiannan's verbal trap, leaving him unable to respond without letting the two slip away. Wait, did I ever say you could leave? As Lin Tiannan spoke, Mo Dao interjected, Indeed, Xiaoyao. Lord Lin merely stated he would not pursue the matter of your disruption of Miss Lin's contest and does not wish for you to be his son-in-law. But he never said he would let us go. Correct, Lord Lin? Lin Tiannan, if he could express his frustration, would have unleashed a torrent of invectives upon Mo Dao. When had he ever stated he would overlook Li Xiaoyao's victory over Lin Yueru? He only implied that a ruffian was unworthy of being his son-in-law. How had Mo Dao twisted his words so? Now, Lin Tiannan even began to doubt his own meaning. However, being the leader of the martial arts world, he could not directly refute Mo Dao's interpretation in front of so many witnesses, so he reluctantly acquiesced. With a solemn expression, he said, Young man, do you not owe Yueru an apology? She is an unwed maiden and my daughter. Do you not think your actions were excessive? Upon hearing Lin Tiannan's words, Li Xiaoyao realized that leaving today would not be so simple. Thus, he boldly asked, Old man, what is it that you desire? Lin Yueru, seeing Li Xiaoyao soften, boldly articulated her demand. I want you to kneel and apologize to me before all of Suzhou. Li Xiaoyao was about to argue further when Mo Dao seized him by the arm and whispered, Xiaoyao, a girl's reputation is more precious than life itself. Your actions on the stage were indeed too base and have severely tarnished Miss Lin's honor. Having grown up without parental guidance, living with a single aunt and embodying a rebellious spirit, Li Xiaoyao had never been taught the significance of reputation for a girl. However, seeing Mo Dao's earnestness, he began to comprehend that he might have truly erred. It was not that he was wrong to prevent Lin Yueru from injuring others, but rather in the manner he approached it. Had he defeated her openly and expressed his intentions clearly, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. Thus, he became earnest, approaching Lin Yueru sincerely and saying, I apologize. I acknowledge my methods were excessive, yet I believe you should not have struck so fiercely. In uttering this, Li Xiaoyao bowed his head for the first time before Lin Yueru. Seeing him sincerely admit his fault, Lin Yueru hesitated, wondering if she had perhaps been too unreasonable. Yet, her ingrained pride prevented her from uttering any conciliatory words. After a moment's thought, she replied, You may not be entirely wrong, but neither am I. If given another chance, I would still be unrelenting. Li Xiaoyao wished to say more, but was once again interrupted by Mo Dao, who spoke first. Miss Lin is justified, as it was a contest for suitors. Should she lose, she would forfeit her future. She cannot afford to lose. At Mo Dao's words, all present understood, and Lin Yueru gazed at him in astonishment, for this was indeed her own sentiment. I understand, however, I still believe I am in the right. So, let's allow our strengths to speak. With that, Li Xiaoyao drew his sword and leaped out into the expansive courtyard. Without hesitation, Lin Yueru followed suit, sword in hand. Upon witnessing the departure of two individuals, Mo Dao halted a few others who intended to follow, addressing the group. Lin Baozhu. Although Li Xiaoyao has been afflicted by the Wan Yugu and has forgotten his relationship with Linger, The fact remains that they have already wed, and Linger is with child. The revelation stunned everyone present, including Linger herself. However, Mo Dao continued undeterred. Jin Yuan, while your concern for Linger stems from friendship, Xiao Yao may misconstrue your intentions and feel jealousy. Linger, you must also consider this as the one Xiao Yao cherishes. How would you feel if the one you adore constantly praises another man? If your brother Xiao Yao were to sing the praises of another girl before you, would you not feel envious? Mo Dao's words served to awaken Zhao Linger and Lu Jinyuan to the reality of their situation. However, the true devastation inflicted by Mo Dao's statement fell upon Lin Tiannan, for the revelation that Li Xiaoyao was already married, with a family on the way, rendered him ineligible to be his son-in-law. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at Zhao Linger. Chapter 162. The fledgling leaves the nest. With Mo Dao's revelation of Li Xiaoyao's union with Zhao Ling, Lin Tiannan could no longer consider him as a potential son-in-law unless he could somehow resolve Zhao Linger's situation or persuade Li Xiaoyao to divorce her. Yet, was that feasible? Clearly not. With Mo Dao present, it was impossible for him to resolve Zhao Linger's circumstances. And persuading Li Xiaoyao to cast her aside for Lin Yuru was even less likely. Previously, in a fit of anger, Li Xiaoyao had declared he would not marry Lin Yuru, even if it meant becoming a eunuch. This sentiment is comprehensible. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru had only just met and had no emotional connection, especially on Li Xiaoyao's part. Thus, even in the absence of Zhao Ling, he would not consider marrying Lin Yuru. The atmosphere became tense and stagnant. Fortunately, the outcome of the contest between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru had been determined, with Li Xiaoyao narrowly losing to Lin Yuru. This news brought relief to Lin Tiannan, as it provided a way for the Lin family to save face. Now that Lin Yuru had officially defeated Li Xiaoyao in front of others, it meant that according to the rules of the contest, Li Xiaoyao was disqualified from marrying Lin Yuru, and thus Lin Tiannan had no obligation to accept him as a son-in-law. However, had he witnessed the duel between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, he might have thought differently. Even in defeat, Li Xiaoyao had employed the Lin family's renowned 3 absolute sword chi. This was also the reason Mo Dao had intervened to prevent Lin Tiannan and the others from pursuing the matter further. As for the 3 absolute sword chi, Mo Dao had observed it closely enough to grasp its essence, intending to refine his understanding later when Lin Yuru utilized it again, rendering the necessity of further observation moot. Li Xiaoyao was not entirely oblivious to the situation. Following several hints from Mo Dao, he discerned that the crux of the matter was his prior victory over Lin Yuru. If that was the root of the issue, then he could afford to lose once, thereby resolving everything. After all, he was merely a rogue, and with no one around to witness. He had acquired the Lin family's sword techniques, making the outcome a net gain for him. Thus, he decided to deliberately allow Lin Yuru to win, feigning a lack of proficiency in the Lin family's sword style and attributing his loss to her swiftness, which left Lin Yuru entirely unperturbed. With Li Xiaoyao's loss, Lin Tiannan ceased his pursuit of him as a prospective son-in-law, and Lu Jinyuan, having heeded Mo Dao's counsel, also refrained from seeking Zhao Linger frequently. Zhao Linger, in turn, no longer praised Lu Jinyuan in front of Li Xiaoyao, but instead sang the praises of Li Xiaoyao himself. It could be said that everything was progressing favorably, much to everyone's satisfaction, except for Mo Dao himself. Although Lin Tiannan no longer pursued Li Xiaoyao, he turned his attention to Mo Dao, incessantly urging him to become his son-in-law. Even when Mo Dao expressed his affections for another, it proved futile. Lin Tiannan insisted on knowing the identity and residence of this person. While Mo Dao could fabricate a name, the matter of residence was irrelevant, as they inhabited entirely different worlds, rendering any declaration moot. This led Lin Tiannan to mistakenly believe Mo Dao was deceiving him. Ultimately, Mo Dao found himself with no choice but to impart the Shushan heart method and sword control technique to Lu Jinyuan, along with a surge of pure vital energy to facilitate his entry into the realm of martial arts. Lu Jinyuan was no longer a mere scholar devoid of strength. Instead, he now possessed the potential to become a formidable martial artist. Lin Tiannan, aware of Lu Jinyuan's affections for Lin Yuru, had previously dismissed the notion of their union due to Lu Jinyuan's lack of prowess. However, with Mo Dao's teachings, Lu Jinyuan was no longer a helpless scholar, but had the opportunity to evolve into a powerful martial artist. Moreover, Lin Tiannan realized that Mo Dao's instruction transcended mere martial arts. It was a path to immortality. Although rare and challenging to master, once one embarked upon it, the achievements far surpassed those of ordinary martial artists. Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, this lineage belonged to Shushan. As the leader of the Southern Martial Alliance, Lin Tiannan maintained a cordial relationship with the head of Shushan and was well aware of its might. With Lu Jinyuan inheriting Shushan's teachings, he was thereby qualified to lead the Lin family. Additionally, knowing Lu Jinyuan's character, Lin Tiannan was confident that his daughter would not suffer should they marry. However, whether the union would materialize depended entirely on Lu Jinyuan's own decisions, and he resolved to allow them to develop their relationship organically. With Lin Tiannan's matters resolved, Mo Dao felt a sense of relief. Nonetheless, after teaching Lu Jinyuan the heart method and sword control technique, he found Lu Jinyuan's incessant inquiries disruptive to his cultivation, leading him to delegate the responsibility to Li Xiaoyao. Now, Lu Jinyuan had become Li Xiaoyao's disciple, a decision made partly due to Lu Jinyuan's considerable fortune. In the narrative, Ling Er, having revealed her true form as a descendant of Nuwa due to her pregnancy, initially believed herself to be a serpent demon and fled. Following Mo Dao's revelation of her condition, she inquired how he had come to know, to which Mo Dao explained her heritage. Naturally, as Ling Er had requested that no one inform Li Xiaoyao of her pregnancy, he remained blissfully unaware of the truth, remaining in his state of innocent ignorance. This prompted Zhao Ling Er to beseech Mo Dao for guidance on how to conceal her true form. In truth, had Zhao Ling Er possessed sufficient strength, she could have controlled her transformation even while pregnant. Unfortunately, her abilities were lacking, forcing her to rely on her blood to temporarily suppress her true nature. After Zhao Ling Er utilized her blood to restrain her true form, peace returned to the Lin family fortress, save for the occasional quarrel between Lin Yuru and Li Xiaoyao. After several days of contemplation, Lu Jinyuan resolved to accompany Li Xiaoyao on his adventures through the martial world, and Lin Yuru likewise decided to depart alongside him. Lin Tiannan, under normal circumstances, would never consent to this, for Lu Jinyuan is a top scholar, and such an esteemed title holds considerable weight. While one might not attain nobility or high office, a respectable position is certainly guaranteed. Moreover, he was eager to find a suitable match for Lin Yuru, making it inconceivable for him to let her depart. Yet, astonishingly, he allowed Lin Yuru to leave this time, leaving her somewhat incredulous. Their journey did not lead them to confront the snake demon, as Ling Er had not gone missing from Lin Jiabao like in the original tale. Thus, they were headed directly to Nanzhao. To Mo Dao's bemusement, Lin Yuru, much like in the original narrative, had tied the Mo Wang bell to Li Xiaoyao. After being adorned with the bell, Li Xiaoyao sought Mo Dao as assistance to remove it. Mo Dao did not divulge the means of removal, but instead expressed a desire to learn the Feilong Tianyun Shou technique from him. Li Xiaoyao readily imparted the knowledge, resulting in the bell remaining firmly attached. Mo Dao, lacking any expertise in Gu techniques, found that this bell, akin to a Nu's Yixian Qian once bound, could not be easily undone. Unlike Yixian Qian, which became formless and invisible upon binding, the bell's presence remained apparent. After Mo Dao's lesson, Li Xiaoyao finally grasped the concept of a linguistic trap. However, he did not leave empty-handed, as Mo Dao taught him a technique to silence the bell's chime. In truth, Li Xiaoyao did not place significant importance on the Feilong Tianyun Shou technique. Chapter 163. The outing duo walking the martial world, vanquishing evil, and embodying the chivalrous spirit had always been Li Xiaoyao's aspiration. Now that he had finally left home with commendable martial prowess, his heart surged with excitement. While escorting Ling Er to Nanzhao was undeniably important, he did not perceive it as urgent, at least not from his perspective. Additionally, this was Lin Yu and Lu Jinyuan's first venture into the martial world, and they too yearned to become gallant knights. Thus, the trio quickly united in purpose, deciding to venture to Yinlong Cave to confront the demon after hearing of its disturbances. Upon learning of her pregnancy with Li Xiaoyao's child, Zhao Ling Heir's heart became irrevocably tied to him. Now, even if someone claimed the sun rose in the west, she might accept it without opposition. Although Mo Dao's disapproval would warrant their compliance, he too desired to witness Yinlong Cave, having never encountered a living demon in his long life. As Mo Dao and his companions journeyed to Yinlong Cave, Shigong, who arrived in the Central Plains with Tang Yu and several subordinates, intending to secretly retrieve Zhao Ling Heir back to Nanzhao. To Mo Dao's chagrin, Lu Jinyuan and Lin Yu displayed utter naivety regarding the ways of the martial world, burdening themselves with excessive luggage and indulging in fervent shopping once they reached towns and cities. Although Mo Dao could assist them in storing their belongings within his seed space, he had no intention of doing so. Only through experiencing hardship do individuals truly learn valuable lessons. Otherwise, no amount of advice would penetrate their understanding. Hence, Mo Dao aimed to teach them the perils of the martial world. Among Mo Dao's 5 spirits immortal techniques was the dust avoidance technique, which, when invoked, prevented garments from becoming soiled. Additionally, there was the purification technique, which cleansed impurities. Consequently, Mo Dao's backpack contained merely a set of clean clothes. And the same applied to Ling Heir and Li Xiaoyao, with Ling Heir being empty-handed as her attire remained with Li Xiaoyao. What left Mo Dao speechless was that during their shopping spree in the town, Lu Jinyuan and Lin Yu, upon noticing Mo Dao and Li Xiaoyao's purchases, went on to buy even more. By the time they regrouped, the burdens on their backs were significantly larger than those of the others. "Are you two planning an outing?" Mo Dao remarked incredulously. Hearing Mo Dao's comment, Lu Jinyuan chuckled. "Mo Gongzi, I have traveled to the capital for the imperial examination, so I am somewhat familiar with the ways of the martial world. These items are essential. We must bring them along." Lin Yu chimed in, "Indeed. While we may lack experience in the martial realm, my father is the leader of the Southern Martial Alliance. Thus, I am quite knowledgeable about the essentials for such journeys. We have brought everything necessary." Although the original narrative mentioned Li Xiaoyao's acknowledgement of their excessive purchases, it did not specify what they had acquired. "Kuliaos, Montag da in Kvilet. What have you bought? May we take a look?" Lu Jinyuan, feeling there was nothing objectionable about his belongings, readily responded, "Of course, Mo Gongzi, please take a look." He proceeded to place the bundle on the ground, opening it to introduce each item. "These are writing supplies. Should anyone wish to compose letters or create art during our travels, they will be useful. These are medicinal herbs, primarily ginseng and deer antler. It is not easy for those unfamiliar with the wild to find such items, so we must be prepared. These are delicacies my cousin enjoys, including shark fin, bird's nest, and some dried abalone. While they may not be of the highest quality, they are certainly better than what the shops offer. I had hoped to bring a ham, but alas, it was too heavy, and as a mere scholar, my strength falls short." Additionally, there were a few silver coins and 7 sets of Lu Jinyuan's clean clothes. Mo Dao, upon hearing Lu Jinyuan's account, couldn't help but sigh dramatically. "And you, Miss Lin, aside from your change of clothes, what else have you brought?" Lin Yu answered matter-of-factly. "In addition to some clean clothes, I have prepared meals in advance, arranged by the servants before our departure. Since I was concerned about their freshness, most are dried fruits and snacks I particularly enjoy, some of which my father acquired with great effort." Mo Dao was at a loss for words regarding these two. Even if they had never ventured far without servants to assist, how could they not consult with their father, the leader of the Southern Martial Alliance, on the essentials of traveling the martial world before setting out? At last, Mo Dao understood why Li Xiaoyao had initially sought to distance himself from Lin Yu. These two were not adventurers in the martial world. They were merely on an outing. Casting a glance at the oblivious duo, Mo Dao rose in silence. "Well, if that pleases you." With that, he disregarded their antics and continued on his way with his small bundle. As for offering assistance, best to leave that aside. One must carry their own belongings. He never compelled them to bring so much, did he? Li Xiaoyao was also unlikely to assist, as he was currently at odds with Lin Yuru, and Lu Jinyuan would not permit him to help, given that Li Xiaoyao was considered his master. Although Lu Jinyuan had commenced his cultivation and had achieved some modest progress, placing him at the lower echelons of the martial world, superior only to those petty ruffians who had dabbled in basic martial arts, he still paled in comparison to Mo Dao and his companions. Furthermore, burdened with a hefty package alongside Lin Yuru, it took them an entire hour to traverse the small town, leaving both of them panting and exhausted, a condition exacerbated by the leisurely pace of Mo Dao and his group. Had Mo Dao and company truly utilized their martial prowess to travel, it was likely that Lu and Lin would have found themselves left far behind. Observing their plight, Li Xiaoyao suddenly donned a sly smile and turned back to where Lin Yuru and Lu Jinyuan stood. "How goes it? Are you fatigued? Does this package feel as if it weighs 1,000 pounds, making you wish to discard it?" Upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's words, Lin Yuru could not help but roll her eyes. She was so drained that she lacked the energy to engage in a quarrel with him, resorting instead to a mere expression of her sentiments. Lu Jinyuan, in contrast, retained a more composed demeanor. After catching his breath, he gasped, "Young Master Li, are you implying that one should travel light in the martial world?" Jinyuan understands. Li Xiaoyao, pleased by Lu Jinyuan's response, nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Not bad. Your insight is commendable. However, I wish to share an observation. Look at my package. How does it appear to you?" Lu Jinyuan, still gasping for air, replied, "It is quite small." Li Xiaoyao nodded with pride, stating precisely, "My package bears no weight at all. I hardly feel it, hence I am not fatigued in the least." Lin Yuru, having regained her composure, could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "Li Xiaoyao, you are insufferable." In response, Li Xiaoyao wore a mischievous grin and declared, "I mean to say, we are not fatigued in the slightest. Thus, we shall hasten our pace. I hope you can keep up. Farewell." With that, he turned and leapt away, effortlessly propelling himself off the tree trunks, vanishing before Lu Jinyuan and Lin Yuru, along with Mo Dao and Zhaoling, who had already distanced themselves during their conversation. "Li Xiaoyao, you scoundrel, you shall pay for this." Chapter 164, Encountering the Baiwei sect within the Hidden Dragon Cave. While it was not teeming with venomous insects and serpents, it certainly housed its fair share of dangers for any ordinary person daring to enter. Even if they were to avoid the snake and fox demons within, it would be exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed. Yet today, a group of youthful individuals braved this perilous locale. This group, of course, comprised Mo Dao and his companions. At this moment, they were all traveling light, each bearing only a small pack, having either consumed or discarded the contents of a large bundle that Lu Jinyuan and Lin Yuru had previously carried. After a day of arduous travel, Lu Jinyuan and Lin Yuru, nearly exhausted to the point of collapse, finally accepted a stark reality. Traversing the martial world was entirely different from their expectations. Not only did they have to sleep under the stars, but their provisions were limited to meager rations. Had it not been for Mo Dao's hunting skills, which allowed them to procure some game, they might have truly faced starvation along the way. Fortunately, they had at last arrived at the vicinity of the Hidden Dragon Cave. However, the area was expansive otherwise. The snake and fox demons would not have eluded capture for so long. Luckily, they were not on a rescue mission, so they were not in a hurry. After searching for a considerable time, they made their way toward the small town situated beneath the Hidden Dragon Cave. While en route, they stumbled upon a modest farmhouse. Through the surrounding fence, they could see the vegetables and fruits cultivated within the yard. However, the moment Mo Dao laid eyes on the farmhouse, he narrowed his eyes. It was situated alarmingly close to the Hidden Dragon Cave, in a desolate area far from any town, in a world devoid of demons. Constructing a dwelling in such an isolated location could be understandable, provided there were no large predators nearby. However, with the Hidden Dragon Cave housing snake demons merely an hour's journey away, the distance was hardly more than a half-hour's trek for the serpents. This was akin to establishing a residence at the doorstep of the snake demons. One must ask, who would dare settle so near the lair of snake demons, aware of their existence? It would be tantamount to courting death. Yet here, someone had indeed built a home, cultivated crops, and even dug a well, evidently settling down. As Li Xiaoyao and his companions called out to inquire if anyone was home, an elderly man with a white beard emerged, and Mo Dao immediately discerned the truth. This was undoubtedly a member of the Bai West sect in disguise. Otherwise, a common person would never dare to live here. If they could survive more than 3 days in such a place, it would be a stroke of extraordinary luck. However, they were too weary to seek out a town. So resting here suited them just fine, provided these individuals did not cause trouble, or else they would not hesitate to respond harshly. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyao, the old man appeared immensely excited, grasping Li Xiaoyao's hand and imploring, "Hero, Li Hero, you must save my family." Hearing this, Mo Dao's lips curled slightly. The old man had slipped up, as they had yet to introduce themselves. Yet, Li Xiaoyao was so taken aback by the title of hero that he failed to notice this detail. And even Lu Jinyuan and Lin Yuru were captivated by the old man's plea, oblivious to the inconsistency. "Do not worry, good sir. Please tell us what troubles you. If we can assist, we shall certainly help." "Indeed, good sir, we are quite formidable. Rest assured, your troubles will be taken care of, right, Brother Xiaoyao?" Seeing even Linger taken in by the ruse, Mo Dao could not help but shake his head slightly, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, how could fledglings become soaring eagles without weathering the storms of life? Thus, he opted to observe, sensing that Li Xiaoyao and his companions had taken the bait. The disguised Bai West sect member began to recount the tale of his family's plight. In essence, aside from himself, who had been gathering firewood, the rest of his family had been captured by the snake demons, and he hoped that Li Xiaoyao and the others would slay the demons and rescue his kin. Upon reflection, the man's story bore peculiarities that, if one were to remain calm and think critically, would reveal inconsistencies. In this remote area, they were the only family residing, and according to the man, they had lived there for decades without incident. Yet calamity struck just as they arrived. Some coincidences are too fortuitous to be mere happenstance. They are orchestrated with intent. Regrettably, Li Xiaoyao and his companions were still too inexperienced and naive to recognize this. Foolishly believing the tale, and even managing to extract the location of the hidden dragon cave from the old man's words. At this point, Mo Dao truly felt a sense of exasperation. "My good fellow, your family has been seized by the snake demons, and you escaped only because you were out collecting firewood. While it is understandable that you could deduce your family's fate from certain traces, knowing the exact location of the demon's lair is pushing a bit far. You have expressed your profound fear and uncertainty. Yet how do you know the location of the snake demon's lair? Have you perhaps followed the snake demon? If that were indeed the case, it would be even more logical. The snake demon is a formidable creature. Even a lesser demon possesses strength beyond that of an ordinary person. You are already an elderly gentleman, and setting aside how you manage to keep pace with the snake demon, merely following it undetected is quite an impressive feat to us. While the arrangements made by the Bayou sect appear meticulously thought out, even down to crafting this courtyard to resemble a residence occupied for decades, other aspects truly do not withstand scrutiny." This left Mo Dao, who was listening nearby, feeling somewhat awkward, unable to voice his thoughts directly. So he excused himself to step outside and examine the surroundings. Not long after Mo Dao stepped out, Lu Jinyuan followed suit. "Young Master Mo, is there something amiss?" Upon exiting, Lu Jinyuan directly inquired, having gleaned something from Mo Dao's demeanor. After reflecting on his observations, he too recognized some inconsistencies. However, lacking experience in the world, although he sensed something was off, he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy, and thus sought Mo Dao's insight. Hearing Lu Jinyuan's words, Mo Dao could not help but admire him. Though Lu Jinyuan often found himself the target of jest from Li Xiaoyao and bullied by Lin Yuru, he was quite sharp-witted and quick on the uptake. Noticing Lu Jinyuan's realization, Mo Dao casually inquired, "How far is this place from Yinlong Cave?" Lu Jinyuan pondered briefly before responding. For an ordinary person, it would take half an hour to an hour on foot. "If it is you, young Master Mo, hurrying with all your might, Perhaps only 3 tea lights would suffice. After hearing Lu Jinyuan's answer, Mo Dao smiled and asked, "And how far is this location from the nearest town?" Lu Jinyuan considered for a moment before replying, "A journey of over close to 2 hours." After Lu Jinyuan had spoken, Mo Dao maintained a silence, simply gazing at him with a smile. Upon seeing the smile on Mo Dao's face, Lu Jinyuan experienced a moment of clarity, followed by an expression of profound astonishment. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Mo Dao made a gesture for silence, shaking his head, saying, "Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of, just observe." Though uncertain of the reason, Lu Jinyuan nodded vigorously, covering his mouth in agreement with Mo Dao. Chapter 165, Hair-Raising Terror Having Emerged. It was a perfect opportunity to impart some martial skills to Lu Jinyuan and assess his progress over the recent period, particularly the extent of his improvement. Undoubtedly, Lu Jinyuan possessed considerable talent. While he did not rival the extraordinary Xiaoyao, he was still quite gifted, having made significant strides in just a few days. Previously, he could manage to fend off only 3 or 4 insignificant street thugs, but now he could take on 10, showing marked improvement. Initially, Lu Jinyuan was indeed as weak as a fledgling, his strikes lacking any force. Yet now, he could maintain a peculiar stance suggested by Li Xiaoyao, balancing his left leg atop his right while pinching his left ear and sustain it for several minutes. This progress was undoubtedly bolstered by his privileged upbringing, which afforded him the finest of provisions. Although he did not practice martial arts, his diet comprised ginseng, deer antler, bird's nest, and shark fin, resulting in a robust constitution. Now, with the introduction of cultivation techniques, the benefits of his childhood diet rapidly transformed into his newfound strength. While this would not propel him to greatness instantaneously, it did allow him to advance more swiftly than others. As Mo Dao evaluated Lu Jinyuan's training progress, a pair of eyes in the woods fixated intently on them. Mo Dao had long been aware of this presence. After all, as a practitioner of the 3-colored aura, he had heightened awareness. The individual concealed themselves among the trees, suppressing their aura, but their heartbeat betrayed them. Mo Dao had never neglected his training, and his perception had significantly sharpened, making it nearly impossible for the hidden individual to evade his notice from a distance of over 100 meters. It was only upon discovering the intruder that Mo Dao felt inspired to assess Lu Jinyuan's training progress. After all, alarming the snake would lead to dire consequences. Upon returning to the small courtyard after testing Lu Jinyuan, dinner was nearly prepared. The meal was quite lavish. Though it could not compare to that of a tavern or restaurant, it was still exceptionally rich. Stewed wild chicken with mushrooms, braised grass carp, sautéed wild vegetables, boiled river shrimp, and cured meat with fresh bamboo shoots adorned the table. While not overly extravagant, the dishes were exquisitely crafted, and the aromas wafting from them assured Mo Dao that their flavors would surely impress. However, upon seeing the spread, Mo Dao could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the Bayou sect's members were indeed quite extravagant. Such culinary skills and dishes are not typical of an ordinary farmer. If one were not weary of worldly life and seeking seclusion, how could a mere farmer possess such talents? If an ordinary farmer had these skills, they would not toil endlessly over their meager fields, but rather find work as a chef in a tavern, surely. Moreover, this is an ancient era where merely having enough to eat was considered a fortunate circumstance. Would a common person truly spare such abundant oil, salt, and spices in their cooking? Never mind, it is not worth the trouble to criticize. As long as they do not cause a disturbance, they may do as they please. Once Mo Dao and Lu Jinyuan returned, the group was gathered, and everyone took their seats. The elderly man, disguised as a Bayou sect member, eagerly stepped forward to serve each person with a bowl of rice. Observing this, Ling Er quickly interjected, "Old man, please do not trouble yourself. Come sit down and eat with us." The Bayou sect's disguised elder promptly declined, stating, No, I am merely a rough individual and cannot dine alongside such heroes. I will eat in the kitchen." With that, he turned to head towards the kitchen. At that moment, Mo Dao, who had just lifted his bowl, sighed helplessly and said, "Do not rush off. Come over and eat with us." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, the man quickly refused. "No, no, please do not embarrass me, Mo de Xia. I am not worthy to eat with you, and there is no room at this table. I will eat in the back kitchen." Under normal circumstances, the elder should have retreated as per the customs of the time, for he was indeed not in a position to dine with Mo Dao and the others. However, Mo Dao would not relent, continuing, "While you may not be worthy to sit with us, I insist you join us. You shall eat from my bowl, otherwise, you shall never eat another meal in your life." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. For not only did he openly humiliate the elder, but there was also a palpable threat underlying his statement. The Baiyu sect member had not anticipated Mo Dao's assertiveness and found himself at a loss for how to respond. If he were truly an ordinary person, then the past could be overlooked, but unfortunately, he is not. He is acutely aware that the bowl of rice prepared for Mo Dao is not to be consumed. He serves all their meals, and as he does so, he has laced each bowl with poison. The concoction for Zhao Ling and the others merely induces a trance, intended to incapacitate them. However, Mo Dao's bowl is different, containing a lethal toxin that is both swift and incurable. The reason for wanting Mo Dao dead is that he possesses the greatest strength among their group. Although his experience in the martial world is not extensive, he is remarkably astute. With Mo Dao present, many of their plans would be thwarted. Moreover, the incident on Xianling Island was orchestrated by Mo Dao, prompting their decision to eliminate him first. However, this individual seems to have sensed something amiss, which should not be the case. He prides himself on not revealing any flaws. And although the poison is deadly and swift, it is colorless and tasteless. Not even a novice like them, fresh to the martial world, could detect it. Even seasoned veterans might overlook it. Thus, he hesitates, contemplating whether to flee or to consume the poisoned meal, sacrificing himself and leaving before the toxin takes effect, allowing others to take over. After barely a second of indecision, he resolves to sacrifice himself. This is a command from their leader. If it is a command, he would not hesitate even if it meant sacrificing his entire family. With a smile, he approaches Mo Dao, lifting the bowl of rice and consuming it with nonchalance. Within mere seconds, he finishes the meal and, maintaining his composure, looks at Mo Dao and says, "This rice is truly delightful. Thank you, young Master Mo, for your generosity. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." After uttering these words, he turns and departs, fearing that lingering too long would result in his demise from the poison. His death is inconsequential. However, should his demise alert Li Xiaoyao and the others and jeopardize their leader's grand plan, he would be guilty of unforgivable sins. Thus, he hastens away. Mo Dao observes the departing figure of this Baiyu cultist, feeling a chill run down his spine. These individuals are willing to sacrifice their lives without a second thought to fulfill their leader's plan, and most terrifying of all, every Baiyu cultist and even the common folk of Nanzhao have been brainwashed into this state. The leader of Baiyu is indeed a source of dread. Chapter 166. Instant kill. The chilling remark that follows makes the Baiyu cultist, who is nearly out of the thatched cottage, feel a surge of coldness shoot from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder and freeze in place. Li Xiaoyao and the others are unaware of the significance of Mo Dao's words, but as a Baiyu cultist, he cannot be oblivious to their meaning. From Mo Dao's words, he discerns that they believe they have concealed their movements well. Yet the truth is they have long been exposed, and even a teenager can see through their facade. "I cannot perish now. I must relay this information. The leader's grand scheme cannot be compromised." He roars within, igniting the last vestiges of his vitality, allowing the poison to surge forth as he sprints toward the woods outside. Observing the once unremarkable old farmer suddenly erupt with formidable energy and dart away, Li Xiaoyao and the others are taken aback, realizing that the opponent possesses enough strength to eliminate them effortlessly. At that moment, a chopstick shoots forth from within the cottage at an even greater speed, piercing through the cultist's skull just before he reaches the woods, emerging from his brow and embedding itself deeply into a tree with a resounding thud. In the instant the chopstick was launched, a white figure followed closely, rushing into the cottage and vanishing into the woods as the chopstick lodged itself into the tree. After a brief moment, a series of thuds reverberate, but this cacophony ceases within 5 seconds. Once the sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground have stopped, Mo Dao appears at the entrance of the cottage, sword stained with blood in hand, startlingly Xiao Yao and the others. Goodness, how formidable! Young Master Mo. This is while Li Xiao Yao and Zhao Ling'er are aware of Mo Dao's strength. It is unfortunate that Li Xiao Yao has lost his memory, forgetting everything about Xianling Island, including the time Mo Dao effortlessly dispatched 3 Baiyu cultists. However, Zhao Ling'er has not lost her memory, so she understands just how powerful Mo Dao is. Consequently, apart from Zhao Ling'er, Li Xiao Yao and the others cannot help but swallow hard upon witnessing the scene. Seeing their expressions, Mo Dao casually flicks his sword to rid it of blood before sheathing it, and remarks nonchalantly, "Just a Baiyu assassin. No need to worry. I have dealt with them all." He continues, "The dishes are fine, but the rice is poisoned and should not be consumed. For tonight, let us make do with the leftover steam buns." As he speaks, Mo Dao returns to the table, picking up chopsticks. Having witnessed the earlier events, Li Xiao Yao and the others can no longer muster the appetite to eat. Thus, they exchange glances and, each wielding their swords, make their way outside. It would be inappropriate to leave the corpses of the Baiyu cultists outside. The scent of blood may attract beasts and monsters. We shall go and handle this, leaving the dishes for Ling'er and Mo Dao to enjoy. It should suffice for the 2 of you. With that, Li Xiaoyao departs without looking back, eager to inspect the bodies of the Baiyu cultists and gauge the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. An hour later, just before the sun sets completely, Li Xiaoyao and the others finally return. Upon their return, they regard Mo Dao with looks of awe, as his earlier actions were executed with remarkable efficiency. In the woods, they discovered a total of 7 Baiyu cultist corpses, each marked with a crescent moon on their foreheads, along with the disguised elder, totaling 8. All 8 were killed with a single strike, and many appear to have perished without even registering a reaction, showcasing the terrifying prowess of Mo Dao. What is even more alarming is that each of these individuals fell with a single blow, struck at vital points, and Mo Dao accomplished this within just a breath's time, approximately 3 seconds, indicating that his movements were fluid and unhesitating. While it is inevitable to encounter battles in the martial world, after all, they came here to exterminate the serpent demon in Yinlong Cave. They have yet to experience killing. Yet, their peer Mo Dao has effortlessly and without a moment's hesitation dispatched 8 individuals, showing no signs of burden or discomfort, completely reshaping their perception of him. In the past, Mo Dao was seen as a knowledgeable, gentle, and carefree hero, but now, witnessing him decisively eliminate 8 Baiyu cultists without even a blink instills a deeper sense of reverence within them. Li Xiaoyao, a man who could not bear to see Lin Yuru inflicting heavy blows on challengers during the martial arts competition for marriage, now found himself taken aback as Mo Dao effortlessly dispatched 8 individuals in the blink of an eye. Although these 8 were members of the Baiyu sect, and Zhao Ling'er had informed him that they were responsible for the massacre at Xianling Island, aiming to eliminate its inhabitants and abduct her, Li Xiaoyao still deemed such brutality excessively cruel. Nonetheless, he trusted that Mo Dao had valid reasons for his actions, thus he refrained from voicing any protests. However, he certainly could not muster the appetite to eat. Mo Dao paid no heed to their thoughts. After all, he was not their caretaker and bore no obligation to provide psychological counsel. After finishing his meal, he sought a quiet corner to engage in cultivation. The small courtyard housed 2 rooms, one occupied by the 2 women, while the remaining one was shared by Li Xiaoyao and Lu Jinyuan. Mo Dao settled for a spot in the hall, which suited him just fine, given that he rarely slept at night, dedicating himself to refining his true energy to nourish his meridians and physical form, striving for a swift breakthrough and enhanced strength. It made little difference whether he was in a room or the hall. The hall was even more spacious and airy. On the following morning, Mo Dao arose early to practice swordplay. Despite his proficiency in swordsmanship, he had yet to find an opportunity to exhibit his skills. Thus, he diligently practiced to deepen his understanding of the art and enhance his techniques. Lu Jinyuan also joined him in sword practice. While Li Xiaoyao eventually awoke, but merely performed a set of sword techniques before retreating to a state of idle contemplation, awaiting breakfast. Lin Yuru, the latest to rise, found Lu Jinyuan nearly finished with his sword practice and breakfast preparations. Nevertheless, she seized the opportunity for morning practice as well, demonstrating that her strength was not merely a product of chance, but rather the result of her own hard work. After all, many in the martial world find it challenging to maintain a daily training regimen without supervision. After breakfast, Mo Dao and the others set off towards the direction of Yinlong Cave, determined to locate the lair of the serpent demon that resided there. As they journeyed to Yinlong Cave, a group of individuals adorned with wide-brimmed hats and exuding an air of formidable presence arrived at the nearest town. If Mo Dao had spotted them, he would have instantly recognized them as Shi Gonghu and Tang Yu, who had come from Nanzhao. Had he been aware of this, he would have lamented, for the encounter between Li Xiaoyao and Shi Gonghu in the drama was quite an amusing affair. In the series, upon seeing Shi Gonghu and his companions, Li Xiaoyao had stolen Shi Gonghu's wallet 3 times, each time employing a different guise, his own identity, Lin Yuru's and Lu Jinyuan's. What made it even more comical was not Li Xiaoyao's cross-dressing, but rather Shi Gonghu's self-delusions following the thefts. After the first theft, he insisted they were being tested and advised Tang Yu against pursuing. After the second theft, he had just declared that the wallet should be placed in plain sight when it was taken again. This time, he claimed it was a ruse to lure them into a trap, once again recalling Tang Yu. Following the second incident, Shi Gonghu hesitated to keep the wallet in a conspicuous location, opting instead to conceal it in his sleeve. However, before he could even lower his hand, Li Xiaoyao swiftly snatched it once more. Despite the repeated thefts, Shi Gonghu urged Tang Yu not to pursue, and after the third instance, Li Xiaoyao lost interest in stealing further, much to Shi Gonghu's chagrin. By sheer coincidence, Li Xiaoyao and his group ended up lodging in the same inn as Shi Gonghu, residing in the adjacent room. Their quarrels, stemming from a dispute between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, drew Shi Gonghu's ire, leading to a spirited exchange between the two parties through the wall. Regrettably, Mo Dao might miss this amusing scene, as they had not stopped at the town but had already proceeded to Yinlong Cave, thus missing their encounter with Shi Gonghu. Yinlong Cave was relatively concealed, and without a guide, Mo Dao and his companions were unaware of its location. They ventured until noon, only discovering the cave after a midday meal. As the dwelling of serpent and fox demons, Yinlong Cave was teeming with serpents. A casual glance would reveal at least one serpent slithering about. What made Lin Yuru and Lu Jinyuan uneasy was the sight of numerous human bones scattered across the ground, with serpents crawling over them. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yuru fell silent, clearly frightened, while Li Xiaoyao quietly retrieved a pouch of realgar powder and applied it to his shoes, even sprinkling some on his clothing. Research has shown that snakes are not particularly deterred by realgar. Rather, their aversion stems from their dislike of its odor. In the presence of alternatives, they tend to avoid it. However, if provoked, the repellent effect of realgar diminishes. Experiments have demonstrated that a snake will readily consume a mouse coated in realgar powder if it feels threatened. Thus, when Li Xiaoyao presented the realgar powder as a common remedy, Mo Dao declined, opting instead for a pouch of snake repellent powder he had prepared. This powder, primarily composed of wormwood, emitted an odor that would distress snakes. Mo Dao had also added camphor and chili powder to enhance its efficacy. Given that snakes detect scents through their tongues, the contents of Mo Dao's powder would sufficiently discomfort ordinary snakes, ensuring they kept their distance. However, against serpent demons that had cultivated for centuries, such measures would only evoke disdain rather than discomfort. Yet, this was sufficient for Mo Dao. He merely wished to keep the snakes at bay. Although Lin Yuru and Li Xiaoyao, due to Mo Dao's presence and Zhao Linger accompanying them, did not engage in their usual banter as seen in the series, they still exchanged sharp retorts, maintaining their playful rivalry. Once they entered the depths of Yinlong Cave, their quarreling persisted. Mo Dao understood that their bickering would inevitably attract the attention of the serpent demon, but with the introduction of realgar and the snake-repellent powder. Their discovery was merely a matter of time. Thus, he chose not to intervene, instead retreating slightly to protect Lu Jinyuan and Zhao Ling. Lu Jinyuan was not yet capable of combating a serpent demon, while Zhao Ling, despite her abilities, risked significant energy depletion due to her pregnancy, which could leave her vulnerable or even unconscious if she engaged in battle. Therefore, it was best to avoid putting her in harm's way. This does not imply that Mo Dao is particularly tender-hearted, but rather that Zhao Linger's role within the team, comprising Li Xiaoyao and others, is solely that of a support and healer. Should she fall, they would not only need to allocate someone to tend to her, but also, should Li Xiaoyao and the others become distracted and sustain injuries, it would be upon him to assist in their healing, thereby significantly increasing his workload. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, even if it means putting himself in danger, Mo Dao would never allow Zhao Linger to engage in combat. As Mo Dao subtly shielded Zhao Linger and Lu Jinyuan, a colossal tail unexpectedly emerged, sweeping towards the most vulnerable Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. To Mo Dao's utter disbelief, although both individuals noticed the massive serpent's tail, their reactions were entirely disparate. Upon noticing, Li Xiaoyao immediately attempted to evade, whereas Lin Yuru stood frozen for a moment, reacting a beat too late. When she finally regained her senses to dodge, she was inexplicably yanked off balance, causing Li Xiaoyao, who was ahead of her, to be similarly delayed, ultimately resulting in him being ensnared by the serpent's tail. Unbeknownst to them, their respective Mo Shurimo Wang bells had become entwined, a fact neither had realized. Consequently, due to their intertwined fate, both were jerked simultaneously, missing their chance to evade. Li Xiaoyao was directly ensnared by the serpent's tail, while Lin Yuru found herself suspended in midair. Regrettably, neither bore their weapons, leaving them in a state of vulnerability. Observing their plight, Mo Dao glanced back at Lu Jinyuan, who had unsheathed his sword and remained on guard since entering the serpent's lair, and sighed inwardly. They were undeniably lacking in worldly wisdom. Their vigilance was markedly inferior to that of Lu Jinyuan, despite intruding upon the stronghold of a serpent demon. While Mo Dao silently lamented, he chose not to intervene, instead positioning himself before Lu Jinyuan and Zhao Linger. As for Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, he let the serpent demon impart a lesson on the consequences of distraction during battle. Just as the serpent demon believed it had the upper hand against Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, preparing to undermine their resolve, Mo Dao released a faint aura, signaling a formidable presence that made the serpent demon uneasy. Faced with Mo Dao as a formidable adversary, the serpent demon dared not hesitate. It struck with its tail, hurling Li Xiaoyao forcefully against the cavern wall. Chapter 168. A lesson with a resounding crash. Li Xiaoyao was flung violently against the stone wall, collapsing to the ground in agony, rendered momentarily speechless and unable to rise. Mo Dao could scarcely bear to witness the scene. It was quite tragic, yet they had brought this upon themselves, entering another's lair without an ounce of vigilance. Not only had they failed to draw their weapons, but they also engaged in banter. Escaping with their lives was a stroke of luck. In response to Mo Dao's observation, Lin Yuru and Li Xiaoyao found themselves at a loss for words. This was not solely due to the weight of his words silencing them. Rather, the serpent demon's strike had been excessively forceful, leaving their insides rattled and them unable to speak. This strike served as ample admonition for Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. Another such blow could have resulted in severe injury, and Mo Dao had no desire to increase his burden. Thus, he took action. Observe closely sword control technique. As he spoke, Mo Dao gestured, causing an unsharpened iron sword to levitate before him. Under his command, it shot forth at an astonishing speed, illuminating the cavern with a brilliant glow. Within the cavern, the only sounds were the whooshing of the flying sword, as it effortlessly overpowered the serpent demon, which had previously incapacitated the unsuspecting Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. In an instant, the serpent demon was beset by a flurry of blood, unable to retaliate. Approximately a second later, the serpent demon screeched, unleashing its demonic energy to momentarily repel Mo Dao's flying sword, seizing the fleeting opportunity to escape. As the serpent demon fled, Mo Dao did not pursue nor command the sword to chase it down. Instead, he directed the iron sword to return to him. Upon its return, he waved his hand, and unbeknownst to Zhao Ling and the others, all traces of flesh and blood on the sword vanished, absorbed into a specially prepared vial within his seed space. This was a demon, a novel species evolved from ordinary animals. Should he uncover something of significance, he would undoubtedly be esteemed in the realm of demon cultivation. After driving away the serpent demon, Mo Dao did not chase, but rather scanned for any potential threats. Upon seeing the serpent demon flee, upon discovering that Li Xiaoyao had only sustained minor injuries and was not in grave danger, Zhao Ling felt a wave of relief and began to restore their vitality. Zhao Ling's healing abilities are unquestionable. As a descendant of Nu Hua, her powers are potent enough to resurrect the deceased villagers, although she was not utilizing that particular strength now. Healing superficial wounds for Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru was a trivial matter. Once Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru were healed, the two ventured forth with renewed vigilance. Sword in hand, the hidden dragon cave, housing the serpent's lair, was not expansive nor a labyrinth, and they would inevitably discover the stronghold of the serpent and fox demons. The serpent and fox demon duo were acutely aware of this. Hence, before Mo Dao and his companions could encroach upon their domain, they sprang into action. One serpent demon was already a considerable challenge for Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. Now, with an additional fox demon, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage despite their coordination, quickly succumbing to the superior synergy of the serpent couple. Witnessing this, Lu Jinyuan grew increasingly anxious, feeling an overwhelming urge to assist, a sentiment echoed by Zhao Ling. Setting aside the fact that Zhao Ling, being pregnant, could not easily wield her powers, she remained a formidable little fairy capable of aiding them. However, Lu Jinyuan, a novice at best, was eager to intervene, which left Mo Dao somewhat astonished. Although Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru were struggling, the strength they exhibited was far beyond Lu Jinyuan's comprehension. He could hardly discern their techniques. In such dire circumstances, his desire to rush seemed rather presumptuous. Mo Dao understood that Lu Jinyuan was merely worried for Lin Yuru, but with his limited capabilities, any attempt to assist would only serve to complicate matters for Li Xiaoyao and the others. With this realization, Mo Dao directed his sword, causing the iron sword to split into several blades that circled around Lu Jinyuan and Zhao Ling, providing them protection. However, in doing so, he inadvertently obstructed their path to assist. Noticing Mo Dao's intervention, Lu Jinyuan and Zhao Ling grew anxious, urging him to help. The serpent demon and the fox demon lacked formidable strength, providing an opportune opportunity for Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru to hone their skills. Therefore, Mo Dao would not intervene unless their lives were at stake. However, it soon became evident that Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru possessed commendable abilities. They did not require Mo Dao's assistance. Initially, the pair found themselves at a disadvantage, primarily due to their inexperience in combat, resulting in somewhat rigid and unadaptable attacks. After engaging the serpent and fox demon couple for a while, they finally adapted and unleashed their full potential. Observing her husband being struck, the fox demon grew anxious and resorted to her signature technique, releasing a cloud of mesmerizing smoke. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru were woefully inexperienced and unprepared for this tactic, lacking antidotes or any means of defense, and thus fell victim to the effects. Nevertheless, despite their lack of antidotes, their resilience remained strong, and the fox demon smoke was not overly potent. After enduring the initial effects, they devised a plan. Li Xiaoyao grasped Lin Yuru's hand firmly and bit down hard. The sharp pain jolted Lin Yuru back to consciousness, prompting her, almost instinctively, to reciprocate by biting Li Xiaoyao's hand, eliciting a painful cry from him. Xiaoyao, Gij, Yuru Meizi. Witnessing this, Zhao Ling and Lu Jinyuan, who stood behind Mo Dao, were filled with concern. However, upon seeing them regain their focus and re-engage in battle with the serpent and fox demons, they felt a sense of relief. Although the serpent and fox demons had practiced for many years, they lacked formal training and relied solely on instinct, failing to grasp systematic cultivation. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to devouring humans to achieve a semblance of human form. Consequently, their actual strength was rather limited despite their years of practice. In truth, the demonic powers within the realm of Xianjian are not particularly formidable, as evidenced by the disciples of Shushan, who could descend the mountain to exterminate demons, even those capable of fully taking human form. Thus, after a brief skirmish, the serpent and fox demons were ultimately defeated, with Li Xiaoyao's swordsmanship in full effect. The two demons were severely injured, but not yet dead. What were your thoughts after the battle? Mo Dao's inquiry caused Li Xiaoyao, who had been feeling somewhat proud, to grow disheartened. Had they not been so careless, their combined strength should have easily subdued the two demons without such a grueling fight. Chapter 169. Departure from Yinlong Cave Realm does not equate to strength. The abundance of qi or mastery of techniques does not determine combat prowess. True strength is measured by what one can effectively wield to inflict damage. Your cultivation has indeed progressed, and your sword techniques have reached a level of mastery. However, you have been overly complacent and self-assured, resulting in the inability to unleash even half of your potential. Learn from this lesson. This was merely a warm-up, a strenuous battle. Should you encounter a similar situation in the future, luck may not favor you, and you could face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. I do not wish for today's events to repeat, for I will not always be by your side, nor do I harbor any interest in collecting your remains. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Li Xiaoyao surprisingly set aside his playful demeanor, nodding solemnly as he replied, "I understand. I shall not commit such a lowly error again." After saying this, he turned to Lin Yuru with a smile, adding, "As for that wicked woman, I can hardly blame her for her ignorance of the ways of the world." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru instinctively raised her fist to strike Li Xiaoyao, but he quickly recoiled, wearing an expression of mock surprise. "Ah, look, just as I mentioned it, she made a mistake. The fox demon is still in your grasp. If you act rashly, she might escape, and our journey would be in vain." Before Li Xiaoyao could act, the serpent demon turned to Mo Dao and spoke, "Hypocritical human, you covet our essence, yet you are 5 in number, while we possess only 2 cores. How will you divide them? Thus, you are deliberately diminishing their contributions to monopolize our essence, are you not? I see through you." Mo Dao chuckled lightly at the serpent demon's accusation, replying, "You are mistaken. While some may indeed wish to claim your essence, I assure you that I am not interested." Mo Dao was not lying. He genuinely found the essence of the serpent and fox demons unappealing. While the essence may serve as a significant boon for others seeking to elevate their cultivation, it was of little value to Mo Dao. For him, who possessed the system, acquiring cultivation was as simple as a lottery draw, yielding energy far purer than that of the essence. Thus, while absorbing the essence would undoubtedly accelerate his progress compared to drawing from the ambient spiritual energy, it paled in comparison to the energy obtained from the system's cultivation wheel. Moreover, absorbing essence would require considerable time and effort to refine, as impurities could conflict with his qi. Hence, this essence held no allure for Mo Dao and could be described as a tasteless delicacy, regrettable to discard but hardly worth savoring. Therefore, he regarded the serpent demon's words with indifference. Li Xiaoyao and his companions felt similarly. After all, Li Xiaoyao was essentially a cheat in terms of cultivation speed, and the essence was merely a supplementary perk that did not significantly impact him. Their primary motivation for undertaking this task was to fulfill their noble aspirations of vanquishing demons and restoring peace to the people, rather than any desire for the essence to enhance their cultivation. Thus, after the serpent demon finished speaking, Li Xiaoyao replied with an expression of bewilderment. "In truth, we have no interest in the essence you speak of. We are here solely to eradicate demons and ensure that the local populace no longer suffers at your hands." With that, he prepared to strike down the serpent demon. At that moment, Lu Jinyuan stepped forward. "Young Master Li, please hold on. May I ask them a few questions? I believe there may be a misunderstanding based on what I just heard from young Master Mo Li Xiaoyao, puzzled by Lu Jinyuan's words, responded, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? Demons exist to consume humans. Have you not seen the piles of bones? It is common knowledge that demons feed on humans. Do you not understand?" As Li Xiaoyao moved to act, Mo Dao intervened, offering his perspective. "Humans have parents, and so do demons. Why must demons be exterminated by humans? Moreover, have you considered the reasons behind a demon's need to consume humans? All things in the world adhere to certain principles. It is implausible for demons to indiscriminately consume humans without cause. There must be a reason behind their actions. Moreover, demons are beings that have evolved from the myriad creatures of this realm, their origins potentially lying in flora or fauna. If humans can consume these beings, why then can they not feast upon humans? Indeed, from the human perspective, the notion of exterminating demons due to their harm toward humanity may seem justified. However, have you considered that not all demons require human flesh for sustenance, just as not all animals are carnivorous? Humans possess both virtuous and malevolent natures. Since demons, like humans, are capable of emotions, why should they not also embody the spectrum of good and evil? Is it fair to condemn all demons to death merely because some have perpetrated harm against humans? Such reasoning is flawed. Or perhaps it is as the serpent demon suggested earlier. Those who hunt demons may merely disguise their true intentions under the pretense of eradicating evil, while their true aim is to covet the essence of these beings. Xiaoyao, humans possess both light and shadow, so too do demons. Open your eyes and observe this world. It is not merely black and white, but a vibrant tapestry of colors. At this juncture, Mo Dao cast a glance at the multitude of bones scattered about and continued, "Certainly, they have committed numerous atrocities over the years. Even if you were to slay them, they would not be entirely innocent. Yet, I hope you grasp this. The world is not solely defined by right and wrong. Sometimes, morality hinges upon one's perspective. So proceed with caution in your actions henceforth." As Mo Dao surveyed the stone chamber where the serpent demon imprisoned its captives, he added, "Some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Take, for instance, that old man. He was not merely an elderly individual, but a youthful disciple of the moon worship sect. To know a person's face does not guarantee understanding of their heart. At times, humans can be far more terrifying and malevolent than demons or monsters." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Li Xiaoyao pondered deeply, but refrained from hastily dispatching the serpent and fox demons. Instead, he instructed Mo Dao to seal their powers and proceeded to rescue those captured by the serpent demon. After liberating the individuals, Li Xiaoyao listened to their expressions of gratitude, yet his countenance remained somber, filled with hesitation. Ultimately, he reached out toward the face of one of the captives. The individual, who had previously exuded gratitude, was suddenly stricken with fear and retreated at Li Xiaoyao's gesture. Observing this reaction, Li Xiaoyao quickly discerned the situation. Minutes later, he discarded the last human skin mask he had retrieved from the ground, his silence profound. All those who had been captured were, without exception, impostors from a moon worship sect, implying that their arrival at the Hidden Dragon Cave had been orchestrated by the sect itself. Initially, Li Xiaoyao had approached the Hidden Dragon Cave with great enthusiasm, but now he was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of disappointment, feeling disinclined to pursue his mission of exterminating demons. As he exited with a forlorn expression, Mo Dao pointed his sword at the two demons on the ground, effectively neutralizing the majority of their powers. While you may be considered victims, you have nonetheless taken numerous lives, most of which belong to the moon worship sect. Wrongdoing is wrongdoing, and thus I shall diminish your powers as a warning. Should there be a next time, you know the consequences. Li Xiaoyao chose not to execute the two demons, and Mo Dao, sharing his sentiments, also refrained from taking their lives. Instead, he offered them a warning before departing alongside Li Xiaoyao. Chapter 170. The gathering of people. The encounter with the serpent demon had cast a pall over Li Xiaoyao and his companions. Yet they were still merely adolescents. Though more mature than their peers, their youthful nature remained intact. Upon arriving at the nearest town to the Hidden Dragon Cave, their spirits began to lift, especially upon encountering the various wares displayed in the marketplace, which caused them to momentarily forget their earlier troubles. After securing accommodations in the town, Mo Dao parted ways with them. This was not a matter of his own volition. Rather, they had split into two pairs to explore the streets, and Mo Dao, not wishing to intrude, opted to refrain from joining them. Naturally, he did not confine himself to the inn. While his cultivation had been achieved through diligent effort, he had now reached a plateau. What he required was not merely an increase in energy, but a deeper understanding of the essence and various realms of cultivation. At present, he recognized that he had indeed hit a bottleneck, and his only course of action was to refine and compress his energy. As for how to break through to the next realm, he was at a loss. Thus, he had no need for seclusion. His previous diligence was merely an attempt to avoid being overshadowed by Li Xiaoyao and the others while seeking a breakthrough. Now, amidst the vibrant life of the town, he was disinclined to remain cooped up in an inn. Although the streets lacked an abundance of alluring sights, the scenery was still quite pleasant. Hence, Mo Dao sought out a charming tea house with a prime location and settled by a window, sipping tea, listening to the recitation of literature, and admiring the view outside. Suddenly, he nearly spat out his tea. He had witnessed a flash of crimson dart past, and the reason for his near mishap was not due to the individual's ostentatious appearance, but rather because he recognized that person, Li Xiaoyao, garbed in the attire of Lin Yuru. To his astonishment, despite having ventured to the hidden dragon cave, and with Zhao Ling keeping watch, Shigong, who had not escaped unscathed, his wallet had vanished in the instant Li Xiaoyao passed by. Mo Dao, having learned the technique of Fei Long Tanyan Shou, understood the potency of such a maneuver. This technique was not merely about speed. It encompassed a form of magic that involved spatial manipulation and causality. Upon mastering this technique to a sufficient degree, one need not even approach their target to execute it. One could simply direct the technique at the intended object to procure the desired item. Of course, if one had not mastered the technique, errors could occur, potentially alerting the target. Li Xiaoyao had yet to reach such mastery, but had nonetheless perfected the technique to a remarkable degree, allowing him to relieve Shigong, who of his wallet in passing. It was only after Li Xiaoyao had distanced himself that Shigong, who realized something was amiss and discovered his wallet was gone. The reason for his surprise was that this was not the first time Li Xiaoyao had visited Shigong, who, moments later, outside the tea house, Lu Jin Yuan swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, evading collisions as he passed by Shigong Hu. Approximately 3 seconds later, Mo Dao witnessed Shigong Hu's face contorted with rage, yet he did not pursue. Instead, he restrained Tang Yu, who had intended to chase after Lu Jin Yuan. Mo Dao nearly succumbed to laughter, finding it difficult to contain himself. He took several deep breaths, casting a sidelong glance at Shigong Hu, in his fury, departed without entering the tea house. In the evening, as Mo Dao returned from enjoying a performance beneath the glow of red lanterns, he had not yet ascended to the second floor when he overheard an argument unfolding above. Upon hearing the voices of Li Xiaoyao and Shigong Hu, Mo Dao instinctively understood what was transpiring. This recollection evoked memories of scenes from the drama and visions from earlier in the day, prompting him to suppress a smile. However, he refrained from laughing out loud. Mo Dao's chamber was adjacent to Li Xiaoyao's, separated only by the rooms of Lin Yuru and another female companion, thus muffling the sounds of their quarrel once he closed the door behind him. To his surprise, Zhao Linger arrived shortly after his return, accompanied by a girl whose attire indicated she was not from the Central Plains. The closeness of this girl to Zhao Linger, combined with her charming yet playful appearance, made her identity unmistakable. She was undoubtedly Anu, the daughter of Shanggu and Jiu Jianxian. What astonished Mo Dao was that, in the drama, Anu found Zhao Linger in the wilderness, yet they had not crossed paths prior to this moment, suggesting a serendipitous encounter within the town. The fact that they could meet again despite having missed each other was truly remarkable. However, considering Anu's connection with Zhao Linger, her ability to locate her was hardly surprising. Indeed, as Zhao Linger introduced Anu to Mo Dao, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing a dashing young man wielding a sword. Upon seeing Anu, his face lit up with surprise, and Anu, sensing something, turned to behold his face, equally astonished. Dan Yu Xiao Bao. What brings you here? Anu. That should be my question, he replied. I am here to seek some amusement. As Anu began to formulate a response, a realization struck her, prompting her to abruptly halt and concoct an excuse, redirecting her inquiry back to Tang Yu. By the way, Tang Yu Xiaobao, what is your purpose here? Are you here for leisure as well? Tang Yu had no intention of concealing his purpose from Anu, so he approached her with a smile and said, We are here to find the princess and escort her back to Nanzhao. After speaking, Tang Yu scrutinized Zhao Linger and, upon noticing Anu's firm grip on her hand, his expression shifted. He knelt before Zhao Linger and respectfully proclaimed, Tang Yu pays his respects to Her Highness the Princess. Anu's joyful demeanor instantly faded as she muttered in dismay, Oh no, Tang Yu Xiaobao has recognized the princess. What shall I do? Before she could devise a plan to conceal Zhao Linger's identity, the door of the room Tang Yu emerged from burst open once more, revealing a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, dressed in a manner uncharacteristic of the Central Plains. Princess? Where's the princess? Who has found her? Chapter 171. Enemies meet. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Xiaoyao, concerned for Linger, stepped out of the room, only to be met with a chorus of exclamations. It's you, thief! Foolish old man. Mo Dao noted that while Li Xiaoyao and the others saw Shi Gonghu as foolish from their vantage point, it was unwise to voice such opinions openly, as it could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, upon recognizing Li Xiaoyao as the thief who had pilfered his foster father's wallet thrice, Tang Yu drew his sword. Li Xiaoyao, not one to shy away from confrontation, unsheathed his own weapon, ready for a clash. As tensions escalated, Zhao Linger urgently intervened, for both parties were tied to her. One was her beloved Xiaoyao brother, while the other was a subject of Nanzhao, including her elders and subordinates. She wished to prevent any harm to either side. With Zhao Linger's heartfelt plea, both parties acquiesced, though their mutual disdain remained palpable. Now that everyone was assembled and shared the common goal of escorting Zhao Linger to Nanzhao, it was proposed that they convene to discuss their next steps. Ultimately, guided by Zhao Linger's diplomacy, all parties gathered in the room of Li Xiaoyao and Lu Jinyuan to deliberate their course of action. In truth, there was little to discuss, as their objectives aligned in safeguarding Zhao Linger's return to Nanzhao, with no direct conflict among them. The primary challenge arose from Shi Gonghu's disdain for Li Xiaoyao and Mo Dao, deeming them inexperienced and unfit to undertake the responsibility of escorting Zhao Linger. He insisted that everyone adhere to his commands henceforth. Upon hearing this, before Mo Dao could respond, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru erupted in protest. Li Xiaoyao, a fearless troublemaker from a young age, could not possibly submit to Shi Gonghu's authority. Likewise, Lin Yuru, having been raised in privilege, would never allow herself to be subordinate to Shi Gonghu. Their immediate outburst was inevitable. Two inexperienced children, do you possess the experience of traversing a martial world? Do you have the strength to protect the princess and the resolve to sacrifice your lives, if necessary? Yes. No. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru chimed in unison, their defiance unwavering. You are a foolish old man. I will not heed your commands. Moreover, why should I? I am not your subordinate. I have been entrusted by Linger's grandmother to escort her to Nanzhao, and I will protect her in my own way. As soon as Li Xiaoyao finished speaking, Lin Yuru added, My cousin and I have ventured into the martial world to safeguard Linger because she is our friend. Our friendship with Linger has no relation to you. Why must we follow your orders? Hearing their declarations, Shi Gonghu's expression darkened slightly. However, he discerned from Linger's demeanor that Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru spoke the truth. They were indeed friends of the princess. Yet, recognizing their friendship did not diminish his determination to ensure the princess's safety. He could not allow these inexperienced youths to act recklessly. Contemplating this, he turned his attention to the more composed Lu Jinyuan and Mo Dao, seeking their opinions. Though Lu Jinyuan was a top scholar, his timid nature made him easily influenced, often deferring to Lin Yuru in her presence. Now, not only Lin Yuru opposes, but even Li Xiaoyao does as well. Lu Jinyuan, being the top scholar, naturally has no objections and fully supports them, as this era places great emphasis on the hierarchy of heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teachers. Li Xiaoyao and Mo Dao can both be considered as mentors, so without a doubt, Lu Jinyuan stand in favor of Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. Thus, he responded with a smile. The decision rests entirely with my cousin and master Li. Witnessing the poised and affable Lu Jinyuan, Shigong who turned to Mo Dao. Observing this, Mo Dao chuckled and said, I am merely honoring the request of Ling Er's grandmother by voluntarily escorting Ling Er back to Nanzhao. Moreover, I am accustomed to a leisurely life and cannot abide by constraints, so I apologize for that. I propose we split into two teams. We will protect Ling Er overtly, while you provide covert protection. This way, we can both relax the vigilance of any ill-intentioned parties and ensure double security for Ling Er. What do you think? Initially, Shigong, who was somewhat irked by Mo Dao's earlier remark, but upon hearing the latter part, he paused for a moment and began to ponder. After about 5 seconds of contemplation, Shigong, who nodded in agreement with Mo Dao's suggestion, though he also insisted that Anu and Tang Yu join Mo Dao's group, as he harbored doubts about Mo Dao's capabilities. Although Shigong, who possessed the strength to easily vanquish all of them, Mo Dao chose not to comment on this. In truth, Mo Dao had a fondness for the duo of Tang Yu and Anu, and he was quite intrigued by Anu's various techniques and Tang Yu's swordsmanship, so he did not oppose the proposal. Once the team was established, Mo Dao chose not to partake in the itinerary planning, as the presence of Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru was already enough to give Shigong a headache. However, if he were in Shigong's position, he would have also desired to remove Li Xiaoyao's head. Their intention in retrieving Zhao Ling Er was to confront Bai Yu and safeguard her. So the route they devised aimed to return to Nanzhao as swiftly as possible, necessitating numerous passages through desolate wilderness. However, Li Xiaoyao had a different perspective. He was not in haste to escort Ling Er back to Nanzhao, wishing instead to explore more. Thus, he fundamentally rejected Shigong, whose proposed route, opting for one that connected all the major cities along the way, infuriating Shigong, who to the brink of throttling him. Ultimately, with Ling Er's mediation, both sides took a step back and redefined the route. Mo Dao did not engage in this discussion. He merely glanced at the route they were deliberating before departing, for he understood that their planned journey would ultimately be futile. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, Mo Dao knew that they were destined to be entangled with the Bai Yu sect along the way, and before long, the Sword Saint of Shu Mountain would arrive to take Ling Er back to Shu Mountain and imprison her in the Demon Locking Tower. Therefore, the route they were currently planning held little significance, and his glance was merely to ascertain if there were any notable sights to visit along the way. Chapter 172. The Undead That Do Not Die Dressed in Green with a White Horse, wielding a sword in the Jianghu. This is how many envision the world of martial arts. Yet, the true Jianghu is about gnawing on rations, residing in dilapidated temples, and relying solely on one's own legs to travel. Unless one enters a city, a peaceful night's sleep is a luxury. However, that is the plight of others. Mo Dao would not deprive himself, although he refrained from revealing his possession of a spatial ring, an item for spatial storage, thus unable to utilize the various items within. He was well stocked with spices and seasonings. As for sleeping bags, since mastering the 5 elements immortal technique, such items had become unnecessary. He could, if he wished, instantly conjure a stone house using earth elemental techniques. In addition, he could control the growth of nearby flora to create a treehouse, shielding himself from the elements, thereby eliminating any possibility of sleeping rough. However, Mo Dao would not divulge this, for at present, his true energy naturally formed a protective aura, preventing even insects and dew from intruding upon his vicinity. Since he had little need for such comforts, he was disinclined to waste his true energy. Of course, while he held no particular demands regarding shelter, he was quite particular about food. Thus, he returned with 2 plump wild chickens. This place was unlike the modern world he had previously inhabited. Although wild chickens were not uncommon, they were still feasible to find with a little effort. Other game, such as wild rabbits and boars, were also plentiful, as were fish, shrimp, turtles, and tortoises in the rivers. One could say that, provided one was willing to search, Starvation in the wilderness was nearly impossible. Yet, not everyone understood this. After all, Mo Dao had spent considerable time in a pirate world and had previously watched numerous survival programs. Thus, he comprehended these realities, while others might not. Therefore, as Mo Dao seasoned the two golden brown, aromatic wild chickens, even Tang Yu and Nu, Lin Yu Ru, and even Shi Gong who was hidden further away in the trees, could not help but swallow their saliva. Taking in the savory aroma wafting from the roasted chicken, Mo Dao, under the eager gazes of the others, produced a small knife to slice off 2 drumsticks for Ling Er, then handed the remaining chicken to Lu Jinyuan. After passing the chicken to Lu Jinyuan, Mo Dao lifted the other chicken, inhaled the delicious fragrance, and took a hearty bite. Delicious! A loud gulp echoed. Upon hearing this, Mo Dao glanced at Li Xiao Yao and the others watching him, smiling. You should eat too. Don't just watch me. Hearing Mo Dao's words, Anu looked at the cold bun in her hand with a pitiful expression directed at Tang Yu. Under Anu's gaze, Tang Yu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He had roasted chicken before, but his method involved plucking the feathers, eviscerating the bird, and roasting it. And during the process, he had never added as many seasonings as Mo Dao did. Even a sprinkle of salt was considered a luxury. Thus, the roasted chicken he had previously prepared was merely a means to stave off hunger. And when they had provisions, they would never consider making such delicacies, as the taste of rations was far superior. However, the chicken in Mo Dao's hands was a different story. The mere aroma wafting from it suggested that it was absolutely delectable, and even he was tempted, let alone Anu, who was already a foodie. Yet, he felt powerless, for he lacked Mo Dao's array of spices. Thus, even if he managed to catch prey, the flavor of his roasted game would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Mo Dao's. Seeing Tang Yu's helplessness, Anu eagerly approached Ling Er, gazing at her with longing as she said, Princess, that chicken leg smells so good. Is it tasty? Ling Er, noticing Anu's craving for the chicken leg in her hand and given her distaste for greasy guards, promptly offered the other chicken leg to Anu. Mo Dao Ji's roasted food is delightful. You should try it too. Anu watching from the side. Li Xiao Yao took a fierce bite of the flatbread in his hand, enviously exclaiming, I wish I could have a chicken leg too. Upon hearing Li Xiao Yao, Lin Yu Ru, who was beside him, took a bite of her aromatic roasted chicken and nonchalantly remarked, If you want to eat, go catch one and roast it. The sky isn't completely dark yet, and I'm still not full. Lin Yu Ru held half a roasted chicken, a gift from Lu Jinyuan. This meant that only Tang Yu, Li Xiao Yao, and the distant Shi Gong who remained without chicken. Pondering this, Li Xiao Yao glanced at the sympathetic Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu also turned to look at Li Xiao Yao. Their eyes met, and an unspoken camaraderie blossomed between them. But this sentiment dissipated within mere seconds. For Mo Dao could no longer bear their envious expressions. He tossed a chicken neck to Li Xiao Yao and a chicken leg to Tang Yu. Moments later, both Tang Yu and Li Xiao Yao felt a twinge of regret. They lamented accepting Mo Dao's thrown offerings, for it only intensified their cravings. Thus, after exchanging glances and greetings, they ventured into the woods together. Approximately half an hour later, Li Xiao Yao and Tang Yu hurriedly returned, their expressions fraught with urgency. Li Xiao Yao clutched several wild chickens and rabbits, while Tang Yu carried a person. Mo Dao glanced over and noticed that the person Tang Yu was carrying was, astonishingly, a woman. He jested, Have you two turned into flower thieves, bringing the flower back with you? With a worried expression, Tang Yu gently set the woman down and said seriously, Do not jest, Mo Gongzi. Something is amiss with her. When we found her, she was gnawing on a wild rabbit. We sensed something was wrong and decided to bring her back. Hearing this, Mo Dao scrutinized the woman closely. He observed that her eyes were heavily shadowed, her complexion unnaturally pale, and her lips were dark. Has she been poisoned by a zombie? Tang Yu, where did you find her? Upon seeing the woman's appearance, Mo Dao immediately deduced that she had been bitten by a zombie and infected with its poison. If they had delayed any longer, the toxins would have overwhelmed her, and only divine intervention could have saved her. Tang Yu in a small hollow not far ahead. If it weren't for the noise she made, we would not have discovered her. At this point, Li Xiao Yao, Having set down his quarry, joined them and inquired, "What do you think? Is there any hope for her?" Mo Dao was uncertain if he could save her, as his abilities did not primarily involve healing. He could only attempt to help. If he failed, he would have to call upon Ling Er. During this time, Ling Er had been well cared for, especially since Lu Jinyuan learned of her pregnancy and left behind some nourishing supplements. Mo Dao had been preparing special meals for her, ensuring her health remained robust. As long as there was no intense combat, using spiritual energy to save someone was feasible. Chapter 173. Adding another trump card, Zhao Ling Er's cultivation was rather low, and she did not know how to harness the powers of the new Hua descendants. Thus, her attempts to save others often drained her own spiritual energy, leaving her easily fatigued. Mo Dao sought to use his method, specifically the wood elemental technique from the 5 spirits of mortal arts, to see if he could restore the woman's health. If successful, he would spare Ling Er the need to exhaust her energy, while also enhancing his proficiency in the wood elemental technique and adding another means of self-preservation. After ensuring the woman was propped against a tree, Mo Dao formed a series of hand seals to channel his inner vitality. As he executed a specific technique, roots from the ground surged forth, piercing into her body. "Absorb," he commanded softly. The roots glimmered with a vibrant light, and a visible dark aura began to emerge from the woman, traveling along the roots. In a matter of 3 to 4 seconds, the roots that had siphoned the corpse poison withered, prompting Mo Dao to summon additional roots to draw out more of the toxin from her body. After about 2 minutes, he halted his efforts. The tree to which the woman leaned, thicker than that of a grown man, had completely withered, its bark turning black. "Such potent corpse poison," he mused. "Yet it has not been in vain. All the poison within her is now eradicated. She merely needs time to recuperate." As he spoke, a sudden thought gripped him. He altered his hand seals and summoned vibrant green orbs of light that began to coalesce in his palm. Once the luminous sphere reached the size of an egg, he thrust it into the woman's body. This orb was a blend of the life essence drawn from the flora around him, mixed with a fragment of his true energy, designed to replenish her vitality. Theoretically, it should have remarkable restorative properties, though its efficacy remained uncertain. After about a minute, the dark circles under her eyes faded. Her lips regained color, though her complexion still appeared somewhat pale. The woman's eyelashes fluttered, signaling her impending awakening. Mo Dao felt a surge of elation. If this technique proved effective, he could draw upon an endless reservoir of life force whenever battling in areas abundant with vegetation, allowing his immortality to reach its zenith, becoming an indomitable force. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao exclaimed loudly, "She is awake. Your method worked." Following this, he nudged Mo Dao playfully with his elbow, saying, "Hey, when did you learn that technique? Teach me, it's so impressive." The excitement was palpable among them as they witnessed her revival. However, Mo Dao was concerned that the toxins released during the extraction could adversely affect Zhao Ling Er, who was pregnant. Thus, he did not allow them to approach until Li Xiaoyao's exuberant announcement caught their attention. As the woman slowly opened her eyes, filled with confusion, she saw Mo Dao and the others and asked, "Where am I? Who are you? Did you save me?" Mo Dao nodded and replied, "Indeed, we brought you back. Can you tell us what transpired?" "I escaped from Heishui town, along with several others. However, some concealed their bites, and one night, that individual succumbed to their illness and attacked the others. It was a hell on earth. Many perished, and I lost my companions. In the darkness, I couldn't tell if I'd been bitten or scratched, only that I felt as if I tumbled down a slope before losing consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself here." She hesitated before asking, "Did I get bitten?" And Mo Dao confirmed, "Yes, but when they found you, you were on the verge of succumbing to the poison. However, you're safe now." Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily stunned. Then she suddenly attempted to kneel before Mo Dao in gratitude, but he swiftly stopped her. "My dear, it was but a small effort. There is no need for such formalities." "Exactly, it was just a few quick gestures, hardly any effort at all," he added. Upon hearing the words of Mo Dao and Li Xiaoyao, the young woman remained resolute in her desire to kneel, but was restrained by Tang Yu. ultimately conceding to her fate. "My lady, please partake of some sustenance. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow you may accompany us on our journey. We shall part ways once we reach a place of safety." Tang Yu's words prompted a moment of hesitation in the young woman, yet her gnawing hunger prevailed, and she did not refuse. As Mo Dao and the others had finished the roasted chicken, Li Xiao Yao and the others could only offer her some dried provisions to quell her hunger, while Tang Yu and Li Xiao Yao busied themselves with roasting the remaining game. After threading all the game onto skewers, the two exchanged a glance after casting a sidelong look at Mo Dao, yet neither spoke a word. Mo Dao, with a mere glance, discerned their intent. He had sufficient seasoning stored in his seed space, and thus tossed a variety of spices to Li Xiao Yao. "Use them sparingly, do not apply too much, as we will need to restock in the next city." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao Yao chuckled, nodded in acknowledgement, and set to work. Having formed a team with Zhao Ling Air since Xianling Island, they had encountered Mo Dao's barbecues numerous times along the way and had partaken in many, so he was well versed in the use of seasonings. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, nearly provoking expletives from the distant Shigong Hu and his companions. However, this time, Tang Yu had reserved a portion for them, and after it was cooked, he delivered some to Shigong Hu. Yet, upon receiving it, Shigong Hu berated him soundly, accusing him of lacking discretion and potentially exposing their presence. Nevertheless, Shigong Hu's stealth was somewhat lacking. Mo Dao did not even need to employ his Kinbunchaku, for a mere glance allowed him to ascertain their approximate location. Thus, whether they remained concealed or not was of little consequence. After satiating their hunger, the young woman, who had been in turmoil, could no longer contain herself. She approached Mo Dao and suddenly knelt before him, her face awash with shame. "Benefactor, I beseech you, could you save Heishui Town? You're the only one who can assist them now." Mo Dao helped her to her feet and said, "Do not fret. We shall certainly return to Heishui Town. However, before that, I must first ensure the safety of the women here. Do you know of any secure locations nearby?" Hearing Mo Dao's words, the young woman's face brightened, and after a moment of thought, she replied, "I know of a Baiha village not far from here, home to a renowned healer. We initially intended to escape to Baiha village. It should still be safe." "Baiha village? Very well. We shall head there first thing tomorrow, and then proceed to Heishui Town." In truth, Mo Dao was aware that Heishui Town was largely doomed, with scarcely any living souls remaining. Yet even so, he could not abandon it. Otherwise, should these horrors proliferate, it would become a veritable hell on earth where nothing could survive. Chapter 174. Exorcising Evil the following day, upon rising. Mo Dao and his companions did not immediately set off for Baiha village. Instead, they began collecting seeds from various plants, particularly dandelion seeds. This was prompted by Mo Dao's sudden recollection of a particular matter. Possessing knowledge of wood-based celestial techniques, he realized he could transition into a plant manipulation master. With sufficient seeds, he could harness his true energy to merge with the spiritual energy of the world, hastening the germination of these seeds and directing them to perform certain tasks. Although such hastily cultivated plants would wither and die once the spiritual and true energy were depleted, and their resilience would not differ significantly from ordinary plants. As long as they could ensnare their targets to achieve their ends, it sufficed. Zombies would cease their movements upon losing the scent of the living. Thus, Mo Dao contemplated employing this method to control as many zombies as possible before entering Heishui Town. Once he articulated this strategy and confirmed its feasibility, everyone began assisting Mo Dao in gathering various plant seeds. In the desolate wilderness, while there were not many other items, wild grasses and shrubs were abundant. Nevertheless, Mo Dao's primary focus was on the airborne dandelions, which would alleviate the exertion required to spread the seeds in Heishui Town. They spent the entire morning searching and eventually secured a bag of seeds, roughly the size of a basketball. With this bag of seeds, Mo Dao felt confident in utilizing his wood-based celestial techniques in conjunction with his kin Bunchaku to control the entirety of Heishui Town. With the dandelion seeds in hand, they set forth for Baiha village. as their distance to Baiha village was already minimal, and given that each of them was no ordinary individual. They arrived at the outskirts of Baiha village in just over 2 hours, even with the presence of an ordinary person among them. However, they were barred from entering the village, as the villagers had sealed it off due to the threat posed by the undead from Heishui town. Yet, how could this pose a challenge to them? After Li Xiao Yao and Tang Yu showcased their prowess and assured the villagers of their intent to help eradicate the undead threat, confirming their lack of injuries. The villagers' demeanor shifted, and they welcomed them inside with smiles. Upon entering Baiha village, Imo, Dao, Anu, and Zhaoling Air began assisting those afflicted by the zombie poison. While Li Xiao Yao could not master the 5-element celestial technique, Zhaoling Air and Anu certainly could. As a descendant of Nu Hua, Zhaoling Air grasped the 5-element celestial technique with remarkable ease, akin to play. Her talent rivaled that of Li Xiao Yao in swordsmanship. Currently, her spiritual energy might not match Mo Dao's, but in terms of mastery over the 5 elements celestial technique, aside from thunder and fire, she was nearly on par with Mo Dao, perhaps even surpassing him. Unfortunately, the plant manipulation techniques were uniquely devised by Mo Dao, and while they had all learned it, they could not wield it with the same finesse. However, they were more than capable of helping others rid themselves of the zombie poison. In fact, Mo Dao possessed another method to eliminate the zombie poison, which involved using the purest and most vigorous lightning energy to eradicate the poison directly. However, this approach was rather violent and could easily harm individuals, thus he refrained from employing it. The number of villagers affected by the zombie poison was minimal, allowing Mo Dao and his companions to save all who could be rescued by the afternoon. Those who had succumbed to the poison and undergone complete transformation were beyond their aid, and they could only grant them peace. After spending a night in Baiha village, at the break of dawn the next day, Mo Dao and his companions set off toward Heishui town. Only Mo Dao, Li Xiao Yao, and Tang Yu journeyed to Heishui town, while the others remained in Baiha village. It was not that they did not wish to accompany them, but rather Mo Dao forbade their attendance, for there was little they could contribute with him present. As they approached Heishui town, several miles away, Mo Dao and his companions discerned an anomaly in the surroundings. Though the area appeared lush and verdant, it was suffused with a chilling aura, devoid of any avian or animal life, and not a single living creature could be found. Even under the bright sunlight, an eerie feeling permeated the atmosphere. After surveying their surroundings and using his observation hockey to assess the situation, Mo Dao drew his iron sword, cautioning, "It appears we're nearing our destination. Let us remain vigilant. The malevolent energy here is dense, and danger could strike at any moment." Upon hearing Mo Dao's warning, Li Xiao Yao and Tang Yu shared a glance and hastily unsheathed their swords, readying themselves for potential threats as they proceeded forward. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, they passed through a grove when a cacophony erupted from within the trees, followed by a horde of individuals, their bodies already stiffening, lunging towards them. Seeing the oncoming figures, Mo Dao swiftly swept his left hand across his iron sword, a flash of light emanating as he plunged the blade into the ground. As the sword penetrated the earth, an intricate array rapidly expanded from its center, engulfing the entire grove. In the wake of the array's expansion, the flora and vines within the forest stirred to life, swiftly ensnaring the approaching zombies and obstructing their nostrils. These individuals had been poisoned for far too long, rendering them beyond salvation. Thus, Mo Dao did not hold back. He merely needed to seal their nostrils, indifferent to the potential for rupture. When he finally withdrew his sword and stood, the grove was silent, devoid of further movement. "They are beyond saving. Let's find a place for them to rest," Mo Dao remarked. Li Xiao Yao and Tang Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing the grim reality that these souls were irretrievably lost. The state of these individuals left them pondering the fate of those in Heishui town, a foreboding premonition looming over them. True to their fears, they encountered several more waves of attacks along the way, each assailant too far gone to be saved. The trio could only subdue them and gather the fallen, ensuring they returned to the earth. As noon approached, they finally arrived at Heishui town. Despite it being midday, the town was shrouded in an eerie gloom, devoid of the brightness one would expect at that hour. The sky was overcast, resembling an ominous storm. Mo Dao understood that this oppressive atmosphere was a result of the malevolent energy gathering to form clouds, allowing the undead to appear even in daylight, a phenomenon typically reserved for the night. Entering Heishui town recklessly would indeed pose a risk, for the outbreak of corpse poison had persisted for some time. One could only speculate how advanced these creatures had become. However, Mo Dao was unfazed, having long been prepared for such an eventuality. After ascending to a vantage point to survey Heishui town, Mo Dao gestured, causing his iron sword to unsheath itself, positioning itself before him as a platform for flight. Flying with a sword? Li Xiaoyao and Tang Yu exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Mo Dao step onto the flying sword. They had never anticipated that he possessed the ability to soar through the skies in such a manner. While they were aware that Mo Dao had studied sword techniques, achieving the mastery required for flight was not something one could accomplish in a mere 10 days or 2 weeks. Yet, here he was defying their expectations. Although the art of sword flying appeared to be an impressive and sophisticated skill, it was, in fact, a standard proficiency among disciples of Shushan. While not every practitioner could fly, it was commonplace for disciples to carry a sword for the purpose of flight, even those who did not typically wield one. While there were techniques for sword flying within the sword arts, Li Xiaoyao had yet to learn them, or perhaps his cultivation had not reached the necessary level. He assumed Mo Dao was in the same boat, as they had both commenced their studies around the same time. Since Mo Dao had never displayed this ability, Li Xiaoyao believed he too had not attained the skill of sword flight. Tang Yu, being from outside the Central Plains, had little familiarity with Shushan and thought that only exceptionally skilled individuals could achieve such feats. Thus, witnessing Mo Dao's unexpected display left them both astounded. Noting their expressions of disbelief, Mo Dao feigned surprise, asking, "Haven't you ever seen sword flying? It doesn't seem particularly profound. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, it comes naturally. I mastered it on my first day." His astonishment was clearly an act intended to revel in their astonishment. After enduring countless moments of envy, it brought Mo Dao great satisfaction to see Li Xiaoyao momentarily humbled. Li Xiaoyao felt a profound sense of discomfort. It was akin to discovering that a friend, whom he believed to be single like himself, had a significant other. The sensation was suffocating, almost as if it were stifling him. Mo Dao could relate to this feeling, though not in the exact same context. It was reminiscent of gaming sessions where everyone lamented their lack of success, only for one to later discover that others had been achieving victories without revealing it. Now, Li Xiaoyao was engulfed in such emotions. However, these feelings were fleeting. After all, he was not far from mastering sword flight himself. With a bit more effort, he too would soon be able to soar through the skies like Mo Dao. After showcasing his ability, Mo Dao flew above Heishui town, scattering dandelion seeds. As the seeds drifted and filled the town, he stood aloft, channeling his energy. A faint green array spread, enveloping the skies above Heishui town as the dandelion seeds sprouted and blanketed the area. Once the dandelions took root and transformed Heishui town into a sea of blooms, Mo Dao shifted his hand, causing the dandelions to sway. As they danced, the zombies within the town ceased their movements. Having gained control over the undead, Mo Dao directed his iron sword, which multiplied into countless sword shadows, converging above to form a massive golden blade. With a decisive command, he uttered, "Slash," and the giant sword lunged forward, cleaving through the ominous clouds above. As the clouds parted, long-awaited sunlight poured down upon Heishui town. Mo Dao gazed down at the sea of dandelions, pondering the multitude of zombies present. If he were to gather them together and incinerate them as before, it would be a monumental task. Even with their trio, it would take considerable time to complete. He came here to slay demons and gain some experience, casually hoping to reap some benefits, not to toil away like a laborer. Thus, he soared back on his sword to where Li Xiaoyao and the others were, recounting the matter to them. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaoyao and Tang Yu considered the vast sea of dandelions before them, momentarily perplexed. After much deliberation, Li Xiaoyao gazed at the drifting dandelions and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "Let this Heishui town return to dust." Upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's words, Mo Dao immediately grasped their meaning. However, Heishui town still harbored many treasures, such as gold, silver, antiques, and paintings. If it were to be set ablaze, it would indeed be a pity, for the town's accumulation could provide Li Xiaoyao with a lifetime of wealth. Therefore, Mo Dao interjected, "Are we truly going to burn it down? There are many valuable items here, not to mention the gold and silver. Some things cannot be destroyed by fire, but once the antiques and paintings are incinerated, they will be lost forever. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Li Xiaoyao surveyed the sea of dandelions, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. Yet he resolutely replied, "Burn it. We cannot allow these items to remain. Otherwise, they will bring endless harm." Seeing Li Xiaoyao so determined, Mo Dao had nothing further to say. They would burn it. After all, the pain would not be his, for these treasures held little significance to him. If he truly desired wealth, acquiring gold and silver would be effortless. He was aware of the general locations of some large gold and silver mines, particularly those related to the historical Shijian silver mine, so he had a rough idea of their whereabouts. Thus, upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's decision to set the place ablaze, Mo Dao did not hesitate and waved his right hand. With a flash of fire, an orange-red flame descended upon the sea of dandelions. Once the fireball landed, the dandelions ignited, spreading rapidly like ignited willow fluff. In mere seconds, Heishui town was engulfed in flames. The dandelion sea had already withered due to the depletion of Mo Dao's spiritual energy, and as he ignited the fire, he drained the remaining energy, rendering them completely dry. The dried fluff of the dandelions ignited effortlessly, and before long, the entire Heishui town was cloaked in roaring flames. The inferno painted half the sky crimson, and to prevent the fire from spreading into a wildfire, Mo Dao took to the skies once more, clearing the area around Heishui town to create a firebreak. The blaze raged for most of the day before gradually subsiding. During the inferno, Mo Dao and his companions did not remain idle. They split up to search the vicinity of Heishui town for any lingering threats. By the time dusk began to descend, they had thoroughly scoured the area surrounding Heishui town. While he could not speak for other directions, he was certain no threats remained in his vicinity. Having dealt with these matters, they tidied up and returned to Baihe village. Their next task was to eliminate the Qi Wang before they could proceed to Nanzhao. Chapter 176. A sword to resolve, although Heishui town had been cleansed. The root of the issue, Qi Wang, still loomed, and only by vanquishing him could they truly eradicate the plague of corpses. Coincidentally, upon returning to Baihe village, Zhao Ling and the others learned from the village chief that the abbot of Yufosi could also dispel the corpse poison. Thus, they planned to visit Yufosi to seek the abbot's assistance in saving more people. Mo Dao understood that the abbot of Yufosi was merely a manifestation formed from spiritual energy, and upon being compelled to reveal himself, he would acknowledge Zhao Ling as his master. Hence, Mo Dao resolved to seek out Qi Wang on his own. Initially, Tang Yu and Lu Jinyuan intended to accompany Mo Dao, but he declined their offer. In the narrative, although Qi Wang had defeated Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru, he was swiftly dispatched by the explosive Zhao Ling. Therefore, Mo Dao surmised that Qi Wang would not pose much of a challenge and decided to confront him alone. Qi Wang resided within the general's tomb, and after a brief inquiry, Mo Dao had discerned its location. The general's tomb was the lair of Qi Wang, who utilized these zombies to drain blood and cultivate his power, resulting in a vast expanse of corpse-rearing grounds filled with numerous zombies. However, despite their abundance, these zombies were of weak strength. In the narrative, even Li Xiaoyao could easily dispatch a large number with a single swing, and for Mo Dao, it was even more effortless. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together and then pulled them apart, revealing a vivid fire phoenix in his palms. As the phoenix took form, he hurled it forth. Upon release, the phoenix expanded rapidly, soon reaching a size of 20 meters. This massive firebird swept through the forest, eradicating the surrounding malevolent energy and zombies in no time. After clearing the outer zombies, Mo Dao leaped into the air, hovering above the general's tomb. As he pointed his sword, the iron sword behind him gleamed with cold light and was drawn from its sheath. He then positioned his left hand as if supporting the heavens, and at that moment, a pillar of lightning shot forth from his palm and vanished into the clouds. Once the lightning entered the cloud layer above, Mo Dao gestured with his sword, and the iron sword, now hovering beside him, rocketed forward about 5 meters, rapidly spinning and enlarging until it transformed into a colossal sword nearly 20 meters long. At that instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, and a dazzling bolt of lightning descended, striking the enlarged iron sword. With a thunderous crash, the iron sword became a divine blade enveloped in crackling lightning. Mo Dao then pressed down with his sword and calmly uttered the word fall. No sooner had the word left his lips than the sword, swirling with immense thunder, plunged into the general's tomb, completely embedding itself within. Amidst the blinding lightning, a piercing wail echoed from within the general's tomb. Yet it lasted less than 2 seconds before fading away. This technique was a mimicry of the Zhuzhen's divine sword Thunderbolt True Art. While its power may not match the original, his control over the thunder was superior, granting him greater efficacy against malevolent entities. Qigui Wang was merely a minor boss, and although Mo Dao's strike could not reach the heights of the Zhuzhen's divine sword Thunderbolt True Art, it was sufficient to handle Qigui Wang. Under the might of Mo Dao's sword, the entire general's tomb was purged. Not only were the lesser foes eradicated, but even Qigui Wang was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Not entirely devoid of remnants, however, as Mo Dao summoned back the iron sword, which showed signs of melting, he found a small orb, an embodiment of the earth elemental energy, rich and pure. This orb, no larger than an egg, shimmered with brilliance, and as it came into his grasp, Mo Dao sensed the immense spiritual energy contained within. Was this the Tu Ling Zhu? The earth element energy within was indeed abundant and refined. If he were to meditate upon it for a time, perhaps he could glean some insights. After acquiring the Tu Ling Zhu, Ma Dao examined it closely, and a thought emerged in his mind. What if he were to shatter this Tu Ling Zhu? Would the system be able to absorb the fragments of the law? However, this notion was quickly suppressed by Ma Dao, for this item was crafted by Nu Hua to suppress demons and served as an essential tool to seal the demon tower and save humanity. If he were to break the Tu Ling Zhu, who could predict whether Nu Hua would strike him down in anger? Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, the possibility remained. Thus Ma Dao dismissed the thought entirely. With the Qigui Wang defeated and the Tu Ling Zhu secured, it was time for him to return. As for the massive sword mark discovered in the general's tomb, any misunderstandings it might provoke were of no concern to Ma Dao. He did not head back to Bai Hetsuan, but instead soared towards Yufuosi. Upon his arrival, he discovered Li Xiao Yao, Liu Jin Yuan, and Lin Yue Ru unconscious on the ground, while Zhaoling Air and Shi Gong, who had vanished without a trace. Ma Dao shook his head and sighed softly. Despite Shi Gonghu's unwavering loyalty to Zhaoling Air, he was excessively ruthless and lacked compassion. Ma Dao surmised that Li Xiao Yao and the others had been rendered unconscious by Shi Gonghu, who had taken Zhaoling Air away. In Shi Gonghu's eyes, Li Xiao Yao and Ma Dao were incapable of ensuring Zhaoling Air's safety and would only bring trouble. Thus, he would never allow them to continue alongside him. Seizing the opportunity, while Ma Dao had departed, he had knocked out Li Xiao Yao and forcefully taken Zhaoling Air. As Ma Dao had anticipated, Li Xiao Yao and the others had indeed been incapacitated by Shi Gonghu, and Zhaoling Air had been taken away. Moreover, according to Liu Jin Yuan, he had vaguely heard Shi Gonghu threatening Zhaoling Air with their lives to compel her to leave with him. Hearing this, Ma Dao shook his head. Although Shi Gonghu had served for 3 reigns, he had displayed an excessive degree of confidence, underestimating the strength of Bai Yue Jiao and the influence wielded by its leader. He fancied that he could safely escort Zhaoling Air back to Nanzhao. Yet the truth was that before he could reach Nanzhao, he had already fallen victim to Bai Yue. In truth, the transformation of Bai Yue into this state largely lay at Shi Gonghu's feet. Had he provided proper guidance when Bai Yue was 15, instead of delivering a fatal blow to those scoundrels and traitors, the outcome might have been different. If Shi Gonghu had shown even a modicum of paternal concern for Bai Yue throughout his upbringing, rather than being excessively harsh, Bai Yue would not have resorted to extreme measures, believing that humanity had lost all love and compassion, seeking instead to annihilate the world and forge a new one. It could be said that while Bai Yue's extreme personality played a significant role in her transformation, Shi Gonghu bore at least half the responsibility. Chapter 177. Departure. Shi Gonghu failed to comprehend why Bai Yue had become this way. He remained oblivious to his own shortcomings. He persisted in believing that he had merely been too demanding of Shi Jieren, Bai Yue. As a father, it was not wrong to desire his child's success. But his harshness was excessive, resorting to insults and violence without uttering a word of encouragement. This was intolerable, even for someone with Bai Yue's extreme temperament. Shi Gonghu remained blind to this reality, and when he next encountered Bai Yue, he arrogantly reprimanded her from his lofty perspective, only to meet his demise at her hands. At this juncture, Bai Yue had strayed far from her original path. She had become a madwoman willing to employ any means necessary to achieve her goals. In the face of such madness, reason held no sway. Thus, Shi Gonghu's misguided compassion ultimately led to his downfall, as Bai Yue effortlessly eliminated him as an obstacle. As a vassal, Shi Gonghu was undoubtedly competent, but as a father, he had faltered significantly. Despite his disdain for Shi Gonghu, Ma Dao could not permit him to depart with Zhao Ling'er, especially with Bai Yue lurking in the shadows. Initially, Ma Dao intended for Liu Jinyuan to return, but recalling the original narrative in which Liu Jinyuan, upon realizing his hopelessness, departed alone only to be bitten by a spider demon and ultimately faced ruin, he refrained from voicing his intentions. It was preferable to keep him by his side. As for the benevolent butterfly demon Tsai, her fate would be left to chance. What left Ma Dao speechless was that, despite not sending Liu Jinyuan away, he himself suggested temporarily parting ways. Although Ma Dao had surmised some of the reasoning, he still inquired, Jinyuan, what is the reason for this? Liu Jinyuan cast a sorrowful glance at Lin Yueru and replied, I understand that my cousin Yueru could never harbor feelings for me. Her heart belongs to Li Gongzi. Since that is the case, why should I remain in the middle, causing discomfort for them? With those words, Liu Jinyuan earnestly addressed Lin Yueru, saying, Cousin, I wish you happiness. Then, turning to Li Xiaoyao, he added, Li Gongzi, my master, I hope you will not let Yueru down. With that, Liu Jinyuan turned to leave. Wait, Ma Dao called out before he could exit. Take this talisman. It can protect you 3 times. Do not perish. With that, Ma Dao tossed a small sword to Liu Jinyuan. This sword served as a talisman, imbued with the energy of 3 of Ma Dao's full-force attacks, capable of sensing imminent danger and activating its protection autonomously. With this in hand, the spider demon should be unable to harm Liu Jinyuan, preventing the tragic events of the original narrative from unfolding. Having spent considerable time together, there was a bond of affection, and Ma Dao was reluctant to see Liu Jinyuan come to harm. Liu Jinyuan accepted the sword with solemnity, respectfully bowing to Ma Dao as he expressed, Thank you, Ma Gongzi, my master. Ma Dao, acknowledging this gesture, replied, Since you have called me master, allow me to impart another piece of wisdom. Should you ever encounter Bai Yue seeking trouble, simply inform her that the earth is round. Furthermore, let her know that if she wishes to understand the secrets of the earth and the stars above, she may seek me, Ma Dao. Upon uttering these words, not only was Liu Jinyuan taken aback, but Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru were equally stunned. After a brief pause, Li Xiaoyao leaned closer to Ma Dao and nudged him with his elbow, whispering, Hey, wait a moment. Shouldn't it be that the heavens are round and the earth is flat? Even someone like me, who hasn't read much, knows that. Are you perhaps mistaken? Upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's remark, Liu Jinyuan nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Li Gongzi, my master, what you say is correct, since ancient times. It has been said that the heavens are round and the earth is flat. Ma Gongzi, Could it be that you have erred in your statement? Mo Dao did not attempt to justify himself, for accepting such claims is not an easy task. Throughout history, many have suffered for the sake of convincing others to accept these notions. Therefore, he did not expect Li Xiaoyao and the others to accept it immediately. His intention in speaking thus was merely to capture Bai Yu's attention, hoping to divert her focus onto himself, thereby preventing a tragedy from befalling Lu Jinyuan's family. Consequently, he refrained from argument and instead smiled, saying, "Simply convey this to him. It may very well save your life in a critical moment." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Lu Jinyuan, though perplexed, chose not to speak further. He bowed respectfully to Mo Dao and Li Xiaoyao before turning to leave. After Lu Jinyuan's departure, Mo Dao and Li Xiaoyao embarked on their quest to find Zhao Ling'er and the others. Uncertain of the path that Shi Gonghu and his group had taken to return to Nanzhao, coupled with the fact that they all possessed martial prowess, their pace was swift, and thus Mo Dao and his companions could not catch up. Of course, had Mo Dao decided to pursue them directly on his sword, there was a possibility of overtaking them. However, he preferred to let Shi Gonghu experience some setbacks before they swooped in to rescue them. In doing so, Shi Gonghu would have no reason to let them go. Therefore, Mo Dao did not take the initiative to lead the way. To Mo Dao's surprise, although Zhao Ling'er did not express a desire to part ways with Li Xiaoyao as she did in the original narrative, Lu Jinyuan did bring to light the relationship between him and Lin Yuru. Consequently, he felt somewhat melancholic throughout the journey, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. What left Mo Dao speechless was that, amidst the journey, Li Xiaoyao, overwhelmed by his troubles, succumbed to intoxication. During Li Xiaoyao's inebriation, Lin Yuru tended to him with utmost care, displaying no airs of a young lady, which moved Li Xiaoyao greatly upon regaining his senses. Had it not been for Mo Dao's inadvertent intrusion, Li Xiaoyao might have acted impulsively in that moment, perhaps due to his decision or perhaps having gained clarity through intoxication. Li Xiaoyao emerged from his drunken state with a lifted spirit, free from the weight of his previous melancholy. However, while Li Xiaoyao's burdens had dissipated, Mo Dao found himself troubled. Once he returned to normalcy, Li Xiaoyao spent his days playfully bantering with Lin Yuru. Though their interactions lacked overt intimacy, the mere sight of them was irksome to Mo Dao. He finally comprehended Lu Jinyuan's decision to depart. The two were engrossed in their flirtations, which proved unbearable even for Mo Dao, who held no romantic feelings for Lin Yuru, let alone for Lu Jinyuan, who was still deeply in love with her. Fortunately, all three possessed commendable skills, allowing them to cover ground swiftly, and with Mo Dao keeping a considerable distance behind, he managed to endure. Today, however, promised liberation, as Mo Dao beheld the city walls of Yangzhou ahead. If memory served correctly, it was here that Li Xiaoyao encountered Ji Sanyang, who ensnared him as a scapegoat. It was also within these very walls that Li Xiaoyao fell profoundly in love with Lin Yuru. Chapter 178, A Change of Affections. Previously, Mo Dao had failed to check in at the general's tomb, Baihe village, and Heishui town. Thus, he harbored a glimmer of hope for Yangzhou city. For it was here that Li Xiaoyao fully grasped Lin Yuru's affections. This place represented a pivotal turning point, hence success in his endeavor seemed likely. Upon reaching the outskirts of Yangzhou, they found the city under martial law, necessitating thorough inspections for entry. Mo Dao understood that this was due to a female thief plaguing the city, as wealthy merchants had been robbed, and the local magistrate could do little but seal the city and conduct searches. Their identities posed no issue, and with Li Xiaoyao's assistance in bypassing the queue, they gained entry into Yangzhou with ease. Even though the city was sealed, bustling activity persisted within its confines. Mo Dao vaguely recalled that the merchant they had bypassed had some connection to a fairy tale of sorts, yet the specifics evaded him, perhaps due to his lack of attention during the original viewing. Such lapses are common with older television dramas, as one often misses episodes or scenes. Yet the overarching narrative remains. However, that was of little consequence now, as upon entering the city, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru were captivated by its vibrancy. Wandering from place to place and nearly forgetting their purpose of searching for Ling'er, As they strolled, the trio inadvertently separated, yet they had previously arranged a meeting point, alleviating any concern. In this world, the items available for collection were limited. Unlike in the world of pirates where one could gather devil fruits, in this realm of immortals, one could primarily seek out various secret manuals. However, such manuals were often closely guarded secrets of the sex, making them challenging to acquire. Thus, Mo Dao focused on seeking culinary delights. Naturally, should he come across exquisite antiques or artworks, he would procure them for his collection. It was not a matter of personal affection for these items. Rather, they often held greater value than gold or silver, especially in quasi-modern worlds. In such realms, possessing vast amounts of gold and silver might not guarantee liquidity, but fine antiques and artwork could easily be converted to currency. Of course, he would not overlook precious medicinal herbs, particularly those with age, having amassed quite a collection. As Mo Dao exited the apothecary with a small bundle, he caught sight of Li Xiaoyao stealthily trailing a captivating woman of remarkable beauty, which took him by surprise. Mo Dao did not suspect Li Xiaoyao had developed an interest in her. While the woman was indeed alluring, possessing a mature and enchanting aura, Li Xiaoyao was already accompanied by two stunning companions, rendering the notion of him pursuing her implausible. Thus, it was clear that there must be some other motive behind Li Xiaoyao's actions. Regardless of the reason, Mo Dao decided to follow, ensuring he blended into the crowd after discreetly stowing away the bundle of herbs. After trailing her for about 5 to 6 minutes, he sensed something amiss. For the woman was leading Li Xiaoyao into a less populated area, which was quite unusual. In ancient times, the safety conditions were far from what they are today. A woman of such striking beauty wandering into secluded spaces risked attracting unwelcome attention from rogues. Yet, not only did she take such a risk, but it appeared intentional. Her actions could imply two possibilities. Either she was deliberately luring Li Xiaoyao to an isolated spot to conspire with accomplices for nefarious purposes, or she had noticed Li Xiaoyao's pursuit and, confident in her abilities, sought to draw him into a secluded area to ascertain his intentions. Regardless of her motive, it was evident she had detected Li Xiaoyao's following. However, observing Li Xiaoyao's naive demeanor, it was clear he remained oblivious to the situation, believing he was effectively concealed. Upon following Li Xiaoyao and his companions into a deserted alley, Mo Dao witnessed a scene that left him speechless. A woman was unexpectedly accosted by several ruffians. Not only did these scoundrels speak lewdly, but they also attempted to lay their hands on her, with one brazenly reaching for her hand. Li Xiaoyao, unable to tolerate this injustice, leaped into action with a graceful spin, swiftly delivering 3 powerful kicks that sent the ruffians sprawling to the ground. "You better scram." After dispatching them, he approached the woman with genuine concern, inquiring, "Are you all right?" The woman smiled and replied, "I'm fine. How about you?" Hearing her caring response, Li Xiaoyao chuckled shyly, "Just a minor affair." Upon hearing his words, the woman's eyes flickered slightly as she smiled. "How should I express my gratitude?" Li Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps you could invite me to your residence for a drink." The woman, upon hearing this, smiled charmingly and turned to leave without a word. Li Xiaoyao stood momentarily stunned before following her. Mo Dao, who had been observing the entire exchange, shook his head and sighed. If this scene were to be witnessed by Lin Yuru or Zhao Ling'er, it could have provoked a fierce confrontation, but alas, only Mo Dao bore witness. His curiosity piqued. He followed them, soon discovering that Li Xiaoyao and the woman were indeed enjoying drinks together, engaging in a spirited game of rock, paper, scissors. Before long, the drinks were finished, and Li Xiaoyao suggested a wager that involved removing garments, nearly causing Mo Dao to spit out his drink. Who would have thought Li Xiaoyao could be so eager? Fortunately, the woman was not easily deceived and saw through his proposal, rejecting it outright. "Ah, you mischievous boy, your true nature has finally been revealed." Yet, Li Xiaoyao appeared unfazed. Defending himself, "No, it's just how we play in the countryside." The woman, intrigued, asked, "Is that so? Where are you from?" "Hangzhou, Iwang," replied Li Xiaoyao nonchalantly. However, Mo Dao caught the rapid beating of his heart, realizing Li Xiaoyao's true intentions. It became evident that his interest lay not in the drink, but in uncovering her origins. From their ensuing dialogue and Li Xiaoyao's demeanor, Mo Dao concluded that Li Xiaoyao suspected the woman might be his mother, thus prompting his probing. Unfortunately, the woman was a seasoned player and quickly diverted the conversation upon sensing his intentions. As Mo Dao observed the woman for the first time, he recognized her as no ordinary individual. Her steps were light, her breath strong and steady, and she effortlessly detected Li Xiaoyao's presence. Notably, he also noticed that her maidservants were not ordinary either. They were skilled fighters. Given their entry into the city coincided with the citing of a city lockdown order, Mo Dao surmised with considerable confidence that this woman, who was drinking and playing games with Li Xiaoyao, was indeed the infamous female thief. Upon this realization, Mo Dao utilized his resonance ability to survey the layout of the estate, discovering numerous hidden chambers. Upon stealthily infiltrating these rooms, he found evidence confirming that the contents were stolen goods. After gathering the evidence and taking most of the valuables, he left a note stating that he had taken the items. He noticed that these chambers were infrequently visited, perhaps only every few days, allowing him to take the valuable items while leaving behind less significant ones for the time being. Upon returning from his endeavors, he found that Li Xiaoyao had already departed, and the woman, Ji Sanyang, had also retired for the night. Noticing everything was in order, Mo Dao left a note under Ji Sanyang's pillow, inscribed with the words of poetic justice before departing. After leaving her residence, he took his time exploring the picturesque scenery and culinary delights of Yangzhou before finally returning to the inn. To his bemusement, despite his late return, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru had yet to arrive. Curious, he inquired with the innkeeper and learned that they had indeed come earlier, but had left for unknown reasons. Mo Dao, uninterested in their romantic entanglements, proceeded to his room to assess his recent acquisitions. Although the items were merely gold and jewels, the sight of them gleaming in his spatial pocket was immensely gratifying. Meanwhile, Ji Sanyang was nearly driven to fury upon discovering the note left on her bedside and the diminished treasure she had pilfered, realizing that a significant portion of her riches was now gone. Though she had wisely scattered her wealth across various hiding places, this particular stash contained 2/3 of her hoard. How could she not be enraged? However, Mo Dao's confidence in leaving the note indicated he had no fear of her retaliation. After all, these items were stolen, and even if he possessed them, she could not dare to make a fuss about it. She could only lament her misfortune. Despite her frustration, she was determined to find Mo Dao and reclaim her treasures by whatever means necessary, but she would never dare to involve the authorities. Ji Sanyang was resolute in her intention to pursue Mo Dao, for these treasures represented years of her labor, enough to procure the incense that would ensure her deceased husband would never decay. How could she possibly relinquish them? Yet before she could act on this, she needed to address another matter and seize the opportunity to outsmart the unsuspecting newcomer in town. Meanwhile, Mo Dao relaxed comfortably on the inn's bed, while Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru wandered outside, braving the cool breeze. Suddenly, they heard a chilling scream in the distance. Rushing towards the source, they discovered it was the wealthy merchant they had encountered earlier, lamenting that all his possessions had been stolen by the female thief. Upon hearing his plight, the duo immediately set off in pursuit, only to be confronted by a shadow darting past them. After catching up, a fierce confrontation ensued, but before the fight escalated, Li Xiaoyao recognized the scent of the thief and identified her as Ji Sanyang, choosing to hold back. Ultimately, although they managed to recover the treasures, Ji Sanyang escaped. When Lin Yuru questioned Li Xiaoyao's decision not to pursue her further, Mo Dao heard the sound of footsteps above, indicating that someone was traversing the roof of the inn. Do not lament the fact that you have yet to witness the breathtaking scenes of martial heroes leaping across rooftops in television dramas. Upon hearing the commotion, he became intrigued and promptly leapt through a window onto the rooftop. Once atop, he caught sight of Ji Sanyang, who was escaping from Li Xiaoyao and his companions. A spark ignited within him, and he called out, "Fair thief, do not flee," before pursuing her. However, even though he caught up with her, Mo Dao did not take the chase seriously. He treated it as a game, merely shadowing her closely, creating an illusion that she would be overtaken if she did not quicken her pace. Thus, they engaged in a playful chase, traversing nearly half of Yangzhou City. For Mo Dao, this distance was trivial. The energy expended was far outpaced by his recovery rate. In contrast, Ji Sanyang was struggling after running such a distance. She was beginning to breathe heavily, her internal energy significantly depleted. If this continued, she would surely be unable to escape. Realizing this, Ji Sanyang took a deep breath, removed her face veil, and with a charming smile, said to Mo Dao, "Young hero, having chased me through half of Yangzhou City, you must be weary. We bear no grudges, so why not join me at my abode for a drink?" Having had his fill of playful pursuit, and finding it rather foolish to be running atop rooftops in the chill of the night, Mo Dao agreed to accompany her. Upon returning to her residence, Ji Sanyang had indeed prepared a lavish feast, though she had discreetly added a potent substance to the wine, one capable of rendering ordinary martial artists unconscious. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Mo Dao. This concoction was utterly ineffective against him. When she noticed that after 2 jugs of wine, he showed no signs of faltering, she began to panic. Realizing that direct means would not suffice, she opted for a softer approach. She loosened her belt, allowing her outer garments to fall away, revealing her fair skin. "Young master, I feel quite warm," she purred, clad only in a revealing garment, as she leaned into Mo Dao's embrace, leaning in closer. Based on her experience, she believed that a novice like Mo Dao had never encountered such advances, and thus would surely lose his composure, allowing her to sidestep the effects of the poison wine. Had it not been for Mo Dao's unexpectedly resilient demeanor, she would never have resorted to such tactics, but his capabilities left her at a loss. To her dismay, after consuming the poisoned wine, Mo Dao not only remained unaffected, but also restrained her, leaving her powerless to resist. The next day at noon, Mo Dao hummed a tune as he exited Ji Sanyang's residence, where he spotted Li Xiaoyao lingering outside the gate, likely hoping for another glimpse of Ji Sanyang, yet hesitating to enter due to trepidation. In truth, Ji Sanyang was not Li Xiaoyao's mother. His father had likely not perished. His mother had remained by his father's side all along, while Ji Sanyang had been alone for over a decade, making it impossible for her to be Li Xiaoyao's mother. Despite knowing this, Mo Dao refrained from sharing it with Li Xiaoyao, as the latter was desperately seeking his parents. And Ji Sanyang bore a mole beneath her, which made it difficult for him to convince his friend otherwise without concrete proof. Perhaps influenced by Mo Dao, Ji Sanyang had not permitted Li Xiaoyao to enter her home. Mo Dao found it somewhat amusing that despite having been taught a lesson the previous night, Ji Sanyang still schemed against Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuetru. Little did she realize, Lin Yuetru was not an ordinary individual. Her father was the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance, and as the only daughter of the Lin family, she was destined to inherit her family's legacy, rendering her impervious to the intimidation of a mere district magistrate. As for Li Xiaoyao, having grown up without parental figures, he was a fearless rogue, and now, armed with the legacy of Shushan, he had encountered many extraordinary experiences, thus showing no fear towards the magistrate. When he explained to the magistrate that they had been framed, only to find his words falling on deaf ears, he simply broke free from his bonds, declaring, "Give me 3 days to solve this matter, and I shall depart." Meanwhile, as Li Xiaoyao and his companions were taken to the magistrate's office, Mo Dao returned to Ji Sanyang's residence and entered the room where her deceased husband had lain for many years. Upon entering, he sensed a faint lingering resentment and, upon seeing the well-preserved body of Ji Sanyang's husband, he understood the situation. It was indeed a tragic fate. Unable to accept the reality of her husband's death, Ji Sanyang had desperately sought to preserve his corpse, inadvertently trapping his spirit within for over a decade. "Well then, having taken advantage of you previously, allow me to assist you in setting him free," he said, shaking his head as he summoned a vibrant emerald orb of energy into his hand after a few moments. This orb radiated vitality, and as Mo Dao prepared to inject the life energy into Ji Sanyang's husband's long-deceased body to liberate him, Ji Sanyang suddenly burst in from outside. Stop! If you have business, direct it towards me. Do not harm my husband. If you spare him, we can negotiate regarding last night's events. Upon hearing this, Mo Dao chuckled. Are you certain? Are you really willing to deny your husband liberation, allowing him to remain forever trapped within this decaying shell until his soul dissipates? Ji Sanyang's brow furrowed at his words. You lecherous scoundrel, do not attempt to deceive me. I used a life-preserving incense. What you claim is impossible. Mo Dao's expression turned enigmatic as he replied, Are you certain? With that, he thrust the emerald orb into Ji Sanyang's husband's body. No, she cried out in despair as she lunged forward, but to her astonishment, after the orb was infused, her husband's body showed no signs of decay. Instead, it became revitalized. What have you done to my husband? Ji Sanyang exclaimed, alarmed. Mo Dao glanced at her with a hint of disdain, saying, Fear not, I would not destroy his body. That orb contains the vitality drawn from the plants in your residence. Now, bid him farewell properly. As his words lingered, Ji Sanyang was startled to witness her husband regain his heartbeat and breath. How is this possible? She gasped. You have 3 minutes to say your goodbyes. After that, this body will exhaust all its vitality and return to dust. As Mo Dao spoke, Ji Sanyang's husband opened his eyes, standing upright and bowing deeply to Mo Dao, saying, Thank you, young master, for granting me liberation. After uttering these words, disregarding Mo Dao, he turned with a complex expression to gaze at Ji Sanu. Sanu, you have endured much hardship over the years. However, you need not have done so, for your suffering is mirrored in mine. There was no dramatic scene of husband and wife weeping in each other's embrace, as Ji Sanu's husband's soul, although trapped within his deceased body, could perceive everything outside. One must ponder, if a person is imprisoned within their own body, aware of the world around, yet utterly incapacitated, deprived of speech and movement for over a decade, would they not be driven to madness? Indeed, all of Ji Sanu's actions stem from her unwillingness to let her husband be entombed in the chilling darkness below, yearning instead for eternal companionship. Yet, it is a stark reality that she herself was the architect of his prolonged entrapment. The fact that Ji Sanu's husband had not succumbed to madness and, upon regaining his senses, did not immediately seek to end both their lives, speaks volumes of his formidable will and genuine love for Ji Sanu. Mo Dao chose not to hear the words exchanged between the couple. Thus, after facilitating their reunion, he stepped outside to disperse the women of the household. Regardless of whether Ji Sanu sought to end her life by following her husband, confessed her crimes, or fled Yangzhou, they could no longer remain. Therefore, Mo Dao swiftly sent them away. The relentless expenditure on expensive life-preserving incense over the past decade was no trivial matter. The immense financial drain had compelled Ji Sanu to pilfer copious amounts of wealth, an act that had reached the ears of the emperor himself. Consequently, someone had to bear the responsibility, for matters that catch the emperor's attention are never trifling. Ji Sanu's servants were akin to thieves, and should they linger, they would likely be buried alongside Ji Sanu. Thus, Mo Dao ordered them to gather their belongings and depart. Upon returning to his chamber after dispersing the household, Mo Dao found that Ji Sanu's husband had turned to ashes, while Ji Sanu remained kneeling on the ground, her eyes devoid of life. As Mo Dao approached, he heard her murmuring, Why wouldn't you let me go with you? Why have you forsaken me? From Ji Sanu's words, Mo Dao surmised that she had wished to end her life to join her husband, only to be rejected, likely with harsh words. Yet, why concern himself with her fate? Whether she lived or died was her own affair. The past had been settled. After all, she was the one who had attempted to take his life first. He had merely given her a slight lesson, so the fault did not lie with him, and thus he departed. Chapter 181. Clocking in at the prison, Mo Dao had barely left when Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru burst into Ji Sanu's residence, shortly followed by the magistrate and his men. Mo Dao had anticipated the outcome upon his departure, and reality did not disappoint. Ji Sanu was promptly apprehended and confessed to her misdeeds. She claimed that the wealth she had stolen had been taken from her, a fact confirmed by the magistrate and Li Xiaoyao upon investigation. Moreover, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru discovered that the handwriting on a particular note was strikingly familiar. The note bore Mo Dao's distinctive script, unmistakable and impossible to replicate, as it possessed a unique style reminiscent of a nascent form of calligraphy, yet maintaining a certain regularity. Curiously, it was also somewhat crooked, as one would expect from someone unaccustomed to using a brush. Thus, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru immediately recognized it as Mo Dao's handwriting. This revelation meant that after their arduous efforts to capture Ji Sanu, Mo Dao had already plundered her completely. In light of this, they felt a modicum of sympathy for Ji Sanu and intervened to prevent the magistrate from inflicting torture, allowing her to languish in the prison instead. Once Ji Sanu was incarcerated, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru hurried back to find Mo Dao. Mo Dao, brother, Montak Dage. There's a share for the witnesses. Seeing Li Xiaoyao's eyes gleaming like coins, Mo Dao feigned ignorance, adopting a puzzled expression. What share for the witnesses? Have you come into wealth? Upon observing Mo Dao's demeanor, Li Xiaoyao wore an expression of triumph, declaring, I knew you would play coy, so I took both notes. With that, he produced the 2 notes before Mo Dao, which were indeed left by him. I've miscalculated. I never anticipated you would possess these notes. Realizing this, Mo Dao mused that he had no choice but to silence them. Li Xiaoyao flinched at Mo Dao's words, exclaiming, Hey, please don't speak so lightly of such terrifying matters. It's frightful. After a moment, he continued, but seriously, how did you manage to move so many items? Ji Sanu claimed they noticed nothing amiss in the residence. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyao's expression brightened as he exclaimed, Mo Daji, I can forego the money. But could you teach me that method of moving treasures? Mo Dao, bewildered, pondered, did I employ any magic when I took those valuables? Indeed, there was a technique he had developed, but it was not intended for transporting items. Rather, it was a wall-passing technique he had devised after comprehending the Earth Spirit Pearl and integrating it with Earth-based mystical arts. Its sole purpose was to allow him to pass through earthen materials like stone or pure mud walls, akin to traversing a water barrier, leaving no trace behind. Of course, it was not akin to Earth escape techniques, as it merely enabled Mo Dao to glide through such materials without utilizing the power of Earth manipulation. Though there was little harm in teaching this technique to Li Xiaoyao, it was uncertain whether he could master it, as a certain understanding of Earth manipulation was required. Li Xiaoyao, despite his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, was rather average in the realm of mystical arts. Rather than waste time on this, it would be more beneficial for him to hone his sword techniques. Consequently, Mo Dao explained the requirements for learning the technique, and Li Xiaoyao promptly abandoned the idea. Having failed to acquire the technique, Li Xiaoyao certainly did not wish to keep the wealth for himself. So Mo Dao gave him a pouch filled with assorted gold and silver, along with the majority of the property deeds. While the deeds were the most valuable, they held little use for Mo Dao, and he preferred to bestow them upon Li Xiaoyao. The latter, overjoyed with his newfound treasures, tucked them away as if they were precious gems, keeping them even from Lin Yueru. After Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru departed, Mo Dao quietly made his way to the magistrate's prison. The prison may seem impenetrable to others, yet for Mo Dao, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Once he activated the see-through ability, clarity surrounded him. Coupled with his wall penetration technique, he traversed the facility unnoticed, reaching the cell where Ji Sanyang was confined without attracting a single gaze. Although Ji Sanyang had not suffered torture, the emotional toll from her husband's downfall had drained her vitality, rendering her a mere shadow of her former self. Her hair lay in disarray, and her beauty, once renowned throughout Yangzhou, had faded dramatically. Even when Ma Dao appeared before her, she merely glanced up before returning to her despondent state. Observing her condition, Ma Dao shook his head in mild regret, remarking, "It is indeed a pity that the infamous female thief who once instilled fear across the entirety of Yangzhou has met such a dismal fate." At this, a spark of life returned to Ji Sanyang's eyes as she lifted her gaze to Ma Dao, asking, "Have you come merely to mock me? If so, consider your objective accomplished." Ma Dao shook his head, clarifying, "Not entirely. I merely believe it would be a shame for you to perish in such a manner, so I came to bid you farewell." As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips. Indeed, as he had anticipated, upon entering the prison, a notification rang in his mind confirming successful check-in, accompanied by a rather generous reward. Ji San Yang, upon hearing Ma Dao's words, retorted, "I am merely sentenced to exile, not execution." How could? Her voice trailed off as realization dawned upon her. Understanding the implications of Ma Dao's statement, it was not arrogance. Her beauty ranked among the finest in Yangzhou, surpassing even some courtesans. The phrase "beauty brings disaster" has endured through the ages, and while she might not yet embody such a perilous allure, she had certainly captured the hearts of many, especially in her current state of helplessness. Having offended numerous wealthy merchants and powerful figures, her fate seemed all but sealed. In a sudden plea, Ji San Yang grasped Ma Dao's hand, imploring, "Take me with you. Even as a servant, I would willingly submit." Clearly, she had grasped the deeper meaning behind Ma Dao's words and recognized the grim outcome of her impending exile. Though she had surpassed her 30s, Ji San Yang remained strikingly mature and beautiful. The journey into exile would be fraught with peril, being shackled and powerless in the wilderness. She would be at the mercy of fate. Despite Ma Dao's previous mistreatment, she was willing to follow him, even as a servant, for the alternative was a fate worse than death. Ma Dao, initially surprised by her request, his main purpose being the check-in, considered her proposition. After a thorough appraisal, he concluded that having her accompany him might not be so bad. He had been solitary on his journey, enduring a plethora of romantic encounters between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru, and he anticipated more such moments in the future. Thus, he resolved to accept Ji San Yang's plea, confident that, facing someone reminiscent of his dreamlike companion, Li Xiaoyao would be unable to flaunt his affections. Having encountered no hindrances in his entry, Ma Dao exited smoothly, but before departing, he hurled a colossal mountain of copper that threatened to rupture the prison walls, leaving behind a message: "One mountain exchanged for one person, and neither owes the other." This mountain, towering over 5 meters and spanning 10 meters in circumference, was one of many he had salvaged from the world of pirates. Though he had not previously discovered its value, he decided to relinquish it to secure Ji San Yang's freedom. In ancient times, copper was a precious metal, primarily used for minting currency. Thus, this mountain would suffice to redeem not just Ji San Yang, but even 10 like her. However, to Ma Dao, this was a trivial sacrifice compared to his gains. He had not only successfully checked in, but had also acquired an exquisite maid, alleviating his solitude and bringing him joy. This time, he earned 500 points along with a rare item, a formidable artifact of considerable power, rose gold bracelet, one-time use upon contact with an enemy's hand. It can immobilize opponents of equal rank for 24 seconds, during which escape is impossible. Note, the effect disregards the number of hands and can even target higher-rank foes, though the duration decreases with the enemy's rank. Despite its limitations, the bracelet's potency was undeniable. Once touched, even countless hands would be ensnared. In a world where life and death could hinge on a momentous decision, a lost hand could equate to a loss of half one's strength. With a successful check-in and promising rewards, Ma Dao returned to the inn with Ji San Yang, instructing her to prepare herself. After changing into a flowing white dress and donning light makeup, Ji San Yang radiated an elegance that eclipsed her former self. Perhaps this was her true essence, while the previous iteration was merely a facade. Upon encountering her, Li Xiaoyao initially failed to recognize her until she spoke, revealing that the enchanting woman before them was indeed the very Ji San Yang they had previously sent to prison. Alarmed by her presence alongside Ma Dao, Li Xiaoyao urgently pulled Ma Dao aside, exclaiming, "How could you have brought her out? She is a prisoner. If discovered, we could face imprisonment ourselves." Ma Dao reassured him with a calming glance, stating, "Do not worry, she will not be recognized. Furthermore, I've already arranged everything. Even if she is recognized, it will pose no problem." Despite Ma Dao's assurances, Li Xiaoyao remained apprehensive, strongly suggesting that Ji San Yang wear a veil. However, Li Xiaoyao's concerns were unfounded. The governor, upon witnessing the mountain of copper, immediately pardoned Ji San Yang's transgressions and reported the matter to the court. Such a monumental copper mountain could not be ignored. Not even the governor could withstand its significance, prompting swift action from the emperor to ensure its transport to the capital. Thus, the matter concerning Ji San Yang was effectively resolved. While the wealthy merchants might seek retribution, the court would not pursue the issue further. To the authorities, the wealth Ji San Yang had pilfered belonged to the merchants, bearing no relation to the state, while the Copper Mountain was a matter of imperial interest, making the priorities abundantly clear. Although Mo Dao was confident that nothing was amiss, he decided to comply with Li Xiaoyao's request to wear the white veil, especially since Ji Sanyang also preferred to avoid the limelight. Thus, the matter was settled. Strikingly, once she donned the veil, Ji Sanyang appeared even more charming and alluring, compelling her to wear a bamboo hat as well. Otherwise, walking down the street would attract far too much attention. With Ji Sanyang's situation resolved, the search for Zhao Linger continued without success. This was primarily because Shi Gonghu had no intention of bringing Zhao Linger into the city, as the bustling crowd posed a risk of exposure. With no leads on Zhao Linger and the city gates now open, there was no reason for them to linger in Yangzhou any longer. After minimal preparations, they resumed their journey. With Ji Sanyang in their company, Li Xiaoyao exhibited a notable restraint, refraining from his usual playful antics with Lin Yueru. Though not entirely ceasing, his behavior was significantly more composed than before. Perhaps it was due to Ji Sanyang's constant presence beside Mo Dao that Li Xiaoyao chose to keep his playful banter with Lin Yueru at a distance from Mo Dao, who finally felt a sense of relief. As the gates of Yangzhou opened, many were eager to leave, having been trapped within the city for more than a mere day. Some itinerant merchants were pressed for time, needing to reach their next destination lest their goods become a burden. Mo Dao and his companions were in no particular rush, hence they took their time. However, upon the opening of the city gates, a multitude surged forth, disregarding the fact that it was already afternoon. Mo Dao and his group departed the day after the gates opened, joining the throngs that had already set out ahead of them. Thus, when they arrived at an inn around noon to refresh themselves and procure provisions, they overheard the earlier travelers discussing the presence of monsters ahead. Mo Dao recalled that after leaving Yangzhou, Li Xiaoyao had encountered a toad spirit, which, if his suspicions were correct, was indeed the creature the travelers spoke of. Chapter 183. The final encounter since Mo Dao had imparted some wisdom to the serpent demon, Li Xiaoyao had become less impulsive, no longer rushing to confront every monster he encountered. Nevertheless, the eradication of evil remained his primary objective in his wanderings. Thus, upon hearing of the disturbance caused by a monster ahead, he felt exhilarated rather than fearful, eager to pursue the source. Crucially, he sensed that news of Linger awaited him further along the path, prompting him to summon the innkeeper to inquire about the specifics. However, this time Li Xiaoyao was mistaken. For Shi Gonghu had deliberately chosen secluded mountain paths to obscure their whereabouts, leaving them trailing behind. If the situation continued in this manner, Li Xiaoyao would likely search all the way to Nanzhao without ever finding Zhao Linger, as she was behind them while he sought ahead. Yet, fate would surely align their paths, as if they remained true to the unfolding narrative. They would all encounter the toad spirit. Furthermore, the toad spirit would reunite with Lu Shimi, the wealthy merchant they had previously encountered when entering the city. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaoyao, he hurriedly ascended the mountains upon receiving the news, but the rugged terrain proved challenging, with mountains connecting one after another. By the time darkness fell, they had made little progress when they stumbled upon Lu Shimi's carriage, discovering his belongings scattered about. Upon seeing these items, Li Xiaoyao and his companions initially feared that Lu Shimi had met with misfortune and contemplated assisting him by returning his purple gold gore to his wife, the one who had caused him to abandon the toad spirit, Meng Yang. While Mo Dao was aware that Lu Shimi had not perished, he chose to remain silent. Lacking the skills to track the toad spirit, they could only rely on luck, aimlessly searching the mountains. Yet, it must be said that Li Xiaoyao possessed remarkable fortune, as they eventually located Lu Shimi, ensnared in the wilderness. Upon seeing Mo Dao and the others, Lu Shimi immediately implored them to aid in his escape. Montak Da, familiar with Lu Shimi's character, refrained from intervening, leaving the matter entirely to Li Xiaoyao while he observed the scoundrel's antics from a distance. From what Mo Dao knew, Lu Shimi was indeed a rogue. Mei Yang, originally a gentle woman, had sacrificed herself to avenge her parents, ultimately transforming into a demon due to her cultivation. However, the outcome was dire. Lu Shimi, perhaps coerced by Mei Yang's power, had married her but subsequently consorted with courtesans, abandoning Mei Yang during her time of need. The situation worsened when, under the misapprehension that Li Xiaoyao was also a faithless man, Lu Shimi attempted to kill him, seizing Li Xiaoyao's sword to murder Mei Yang. Having witnessed these events, Mo Dao had already envisioned a fitting conclusion for Lu Shimi. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not permit this scoundrel to eliminate the toad spirit. And whether Lu Shimi could escape alive would depend solely on his own luck. Currently, they had yet to encounter Linger, so Mo Dao refrained from divulging this matter. Moreover, it was imperative to note that the Sword Saint would soon arrive to capture Linger and confine her within the locking demon tower, followed by the arrival of the moon worship leader. Mo Dao pondered whether to gauge his own strength against the Sword Saint or to eliminate the moon worship leader, finding little reason to concern himself with the likes of Lu Shimi. After listening to Lu Shimi, Li Xiaoyao managed to intimidate him into promising to relinquish half of his wealth before agreeing to assist him. However, as night fell and the mist thickened, their escape was obstructed, compelling them to rest temporarily within the cave. Not long into their respite, Mo Dao sensed an approaching presence and, utilizing his observation skills, discerned that it was Anu. Recognizing her, he chose not to intervene, while Anu, upon startling Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru, dashed away. Upon realizing this, Li Xiaoyao and his companions immediately pursued her. Ji Sanyang also wished to chase after her, but was restrained by Mo Dao, for it was deemed unnecessary. Upon witnessing Anu's attire, Li Xiaoyao and the others surmised that it was likely Shi Gonghu's group, suspecting a ploy to draw them away, and thus did not pursue further. When they returned shortly thereafter, Ji Sanyang cast a glance at Mo Dao. Her opinion of him elevated considerably. Upon their return, Li Xiaoyao discovered the note Anu had left behind. After reading it, he awakened Lu Shimi, demanding that he disclose everything without concealment. Under Lin Yueru's relentless questioning, Lu Shimi spun another convoluted tale to mislead them, but it was in vain. In Li Xiaoyao's eyes, he paled in comparison to Zhao Linger, sealing his fate long ago. Regardless of Lu Shimi's consent, Li Xiaoyao was determined to take him along. So to prevent Lu Shimi from fleeing midway, Li Xiaoyao directly pressed on Lu Shimi's acupoint and led him towards the cave mentioned in the note. Upon arriving at the cave, Mo Dao encountered Anu, Shi Gonghu, and a woman with a toxic mark on her face, accompanied by an adorably plump toad. The moment Li Xiaoyao laid eyes on Shi Gonghu, he could not help but exclaim, "So it is indeed you, old stone ghost. Where is Linger? I wish to see Linger." Upon hearing this, Shi Gonghu chuckled. Li Xiaoyao, "You have come as well." With that, Shi Gonghu approached. Lin Yueru, who was gripping Lu Shimi, scanned the cave, but did not see Zhao Linger, prompting her to inquire, "Where is Sister Ling? Was she not with you?" Shi Gonghu did not deny it, and simply affirmed. Hearing Shi Gonghu's confirmation, Li Xiaoyao felt a mix of joy and urgency, declaring, "I must see Linger. I too wish for you to meet the princess soon, yet the time is not right." Unfortunately, it was not Shi Gonghu who wished to avoid Li Xiaoyao, but Linger herself. It turned out that Shi Gonghu had been able to take Linger away because she had noticed the affection between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru, leading her to agree to Shi Gonghu's proposal to incapacitate Li Xiaoyao and leave directly. She had subsequently witnessed several flirtatious exchanges between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru, convincing her that Li Xiaoyao had forsaken her for Lin Yueru, thus rendering her even more reluctant to meet him. At that moment, Mei Yang, hearing the commotion, spotted Lu Shimi and stood up, loudly questioning him. "Lu Shimi, have you finally come see me?" Lu Shimi, upon seeing Mei Yang, recoiled as if a mouse confronted with a cat, utterly unwilling to approach. Mo Dao, irritated by his cowardice, kicked him from behind, sending him sprawling next to Mignon. Chapter 184. A Drama of Emotions. Observing Lu Shimi's demeanor, Mignon felt an urge to end his life, even raising her hand in preparation. Yet ultimately, she could not bring herself to do so and spared him. While Lu Shimi could easily abandon Mignon and let go of their shallow connection, Mignon found it much harder to relinquish her feelings. Therefore, when confronted with Lu Shimi's pleas, especially when he invoked their status as husband and wife, Mignon's resolve weakened. She began to question Lu Shimi, demanding to know why he had forsaken her and why he was unwilling to be with her. Mignon spoke earnestly, yet Lu Shimi only offered evasive excuses, the sole reason being, because you are a monster. Strangely, upon hearing that their child had died at birth, he did not express sorrow but rather relief, stating, "That's good. I was worried it was him," while gesturing toward the nearby toad. Clearly, he was unwilling to have any association with Mignon, whom he perceived as a grotesque creature. As Lu Shimi continued to deflect, insisting she was a monster, Mignon could no longer contain her fury and was ready to strike him down. However, she was halted by Shi Gonghu, as Mignon had promised Zhao Linger that she would no longer take lives. It was this promise that had led Zhao Linger and others to assist in finding Lu Shimi, allowing them to meet once more. This time, even Lin Yueru and Li Xiaoyao stood by Mignon's side, with Lin Yueru directly slapping Lu Shimi's face, proclaiming, "Someone like him is not worth mourning." Li Xiaoyao echoed Mignon, addressing her, "Are you foolish? Is he truly worth such devotion?" As Li Xiaoyao spoke, Mo Dao raised an eyebrow, having heard the approach of two women entering the cave. At the moment Li Xiaoyao finished his statement, Zhao Linger, who had evidently overheard, stepped forward and said, "Because Mignon loves him deeply." Upon seeing Linger, Li Xiaoyao set aside the matter concerning Lu Shimi and Mignon, approaching Zhao Linger to gently take her hand. "Linger, Linger." Though no further words were exchanged, the depth of his emotions was conveyed in those two utterances. Lin Yueru observed Li Xiaoyao's demeanor, which added a touch of melancholy to her expression. Yet, seeing Li Xiaoyao's joy, she forced a smile and greeted Zhao Ling. "At last, I have found you, Sister Linger." In truth, Mo Dao, as an outsider, felt a tinge of sorrow for their entangled emotions, for it was truly a tormenting situation. He had long wished to voice that this was not a modern society of monogamy. Rather, it was an era where multiple wives were commonplace. Why must they endure such anguish? If one harbored affection, they should simply express it. One could only hope for acceptance. Even if rejection followed, clarity would be preferable to the ongoing torment of three hearts in limbo. However, this was not the time to address such matters, especially with Lu Shimi and Mignon's situation unresolved. Once that was settled, they could then turn to the affairs of Li Xiaoyao and the others. Zhao Linger shared this sentiment, retracting her hand from Li Xiaoyao's grasp as she moved forward, stating, "Do you know? Though Mignon has endured great suffering for Lu Shimi, she has never regretted it, for she believes Lu Shimi is her husband and has resolved to follow him for a lifetime, regardless of how he treats her. As long as Lu Shimi returns to her side, she feels fulfilled." While Zhao Linger spoke of Mignon, Mo Dao, who understood the plot, recognized that she was indeed speaking of herself, for she too had never regretted her feelings for Li Xiaoyao, believing him to be her husband. However, Lin Yueru vehemently opposed Zhao Linger's perspective, retorting, "A man who cavorts with others behind your back is not worth a moment's consideration." Lin Yueru's comment immediately caught the attention of Anu, who had long held grievances against her, prompting her to respond, "Is that so?" Anu's words were clearly an allusion to Li Xiaoyao, and Lin Yueru immediately sensed it, her expression dimming. Zhao Linger also caught the implication, yet she refrained from elaborating, steering the conversation back to Lu Shimi and Mignon. However, this shift sparked a debate between Lin Yueru and Anu, while Zhao Linger's subsequent statement were met with Mo Dao's disapproval. Of course, her emotional turmoil stemmed from her conviction that Li Xiaoyao no longer loved her, leading her to desire separation. Mo Dao speculated that this was perhaps linked to her pregnancy. Research indicates that hormonal fluctuations during pregnancy can significantly affect a woman's emotional state, making her more sensitive, irritable, and prone to misinterpretation. Presently, Zhao Ling'er was evidently in such a state. This was not the same scenario as when she had been forced to part from Li Xiaoyao after revealing her true identity as a descendant of Niuhua. She had been continually by his side. Thus, if she were to openly communicate her feelings instead of bottling them up, Lin Yueru might never have had the opportunity to intervene. At this juncture, Li Xiaoyao has forgotten various matters pertaining to Xianling Island, and as he engages in playful banter with Lin Yueru, a semblance of affection gradually blossoms between them. Had she expressed her concerns at this moment, and had Li Xiaoyao heeded her words, their relationship would likely have remained within the bounds of mere friendship. However, she inadvertently facilitated their bond by storming out in a fit of pique at Yufo Temple, which accelerated the intimacy between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru to a point where it is now nearly impossible to retract. It can be said that all four of them share responsibility for the unfolding events. Had Zhao Ling'er not kept her feelings bottled up, Li Xiaoyao would not have overlooked her sentiments, thus avoiding any misunderstandings that ultimately materialized. Had Li Xiaoyao not carelessly flirted with Lin Yueru, she would not have genuinely fallen for him. If Lin Yueru had restrained her feelings in the awareness of Li Xiaoyao's affection for Zhao Ling'er, the latter would not have contemplated withdrawal. Furthermore, had Mo Dao not merely observed the drama unfold, but acted as a competent third party to deter Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru from developing feelings, they would not have had the opportunity to foster mutual affection. Nevertheless, the events have transpired, and dwelling on what-ifs serves no purpose. Moreover, who is to say the situation must culminate in tragedy? After all, he is present. The sealing of the Suo Yao Tower is governed by the 5 elemental seals, which correspond precisely to the 5 elements of the 5 spirit immortal techniques. Thus, while others may find it impossible to escape the tower, you might not face the same restriction. Regarding the water demon spawned by Baiyu, its size and prowess may pose a catastrophe for others, yet to Mo Dao is merely a younger sibling. He has encountered numerous sea kings during his time in the Pirate King realm, and in terms of sheer size, few would rival this creature. While he may not dare to claim superiority over other demon beasts, he is assuredly capable of vanquishing the water demon, given his extensive experience in aquatic combat. As Mo Dao indulged in his musings, Zhao Ling'er articulated her thoughts, requesting Mei Nyang to spare Lu Shimei, asserting that persisting in this obsession would indeed be their folly. Clearly, Zhao Ling'er viewed Mei Nyang as a reflection of herself, yet Mei Nyang was evidently different, leading her to turn hostile, realizing that Zhao Ling'er was not truly offering assistance. In Chapter 185, a leg rendered useless, Mei Nyang, having endured years of torment, had developed an increasingly radical mindset. Consequently, she believed that Zhao Ling'er was not there to help, but rather to compel her to spare Lu Shimei, prompting her to turn against Zhao Ling'er with lethal intent. Witnessing Mei Nyang's aggression, Li Xiaoyao could not allow her to harm Zhao Ling'er. Thus, he drew his sword and confronted Mei Nyang. Zhao Ling'er, taken aback by the escalation of events, was reluctant to engage in battle, aware that harm to anyone would cause her distress. Yet, in her frenzied state, Mei Nyang was not inclined to heed her words and had no intention of ceasing her assault. The confines of the cave proved too restrictive for their movements, and the small frog's lack of evasive action nearly resulted in it being caught in the crossfire. Observing an attack was past the frog, Mei Nyang regained her composure and halted her assault. However, while she paused, someone else was determined to escalate the situation, seizing Li Xiaoyao's sword and aiming it at Mei Nyang. Mo Dao, having been observing Lu Shimei from the sidelines, sprang into action when he noticed Lu Shimei approaching Li Xiaoyao. As Lu Shimei thrust the sword toward Mei Nyang, Mo Dao delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. This kick was devoid of mercy. Although he did not exert his full strength, he employed precise force to shatter most of Lu Shimei's bones, deliberately sparing his spine from nerve damage, allowing him to still feel the excruciating pain that enveloped his body. The abruptness of this turn of events left everyone else stunned, and by the time they comprehended the situation, Lu Mei was already groaning on the ground. Despite having suffered extensive fractures, he had not sustained nerve damage. Thus he remained unable to move, but still capable of vocalizing his agony. A chilling wail echoed throughout the cave. Do you see now, Ling Er? This is the true nature of Lu Mei. Not only has he abandoned his wife and children, but he is also willing to deal a fatal blow to his former spouse and benefactor. You are not Mei Yang. It was not Li Xiaoyao who cast you aside, but rather you who chose to leave. He has not abandoned you. Instead, he has been searching for you all along. Lin Yuru is certainly not the enchanting figure of the brothel. She never seduced Li Xiaoyao. Their bond is forged through shared perils and is bound by propriety. I believe there are numerous misunderstandings among you three that necessitate a heartfelt discussion. Yet prior to that, we must first address the matter of that scoundrel in Mainyang. While Mo Dao had previously maintained a low profile, his presence became undeniable when he decisively incapacitated Lu Mei, compelling everyone to take him seriously. Even Mainyang was momentarily subdued, refraining from further aggression as she regarded Mo Dao with trepidation. This was not the outcome Mo Dao desired. Prompting him to speak, I have resolved Lu Mei's fate. Such scum are not worth mourning. However, you have indeed committed many misdeeds over the years. I offer you two choices. The first is to end Lu Mei's life and take your own in penance. The second is to relinquish your past hatred entirely. Should you choose the latter, I shall grant you a chance at redemption. In return, you must dedicate the remainder of your life to virtuous deeds, atoning for your sins. And Mo Dao, having spoken, did not rush her, simply observing Mainyang, while Lu Mei continued to wail, casting an eerie atmosphere over the cave. After contemplating for less than a minute, Mainyang declared, I choose the second option, but I hope you can end Lu Mei's suffering. Mo Dao glanced at Mainyang, then at the still wailing Lu Mei, and nodded slightly, stating, very well. With that, Mo Dao flicked his fingers, sending a strand of sword energy into Lu Mei's body, severing his life force and allowing him to depart this world, bringing an immediate silence to the cave. Following Lu Mei's demise, Mo Dao commanded the nearby vegetation and vines to encircle Mainyang and her son, the small frog, enveloping them in a cocoon. Once this cocoon formed, Mo Dao utilized these plants to fervently absorb the toxins from Mainyang and the small frog, infusing them with vitality, enabling them to shed their demonic forms and revert to human shape. Initially, Mo Dao believed this process would be straightforward. However, he was taken aback by the tenacity of the demonic energy clinging to them. The life force alone proved insufficient to completely eradicate it. Thus, Mo Dao resorted to employing the power of thunder to purge the demonic aura, resulting in a lightning-infused wooden cocoon. The electric energy persisted for nearly half an hour before gradually dissipating. When the lightning finally subsided, Mo Dao gestured, and the layers of branches that had covered Mainyang and the small frog slowly parted, revealing two dark green orbs that were unmistakably malevolent, floating before Mo Dao. Mo Dao carefully examined the two dark green orbs, nodding in satisfaction before gently placing them into a small jade vial for safekeeping. These diminutive spheres contained the essence of Mainyang, Xiao Hama, and the toxins from the surrounding region. Thus, despite their modest size, the potency within them was such that even Mo Dao could not withstand it. A single sphere would ensure revival within mere seconds. Consequently, he handled them with utmost caution, aware that if they were to explode, he too would have to flee. As Mo Dao meticulously secured the two poison pills, the now revived Mainyang emerged from the opened wooden cocoon, her expression one of disbelief. At that moment, a cherubic boy of 6 or 7 years stepped out from another cocoon, timidly calling out mother to Mainyang. Gazing upon the exquisite child, Mainyang could scarcely believe her eyes, but as he approached her, realization dawned, and she rushed forward to embrace him, softly weeping, my son, I am here. I am here. With this, Mainyang's predicament was beautifully resolved, and the focus shifted to the matters concerning Li Xiaoyao and his companions. However, the mountain was not an appropriate venue for discussions, and fortuitously, Tang Yu had already arranged everything in the town below. Thus, they decided to first rest at the Lu Fu Inn at the foot of the mountain. By the time they resolved this issue, night had fallen, yet they still chose to descend, for none among them were ordinary beings. While they did not possess true night vision, they were certainly capable of navigating in the dark, their eyesight sufficient to illuminate the path ahead. Upon arriving at the Lu Fu Inn, dawn had broken, yet the previous night had seen no rest for anyone. So after a light meal, they each retreated to their quarters for a much-needed respite. Initially, Li Xiaoyao and Ling Er intended to converse, but Mo Dao insisted they return to rest. You two need not worry about rest. We require it. Any matters can wait until after we awaken. Go back and rest. With these words from Mo Dao, both Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Ling Er complied without protest, recognizing that their elder brother along this journey had spoken wisely. Even Shi Gong, who refrained from dissent, acknowledging the reasonableness of Mo Dao's counsel. After all, they had just endured the turmoil surrounding Meng Yang and Lu Shimi, and neither party had fully calmed down. Making decisions in such a state would be unwise. Thus, a brief respite to gather their thoughts was indeed the most prudent course of action. Chapter 186. The arrival of the Sword Saint in the matter of room assignments. Naturally, those with affections wished to share quarters. However, with limited rooms available, it was impossible for everyone to secure arrangements that aligned with their desires, given the intricate relationships among them. Tang Yu and Anu were a pair wishing to reside together, while Li Xiaoyao desired to be with Ling Er, though she did not share the same sentiment, leading to discord. Mo Dao, disinterested in their squabbles, simply sought out a room for himself, with Ji Senyang accompanying him. By the time he awakened, it was already midday, and Zhao Ling Er along with Li Xiaoyao had long been awake, possibly having not slept at all. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The situation had cooled for long enough, and it was time to address matters. Since this was fundamentally a concern for the three of them, it was only fitting that they convene for discussion, leaving Mo Dao and the others to refrain from interference, as this was an intimate affair. Though they could not intrude upon their choices, they could observe, and thus, while Li Xiaoyao and the others conversed, Mo Dao positioned himself atop the roof to watch. However, as time passed, Mo Dao's patience began to wane. Initially, they sat in silence, and when they finally spoke, it was merely to suggest who might be better suited to whom, igniting Mo Dao's frustration. I allowed you to calm down for a considerable time merely for you to discuss this, he interjected. I intended for you to reflect on any wrongs you may have committed during this period that led to the current predicament, not to indulge in self-deprecation. After observing for nearly half an hour, Mo Dao could no longer contain himself and declared, the purpose of allowing you to cool down was not to engage in such trivialities, but to evaluate your actions over this time that may have contributed to this situation. What are you discussing now? Are you practicing self-sacrifice? He turned his gaze to Ling Er. Why do you always hold everything inside? If you do not express your feelings, how can others discern your thoughts or understand your grievances? No one possesses the ability to read minds, nor are they worms in your belly. They cannot know your innermost thoughts. Speak out about your feelings so that Li Xiaoyao may understand you. If you remain silent, how will he know of your affection for him? He then addressed Li Xiaoyao. You already have Ling Er. Why then do you seek to provoke Yuru? Why grant her opportunities instead of clarifying that your heart belongs to Ling Er alone, leaving no room for another? After Mo Dao's outburst, Li Xiaoyao and Ling Er fell into a contemplative silence, ultimately grasping their own thoughts and beginning to share their burdens and truths. Yet, even as they expressed much, they still failed to address the core issue of how they intended to move forward. Presently, Lin Yuru had practically declared her feelings for Li Xiaoyao, who had likewise acknowledged his affection for her. Otherwise, Lu Jinyuan would not have withdrawn, having recognized Lin Yuru's interest in Li Xiaoyao. As they spoke at length, successfully stirring emotions among themselves and others, they still sought to exclude one person, with both women wishing to eliminate the other, leaving Mo Dao exasperated. Observing their return to the previous cycle of self-sacrifice, he interjected, "What are you all being so sentimental about? If you're truly in love, why not simply unite?" While it may seem unfair to Li Xiaoyao, Why must three endure suffering together? Is not the essence of life to seek joy, freedom, and well-being? Furthermore, polygamy is not an uncommon practice. Must it lead to such heart-wrenching separations? Of course, if you two cannot tolerate each other and wish to monopolize Li Xiaoyao, preferring to part ways rather than coexist, then I shall say nothing further. As Mo Dao finished speaking, the three stood in stunned silence, for they had never contemplated such an option. Although Li Xiaoyao had once entertained such thoughts, Zhao Ling Er's ethereal nature instilled in him a sense of reverence, while Lin Yuru's passionate disposition deterred him from fully considering it. Perhaps he had thought of it, but recognizing its improbability, compounded by the women's competing attitudes of withdrawal, left him unable to voice such sentiments, resulting in his anguish. However, now that Mo Dao had articulated this possibility, it was akin to an outsider offering a perspective, rather than Li Xiaoyao himself proposing it, thereby diminishing the resistance of the two women considerably. Thus, when Mo Dao proposed this method, Li Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of surprise, but he quickly masked his expression. Otherwise, if the two women caught sight of it, even if he ultimately acquiesced to the proposal, he would undoubtedly face their ire first. Li Xiaoyao wholeheartedly endorsed this method, so he naturally had no objections. The focus now shifted to the choices of Ling Er and Lin Yuru. Ling Er's affection for Li Xiaoyao was profoundly deep, making it nearly impossible for her to truly let go of him, especially since she was carrying his child. The sole factor that could potentially sway her towards this resolute decision was Nanzhao, as Shi Gonghu had persistently informed her that the people of Nanzhao continued to endure suffering, awaiting her return to rescue them. As the princess of Nanzhao, it was both her duty and obligation to return and save her people, which was a significant reason prompting Zhao Ling to contemplate leaving Li Xiaoyao. Conversely, Lin Yuru might be more amenable to this proposal than Zhao Ling, given her willingness to defy her father in pursuit of her beloved, staunchly resisting any matchmaking attempts on her behalf. Shi Gonghu observed this development and became agitated upon noticing Zhao Ling's momentary inclination due to Mo Dao's words. After all, Zhao Ling was the princess of Nanzhao. How could she share a husband with another? Even though he had come to understand her feelings for Li Xiaoyao and acknowledged that Li Xiaoyao deserved to be with their princess, it was utterly unacceptable for their princess to share a husband without any official recognition. If that were the case, it would be better for her to return with him to rescue Nanzhao. Consequently, Shi Gonghu spoke up, and just before he did, Mo Dao subtly raised an eyebrow. Princess, if you truly care for Li Xiaoyao, you may leave with him to live a life of freedom. I will act as if I have never encountered the princess and return to Nanzhao to inform the emperor that the princess has perished. Upon hearing Shi Gonghu's words, even Mo Dao could not suppress a silent commendation. This strategy of retreating to advance struck directly at Zhao Ling's vulnerabilities, for she was a descendant of Nuwa, born to save the world. As a descendant of Nuwa, how could she forsake the plight of the world for her personal desires? However, before Zhao Ling could respond, Mo Dao interjected, "Saving the world has never been your responsibility. The current state of Nanzhao is primarily due to the incompetence of your emperor, the very old minister before you. The issues inherited from the previous generation should not burden the next. Am I correct, Jian Sheng?" The mention of Jian Sheng startled not only Li Xiaoyao and the others, but also the Sword Saint, who had been discreetly observing the situation. In truth, Mo Dao had long sensed the Sword Saint's presence, which is why he preemptively spoke up with such assertions. Chapter 187. Strike first and speak later. The title of Sword Saint may have been unfamiliar to Li Xiaoyao and his companions, but to Shi Gonghu, it was a name laden with significance, as it belonged to the leader of the Shushan sect in the Central Plains. Given his mission to retrieve Zhao Ling, how could he not be aware of such a prominent figure? However, the very awareness of the Sword Saint's formidable reputation left him astounded. For how could someone of such caliber appear in this setting? Moreover, it was surreal that Mo Dao could perceive his presence when even he, with his profound abilities, had not detected anything. Yet, the moment was fleeting, And sure, Gonghu's disbelief dissipated as a figure, ethereal and with snow-white hair, gracefully descended onto the rooftop opposite them. The Sword Saint, upon landing, regarded Mo Dao with calm composure, stating, "I did not expect one so young to possess such cultivation. Merely approaching was enough for you to notice me." Although the Sword Saint had reached a level of supreme mastery, merging seamlessly with a natural environment, Mo Dao discerned his presence not through aura, but through keen observation. Even though the Sword Saint could blend into his surroundings without a trace, he still needed to breathe, and his heart continued to beat. Knowledgeable of the unfolding events, Mo Dao was aware that members of the Baiwei sect would attempt to abduct Ling Er, and he had been vigilant, employing his observation skills to monitor every movement nearby. The Sword Saint, despite his high level of mastery, would still cause subtle shifts in the environment, and it was these minute differences that alerted Mo Dao to the arrival of someone. As for how he knew it was the Sword Saint, it was straightforward. Few individuals in the world possessed the transcendent state of harmony with nature. Not even the Baiwei sect had achieved it. With such a unique state coinciding with this moment, it could only be the Sword Saint. Fortuitously, Mo Dao's conjecture proved correct, compelling the revealed Sword Saint to present himself. In truth, Mo Dao harbored a dislike for the Sword Saint, for it was this very individual who, after facilitating his union with Qing, abandoned her on their wedding night, leading her to return despondently to Nanzhao and marry the Witch King, ultimately being falsely accused of being a demon and executed. Furthermore, the Sword Saint had remained indifferent when he was aware of Qing Er's peril, failing to rescue her despite the ease with which he could have done so, forcing her to confront the water demon alone, ultimately sacrificing herself to suppress the beast. Due to his disdain for the Sword Saint, Mo Dao spoke bluntly, "Su Changqing, if Jing Tian and the Demon Lord were to learn of Qing Er's fate due to your actions, they would undoubtedly leave you unrecognizable." The Sword Saint, whose demeanor was typically serene, felt a mix of shock and unease upon hearing Mo Dao's words, for he recognized that this was not merely a threat, but a truth, as Qing was the cherished daughter of their former Shushan leader. Moreover, Qing Er's mother had once crossed paths with the Demon Lord, meaning that if their grievances were revealed, while Su Changqing might not be in danger, the Demon Lord would certainly take action. This was a person who thrived on chaos, willing to confront adversaries of the past, and even wage war against the heavens. Should he cross paths with the Sword Saint, he could indeed face dire consequences. Amidst this turmoil, the Sword Saint pondered another matter. The affairs of Su Changqing and Jing Tian had transpired decades ago. Not only had they faded from the martial world's memory, but even within Shushan, few were aware of these events. Thus, how had someone as young as Mo Dao, clearly not a disciple of Shushan, come to learn of such matters? Curiosity piqued, he directly inquired, "What is your name? Who is your master? What connection do you have with them?" Mo Dao understood that his knowledge stemmed solely from having watched Jian San, and he had no actual ties to those individuals. So he simply replied, "I have no relation to them. I am merely a passerby who fortuitously learned a fragment of the truth." The Sword Saint paused momentarily upon hearing Mo Dao's words, before breaking into a smile and responding, "What a mere passerby. However, regardless of whether you're a bystander, you are already entangled in this matter, and some affairs may not be ones you should provoke." Though Mo Dao harbored a certain aversion towards the Sword Saint, he could not deny the latter's formidable prowess. Intrigued to gauge his own abilities, he provocatively remarked, "What, do you intend to force me to leave? We shall see if you possess the strength to do so." The Sword Saint, unfazed, smiled lightly and replied, "Come, let me ascertain whether you truly have the qualifications to partake in this." With that, he gracefully turned and soared towards the woods outside the inn. Observing the Sword Saint's departure, Mo Dao wasted no time. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned his iron sword, which unsheathed with a resounding clang. He then leapt onto the flying sword, embarking on a journey through the skies. As Mo Dao soared on his sword, the onlookers, save for Li Xiaoyao and Tang Yu, who had previously witnessed Mo Dao's sword flight, were taken aback, unaware that he possessed the ability to ride the sword. The Sword Saint, having reached the treetops, was momentarily stunned to see Mo Dao flying on his sword, for he recognized that the technique used was indeed the renowned Shu Mountain swordsmanship. Although this art was not a forbidden technique and could be transmitted, it was not something easily mastered by just anyone. However, recalling his troublesome junior disciple, he found it somewhat understandable. It was also worth noting that the skill of flying on a sword was not exclusive to those of Shu Mountain. For instance, the direct descendants of the Tang clan could potentially learn it as well. Yet, as far as he knew, this young man bore the surname Mo, indicating he was not of the Tang clan, unless he was using an alias. Nevertheless, such details were of little consequence. Should Mo Dao lack sufficient strength, it mattered not whether he was of the Tang clan. The Sword Saint would not allow him to proceed to Nanzhao, as it would only lead to his demise, a fate he was keen to avert, especially since Mo Dao could be considered a half-disciple of Shu Mountain. Having a talented and noble-hearted junior, such as Mo Dao, was a blessing for Shu Mountain, and the Sword Saint would not let such a promising individual fall in Nanzhao. As for Li Xiaoyao, he was a resilient character, the protagonist of this era, unlikely to perish easily, and since this matter deeply concerned him, there was no need to impede his progress. Given Mo Dao's previous demeanor towards the Sword Saint, it was clear that Mo Dao harbored considerable dissent, rendering any conversation futile. Thus the Sword Saint decided against engaging him further. "Come forth, unleash your strongest strike," the Sword Saint urged. Fully aware of the Sword Saint's might, Mo Dao harbored no intentions of testing the waters. He immediately began to gather his strength for a full-on assault. As he fervently channeled his inner power, his aura intensified, becoming so formidable that even Li Xiaoyao and the others within the inn could feel its weight. It was at this moment that the Lord of the Moon cult gracefully descended onto the rooftop that the Sword Saint had just vacated. "Lord of the Moon, Uncle Baiwei, you dare to return?" Three distinct voices exclaimed almost in unison, addressing the calm figure of Shi Jiren, the Lord of the Moon, standing atop the roof. The Lord of the Moon cast a glance at Li Xiaoyao and the others below, pausing momentarily on Zhao Linger before swiftly redirecting his gaze. As the aura emanating from Mo Dao continued to swell, although Mo Dao's strength surprised him, he remained confident in his ability to subdue him. However, should he encounter the Sword Saint, the probability of his own demise would be exceedingly high. The Sword Saint's offensive capabilities ranked among the highest in the realm of cultivators. And given that he was the Sword Saint of Shu Mountain, engaging him would likely lead to defeat, if not death. Noting that the Sword Saint's attention was diverted, the Lord of the Moon refrained from attacking Zhao Linger, instead allowing a hint of melancholy to surface as he addressed, "Foster father, it has been a long time. May we speak privately?" Shi Gonghu's prowess was among the elite in Nanzhao, and a confrontation with him could prove perilous, even if he emerged victorious. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate this obstacle, as it posed a significant threat to his plans. Once Shi Gonghu was dealt with, the remaining adversaries would prove no challenge, allowing for a more leisurely approach once they reached Nanzhao. Consequently, the Lord of the Moon harbored no animosity towards the others, even displaying a measure of deference towards the Sword Saint, awaiting his departure before revealing himself to lead Shi Gonghu away. Meanwhile, Mo Dao and the Sword Saint sensed the arrival of the Lord of the Moon. However, Mo Dao held no concerns that the Lord would take actions he might later regret, while the Sword Saint had already foreseen the outcome, choosing to remain uninvolved. Without the interference of Mo Dao and the others, the Lord of the Moon easily lured Shi Gonghu away, who was wary of the potential harm that could befall others should a conflict arise in this vicinity. Thus, relocating to a more suitable location for either discussion or confrontation was preferable. With Shi Gonghu now absent, Li Xiaoyao and his companions found themselves at a loss, having just been engaged in a discussion about how to resolve matters among themselves. In the blink of an eye, Mo Dao had departed, followed by Elder Shi, leaving only the three of them. Logically, they should have pursued to assist, but awkwardly, both Mo Dao and the Lord of the Moon had taken to the skies. Even if they were skilled in lightness techniques, they could not keep pace, and in a mere instant, the figures had vanished, leaving them uncertain of where to follow. "Oh, It wasn't entirely that they were unaware of where to pursue. They knew Mo Dao was in that direction. Yet the overwhelming sword energy emanating from that vicinity sent painful prickles against their skin. Venturing forth would likely result in their own demise rather than assistance. Thus, the three exchanged glances, and Li Xiaoyao suggested, "Shall we return to our earlier discussion?" Upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's words, Lin Yuru and Zhao Linger exchanged knowing looks before Lin Yuru inquired, "What discussion?" Slightly flustered, Li Xiaoyao responded, "The proposal made by Mo Dao, of course." Zhao Linger, perplexed, asked, "Did Brother Mo Dao propose something just now?" As her words fell, Lin Yuru chimed in, "It seems he did not." At this, Li Xiaoyao grew anxious. If they let this topic slip away, his chance at happiness would vanish. Having glimpsed the dawn of joy, he could not afford to relinquish it so easily. Therefore, he boldly declared, "It was the matter of both of you being with me, as proposed by Brother Mo Dao. What do you think?" As soon as Li Xiaoyao's words were uttered, Lin Yuru and Zhao Linger, as if sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously reached out to pinch the soft flesh at Li Xiaoyao's waist, executing a flawless 360-degree twist. A piercings crea mascapad Li Xiao's lips. While Lin Yuru and Zhao Linger exclaimed in unison, "Pervert! Sister Linger, Sister Yuru, I refuse to associate with this lecher." The two individuals spoke in unison, exchanged a knowing glance, and smiled in relief before they turned and walked away hand in hand, leaving Li Xiaoyao bewildered and at a loss. Dang Yu, observing this scene from above, couldn't help but chuckle. The matter concerning the princess had been resolved, which brought him a sense of comfort. However, he felt a twinge of concern as his adoptive father had just departed with the leader of the Baiwa sect. "Anu, please keep an eye on the princess. The Baiwa sect leader is cunning, and I worry for my adoptive father. I must go check on him." Without waiting for Anu's response, Tang Yu leaped from the upper floor and hastened in the direction the Baiwa sect had taken. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Dao had finally accumulated his momentum and strength to an apex, reaching a point where he could no longer contain it. Those who cultivate in the realm of immortality possess the extraordinary ability to scorch mountains and boil seas. Although the world of Xinxia does not typically witness battles that devastate hundreds or thousands of miles, it does not imply that their power is feeble. In fact, they possess such capabilities, but wielding them would greatly deplete their true energy, magical power, which is why they prefer to employ less consuming single-target attacks rather than extensive area of effect damage. In the pirate world, where most battles occur at sea, targeting the adversary's ship becomes the optimal strategy. Thus, their attacks generally manifest as area of effect damage. Mo Dao's first world was the pirate realm. Hence, his attacks predominantly consisted of area damage. This does not imply that Mo Dao lacked single-target techniques. On the contrary, he possessed a particularly formidable single-target attack. It is precisely for this reason that Mo Dao's strike, which concentrated nearly all of his cultivation, was known as Shan Mo Fonghua. Given that he was instructing a junior and had a clear advantage in cultivation, the Sword Saint would not evade the attack. Mo Dao recognized this and poured all his strength into this strike, not even contemplating the possibility of missing. As it turned out, his assumption was correct. When the iron sword in his hand threatened to shatter under the immense force, and he unleashed the sword energy, the Sword Saint did not dodge. Instead, he pointed his fingers like a sword and released his own sword energy. Mo Dao's sword energy, unleashed directly, manifested as a crescent-shaped slash. And due to the overwhelming energy he infused, this crescent was somewhat larger, with a diameter of approximately 10 meters. The Sword Saint, pointing like a sword, released his energy, which was only slightly larger than that of an ordinary sword. Visually, Mo Dao's sword energy appeared grandiose, clearly indicating formidable power, while the Sword Saint's energy seemed minuscule in comparison, almost as fragile as a hair. As Mo Dao's sword energy flew forth, it stirred the air, creating a tempest in the forest below, sweeping countless leaves into the air, and even snapping smaller branches. Everything that came into contact with Mo Dao's razor-sharp sword energy, be it branches or leaves, was severed. Conversely, the Sword Saint's energy made no sound, not even a whisper of wind, appearing remarkably unremarkable. With a soft sound, the two sword energies collided without any embellishment. There was no deafening explosion, nor were there shock waves from the clash of their attacks. The two energies simply met in silence. Surprisingly, instead of Mo Dao's seemingly more powerful energy obliterating the Sword Saint's weaker energy, they bizarrely held their ground against each other. However, this stalemate did not persist for long. Merely a second later, a fissure appeared at the tip of Mo Dao's energy, precisely where it met the Sword Saint's. This crack swiftly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it split Mo Dao's energy in two. At that moment, both Mo Dao and the Sword Saint's expressions subtly shifted. Mo Dao realized his energy had been breached, while the Sword Saint discovered that his energy had been exhausted after breaking through Mo Dao's. The sword energy and intent contained within Mo Dao's strike exceeded his expectations, rendering it incapable of demolishing the Sword Saint's energy, and instead, both energies dissipated together. Nonetheless, he ultimately triumphed in this contest, as he still retained considerable combat strength, whereas Mo Dao, having expended too much energy, was left nearly powerless. In the instant that Mo Dao's energy was nearly depleted, the Sword Saint appeared before him as if teleporting, pointing his finger like a sword directly at Mo Dao's chest. Naturally, Mo Dao was not one to passively accept defeat. Thus, in the moment his energy was shattered, he threw the already cracked iron sword and directed his finger like a sword towards the Sword Saint's heart. Regrettably, Mo Dao was a fraction too slow. As his finger lunged forward, the Sword Saint's finger had already lightly touched his chest. Had this been a life-or-death struggle, Mo Dao would have perished in that moment. However, he did manage to graze the Sword Saint, as a fragment of a shattered sword grazed the Sword Saint's face, leaving a small cut. In essence, Mo Dao's exchange with the Sword Saint resulted in a narrow defeat. The Sword Saint's finger lingered on Mo Dao's chest for about a second before withdrawing, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and remarked calmly, "You are quite formidable. Few can withstand even 5/10 of my power. Alas, your sword energy is too scattered. Once you can condense your energy into a singular point, as if it were an extension of your arm, you will be not far from enlightenment." Hearing the Sword Saint's words, Mo Dao smiled but remained silent. After all, he had only used 80% of his strength, and while he would inevitably fall to the Sword Saint in a true struggle, the Sword Saint would also sustain injuries. In truth, Mo Dao's technique was not lacking in lethality, but as the Sword Saint pointed out, its power was not concentrated enough. The Sword Saint's 5/10 of power possessed such might precisely because his energy was exceedingly refined, coalescing predominantly at a single point without any leakage. Conversely, while Mo Dao's attacks appeared impressive, they lacked focus and were somewhat dispersed. Had he been able to consolidate all his power into a single strike, even in defeat, it would not have been so devastating. Imagine compressing a sword's radiance capable of cleaving a mountain down to the size of the blade itself. The resulting power would render even steel, let alone diamond or titanium alloy, akin to mere tofu. What Mo Dao now required was the method and process to condense his sword's radiance to the size of the blade, and once he achieved that, he would be but a step away from the Sword Saint's realm. Although Mo Dao harbored a slight aversion towards Jinxing, he acknowledged his defeat with humility, bowing respectfully in a gesture befitting a junior, and uttered, "I have been taught." Witnessing Mo Dao's modesty, Jinxing's eyes gleamed with approval as he nodded appreciatively. "Your strength is commendable. Should you wish, feel free to seek me out at Shushan." With that, Jinxing departed without hesitation, and Mo Dao was momentarily dazzled from the blink of an eye. Jinxing had vanished several meters away, stirring a tinge of envy within him. Despite his modest progress, he realized he still had a considerable distance to cover before mastering the art of instant travel. However, he felt optimistic, for he now possessed a sufficient reservoir of true energy to support the application of such techniques. With diligent practice, he believed he would soon grasp them. Just as Mo Dao anticipated mastering the art of instant travel, he heard the distant cries of Zhao Ling and the shouts of Li Xiaoyao and his companions. Mo Dao understood that Jinxing had taken Zhao Ling away. Yet, although aware, he felt no urge to intervene. After all, he needed to visit the Soyauta, which posed no danger to Ling Er. As the former lover of Ling Er's mother, Jianxing was undoubtedly aware of Ling Er's lineage. Knowing that Ling Er was Qing Er's daughter and a descendant of Nuwa, he dared to confine her within the Soyauta, confident that no harm would befall her. As the leader of Shushan, he maintained a degree of control over the Soyauta, although bound by sect rules that forbade entry. He was well acquainted with the circumstances within and could ensure Ling Er's safety even from outside. Thus, the safety of Ling Er was the least of his concerns. Rather, he was apprehensive about the diversion of Shi Gonghu. Baiu's intentions were not merely for amusement. He aimed to abduct Zhao Ling Er and eliminate the threat posed by Shi Gonghu. Consequently, Modeo took a moment to adjust his breath, casually activated a cultivation wheel, and refined a decade's worth of cultivation to restore a portion of his true energy before soaring forth on his sword. Upon returning to the inn, he found Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru preparing to pursue Jinxing. However, as Li Xiaoyao had yet to master sword flight, it was impossible for him to catch up with Jinxing. Thus, they intended to head directly to Shushan. Meanwhile, Anu, concerned for Tang Yu and Shi Gonghu, resolved to seek Tang Yu. As for Ji Sanyang, she found herself in a quandary, uncertain whether to accompany Li Xiaoyao or Anu, or to remain and wait for Modeo. Fortunately, her dilemma was alleviated upon Modeo's return. With Modeo's arrival, not only did Ji Sanyang light up, but Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru also regarded him as their anchor, eagerly awaiting his decision. Although Modeo had grasped the essence of the unfolding events, he encouraged Li Xiaoyao and the others to voice their accounts. After they relayed their narratives, he feigned contemplation and suggested, "Let us proceed thus. Having sparred with Jinxing, I perceive him to be no indiscriminate slayer. Therefore, Ling Er should be safe for the time being. How about we first seek Elder Shi and the others, and once we locate them, we can journey to Shushan together." Chapter 190. Rescuing a life, Shi Gonghu had departed with Baiyu, his fate uncertain. As Modeo was aware, after parting ways with Tang Yu and the others, Shi Gonghu had fallen victim to Baiu's cunning, which had exploited his compassion, ultimately leading to his grievous injury. Baiyu had successfully lowered Shi Gonghu's guard through their past father-son bond, allowing him to approach and ultimately wound Shi Gonghu with his sorcery, leading to his utter demise, truly a shattering of his very being, not merely a figurative expression. Although Modeo had foreseen this outcome, he still felt a sense of incredulity when he traced Tang Yu's footsteps and followed the aura of Shi Gonghu, only to find him standing alone, silently bearing the remnants of Baiu's magic. He reflected on the disparity. I engaged Jinxing in but a single exchange, and yet it stirred such a commotion. While your prowess is not inferior to mine, and Baiu's strength pales in comparison to Jinxing's, how is it that you have met such a quiet fate without a word of protest? It leaves one at a loss for words. Seeing Modeo approach, Shi Gonghu hastily called out, "Do not come any closer." Lin Yueru, possessing a more profound understanding of the situation, urgently interjected, "Do not approach Elder Shi. He is gravely injured and must not be disturbed." Or else, before she could finish, Tang Yu, in a fit of anxiety, exclaimed, "Or else what?" Without waiting for Lin Yueru's reply, Shi Gonghu seized the moment, declaring, "I will be shattered to pieces." Upon hearing this, Lin Yueru anxiously urged, "Elder, please remain still." As her words left her lips, Tang Yu fervently insisted, "Father, do not move. We will surely find a way to save you." However, Shi Gonghu showed no inclination to heed Tang Yu's plea. Instead, he continued, "My death means little. It is merely my misplaced compassion that has brought calamity upon the world. Having reached this point, even if I were to die 1,000 or 10,000 times, it would not suffice to atone for my sins." Li Xiaoyao, perplexed by Shi Gonghu's lament, questioned, "Wherein lies your error?" His perception of Shi Gonghu was that, despite his stern demeanor and disdain towards him, he was fundamentally not a malevolent figure. Lin Yueru chimed in, "You have always been a good person." Yet, even as her words fell, Shi Gonghu dismissed their sentiments, resolutely stating, "No, I raised a monster and could not bear to part with him. resulting in his wreaking havoc upon the world. Before Shi Gonghu could finish his sentence, Modeo interjected, "You are indeed at fault, but your error does not lie in nurturing Baiyu. Rather, it is in failing to educate him according to his nature, seeing only his malevolence while neglecting his potential for goodness. Had you recognized the glimmers of virtue within him and guided him gently, he might have blossomed into a sage, a pioneer of a new era. However, the matter is now set in stone. Let's address the wounds you bear first." "No, I raised Baiyu myself. I am acutely aware of his character and capabilities. There is no need for you to waste your efforts. Allow me to speak." Yet, before Modeo could take any action, Shi Gonghu outright refused. Modeo, sensing the gravity in Shi Gonghu's demeanor, sighed in exasperation. "It is merely a matter of being grievously injured by Baiyu. A slight movement will trigger the residual power he left within you and lead to your destruction. It is a trivial matter. Remain here and do not move. I shall procure some vitality for you." With that declaration, Modeo summoned his true energy and activated the Muxing Lingjue, drawing life force from the nearby flora. They stood in the wilderness, abundant with verdant life, particularly resilient wild grasses that flourished in abundance. Thus, within mere seconds of invoking the Muxing Lingjue, a surge of life force began to converge, coalescing into a mist of vitality that enveloped the area. Due to the overwhelming abundance and intensity of vitality surrounding them, it was evident that the wild grass nearby, having absorbed a portion of the gathered life force, not only failed to wither from the extraction of its vitality by Mo Dao, but instead began to grow wildly. This was because the vitality Mo Dao extracted was far less than what they had absorbed. However, as all the vitality was collected and compressed by Mo Dao, these wild grasses began to wither, becoming indistinguishable from other grasses, appearing languid as though they had been sun-scorched. Once all the vitality had been compressed into the small sphere in Mo Dao's hand, the surroundings returned to normal, with only the egg-sized emerald green sphere in his hand serving as evidence of the recent events. After completing the compression of the life force, Mo Dao handed the vitality sphere to Anu, instructing her, "Anu, besides me, you possess the highest mastery of wood-based techniques here, so I will rely on you shortly. I will use sword energy to eliminate the power left within Elder Shi by Baiyu. The moment I remove Baiyu's influence from Elder Shi's body, you must immediately insert this vitality sphere into him and disperse it, allowing the life force to restore Elder Shi's body at the fastest possible speed. Can you do that?" Anu, holding the emerald green sphere, bore a grave expression for the first time. "I will certainly be able to do it. Don't worry, Shirgu. We will save you." Seeing Anu's affirmative response, Mo Dao nodded and instructed Li Xiaoyao and the others to stand back and remain vigilant of their surroundings. He and Anu then approached Shi Gonghu, standing a mere meter away from him. Shi Gonghu looked at Mo Dao and Anu with a complex expression, as if he wished to speak, but was interrupted by Mo Dao. "Say nothing. Just control your power and do not resist." What more could Shi Gonghu say? Was it not just a matter of facing death? Had he not prepared for this moment long ago? Since Mo Dao was unafraid, why should he be? Noticing that Shi Gonghu had ceased his words and was preparing to accept treatment, Mo Dao glanced at Anu and asked, "Are you ready?" Anu took a deep breath, her expression turning exceptionally serious as she nodded earnestly in response. "I am ready." Upon hearing Anu's answer, Mo Dao no longer hesitated. He extended his finger like a sword to employ the sword control technique, compressing the sword energy as much as possible before pointing it at Shi Gonghu's right hand. The moment Mo Dao's sword energy landed on Shi Gonghu's right hand, the power left by Baiyu began to retaliate violently, attempting to shatter Mo Dao's sword energy. Yet, while the quality of Mo Dao's sword energy may not have been able to match the strength of this magic, it was relentless, whereas Baiyu's residual power, though formidable, lacked a sustainable source and was destined to be consumed. Chapter 191, Startled Retreat of Baiyu. Exhausting the power left by Baiyu within Shi Gonghu's body was a meticulous task that required constant attention to the intensity of Baiyu's energy. If Mo Dao's output was insufficient, he risked being overwhelmed by Baiyu's power, If too much was expelled, it could shatter Bayu's energy and harm Shigonghu. Thus, it was crucial to maintain the sword energy at a level slightly weaker than Bayu's power. Mo Dao's mental acuity was unrivaled even among his peers, and even those 1 or 2 levels above him might not possess his strength. Coupled with the exceptionally high quality of his true energy, he had a remarkable degree of control, making this task relatively straightforward. After several minutes, only a fraction of Bayu's power remained within Shigonghu's hand. Even if it were to explode, as long as he acted swiftly, the worst-case scenario would be the loss of Shigonghu's hand, indicating that Shigonghu was almost saved. Nevertheless, Mo Dao remained vigilant, continuing to dissolve the remaining energy. As Bayu's power dwindled to its last remnants, Mo Dao glanced at Anu and commanded, "Prepare to take over." Upon hearing this, Anu, who had been ready, fixed her gaze intently on Mo Dao's finger poised over Shigonghu's right hand. The moment Mo Dao withdrew his sword finger after dispelling the last trace of Bayu's power from Shigonghu's body, Anu immediately inserted the emerald green vitality sphere into Shigonghu's body and utilized her own energy to fully disperse the vitality, allowing it to spread throughout Shigonghu's entire being. Shigonghu's body had already been shattered by Bayu's power. However, it was precisely Bayu's energy that had prevented his demise. Now, with Bayu's influence completely dissipated, the only force sustaining his body was Shigonghu's own vitality, which was far from sustainable. Immediate healing of his injuries was essential, or he would be reduced to a mere mass of flesh. The vitality sphere Mo Dao provided to Anu contained 1/3 of the life force from the flora within a radius of several miles. While it might not resurrect the dead, it could certainly mend wounds with ease. Although Shigonghu's body was damaged, it had not collapsed entirely and remained intact. Thus, when the life force entered his body, it was absorbed and began to fervently repair the injuries. An emerald green glow enveloped Shigonghu, and within a mere second, he was restored to his former state. To heal Shigonghu's injuries, 2 critical factors were paramount. The first was to neutralize the power left by Bayu. Otherwise, even the slightest contact with this energy could obliterate Shigonghu, potentially affecting those nearby as well. The second was to restore his injuries within an extremely short time frame. Otherwise, before the healing could take effect, his body would disintegrate. Therefore, to save Shigonghu, the speed of treatment had to surpass the rate of his bodily collapse. With Bayu's power now neutralized by Mo Dao's sword energy and his injuries swiftly healed by the abundant life force, one could say that Shigonghu's life had been reclaimed. After assessing his body, which was now free of major issues, Shigonghu nodded at Mo Dao and expressed, "I cannot thank you enough for this great favor. If ever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Mo Dao's motivation for saving Shigonghu was not to gain any reward. Rather, it was due to his identity and the belief that his death would be a loss. He purely recognized Shigonghu's strength, which, despite not being enough to defeat Bayu, could easily handle others from Bayu's faction. Having such a combatant would greatly ease Mo Dao's endeavors upon reaching Nanjiao. Thus, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "It was merely a small effort on my part. And in saving you, I'm also aiding myself." Just as Mo Dao finished speaking, applause erupted from a distance, followed by the boisterous figure of Bayu approaching with a grin. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. However, this alone is insufficient to prove the existence of genuine emotions in the world. I have decided to conduct another small experiment. If you can survive this time as well, I shall believe that true feelings still exist in this world. As he spoke, Bayu's energy surged, preparing to cast a spell to ensnare Mo Dao and the others. Although Mo Dao had previously been focused on treating Shigonghu, it did not imply that he was oblivious to his surroundings. On the contrary, he had been acutely aware of everything around him, including the presence of Bayu nearby. Thus, the moment Bayu made a move, Mo Dao swiftly directed his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that shattered Bayu's spell. After dispelling Bayu's magic, Mo Dao reached out with a grasping motion, and a long sword forged from solid stone quickly materialized. Once the stone sword was fully formed, he waved it with an air of indifference and remarked, "By you, do not attempt such petty tricks in my presence, and do put away your hypocritical facade. I'm not easily deceived." However, upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Bai shook his head and replied insistently, "No, no, no, you are mistaken. I do not regard this as a petty trick. There is no distinction between large and small methods, only those that are effective and those that are not. Moreover, this is my true nature. How can you speak of hypocrisy?" Mo Dao chuckled at Bai's response. "Is that so? Then perhaps you could elucidate the origins of the Tianya Haijiao tree from the Bai sect? To claim it was brought back from Tianya Haijiao is utterly laughable. Have you perhaps traveled to Sanya? You must be well aware that there is no true Tianya Haijiao. The earth is, in fact, round, am I not correct?" At Mo Dao's statement, Li Xiaoyao and the others appeared bewildered, while Bai's eyes widened in surprise, followed by an urgent inquiry. "How do you know the earth is round? Have you circumnavigated the globe?" Realizing he had hooked Bai, Mo Dao understood that Bai had yet to seek out Lu Jinyuan, indicating that Lu Jinyuan was still safe. With this knowledge, Mo Dao continued, "Not only do I know that the earth is round, but I also understand that our world is an irregular sphere, and I comprehend why we do not fall off this sphere. Have you ever pondered what position our world holds amidst the vastness of the cosmos? The starry sky is far more expansive and mysterious than we can imagine. Your understanding is woefully inadequate." As Mo Dao spoke, Bai initially appeared shocked, but he soon composed himself to listen intently. Once Mo Dao finished, Bai politely bowed slightly and earnestly stated, "I have learned from you. Bai appreciates your teachings. It is commendable to be humble in the face of the unknown. No wonder you are able to command Nanzhao with such authority. However, it is unfortunate that your path has strayed and you have encountered me." After this exchange, Mo Dao glanced at Shi Gonghu and inquired, "Elder Shi, how is your recovery?" Shi Gonghu smiled and replied, "I am nearly fully recovered. This rebellious child should be more than sufficient." Hearing this, Bai glanced at Li Xiaoyao and the others who had gathered by Mo Dao's side, realizing he had missed the opportunity to capture them. Nevertheless, his primary objective in the Central Plains was Zhao Ling and Shi Gonghu. Li Xiaoyao and the others were merely incidental. Although he had not eliminated Shi Gonghu and had taken Zhao Ling, his goals were fundamentally achieved. As for Shi Gonghu's survival and the chance to witness such an intriguing scene while discovering Mo Dao, a person who understood the truth of the world as he did, made his journey worthwhile. Recognizing that he could no longer resolve the situation with Li Xiaoyao and the others, Bai decisively departed. As Bai vanished from sight, not only did Li Xiaoyao and his companions breathe a sigh of relief, but Mo Dao too felt a sense of quietude, realizing that he had not yet fully recovered. If he were to engage in battle now, he would have little confidence in safeguarding Li Xiaoyao and the others against the formidable Bai. With Bai's retreat, Shi Gonghu remained unharmed, and thus there was no longer a need to split their forces. However, Li Xiaoyao insisted on returning Lu Shimi's purple gold gourd to Xiuxiu first, so they would initially deliver the gourd before heading to Shushan. Li Xiaoyao's chivalrous spirit was indeed commendable, though it was not entirely surprising, as he perceived their journey to Shushan would require them to return through the capital, making the delivery of the gourd merely a matter of convenience. They had never contemplated the possibility of Mo Dao carrying them by sword. Of course, this was compounded by the fact that Mo Dao seldom demonstrated his ability to fly with a sword in public, leading them to believe that he could only fly alone. Otherwise, why would he accompany them through the wilderness? If he could indeed carry them, he could have simply flown them back to Nanzhao. However, the reality was quite fantastical. Mo Dao was indeed capable of transporting others while flying. He could enlarge his sword to accommodate them all, or even conjure a flying vessel to carry them. Yet, if he were to do so, he would not have the opportunity to document their journey, and Li Xiaoyao would lack the time for personal growth, something Mo Dao wished to avoid. Hence, he had never mentioned his ability to transport others while flying. This very reason led Li Xiaoyao and his companions, upon learning of Ling being captured by the Sword Saint, to prioritize rushing back to save her together rather than asking Mo Dao to proceed ahead to rescue her. Li Xiaoyao did not voice his thoughts. as Mo Dao knew Linger would be safe and thus felt no urgency. Consequently, the group prepared to set forth toward Shushan. However, before their departure, Li Xiaoyao eventually remembered Mo Dao's ability to fly with a sword and asked him to return the gourd to Xiuxiu first, with plans to rendezvous at Lu Jinyuan's residence in the capital. In the original narrative, Lu Jinyuan had met with Li Xiaoyao and his companions before Shi Gonghu's demise. But now Lu Jinyuan had not appeared. It was possible that many events had been expedited due to Mo Dao's involvement, preventing Lu Jinyuan from arriving in time. With Baiyu having returned to Nanzhao, it seemed unlikely that the tragic fate of Lu Jinyuan's family would unfold. Though Mo Dao remained curious whether Lu Jinyuan had encountered the butterfly demon Kai Yi, thereby resolving his lifelong dilemma. With a hint of curiosity, Mo Dao grasped the purple gold gourd and, with a flick of his sword technique, drew forth the iron sword that had been reforged to a level of divine weaponry, which now hovered before him, suspended approximately 20 centimeters above the ground. Mo Dao was no stranger to sword flight. His abundant, true qi ensured that he would not experience the embarrassment of inadvertently landing on the sword and causing it to crash to the ground. Once he steadied himself on the sword, he extended a hand towards Ji Sanyang and softly urged, "What are you waiting for? Come over." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Ji Sanyang hesitated momentarily before cautiously stepping forward to place her delicate hand in his palm. In the next moment, she found herself drawn closer to Mo Dao, standing firmly upon the sword. After pulling Ji Sanyang aboard, Mo Dao encircled her with his left arm while his right hand gestured, and the flying sword swiftly soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Just 2 seconds after Mo Dao and Ji Sanyang vanished, Li Xiaoyao suddenly awoke from his stupor, filled with regret as he exclaimed, "Ah, he can carry people." Hearing Li Xiaoyao's words, Lin Yuru expressed her confusion. "Ah, yes." He flew away with Ji Sanyang. "Is there a problem?" In response to Lin Yuru's remark, Li Xiaoyao clutched his hair in distress and lamented, "He can carry people while flying, and at such speed and ease." Lin Yuru and the others remained perplexed. Consequently, Lin Yuru inquired once more, "So what?" "He cannot take us with him." Midway through her sentence, Lin Yuru appeared to have an epiphany and gradually fell silent, leaving Shi Gonghu and Tang Yu utterly bewildered. Thus, Shi Gonghu spoke up, "Miss Lin, what is the matter? Could you share with us?" Upon hearing Shi Gonghu's words, Lin Yuru forced a rather strained smile and replied, "What the scoundrel means is that Mo Dao can indeed wield his sword to transport us to Shushan." Shi Gonghu knew, and Tang Yu responded with a chorus of confusion. Lin Yuru's revelation left them with a flurry of questions, as they could not fathom why Mo Dao, who had the ability to take them directly to their destination, chose not to do so. Ultimately, they could only attribute it to the possibility that both Nanzhao and Shushan were somewhat distant, and the energy expenditure required to carry so many people might have been excessive, leading to his decision. However, regardless of the truth, their musings were futile now, for Mo Dao had already departed, and they had no means of contacting him. They could only wait until they reached the capital to discuss it further. Meanwhile, Mo Dao was swiftly making his way to the capital with Ji Sanyang. They arrived at the outskirts of the capital before dusk and reached Lu Jinyuan's residence just before nightfall. However, upon noticing the large red Shi character that had yet to be removed from the entrance, Mo Dao felt a mixture of surprise and acceptance, marveling at the powerful momentum of the unfolding narrative. After announcing his name and purpose, the doorman quickly went to relay the message, and within 5 minutes, Lu Jinyuan hurriedly emerged. "Master Mo, it truly is you. It has been quite some time, and your disciple has missed you dearly." Lu Jinyuan spoke before even reaching Mo Dao, bowing respectfully as he approached. After Mo Dao helped Lu Jinyuan to his feet and assessed his complexion, he was relieved to see that Lu Jinyuan appeared healthy and showed no signs of poisoning, indicating that the amulet he had given him was effective. However, Mo Dao was curious as to why Lu Jinyuan, seemingly unpoisoned, had agreed to marry Kai. Though intrigued, he refrained from asking directly, as he had yet to meet the bride. Once inside the residence, a graceful woman, her attire flowing like a colorful butterfly, approached them with a warm smile. This was his wife, Kai. After she came to a halt, Lu Jinyuan introduced her to Mo Dao, confirming her identity as Kai. Following this introduction, Lu Jinyuan turned to introduce Mo Dao to Kai, but he hesitated upon seeing Ji Sanyang, unsure of her identity. Sensing his hesitation, Ji Sanyang promptly responded, "I am the master's personal maid. You may call me Sanyang." Although Lu Jinyuan felt a twinge of confusion, he accepted her introduction since Mo Dao made no objections. As a personal maid, it was only natural that she would share a chamber with her master. Chapter 193. Upgrading the weapons. First, the duties of a personal maid encompass the daily care of her master, including tasks such as making the bed, serving tea, and providing warmth and bathing assistance, which are often deemed too personal for others. Hence, Lu Jinyuan did not arrange for additional servants to attend to Mo Dao. Despite Ji Sanyang claiming to be Mo Dao's personal maid, she had not performed many of the expected duties, nor had Mo Dao ever requested such services from her. However, since she made this assertion and Lu Jinyuan did not appoint anyone else, she felt obliged to assume these responsibilities. While the various tasks were manageable, the bathing duty posed a challenge. Ji Sanyang felt hesitant. Although she had long since become intimate with Mo Dao, she had never engaged in such servitude. Yet, witnessing the envious looks from the other maids outside, she steeled herself and stepped into the bathing room. Mo Dao had never contemplated such a scenario, as he was not born into a life of luxury. Whether prior to acquiring the system or while in the pirate world, he had never been accustomed to having someone serve him. Thus, he was taken aback when Ji Sanyang approached the bathing tub. Her cheeks flushed as she extended her delicate hand. Nevertheless, having come this far, he decided to embrace the moment. Mo Dao grasped Ji Sanyang's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Though her face turned crimson, she offered only a token struggle before yielding, transforming the bathing room into a spring paradise, an undeniable celebration of love. Mo Dao resided in Lu's household for 6 days, during which he devoted his time primarily to enjoyment, aside from instructing Lu Jinyuan and his wife in their cultivation. In ancient times, the capital was typically the most vibrant city, and Chang'an was the most bustling city he had encountered in the Xianjian world, allowing him to indulge for a full 6 days. On the first day, Lu Jinyuan withdrew, having recently wed, although Kai Dai would not mind. He was a devoted husband and did not accompany Mo Dao thereafter. Ji Sanyang, disguised as a man, managed to stay with Mo Dao for 2 days, but ultimately could not keep up with his energetic outings. Mo Dao's daytime adventures of exploration and feasting, followed by evenings spent at various entertainment houses, proved too exhausting for her, leading to her graceful retreat. Chang'an's vibrancy was undeniable. While it may not have matched the opulence of the Sixth Dynasty's golden age or the resplendence of the Qinhuai River, it certainly opened Mo Dao's eyes to a plethora of amusements. Though it lacked the hustle of later eras, it offered an abundance of experiences that left him reluctant to depart. However, while Mo Dao delighted in his escapades, some young masters of Chang'an wished to eliminate him. Mo Dao was not only handsome and possessed an extraordinary presence, but his eloquence also captured the attention of many courtesans. Frustratingly, he demonstrated formidable martial prowess and was financially secure, leaving them at a loss as to how to contend with him. Even more infuriating was the fact that on the 3rd day of his visit, a courtesan sought him as a guest of honor, and he descended from the heavens, stealing the spotlight and successfully winning her favor. Subsequently, other courtesans who had already engaged guests sought his company, causing their envy to reach new heights. Fortunately, Mo Dao's stay was brief. Otherwise, the local youths would have faced dire consequences. Mo Dao's display of his swordsmanship and agility was not intended to attract attention, but rather to entice influential families and wealthy merchants to seek him out. After battling with the sword saint, he realized that lacking a suitable weapon was quite detrimental. After all, he had yet to reach the state of wielding a sword in his heart while having none in his hand. It was only with a sword that he could fully unleash his potential. Thus, he resolved to nurture his versatile magic core. Previously, he had not encountered a suitable sword, so he merely allowed the magic core to consume some firearms. Although this did elevate the magic core's level considerably, the absence of a template and his lack of forging knowledge meant that even when transformed into a sword, it was merely a somewhat sturdy blade. Consequently, Mo Dao had not made a concerted effort to cultivate the magic core. However, the situation had changed. Soon he would be heading to Shushan, and shortly thereafter, he would face Baiyu. Therefore, Mo Dao planned to gather materials in advance, ensuring that when the time for battle arrived, he would at least possess an indestructible sword. In fact, Mo Dao's expectations were largely met. After demonstrating his prowess, he attracted not only numerous courtesans, but also members of prestigious families, wealthy individuals, and martial arts heroes. These people sought elixirs, longevity methods, or paths to immortality, and Mo Dao welcomed all, provided they could offer something satisfactory in return. Remarkably, in casting his net wide, he managed to acquire numerous valuable items. Among them were swords capable of slicing through iron like mud, as well as more common materials such as meteorite iron and copper. He also obtained a significant quantity of rare items, including ancient black iron and cold iron, and even a piece of millennia-old thunderstruck wood. Having gathered such an abundance, Mo Dao's offerings were minimal, consisting of a few strands of true energy, a dozen vitality spheres, and several pills infused with various medicinal essences. It cannot be said that Mo Dao deceived them, for he indeed provided what they sought, and the exchanges were entirely equitable. He even overheard someone who traded meteorite iron for a vitality pill, calling him foolish. In summary, Mo Dao's venture proved highly fruitful, and after allowing the versatile magic core to devour all these materials, it ascended several levels. The magic core, now fortified by its inherent materials, was capable of withstanding Mo Dao's full strength without sustaining any damage. Upon elevating the magic core to this extent, Mo Dao allowed it to consume the iron sword he had previously possessed. Then he stored the refined magic core within his dantian for nurturing. At last, he was no longer burdened with carrying a sword like Li Xiaoyao. Now, he could summon the magic core to wield it against adversaries. With the upgrade of the magic core completed, Mo Dao had no reason to linger, for he still had to deliver the gourd. After explaining the situation to Lu Jinyuan and instructing Li Xiaoyao and the others to proceed to Shushan, he departed with Ji Sanyan. Upon encountering Xiao Xiao, Mo Dao finally understood why Lu Shimi had abandoned Mainyan. Although Xiao Xiao's beauty was slightly inferior to that of the courtesans, her body was remarkably supple, and she was well-versed in various arts, exuding an irresistible charm. The reason Mo Dao was aware of this was that after handing over the gourd and Lu Shimi's wealth to Xiao Xiao, she insisted on expressing her gratitude, which he could not refuse. After spending a day and night at Xiao Xiao's residence to receive her heartfelt thanks, he set off once more with Ji Sanyang toward Shushan. However, Mo Dao did not hasten his journey. Instead, he leisurely explored the mountains and waters, collecting aged medicinal herbs along the way. Even if he arrived promptly, Li Xiaoyao and the others would not be there immediately. Eventually, after meandering for nearly half a month, Mo Dao and his companion reached the foot of Shushan, and he estimated that Li Xiaoyao and the others were nearing their arrival, especially since they would no longer need to walk after encountering the Sword Saint. Chapter 194. Shushan is the foremost sect in the Xianjian world, undeniably the best in both strength and heritage. This distinction is why disciples from Shushan frequently appear during major calamities. Their unique commitment to subduing demons and maintaining peace in a mortal realm distinguishes them from other sects, allowing them to reach such heights without arousing the court's envy. Of course, this is also due to Shushan's formidable strength. Otherwise, even if the court were disinterested, other sects would covet Shushan's advantageous position. Beneath Shushan lies the well of divine demons, a conduit connecting the realms of immortals and demons. Should this well inadvertently be opened, a surge of demonic beings from the demon realm would pose a significant threat. Thus, despite the abundant spiritual energy in Shushan, it is akin to a sect situated atop a volcano. If it erupts, they would be the first to suffer. Upon arriving at the village at the foot of Shushan, Mo Dao noticed the spiritual energy was indeed rich, far surpassing that of other locations, making it a veritable treasure trove. While this held little significance for him, it was immensely beneficial for ordinary individuals and practitioners like Ji San Yang, as it could prolong life for the former and accelerate cultivation for the latter. Unfortunately, being on Shushan's territory, ordinary folk were not only barred from residing there, but even approaching would result in being stopped by patrolling disciples. Although Mo Dao had the Sword Saint's promise and could proceed directly to Shushan, he chose to wait for Li Xiaoyao and the others. Thus, they settled in the small town at the foot of Shushan. During their stay, Mo Dao did not rest, but instead roamed the mountains extensively. The territory of Shushan was rarely trodden by outsiders, and the abundance of spiritual energy meant there were many aged medicinal herbs and spiritual plants. However, the rich spiritual energy and myriad herbs also attracted various venomous creatures and demons, making the collection of these resources no easy task. Yet, this posed little challenge for Mo Dao, whose strength was considerable even in the realm of Xianjian. Ordinary venomous creatures and typical demons were no match for him. In a grand scavenging spree, Mo Dao spent just over a day exploring the regions surrounding Shushan, leaving no aged herb unharvested. Although he lacked spiritual awareness, his observation haki was formidable. With a sweep of his senses, he could detect any herb infused with spiritual energy. After leaving behind some rare and precious herbs, he exchanged the remainder for points, ultimately amassing a staggering 5,000 points, nearly tempting him to abandon his quest for additional rewards. However, considering that accumulating points could yield rare and powerful items, he dismissed the thought of quitting. Meanwhile, as Mo Dao gathered various herbs, the Sword Saint within Shushan was left perplexed, having never anticipated that someone would dare to pilfer from Shushan. Nonetheless, he bore no resentment, as Shushan's disciples often sought spiritual herbs, and whatever could be found or harvested was fair game. Mo Dao's ability to discover and collect them was merely a stroke of luck, leading the Sword Saint to shake his head in mild astonishment without further concern for Mo Dao. The day after Mo Dao finished gathering medicinal herbs, Li Xiaoyao and his companions arrived, albeit tardily. Upon seeing the enormous wine gourd, Mo Dao immediately summoned Ji San Yang and took to the skies on his sword. The wine sword immortal, sensing an approaching presence, cast a glance and, upon recognizing Mo Dao, examined him from head to toe before saying, "So you're the Mo Dao that Li Xiaoyao spoke of? You possess some skill, yet it appears you still fall short, arriving only now." Montakda, aware of the misunderstanding, clarified, "In truth, we arrived a couple of days earlier. However, I thought it best to wait for you before ascending the mountain. So we chose to reside in a small town below, awaiting your arrival." The wine sword immortal was slightly taken aback by Mo Dao's words, but dismissed them, reasoning that Mo Dao had set out long before yet only arrived 2 to 3 days ahead of them, indicating his abilities were likely lacking. While this was still commendable, the wine sword immortal and his senior brother were also prodigies, so he did not dwell on it further, merely nodding before ignoring Mo Dao. Little did the wine sword immortal realize that Mo Dao's delayed arrival was due to his leisurely journey rather than haste. Had Mo Dao chosen to travel with urgency, he could have reached Shu Mountain in a single day. However, he had no intention of rushing, as even if he arrived earlier, he could not enter the Suo Yao Tower alone. Li Xiaoyao gained entry due to the status of the wine sword immortal and linger as his beloved, while Mo Dao, being a stranger to Shu Mountain, would never be permitted by the Sword Saint to enter the tower alone. Thus, rather than idly waiting at Shu Mountain for Li Xiaoyao, it was far more enjoyable to leisurely wait along the way. Yet, Mo Dao kept this to himself, knowing that if Li Xiaoyao were to discover it, a duel would surely ensue, especially as he had been delighting in scenic escapades, while Li Xiaoyao and his companions struggled against the elements, barely sustaining themselves on their arduous journey. Now that they had reached Shu Mountain, a somber air enveloped Li Xiaoyao and his companions, who merely exchanged greetings with Mo Dao before falling silent. Only Anu seemed fascinated by Mo Dao's flying sword. However, with Shi Gonghu watching closely, she hesitated to voice her curiosity. Upon entering Shu Mountain, Mo Dao and his companions found it peculiar, as the surroundings appeared deserted, starkly contrasting with other renowned sections. Soon, Mo Dao understood the reason behind this. Once the disciples of Shu Mountain were deemed ready, they descended the mountain to seek enlightenment and vanquish demons. Thus the mountain often appeared devoid of people, as most disciples had ventured down. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Shu Mountain was open to trespassers, although few remained. The individuals present, aside from the newly initiated disciples, were formidable, especially with the Sword Saint in residence, making it unwise for outsiders to provoke them. Moreover, protective wards were in place, and one could easily trigger these defenses by acting recklessly, allowing the disciples of Shu Mountain to descend in peace. However, with the Sword Saint leading them, they had no cause for concern and swiftly made their way to his abode. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wu Yangguan, Lin Yu exhibited none of the reluctance displayed in the original narrative, as her bond with Zhao Ling'er had blossomed into a sisterly friendship, prompting her to enter without hesitation. In contrast, Mo Dao hesitated, having recently depleted the nearby medicinal herbs. However, since he was already there, he could not avoid entering, especially as he sensed the Sword Saint's attention focused upon him. Entering was inevitable. He could always return the herbs later. Chapter 195. The Suoyao Tower. The Sword Saint would not resort to violence over a mere handful of herbs. However, it was certain that Li Xiaoyao would soon wish to enter the Suoyao Tower, and with Mo Dao's considerable strength, even his disciples might struggle against him, making his presence in the tower essential. Since entering the tower was unavoidable, Mo Dao recognized the necessity of hearing what was to be discussed. Otherwise, unforeseen complications might arise once inside. Though unaware of the full implications, Mo Dao harbored no fear, so when the Sword Saint opened the door, he followed him inside. The Wu Yangguan was dimly lit, contributing an air of mystery, yet upon entering, they discovered nothing particularly extraordinary, save for the imposing stone tablet inscribed with the characters for heaven and earth. Once within the hall, the Wine Sword Immortal, as the Sword Saint's disciple, took the initiative to introduce Mo Dao and the others, although the Sword Saint had already met them. When introducing Mo Dao, the Sword Saint merely mentioned their names and referred to Li Xiaoyao as a little brother he recognized. However, the Sword Saint was already well acquainted with them, rendering the Wine Sword Immortal's introduction somewhat redundant. Thus, the Sword Saint directly acknowledged Li Xiaoyao's identity, and since the Wine Sword Immortal had brought him for a specific purpose, he seized the opportunity to lavish praise upon Li Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "No wonder he learned the sword technique so swiftly after witnessing it just once." Upon hearing this, the Wine Sword Immortal realized that the Sword Saint was fully aware of the relationship between him and Li Xiaoyao. However, the Sword Saint had already accepted this disciple and, without waiting for the Wine Sword Immortal to respond, declared Li Xiaoyao a disciple of Shu Mountain, urging him to devote himself to cultivating there. Li Xiaoyao, taken aback by this declaration, retorted, "I have no intention of staying here. Let me make this clear. First, I have promised someone that we shall grow old together. Second, my purpose in ascending the mountain is solely to rescue Ling'er. Therefore, old man, you had better tell me where Ling'er is." Upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's words, the Sword Saint sank to the ground, drawing circles in the dirt, clearly exasperated. The Sword Saint responded, "Is this what you call loyalty?" The moment he spoke, Li Xiaoyao was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet he quickly asserted, "No matter how powerful you are, if you stand in my way to rescue Ling, I will fight you to the end." Hearing this, Lin Yu and Shi Gonghu expressed their agreement. The Sword Saint, after listening to their declarations, replied, "I will certainly release her, but not until the 7th day of the 7th month, 70 years from now." The Sword Saint's words sent Li Xiaoyao and his companions on an emotional roller coaster, leaving Li Xiaoyao, after a moment of frustration, to exclaim, "What kind of trick is this?" All would unfold in due course. The Sword Saint's response left Li Xiaoyao on the verge of exasperation. Yet Mo Dao understood that perhaps the Sword Saint was correct. If Li Xiaoyao did not enter the Suoyao Tower to rescue Ling'er, both Ling'er and Yu might not meet their fates. While the tower harbored numerous monsters, they could not harm Ling'er, and within the tower, Bai Yu would have no means to capture her. Without Linger, Bai Yu would lack a legitimate pretext to unleash the water demon beast. At that time, the most that Nanzhao would experience would be a bit of discomfort from Bai Yu's total control, yet he would not stir significant trouble. For if he dared to challenge the Central Plains, the Sword Saint would be ready to take action against him. However, this scenario remained hypothetical, as Li Xiaoyao was determined to enter the Suo Yao Tower to rescue Linger, rendering all of this moot. The Sword Saint, recognizing the futility in attempting to dissuade Li Xiaoyao and his companions, who were resolutely determined to rescue Zhao Linger, ultimately left them with a terse message that Zhao Linger was imprisoned within the Suyao Tower before departing. Upon receiving news of Linger, Li Xiaoyao and his companions were naturally eager to expedite her rescue. Thus, they promptly departed from Wuyang Temple towards the Suyao Tower. However, they had scarcely made any progress when they were intercepted by the Wine Sword Immortal. Seeing the Wine Sword Immortal blocking their path, Li Xiaoyao was momentarily incensed. Yet, the unknowing and fearless Mo Dao, aware of the formidable nature of the Suyao Tower, restrained Li Xiaoyao, saying, "Hold your horses. Let us first hear what the esteemed Wine Sword Immortal has to impart." The Wine Sword Immortal, upon hearing Mo Dao's words, cast a glance at him and chuckled. "Ah, you are indeed the more astute one. Had I not already taken this young man as my disciple, I would certainly have taken you as my pupil." Montakda, upon hearing this, merely smiled in silence, for he knew that if he were to exert his full strength, the Wine Sword Immortal would likely find himself at a disadvantage. The Wine Sword Immortal, undeterred, continued, "Come with me." With that, he led Mo Dao and the others towards the location of the Suyao Tower. After they had departed, the Sword Saint gazed at their retreating figures and murmured softly, "Is this the one who can avert the impending tragedy? If only you had arrived a decade earlier." With this thought, the Sword Saint, filled with melancholy, looked skyward, while Mo Dao, who had distanced himself, paused momentarily before resuming his normal demeanor, unnoticed by anyone. Though others may have struggled to comprehend the Sword Saint's cryptic words, Mo Dao grasped their meaning with clarity. The notion of an elusive variable, one that exists beyond the predetermined fate of this realm, was something he understood well. This arrival of Mo Dao had irrevocably altered the course of events, rendering the future starkly different from what the Sword Saint envisioned. Thus, the Sword Saint mistakenly perceived Mo Dao as a beacon of hope, an elusive chance for salvation. Yet, in truth, Mo Dao was merely an innocent outsider. However, he chose to remain silent about this misunderstanding, relishing in the Sword Saint's misapprehension. After leaving Wuyang Temple, the Wine Sword Immortal led them to a nearby hill and pointed towards the Suyao Tower, stating, "This is the Suyao Tower. Entry is strictly forbidden for all disciples of Shushan. Not a single soul has ever emerged alive from within." After uttering these words, the Sword Saint took a sip of wine and sighed, "There are reasons for my brother's prohibition against your entry." However, Li Xiaoyao had never set foot in Shushan and was not a legitimate disciple of the sect, which rendered him devoid of any fear regarding the Suyao Tower. The Wine Sword Immortal was well aware of this fact and did not attempt to dissuade Li Xiaoyao from entering the tower. Instead, he recounted the story of Jiang Ming and the fox demoness, Nu Yuan. This tale was a dark secret that Shushan preferred to forget, for Jiang Ming, once a highly regarded disciple, had nearly decimated the sect, leaving only the young Sword Saint behind. The narrative of Jiang Ming and Nu Yuan was relatively straightforward. Nu Yuan, a nine-tailed fox demoness, had deliberately approached Jiang Ming, ensnaring his heart and leading him to Shushan, with the ulterior motive of unlocking the Suyao Tower to release the demons within. Had Nu Yuan's intentions remained purely manipulative, the matter could have been easily resolved, with those responsible facing their due consequences. Unfortunately, she genuinely fell in love with Jiang Ming, ultimately marrying him and bearing his child. Jiang Ming, having grown up in Shushan, was akin to a blank canvas, and Nu Yuan imbued his life with vibrant hues he had never known. Thus, he succumbed to her charms, believing in the authenticity of her affections, which proved to be his undoing. This emotional turmoil prevented him from moving on after he perished at the hands of his master. ultimately succumbing to madness within the confines of the Suyao Tower, slaughtering all Shushan disciples sent to apprehend Niu Yuan. Those who pursued Jiang Ming were the elite of Shushan, having reached a level of mastery that rendered them formidable opponents. Jiang Ming's prowess had surpassed even that of his master, rendering most disciples unworthy of pursuing him. As a result, after succumbing to madness, Jiang Ming obliterated the finest disciples of his generation, leaving behind only a handful. However, the deep-rooted heritage of Shushan remained a mystery, as no one knew how many elders and former sect leaders were lurking in the shadows, biding their time. Despite the decimation of their generation, and even the self-termination of the sect leader, Shushan did not decline, for an ancient and powerful figure soon emerged to take charge. After recounting Jiang Ming's tale, the Wine-Sword Immortal had more to share, but naturally, he refrained from divulging this information to Li Xiaoyao. Instead, he once again urged Li Xiaoyao to refrain from entering the tower. However, this plea was in vain, as Li Xiaoyao was resolute in his intent to enter. The Wine-Sword Immortal, left with no other recourse, sought to ensure Li Xiaoyao's safe return. To this end, he laid bare his resources, providing talismans and magical artifacts, as well as imparting the techniques of Xianfeng Yuntai and Zuaxian Wangyue to Li Xiaoyao. Recognizing Mo Dao's swordsmanship was on par with his own, the Wine-Sword Immortal decided to share these techniques with him as well. As for Tang Yu and the others, the Wine-Sword Immortal had no intention of allowing them to enter. Li Xiaoyao was his disciple, a fact that was already set in stone, while Lin Yuru's father had a favorable relationship with Shushan, thus permitting her entry. Mo Dao's practices were rooted in Shushan's teachings, making him akin to a half-disciple, and it was evident that the Sword Saint held him in high regard. However, Anu and her companions were not from the Central Plains. Despite their familiarity, they remained outsiders, and thus the Wine-Sword Immortal could not trust them with entry into the tower. With their exclusion from the tower, the threat of danger dissipated, and thus there was no need to impart any teachings to them. Consequently, the Wine-Sword Immortal paid no heed to Tang Yu and the others. Seeing the Wine-Sword Immortal's evident reluctance to allow them entry, Shi Gonghu and the others grew anxious, exclaiming, "You have imprisoned our princess in the Suyao Tower. We must personally enter to rescue her." The Wine-Sword Immortal cast a sidelong glance at Shi Gonghu, stating, "Allowing the three of them to enter the tower is already the limit. Do not harbor any further thoughts. Neither my brother nor I will permit your entry. Moreover, entering the Suyao Tower requires strength. Mere numbers are not advantageous. In fact, a larger group would only attract the malevolent beings within the tower. Therefore, you should wait outside with peace of mind." After Jiao Jianxian's words, Shi Gonghu wanted to say something, but Mo Dao preemptively advised Elder Shi, "Rest assured. With me here, I will ensure everyone's safe return. You can wait outside without worry." Upon hearing Mo Dao's assurance, although Shi Gonghu felt somewhat reluctant, he ultimately consented after a moment of reflection. His strength was indeed formidable, yet the Suyao Tower was rife with numerous malevolent creatures and formidable restrictions, which he was not well versed in. Even if he were to enter, he might not be able to unleash his full potential. Thus, he reasoned that instead of hindering their progress, it would be wiser to use this time to mentor Tang Yu, enhancing her capabilities. After all, every bit of strength would provide greater security upon their return to Nanzhao. Ultimately, Shi Gonghu and his companions decided against entering the tower, while Li Xiaoyao, under the guidance of Jiao Jianxian, finally mastered the art of sword flight. The moment he learned this skill, he took Lin Yuru soaring through the skies, while Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru were reveling in the celestial expanse. Mo Dao approached Jiao Jianxian to express his desire to learn the methods of talisman crafting and artifact refinement. The sword wielded by Jiao Jianxian was no ordinary sword. Akin to his gourd, it was a magical artifact capable of expansion and contraction, which prompted Mo Dao's intention to learn. Upon hearing Mo Dao's request, Jiao Jianxian paused momentarily before ultimately acquiescing, granting him unrestricted access to the extensive texts of Shushan. Unexpectedly, he also imparted knowledge of the previously unshared Jiao Shun, which surprised Mo Dao. However, his astonishment was fleeting, for the vast collection of Shushan's tomes lay before him, works that could incite fierce competition should they be cast aside. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to prepare a copy for himself. Thus, upon entering the library, Mo Dao did not peruse the texts individually. Instead, he utilized a scanning device he had brought from the wandering earth to digitize the entire collection. After nearly a day and a night dedicated to this endeavor, Mo Dao successfully backed up the majority of the library's works, storing them separately for future reference. This meticulous selection formed a comprehensive system sufficient for cultivating to the level of an immortal in this realm. The only regret Mo Dao harbored was the absence of ultimate techniques like Jiu Shun, yet he still felt immense satisfaction. Notably, he acquired comprehensive knowledge regarding artifact refinement and talisman crafting. The only drawback was that all the materials he possessed had been consumed by the Bien Mo, rendering him unable to create artifacts despite his newfound understanding of the process. Nevertheless, borrowing Jiu Xian's sword for observation, he ultimately crafted an upgraded version of his own sword, which was now worthy of his level of strength. Chapter 197. Entering the tower artifacts differ significantly from ordinary weapons. Previously, while Mo Dao could fly using a mundane iron sword, it was not the sword that enabled flight, but rather his own capabilities. Upon reaching his current level, he could even manipulate sword energy to fly without a sword, albeit with greater energy consumption and slower speed compared to riding an artifact. Now, having successfully transformed the Bien Mo into a magical artifact, Mo Dao realized the stark contrast between artifacts and ordinary weapons. Utilizing the iron sword, he could traverse from Chang'an to Shushan effortlessly within a day. But with the current celestial sword, he needed only 2 hours, consuming half the energy, while the sword-generated energy could form a shield against fierce winds. If the iron sword was akin to a small electric scooter, the artifact's celestial sword was a luxurious supercar. At this point, Mo Dao found himself contemplating asking the sword saint about the whereabouts of Jing Tian's sword. However, there are countless divine weapons in this world, and with the Bien Mo he at his disposal, he only needed to observe and comprehend it to replicate and even improve upon its design. Thus, he merely entertained the thought. With a sword in hand and a rudimentary understanding of methods for subduing malevolent beings, it was now time to enter the tower. Entering the Suyao Tower is a formidable challenge, but with the guidance of Jiu Xian, the process became considerably simpler. True to its name, the Suyao Tower is structured in layers, with the more formidable entities confined to the upper levels. From the outside, the tower appears modest, yet once inside, its vastness and multitude of creatures become apparent. Upon their entrance, they immediately became the focus of many malevolent beings. The tower lacks sustenance, so it operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Weaker creatures do not last long within its confines, and even the stronger ones risk being overwhelmed. Due to this unique environment, as soon as Mo Dao and his companions entered the tower, they were targeted by numerous malevolent beings. However, these creatures posed little threat. Even Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru could easily dispatch them. The moment they stepped into the Suyao Tower, Mo Dao distinctly heard the notification of successful entry, and upon viewing the rewards, he couldn't help but smile. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Suyao Tower. 500 points and an endless wine gourd. The endless wine gourd provides limitless energy and endless fine wine. Anything can be stored within it, and materials can be fermented into corresponding exquisite wines. Note, while fine wine is delightful, moderation is advised. Mo Dao had previously lamented not having a gourd to utilize the skills he learned from Jiu Shun, but now he was rewarded with one that could automatically brew spiritual and even celestial wines. The system's rewards are typically accompanied by descriptions of their functions, and if something is claimed, it is assuredly true. The description stated that anything could be stored within the gourd, implying that even celestial herbs could be transformed into celestial wine. After obtaining the endless wine gourd, Mo Dao felt a pang of regret for the materials that had been reclaimed by the system. While Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru dealt with the malevolent beings, he had taken a moment to enjoy the wine from the gourd, discovering that it was indeed spiritual wine. Though the spiritual energy contained was minimal, It nonetheless served to restore his true chi. This led him to ponder that if he had thrown those herbs into the gourd, he might have produced some restorative spiritual wine. Although he possessed a cultivation roulette for drawing rewards, the points required for this were not easily acquired and had other uses. More importantly, the outcome of drawing rewards was contingent on luck. Should his cultivation level rise and he find himself in need of restoration only to draw poorly, the recovery process could be sluggish. However, the spiritual wine bore no such limitations. As long as the quality of the materials matched, the recovery speed would not diminish with increased strength. Thus, this artifact could be deemed an extraordinary aid. However, at present, Mo Dao feels a slight disappointment due to the temporary absence of spiritual energy. The items deliberately left behind are exquisite treasures. To merely use them for brewing wine would be a waste. After all, the endless wine vessel does not concern itself with quality, possessing the unique ability to purify. Hence, quantity can prevail. This is the reason for Mo Dao's subtle lament. Of course, the journey ahead is long, and the world of Xianjian is vast, presenting ample opportunities in the future. Thus, after a moment of reflection, Mo Dao stowed the endless wine vessel away and caught up with Li Xiaoyao and the others. However, observing Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru engaged in fervent combat left Mo Dao quite speechless. Within the confines of the demon-locking tower, such minor demons were abundant, with no fewer than 8,000. If Li Xiaoyao and the others continued at this pace, they would exhaust themselves before finishing off the demons. Yet, what truly left Mo Dao at a loss for words was that the wine sword immortal had explicitly provided him with exorcism incense prior to their entry. Yet this fellow, alongside Lin Yuru, was recklessly slaying without a thought to utilize it. Though it could be argued that they might recall it once they felt pressured, wouldn't it be more prudent to approach directly? Why expend effort defeating these inconsequential demons? Thus, with a slight movement, Mo Dao appeared before Li Xiaoyao and the others, unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleared the minor demons from the passage. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Didn't your master provide you with exorcism incense? Hurry and light it. You cannot hope to eliminate them all in this manner." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Li Xiaoyao finally remembered that he had brought the incense, awkwardly scratching his head as he retrieved it and lit it. Once ignited, the small demons scattered in an instant, and those slightly stronger, having witnessed Mo Dao's earlier sword energy, dared not approach. This allowed Mo Dao and his companions to advance with ease. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoyao and the others remained vigilant. Recalling Mo Dao's earlier warning in the Hidden Dragon Cave, they did not let their guard down, instead moving forward cautiously and in close proximity to one another. After a short distance, they encountered a charming little yellow puppy adorned with bells, which caused Lin Yuru's eyes to light up as she rushed forward to pet its head. However, the puppy soon transformed. Although Mo Dao had anticipated this anomaly, he refrained from warning Lin Yuru, instead watching as she stood there, stunned and nearly collapsing in shock. One should consider the nature of this place. It is the demon-locking tower where demons abound. How could an innocuous puppy survive here? After Lin Yuru was startled, Mo Dao swiftly dispatched the dog demon and cautioned, "This is the demon-locking tower. Anything that can survive here is far from benign. Therefore, do not let your guard down around any moving creature, including you, Li Xiaoyao." Had Mo Dao spoken these words upon their initial entry, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru might have dismissed them, but witnessing a seemingly harmless puppy transform into a fierce dog demon rendered them more receptive to his counsel. As for allowing the dog to lead the way, they could simply push through the path themselves. Besides, a genuine guide had already appeared. Chapter 198. Leave a thread of hope. Boldly, who dares to harm our infernal soul hound? Before the words could fully escape his lips, two ghostly cultivators, clad in black and white, leaped toward them. Subsequently, they found themselves pursued and assaulted by Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. The swords of Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru had been imbued with talismans prior to their entry, enabling them to strike effectively. Coupled with their formidable strength, they relentlessly pursued the two ghostly cultivators. These ghostly cultivators were rather clever. Upon realizing they could not defeat Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, they attempted to lead them into perilous territory. Unfortunately for them, the very place they sought to evade was precisely where Li Xiaoyao and his companion intended to go. With Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru already able to gain the upper hand, Mo Dao found no need to intervene, for these adversaries were too weak, suitable for practice, perhaps, but a mere wave of sword energy would obliterate them, lacking any true challenge. The skirmish progressed swiftly, and within a few minutes, Mo Dao sensed a powerful aura ahead, imbued with a formidable sword energy, confirming that they were nearing Jiang Ming's location. Indeed, as Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru cornered the two ghostly cultivators, crossing that threshold, a surge of potent sword energy suddenly manifested, instantly dispatching the ghostly foes. Witnessing this, Li Xiaoyao did not falter. Rather, he plunged ahead alongside Lin Yuru. Yet, within 5 seconds, they were expelled, rescued by another, for had they not been saved, they would have sustained severe injuries, if not worse. Although Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru possessed commendable strength, Jiang Ming, as the master of Shushan, was of a caliber far beyond theirs, capable of dispatching them with ease. Thus, Mo Dao felt no surprise at their expulsion. I tell you, that person must be Jiang Ming, a disciple of Shushan. As Li Xiaoyao uttered these words, a girl glided toward them and replied, "You are correct." Seeing the girl approach, Lin Yuru and Li Xiaoyao could not help but swallow hard, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, miss, for your rescue." They understood that the one who had saved them was not Mo Dao. Had he intervened, he would not have extracted them, but rather charged in to counter the sword energy, as Mo Dao did not possess the means to extricate them from within. This is not to say Mo Dao lacked such capability. He certainly possessed the ability to bring them out directly, a fact they did not doubt. However, the means employed to save them moments ago was unmistakably different from Mo Dao's energy. Thus, upon seeing the girl, they instantly recognized her as their savior. Although they would have ultimately emerged unscathed, Mo Dao's temperament would have ensured they faced some form of reprimand, leading them to express their gratitude to the girl. However, before they could finish their thanks, Jiang Ming's daughter, Jiang Wan knelt down, pleading, "Please save my father. Do not let him suffer any longer." Yet, what shocked Li Xiaoyao and the others was not merely Jiang Wan's act of kneeling, but the revelation that she was Jiang Ming's daughter. In the tales of the Wine Sword Immortal, there had been no mention of Jiang Ming having offspring, leaving Li Xiaoyao astounded as he exclaimed, "He is your father?" Jiang Wan did not respond verbally, but instead nodded, offering Li Xiaoyao an affirmative answer. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuru, feeling a pang of compassion, reached out to help Jiang Wan to her feet. "Say, miss, please rise first." However, as soon as she spoke and touched Jiang Wan she recoiled in alarm, for she discovered that Jiang Wan's hand was icy cold. Jiang Wan was not entirely human, or rather, she was neither a typical human nor demon, as she was born of a union between a human and a nine-tailed fox demon, yet had not come into the world in the usual manner. During her time in Nu Yuan's womb, she lost her foundation due to Nu Yuan's chanting of Namo Amitba to guide Jiang Ming's spirit, combined with the fact that she had not reached the time of delivery. Consequently, she absorbed Nu Yuan's demonic power and even her life force to manifest herself, rather than being born in the usual manner. Thus, it remains ambiguous whether she is now human, demon, or ghost, resulting in her body being exceedingly cold. Lin Yuru was unaware of this, hence her astonishment, but Ma Dao, having witnessed the events, remained unfazed. Instead, he divided his attention, listening while dedicating the rest of his energy to studying the demon locking tower. For Li Xiaoyao and his companions, the demon locking tower posed no significant threat, as the only real danger within was Jiang Ming, who could not pose a true threat to Li Xiaoyao and the others, at least not one that endangered their lives. For the Sword Saint had left methods to protect Li Xiaoyao. Therefore, Ma Dao harbored no concerns, devoting most of his focus to researching the tower through the principles of observation and vibration, alongside the 5 spirit immortal arts. Although his discoveries from the lower levels were minimal, they were still of some value. He felt confident in his ability to exit alone, but bringing others along would be problematic and would require further study. At this moment, Jiang Wan recounted the events that transpired within the demon locking tower to Ma Dao and the others. Initially, the disciples from Shushan pursued them into the tower, and when Yuan attempted to guide Jiangming's spirit, Jiangming, unperturbed, declared that humans are humans and demons are demons, launching indiscriminate attacks. Even as Jiangming faced death and had entered the tower, they continued their ruthless pursuit, even killing his wife before his eyes, and sought to eliminate him too. The tragic irony was that their only response was a dismissive assertion that humans are humans and demons are demons. It was a wonder Jiangming did not succumb to darkness. Although Jiangming had his faults and knew Yuan indeed killed Shushan disciples, retribution for murder was reasonable. However, had they not pursued him, the subsequent events might have unfolded differently, perhaps allowing Jiangming to attain immortality long ago. Yet, the Shushan disciples pressed on with unforgiving cruelty, not only aiming to kill Yuan, but also showing no regard for brotherhood, seeking to annihilate Jiangming as well, which ultimately led him to succumb to madness. The result was a tragic fate for all, with Jiangming suffering torment on the day he fell into madness, while each of the Shushan disciples met their end. Sadly, Yuan also could not escape the grim conclusion of death. The saga between Jiangming and Yuan began with love and concluded with love. And now Li Xiaoyao had come to offer him liberation. Ma Dao, naturally, had no objections, thus he allowed Yuan to lead the way. However, midway through, Li Xiaoyao momentarily faltered, leaning against a nearby wall for support. Chapter 199. Jiangming attains enlightenment. Observing Li Xiaoyao's demeanor, particularly the spirit character in his grasp, Ma Dao instantly comprehended the situation. Li Xiaoyao had, upon hearing the tale of Jiangming and Yuan in the tower, finally grasped the depth of his feelings for Ling rendering the worry-free Gu ineffective and awakening all that transpired on Xianling Island. However, Li Xiaoyao chose not to share this revelation with Lin Yueru, deeming it inappropriate to speak of it now, and continued onward. After being relayed by Jiang Wan, they found themselves once more at the entrance where Jiangming resided. Ma Dao understood that neither he nor Li Xiaoyao could grant Jiangming liberation. No matter how persuasive his words, Jiangming did not recognize them. Jiangming's inability to find release stemmed from his madness. Forever trapped in the day, he killed his fellow disciples, burdened by anguish, regret, and guilt that clouded his mind and heart. To liberate Jiangming, it was essential to unravel the confusion within him, as well as to gain the forgiveness of those he had slain, without which he could never find peace. Without peace, there could be no liberation, and neither Ma Dao nor Li Xiaoyao could forgive Jiangming on behalf of those he had harmed. Only the Sword Saint could do so, as he was not only their junior disciple, but also the current leader of Shushan. Thus, despite realizing that the Sword Saint had subdued Li Xiaoyao, Ma Dao remained passive, fully aware that only the Sword Saint could offer Jiangming the solace he sought and refrain from interference. Naturally, Ma Dao yearned for a confrontation with Jiangming. Hence, as Jiangming attacked Li Xiaoyao, he interposed himself to deflect Jiangming's sword energy. It remained unclear what the Sword Saint's intentions were. Even as Ma Dao stood against Jiangming's sword energy and engaged him, the Sword Saint simply observed quietly without intervening. Jiangming was a master on the verge of greatness. Although Ma Dao's cultivation was sufficient, he had not practiced swordsmanship for long, and his sword energy lacked refinement. After exchanging several blows, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Aware of his limitations and recognizing he could not best Jiangming, Ma Dao decisively withdrew, dispelling Jiangming's sword energy and retreating using the drunken immortal moon gazing step. Upon witnessing Ma Dao employ this technique, Jiangming realized Ma Dao was also a disciple of Shushan, thus refraining from pursuing him. At that moment, the Sword Saint, who had been controlling Li Xiaoyao's body, stepped forward. I concede. I simply wish to have a sincere conversation with you. This sword has lost its purpose. Everything can be set aside, for it has already been 100 years. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyao casually discarded the sword he held onto the ground. Hearing this, Jiangming furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" Li Xiaoyao replied with a smile. "Perhaps I am the fated one who can unravel the 100-year knot in your heart." "You?" Jiangming scrutinized Li Xiaoyao closely, and suddenly he recalled who this individual was. "It's you, senior brother." If Lin Yueru and Jiang Waner were initially oblivious to the situation, they could no longer remain unaware upon hearing Li Xiaoyao refer to Jiangming as senior brother. Next, the Sword Saint began his performance. In Jiangming's perspective, he was burdened with the guilt of having slain numerous fellow disciples, carrying an insurmountable weight of sin. Yet, through the Sword Saint's words, it transformed into a narrative where Jiangming had granted them transcendence, allowing them to ascend to paradise and escape the tribulations of mortal reincarnation. Perhaps what the Sword Saint articulated bore an element of truth, for their experiences were part of a great calamity in the cosmos. They were part of the tribulation, akin to the Fengshan Great Calamity. Although they perished, they contributed to the fabric of existence, perhaps even gaining fortune from misfortune. Naturally, Jiangming could not accept the Sword Saint's words initially. Yet as the Sword Saint continued speaking, he began to waver, especially when the Sword Saint summoned the swords of his slain comrades to rise into the air, revealing fragments of their souls. In the face of such undeniable evidence, Jiangming could not help but believe his master and brothers had long since forgiven him, and ultimately, the Sword Saint delivered Jiangming's final blow, that being Nu Yuan. According to the Sword Saint, Nu Yuan had attained enlightenment long ago when she recited scriptures for his guidance. In conclusion, from the perspective of the Sword Saint, Jiangming's actions from the beginning were indeed commendable. It was only with the Sword Saint's profound statement about not having taken up the sword, thus how could one speak of laying it down, that true enlightenment dawned upon him. Particularly striking was the Sword Saint's assertion that without evil, there can be no good. Without ugliness, beauty cannot exist. At that moment, Jiangming finally grasped the essence of these words. Mo Dao, however, did not entirely concur with the Sword Saint's philosophy. He recognized the interdependence of light and darkness, understanding that without darkness, light cannot be accentuated and yearned for. Nevertheless, he disagreed with the notion that without bad, there can be no good, positing that goodness could still exist independently of evil, much like a red flower standing out amidst a sea of green leaves. The absence of green leaves does not negate the presence of the red flower. Each individual possesses their own interpretation of the world's truths. 1,000 people can have 1,000 different Hamlets, as diverse experiences lead to varied thoughts, resulting in unique paths for everyone. What is the Tao? It is the individual's comprehension of the world, the path one treads, not necessarily a matter of sacrifice for gain. Jing Tian did not abandon Shuejian, yet he still attained what he sought. The Tao represents enlightenment, not relinquishment. In Mo Dao's view, the Tao signifies the clarity of one's innermost desires and understanding what one truly wishes to achieve. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Mo Dao felt a sudden release, as if shackles had fallen away, invigorating his spirit. However, he understood that while he had discerned the nature of the Tao, he still had a distance to traverse before fully comprehending his heart's desire and the reason for his cultivation. Was it merely to survive and sign in at other worlds? Or was it to witness vistas of higher realms? He was uncertain, but sensed that clarity was within reach, and at that moment, his strength would surge further. As Mo Dao contemplated the nature of the Tao, Li Xiaoyao and Jiangming turned their gazes towards him. Upon realizing that Mo Dao had not truly broken through, they felt a tinge of regret and redirected their focus. The Tao is ever-present. It exists beyond the constraints of time and space. Once discovered and understood, one attains the Tao. Following the Sword Saint's words, Jiangming finally laughed, a robust, hearty laugh. The atmosphere was vibrant, and he proclaimed, "My Tao flourishes." In the midst of his laughter, Jiangming's soul began to glow, rapidly rejuvenating his youth. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao suddenly trembled, breaking the mental connection with the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's words resonated from within the locking demon tower, signaling the conclusion of matters concerning Jiangming and Nu Yuan. Yet their journey within the locking demon tower was far from over, as they had yet to rescue Linger. Chapter 200. A final reunion with Jiang Ming's enlightenment. There was no one to impede their progress. Additionally, Jiang Wanner provided them with essential items, streamlining their path to Zhao Linger. She bestowed upon Li Xiaoyao guiding bees and scouting bees, which would undoubtedly lead them to the upper levels where Linger awaited. Jiang Ming's treasured seven-star sword was also entrusted to Li Xiaoyao, a blade of exceptional quality befitting a master of the Shushan sect, who was essentially the next designated leader. Regrettably, Mo Dao had already fashioned a sword of comparable, if not superior, quality using the transformed magical core from the Wine Sword Immortal, rendering Jiang Ming's sword unnecessary. Jiang Wanner's generous gifts to Li Xiaoyao were a token of gratitude for liberating her father, and Mo Dao felt no resentment, having merely been an observer throughout, engrossed in his studies of the locking demon tower. However, upon witnessing Jiang Wanner's intention to remain in the locking demon tower, Mo Dao could no longer restrain himself. Why not join us outside? While the locking demon tower may seem safe for you now, it does not aid your cultivation. It would be far better for you to come with us to Shushan for training, allowing you to cultivate your Yuan sooner. Hearing Mo Dao's suggestion, Jiang Wanner felt a flicker of temptation. With her father now liberated, she lacked a reason to stay in the locking demon tower. Truth be told, cultivating within the tower was not an optimal choice. Thus, she was inclined to accept Mo Dao's proposal. Yet, leaving the locking demon tower proved to be no simple feat, especially considering she was not a typical person but one without Yuan Pa, deemed a demon by the tower's standards, complicating her exit further. Despite her desire, she felt it best not to burden Mo Dao and the others, so after deliberation, she declined. You still need to rescue Linger. I shall not be a hindrance to you. In response to her words, Mo Dao chuckled and shook his head. This locking demon tower cannot contain me. Moreover, I am confident in my ability to lead all of you to safety. You need only follow closely behind, and I will ensure your safe passage. With such assurance from Mo Dao, Jiang Wanner felt that rejecting him would imply disdain for his capabilities. Ultimately, she agreed to accompany him. The locking demon tower was rife with malevolent creatures. Although they had the exorcism incense, it could only fend off minor demons. The more formidable ones would not be deterred by such means. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru had already expended considerable energy combating the previous two ghost cultivators to aid Jiang Ming's liberation. Recognizing that Jiang Ming's current location was relatively secure, Mo Dao proposed they rest here to regain their strength before proceeding to rescue Linger. Mo Dao had barely exerted himself. So while Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru recuperated, he continued his investigation of the locking demon tower, with Jiang Wanner standing guard. Though he had figured out how to escape the tower, the locking demon tower's capacity to imprison numerous demons was impressive, and its array of formations was worthy of study. If he could thoroughly understand the locking demon tower, he could replicate it or even create a suppression artifact akin to the Linglong Tower of the Great King of Heaven. However, given that the tower's vast structure was the culmination of generations of Shushan disciples' efforts, mastering it in such a brief span was implausible. Yet acquiring more knowledge was always beneficial. While Mo Dao immersed himself in research, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru engaged in discussions typical of couples. 2 hours later, they had both regained their optimal state, and at that juncture, the Sword Saint was in conversation with Linger, attempting to persuade her never to meet Li Xiaoyao again. Perhaps, as the Sword Saint suggested, if Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru continued on their paths, one of them would ultimately make the ultimate sacrifice, possibly a matter of fate. Yet, if everything were dictated by destiny, what significance would life hold? Life is inherently a struggle against adversity. The ancients battled against heaven, earth, and beasts to survive and perpetuate their lineage. If everything were predetermined by fate, and one simply followed the course laid out for them, what meaning would life possess? Many things in the world are not predetermined, nor can they be obtained simply by desire. One must take action to pursue them. If you possess something but do not strive for it, while others do, it will ultimately belong to someone else. If the Sword Saint were to confront him now with the words he spoke to Linger, Mo Dao would undoubtedly respond with a phrase that has become renowned in later generations. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. If one were to be even more dramatic, it could be expressed as, I want the heavens to no longer obscure my sight. I want the earth to no longer bury my heart. I want all the deities in the sky to vanish into thin air. The path of the Sword Saint is his own, yet it does not necessarily suit everyone, nor is it the only correct path. However, he seems to regard his interpretation as the sole righteous way, which displeases Mo Dao. Indeed, sacrificing oneself for the greater good is noble. But one cannot expect others to do the same, as not everyone possesses such greatness, nor can everyone achieve it. The Sword Saint sacrificed 2 generations of Nuwa's descendants for his grand love, yet in Mo Dao's view, had he chosen to act, these 2 generations could have been spared, thus avoiding much turmoil. The world is not as fragile as he imagines, nor is it at a level that requires the sacrifice of 2 Nuwa descendants for salvation. Mo Dao holds this belief, and to prevent this tragedy from unfolding, to prove the Sword Saint's perspective erroneous, and to repay Linger as grandmother for her teachings, he joined Linger and her companions. Now, he has arrived and is no longer inclined to idle. He suddenly recalls that the Sword Saint, in his effort to separate Zhao Linger from Li Xiaoyao, first assured that if Zhao Linger refrained from meeting Li Xiaoyao in the future, he would send her to a safe place. Subsequently, due to Linger's lingering feelings for Li Xiaoyao, the Sword Saint was unable to cast a spell to remove her from the locking demon tower, and thus devised another plan, giving Zhao Linger a nameless pill. Upon consuming the nameless pill, Zhao Linger would lose all emotions, effectively becoming a mere shell devoid of feelings. Although it was also due to Li Xiaoyao's arrival that caused Linger to recall everything and prevented her from leaving, one must always be cautious. Reflecting on this, Mo Dao feels that the progress of Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru is unacceptably slow. With Mo Dao's intervention, they encountered no obstacles. The demons sensed his sword aura from afar and fled. Those who dared to test the strength of his sword were swiftly dealt with by Mo Dao's blade. Everything you do will be remembered by heaven. Upon reaching the stone door at the summit, Mo Dao overheard this phrase, igniting his fury, and he swiftly severed the stone door, exclaiming loudly, "Remember your grandfather." Chapter 201. Sudden change. The Sword Saint did not anticipate that Mo Dao and his companions would arrive so swiftly, nor did he foresee Mo Dao's sudden outburst, which left everyone in stunned silence. After cleaving the stone door, Mo Dao saw that Linger had already taken a pill glowing with a soft light, which further fueled his anger. He had already accomplished so much on the way, even clarifying the relationships among the 3 so they could find happiness together, only for the Sword Saint to dismiss it all because of his misguided principles, which infuriated Mo Dao. Consumed by rage, Mo Dao seized the pill from Linger's hand and questioned the Sword Saint. "What do you intend to do? Are you toying with us? Is it amusing?" The Sword Saint sighed helplessly in response. "I do this for the sake of all sentient beings. Your love is but a small love. Only by relinquishing small love can one comprehend great love and attain the Tao." Hearing this, Mo Dao could not help but scoff. "Not everyone desires what you propose, and your path is merely your own, not a universal path. Moreover, why must one forsake small love for the sake of great love? Can they not coexist? If one cannot even achieve small love, how can one speak of great love?" The Sword Saint furrowed his brow at this. Small love is selfish. Great love knows no bounds. How can love mixed with personal feelings be deemed great love? Moreover, she is a descendant of Nuwa, not an ordinary person. Mo Dao dismissed this notion with disdain. The great Tao views all beings equally, treating them as mere grass. Can this truly be called great love? The Creator, as the mother of all, regards demons as her offspring as well. Why do you not treat them equally, liberating them instead of confining them within the locking demon tower? Should not great love be devoid of personal feelings? Why do you favor humanity above all else, thereby proving you still possess personal sentiments? Is it because Linger is a descendant of Nuwa that she must sacrifice herself? What nonsensical reasoning is this? Setting aside her identity as a Nuwa descendant, look at her. She is merely a blossoming young girl, a teenager in the prime of her life. Yet you demand she sacrifice herself to save the world? Are they not part of the greater populace? If they are, why can you save others but remain indifferent to them? If they are not, then what are they? The Sword Saint fell silent, unable to respond. While the Sword Saint was silent, Emo Dao continued. Why do you not sacrifice yourself to save all sentient beings? Your strength surpasses hers, and you have lived longer. Why not eliminate by you directly instead of sacrificing her? Is it merely because she is an Yuan descendant? Hypocritical. Furthermore, the three of them have already decided to be together, destined for a happy marriage, united in saving the world. Is this not a better alternative than sacrificing one person? Do you not understand that while one may be weak, two are strong? The Sword Saint found himself at a loss for words once more. While the eavesdropping Jiao Jianxian, who had returned after hearing the commotion, was nearly overcome with laughter. It was the first time he had witnessed someone render his senior brother speechless and without recourse. After a long pause, amidst the astonished gazes of Li Xiaoyao and the others, the Sword Saint sighed deeply and said, Perhaps you are right, but to contend with heaven comes with a price that you may not be able to bear. Emo Dao, upon hearing this, laughed derisively. So you allowed Qing to sacrifice herself, and now you wish to watch Ling make the same sacrifice? You are but a coward, one who lacks even the courage to fight. You have not battled heaven. Yet what have you gained? Attaining the Tao? Is that meaningful? Qing married the Witch King, only to be ultimately betrayed by you. And what have you gained from that? You cultivate to attain the Tao, merely to survive a few more years? If a swordsman shuns battle, can he still be called swordsman? At Emo Dao's words, the Sword Saint appeared somewhat bewildered. Did he truly deserve the title of Sword Saint? After pondering for a moment, he found himself unable to answer, ultimately gazing skyward and sighing. Perhaps you are indeed correct. Since you believe you are right, follow your heart and act accordingly. It seems I've grown old. Upon hearing these words from the Sword Saint, Emo Dao realized he had passed this trial. He exerted pressure in his hand, shattering the nameless pill, although a chill still ran down his back. Despite his earlier fervent criticisms of the Sword Saint, he had initially acted out of anger, and once he calmed down, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. After all, this was the Sword Saint. However, the arrow is already knocked and must be released. Having begun to speak, he could not afford to pause midway. Thus, he could only rack his brain, amalgamating fragments of information gleaned from the internet with a modicum of his own thoughts, and spoke fervently. Fortunately, luck was on his side, for he managed to persuade the Sword Saint. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Setting aside the righteousness of the Sword Saint's actions, his prowess was undeniably formidable. Should he have been provoked, enduring a beating would have been a mere trifle. Thankfully, the Sword Saint appeared to be swayed by his words. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As the Sword Saint observed Emo Dao shatter the nameless pill, he let out a sigh, yet his heart was suspended in uncertainty, for he was unaware of the repercussions Emo Dao's intervention might incite. Nevertheless, with Emo Dao already involved, it was too late for him to intervene. Once Emo Dao's figure vanished, the attention of Emo Dao's companions shifted to Linger. At that moment, Linger was still bound by chains. With the Sword Saint gone, Li Xiaoyao approached without hesitation and severed the chains with a single stroke of his sword. Linger, I have come for you. I have recalled everything, and I promise I will never part from you again, nor will I allow you to feel sorrow or distress. Witnessing the intimate exchange between Zhao Linger and Li Xiaoyao, Lin Yuru felt a pang of jealousy. In response, Emo Dao pushed Lin Yuru forward and remarked, Let your matters wait until we are out of here. We are still within the confines of the locking demon tower. Although Bai Yu had already returned to Nanzhao, Emo Dao had an inkling that significant events were about to unfold, prompting him to ensure Li Xiaoyao and the other safe passage first. While he had not fully comprehended the workings of the locking demon tower, he had grasped the basic principles of the formation. Thus, creating a breach to facilitate their escape was within his capabilities. However, preparations were necessary. Prior to entering, he had prepared numerous talismans and a mixture of spirit blood with vermilion, and now he needed to draw some runes on site to disrupt the tower's formations. allowing him to open a door for their escape. Though he was merely a novice in talisman crafting, he was well-versed in the 5 spirits of mortal arts, and the ink and brush he employed were infused with abundant spiritual energy. Consequently, after a brief period, he completed the runes. Once the talismans were ready, Mo Dao instructed them to stand in the center of the formation and activated the talismans. As the runes ignited and took effect, Mo Dao employed the 5 spirits of mortal arts to construct a lever, prying open a gap in the formation that had nearly ceased functioning. In that moment, the demonic entities within the locking demon tower abruptly halted, then surged towards them in a frenzy. The demons had erupted in rebellion. Mo Dao's actions had diminished the tower's suppressive capabilities, and with the sheer number of rampaging demons, it was akin to ants overwhelming an elephant. Instantly, the entire locking demon tower began to tremble on the verge of collapse. In Chapter 202, Breaking Through the Locking Demon Tower, Mo Dao never anticipated that despite his numerous alterations and even scaring Bai Yu back to Nanzhao, calamity would still befall the locking demon tower. In the narrative, the troubles faced by Li Xiaoyao and his companions stemmed significantly from Bai Yu's external assault on the tower. However, should he return now, the foundation of Shu Mountain would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. The locking demon tower had been fortified by generations of disciples from Shu Mountain, and Bai Yu's strength alone was insufficient to dismantle it. Even if he were to come, the people of Shu Mountain would not intervene, and Mo Dao would take action against them. Thus, Mo Dao had never been concerned about their safety. Yet, now they were in peril, and it was a grave matter. The demons within the locking demon tower had revolted, and should this situation spiral out of control, Li Xiaoyao and the others could face dire consequences. Nevertheless, how could such obstacles possibly deter Mo Dao? You all go ahead, do not burden me. I will hold them off. With Mo Dao's clear declaration, even if Li Xiaoyao and the others wished to stay, they dared not linger. After exchanging words of caution, they swiftly leaped into the opening Mo Dao had created, escaping the locking demon tower. Meanwhile, Mo Dao brandished his sword to guard the passage, eliminating any demon that approached. These entities posed no threat to him individually. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, seemingly endless, and they relentlessly assaulted the tower's formation. Should the formation be destroyed, the locking demon tower would truly be obliterated. Consequently, after ensuring Li Xiaoyao and the others had fully exited, Mo Dao sealed the breach he had opened and allowed the formation to resume its operation. However, having been compromised, the formation required time to restore its previous state, and that time was sufficient for the demons to breach the locking demon tower. Witnessing this, Mo Dao grimaced, muttering, "Troublesome." With that, he employed dual focus, wielding his sword to vanquish foes while frantically repairing and reinforcing the formations. Utilizing the 5 spirits' immortal arts to fortify the locking demon tower. Yet, as he repaired, other areas of the formation were also under siege, prompting Mo Dao to cease concealing his strength and unleash his full power, combating demons while mending the tower. He fought his way from the topmost level to the very bottom, ultimately breaking through the front entrance. 3 days after Li Xiaoyao and the others had fled the locking demon tower, upon bursting forth from the tower, the overwhelming sword aura surrounding Mo Dao did not immediately dissipate. In fact, due to the multitude of demons he had slain along the way, the malevolent and murderous energy had coalesced into a tangible form, swirling around him like a tempest, enveloping his entire being. As they awaited outside the locking demon tower, Li Xiaoyao and his companions could not help but swallow hard at the sight of Mo Dao's condition. Even the Jiao Jianxian and the Sword Saint wore grave expressions. For Mo Dao had undoubtedly vanquished at least half of the demons within the tower. The Sword Saint and Jiao Jianxian, seasoned veterans of great spectacles, regained their composure after a brief moment of astonishment. The Sword Saint, possessing greater strength, discerned Mo Dao's current state with a single glance, and the realization only deepened his astonishment. One intense aura of malevolence and slaughter intermingled with a significant amount of demonic energy. Just how many demons has he slain within the tower? Upon hearing the Sword Saint's words, Xian instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, unable to suppress his concern. This lad 1T have succumbed to madness, will he? Such a heavy accumulation of malevolent and demonic energy, if not resolved in time, could easily lead to disaster. Hearing the concerns of the Sword Saint and Xian, Zhao Ling'er and the others felt a surge of anxiety. With Zhao Ling'er rushing towards Mo Dao, channeling her spiritual energy in an attempt to alleviate the demonic malice enveloping him. Mo Dao, brother, you will be all right. Ling'er is coming to assist you. However, just as she moved, Xian seized her arm, exclaiming, "Do not approach. The demonic energy surrounding him is far too potent, and his murderous intent is extreme. I fear he may lose control." Upon hearing Xian's warning, Mo Dao, who had gradually managed to rein in his murderous intent, rolled his eyes in exasperation, his tone frigid as he replied, "I am fine. It is merely the overwhelming demonic energy. I require a tranquil place to dissipate it." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially those who had been rescued from the locking demon tower by him. If Mo Dao were to encounter any misfortune while rescuing them, they would feel guilty for a lifetime. The fact that Mo Dao is currently unharmed is the best outcome possible. However, Ji Sanyang's expression is rather complex. On one hand, Mo Dao is her benefactor. Although he has sometimes been excessive towards her, he remains her savior, and she truly does not wish for any harm to befall him. Yet, during this time, witnessing the affectionate exchanges between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, along with hearing the tales of Jiang Ming and Niu Yuan, and now seeing Li Xiaoyao risking his life to save Zhao Ling'er, has deepened her yearning for her husband. Consequently, a part of her secretly hopes for something to happen to Mo Dao, not that she wishes for his demise, but rather that he might face some unexpected event that would prevent him from being concerned about her. This would allow her to free herself from Mo Dao and pursue her husband. Thus, her gaze towards Mo Dao is imbued with complexity. Nevertheless, she still feels a sense of joy at Mo Dao's safety. As Mo Dao is engulfed in demonic energy to save Zhao Ling'er, they cannot abandon him and return to Nanzhao. They can only wait until they resolve the issues surrounding Mo Dao before they can leave with peace of mind. Although Mo Dao claims he has a solution, they cannot help but worry, and thus they are all devising ways to eliminate the demonic energy afflicting him. However, the records of Shushan do not document any methods for addressing this issue. At this moment, Mo Dao sought a quiet place and requested not to be disturbed, then began to refine the demonic energy. In his view, demonic energy is but a form of celestial energy, merely differing in attributes. Since it is energy, it can be refined for his own use. However, it cannot be used directly, as it may not be compatible with him. Therefore, he intends to combine the demonic energy and the malevolent energy to forge something akin to a domain. Even if he cannot achieve that, he can settle for refining it into a protective barrier, which can be considered a risk-free endeavor. As for failure, should he fail, it would mean death, but he has the chance to resurrect. Furthermore, with his immortal body coupled with that elemental celestial technique, even if he were to explode himself, as long as he does not perish on the spot, he will swiftly recover. It is precisely because of this confidence that Mo Dao is entirely unconcerned for his safety. However, others are not privy to this assurance, so Li Xiaoyao and the others have scoured all texts from Shushan, even delving into other ancient tomes. Ji Sanyang is no exception, although she is torn and uncertain about what to do, as Mo Dao has not truly encountered any danger yet. She is willing to lend her aid if there is a chance to save him. Thus, while Mo Dao is refining the demonic energy, she is running about to assist. Chapter 203, Seeking Death. Alas, this is troublesome. The demonic energy entwined with the murderous intent emanating from him has fused like a deadly poison, merging with his true essence. To expel it, he must disperse his true essence. How can that be? If he disperses his true essence, his cultivation would be utterly ruined, requiring him to start anew, which is absolutely unacceptable. I am aware that there are other methods, but they require someone to sacrifice themselves and merge with him, using their body as a furnace to guide the demonic energy, refining it and returning the true essence. This is only feasible with a descendant of Nuwa or a member of the demon race. Otherwise, no one can withstand the violent demonic energy. Thus, my senior brother, let's not mention this method again. Where am I to find a suitable candidate? Inside the room, the discussions between the Sword Saint and the Wine Sword Immortal gradually faded, while outside, Ji Sanyang, who happened to overhear everything, fell into deep contemplation, her mind wandering as she made her way back. From their conversation, Ji Sanyang learned that to resolve the demonic energy afflicting Mo Dao, someone must draw it out, melding it through yin and yang, ultimately leaving the demonic power within the body of the woman serving as the furnace, while returning the pure, true essence to Mo Dao. Therefore, it necessitates the presence of a demoness. Otherwise, an ordinary person, even if able to draw out the demonic energy, would ultimately be consumed by it, either facing death or being assimilated into a demon. Neither outcome is something an ordinary person can endure. Yet, she does not care, for she fears not death. In fact, if she could repay Mo Dao's kindness with her life, it would be a blessing. In this way, she would not only repay her debt, but also follow her husband. Thus, Ji Sanyang's heart was stirred, and during her return, she contemplated deeply before making a decision. She resolved to sacrifice herself to save Mo Dao, leaving this world with dignity to be with her husband. Although it may be late, it is far better than languishing in a prison awaiting a tragic end. As Ji Sanyang made her way back, Mo Dao encountered a slight predicament. He initially intended to refine the demonic energy into a domain-like entity, which would allow him to suppress his opponents with the demonic power, weakening them before the battle even began. However, during the fusion process, an issue arose. The demonic energy he possessed was not from a single demon, but rather from the countless creatures within the demon-locked tower, each with its unique characteristics. They were merely forcibly blended together by the overwhelming malevolent energy, yet fundamentally, they remained distinct. Forcibly merging different energies would inevitably lead to repulsion, potentially resulting in catastrophic explosions and severe consequences. At first, when the demonic energy was relatively weak, Mo Dao could still suppress the fusion, but as the conflicts intensified, he found himself increasingly unable to contain them. It seems he must settle for a secondary approach, but before that, he wishes to test the limits of his abilities. This is a crisis, yet also an opportunity, an occasion to further compress his true essence. With this thought in mind, Mo Dao ceased to ponder how to perfectly fuse the demonic energies and instead recklessly forced them together. As a result, the speed of fusion indeed increased, but so did the pressure upon him. Originally, he had enough energy to spare some focus on the outside situation, but now he could only dedicate himself entirely to suppressing the backlash of the demonic energy. Consequently, when Ji Sanyang knocked on the door and received no response, she simply pushed it open without him noticing. Upon entering, Ji Sanyang observed the sweat on Mo Dao's brow and the boiling demonic energy beginning to leak out. Resolutely, she turned and locked the door, then reached for her waist. When Mo Dao sensed something amiss and split a fragment of his consciousness to assess his situation, he nearly lost all composure, for Ji Sanyang was actually pushing him back, and they were now at the final juncture. Do not act recklessly. I'm still in control. Hearing Mo Dao's words, Ji Sanyang gazed at him with a complex expression and said, "From this moment forth, my husband and I shall owe you nothing." "Husband, I am here." With that, Ji Sanyang did not give Mo Dao a chance to explain, directly sealing his mouth, and the distance between them became negative. In an instant, the demonic energy within Mo Dao seemed to have found an outlet, surging frantically into Ji Sanyang's body. If the malevolent force continues to surge into Ji Sanyang's body, with her limited cultivation, she would soon be overwhelmed and transformed by the immense demonic energy, an irreversible metamorphosis at that. Since this demonic power is fused with Mo Dao's true essence, even he would find himself powerless to intervene. He could not simply stand by and watch Ji Sanyang perish. Thus he resolved to muster all his strength to intercept and dissipate this sinister energy as much as possible. However, His actions incited the previously amalgamated demonic force into a frenzy, causing it to rampage within his body, disrupting his true essence and meridians into disarray. Yet, this was not the most perilous aspect. The true threat lay in the primal instincts awakened by the demonic energy, instincts that he could not control. Had his meridians remained intact, he could have exerted some degree of suppression, but even in this chaotic state, he could barely hold it at bay. If he devoted all his efforts to suppress the chaotic demonic energy, the force flooding into Ji Sanyang's body would seize the opportunity to claim her life. Should Mo Dao refrain from intervening, given Ji Sanyang's meager strength, her soul would likely be shattered by the demonic energy before it could fully transform her. Thus, he had no choice but to allocate a substantial portion of his true essence to safeguard Ji Sanyang's soul. Although her spirit was protected, his own body spiraled out of control. In that moment, Ji Sanyang resembled a solitary boat amidst a tempest, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of Mo Dao's turbulent energy. Tragically, she believed that by helping Mo Dao refine the demonic energy, she was assisting him, even actively absorbing more of it in a reckless pursuit of death, which made Mo Dao's attempts to save her increasingly arduous. He could only exert himself to protect her soul, preserving her last semblance of clarity, ensuring she would not be wholly assimilated by the demonic force. After a day and a night, Mo Dao's demonic energy was entirely expended. Yet Ji Sanyang's physical form had already succumbed to the corruption of the demonic power, nearing complete transformation. Although her body had been augmented by the assimilation of the demonic essence, it had also drained her vitality and life force. As the demonic energy within her waned, so too did her life draw to a close. In truth, during the ordeal, Ji Sanyang had an opportunity to escape, and Mo Dao had made clear his intent to assist her in doing so. Yet, rather than fleeing, she grew increasingly fervent in her determination, to the point where Mo Dao found it difficult to endure. After several attempts to persuade her, he realized that Ji Sanyang sought to repay his kindness through her own liberation, and thus he ceased his entreaties, choosing instead to indulge her in her final reckless act, granting her the release she sought. "Is there anything else you wish to convey?" Ji Sanyang, her complexion flushed, gazed blankly at Mo Dao upon hearing his words, ultimately extending her delicate hand to caress his face, and with a sense of resignation, remarked, "I wish I had encountered you years earlier." After speaking, she lowered her head and shared a deep kiss with Mo Dao. Once the kiss concluded, Ji Sanyang softly expressed her gratitude, then rose to cleanse herself, donning a simple garment and applying a light touch of makeup. Ultimately, in the golden morning light, she transformed into particles of golden light, dissipating into the cosmos. Although Mo Dao had preserved her soul, her body had been irrevocably altered and drained, resulting in her complete dissolution after a fleeting moment of brilliance, and her spirit entered the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 204. The Ambiguity of Fortune and Misfortune after Ji Sanyang departed. Mo Dao assessed his own body and could not help but chuckle ruefully, shaking his head as he muttered, "What a tremendous loss. Not only has my true essence been excessively depleted, but my meridians are in complete disarray, resembling a tangled mess." Indeed, it was a lamentable situation. Not only had he suffered a significant loss of power with little to show for it, but he had also lost a beautiful handmaiden, rendering the time spent in the demon-sealing tower utterly futile. Yet, he merely voiced his frustrations. Had he truly wished to retain her, Ji Sanyang would have had no means of escape. With a mere few life essence spheres, he could have easily preserved her life. However, recognizing Ji Sanyang's fervent desire for death, he was unwilling to play the villain. Thus he chose to honor her wish and allow her the release she sought. After Ji Sanyang's departure, Mo Dao erased all traces of her presence from his chamber before preparing to heal and recuperate. However, just as he settled into a meditative posture, the sword saint arrived and, upon noticing his condition, immediately displayed a look of alarm. "How have you sustained such grievous injuries?" Ji Sanyang had already left, and there was nothing to conceal, so Mo Dao replied directly, "It's nothing. A fool sought to use herself as a vessel to help me dispel the demonic energy, and in the end, she found her release while I became entangled in the aftermath. It's merely that simple. I just need some time to recuperate. Nonsense. Such severe injuries cannot simply be mended with rest. I shall first stabilize your condition, and then devise a means to restore you to your optimal state. With that, the Sword Saint moved to Mo Dao's side, channeling his true essence to help suppress the chaotic energy within him, striving to mend his injuries. Yet, as he commenced his efforts, the Sword Saint realized the extent of Mo Dao's injuries. This was no mere wound. He was on the brink of death. His body was corroded by the demonic energy, and the loss of vitality was immense, with his meridians in utter disarray, nearly severed. The fact that Mo Dao remained alive and full of vitality was nothing short of miraculous. This revelation sent the Sword Saint into a panic, and without further delay, he devoted all his energy to healing Mo Dao. Recognizing that the Sword Saint had taken action to assist him, Mo Dao could not refuse, and thus joined in the effort to subdue the tumultuous energy within him, attempting to restore a semblance of order to his true essence. However, in truth, Mo Dao had not been dishonest. The injuries he sustained were indeed something he could recover from with time, but the primary concern was to restore his meridians. Otherwise, such injuries would be trivial for him to mend in mere moments. Now that the Sword Saint was intervening, he refrained from healing himself, opting to suppress his immortal abilities and recover at a rate akin to an ordinary person, to avoid revealing any abnormalities to the Sword Saint. After approximately half an hour, the Sword Saint withdrew his hand from Mo Dao's back, having successfully quelled the chaotic energy within him. After stabilizing Mo Dao's erratic essence, the Sword Saint encased his heart meridian with his own true essence, ensuring that Mo Dao's condition would not worsen, and then spoke with grave seriousness. Your injuries are exceedingly severe. Even I can only offer temporary suppression. The only one capable of treating you now is the Holy Maiden of Nanjiao. Mo Dao exclaimed, Holy Maiden! Initially intending to dissipate the chaotic energy after the Sword Saint's departure and then tend to his injuries. Upon hearing this, Mo Dao was struck with a notion of hope and anticipation. Could it be that Li Xiaoyao had returned 10 years prior in search of the Spirit Pearl to heal me? If that were true, it would be a substantial windfall. 5 Spirit Pearls, along with the Qilin Horn and Phoenix Eggshell. What a lucrative gain. If indeed this were the case, I owe my gratitude to you, Ji Sanyang. Though you have departed, you still managed to ensnare me once more. If everything unfolds as I envision, I shall erect a shrine in your honor and hire individuals to pay homage in your name during festivals. With that thought, Mo Dao resolutely suppressed his desire to heal the damage wrought by the demonic energy, merely clearing the main meridians to facilitate the restoration of his true essence. As for the question of whether there would be danger, Mo Dao was utterly unconcerned. In the narrative, Li Xiaoyao had returned to a time 10 years prior, where no danger was present whatsoever. Given that there was no peril, and with the possession of the Wuling Zhu, the Qilin Horn, and the Phoenix Eggshell, it would be foolish to refuse them. After all, it merely entailed suppressing his injuries without seeking recovery, which posed no loss. With this thought, Mo Dao's mind momentarily wandered. The Sword Saint, observing Mo Dao's vacant gaze, mistakenly assumed that Mo Dao was despondent due to his grave injuries, and thus offered words of comfort. Do not worry. The Holy Maiden of Nanjiao possesses numerous miraculous methods. Once we arrive in Nanjiao, your injuries will surely be healed. Having said this, the Sword Saint departed to seek out Jiu Jianxian and Li Xiaoyao. Minutes later, Li Xiaoyao and his companions burst into the room where Mo Dao was located. After assessing Mo Dao's injuries, Jiu Jianxian promptly declared, We must depart at once. These injuries cannot be delayed. The sooner we treat them, the less your cultivation will suffer. Naturally, Mo Dao would not refuse, nor would Li Xiaoyao and the others, for they believed Mo Dao's condition was a result of their actions. Otherwise, given Mo Dao's strength, escaping from the locking demon tower would have been a matter of moments. Jiang Wanner wished to accompany them, but as she had yet to cultivate her Yuan Pe Mo Dao persuaded her to remain in Shushan to train under the Sword Saint for a quicker attainment of her yuan. As the daughter of Jiangming, she could indeed be considered one of Shushan's own, and thus her training there posed no issue. Moreover, as a junior of the Sword Saint, he would undoubtedly be kind to her, perhaps even offering her additional guidance. Once arrangements were made, Mo Dao and the others hastily set off to Nanzhao aboard Jiao Jianxian's gourd, arriving in just over a day thanks to Jiao Jianxian's relentless pace. Upon reaching Nanzhao, led by Anu, they proceeded directly to the residence of the Holy Maiden. After listening to Zhao Ling'er and the others narrate the events, the Holy Maiden immediately began to assist Mo Dao in healing his injuries. Unfortunately, Mo Dao's body had been severely tainted by demonic essence, making a return to normalcy exceedingly difficult even for her under the current circumstances. However, there was still a possible solution, albeit one fraught with challenges. Seeing the Holy Maiden in a quandary, Zhao Ling'er resolutely stepped forward, declaring, "Holy Maiden, as long as there is a chance to save brother Mo Dao, we will not abandon any difficulty. We must rescue him." Following her, Anu chimed in, "Yes, Naman Mama. He became like this to save the princess. Please help him. My Naman Mama." With both of them expressing such sentiments, the Holy Maiden made up her mind and stated, "It is indeed possible to save him, but we must gather the Wu Ling Zhu, Qilin Horn, and Phoenix Eggshell to dispel the demonic essence from his body and restore his physical form and meridians." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyao quickly interjected, "I possess the Lei Ling Zhu. Can we use that to save him first?" Mo Dao then added, "I have the Tu Ling Zhu." As he spoke, Mo Dao produced the Tu Ling Zhu and handed it to Li Xiaoyao. Chapter 205, A Bountiful Harvest. Mo Dao had comprehended nearly all that he could from the Tu Ling Zhu. Keeping it would serve little purpose, especially since ultimately all 5 Zhu would converge in his possession. Thus, without hesitation, he revealed the Tu Ling Zhu. The Holy Maiden, slightly taken aback, remarked, "It is regrettable that only by gathering them all can we succeed. One alone will not suffice." Hearing this, Li Xiaoyao immediately responded, "I will go at once." However, just as Li Xiaoyao moved, the Holy Maiden called out to him, simultaneously interrupting Zhao Ling'er and Lin Yuru, who were eager to accompany him. Alas, near the Nuwa Temple, there are Phoenix and Qilin present. They each govern the wind and fire Ling Zhu. As for the Shui Ling Zhu, try seeking it at the sacred lake. After saying this, the Holy Maiden cast a stern glance at the eager Zhao Ling'er and Lin Yuru, firmly stating, "You two cannot go. Li Xiaoyao will go alone." "Why not?" As soon as the Holy Maiden finished speaking, Zhao Ling'er and Lin Yuru voiced their objections. But the Holy Maiden offered no explanation and simply forbade them from accompanying him. Li Xiaoyao, not wishing to expose them to danger, promptly reassured them, "Rest assured, I will bring back the items. You two stay here and take care of Brother Mo." After Li Xiaoyao departed, Jiao Jianxian and the Holy Maiden exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew somewhat intricate. Many years prior, Jiao Jianxian had fallen for Ling'er's mother, Qing'er, and followed her to Nanzhao. It was during this time that the Holy Maiden had developed feelings for Jiao Jianxian, leading to a muddled situation that resulted in the birth of Anu. Unfortunately, Jiao Jianxian had been unaware, and the Holy Maiden, due to her identity, had never disclosed this to him, nor had she revealed the truth to Anu. Now, as they met again, with Anu having been rescued by Jiao Jianxian along the way and directly addressing him as father, this long-buried past resurfaced. However, this was a matter of their private lives, and Mo Dao felt it was inappropriate to interfere. As long as they could address it openly, that sufficed. Thus, Mo Dao discreetly nudged Jiao Jianxian, providing him with ample spirit wine and encouraging him to apologize to the Holy Maiden, while also offering some guidance. Ultimately, fueled by the effects of the wine, Jiao Jianxian approached the Holy Maiden to inquire about the events of the past, as he could not shake the feeling that Anu was likely the Holy Maiden's daughter, and he vaguely recalled having wronged her. This meant Anu was possibly his biological daughter, as the timelines of age and birth coincided, and the Holy Maiden's feelings for Anu were undeniably profound. Given this context, although Jiao Jianxian felt apprehensive, he nonetheless approached her. Mo Dao was left unaware of the outcome, as neither Jiao Jianxian nor the Holy Maiden displayed any indication of what transpired, nor did they mention it to Anu. Thus, Mo Dao remained in the dark regarding the developments. That evening, Li Xiaoyao returned, and given that he had traversed back to a time over a decade ago, to Mo Dao and the others, it merely seemed as though he had spent some time searching for the Shui Ling Zhu and visiting the Nuo Temple. Once all items were gathered, the Holy Maiden immediately began her alchemical processes. The process of alchemy was quite straightforward. It involved harnessing the powers of the Wu Ling Zhu to fuse the energies of the Qilin horn and the phoenix eggshell, thereby channeling the power of the five Zhu, which was accomplished in less than a minute. After consuming the elixir crafted from the phoenix eggshell and Qilin horn, Mo Dao began to meditate and absorb the medicinal energy while also controlling the Wu Ling Zhu to draw upon and comprehend their powers. Having ingested a potion infused with the energies of the five Zhu, the moment was optimal for him to resonate with their powers, making it the best time for comprehension. Missing this opportunity would mean that such a favorable moment would not come again. Thus, after swallowing the elixir, Mo Dao directed most of his focus toward understanding rather than on healing his injuries, as the latter was unnecessary. Even the restoration of his meridians was being managed by the powers of the Qilin horn and phoenix eggshell, requiring no intervention from him. It must be said that the elixir, infused with the powers of the two sacred beasts, proved its worth. Within merely a minute, Mo Dao's injuries were fully healed. Remarkably, the majority of his injuries were mended through his own body's resilience, resulting in minimal expenditure of the medicinal essence. Consequently, the potency of the elixirs was entirely absorbed by his meridians, leading to a continuous expansion and fortification of Mo Dao's channels. By the time the elixir's effects were fully exhausted, Mo Dao's meridians had broadened by 1/3, and even his dantian had expanded by nearly half, significantly increasing its resilience. This singular achievement alone compensated for the loss of the Yao Sha protective technique due to Ji San Yang's interference. Not to mention that he seized this opportunity to deeply comprehend the Wu Ling Zhu, enhancing his understanding of the five elements: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Through this newfound insight, the power of his Wu Ling celestial arts soared. Additionally, upon the return of Li Xiaoyao, a delightful surprise awaited him. When Li Xiaoyao arrived with the Wu Ling Zhu and the Qilin horn, as well as the phoenix eggshell, Mo Dao received a special notification from the system indicating a successful check-in. He was congratulated for collecting the significant plot item, Wu Ling Zhu, and successfully checking in at the Nanzhao Kingdom, earning the coveted Divine Sword of Thunder Control Manual as a reward. The instant he heard the system's notification, Mo Dao felt an overwhelming surge of joy, not only because he had acquired the prestigious Divine Sword of Thunder Control from the world of Zhu Xian, but also because he had discovered a new method of check-in by collecting significant items from the plot world. Though he had not explored the other series of Xian Jia, he was aware that the Wu Ling Zhu featured prominently in both Xian Yi and Xian San, particularly in the latter, where the initial focus revolved around gathering the Wu Ling Zhu. Moreover, the Jade Pendant was a crucial item throughout the entire Xian Jia narrative, yet it was essentially bound, paired in twos. Thus, Mo Dao had never considered the possibility of collecting them. However, at this juncture, he felt it prudent to borrow one for the time being, for if it truly functioned as he suspected, it would undoubtedly yield more than what could be acquired through check-ins at renowned locations, as the difficulty level was incomparable. Take the Wu Ling Zhu, for instance. Had it not been for Li Xiaoyao's collection efforts, it would be improbable for anyone else to acquire it from the Qilin and Phoenix. Furthermore, the Lei Ling Zhu was in the possession of the Jiao Jianxian, whose strength was among the highest in the Xian Jian realm, having nearly reached the level of the Sword Saint. To snatch the Lei Ling Zhu from his grasp would be a daunting task that even Mo Dao would hesitate to claim certainty over. Comparatively, the Earth Ling Zhu was the most accessible, yet was the Qi Gui Wang truly so easy to deal with? In the narrative, had it not been for Ling Air unleashing the power of her new Hua lineage to defeat the Qi Gui Wang, Li Xiaoyao would have met his demise. Therefore, Collecting the Wu Ling Zhu was not a feat for the ordinary individual. Mo Dao's eventual success was truly a fortuitous coincidence that allowed him to gather them all and unlock a special check-in. One could only say that his luck was indeed remarkable. Alas, it was regrettable that the Wu Ling Zhu could not be retained. Otherwise, exchanging them for a few thousand points would have posed no problem at all. After a moment of contemplation, with his injuries healed and his reflections concluded, Mo Dao returned his focus and entrusted the Wu Ling Zhu to Shenggu. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Mo Dao's recovery, Li Xiaoyao, filled with joy, recounted his previous experiences. Chapter 206. The Jiujian Xian enters the path. The essence of Xian is inherently tragic. Thus, when Li Xiaoyao returned a decade into the past, he yearned to alter everything. This notion can be aptly encapsulated by a phrase from the television series Shenhua. They all arrived here with the intention of changing history and the destinies of all. Yet ultimately, their actions rendered them a part of history itself. In the narrative, Li Xiaoyao exemplifies this scenario. He aspired to reshape history. It was precisely due to his arrival that history was propelled forward onto the trajectory he was familiar with. However, thanks to Mo Dao's presence, Li Xiaoyao felt a sense of happiness, as neither Lin Yuru nor Zhao Ling Er was harmed, leading him to forsake thoughts of altering history, even striving to maintain its course, lest his idyllic life be disrupted. When Li Xiaoyao revealed his encounter of witnessing the Jiujian Xian safeguarding the Wu Ho, the circumstances surrounding Jiujian Xian and Yuan Qing, also known as Shenggu, came to light. With the matter laid bare, the Jiujian Xian boldly urged Yuan Qing to disclose whether Anu was indeed his daughter. When Anu, who had been sent to fetch water, returned and overheard this, she was so astonished that the basin she was holding fell from her hands, prompting her to confront the Jiujian Xian with fervent inquiries regarding the truth. With Anu's intervention, the matter was unequivocally clarified. Reaching a point where silence was no longer an option, the truth had to be revealed. Anu was indeed the child of the Jiujian Xian and Yuan Qing, and she had cast a spell that compelled her to weep whenever she encountered her biological father, continuing until he acknowledged his paternity. The Jiujian Xian had long suspected this truth, yet had refrained from affirming it, for the realization that he had a fully grown daughter was rather overwhelming. However, it was undeniable. Given this reality, the Jiujian Xian had no grounds for evasion, especially since he had previously let Yuan Qing down. Yet, he could not allow Anu to remain disappointed any longer. That said, convincing Anu to accept the Jiujian Xian was no simple task. She required time to process this revelation. Nevertheless, Anu's carefree disposition allowed her to quickly come to terms with it, and the father and daughter promptly set off to share a drink together. After Anu and the Jiujian Xian departed, Mo Dao utilized the Wu Ling Zhu to establish a defensive celestial art for Li Xiaoyao and his companions. This art bore no additional functions. It merely provided immunity to control. The technique was formed through the harmonious interplay of the Wu Ling Zhu, thus exhibiting exceptional resistance against control-type spells. Coupled with Mo Dao's deliberate guidance towards resisting control and illusions, he effectively immunized them against such manipulations. Regrettably, without the power of the Wu Ling Zhu, Mo Dao was currently unable to cast this technique independently, and once its energy was depleted, it required reapplication, lacking the capability to autonomously replenish its spiritual energy. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. After bestowing these protections upon Li Xiaoyao and the others, Mo Dao sought out the Jiujian Xian and Anu, who were enjoying drinks at the tavern, and extended similar protections to them, even layering several upon Anu. With the Jiujian Xian having just recognized Anu as his daughter, it was the ideal moment for him to let go of his past with Qing Er, and Mo Dao would not allow Baiyu to disrupt this. Undoubtedly, Baiyu would not permit them peace. He would surely take action, especially since Nanzhao was his domain. In the original narrative, Baiyu had manipulated Anu to kill the Jiujian Xian and render Tang Yu incapacitated. If the Jiujian Xian reached enlightenment, he would no longer be a contender. The Sword Saint was reluctant to confront Baiyu in Nanzhao, But the Jiao was a different story. He would undoubtedly intervene. Currently, with Shi Gonghu, Mo Dao, and the Jiao, they already posed a significant threat to Baiyu. Should the Jiao attain enlightenment, it would spell disaster for him. He could manage the Jiao and Mo Dao, while Zhao Ling Er and Li Xiao Yao could contend with the water demon beast. Meaning unless he swiftly eliminated Mo Dao and the Jiao, this round was a foregone conclusion. Yet after plotting for so long, how could he allow his plans to unravel so easily? Indeed, as anticipated by Mo Dao, Baiyu has resolved to take action against them. Among this group, the greatest threat is not the Jiao, but rather Mo Dao himself, who proves to be the most formidable opponent due to his inscrutability. Consequently, Baiyu opts to confront the Jiao first. Furthermore, he manipulates and controls the Wu Wang, compelling him to issue an order for Shi Gonghu to pay a visit, thereby using the Wu Wang's authority to execute Shi Gonghu. As a seasoned minister who has served 3 reigns, Shi Gonghu is unwaveringly loyal to his sovereign. Baiyu believes that by controlling the Wu Wang, he can leverage the guise of righteousness to confine Shi Gonghu's influence, rendering him powerless. Since Shi Gonghu is the easiest to deal with, Baiyu reserves him for last, deciding to first eliminate the most unstable element, the Jiao. However, upon arriving at the tavern, he unexpectedly witnesses Mo Dao folding shields for Anu, who upon noticing Baiyu, greets him with a grin, as if to say, "You have arrived." This astonishes Baiyu. Momentarily taken aback, he exclaims, "Indeed, you are the most troublesome adversary. But do you believe this will deter me? Your injuries have only just healed, and your strength has yet to be fully restored. I can eliminate you before turning to them." In response to Baiyu's declaration, Mo Dao smiles subtly, allowing his aura to surge forth without concealment. Upon sensing Mo Dao's presence, Baiyu, without a second thought, turns to depart. In his understanding, even if Mo Dao's injuries had healed, his cultivation could not have returned to its peak state. At best, it would be at 50 or 60%. Yet, the aura Mo Dao displayed earlier indicated not just a complete recovery, but a near return to his former prowess, with a depth of true essence that was astonishingly formidable. While Baiyu is confident he can slay Mo Dao, he realizes that doing so would leave him severely wounded, and should Mo Dao possess any other formidable means, he might even face dire consequences. His own spells, though powerful, are shrouded in mystery. However, it must not be forgotten that Mo Dao is a sword immortal, boasting not only the strongest offensive capabilities, but also an unwavering will, perfectly countering Baiyu. Moreover, the Jiao is not far away. Should he alert the Jiao, the two could join forces against him, and even he would hesitate to claim he could escape unscathed. Thus, he resolves to find a way to separate them. Otherwise, their combined strength is simply too overwhelming. After Baiyu's departure, Mo Dao does not leave, but waits until both individuals are intoxicated before escorting them back to the secluded residence of Shenggu, where they currently reside. The following morning, Mo Dao senses an immense sword aura surging upwards, ultimately revealing its brilliance before gradually receding into tranquility. At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful and sinister force ascends into the sky. Chapter 207. The resurrection of the water demon beast. The soaring sword aura is not from Mo Dao, but from Jiao. After reconciling with Anu and having a thorough conversation with Yuan Qing, securing her forgiveness, he finally relinquishes his obsession with Qing Er and successfully attains enlightenment. While Jiao achieves enlightenment, Baiyu remains active, utilizing the power of Wu Wang to imprison Shi Gonghu and Tang Yu overnight. And he also releases the water demon beast. It is not that Baiyu does not wish to eliminate Shi Gonghu and Tang Yu. Rather, he is unable to do so. Any action against Shi Gonghu and Tang Yu would alert Mo Dao, jeopardizing his plan to release the water demon beast. Now, having successfully liberated the water demon beast and sealed the powers of Shi Gonghu and Tang Yu, he has significantly diminished Mo Dao's resistance, achieving the best possible outcome. Even with Jiao Jian's enlightenment, he remains unperturbed. After all, without Shi Gonghu and Tang Yu. What could those inexperienced youngsters possibly do against the water demon beast? The water demon beast is an ancient monster, impervious to common spells and techniques, unless wielded by sword immortals like Mo Dao and Jiao Jianxian. However, he believes he can hold them off. As long as he can keep these two occupied, victory will be his. Let us not forget, Shi Gonghu, Tang Yu, and Wu Wang are all within his grasp. Thus, he possesses considerable confidence in stalling Mo Dao and Jiao Jianxian. The emergence of the water demon beast instantly unleashes catastrophic floods, with numerous houses in the southern Zhao kingdom being demolished. The moment Mo Dao senses the overwhelming force of the flood, he realizes what has transpired. He knows Bai Yu has released the water demon beast. As the water demon beast wreaks havoc, Ling Er, a descendant of Nu Hua, cannot remain idle, nor can Li Xiao Yao and his companions. However, before setting out, Mo Dao takes a moment to strategize. Bai Yu's strength is exceedingly formidable. Though Lin Yu and the others possess decent abilities, they would be of little assistance in this confrontation. Thus, Mo Dao directs Lin Yu and Zhao Ling Er to aid those affected by the disaster. Zhao Ling Er is nearing her due date. She cannot engage in battle with Bai Yu or the water demon beast, for she would go into labor amidst the conflict. It would become a liability for everyone. Therefore, Mo Dao arranges for them to depart. Yuan Qing and Nan Man are tasked with rescuing Shi Gonghu, as he represents a significant obstacle. If they can bring him back, their chances against Bai Yu will improve greatly. Once everyone has been assigned their roles, Mo Dao, Li Xiao Yao, and Jian Sheng take to the skies on their swords, heading towards the location of the water demon beast. Upon their arrival, the water demon beast has already begun its rampage, and the 5 spirit pearls, used by Bai Yu to control the stars and create gravitational forces to tear apart this planet, have long been stored in Mo Dao's seed space, thus eliminating the need to utilize the pendant's power to restore the land. However, if the water demon beast destruction continues unabated, the southern Zhao kingdom may very well perish. Therefore, upon his arrival, Mo Dao wastes no time, gathering his strength and delivering a powerful punch. The sound of shattering glass echoes as the air is explosively ruptured by Mo Dao's strike, sending the rampaging waters crashing back towards the water demon beast. What kind of power is this? It is astonishingly potent. Could you be a member of the legendary divine race? Witnessing Mo Dao harness the power of vibration, Bai Yu is taken aback, mistakenly believing Mo Dao to be divine, for it is said that only the divine rays can command the forces of nature. Clearly, what Mo Dao just wielded was not a spell, but a form of ability he had never seen before. However, upon discerning the essence of this power, Bai Yu is filled with elation, recognizing that Mo Dao's strength could indeed shake the earth, implying that if wielded correctly, it could serve as the optimal means to tear apart the land. Thus, with a face alight with excitement, Bai Yu extends an invitation to Mo Dao. Montakda, you are unlike the others. You comprehend the truth of this world. You are an intelligent individual. And I now invite you to join me in this grand endeavor to reshape the world and recreate a perfect humanity. Mo Dao chuckles softly at Bai Yu's words, shaking his head in response. Bai Yu, you are mistaken. A perfect humanity is unattainable. As long as emotions exist and desires persist, humans are bound to err. However, if one were to strip away emotions and desires, how would they differ from mere stones? Can they still be called human? Furthermore, your approach is fundamentally flawed. The annihilation and reconstruction of the world will not result in genuine emotions and love. No, that is not the truth. The world is inherently filled with love and genuine emotions. It is merely your unwillingness to perceive and believe in it that clouds your vision. You seek to escape from this realm, for you disdain a world where true love eludes you. Ultimately, all your actions are driven by a desire to obliterate this world and recreate a reality that aligns with your wishes, a world where you can attain everything you desire. Am I correct in my assessment, Bai Yu? Upon hearing this, Mo Dao's words left Bai Yu momentarily silent, before he responded with a smile. Have you chosen to refuse? How regrettable. As he spoke, Bai Yu clasped his hands together, and at that moment, a formidable force descended upon Mo Dao, attempting to subjugate him. However, Mo Dao was no mere apprentice like Li Xiaoyao, his combat experience rivaled Bai Yue's, if not surpassing it. Thus, the instant Bai Yue initiated his attack, Mo Dao too sprang into action, appearing above the water beast. At that juncture, Zhou Jianxian and Li Xiaoyao engaged in battle. Your adversaries are us. The bond between master and disciple forged an unyielding alliance. Moreover, Zhou Jianxian was a formidable figure of the Dao level, a fact that even Bai Yue could not afford to underestimate. Very well, it seems I shall indulge you in some amusement. Almost instantaneously, the two sides clashed. While Li Xiaoyao still required his sword to fly, giving him an air of being merely an onlooker, the others soared through the skies, unleashing fierce attacks, with sword energy and magical power wreaking havoc all around. The tumult of battle was even louder on Mo Dao's side. Despite the water beast's massive size, formidable defenses, and control over water, Mo Dao's battle experience was equally impressive, and his ability to fly rendered the beast incapable of countering him, relegating it to the role of a mere punching bag. However, Mo Dao found himself somewhat vexed, for the beast's hide was excessively tough, rendering his sword energy ineffective in inflicting true harm. Although Yi Hong managed to carve superficial wounds, they barely scratched the surface. On the other hand, Li Xiaoyao, lacking aerial combat experience and preoccupied with both wielding his sword and facing his enemy, found himself merely a passive participant. Seeing this, Mo Dao, momentarily at a loss for words, exclaimed, "Use qi to control the sword, and let your heart guide the qi. Where the heart stirs, the sword shall follow. And if you cannot keep up, then do not lag behind. Simply wield your sword against the enemy, without clinging foolishly to it." Mo Dao's words not only stunned Li Xiaoyao, but even left Zhou Jianxian taken aback, though they both understood sword control and flying. They had never attempted the innovative combat method Mo Dao proposed, using qi to wield the sword and the heart to guide the qi. However, despite the novelty of this approach, and Zhou Jianxian's recognition of a different school of thought, this was not the time for experimentation, as switching to an unfamiliar style of combat was akin to courting disaster. As for Li Xiaoyao, he was best left to his own devices, unable to match the intensity of Bai Yue's onslaught, thus content to merely observe and learn. Having shouted his advice, Mo Dao did not dwell on Li Xiaoyao's predicament, as he too had to devote himself fully to the fight, lest he find himself outmatched by the water beast. Chapter 208. The death of the water beast. Though the water beast appeared impervious to external assaults, its insides were equally vulnerable. Mo Dao's principle of vibration countered most enemies with thick hides, allowing him to directly target their internal organs through vibrational force. Additionally, his high-frequency vibration technique could breach the defenses of the water beast. However, this cutting method proved less effective against such a colossal creature. Piercing its flesh was akin to a mere mosquito bite or a pinprick. Consequently, Mo Dao opted to employ the vibrational force to strike directly into the water beast's body, injuring its internal organs, while simultaneously adjusting the frequency of the vibrations to resonate with the creature. Once he identified the resonance frequency of the water beast, each of his strikes would induce vibrations within its organs, inflicting severe internal damage and ultimately leading to its demise. The water beast, sensing the danger of Mo Dao's approach, ceased close combat and frantically manipulated water to counter him, momentarily stymieing Mo Dao's efforts. After several unsuccessful attempts to breach the water beast's defenses, Mo Dao grew frustrated. "If you insist on this, do not blame me for being ungracious." Previously, concern about flooding that could devastate Nanzhao, Mo Dao had held back. Though he had revealed his true strength, he had managed to contain the battle within a limited space. As a result, his sword energy struggled to inflict significant damage on the water beast. However, now that the creature was resorting to long-range tactics, evading him by retreating into the water, Mo Dao decided it was time to unleash his full potential. Since you relish the water, then remain there forever. 9 heavens' mystic calamity, transform into divine thunder. Shake the heavens with your might, and let the sword guide it. Boom! A thunderous pillar, several meters in diameter, enveloped Mo Dao, and at that moment, Bai Yue and Jiu Jianxian, engaged in their fierce battle, were taken aback, especially Jiu Jianxian and Li Xiaoyao, whose hearts raced with trepidation. To them, the thunder represented divine wrath, and witnessing Mo Dao struck by such a formidable force was enough to suggest he would be gravely injured, if not killed outright. However, to their astonishment, when the thunder dissipated, Mo Dao emerged unscathed, his entire being enveloped in arcs of lightning, resembling a deity of thunder. Montakda, having no time to attend to Jiu Jianxian and the others, regretted summoning the thunder, as he had invoked the principles of thunder to draw it down, resulting in a somewhat overwhelming force that nearly left him dazed. Fortunately, he controlled a portion of the thunderous energy, allowing him to withstand it, though he was nearing his limit. After absorbing the lightning, Mo Dao wasted no time and thrust forth his sword, now radiant with lightning. With a crackle, the sword energy, transformed from lightning, appeared before the water beast in an instant, piercing through it. Although this sword energy seemed somewhat diminutive compared to the beast's massive form, it was imbued with the immense power of thunder. Thus, at the moment the sword energy penetrated the water beast's body, the colossal thunderous force surged within, wreaking havoc from the inside and paralyzing the creature. From the outside, it appeared as though the water beast bore only 2 puncture wounds emitting faint lightning, but internally, it was already filled with electric energy, rendering it incapable of movement. Once Mo Dao released all the thunderous energy, he discarded the sword and used sword energy to control it, tightening his fists as he charged toward the water beast. This time, I shall see how you evade. With that declaration, Mo Dao found himself above the water beast, channeling the principle of vibration into his fists and delivering a powerful blow to the beast's head. The once mighty creature, paralyzed by the thunder, was struck by Mo Dao's punch, causing its immense body to freeze momentarily before unleashing an anguished roar, only to explode into fine ash that scattered into the wind. With a single punch, Mo Dao infused the compressed force of vibration into the body of the water demon, detonating it and resulting in its demise. As he drew back his fist, he was somewhat taken aback to discover a golden orb had appeared where the water demon once occupied. What could this be? It seemed to contain an abundance of energy. Could it possibly be a demon core or something of that nature? Lost in thought, Mo Dao instinctively stored the golden orb into the seed space. During the process, he sensed a slight resistance. However, it was so minimal that he easily disregarded it. After vanquishing the water demon, Mo Dao turned back and instinctively covered his face upon witnessing the scene before him. He realized that Jiu Jianxian and Li Xiaoyao had both fallen under the control of Bai Yu. Observing the helpless expression on Jiu Jianxian's face and the look of frustration and regret on Li Xiaoyao's, Mo Dao surmised what had transpired. Given Jiu Jianxian's current strength, even if he could not defeat Bai Yu, escaping would be a feasible option. Yet, it appeared that he had indeed been captured. If Mo Dao's deductions were correct, Li Xiaoyao had been seized by Bai Yu, who then used him as leverage to coerce Jiu Jianxian, ultimately leading to Jiu Jianxian's capture as well. Bai Yu is known for such tactics. In the narrative, Anu was manipulated through Tang Yu's coercion, resulting in her complete subjugation, culminating in a swift and lethal strike to Jiu Jianxian when he was caught off guard. Capturing Li Xiaoyao to threaten Jiu Jianxian was merely child's play for Bai Yu. However, if Bai Yu believed he could use this to compel Mo Dao to surrender, he was sorely mistaken. Before Bai Yu could utter a word, Mo Dao acted without hesitation. After defeating the water demon, he detonated the defensive enchantments that had been cast upon Jiu Jianxian and Li Xiaoyao, shattering Bai Yu's control. Simultaneously, Mo Dao utilized a technique akin to instantaneous movement to appear before Bai Yu, delivering a powerful punch. The collision of the violent force of vibration with Bai Yu's magical energy resulted in a tremendous roar, causing Mo Dao to retreat nearly 20 meters, while Bai Yu was pushed back less than 5. The disparity in strength was markedly evident. Nonetheless, Mo Dao had achieved his objective. Li Xiaoyao and Jiu Jianxian successfully escaped the confines created by Bai Yu, thanks to Mo Dao's intervention. Instead of displaying anger, Bai Yu broke into a smile and applauded, remarking, "Impressive. I did not expect you to be so decisive. I underestimated you. However, if you think this will defeat me, you are sorely mistaken." Upon concluding his statement, Bai Yu clenched his fists. Mo Dao, well aware of Bai Yu's prowess, did not afford him the opportunity to act. He evaded just as Bai Yu attempted to strike. His heightened perception was no mere embellishment, and under its influence, even the most concealed of Bai Yu's movements could not escape his awareness. Chapter 209. The Indomitable Shield. The celestial chaos of the nine heavens transformed into divine thunder. With Mo Dao at the helm, darkness enveloped the land as countless bolts of lightning cascaded down. However, instead of converging into a formidable thunder sword chi, Mo Dao manipulated the lightning to swirl around him. The divine sword thunder control technique allowed him to summon lightning, and with his understanding of thunder-based celestial arts, he modified the technique to only draw lightning without transforming it. This meant that as long as his true essence remained intact, the thunder would not cease. True essence, a resource easily obtained through the cultivation lottery, had accumulated to 15,800 points after his last draw, and after exchanging for medicinal materials, he gained an additional 5,000. Now he possessed a total of 20,800 points, with each draw costing 500 points, allowing him to draw 40 times. If he were to convert all 40 draws into true essence for summoning lightning, the amassed power would not only be capable of obliterating the world, but would also easily flatten the southern Zhao. Hence, as Bai Yu witnessed Mo Dao gathering the power of thunder around him, his expression turned grave. With the thunder's might consolidated, Bai Yu found it increasingly difficult to approach Mo Dao. Once Mo Dao amassed a sufficient quantity of lightning, Bai Yu's spells would be rendered ineffective against him. The force of thunder, inherently the epitome of yang and strength, could shatter myriad spells, including Bai Yu's own. Although he could still rely on his profound cultivation to forcibly penetrate Mo Dao's thunder, the potency of his attacks would be significantly diminished. Moreover, Bai Yu frowned as Mo Dao seemed to possess foresight, evading his strikes with ease, leaving Bai Yu unable to land a blow unless he resorted to area attacks, which would be less effective. Currently, Mo Dao was ensconced within a tempest of lightning, rendering such area attacks negligible in harm. Indeed, Mo Dao proved to be a formidable adversary. With a sigh, Bai Yu spread his arms. As he did so, massive water spouts erupted from the lake beneath them, previously suppressed. Water, being conductive, meant that using thunder to attack these water spouts would not only be ineffective, but would also diminish the thunder's power, as the colossal currents would redirect the lethal energy. Bai Yu's maneuver effectively thwarted Mo Dao's plans to amass a lethal strike of thunder. Yet, failing to engage with the water spouts would allow them to assault Mo Dao, compelling him to utilize the power of thunder to repel the water spouts imbued with Bai Yu's energy. Alas, Mo Dao had initially intended to expend true essence to strike down Bai Yu with a bolt of lightning, but it appeared that his points would go to waste. Realizing that his previous strategy had been foiled, Mo Dao adapted his approach. He ceased accumulating thunder and instead focused on compressing and consolidating all the lightning energy around him. After 2 or 3 seconds, a radiant suit of thunder armor enveloped Mo Dao. Although the armor appeared somewhat crude and lacked sharp edges, resembling a humanoid balloon, its power was formidable. Particularly, the thunder domain emanating from the armor transformed the area within 2 meters of Mo Dao into a tempest of lightning. Once the thunder was fully compressed, Mo Dao took several hearty swigs from the endless wine jug, proclaiming, "I shall take the offensive. You two provide support. Attack!" As the word attack left his lips, Mo Dao dashed forth like a bolt of lightning, prompting Li Xiao Yao and Zhou Jianxian to exchange glances before following closely behind him. With Mo Dao leading the charge, Li Xiao Yao and Zhou Jianxian found themselves in an exceptionally favorable combat environment. In an instant, the 3 swords pressed Bai Yu back repeatedly, leaving him unable to counter their advances. After being driven back several times, Bai Yu bellowed in response. As Bai Yu's voice rang out, immense water spouts surged from beneath their feet. While these waterspouts posed no threat to Mo Dao, they caused Li Xiaoyao and Zhou Jianxian to falter, forcing them to take to the skies to evade. With the two pushed back, Bai Yu clasped his hands together, enveloping Mo Dao and himself within an enormous barrier. Now let us see how you evade. As the moment of being enveloped arrived, Mo Dao instinctively sensed the ominous turn of events. Yet, he harbored no fears, for he still possessed 2 instances of teleportation and 3 uses of the invincible sanctuary. With this in mind, Mo Dao felt a surge of determination. He resolved to take a risk and activate 1 use of the invincible sanctuary. Typically, this sanctuary is activated passively, but should Mo Dao wish to initiate it, he could do so actively, though such a necessity rarely arises, as it is indeed a last resort. In dire straits, the opportunity for active use may not present itself, for often life and death hinge upon the fleeting nature of a moment, leaving one with little time to react. However, this time, Mo Dao chose to surprise Bai Yu by activating it, while also testing the efficacy of the sanctuary. His sanctuary was full, having reached its maximum of 3 uses, thus necessitating the clearance of a slot to prevent waste. Fortuitously, Bai Yu had ensnared him, seeking to crush him with her profound magical power. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Dao aimed to astonish her. With this thought, Mo Dao glared at the rapidly shrinking translucent water dome, gritted his teeth, and formed a sword gesture with his hands. He channeled all of his thunder and magical energy into the celestial sword he wielded, abandoning all defenses as he charged directly toward Bai Yu. Alas, it was a futile endeavor. Observing Mo Dao's intent to perish alongside him, Bai Yu shook his head slightly, revealing a look of regret as he raised his hand toward the approaching Mo Dao. "You are far too hasty," discarding. Before Bai Yu could finish his words, the strike, infused with all of Mo Dao's power, pierced through his chest. Despite the absence of defenses rendering him vulnerable, a translucent shield unexpectedly enveloped Mo Dao. "Why? This is power you cannot control." Gazing at Bai Yu, whose countenance remained strikingly calm, Mo Dao withdrew his celestial sword, subsequently retrieving the endless wine gourd to quench his thirst with a few sips of spiritual wine. As he refined the ethereal energy within the wine to replenish his nearly depleted strength, he smiled and remarked, "This world is vast, and beyond it lies an infinite expanse. Bai Yu, your perspective is too narrow. Your vision has always been confined to that minuscule realm within your heart. Due to your obsession, you have only perceived the world as you believe it to be. You have forgotten that the very things you seek to prove as non-existent were once yours. However, because your adoptive father never voiced his love, you cast them aside, entrapping yourself within your own limited domain. Is that so? Beyond this world? Truly, I realize how little I know." With that, Bai Yu transformed into a flurry of light and dissipated. In that instant, the shield he had conjured vanished, revealing the anxious faces of Li Xiaoyao and Zhou Jianxian outside. Concurrently, the system's notification echoed in Mo Dao's mind. Chapter 210, Departing from Xian. Congratulations, host. You have completed the storyline in the sign-in world. Would you like to claim your sign-in rewards and depart for the next sign-in world? No. With Bai Yu's demise, the narrative of Xian reached its conclusion, and Mo Dao's tasks within this realm were fully accomplished. Yet, he did not choose to depart immediately. Although the storyline had ended, numerous treasures still awaited him, and he had previously promised to assist Ji Sanyang in constructing a temple. Thus he could not leave just yet. Bai Yu's defeat marked the end of that particular conflict, yet the matters of Nanzhao remained unresolved. The disciples of Bai Yu still required Zhao Ling and her companions to handle them, and the afflicted Nanzhao needed reconstruction. However, this was a trivial matter, as those with magical abilities could manage it with ease. On the second day post-battle, Zhao Ling successfully gave birth to a daughter. Following the birth of their child, Mo Dao set off to gather more medicinal herbs and spiritual materials. Naturally, he did not forget to fulfill his promise to Ji Sanyang by constructing her temple. For Mo Dao, erecting a temple was far from a daunting task, although he lacked proficiency in the intricate arts of wood and earth manipulation. Crafting a rough prototype using Earth-based celestial techniques and then refining it alongside some strategic placement of trees was relatively straightforward. Of course, it would not suffice for the temple to remain unnoticed. So Mo Dao discreetly spread rumors that it had been constructed by celestial beings, making it exceedingly efficacious. Miraculously, he completed the temple overnight, rendering his claims quite credible. To further enhance belief in this divine narrative, Mo Dao secretly assisted several individuals in fulfilling their wishes, thereby convincing more people of the temple's authenticity and causing it to flourish with fervent devotion. For instance, Mo Dao aided a couple seeking a child, enabling the woman to conceive after merely adding a drop of spiritual wine to their drinking water to balance their bodies. In another instance, he discreetly inserted a few gold leaves into the pillars of a destitute man's dilapidated hut, guiding him to discover them. With the endorsement of these individuals, the temple's notoriety skyrocketed, and within a mere fortnight, the villagers initiated the construction of a temple dedicated to Ji Sanyang. Mo Dao was astounded by the emergence of such events, and he was even more taken aback to learn that his actions had inadvertently facilitated Ji Sanyang's ascension to divinity. Thanks to him, Ji Sanyang played an indirect role in propelling the cataclysm that had befallen the mortal realm. Without her, Mo Dao and his companions would not have been so hastily compelled to venture into Nanzhao. Had it not been for her, Mo Dao would never have acquired the 5-spirit pearl, Qilin horn, and phoenix eggshell, resulting in his significant enhancement of power that ultimately enabled him to vanquish the water demon beast and save numerous innocents. Thus, she indeed played a vital role, allowing her to transcend the cycle of reincarnation. However, her merits only qualified her for this elevation. For attaining divinity and a celestial position, even a modest one, requires more than mere accomplishments. Mo Dao's unintentional act of establishing a temple for her conferred upon her the offerings essential for divine ascension. Given that this temple was erected by the individual who played a pivotal role in this calamity, it ultimately facilitated her successful ascension. Though she became merely a minor deity, akin to a city god or land deity, she attained formal recognition, liberating her from the cycle of suffering and the burdens of reincarnation, allowing her to enjoy peace and prosperity. As for her former husband, he had long since entered the cycle of reincarnation, oblivious to his new life. Once reincarnation occurs, it signifies the conclusion of past ties. Furthermore, Ji Sanyang had come to terms with her past. Her former husband's feelings toward her were rather complex. Even if she were to approach him, the outcome would likely be unsatisfactory. If she were to regain her previous memories, it would be akin to seeking a new romantic partner. Conversely, if those memories returned, her former husband would likely experience profound psychological trauma, having been trapped in a motionless state for over a decade because of her. This, indeed, represented their most favorable conclusion. On the other side, Tang Yu and Anu officially became husband and wife 1 month after the Great Battle, witnessed by Mo Dao and others. 2 months post-battle, Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger, along with Lin Yuru, held a grand wedding in Nanzhao. Notably, Lin Yuru's father sought the emperor's decree for the marriage to uphold his daughter's honor, with the prestigious Lu Jinyuan personally delivering the edict, which nearly overshadowed Zhao Linger, the princess of Nanzhao. While Nanzhao is merely a small kingdom compared to the Central Plains, the emperor's decree afforded Lin Yuru a standing that rivaled Zhao Linger's, despite the latter's royal status. However, Lin Yuru's father may have overthought the matter, having faced life and death together multiple times. Lin Yuru and Zhao Linger were not envious individuals, maintaining a sisterly bond that rendered rivalry unlikely. Following their wedding, Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linger, and Lin Yuru returned to Yuhang Town, while Mo Dao embarked on a journey, exploring uncharted territories and discovering numerous spiritual herbs aged thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Naturally, these untouched realms were also home to various demons and monsters, yet they proved no match for the now formidable Mo Dao, who reaped substantial rewards. Rather than converting the herbs into points, Mo Dao chose to brew wine from the more common varieties, those under a millennium old. discarding them into the endless wine jug, while the rarer and older specimens were planted in the seed space. This seed space, an untouched realm inherent to the world seed, though not yet transformed into a small world, resembled a secret domain. Hence, Mo Dao managed to cultivate an independent space and utilize some spiritual soil for planting these herbs without issue. However, nurturing them posed a challenge since a complete ecosystem could not be formed, necessitating Mo Dao's periodic feeding to prevent starvation, given the limited size of his seed space. Once he organized the spiritual herbs following his travels, Mo Dao departed from the Xianyi world, moving on to his next destination. Chapter 211, Arrival in Dopa. Did you leave the Xianjian world and settle the sign-in rewards? Yes. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Xianjian world, receiving a high-level lottery opportunity, an enhancement of the skill Shuadeikinkan to minor completion, and one instance of Bai Sibihu. The rewards have been fully distributed, and the host is encouraged to continue striving. Upon hearing this announcement, Mo Dao was overjoyed, while he did not place great importance on the other rewards. The enhancement of Shuadeikinkan to minor completion brought him immense delight. Previously, he had not formally mastered Shuadeikinkan, only having attained Sunbu. Yet this technique had already allowed him to surpass peers of equal standing and speed, yielding significant benefits. Now, achieving minor completion of Shuadeikinkan was a delightful surprise, for it entailed instantaneous movement without cooldown. Who could resist such power? The only regret was that it was merely minor completion. Had it been major completion, with his current strength, traversing 1,000 miles would be a simple feat nonetheless. He felt satisfied, for even minor completion allowed him to effortlessly cover a kilometer, and unless he encountered opponents skilled in spatial techniques, he could teleport at will. With this newfound ability, Mo Dao felt confident in facing foes stronger than himself, as long as they did not also possess mastery over spatial arts. Regrettably, before he could fully appreciate the minor completion of Shuadeikinkan, he was abruptly transported away from the Xianjian world by the system. Approximately 4 to 5 minutes later, Mo Dao's vision returned to clarity, revealing a quaint courtyard as he stood at the window of a room. This time, perhaps due to his enhanced cultivation, he felt only slightly unwell, merely a touch of nausea, unlike the intense vomiting and dizziness he had experienced previously. This improvement greatly uplifted his spirits, as he wished to avoid prolonged recovery periods after each system-induced transition. Once accustomed to his new surroundings, Mo Dao seated himself on the bed to meditate and restore his condition. Previously, without cultivation techniques, he could only recuperate through rest. But now, having acquired the heart method of Shu Shan, he could directly channel his energy to restore his body to optimal condition. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes. After completing his meditation, he glanced at the information provided by the system, which clarified why he received the minor completion reward for Shuadeikinkan upon signing in to the Dopa world. This realm was one dominated by Do Qi, where the powerful could soar through the skies, traverse the earth, and even tear apart space for spatial movement, wielding the might of space itself. The strongest beings in Dopa, the Do Emperors, possessed the power to obliterate an entire region. In the context of the Xianjian world, Mo Dao's strength was considered formidable. Yet in Dopa, it would only suffice for self-preservation, likely placing him between the ranks of Dozong and Dozun. Naturally, if he were to engage a Dozong, the odds would heavily favor him, while a lower-ranked Dozun might also fall to his prowess. Above 3 stars, however, things became challenging. He might manage a draw against a weaker foe, but would need to flee from a more powerful adversary, as they could command spatial abilities. Nevertheless, he had confidence in his ability to escape, and even if he could not win, he was unafraid to confront danger, as his mushroom bombs were not mere decorations. Even with mastery over spatial powers, the minor completion of Shuadeikinkan granted him some command over spatial manipulation. If he could disrupt an adversary's attack with his mushroom bombs, triggering an explosion at close range, even a Dozun would find it difficult to withstand. Moreover, he commanded the principles of thunder and vibration. The true strength of these principles lay not solely in their offensive capabilities, but in control. For instance, if someone dared to strike Mo Dao with thunder, provided their strength was not vastly superior, and they too were a wielder of the principles. Mo Dao could manipulate the thunder's power to counterattack. Even if he could not fully control it, he could mitigate its effects, rendering the attack ineffective. Currently, with mastery over the principles of vibration and a hint of spatial principles, given some time, he could successfully merge these two forces, allowing him to directly vibrate space. Should he succeed, it would become a formidable weapon, as discovering the resonant frequency of this space would enable him to shatter entire realms with vibrational force. The space had shattered, and thus the entities within it could not remain intact. Those who wielded the power of space, such as the Dozun, found themselves unable to utilize this strength in combat. Consequently, although Mo Dao was astonished to find himself in the world of Dopa, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed ample confidence. However, his current identity was somewhat awkward. The system had assigned him the role of a teacher invited by the Xiao family, specifically the instructor of the protagonist, Xiao Yin, in swordsmanship. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Yin had just entered into a 3-year agreement with Nalan Yanran, aided by the elder Yao Lao, rendering Mo Dao's position as a swordsmanship teacher somewhat redundant. Originally, as the son of the family head, Xiao Yin, despite his fall from grace, enjoyed a status superior to that of ordinary disciples. Thus, although he was young, his association with Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhan afforded him certain privileges. However, Xiao Yin no longer required his guidance, and, upon witnessing his son's confidence, Xiao Zhan chose to trust him, leading to Mo Dao's complete marginalization. Nevertheless, Mo Dao remained indifferent, for his strength could easily crush not only the small city of Wutan, but also the entirety of the Jiamai Empire. To his surprise, he had missed the iconic moment when Xiao Yin uttered the famous phrase, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. During his marriage annulment, after missing this pivotal event, to complete his sign-in, he needed to select another plot to participate in. And the most fitting one was the enrollment at Jianan Academy and his initial encounter with Yunyun. While the auction house incident could also count, it held little significance since acquiring initial cultivation resources was quite straightforward for Yao Lao, given his status as a pharmacist. However, there was one individual at the Wutan City Miter auction house whom Mo Dao was determined to recruit, and that was the enchanting Yafei. This was not because he desired to take her as a consort, but due to her remarkable business acumen. Having tasted the sweetness of the recovery system in both the pirate world and the Xianjian realm, he understood the limitations of individual strength. Collecting various items alone, regardless of his power, would yield little. However, with a vast commercial empire as support, the quantity of items he could amass would be immense. Certainly, some rare items might be scarce, but a substantial volume of ordinary items could provide him with significant points, which was the reason for his determination to win over Yafei. As for persuading and winning over Yafei, it would not be particularly challenging, for he was aware that she was eager to escape her family's control. Otherwise, she would be compelled to marry someone she did not love and lead an ordinary life. With this in mind, Mo Dao turned and walked outside. He had learned a bit about pill refining during his time in the Xianjian world, and besides alchemy, he had a rudimentary understanding of talisman making, weapon forging, and formations, along with a fair share of spiritual herbs. These skills were sufficient to entice Yafei into collaboration. Chapter 212. Yafei's presence in Dopa is not extensively detailed, and she appeared even less frequently after Xiao Yin left Wutan City. However, this alluring and captivating woman was far from simple. As the chief auctioneer of the Miter family's auction house, she effortlessly stirred the emotions of men with her enchanting beauty, leading them to unknowingly spend exorbitant sums on items of little value. Countless wealthy and powerful individuals in Wutan City had suffered losses at her hands, pouring vast amounts of gold into her coffers, only to leave with naught but her radiant smile, having received nothing of substance in return. Though Mo Dao had yet to meet Yafei in person, he could easily imagine her captivating allure. However, his interest was not rooted in her beauty, but rather in her business talent. Yafei was astute and possessed a remarkable aptitude for commerce. For instance, in the original narrative, when Xiao Yin auctioned the Foundation Establishment liquid. Yafei connected his suddenly rising power to a potential opportunity. Although she had not confirmed that it was indeed Xiao Yin who was auctioning the liquid, she subtly suggested that his cultivation recovery was linked to the liquid, thereby advertising it and testing whether he was truly Xiao Yin. Upon utilizing her exceptional memory and deducing that he was indeed Xiao Yin, she chose not to expose him, but rather to collaborate with him. Ultimately, this decision proved her foresight, as the collaboration not only liberated her from her family's arranged marriage, but also yielded unimaginable rewards. In addition to her commercial talent, while her cultivation aptitude was not particularly strong, she possessed a unique instinct for recognizing valuable individuals and items. She could discern valuable treasures with just a glance. This was another reason Mo Dao chose her, as he sought her assistance in collecting various treasures, which necessitated a keen eye for identifying valuable items. Thus, without hesitation, after understanding his current situation, Mo Dao departed from the Xiao family and made his way to the miter auction house. Now that Xiao Yin had entered into a 3-year agreement with Nalan Yanran, a matter that had only transpired the previous day, Mo Dao was concerned that Xiao Yin might have already made contact with Yafei. Therefore, he intended to secure Yafei's allegiance ahead of time. This was not due to any personal feelings toward her, but rather the concern that if Xiao Yin were to engage with Yafei first, she might develop an interest in him that went beyond mere friendship. Should Yafei fall for Xiao Yin, she would no longer wholeheartedly assist him in collecting treasures, a scenario Mo Dao was keen to avoid. Thus, he resolved to establish his foothold before Xiao Yin could interfere. Yafei's potential interest in Xiao Yin would likely stem from the fact that he had helped her during her most desperate time. Now, if Mo Dao could extend a helping hand first and present her with irresistible benefits, even when Xiao Yin appeared, she would be less inclined to focus on him. Given the formidable presence of Mo Dao, with this thought in mind, Mo Dao hastened toward the miter auction house. Though Mo Dao was technically no longer employed as Xiao Yan's swordsmanship teacher, he still had the freedom to enter and exit the Xiao residence without issue. As he was about to leave, he encountered the protagonists, Xiao Yin and Xiao Sonair. At that moment, Xiao Yin was clad in black, tall and slender. Perhaps due to the realization that his doqi could not grow and under the tutelage of Yao Lao, he exhibited neither a sense of despair nor defeat, but rather wore a resolute yet relaxed smile on his handsome face. Beside him was a breathtaking young woman dressed in a purple gown, exuding an aura of elegance and grace. She resembled a pristine lotus, serene and exquisite, yet exuding an air of untouchability. When Mo Dao cast his gaze upon them, Xiao Yin initially appeared indifferent, but soon his expression turned slightly serious. It was likely that Yao Lao had sensed Mo Dao's extraordinary presence and informed Xiao Yin of his significance. As the enchanting maiden clad in a purple gown captured Mo Dao's admiration, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her once radiant smile dulled considerably. Fortunately, Mo Dao merely cast a fleeting glance, comprehending that she was the female lead of Do Pa before diverting his gaze. In regard to the others, not to mention Yao Chun, even if Xiao Sunar's father were to appear, he would remain unperturbed. Although he was certainly no match in combat, he possessed 3 invulnerable protections and 2 instances of long-distance teleportation. Thus, should he provoke him, even the ancient clan would find it challenging to contend with him. While he might not be capable of annihilating those higher-ups, he could undoubtedly vex them without consequence. Hence, he paid little heed to their discussions or thoughts and departed without a second thought. As Mo Dao departed, Yao Lao communicated with Xiao Yin. Your Xiao clan is indeed a hidden dragon among the crouching tiger. The young man who just left likely possesses strength that rivals your father's. To have such cultivation at such a young age indicates extraordinary talent. Although he may not yet be at the pinnacle, he is certainly a top-tier genius in Wutan City. With the passage of time, Wutan City may witness the emergence of a family that could rival the current Xiao clan. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. Despite having received Yao Lao's guidance, he was still at the beginning of his journey and had yet to encounter higher-level matters. His perspective was still confined to the modest realm of Wutan City. Thus, upon hearing Yao Lao, he pondered whether to ally with Mo Dao. Even if an alliance were unfeasible, he could not allow Mo Dao to threaten his family. If Mo Dao were to hear Yao Chen's words and grasp Xiaoyan's thoughts, he would likely find it amusing. This discrepancy stemmed from an imbalance of information, as their assumptions were worlds apart from Mo Dao's reality. Having traversed 3 worlds, this was already Mo Dao's 4th. The vistas he had witnessed far surpassed the comprehension of Yao Lao, and even the strongest being in this realm, the Soul Emperor, would find it hard to compete. Would Mo Dao concern himself with a mere Wutan city? That notion was utterly ludicrous. Regarding cultivation, Xiaoyan's father, Xiaozhan, had attained the strength of a Grand O Master, whereas Mo Dao could rival a Dozun. A Dozun represented a pinnacle of expertise before Yao Chen's physical demise. A veritable top-tier master in the Doqi continent, capable of easily suppressing even a Grand O Master, let alone a Do Wang or Do Huang. Yao Chen had previously belonged to this echelon, hence his casual warning to Xiao Yan carried little weight. As for Xiao Suner, her only concern was Xiao Yan, rendering her indifferent to Mo Dao. It could be said that throughout this affair, only Xiao Yan truly cared, while Mo Dao, the subject of it all, had already arrived at the Mite Air Auction House. The Mite Air Auction House did not host auctions daily. Rather, events occurred every few days, with grand auctions held when notable items surfaced. Beyond auctions, they also provided appraisals of various treasures as well as the acquisition and sale of valuable goods. Yafei served as the chief auctioneer and overseer of the Mite Air Auction House, making it typically challenging to meet her. Thus, upon arriving, Mo Dao presented a flask of spirit wine. This spirit wine was an inexhaustible resource for him. As long as the gourd's energy remained intact and his true essence was not depleted, the endless wine gourd would continue to produce spirit wine. To Mo Dao, this ordinary spirit wine merely offered a more delightful taste. Yet for others, it was an excellent means to enhance cultivation and restore Doqi. With Mo Dao's current level, a single sip of spirit wine could only convert into a mere thread of true essence, and it would take thousands of such threads to fill his meridians and dantian. However, for those still cultivating Doqi and yet to become Doshi, a single sip could elevate their Doqi by 1 or 2 ranks. More importantly, the spirit energy contained within the wine was exceedingly gentle and pure, easily absorbed by even Doshi without adverse effects. As it was the most refined essence devoid of impurities, such a treasure was invaluable to lower-tier cultivators. Thus, although Mo Dao produced only a small flask of spirit wine, the appraiser's expression transformed upon opening the lid and inhaling the aroma. After cautiously pouring a small amount and tasting it, sheer astonishment flooded his features. Esteemed guest, please hold on. I am uncertain about this wine and must consult Apothecary Guanai for an appraisal. Mo Dao's intention in coming here was to meet Yafei, and this flask of spirit wine was meant to entice her, so he readily permitted the appraiser to seek authentication. He had no concern that the appraiser would abscond with the spirit wine. He did not believe Yafei would employ someone so foolish as an appraiser. Moreover, should such a situation arise, a slight stir would suffice to achieve his goal, with his loss being merely a flask of spirit wine of negligible value to him. After approximately 10 minutes, the 30-something appraiser returned hurriedly, a hint of deference in his demeanor as he spoke. Esteemed guest, may I request you to accompany me? Our esteemed master wishes to converse with you regarding this spirit wine. Upon hearing this, Mo Dao understood that he had accomplished half of his objective. The next step depended on whether he could present something that would captivate Yafei's interest. Under the appraiser's guidance, Mo Dao proceeded through the corridors, arriving at a door after a brief walk of 3 minutes. The appraiser knocked softly and announced, "Esteemed master, the guest has arrived." At the sound of the voice, a sultry and alluring tone resonated from within, evoking vivid imagery. "Come in." Hearing the command, the appraiser opened the door and gestured for Mo Dao to enter. Once inside, the appraiser closed the door behind him, remaining outside. Mo Dao paid little attention to this detail. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon the alluring woman before him. She languidly reclined in a chair, a hint of a smile dancing upon her enchanting face, clad in a vibrant, form-fitting crimson robe that exquisitely accentuated her captivating curves. The robe revealed a glimpse of her alluringly raised, snow-white legs, lending an air of mystery to the dimly lit room, igniting a fervent impulse within. Her slender waist was cinched with a silver sash, accentuating her delicate figure. This was a woman exuding allure and charm, and under the gaze of her elongated, peach blossom-like eyes, even Mo Dao felt a stirring desire to embrace and cherish her. Undoubtedly, she is the woman who drives the men of Wutan City to madness. Just a mere smile or frown from her stirs my heart, though it is regrettable that her skills pale in comparison to Selena. Yafei relies on her innate charm, exquisite beauty, and striking figure to evoke emotions in others, while Selena's allure directly influences the spirit. To resist the enchantment of Selena is one thing. However, Yafei's temptation feels trivial in comparison. Yet, truth be told, this woman is indeed a rare gem. Faced with Yafei's deliberate allure, Modeo merely felt a flicker of interest before becoming immune. Nonetheless, in the presence of beauty, appreciation is still warranted, so he took a seat directly opposite Yafei. "Sir, your gaze upon Yafei is rather disconcerting," she remarked. Seeing Modeo remain so calm and composed surprised Yafei momentarily. But the spirit wine was far too significant for her to ignore, prompting her to initiate the conversation. Modeo, hearing her words, responded with a smile. Anyone who fails to appreciate beauty in front of them is undoubtedly a fool, especially when it is such an unparalleled sight. Even Yafei, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a crack in her composure. Although Modeo's gaze bore no hint of lewdness, its unabashed boldness was overwhelming, prompting Yafei to lower her elegantly crossed leg. "You jest, sir. Yafei is merely an ordinary auctioneer at Mitre. Let us discuss matters of significance." Recognizing that his previous tactics were ineffective against Modeo, Yafei chose to be direct and straightforward. With the intent to address the matter at hand, Modeo displayed a look of regret as he withdrew his gaze and stated plainly, "Let us speak of business. I wish to collaborate with you." Upon hearing this, Yafei paused, then beamed with a radiant smile, teasingly asking, "Collaborate with me? I am curious about your proposed method of cooperation." Modeo, eschewing any circumlocution, produced 2 white jade cups and poured spirit wine into them, gesturing for Yafei to savor it. "This is merely the most ordinary spirit wine I possess. As for its effects, you will discover them upon tasting." Yafei, biting her lip and gazing intently at Modeo, ultimately lifted 1 cup and took a delicate sip. In contrast, Modeo downed his cup in one swift motion. The flavor is somewhat lacking, and the spiritual essence is a bit too scarce. Do make do with this. Next time, I shall treat you to something far superior, befitting one of your exquisite beauty. At this moment, Yafei, emulating Modeo's approach and consuming the spirit wine in one gulp, had no spare thoughts for his words. As she was overwhelmed by the spirit energy within the wine, fervently attempting to refine it. Chapter 214. A new development observing Yafei become invigorated by the spirit wine's essence. Modeo chuckled softly, waving his right hand to retrieve 20 flasks of spirit wine from the seed space that he had casually acquired earlier. "These are for auction," he stated, before producing a flask of spirit wine contained within a white jade vessel. "This flask is a gift from my visit, although it is still somewhat lacking. It should suffice for you for 10 days to half a month. By the way, I am currently residing at the Xiao residence. Should you decide, you may send someone to find me. I go by Modeo." After making this statement, Modeo approached Yafei, who was deeply immersed in refining the spirit energy. Gently lifting her chin with his right hand and whispering, "Amidst such beauty, one cannot help but be captivated. I hope to have the fortune of a close collaboration with you." Without waiting for Yafei to finish refining the spirit energy, Modeo departed. Upon exiting the room, he set up a protective array at the door to prevent any interruptions to Yafei, successfully barring the entrance to the second-tier alchemist Gunny. Modeo left without a second thought. Yet the array he had established caused great distress to Gunny, who sensed a force at the door but could not decipher its nature or function. Even more frustrating was that brute force would yield no results. as the energy sustaining the array, though minimal, was of remarkably high quality and resilience, capable of absorbing the energy from any attacks, rendering his efforts futile unless his assault surpassed the limits of the array. Were Modeo aware of Gunny's approach to dismantling the array, he would surely find it amusing. While it is not incorrect to attempt to break an array through energy expenditure, employing a force of significantly lower grade against an array is akin to try to ignite a diamond with a mere lighter. Consequently, Gunny could not shake the array in the slightest. Fortunately, the energy Modeo left within the array was not abundant, comparable to the essence within the spirit wine. Thus, once Yafei absorbed the energy from the wine, the array's operation consumed the residual energy Modeo had provided. As the array's power waned, the door naturally opened. When Yafei completed refining the energy and beheld Gunny rush in with a look of urgency, she was momentarily taken aback. Modeo's array not only prevented the door from opening, but also blocked any external sounds, leaving her oblivious to the commotion outside. Thus, upon witnessing Gunny's anxious demeanor, she was understandably surprised. However, upon hearing Gunny's account of the situation, Yafei was even more astonished, as she had not heard any sounds at all. From Gunny's words, she deduced that Modeo's strength must be considerable. As a second-tier alchemist, Gunny needed to master the art of controlling fire. And while there are no stringent requirements for an alchemist combat rank, a significantly low level would hinder even flame control. The fact that Gunny, who held a respectable position in Wutan City, could not even budge Modeo's measures indicates that Modeo's prowess is truly exceptional. To possess such strength at a young age, potentially as a high-tier alchemist, and to command a wealth of spirit wine along with the techniques to brew it, is a person Yafei would not wish to overlook. As for the concern of being ensnared, Yafei harbored confidence in her judgment. Although the youth had openly expressed interest in her, his gaze was remarkably clear, leading her to believe that coercion would be unlikely. However, should her heart be moved first, she was confident he would not refuse her. The prerequisite, of course, was that she fully understood him and ensured she would not become a mere ornament or accessory. Contemplating this, Yafei turned her attention to the spirit wines on the table. I shall package these spirit wines in exquisite jade bottles, each containing a modest amount. I plan to hold a spirit wine auction in 3 days, and I expect the heads of all prominent families in Wutan City to attend. After issuing her orders, Yafei picked up the flask of spirit wine that Modeo had intentionally left for her, uncapped it to inhale its rich aroma, then hastily resealed it as the intense spiritual energy surged forth. After sealing the lid, she glanced at the jade flask in her hand and suddenly broke into a smile. Uncle Gu, may I trouble you to prepare a fine jade vase? This wine jug is not worthy of the exquisite liquor it contains. After uttering these words, Yafei settled back into her seat, her mind drifting to the memories of her previous conversations with Mo Dao. She realized that throughout their discourse, Mo Dao had maintained a commanding grasp of the rhythm, exuding a remarkable confidence. Mo Dao, who are you truly? Such a precious spirit liquor, and yet you chose to encase it in a roadside vendor's jade vase. You are indeed a person shrouded in mystery. I find myself unexpectedly looking forward to our next meeting. Meanwhile, preparations for the auction were underway on Yafei's side, while Mo Dao had returned to the Xiao family, awaiting news. Upon his arrival, he was met by Xiao Yan. Mo Dao was somewhat surprised by Xiao Yan's visit, as he now held a rather insignificant status within the Xiao family, especially with Xiao Yan having already established a 3-year pact. Surely, he should be focused on enhancing his cultivation rather than seeking out someone as inconsequential as himself. Yet, here he was, evidently having waited for quite some time. Although the purpose of Xiao Yan's visit remained unclear, Mo Dao felt no threat from him, and since Yafei, whom Xiao Yan desired, would soon be within his grasp, there was no conflict between them. With no clash of interests and no threat to his strength, Mo Dao naturally welcomed Xiao Yan into his presence. Regrettably, the system does not reclaim treatises pertaining to cultivation techniques, nor does it recover text devoid of profound essence, energy, or spiritual power. In essence, if you were to transcribe a manual, the system would not reclaim it, regardless of its status as the world's most powerful secret technique. However, should it contain any special energy or if the material of the book is illicit, even if the content is nonsensical, the system would still reclaim it. Otherwise, Mo Dao might have been tempted to seize the venerable elder residing within Xiao Yan's ring, as the latter was once a 9-star Dozun and a genius of the Yao clan, possessing countless manuals and formulas. If such a treasure were truly exchangeable, Mo Dao would likely turn into a literary thief, plundering the archives of sects in every realm he visited. Unfortunately, the system does not permit such actions. Otherwise, Mo Dao would undoubtedly have succeeded. For now, the only treasure worth coveting was the ring carrying the elder, and as for alchemical knowledge, acquiring it from the Dan Tower or directly copying it from the Yao clan would suffice. Do not forget that he possesses the Shadow Domain, which, when combined with the 5 Spirits Immortal Technique and the Shushan Concealment Technique, renders him nearly undetectable in darkness, unless faced with an opponent of exceptional power and spiritual insight. As long as he remains shrouded in shadows, no one can perceive him. Regarding how to access these places, one must remember that he is also adept in spatial manipulation and deafness. Both skills pertain to spatial power, and with some contemplation and understanding, mastering a fragment of spatial law would pose no challenge. Given this, Mo Dao invited Xiao Yan into his room. Chapter 215. Xiao Yan's enticement. Xiao Yan, being a fellow practitioner, possessed a sufficiently mature mindset. Coupled with the scorn and insults he had endured over the years, his resolve had become remarkably steadfast. Thus, his visit was undoubtedly not a mere social call. After inviting Xiao Yan inside, Mo Dao poured him a cup of tea and took the initiative to speak. "What brings you to me, young Master Xiao?" Xiao Yan chuckled at this, saying, "Nothing much. I simply passed by and wanted to check on you, Master. I hope you're comfortable here. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. I can ask my father to accommodate your needs." Mo Dao was struck by Xiao Yan's words. He found not a single word of Xiao Yan's claim believable. How could a casual visit warrant half an hour of waiting? The leaves of the tree outside were nearly stripped bare from his observation. Did Xiao Yan truly think he was oblivious? Furthermore, given Mo Dao's current standing as merely a moderately skilled swordsman with the strength of a doja, such a person did not warrant such deference from the Xiao family. Therefore, he was skeptical of Xiao Yan's intentions. However, he gleaned valuable information from Xiao Yan's discourse. He noted a shift in Xiao Yan's demeanor from indifference to a hint of respect, infused with a desire for camaraderie. This indicated that Xiao Yan likely held him in high regard and sought to forge an alliance. Although the reasons were unclear, Mo Dao anticipated his involvement in future events. Given that Xiao Yan was the destined child of this realm, along with Xiao Suner, antagonizing them, while not daunting, would certainly complicate matters. Thus, he resolved to accept Xiao Yan's goodwill. Whether they might clash later over matters such as Ihua was uncertain. Yet Mo Dao was confident such a day would not come. He was aware of the locations of all Ihua and could preemptively secure them. After all, those Ihua were never Xiao Yan's to begin with. Possession would depend solely on one's capabilities. If he were to claim them first, Xiao Yan would have no reason to resent him, only to lament his misfortune and lack of strength. Of course, should Xiao Yan choose to bear a grudge or become adversarial, Mo Dao was prepared to confront him. After all, he faced no repercussions for disrupting the narrative. Nevertheless, based on the original text, Xiao Yan was not depicted as foolish or arrogant, making such a scenario unlikely. Reflecting on this, Mo Dao responded with a smile. "I find my stay here quite pleasant. However, young master, Xiao may soon find my presence unnecessary. Perhaps once you depart, I too shall embark on a journey across the continent." "Oh, you intend to leave?" Xiao Yan was taken aback by Mo Dao's statement, for he had come with the intent of gauging and potentially winning over Mo Dao for the benefit of the Xiao family, especially since he would soon be departing from Wutan City. After his departure, the Xiao family would require a safeguard. Mo Dao's talents were formidable within Wutan City, and if he could be fully integrated into the Xiao family, it would only take some martial techniques for him to cultivate, thus providing the Xiao family with a hidden trump card. No one would dare challenge them in Wutan City thereafter. Had Mo Dao been privy to Xiao Yan's thoughts, he would have told him that such aspirations were futile. However, unaware of these intentions, he responded directly, "Indeed, Wutan City is ultimately a bit small for my ambitions. I wish to witness a broader vista. Hence I shall depart from Wutan City before long. Is there an issue, young Master Xiao?" At this juncture, Mo Dao regarded Xiao Yan with an expression of calm amusement, causing Xiao Yan's pupils to constrict slightly. Mo Dao's demeanor was strikingly composed, atypical of a youth in his teens. After some contemplation, Xiao Yan finally articulated his thoughts. "Indeed, my purpose for today is to extend an invitation for you to remain with the Xiao family as our esteemed guest. Should you choose to stay, I can offer you a profound technique of the Xian rank, along with complementary combat skills." As Xiao Yan concluded his statement, he fixed his gaze intently upon Mo Dao, eager to discern his reaction. However, the outcome was disheartening. Mo Dao maintained his cheerful demeanor, exhibiting no visible change upon hearing about the advanced techniques. Seeing that Mo Dao remained unmoved, Xiao Yan contemplated further and, with determination, added, "If you have taken a liking to a woman from the Xiao family, I can facilitate an introduction." Upon hearing this, Mo Dao's eyes flickered with interest, and a radiant smile broke forth, causing Xiao Yan to feel an ominous sense of foreboding. Indeed, amid Xiao Yan's anxious thoughts, Mo Dao uttered a name that caused Xiao Yan's expression to darken instantaneously. "I am interested in Xiao Xunya. If you can ensure she willingly marries me, I may consider remaining as a guest of the Xiao family." Although Mo Dao's words were laced with jest, he would undoubtedly honor his promise if Xiao Yan could indeed fulfill such a request. After all, the Dopa world is merely a mid-tier realm, and traversing it could lead to the higher echelons of the Great Master Realm. In essence, if Xiao Yan succeeded, he would merely need to wait a few years or a decade to directly ascend to the Great Master World. The prospect of securing Xiao Suner as a wife and subsequently advancing to a realm of greater significance would be appealing to the majority of men. However, observing Xiao Yan's face darkening further, Mo Dao understood that this scenario was utterly implausible. Having teased Xiao Yan and witnessed his impending outburst, Mo Dao preemptively interjected before Xiao Yan could respond. "I was merely jesting. I am aware that is your Achilles heel. Here's a proposition. If you can arrange for Xiao Yu to be with me, I can reveal to you the precise location and method to acquire a rare flame. And I assure you, I will not contend with you for it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's previously darkened expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, and he silently prepared himself against any potential threat from Mo Dao, even transmitting a message to Yao Lao, instructing him to take decisive action should any unforeseen events arise. "Who are you, truly?" he inquired, but Mo Dao remained unfazed, responding calmly, "Rest assured, I am merely an ordinary traveler, harboring no ill intent towards you. But are you certain you do not wish to proceed? I perceive a strong medicinal fragrance emanating from you, suggesting you are an alchemist. For an alchemist, a rare flame is akin to a divine artifact, and all you need is a decree or an introduction from your father. Are you truly unwilling?" Despite Mo Dao's words, Xiao Yan did not relax, though the intensity of his seriousness diminished slightly, as Yao Lao had sensed neither malice nor murderous intent from Mo Dao. Nevertheless, he would not barter his family ties for a rare flame, even if his relationship with the individual was not particularly close, and thus he resolutely declined. "What a pity, but if you were to acquiesce, I would lose respect for you." After making this statement, Mo Dao glanced at the ring on Xiao Yan's hand, smiling as he said, "I hope for future opportunities for collaboration. I hold a keen interest in alchemy." Chapter 216. Collaboration established. Xiao Yan's attempt at recruitment had utterly failed, yet he gleaned a wealth of information about Mo Dao. Of course, this information was intentionally divulged by Mo Dao, allowing Yao Lao to capture it. For had it been left solely to Xiao Yan's limited experience, he would have been fortunate to grasp even half of what Mo Dao had revealed. From their earlier conversation, they deduced that although they remained uncertain whether Mo Dao was friend or foe, at the very least, he bore no ill will toward the Xiao family or Xiao Yan. Moreover, From Mo Dao's glance at the ring housing Yao Lao before departing, it appeared he might have discerned the secret of that ring. This revelation was particularly alarming, as the ring had been in Xiao Yan's possession for several years, and even his father had failed to detect any issues with it. According to Yao Lao, even Do Huang would struggle to uncover this secret. Yet, Mo Dao had seen through it, indicating that his strength might have surpassed that of a Do Huang, or that he possessed equally mysterious means to unveil such truths. Regardless, both possibilities underscored Mo Dao's formidable nature, especially given his youth, which was not merely a facade of age. Yao Lao had expressed that he could sense a vibrant vitality emanating from Mo Dao, a vitality that an ancient monster could not possess. This suggested that Mo Dao's age was indeed genuine, merely a teenager. To possess such formidable strength and charisma at such a tender age renders him an adversary not to be trifled with. Should he choose to become an enemy, it would be imperative to eradicate him, lest he bring about endless misfortune. Therefore, despite his failed attempt at recruitment, Xiao Yan bore no animosity toward Mo Dao. As for Mo Dao's suggestion of facilitating a connection with Xiao Yu, it was merely idle talk, as Xiao Yu had already departed for the Jianan Academy prior to Mo Dao's arrival, indicating that he had never even met her. To barter a rare flame, a coveted treasure for both alchemists and fighters alike, for an introduction to a girl he had never met was a proposal that only a fool would entertain. Clearly, Mo Dao was no fool. Thus, his words were simply a means of probing Xiao Yan. While Mo Dao indeed held a curiosity regarding Xiao Yu, it was merely a pretext to assess Xiao Yan's character. After Xiao Yan's departure, Mo Dao took a moment to reflect on the unfolding narrative, as his memory of Dopa had grown somewhat hazy over time, having followed its updates. Recollecting, he remembered that Xiao Yan initially procured foundational spirit liquid at an auction, enabling him to acquire the necessary materials for his early cultivation and breakthrough to a fighter before venturing into the Monster Mountain range, where he encountered Yun Lanzong's leader, Yin Yun. Following this encounter, he journeyed to the Tagore Desert, ultimately seizing the Qinglian Earth Heart Flame from Medusa. After obtaining the Qinglian Earth Heart Flame, Xiao Yan's strength saw a significant enhancement, prompting him to attend a rendezvous with Yun Lanzong, where he triumphed over Nailan Yanran, even managing to retreat unscathed when the venerable leader of Yun Lanzong intervened. Following the events with Yun Lanzong, Xiao Yan left the Jiama Empire en route to the Jianan Academy, embarking on his rapid ascent. This time, Mo Dao resolved not to follow the established plot, for doing so could lead to missed opportunities and potential conflicts with the protagonist, Xiao Yan. Thus, he decided to preemptively claim any easily obtainable rare flames, as such treasures could be immensely beneficial, whether for personal use or conversion into points. After absorbing the power of the Hua fruit from AC, he awakened his own flame abilities. Although he has rarely utilized these powers, this does not imply that they are weak. On the contrary, his flame abilities are remarkably potent. However, since the flames he possesses are merely mundane, even when employing fire-based celestial techniques, their effectiveness remains limited. He could forcibly compress and enhance the power of his flames, but this would significantly deplete his true essence and stamina. Fortunately, the Iowa from the Dopa world perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. His physique card allows him to absorb special energies to awaken a divine body, and with the awakening of his flame abilities, it can be asserted that Mo Dao is now a natural flame controller, his mastery surpassing even the thunder and tremor laws he possesses. While may pose a considerable threat to others, requiring careful refinement lest they be reduced to ashes for Mo Dao, it is akin to a delectable supplement. With such innate talent and convenience, coupled with his knowledge of the plot and the locations of unclaimed or easily obtainable Iowa, following the storyline alongside Xiao Yan would indeed be foolish. Thus, Mo Dao resolved to take all the Iowa he could, leaving only a budding Iowa seed for Xiao Yan, ensuring he reaps the benefits while having someone else attract attention and bear the blame. Truly a perfect plan. Strangely, Mo Dao suddenly found this idea exceptionally feasible. After finalizing his plans, Xiao Yan, preparing to auction the foundation-building spirit liquid, felt a chill run down his back, sensing that something ominous was about to occur. 2 days later, Mo Dao received an invitation from the Mitre auction house, inviting him to attend the auction. Upon seeing the auction list, Mo Dao smiled, for his spirit wine was prominently featured, and it was stipulated that 3 sets would be auctioned monthly, each consisting of 6 bottles. Although he had already set aside a considerable amount of spirit wine for Yafei, this list indicated he had 10 sets, and even if he switched to small porcelain bottles, he would nearly exhaust his reserves, leaving insufficient for future auctions. This implies that Yafei had agreed to collaborate with him. Otherwise, unless she diluted the spirit wine with water, she could not possibly produce any for future auctions. As for claims that they had deciphered the method of brewing spirit wine, that was sheer nonsense. For all his spirit wine was drawn from the endless wine gourd. The wine within the endless wine gourd is a creation of rules to brew an identical version. The brewer must fully grasp the rules of the endless wine gourd, which is fundamentally impossible. While imitation might be feasible, the results would not compare to the wine produced by the endless wine gourd, as it is not only clear and fragrant, but also imbued with exceptionally pure and gentle spiritual energy, allowing direct absorption without adverse effects. If not for the fact that Mo Dao found the spiritual energy in ordinary spirit wine to be rather meager, and considering the endless wine gourd's wine is not truly inexhaustible, needing energy absorption to yield spirit wine, he would have long since transformed into a wine enthusiast, indulging in the elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Chapter 217. The emptying plan of Do Pa collaborating with Yafei was merely Mo Dao's initial step. Next, he aimed to completely win her over, ensuring her unwavering loyalty. Otherwise, the allure of what he offered would be too great for others, and should Yafei turn against him, he would become a public enemy. Although he would not fear such a fate, as he could simply sweep through the major powers of the world, the resultant losses would be significant, causing his heart to ache, for those points are invaluable. The spiritual herbs from the Shushan of the Xianjian world were exchanged for 5,000 points. If he were to scour the Do Pa world thoroughly, he could easily amass at least 100,000 points, if not more. Such points would enable him to exchange for top-tier treasures like the 72 transformations or the Pan Tao, making it imperative that he proceed without fail. As for why he did not undertake such actions in the Xianjian world previously, it was simply a matter of forgetfulness. However, forgetfulness was only part of the reason. The more significant factor was the abundance of powerful figures in the Xianjian world. Had he attempted to establish a vast organization to scour various resources, he was certain the Shushan would be the first to retaliate, with countless ancient beings emerging thereafter. In short, the Xianjian world was fraught with formidable adversaries, and he did not wish to provoke them, opting instead to enjoy a modest meal. The Do Pa world, however, is different. The pinnacle here is merely the Do Emperor. Although the Do Emperor is indeed formidable, he pales in comparison to the titans of the Xianjian world. In terms of ranking, Do Pa belongs to the middle 1,000 worlds, while Xianjian undoubtedly occupies the grand 1,000 world tier. This implies that the Do Emperor is at most equivalent to a celestial rank in the Xianjian world, and even then, the celestial rank in Xianjian is not particularly intimidating. While the strength of the mortal realm in the Xianjian world is not exceptionally high, one must not forget that the Xianjian world hosts the heavenly court and the demon realm, where the true powerhouses reside. Mo Dao's strength has now nearly reached its peak, and he possesses a plethora of methods. Thus, while he may not necessarily defeat the Do Emperor, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Do Emperor to take his life. In such a world, his strength is already nearing the ceiling, allowing him to proceed with fewer reservations, thus directly launching his plundering plan. Filled with anticipation for the future, Mo Dao arrived at the Mitre auction house, where he was led by a maid to a luxurious private room, where Yafei had long been waiting. "Young Master Mo, you have finally arrived. Yafei has missed you dearly." As soon as Mo Dao entered the room, Yafei approached him alluringly, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters. At that moment, her face bore a delightful blend of joy, playful reproach, subtle complaint, and enchanting charm, compelling Mo Dao to inwardly exclaim at her beguiling nature. This woman truly knew how to wield her advantages to captivate the attention of men. It must be said that even Mo Dao, under Yafei's charm, felt an overwhelming desire to embrace and protect her, to shield her from any harm or grievance. Naturally, this thought was swiftly extinguished, for he understood that once such emotions took root, it would be all too easy for her to lead him astray, resulting in her extracting everything she desired from him while the cost to her would be minuscule. Thus, Mo Dao promptly dismissed such thoughts, smiling as he said, "Miss Yafei, I have missed you as well. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. It has been 6 autumns since we last met, and I have truly yearned for you. Isn't it just flirtation?" Who has seen a few cheesy lines online? However, after saying it, he felt a bit of a cringe upon hearing Mo Dao's words. A trace of helplessness flickered in Yafei's eyes as she reined in her feigned expressions. She held tremendous confidence in her beauty and figure, believing that no one in Wutan City could resist her allure. Even if they did not bow before her, they would be unable to remain calm in the face of her temptation, ultimately providing her the opportunity to strike when it mattered most. However, despite the fact that this seemingly youthful boy, barely in his teenage years, could maintain his composure in her presence and even counter her provocations with an unperturbed demeanor, what troubled her most was that she felt a flicker of intrigue towards him. It was not merely his words that captivated her, but rather a profound curiosity to unravel the mysteries that enveloped his being. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. Thus, Yafei composed her expression and, with an air of solemnity, regarded Mo Dao, saying, "Young Master Mo, you have perceived my sincerity. I wonder how you wish to collaborate." Mo Dao smiled and cast a glance at Yafei, responding, "Not sufficient, far from it. Moreover, this is not merely a collaboration. You will become my most loyal subordinate. In return, I shall grant you the autonomy to dictate your own fate, free from the machinations of your family. And this is merely the first step. Should you be amenable, seek me out after the auction concludes, and I shall alleviate your concerns. If you cannot accept this, I can still provide you with a batch of spiritual wine, splitting the profits 60-40, but that opportunity shall be singular, for I intend to depart from the Jiaoma Empire thereafter." Upon finishing his statement, Mo Dao did not press for an answer. Instead, he moved to the window of the private box, surveying the hall below. Yafei fell into silence, her brows furrowing as she grappled with the implications of his words. Had it merely been a partnership, she would have readily acquiesced. Yet, the notion of becoming his subordinate, bound by loyalty, was a proposition she found difficult to accept. After all, she was Yafei, a direct descendant of the Mi-Taer family and currently the overseer of the Mi-Taer auction house. How could someone of her stature resign herself to being another subordinate, and to pledge loyalty at that? Nevertheless, Mo Dao's displayed prowess, albeit not vast, was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, she sensed an aura of depth and confidence within him that surpassed even the grand proclamations made by Gu and I. From Mo Dao emanated a formidable presence that even a Do Huang would envy. In addition, there was the matter of the spiritual wine he had previously gifted her. She had yet to partake of it, for even the mere act of uncorking the vessel released an abundance of spiritual energy sufficient for her cultivation, necessitating the cap to be replaced periodically lest she be unable to absorb it all. Such spiritual wine exceeded her comprehension, and she estimated its worth to be on par with 6th-grade medicinal pills. Yet, Mo Dao had casually bestowed it upon her in a vessel procured from the roadside. A person capable of casually presenting such treasures could not be weak. Most importantly, she felt no malice from Mo Dao. He did not strike her as an overly ambitious individual. Crucially, the conditions he offered struck at her most vulnerable weakness. She had become acutely aware that her family did not desire her to seize control, but rather viewed her as a mere tool for advantageous marriage alliances. Thus, she hesitated, weighing the gamble of becoming Mo Dao's subordinate, freeing herself from familial constraints and soaring to new heights, against the alternative of forsaking this opportunity in hope that her family would recognize her accomplishments and grant her the autonomy she craved. After much contemplation, Yafei glanced at Mo Dao, whose confident smile remained as he gazed down upon the hall, and a faint smile played upon her own lips. Did she truly have a choice? Had she not come to Wu-Tan City in pursuit of an opportunity? Moments later, the confident and alluring Yafei ascended the auction stage. Observant individuals noted that she appeared somewhat different from her usual self, though they could not quite pinpoint the nature of this change. In a private box, Mo Dao observed the composed and self-assured Yafei on the auction stage, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His objectives had been achieved. He had acquired the most valuable asset in this venue, securing Yafei, the most cherished treasure of the Mi-Te-Er family, rendered all other items insignificant to him. As for the highly sought-after advanced Xian-level combat techniques, he scarcely regarded them. In Wu-Tan City, Xian-level combat techniques were considered top-tier treasures. However, within the broader context of the Doqi continent, they were far from exceptional, as there existed numerous items of greater worth. Combat techniques were classified into 4 tiers: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, with subdivisions of high, mid, and low ranks. The advanced Xian-level combat techniques were merely mid-tier, hence Mo Dao's lack of interest. The most prized items at the auction were those advanced Xian-level combat techniques, followed closely by Mo Dao's spiritual wine, which fetched a remarkable price of 360,000 for a set, translating to 60,000 per bottle. Subsequently, it was Xiao Yan's foundational spirit liquid, which had been released slightly earlier and did not suffer from any price drop, selling for over 40,000 per bottle. Although the unit prices of both items were comparable, Mo Dao's spiritual wine yielded greater profits, as Xiao Yan's foundational spirit liquid had a production cost of 1,000 gold coins, while Mo Dao's spiritual wine was virtually cost-free. The endless wine gourd would replenish its energy gradually. If depleted, it would require approximately a day to fully recover. The energy expended could fill a large swimming pool with ordinary spiritual wine. This meant that for Mo Dao, the wine was entirely without cost, and every sale was profit. He envisioned a bright future ahead. The endless wine gourd would produce wine for sale, converting it into gold coins, which could then be used to procure various spiritual herbs and magical nuclei. The purchased herbs could be brewed into even higher-grade spiritual wine, generating even greater wealth. The thought of this perpetual cycle was tantalizing. As Mo Dao contemplated this promising future, he observed the frenzied bidding below, where individuals clamored over a single item, their faces flushed with excitement. In that moment, he felt like a mere spectator, silently witnessing the unfolding drama. Soon the auction concluded, and immediately thereafter, Yafei entered the box with determination. Noticing the commotion behind him, Mo Dao did not turn but spoke in a measured tone. Have you come to a conclusion? While I am quite benevolent, especially towards beautiful women, this matter pertains to my grand scheme. I will not tolerate any missteps. Should I sense any disloyalty from you, while I may not resort to violence, you shall find it impossible to appear before the world again. Having made her decision, Yafei had considered the various potential outcomes. Mo Dao's warning was merely a lighter consequence than she had envisioned, so she did not dwell on it too heavily. However, the mention of his grand scheme sent a jolt through her. Initially, she believed that Mo Dao sought her out personally because he recognized her value, and she held a degree of confidence in her own abilities. Thus, she did not perceive herself as an inconsequential figure in his plans. Yet, his words implied that she was to be a central figure in his grand design. She had merely aspired to secure a mid-level position, to extricate herself from her family's grip, and to wield some influence within her lineage. But now, it appeared that her role was of greater significance than she had anticipated. Based on her assessments, Mo Dao's strength would rival that of her family, and now she found herself positioned as a critical player in his grand scheme, second only to him, which placed her status on par with the elders of her family. This meant that if she consented, her future achievements would at the very least rival those of returning to her family or taking full control of the Mi-Te-Er auction house. In light of this realization, Yafei felt a surge of gratitude for seizing this opportunity and, with a smile, declared, "As long as the young master does not betray Yafei, she shall not disappoint you." Upon hearing Yafei's words, Mo Dao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned to look at her, saying, "In the future, you shall be grateful for your choices. After you address the matters concerning the auction house, accompany me. We must alleviate your concerns first, allowing you to focus on your work." As Mo Dao spoke, Yufei felt a mix of joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from the possibility that she might no longer be viewed merely as a pawn for her family's political alliances, while her trepidation arose from uncertainty about whether Mo Dao could fulfill his promise. Additionally, she was uneasy about how he might approach her family and whether it would adversely affect them. Although she harbored disdain for certain elders within her clan, they were still her family's elders, and she hoped Mo Dao would avoid conflict with them. If conflict were to arise, she wished it to be minimal, for she would find herself in a difficult position. Mo Dao, while aware of Yufei's concerns, regarded them as inconsequential. After all, the world of Dopa is one where strength reigns supreme, and her family's desire to marry her off was merely a means to prevent a woman from gaining power and enhancing their clan's influence. The strongest member of her family, Hai Buodong, had only been aided by Xiao Yin to break the seal placed upon him by Medusa. Once a formidable figure, he had been reduced to merely a 5-star Do Huang before the seal was lifted, and even then, he could only recover to the rank of a 2-star Do Huang due to the lingering effects. Given that 5-star Do Huang was already among the top 10 strongest in the Jiama Empire, and that Mo Dao had attained the rank of Dozun, it was commendable that her family did not outright submit to him. Why would they oppose his taking Yufei away? Thus, Mo Dao felt no apprehension regarding the matter, as he considered it merely a matter of showcasing his strength with little hassle involved. While the Mitair family was one of the 3 major powers within the Jiama Empire, it was still merely a mid-tier force on the continent of Doqi. Nevertheless, within the Jiama Empire, the Mitair family maintained significant strength. In anticipation of various scenarios, Yufei made extensive preparations while arranging matters for the auction house, ensuring she was ready for any unforeseen developments. Mo Dao observed her diligence, recognizing that while her preparations may have been unnecessary, they revealed her resourcefulness and understanding of human nature, as well as her family's dynamics. Among her arrangements, there were strategies that would compel her family's elders to allow her return to Wutan City, such as the matter of the spiritual wine. This spiritual wine was provided by a mysterious high-level alchemist, subtly alluding to the existence of a non-existent alchemist impersonated by Xiao Yin. According to Yufei, this alchemist was an eccentric individual who would only collaborate with her, forbidding others from knowing of his existence. The Mitair family, being a commercial clan, pursued profit, and under Yufei's plan, the alchemist disguised by Xiao Yin was a high-level alchemist, at least of the 5th tier. If a collaboration could be established with such an alchemist, the Mitair family would have the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of power within the Jiama Empire, perhaps even beyond, stepping into a higher echelon. This temptation was one that the Mitair family could not refuse. From this, Mo Dao recognized Yufei's capabilities, affirming that his investment in her was not in vain, and that with the right opportunities and resources, the realization of his commercial empire was within reach. Chapter 219. Easily resolved. The arrangements for the auction house were completed in just a day. Initially, Yufei intended to arrange for a flying magical beast to accompany Mo Dao back to the Mitair family, but he declined. After all, he was now a person of Do Zun combat strength, possessing the ability to traverse great distances in an instant and even fly with a sword. There was no need for a flying beast. Thus, Mo Dao rejected Yufei's offer, instead wrapping his arms around her waist and soaring into the sky, guiding her to hold on to him from behind and direct their course. Yufei was utterly astonished as she witnessed Mo Dao lift them into the air. For to fly without the use of Doqi wings, one would typically need to be a Dozong. This implied that Mo Dao might very well be a Dozong. A Dozong, no less. The highest elder of her family had only been a Do Huang before his disappearance, significantly weaker than a Dozong. If he truly was a Dozong, he could roam freely within the Jiama Empire, as there were no visible Dozong powerhouses in the empire, not even in the strongest faction, Yinlan sect. However, Yafei was somewhat surprised that although Mo Dao did not employ Do Chi wings for flight, he had her standing on a sword, making it difficult to ascertain whether he truly was a Do Zong, as Do Huang level experts could also momentarily float without wings. Regardless, even if Mo Dao's strength were only at the Do Huang level, their return was assured. The Mitei heir family, currently lacking a Do Huang to support them, desperately needed a formidable ally, making it impossible for them to reject Mo Dao. Indeed, as Mo Dao descended powerfully upon the Mitei heir family with Yafei, all the high-ranking members emerged to welcome them, treating Mo Dao as an esteemed guest. When Mo Dao declared that he had come to take Yafei away and explicitly stated that they were not to interfere with her in the future, they were taken aback but said little in response. Instead, they began to speculate, attempting to confirm whether Mo Dao had taken a liking to Yafei and whether their relationship was of a romantic nature. When Mo Dao clarified that his interest lay solely in Yafei's capabilities and that he wished for her assistance, they felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, a partnership or subordinate relationship paled in comparison to a romantic entanglement. Mo Dao found it rather amusing that while they were attempting to solidify or promote such a relationship, they had deliberately arranged for him and Yafei to reside in the same courtyard, although they were not placed in the same room, but rather in adjacent chambers. The implication was unmistakable. Mo Dao did not refuse this arrangement, and to his surprise, Yafei also showed no objections, which excited the Mitei heir family. Consequently, the following day, news spread that Yafei had already followed Mo Dao, heralding it as her fortune and the blessing of the Mitei heir family. Naturally, they did not publicize this excessively, and whenever Mo Dao or Yafei were present, they would adopt serious expressions to correct such narratives, advising others not to spread rumors. Mo Dao understood that they were testing his stance. If he expressed anger or discontent, they would immediately retract their implications, and such gossip would swiftly disappear. However, if Mo Dao showed no objection or even welcomed the situation, then the rumors would spread far and wide within days. As for Yafei's thoughts, did they truly matter? Mo Dao did not pay much attention to the rumors, yet Yafei was an important ally for him in the future, making her thoughts and opinions quite significant. Thus, upon hearing the whispers, Mo Dao sought Yafei's perspective. What are your thoughts on these rumors? Should we silence them? Yafei gazed steadily at Mo Dao, and after a brief pause of about 3 seconds, she sighed resignedly, saying, "As long as you, young Master Mo, do not mind, let them be. After all, this may deter the swarms of admirers around me and spare me considerable trouble, would it not?" Hearing Yafei's words, Mo Dao smiled and did not respond, tacitly agreeing with her sentiment. Observing Mo Dao's demeanor, a hint of sorrow flickered in Yafei's eyes as she softly remarked, "Young master, your thoughts are indeed difficult for me to decipher. How should I conduct myself moving forward?" Mo Dao, uncharacteristically, displayed a trace of embarrassment, for he did harbor a slight affection for Yafei, who could resist a beauty. However, he did not wish to coerce her or exert his influence to compel her agreement. Hence he refrained from making a definitive statement. He neither distanced himself from Yafei nor adopted a superior attitude, yet he also did not deliberately pursue her. He simply wished to observe her own thoughts and stance. The revelation of his modest feelings by Yafei caused him a modicum of awkwardness, but it was manageable. Mo Dao and Yafei spent less than 2 days with the Mitei heir family before departing on the morning of the 3rd day. Prior to their departure, they cautioned the Mitei heir family against disseminating information about him, even forbidding the mention of his name. Consequently, although the outside world became aware that Yafei of the Mitei heir family was accompanied by a suspected Dozone powerhouse, they remained oblivious to his name, appearance, or age. Nevertheless, it was an established fact that Mo Dao returned with Yafei to the Mitei heir family at noon, witnessed by numerous onlookers. Thus, while the specific circumstances surrounding the mysterious backing of the Mitei heir family remained uncertain, it was undeniable that they had gained a formidable ally, which brought them considerable prestige. On the other hand, upon returning to Wu-Tan City with Yafei, Mo Dao imparted the Shushan Heart method to her. Although Yafei's talent for Do Chi was not particularly strong, her mental acuity was commendable, making the cultivation of a Shushan heart method a wise choice. To Mo Dao's surprise, despite her lack of Douqi aptitude, Yafei exhibited a notable talent for cultivation, mastering the Shushan heart method within just one day, and began converting her Douqi into true Qi. Since Mo Dao could not remain by Yafei's side indefinitely, he needed to equip her with means of self-preservation. Thus, he taught her the Shushan heart method, and once her training was on a proper path, he revealed his plans or objectives to her. Upon hearing Mo Dao's ambitions, Yafei was momentarily taken aback, for his aspirations were indeed grand. He intended to harness commerce to control the flow of resources across the entire Douqi continent, aiming to gather the continent's resources through a trading association. However, after contemplating Mo Dao's plan, she was astounded to realize that if he could indeed supply such a vast amount of spiritual wine and later offer those so-called talismans and magical artifacts, his scheme might genuinely succeed. Yafei understood the efficacy of spiritual wine. It not only lacked side effects, but also contained highly pure and easily absorbable energy. If such a product were to flood the market, it would inevitably render a significant number of mid to low-tier medicinal pills obsolete, while some breakthrough elixirs, like the Gathering Qi powder, would remain unaffected. Those intended for enhancing cultivation and replenishing Douqi would undoubtedly face a severe impact. Despite the fact that higher-tier pills were more precious, the number of high-tier fighters was significantly lower. The majority remained mid to low-tier fighters who consumed pills in alarming quantities, as both training and combat required them. Therefore, seizing the mid to low-end market would yield an immense fortune and resources. More ominously, high-tier powerhouses typically did not concern themselves with the plight of lower-tier fighters, as they deemed them unworthy of attention. With this realization, Yafei cast a profound glance at Mo Dao, her interest in the seemingly younger mysterious youth before her deepening. Chapter 220. The opening of the winery. Soon, a plethora of spiritual wine surfaced in Wutan City. However, the spiritual energy contained within was relatively low, as it had been mixed. Even so, it sold for 200 gold coins per bottle. Despite this, throngs of people flocked to purchase it. For this spiritual wine not only facilitated a rapid enhancement of Douqi cultivation without side effects, but was also more affordable than medicinal pills. Yet, the most significant aspect was that this spiritual wine was available in unlimited quantities. If one had the means, they could acquire substantial amounts. Unlike the previous limited supply of medicinal pills, with this spiritual wine, a small establishment named Wujin Winery entered the consciousness of all in Wutan City, as the wine originated from there. However, as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. The immense popularity of this spiritual wine rapidly seized the market in Wutan City, displacing the medicinal pills and herbs of other families, inciting envy among several clans. Yet, the emergence of this establishment was abrupt, and coupled with rumors of its collaboration with the Air auction house, some families, despite their envy, hesitated to act recklessly. However, the Jalai family was bold enough to take action. Not only did they dare to intervene, but they also blocked the entrance, declaring that no one was permitted to purchase spiritual wine from Wujin Winery and demanding that the winery surrender its brewing secrets within 3 days or face the consequences. The collaboration between Wujin Winery and the Air auction house was indeed real, but it was solely due to Yafei being the master of both Wujin Winery and the Air auction house in Wutan City. Other branches of the Air auction house had no such partnership and were even unaware of the existence of this winery. The Jalai family had investigated this matter. Through other Air auction houses, they learned that they had no knowledge of the so-called Wujin Winery. Thus, they deduced that this winery was merely tangentially related to the auction house in Wutan City. Had there been a genuine collaboration with the Air family, they would not have dared to act. But given the perceived minor connection to the Wutan auction house, they felt emboldened to take the risk in light of such substantial profits. Moreover, they had received news from elsewhere that the head of the Air auction house in Wutan City was set to marry a young master from the imperial capital, indicating that she would soon depart from Wutan City. Under these circumstances, how could they resist such a tempting opportunity? Thus, they took action. However, they had not anticipated that this small shop which they believed merely thrived due to its connection to the Miite air auction house, was actually controlled by the very Yafei they thought was about to leave to marry. Even more unfathomable to them was the fact that the true owner of this small establishment was a being whose power had already reached the Dozun level, a super-existence they could hardly dare to look up to, leading to their tragic downfall. This marks the inception of Mo Dao's long-term endeavor to siphon the accumulated wealth of Duki Dalu. It serves as the cornerstone for his grand scheme to amass a significant number of points, and how could he allow anyone to disrupt this? Thus, after the Jia family brazenly announced their intent, Mo Dao appeared before their establishment with an unyielding countenance. His gaze as frigid and devoid of emotion as the icy winds of winter. In his eyes, they had already met their demise. The shop continued its normal operations, and from that moment forth, the Jia family ceased to exist in Wutan City. After delivering this chilling proclamation, Mo Dao vanished like a shadow, swiftly penetrating the throng of the Jia family. And when he emerged at the opposite end, the members of the Jia family were left in horror, clutching their throats. For they had all been silenced by Mo Dao's blade. Once he had eliminated these individuals, Mo Dao did not linger. He flickered away, employing astonishing speed to arrive at the Jia family's ancestral grounds. Mere minutes later, the principal figures of the Jia family lay vanquished, along with their hedonistic offspring who had contributed nothing of substance. Only those without blemish and the majority of the female relatives were spared. Of course, unless the servants were tainted by malevolent energy, Mo Dao refrained from harming them, granting them a chance instead. Although he did not eradicate the Jia family entirely, the absence of so many key figures foretold their inevitable demise. While they might not face immediate extinction, they would soon dwindle to the status of a mere ordinary family with a semblance of influence and wealth. Indeed, as Mo Dao had anticipated, the news of the Jia family's decapitation sent ripples through Wutan City, with other families descending upon them like ravenous wolves scenting blood. However, these were Mo Dao's prey, and how could they dare to reach for them without his consent? Thus, with the exception of the Shao family, who had been cautioned by Shao Yin, the other families were promptly taught a lesson by Mo Dao. After disciplining these families, Mo Dao entrusted the remaining matters to Yafei, confident in her abilities to manage the situation. In fact, Mo Dao's trust was not misplaced. Merely 3 days later, Yafei had consolidated the reparations from the Jia family and other families, transforming Wujin Jiufeng into a force more formidable than any single family in Wutan City. With such abundant manpower and resources, Wujin Jiufeng swiftly expanded its operations, capturing 50% of the total trade volume in Wutan City and its surroundings within just 2 days. This was despite Yafei's concern that pushing too aggressively might incite a backlash, leading her to refrain from further market encroachment. Otherwise, given the popularity of the spiritual liquor and her skills, she could have driven the businesses of these families to collapse within a fortnight. Seeing Yafei thrive in her endeavors, Mo Dao felt reassured and handed her a supply of spiritual liquor sufficient for 10 days. This supply was not merely enough for 10 days of consumption, but rather the total output of Wujin Jiu Hu for that duration. The daily production of spiritual liquor was enough to fill a sizable swimming pool, and the cumulative amount for 10 days approached that of an artificial lake, which would suffice for a year and a half if sold under current conditions. Naturally, aside from the diluted varieties, there were undiluted ones as well, though those were pricier and not within the reach of many. Thus, before Yafei could expand her business to other cities, this stock would be ample. This was made possible by the existence of storage rings in the Dopa world. Otherwise, Mo Dao would have been at a loss for how to store such a vast quantity of liquor. With the liquor secured and operations established, Mo Dao's involvement had largely concluded. Just as he prepared to depart Wutan City for the Taggart Desert, he unexpectedly received an invitation from Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan invited him to attend Xiao Yan's coming-of-age ceremony. Chapter 221, A Great Surprise. If memory serves, this event should be occurring 3 months from now. Is it not rather premature to commence preparations? Although Mo Dao currently bore the title of Xiao Yan's swordsmanship instructor, many were aware that this was essentially a facade as Xiao Yan had never sought Mo Dao's counsel on sword techniques. It could be said that Mo Dao was virtually invisible within the Xiao family, with scarcely a few individuals recognizing him. Regarding his previous intervention, his speed had been so extraordinary that the majority of onlookers could hardly discern his appearance before the matter concluded, leaving few who could truly claim to have seen his face, with scarcely anyone in the Xiao family recognizing him, and outsiders equally oblivious to his identity as the formidable figure who had intervened. It came as a surprise to him when he heard Xiao Zhan extend the invitation to participate in their family's rite of passage. In response to Mo Dao's inquiry, Xiao Zhan elucidated, "Indeed, Xiao Yan has experienced rapid growth in strength recently, yet he lacks suitable combat techniques, and I am uneasy about him venturing out alone. Hence, I wish for you to accompany him on his journey of training." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan, fearing Mo Dao might decline or misunderstand, hastily added, "Of course, I shall provide you with adequate compensation. As a reward, I will grant you access to the Xiao family's library to select a combat technique for your cultivation." Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's proposition, Mo Dao was left in a state of confusion, uncertain of the rationale behind Xiao Zhan's thought process. Xiao Yan had already made it clear that he had a teacher and intended to train alongside him. So why would he require another individual of comparable strength to protect him? This reasoning struck Mo Dao as rather flawed. Furthermore, he had numerous commitments to attend to and could not afford the time to act as a caretaker for Xiao Yan. Were it Medusa, perhaps it would be a different matter, but for Xiao Yan, Mo Dao dismissed the idea without a second thought. "I appreciate the generosity of the Xiao clan leader, but I must respectfully decline. I have already planned to leave Wutan City for my own training, and I do not believe Xiao Yan requires protection." Upon hearing Mo Dao's refusal, disappointment flickered across Xiao Zhan's visage, yet he remained undeterred. "In that case, I shall not press the issue. You are still welcome to the Xiao family's library to select a yellow-tier combat technique. I merely hope that you will remember the Xiao family after your departure." At this, Mo Dao finally comprehended Xiao Zhan's intentions. Indeed, one does not ascend to the position of clan leader without possessing a certain acumen. It seemed that while Xiao Zhan had not recognized him as the mysterious figure who had vanquished the Jiaoye family, he had nonetheless discerned Mo Dao's exceptional nature and sought to recruit him. However, it was unfortunate that he had underestimated Mo Dao's capabilities. A mere yellow-tier combat technique would not suffice to sway him. Nevertheless, the opportunity to access the Xiao family's library was indeed appealing. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Dao ultimately agreed to Xiao Zhan's offer, pledging that should the Xiao family require assistance in the future, he would lend a hand. As a form of compensation, he would also replicate all the texts within their library. Certainly, the matter at hand was not something that Mo Dao could openly express. Otherwise, Xiao Zhan might have gone to great lengths in an attempt to confront him. After all, the Sangshu Pavilion was the lifeblood of the Xiao family, housing invaluable techniques and combat skills that formed the very foundation of their clan, especially those at the Xian level, which were strictly forbidden from being disseminated. The security surrounding the Xiao family's Sangshu Pavilion was quite formidable, as it was generally prohibited for anyone to enter, essentially regarded as a forbidden zone. Mo Dao could only gain entry due to Xiao Zhan's special permission, but even then, he had been specifically instructed to ensure that the guards remained vigilant to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Under Xiao Zhan's guidance, they swiftly arrived at a grand pavilion, where a plaque inscribed with the words Do Qi Pavilion hung prominently. Despite its name, the Do Qi Pavilion contained not only techniques related to Do Qi, but also an array of combat skills, secrets, and various precious tomes concerning magical beasts. It was evident that those who came to the Do Qi Pavilion were primarily interested in combat skills and Do Qi cultivation methods, with few seeking other materials. However, Mo Dao was different. These were precisely the items he yearned to explore, for the current techniques and combat skills of the Xiao family held little significance for him. Nonetheless, being a treasure of a prominent family, Mo Dao had no objections to perusing its contents, albeit not at this moment. After all, he lacked an understanding of illusion techniques and had no formations to utilize within the pavilion. So he intended to merely browse and leave a small token behind before returning later that night to copy all the texts. After a somewhat tedious verification process, Xiao Zhan finally signaled to Mo Dao that he could enter the Douqi Pavilion. The moment he stepped inside, a shiver ran down his spine as he received the notification that his check-in had been successful. Logically, the Xiao family should have been a significant enough location for him to check in successfully before his arrival. But during his time exploring the family estate, aside from the residences of the female members, he had not received any successful check-in notifications. Now, upon entering the Douqi Pavilion, he finally received the system's confirmation. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Douqi Pavilion within the Xiao family's territory in the Dopa world, obtaining a fragmented ancient thunder pool. The ancient thunder pool, a remnant of a world where heavenly tribulations descended, contained the laws of thunder within it and could produce thunder liquid. A single drop of this liquid equated to an entire heavenly tribulation. Note, the ancient thunder pool is severely damaged, diminished to less than 1/10,000th of its peak state. Yet it still harbors the laws within, and comprehending them could grant mastery over the heavenly punishment of thunder. Upon reading the system's description, even Mo Dao could not help but swallow hard. It felt as though he had received an extraordinary gift. At present, he had already grasped a fragment of the laws of thunder, though not extensively. It was a start that he could continue to develop. The prospect of being directly rewarded with an ancient thunder pool was an opportunity for him to soar to new heights. However, it was not the time to ponder such matters. He could return to study the ancient thunder pool later. For now, he needed to familiarize himself with the Douqi Pavilion. Visitors were allowed only 2 hours within the Douqi Pavilion, after which they must exit. Mo Dao spent less than an hour browsing before casually taking a combat skill book and leaving. Once outside the Douqi Pavilion, he felt an overwhelming urge to examine the ancient thunder pool, but fearing potential complications, he refrained from retrieving it within the Xiao family grounds. Instead, he utilized his full speed to reach the magical Beast Mountain range before finally taking out the ancient thunder pool. On a peak within the magical Beast Mountain range, Mo Dao gazed at the ancient inkstone-sized thunder pool in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words to express his feelings. In his mind, a pool capable of controlling heavenly tribulations should not be so diminutive, even if it were damaged. At the very least, it should be the size of a small basin. For how else could it be called a thunder pool? To his astonishment, the thunder pool resembled an inkstone, the only distinction being its dark blue-black hue and the silver liquid pooled within. This must be the thunder liquid, he thought, uncertain of its utility, but resolved to refine it first. Although the ancient thunder pool had been bound to him since he drew it, Mo Dao, well-versed in the system's nature, understood that he needed to refine the thunder pool to gain complete control over it, just as he had done with the Noah's Ark previously. Refining items produced by the system was relatively straightforward. He merely needed to imprint his mental seal upon it. Familiar with this process, he swiftly inscribed his spiritual mark into the ancient thunder pool. After embedding his spiritual imprint and infusing his true essence into the pool, allowing it to acknowledge and accept his essence, Mo Dao received some residual information from the ancient thunder pool. It indeed contained the laws of thunder. Yet due to its damage, these laws were incomplete. Thus, merely comprehending the ancient thunder pool would not suffice for true mastery of the thunder laws. Restoration of the pool was necessary. The method for restoring the pool was simple. He needed to seek out various heavenly tribulations, allowing lightning to strike the pool. It would automatically absorb the power and laws from the thunder, regenerating itself and producing thunder liquid. The thunder liquid within the pool not only contained immense thunderous power, but also held the ability to resurrect the dead and restore the living, provided one had not completely severed their life force. After absorbing this knowledge, Mo Dao carefully extracted a drop of thunder liquid and swallowed it. Almost instantaneously, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body, enhancing and evolving it to better accommodate the thunderous power. However, the fiery essence within him was not pleased. Why should it have to yield? They protested, feeling entitled since they had arrived first and had long since adapted to this body, allowing it to express their power more effectively. Now, With the arrival of the thunderous energy, it felt as if their territory was being invaded, and naturally, they resisted. Just as these two forces were on the verge of conflict, a mysterious power surged from the depths of Mo Dao's being, effortlessly harmonizing the thunderous and fiery energies, guiding his body toward an even more enigmatic and powerful evolution. In his concentrated state, Mo Dao was oblivious to this unfolding transformation. Resembling the moment when Thor battled alongside his sister, electricity crackling from his mouth, nose, and eyes. However, the energy from the thunder liquid was finite, and this state lasted only 5 minutes. Once it subsided, Mo Dao gazed at the ancient thunder pool hovering before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. With this artifact, even the Soul Emperor would pose no threat to him. The only regret was the scarcity of thunder liquid and its slow accumulation, allowing for only a minimal supply, relegating it to a last resort weapon. If there were an ample supply, Mo Dao would undoubtedly consume a drop daily for cultivation, as the thunder liquid not only strengthened his physical form, but also accelerated his comprehension of the thunderous power. However, even so, Mo Dao felt quite content, for this endeavor was not a one-time affair, and there remained ample room for growth in the future. Mo Dao positioned himself only at the periphery of the Mo Sho mountain range, and since the commotion he caused was minimal, it did not attract any magical beasts. He harbored no intention of hunting these lower-tier creatures. After a brief contemplation at the ancient thunder pool, Mo Dao retracted the pool into his body and returned to Wutan City. Upon his return to Wutan City, Mo Dao left some life-preserving items for Yafei, such as enchanted weapons imbued with various formations, endowing them with significantly enhanced power. For instance, he inscribed golden elemental laws, fire formations, and wind formations on ordinary pistols, which multiplied their potency by at least 5 or 6 times. While a fighter must reach the level of Do Shi to form a Do Qi garment, its defensive capabilities are limited, barely sufficient to withstand attacks from lesser fighters, and it would indeed falter against firearms, especially those with augmented power. Moreover, Mo Dao also left behind a plethora of defensive formations, offensive formations, and talismans, investing several days and considerable resources in the process. Naturally, he imparted to Yafei some fundamental talisman crafting techniques, such as the 5 Elements Talisman, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, and Divine Movement Talisman, which were practical yet simple to draw. After completing these tasks, Mo Dao resigned from his position as Shaoyan's swordsmanship instructor and bid farewell, for he intended to journey to the Serpent Tribe in the Taggart Desert in search of Medusa. To be precise, he sought the Qing Lian Di Xianhua, yet he was uncertain whether Medusa had already acquired it. Thus, he needed to confirm the situation with the Serpent Tribe first. Should Medusa possess the Qing Lian Di Xianhua, there would be little to discuss. Whether through trade or coercion, he was determined to secure it. After all, even if he had not come, the news of her possession of the Qing Lian Di Xianhua would undoubtedly attract others. His presence would at least ensure that she could not claim it without consequence, and perhaps he could assist her in completing her bloodline transformation. Should others attempt to seize it directly, not only would they lose the treasure, but they might also endanger their lives. Conversely, if Medusa had not yet obtained the Qing Lian Di Xianhua, there would be no argument against claiming an unowned object. If Medusa could take it, so could he. However, at that juncture, whether to compensate Medusa or assist her would depend on the circumstances. In the original tale, Shaoyan took considerable time to reach the Taggart Desert, as he was encumbered by the Xianzhong Qi for training and, despite having acquired flight techniques, was not capable of sustained flight. Mo Dao, however, was different. His strength had long since reached its peak, and his sword flight surpassed ordinary flight in speed. Thus, he arrived at the outskirts of the Taggart Desert in just over a day. Yet, he was unaware of the precise location of the Serpent Tribe, necessitating inquiries about the matter, which led him to the nearest city. Chapter 223. A successful interception. The city where Mo Dao currently resided was situated at the edge of the Taggart Desert, allowing him to gaze upon the vast expanse of yellow sands from its walls. Upon arriving, he noted the irritable temperament of the locals. Furthermore, due to the extreme heat, Most men walked about shirtless, while women donned revealing short skirts and tight leather garments that barely covered their chests. This spectacle was a feast for Mo Dao's eyes, reminiscent of summer streets in the modern world, where the women exuded boldness and allure, with several even whistling at him. Perhaps the proximity to the Taggart Desert influenced the ambience, infusing the atmosphere with fire and earth attributes. The intense heat and the enduring presence of fire elements undoubtedly affected the inhabitants' dispositions. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute power, even the most irritable temperaments must be subdued. Thus, upon entering the city named Mo Chung, Mo Dao effortlessly inquired about the general whereabouts of the serpent tribe. However, Mo Dao sought more than mere generalities. Such vague information was inadequate, as it could lead him astray by kilometers, consuming precious time. Hence, he sought out the most renowned map shop in the city, where he encountered Hai Bo Dong. Initially, Mo Dao did not recognize him, but upon noticing the seal on the elderly cartographer, a flicker of familiarity ignited within him, and he swiftly deduced that this man was indeed Hai Bo Dong. Hai Bo Dong practiced ice element Do Chi, and Mo Dao sensed his presence immediately. Given the circumstances, he knew he could not be mistaken. Since he had encountered Hai Bo Dong, he would not let this opportunity slip away. For the cartographer possessed more detailed maps and approximate locations of the Qing Liendi Xianhua. The fragmented map recording the third-ranked Jing Lian Yao Hua was also not to be overlooked. Thus, Mo Dao swiftly reached out and retrieved the fragmented map hidden among a multitude of others, storing it within his seed space. With a flick of his fingers, he infused a strand of true essence in a Hai Bo Dong's body. Upon the intrusion of this essence, the seal left by Medusa shattered swiftly. Although Hai Bo Dong was astonished, he reacted promptly, sitting cross-legged to assist in breaking the seal. Moments later, Hai Bo Dong opened his eyes, his face alight with excitement. For the seal that had hindered his Do Chi for years had finally been undone. However, upon seeing Mo Dao standing quietly, his smile vanished, replaced by a respectful bow as he addressed, "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance." Hai Bo Dong is profoundly grateful. Mo Dao glanced at Hai Bo Dong and replied nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. I merely assisted upon noticing. Moreover, I do not offer my help without compensation. You shall provide me with the remaining half of the fragmented map and seek out Yafei in Wutan City. From now on, you shall remain by her side to ensure her safety, and in return, you will receive a jar of spirit wine daily." Though surprised by Mo Dao's knowledge of the other half of the fragmented map, Hai Bo Dong perceived the strength of Mo Dao's Do Chi and recognized that he could not oppose such a powerful figure. Thus, he complied and handed over the items. As for seeking out the individual named Yafei, he had no strong objections, especially with the promise of daily spirit wine. While he was uncertain of the nature of this spirit wine, it seemed to be a valuable substance. As Hai Bo Dong contemplated this, Mo Dao casually tossed him a small porcelain vial containing the very spirit wine. These vials were taken by Mo Dao during his departure from Wutan City, alongside several jade bottles, intended for situations such as this. The porcelain vase serves the purpose of containing wine, while the jade vase is designated for storing more precious items, such as elixirs, owing to its superior ability to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, making it an excellent storage tool. After tossing a vial of spiritual wine to Hai Bo Dong, Ma Dao spoke again, saying, "You've just unsealed your powers. Use this wine to restore your Do Chi. Return quickly to protect Yafei. I would not wish for her to come to harm." Hai Bo Dong, taken aback by the sudden gift of the spiritual wine, opened the porcelain bottle, and his eyes instantly brightened as he inhaled the rich aroma and felt the wave of spiritual energy. Though not a Lian Yao Shi, he had encountered enough elixirs to discern that this wine was without fault. More importantly, the disparity in strength between him and Ma Dao rendered any thoughts of resistance futile. Thus, without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the entire contents of the bottle. Witnessing Hai Bo Dong's unrestrained consumption, Ma Dao could not help but shake his head, murmuring, "Such extravagance, akin to oxen chewing peonies." Recalling that Hai Dong possessed a map indicating the approximate location of the Qinglian di Xinhua, Ma Dao continued. Hand over the map of the Qinglian di Xinhua. After finishing the wine, Hai Dong intended to refine the vast and ceaseless influx of pure spiritual energy when he heard Ma Dao's request. He dared not voice any objection, and, despite the faint pain in his meridians from the overwhelming spiritual energy, retrieved the map and handed it to Ma Dao. Upon receiving the map, Ma Dao did not linger but turned and departed. Having acquired everything he sought, there was little reason to remain, so he left without delay. Once outside Hai Dong's modest establishment, Ma Dao did not hurry away, recalling that Qinglin was within the city of Ma Cheng, and she was no ordinary individual. Though her presence in the original narrative was limited, her remarkable talent shone through, for she possessed the Bisha San Hua Tong, a rare innate pupil that manifests only in the offspring of humans and serpent folk. The Bisha San Hua Tong grants the ability to cast illusions on a mental level, inducing hallucinations akin to the Sharingan. However, this is merely a secondary capability. Its true strength lies in its ability to subdue all serpent-like magical beasts, as it can unilaterally forge a bond or contract with such creatures. In other words, the bearer of the Bisha San Hua Tong is akin to a master over serpent-like magical beasts, and one that cannot be harmed by them. Given that such a promising individual was in his vicinity, Ma Dao was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, especially since Yafei was in need of capable assistance. The sooner he could take her away from her plight, the better. Chapter 224. Qinglin Ma Cheng is indeed a sizable city, replete with numerous factions, among which the Ma Tiem mercenary corps stands out, led by the two elder brothers of Xiaoyan. Although Ma Dao had never encountered them, nor did they know him, this did not deter him from leveraging the Xiao family's name to seek them out. Searching for a serpent folk girl in the vastness of Ma Cheng was no small feat. Thus, he turned to the local power, the Ma Tiem mercenary corps. Moreover, Ma Dao vaguely remembered that Qinglin might have some connection with the mercenary group, making them a promising avenue for his search. After introducing himself as Xiao Yan's former swordsmanship instructor, he was swiftly invited to the headquarters of the Ma Tiem mercenary corps, which boasted a courtyard nearly as grand as the Xiao residence in Wutan City. Accompanied by one of the members, Ma Dao soon entered the reception hall, where two young men, resembling Xiao Yan, awaited him. Ma Dao merely stated his identity without revealing his strength. Otherwise, the two brothers would have likely rushed to greet him at the door instead of waiting in their seats. However, Ma Dao was unconcerned by this. He held no pretensions and was content as long as they treated him with respect. Aware of Ma Dao's connection to Xiao Yan, the brothers, despite Ma Dao's youthful appearance, accorded him due respect. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yan's elder brother inquired about Xiao Yan's recent circumstances. The brothers could hardly contain their joy upon hearing that Xiao Yan had resolved his physical issues and was now making rapid progress in his cultivation, likely having reached the status of a doja. However, upon learning of Ma Dao's true purpose, their expressions clouded with hesitation. It was not that they doubted Ma Dao. Given his association with Xiao Yan, it was evident that he was of sound character and possessed considerable talent. Yet, they were ultimately strangers to him, and his request to locate Qinglin, who was associated with their mercenary group, raised their suspicions. After hearing Ma Dao's intentions, Xiao Yan's elder brother, Xiao Ding, hesitated before asking, "What is your relationship with this girl you seek?" Ma Dao did not hold back, stating, "I have not met her before, but I have heard of her plight and wish to meet her. If fate allows, I may be able to take her away from this place, where she is met with disdain and scorn." Xiao Yan's elder brother and second brother exchanged glances, and then Xiao Li chuckled, saying, "It is commendable that you, Brother Ma Dao, possess such compassion. However, I am aware that the offspring of serpent folk and humans bear serpent scales and are often met with disdain wherever they go. To where do you intend to take her, and under what pretense?" Observing their probing attitudes, Ma Dao surmised that they were indeed aware of Qinglin's whereabouts, perhaps even knowing her personally, or that she might be within the estate. Thus, he replied with a smile, "You are mistaken. It is when one is unique and vulnerable that they attract scorn. However, When one possesses sufficient strength, those flaws become irrelevant. I cannot guarantee she will never face disdain again, but I assure you that no one will dare to look down upon or bully her in the future. As for her identity, I do not intend to mistreat a young girl. I will arrange for her to assist in my modest establishment, and I believe she will find it agreeable." As he spoke, Ma Dao allowed a hint of his aura to surface, and the moment it did, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. This aura was swiftly retracted, yet after revealing a glimpse of his might, Ma Dao smiled again, asserting, "I am confident in my abilities, and there is no reason for me to deceive you." Would you not agree? The brothers, who had earlier exuded confidence, now felt a chill run down their spines as they regarded Ma Dao's radiant smile. Realizing they had underestimated this seemingly harmless youth, who might even be younger than they. Nonetheless, they had to admit that Ma Dao had no motive to deceive them, as his strength could easily overpower the Ma Tiem mercenary corps, and they sensed no malice from him. Moreover, it should be noted that Mo Dao did not exert pressure on them. His display of power was merely a means to indicate his capabilities, rather than to coerce them. This demeanor earned him considerable goodwill from them. Most importantly, they recognized that Mo Dao had likely surmised certain truths, rendering their consent unnecessary. They had no intention of jeopardizing their entire mercenary group for a half-breed girl. Consequently, the brothers Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances, after which Xiao Ding sighed softly and said, "To be honest, Master Mo, the person you seek is indeed within our mercenary group. However, Qing Lin does not belong to anyone. She is a free spirit, and thus we cannot compel her to leave with you." The essence of Xiao Ding's words was that while he did not oppose Mo Dao taking her away, they would not force her to comply. If Mo Dao wished to take Qing Lin, he would need to speak with her directly and secure her consent. Mo Dao, possessing a modicum of confidence in himself, readily agreed. After witnessing Mo Dao's affirmation, Xiao Li exited the reception hall, returning after approximately 3 minutes, accompanied by a girl around 13 or 14 years of age. Though her delicate and exquisite features still bore a hint of youth, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady. The girl's beauty was striking, akin to that of a porcelain doll. Yet, at this moment, she lowered her head timidly, trailing behind Xiao Li like a frightened little rabbit, eliciting a natural sense of compassion from onlookers. Upon entering the hall, the girl shyly glanced at Mo Dao before quickly bowing her head in greeting. "Young master, greetings, Mr. Montauk." Clearly, Xiao Li must have briefed Qing Lin on the general situation during their journey, but Mo Dao resolved to reiterate his intentions. He approached Qing Lin, gently lifting her chin with his hand, and softly inquired, "Do you wish to come with me?" After uttering these words, Mo Dao released Qing Lin and gazed earnestly into her eyes, continuing, "I hold great affection for you and wish to take you away from this place to offer you a new life. I assure you that as long as I exist in this world, no one will dare to bully you again. Furthermore, you need not fret about the scales upon your body. I can devise a solution to alleviate your troubles." Qing Lin stared blankly at Mo Dao, and after a lengthy pause, she abruptly lowered her head. Her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, she did not flee. Instead, she uttered in a soft yet resolute voice, "I am willing." Observing Qing Lin's bashful demeanor, Mo Dao momentarily froze, as the scene was easily misconstrued, but let it be. He was determined to have her. With this thought in mind, Mo Dao took Qing Lin's cool yet delicate hand and gently said, "Let us go and gather your belongings. We shall depart shortly." Chapter 225, Meeting Medusa in the vast expanse of the Tagar Desert. Two figures, one large and one small, walked hand in hand. The pair being Qing Lin and Mo Dao, who had just left the Mo Tai mercenary group. Qing Lin had little to pack, merely 2 sets of clothes and a few daily necessities. Had she not been so reluctant to part with them, Mo Dao would have discarded everything and purchased new items. After gathering her belongings, Qing Lin bid a brief farewell to the mercenary group members before leaving with Mo Dao, who held her hand, concerned that she might feel frightened. "Young master, what is our purpose in visiting the serpent tribe? Those serpents are notoriously fierce. Perhaps we should turn back?" Mo Dao chuckled upon hearing Qing Lin's words, pausing to look back at her, and replied, "Do not worry. My strength is formidable. Even the Queen Medusa cannot overcome me. We are headed to seek a certain item from her. Once we acquire it, I will escort you back to Wutan City to meet an elder sister named Yafei, whom I believe you will adore." As they traversed the desert, Mo Dao, still unfamiliar with Qing Lin, did not rush to find Medusa, but instead took the time to get to know her better. Although they moved slowly, their pace was not lacking, as Mo Dao employed the technique of spatial contraction, allowing them to travel much faster than ordinary combatants. After approximately a day's journey through the desert, Mo Dao and Qing Lin had grown quite familiar with one another. However, Mo Dao found it somewhat exasperating that Qing Lin, having been accustomed to a maid's role in the Mo Tai mercenary group, insisted on addressing him as young master and maintained a subservient demeanor. Unable to alter her perspective at the moment, he chose to let it be. By noon on the following day, they finally arrived at the serpent tribe. Upon their arrival, the nearby serpents converged, displaying an aggressive demeanor that suggested hostility. Witnessing this, Mo Dao gently squeezed the now tense hand of Qing Lin, then unleashed a formidable aura. This display sent a palpable shockwave through the nearby serpents, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. For the power emanating from Mo Dao was far greater than that of their queen, Medusa. Mo Dao did not intend to intimidate them. After briefly showcasing his might to deter the serpents, he retracted his aura. At that moment, a striking and alluring serpent woman emerged, exuding an air of wild charm. "I am Yumei of the Serpent Tribe. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our territory?" Mo Dao assessed the serpent woman, noting her cultivational prowess at the Dowang level, sufficient for meaningful discourse. He responded, "I have matters to discuss with your queen. Is there someone who can guide me?" Yumei hesitated upon hearing this, as the sudden arrival of an unknown but powerful figure seeking their queen raised suspicions. She inquired, "Might I ask what business you have with our queen? She is currently in seclusion, and if it is not of great importance, I may be able to assist." Mo Dao regarded Yumei with a light smile. "You are quite loyal. However, fret not, for I am merely here to pay a visit. Of course, should the opportunity arise, I would like to propose a mutually beneficial transaction." "Lead the way," he instructed. With no other option, Yumei complied and began to guide Mo Dao toward Medusa. As they proceeded, she discreetly gestured, likely signaling someone to inform their queen and the other leaders of the serpent tribes. The serpent tribe was not a singular entity, but rather comprised 8 distinct tribes, as different types of serpents generally did not coexist. Yumei was the leader of one of these tribes. Mo Dao noticed her subtle maneuvering but paid it no mind, for he had already sensed Medusa's presence. This meant that if he wished, he could directly approach her at this moment. However, his intent was to ascertain whether Medusa had acquired the Qing Liendi Exenhua. If she had, he would engage in a transaction with her, and if not, he would retrieve it himself. He had no intention of initiating any conflict with Medusa. Thus, he sought to avoid any animosity with her. Due to the slight delay caused by Yumei, when Mo Dao followed her to the Grand Hall where Mei Du Sha resided, he found that a significant number of individuals had already gathered. Among these attendees, aside from Mei Du Sha, who held the title of Do Huang, there were several Do Huang-level figures, primarily tribal leaders. Evidently, while Yumei was occupied, the leaders of other tribes had already arrived. However, Mo Dao merely cast a glance at them before shifting his focus, as the breathtaking presence of Mei Du Sha seated upon her throne was simply too captivating to ignore. Even for him, although Mo Dao had previously encountered the stunning depiction of Mei Du Sha in the anime, the reality before him surpassed that portrayal in allure and charm. Her exquisitely refined features were, without a doubt, flawless, and as she regarded Mo Dao, her elongated, pale purple eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure, evoking a fluttering sensation even within him. The combination of her delicate visage and the resplendent purple robe that draped over her voluptuous figure, particularly the subtly swaying purple serpent tail beneath her slender waist, exuded an untamed seductiveness that could easily overwhelm anyone else. Fortunately, Mo Dao had undergone training in resisting enchantment, So after a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. Meidu Sha observed Mo Dao's swift return to normalcy with a hint of surprise, as she was acutely aware of the lethal effect her beauty had on others. The fact that Mo Dao managed to recover so swiftly intrigued her. His formidable strength and courteous demeanor throughout their encounter, combined with his lack of any distasteful expression upon seeing her, endeared him to her more than the others. However, it was only a marginal increase in her regard. Rising from her throne, she addressed Mo Dao, inquiring, "Young human, may I ask what brings you before me?" Upon hearing Mei Dusha's question, Mo Dao did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the other individuals in the hall. Noticing this, Mei Dusha spoke up. "They are all my kin. You may speak freely." With her encouragement, Mo Dao felt no need for pretense and candidly stated, "I have come to propose a transaction with the Queen. I am aware that you have recently acquired a treasure, and I can assist you in fulfilling your desires to break through your current limitations in exchange for that treasure." Chapter 226. Queen, please do not startle me. Sensing Mei Dusha's aura, Mo Dao realized that the Qing Liendi Exinhua had already been taken by her, as her presence felt somewhat ethereal, indicative of her injury. The reason for her injury was quite simple. As a serpent person, Mei Dusha belonged to the Yin element, while the Qing Liendi Exinhua was an embodiment of extreme heat. Given that she was not an alchemist and lacked fire control skills, it was unsurprising that she would sustain injuries while attempting to forcibly harness the Qing Liendi Exinhua. Additionally, Mo Dao detected traces of an unusual fire entwined with her aura, confirming that the Qing Liendi Exinhua had indeed been taken by her. Since the Qing Liendi Exinhua was already in her possession, Mo Dao had no choice but to propose a transaction with Mei Dusha. Assisting her in her metamorphosis would be a relatively straightforward task for him, with her lineage tied to the seven-colored swallowing sky python. All that was required was to activate that bloodline and provide sufficient energy for her transformation. Fortuitously, Mo Dao had recently acquired the ancient Thunder Pool, and nothing else in this world could rival the Thunder Tribulation liquid in activating bloodlines. The transformation from a monstrous form to a humanoid one requires overcoming the tribulation. And this process not only enhances one's cultivation, but also imbues them with potent transformative power. This transformative power not only heals injuries inflicted by the tribulation, but also promotes evolution. Hence, whether one is a beast or a human, overcoming the tribulation yields immense benefits. Fundamentally rooted in this transformative force, in Mo Dao's possession was an ancient thunder pool, which contained the thunder tribulation liquid, a concentrated essence of thunder infused with transformative power, an ideal catalyst for evolution. Furthermore, he possessed a substantial quantity of spiritual wine, and the initial batch of herbs he had introduced into the brewing process had already transformed into spiritual wine, which also served to enhance cultivation speed and promote bodily evolution. The only drawback was that Mo Dao had yet to fully master the endless wine vessel's usage, preventing him from precisely brewing the desired spiritual wine. Otherwise, he could have easily concocted a brew to purify the bloodline. This was also the reason behind his desire to learn alchemy, as he wished to acquire knowledge of various medicinal formulas and properties, enabling him to mix accordingly and brew the spiritual wine he required. Nevertheless, even in the absence of the corresponding spiritual wine, Mo Dao was confident that with the Thunder Tribulation liquid at hand, he could significantly assist Mei Dusha in achieving her bloodline transformation and evolving into the seven-colored swallowing sky python. While Mo Dao harbored great confidence, Mei Dusha was not as assured, given their unfamiliarity prior to this encounter. Bloodline transformation was not a trivial matter. It was a life-and-death concern. In the original story, Mei Dusha did not even inform the leaders of the serpent tribe during her transformation, indicating the inherent danger and the necessity for discretion surrounding the event. Consequently, upon hearing Mo Dao's proposition, her countenance turned icy. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Mo Dao understood that if he did not act swiftly, it would be challenging to continue the conversation. He promptly produced a drop of Thunder Tribulation liquid. This liquid, imbued with transformative power, could regenerate flesh and even restore fundamental strength. Additionally, the immense thunderous energy contained within could activate the latent potential of the body, fortifying it and purifying the bloodline. Concerned that Meidu Shah might not comprehend his intent to promote evolution, he reframed his words to emphasize the purification of the bloodline, which struck a chord with her. As she had sought the Qing Lian Di Xian Huo precisely to activate the bloodline of the seven-colored swallowing sky python. Noticing Meidu Shah's intrigue, Mo Dao smiled subtly and poured the thunder tribulation liquid into Yume. As it entered her body, she was enveloped in radiant lightning, emitting sounds of distress. This sudden development caught both Yume and Meidu Shah off guard, and by the time they registered what was happening, Yume was already surrounded by thunder. What do you mean by this? Meidu Shah straightened her posture, her beautiful eyes filled with a dangerous glint. The other tribal leaders assumed defensive stances, ready to react at any moment. However, as time passed, Yume's anguished groans began to shift, infused with notes of pleasure, suggesting she was beginning to relish the sensation. Witnessing this scene, aside from Mo Dao and the timid Qing Lin hiding behind him, everyone else exchanged bewildered glances. Although they now understood that Mo Dao had not harmed Yume, his abrupt actions still incited Meidu Shah's anger. Thus, the queen cast a cold glance at Mo Dao, stating icily, "I require an explanation." Mo Dao, upon witnessing the scene, did not express anger, but rather smiled as he spoke. "I understand that mere words may not convince you. Hence, seeing is believing. Soon, you shall witness the formidable effects of Lei Jieyi." After uttering these words, he fell silent, while Meidu Shah refrained from further inquiries, choosing instead to observe the transformation of Yume amidst the lightning. Approximately 5 minutes later, the lightning gradually subsided, and Yume emerged from within, her demeanor calming. As the last remnants of lightning faded, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. For Yume's elongated serpentine tail had vanished, replaced by a pair of long, pristine legs. As for Mo Dao's own gasp of astonishment, it was due to the realization that the lower half of the serpent woman was entirely serpentine in nature, and thus not adorned in conventional attire, leading him to inadvertently glimpse something he had not intended to see. Meidu Shah, who had been observing intently, discerned this as well, and with a slight disdainful huff, declared, "Yume shall remain, all others are to leave." Naturally, Mo Dao had no intention of departing. Noticing his reluctance to move, Meidu Shah did not comment further, but led Yume into the inner hall, soon followed by soft exclamations from the queen, questioning the appropriateness of the situation. After a brief interval of about half an hour, Meidu Shah emerged alone from the inner hall, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Mo Dao, articulating with precision, "I can provide you with the Yawa, but in exchange, you must surrender all of your Lei Jieyi and divulge all pertinent information regarding it." Mo Dao was momentarily taken aback by her audacity, as she boldly made such a demand without fully comprehending the magnitude of Lei Jieyi's value or the quantity he possessed. Indeed, while Lei Jieyi was undeniably precious, surpassing even the Yawa in rarity, it was not without its own complexities. Born of nature's whim, is rare yet attainable for those with determination and strength. In contrast, Lei Jieyi was singularly in Mo Dao's possession. Others had not merely been denied its sight, but had never even heard its name. However, to dismiss its value completely would be misleading, as it was not entirely consumed upon use. It could regenerate, especially following the restoration of the Lei Qi, thus rendering it nearly inexhaustible. Yet, this perspective was solely applicable to Mo Dao. For others, it remained an elusive treasure. Understanding this, Mo Dao firmly declined her request, stating, "The value of Lei Jieyi far exceeds your imagination. It is unrealistic to part with it entirely, and sharing information would be futile. I can only offer you a sufficient quantity for your transformation." Following his statement, a mischievous thought flickered in his mind, and he feigned a scrutinizing gaze upon Meidu Shah, chuckling, "However, should you be willing to become my woman, we might reconsider our terms. After all, we are allies." Upon hearing his words, Medusa maintained a calm gaze upon Mo Dao for a prolonged moment, causing him to feel a hint of embarrassment. Then, she unexpectedly replied, "Very well. I accept your proposal." "Wait, what?" Mo Dao exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging as he questioned, "Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it." He struggled to believe that Medusa would acquiesce to a jest he himself deemed preposterous. Yet, the truth remained. She had indeed accepted his playful proposition and did so earnestly. She reiterated, "I, Queen Medusa, wish to take you as my consort. Henceforth, you shall belong to me." In that moment, Mo Dao found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Perhaps no adjective could encapsulate his current state, leaving him to merely gaze skyward in bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Your Majesty, are you serious?" He peered earnestly into Medusa's eyes, seeking confirmation of her commitment to a request he deemed absurd. To his astonishment, Medusa nodded earnestly and approached him, lifting his chin delicately with her hand, reminiscent of his prior interaction with Yafei. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he struggled to respond as the reality of the situation sank in. Once he gathered his wits, he swiftly evaded her touch, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions, leaving him questioning his very existence. Even during his encounters with Selena's allure, he had always been the one in control due to his formidable strength. Yet now, he found himself playfully toyed with by Medusa, a reality he struggled to accept. Observing the incredulity painted across his features, Medusa smirked slightly. This man was undeniably intriguing. Both his power and talent were exceptional, making him worthy of her attention. Moreover, he appeared relatively easy to manage and held in his grasp the exceedingly valuable Lei Jie, which she felt compelled to secure for herself. Unbeknownst to Mo Dao, Medusa's thoughts were already weaving a web of strategy. Her willingness to entertain his jest stemmed from the remarkable potential she recognized within Lei Jie. Despite having attained the Do Huang level, she had yet to shed her serpentine form. While the Do Huang level you may merely required a single drop of Lei Jie to transform into her human form, gaining enhanced abilities in the process. If Medusa could obtain a means to acquire Lei Jie for the advancement of her kin, she envisioned a future where her people would thrive beyond the confines of the Tagu Air Desert. The risks she contemplated, even resorting to Ioa to activate her bloodline and transform into the seven-color devouring python, were driven by her desire for greater strength to protect her tribe and lead them to prosperity. Now, the opportunity lay before her, an opportunity too precious to disregard. As for any potential disruption to her plans by Mo Dao, she believed that once he pledged himself to her, she would have substantial control over him, thus safeguarding her ambitions. As the queen of the serpent folk, Medusa possessed unwavering confidence. Her belief in her ability to guide Mo Dao was bolstered not only by his previous actions, but also by the presence of the young girl beside him. As the queen, she could easily discern the girl's true nature, and the manner in which Mo Dao had protected her indicated to Medusa that he was pure of heart, devoid of prejudice, and inherently kind, a trait that made him easily manageable. Furthermore, her confidence in her own beauty was formidable. She was certain that Mo Dao would ultimately succumb to her charm, regardless of her lack of experience in romantic matters. Thus, upon Mo Dao's jesting proposal, Medusa, with a mere moment of contemplation, resolved to seize this opportunity to secure his loyalty. As Mo Dao observed Medusa, it was clear that she was not jesting, and he could surmise the underlying reasons for her demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he met her gaze and declared, "I am willing to marry you. However, I cannot remain here indefinitely. Once you become my woman, betrayal will not be tolerated, for should you dare to betray me, I shall eliminate half of the serpent men, and you will forever lose your freedom." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words and witnessing the overwhelming confidence emanating from him, Medusa felt a sense of miscalculation. His strength exceeded her expectations, and his character was perhaps unlike what she had anticipated. Nevertheless, the situation was already set in motion, and there was no turning back, nor had she ever considered it. as challenges added intrigue to her existence. Mo Dao had not anticipated that in his quest for Qinglian Di Xinhua, he would inadvertently acquire a wife. Yet, this had yet to materialize. First, he needed to utilize Lei Jieyi to assist Medusa in her evolution, allowing her to genuinely comprehend the essence of the substance. Medusa, much like in the original tale, was situated in the sacred ground of the Serpent Men, specifically at the Holy Lake. In the original narrative, there were no witnesses present during Medusa's evolution. Even the tribe leaders were stationed outside for protection. However, this time, Medusa's transformation commenced considerably earlier, and there was an individual present on the small island in the lake to safeguard her. Additionally, a formidable concealment array had been established around the Holy Lake. With this array in place, not even the faintest sound could escape its confines, rendering it impossible to detect any disturbances beyond its perimeter, which enveloped a significant portion of the royal city. The protector and architect of this array was none other than Mo Dao. Besides ensuring Medusa's safety, he also sought to avoid wastefulness with Lei Jieyi, taking only a drop at a time, as it could not be preserved for extended periods. Of course, the arrangement of taking a drop as needed was Medusa's request. When Mo Dao beheld Medusa dancing gracefully within the holy lake, he realized she harbored ulterior motives. Yet, it must be said that her ethereal beauty during the evolution ritual was truly unparalleled, and even Mo Dao could not deny that he was captivated. Unfortunately, her exquisite form soon vanished from sight as she consumed Lei Jieyi, becoming enveloped in a cocoon of thunder. Remarkably, the thunder did not dissipate in the water, but instead became exceedingly gentle. Medusa, immersed in this phenomenon, was oblivious to the reasons behind it. She recalled that Yume, having absorbed a single drop of Lei Jieyi, had cried out in pain, while she herself had consumed 3 drops without experiencing any discomfort. The reason the thunder surrounding Medusa was so docile was Mo Dao's doing. Let us not forget that he possessed the ability to command thunder, and the Lei Jieyi had been extracted from his ancient thunder pool, thus enabling him to tame its fury. With Mo Dao's assistance, Medusa's transformation proceeded with remarkable ease. Upon consuming the 6th drop of Lei Jieyi, her bloodline was activated. Following this, Mo Dao retrieved the endless wine jug and drew forth a stream resembling a galaxy. This celestial liquid was the highest grade of spirit wine contained within the jug. Even a normal-sized quantity would suffice to replenish his essence. Now, he poured forth nearly a basin's worth, the spiritual energy contained within ample for Medusa's metamorphosis. Once her bloodline was awakened, Medusa sensed the immense energy within the spirit wine and instinctively opened her mouth to absorb it all. Mo Dao was taken aback by her actions. This was spirit wine, and even he would become intoxicated if he consumed too much. Yet here was Medusa downing an entire basin. His intention was merely to extract the spiritual energy, not to have her drink it, and the potential consequences were unfathomable. Indeed, within a minute, Medusa's delicate visage flushed a deep crimson, enhancing her already stunning allure, especially when paired with her slightly veiled violet eyes. Fortunately, Mo Dao's ability to wield thunder meant that, had she succumbed to intoxication, she would have been unable to effectively resist the surging energy, resulting in dire consequences. Under his guidance, Medusa's body underwent rapid transformation. Her purple serpent tail gradually manifested additional hues, soon transforming into a dazzling array of colors. As her tail became resplendent, the intoxicating vapors generated by the thunder were completely expelled. Restored to lucidity, Medusa cast a charming glance at Mo Dao and let out a triumphant cry, instantly morphing into a magnificent 7-colored giant python that ascended into the heavens. As the vibrant serpent soared into the sky, the atmosphere crackled with thunder, yet it emerged unscathed, absorbing the power of the lightning, which rendered its scales even more radiant. Upon witnessing Medusa's successful evolution, Mo Dao swiftly appeared beside Qinglin at the edge of the holy lake, grasping her hand before she could react and leading her back to the lake's surface. Once they returned, Mo Dao released her hand with a smile, stating, "The queen has successfully transformed. Now it is your turn. Qinglin. Fear not, for I am here to safeguard you. With that, he produced a drop of Lei Jieyi for Qinglin to consume. Qinglin's transformation was considerably more straightforward. Upon ingesting the Lei Jieyi, its power began to refine her essence and activate her by Shi San Hua Tong, all while the process unfolded with minimal disturbance apart from the surrounding lightning. Almost simultaneously with Medusa, Qinglin emerged from the lake, while Medusa descended from the skies, returning to her human form. At this moment, Medusa was not in her serpent form, but appeared as an ordinary woman, adorned in a purple robe. Her formerly serpentine tail had transformed into long, elegant legs, and being barefoot only added to her allure. Noticing Mo Dao's unwavering gaze upon her, Medusa's lips curled into a playful smile as she teasingly asked, "Do I look beautiful?" Mo Dao swallowed hard, nodding sincerely, "Indeed, you are beautiful. If only I could be the sole one to behold you." Medusa's smile widened at his words. She felt an immense joy, not only because she had successfully transformed, but also because even Mo Dao could not resist her charm. This realization instilled in her the confidence that, even if she could not fully ensnare him, she could certainly wield some influence, which was more than enough. With this thought, Medusa beamed and took Qinglin's hand, softly saying, "Your name is Qinglin, is it not? From now on, you shall remain by my side." Medusa had always known that Qinglin, who accompanied Mo Dao, was extraordinary, but prior to the awakening of her by Shi San Hua Tong, she had been unaware of the depths of her uniqueness. However, upon witnessing Qinglin's awakening, it became clear to her why Mo Dao had chosen to keep this young girl close. This is a woman of extraordinary talent, if nurtured appropriately. She is destined to become a formidable Dohuang. Upon realizing this, she immediately wished to keep Qinglin by her side. Naturally, Mo Dao would have to remain here to live with her, rendering the question of whom to accompany largely inconsequential. Regrettably, this was merely Medusa's own notion, and after she expressed her desire, Mo Dao promptly shook his head, rejecting her request and pulling the flustered Qinglin back from Medusa's side. Qinglin was not suited to remain here. I've already charted her future path, and I will not be here indefinitely, nor will you. The Gamma Empire is too small, merely a rural pond. To behold the grandeur of higher vistas, one must venture beyond this little pond, unless one aspires solely to be the Medusa Queen of the Gamma Empire. However, I respect your choices, whatever they may be, and you will always remain my wife in this world. That will never change. Yet, I believe you are not content to linger in this modest pond, are you, my queen? Initially irritated by Mo Dao's act of pulling Qinglin away, Medusa couldn't help but smile upon hearing his words. "I am the Medusa Queen." The audacious proclamation elicited a chuckle from Mo Dao as well. A few days later, news spread throughout the Serpent King city that the Medusa Queen had acquired a rare flame. Although this information was swiftly suppressed, it curiously did not vanish. Instead, it proliferated, quickly reaching the serpent tribes of the Tagar Desert. Ultimately, not only the serpent tribes, but also the desert city began to circulate this news, spreading rapidly throughout the Gamma Empire. At this juncture, the news could no longer be concealed, leading not only the Gamma Empire but also other nations to learn that the Medusa Queen possessed a rare flame known as Qinglian Di Xinhua. The origin of this revelation remains a mystery, yet it was not doubted, for shortly after the announcement, the Mitre auction house auctioned a Di Hua Lianzi, which stemmed from the very lotus that nurtured the Qinglian Di Xinhua. This lotus seed was, in fact, retrieved by Mo Dao, who had followed Medusa's description to acquire the Qinglian, casting it forth to entice those greedy for the rare flame, as safeguarding against potential threats was not a sustainable strategy. A forceful deterrent was far more effective. Of course, they coveted the rare flame he had refined and absorbed, while Mo Dao equally desired the resources held by them. Thus, after Medusa expressed her intentions, Mo Dao disclosed his plan to attract interested parties with the rare flame, and upon hearing his scheme, Medusa realized she had been outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, this mischievous side of Mo Dao unexpectedly appealed to her. This sentiment was further reinforced by Mo Dao's gift of the Lotus platform. This platform, A fusion of the essence of the Earth's fire could enhance one's cultivation speed by at least 3 to 4 times when seated upon it, rendering it a treasured artifact. Yet, Mo Dao's willingness to bestow it upon her indicated her significant standing in his heart. Chapter 229, Gathering in the King's City. Although the relationship between Mo Dao and Medusa had not been publicly declared, their bond had evidently grown more intimate. Of course, the queen remained a queen. She only revealed a softer side in Mo Dao's presence when they were alone, maintaining her lofty demeanor in front of others. As for the successful evolution of Medusa, the outside world remained oblivious. Even the leaders of the serpent tribes were only speculating about her success without any concrete knowledge. Since that day, their Medusa queen had seldom appeared, only emerging for matters of utmost importance, delegating other affairs to Yume. After consuming a drop of Thunder Calamity liquid, Yume's cultivation had significantly improved, making her the most powerful among the tribal leaders. And it was evident that Medusa was deliberately grooming her as the next ruler of the serpent tribes. Consequently, despite the uncertainty regarding Medusa's evolution, the serpents refrained from outright declarations, for even if she had succeeded, there was no reason for her to relinquish her throne, leading them to speculate that she might have failed. Nonetheless, they were certain of her enhanced strength, as her serpentine tail had vanished, and she now appeared in a normal human form. Therefore, when the news of the rare flame spread, several serpent leaders expressed concern, a worry that reverberated throughout the serpent tribes, aligning perfectly with Mo Dao's intentions. Mo Dao and Medusa concealed her successful evolution while simultaneously spreading rumors of her possession of the Qinglian Di Xinhua, aiming to entice more individuals to seize the rare flame. Instilling anxiety among the serpent tribes made the situation appear more credible, placing them in a position of vulnerability to avoid suspicion. This was indeed a legitimate stratagem. I possess a rare flame and have openly declared it, although there are undoubtedly ulterior motives. Anyone with discernment would recognize that the Di Hua Lianzi affair was orchestrated by Medusa. Yet if one desires this rare flame, they must come forth, thus establishing a transparent yet cunning ploy. As for the courage to act, that rests upon individual judgment, and this matter is no longer within Mo Dao's purview. He has done all he can, and now it is merely a waiting game for the fish to bite. Meanwhile, others, including Medusa, failed to notice that beyond the embattled Medusa Queen, the names of the Mitre Auction House and Endless Tavern had also quietly emerged in the public eye, hinting at a potential emergence beyond the confines of the Gamma Empire and into the Dochi continent. The news of the Qinglian Dixin also reached Wutan City. Regrettably, however, Xiaoyan had only just broken through to the dojo level, and with Yao Lao having recently awakened, his soul energy had barely recovered, rendering him incapable of taking action. With Yao Lao unable to intervene and Xiao Yin lacking the requisite strength, he found himself unqualified to contend for the Qinglian Di Xinhua. Thus, despite hearing the news, he could only sigh in resignation, accepting that it was beyond his reach. Nevertheless, while Xiao Yin was unable to participate, many others arrived during this period in Desert City. Some sought to seize the rare flame, while others merely wished to observe and see if opportunities arose. There existed only one rare flame, thus only one individual could acquire it. However, the Di Hua Lianzi and Lotus platform were not so exclusive, and the Snake Woman was also a coveted prize. Moreover, with the influx of people, some arrived with the intent to stir chaos. Mo Dao was well aware of this, which is why he did not linger in the King City but wandered outside instead. Those attempting to exploit the turmoil were swiftly apprehended by the serpents, who had been ordered by Mo Dao to bolster vigilance and tighten defenses. Though some serpents were indeed savage, as evidenced by the existence of Qinglin, every one of those captured had blood on their hands. Thus, Mo Dao felt no remorse in instructing the serpents to deal with them. Not only did he lack guilt, but he also commanded the serpents to seal these individuals and return them to the King City, where he had set up a confinement to allocate tasks based on their transgressions. Mo Dao was in dire need of manpower. The Tagar Great Desert is desolate due to its abundant fire attribute spiritual energy. However, This very aspect renders it an exquisite environment for the cultivation of fire attribute medicinal herbs. The Serpent People tribe, in comparison to human society, exhibits a more savage demeanor, particularly when it comes to the cultivation of herbs, where they cannot rival humans. Furthermore, as serpent people are inherently yin, their constitution is ill-suited for frequent contact with these herbs. Therefore, Mo Dao requires their assistance in planting and harvesting the herbs. And the desert is also home to some high-quality fire crystal mines. Yet, the desert harbors magical beasts, making it ideal for these individuals to gather and hunt said beasts. Consequently, while Mo Dao meanders through the area, he continuously relays this information back to the Serpent People tribe, simultaneously urging Yafei to establish his infinite winery in this locale to begin selling spiritual wine. As the population increases, so do the skirmishes, and spiritual wine not only proves to be significantly cheaper than medicinal pills, but also boasts commendable restorative effects. Additionally, in the desert, water is an immensely valuable resource, and spiritual wine contains ample moisture. Thus, in this region, spiritual wine sells far better than medicinal pills, with nearly every individual in Mo City possessing at least a flask of spiritual wine, leading to substantial profits for Mo Dao, compelling him to replenish Yafei's stock over several days. This surge in demand has firmly established the spiritual wine from the Infinite Winery in the eyes of combatants within the Gamma Empire, particularly among mid-tier and lower-tier practitioners, who may lack restorative pills but certainly possess spiritual wine due to its affordability. Of course, while spiritual wine has gained popularity, the primary focus of the populace remains the exotic flames. However, the majority of combatants in Mo City lack exceptional strength, with those reaching the Do Wang level progressing directly into the desert, leaving no reason to linger here. As time passes, the Serpent People have nearly entirely retreated within their tribe, with patrols outside becoming increasingly rare, and even those that do patrol remain close to the tribe, as more powerful individuals enter the desert without fear of the Serpent People. The strength of the Serpent People tribe remains formidable. Despite previously having only Medusa at the Do Huang level, there are numerous Do Wang level experts, and since this is their territory, even Do Huang experts are reluctant to venture too deeply. However, the situation has shifted as over 30 Do Wang from the Gamma Empire and neighboring nations have arrived, along with several Do Huang. Under such circumstances, the Serpent People can only retreat further. Fortunately, their target is the Qing Lian Di Xianhua, so they have not attacked the Serpent People tribe, but rather bypassed the defenses of the 8 major tribes to directly enter the Serpent King's city. Strangely, the Serpent King's city now appears adorned with festive decorations, perplexing these powerful beings as they wonder what has transpired. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals possess ample confidence to confront the situation, as the number of Do Huang among them has reached 8, with Do Wang soaring to an astonishing 50. Such a formidable assembly would be sufficient to obliterate the Serpent People tribe, and in the face of such power, unless Medusa were to ascend to the Do Zone level, she would have no choice but to surrender the exotic flames and the earth fire lotus seeds. In the heart of the King's city, Medusa senses the formidable aura emanating from the numerous powerful beings within, and although she should be furrowing her brow in distress, she instead wears an expression tinged with excitement. The numbers are sufficient. It is time to ensnare them. If those who have come to seize the exotic flames and earth fire lotus seeds could hear Medusa, they would undoubtedly think her mad, considering the presence of dozens of Do Wang and several Do Huang. Yet, Medusa is not deranged. In fact, she finds these individual strength somewhat lacking. Just a day prior, Yume had broken through to the Do Huang level and, on the very day of her evolution, ascended to Do Zone, meaning that Medusa herself is now enough to intimidate them. However, these individuals do indeed represent a considerable force, and while she can instill fear, should they become resolute in their confrontation, she might suffer grave injuries, if not worse. Nevertheless, she has Mo Dao at her side. After her ascension to Do Zone, Medusa discovered that Mo Dao's prowess far exceeded her expectations. Previously, she had assumed Mo Dao to be merely at the Dozone level, perhaps at the 4th or 5th tier. However, upon her own breakthrough, she realized that Mo Dao's strength might well have reached the Dozone level. The pinnacle of the Gamma Empire had long been the Dozone, and it had been ages since one had appeared, leaving Medusa uncertain about what lay beyond that threshold. However, upon awakening as the seven-color devouring python, the bloodline inheritance imparted upon her much knowledge, most importantly revealing that her perception had dramatically transformed with her elevation in rank. Previously, witnessing Mo Dao traverse hundreds or thousands of meters in an instant, she merely believed it to be a manifestation of powerful combat skills, an illusion born from his incredible speed. Yet, upon her ascension to Dozone, she comprehended that such feats could not merely be attributed to speed. They were manifestations of spatial power, a capability unattainable by ordinary Dozone, much like her current self. Thus, with Mo Dao by her side, she harbors no concern regarding what chaos these individuals might incite. The only twinge of regret she feels is that the unfolding events veer slightly from her expectations. In her mind's eye, even if Mo Dao's strength eclipsed hers, she should remain in a dominant position, with Mo Dao dutifully submitting to her guidance. Yet now, although Medusa senses that Mo Dao holds affection and esteem for her, their statuses are entirely equal, with Mo Dao perhaps even holding a slight advantage, as he is under no obligation to heed her, while she cannot afford to challenge him. This reality is quite vexing. However, after spending time together, Medusa has grown fond of having someone to rely upon, who cares for and cherishes her. Of course, this is partly due to Mo Dao's impeccable discretion. He bestows upon her the respect she deserves before her kin, never contradicting her in their presence, nor treating her as a weakling or mere ornament, but rather as an equal. It is precisely for this reason that Medusa finds herself looking forward to the forthcoming wedding, eagerly anticipating the astonished gazes of those around her. Naturally, she is also keenly interested in addressing those who seek to seize the exotic flames. Mo Dao remains oblivious to Medusa's anticipation of the impending events. At this moment, he is still in Mo City, for the larger catch has yet to be reeled in. Those within the King City are merely small fish. However, Mo Dao does not wait long, for on the following day, the sizable fish he awaited finally arrives. The inhabitants of Mo City may still be unaware, yet even a Dozone level powerhouse remains visible before Mo Dao's keen perception. However, that Dozone does not linger in Mo City, but rather proceeds directly into the depths of the Tagar Great Desert. Just one Dozone? That is commendable, considering the lack of Dozone in the Gamma Empire. Thus, capturing even one is quite the achievement. Moreover, with preparations underway on Medusa's end, it is indeed time to cast the net. Upon softly uttering these words, Mo Dao prepared to return to Sharon Wanching. Yet, as he stood, his brow furrowed slightly. He had noticed several individuals rapidly approaching, among whom was a Do Huang. A few Do Huangs and a Do Huang had come together, and their prowess could easily breach the defenses of the Sharon tribe, even under ordinary circumstances. Thus, Mo Dao lingered momentarily, casting only a brief glance at them. With the formidable Dozhong fish from before present, the Do Wangs and the Do Huang could hardly capture Mo Dao's attention, even though one of the Do Wangs bore the faint scent of medicinal herbs. While alchemists are indeed wealthy, unless they are of high rank, specifically 7th-tier alchemists, even a 5th-tier alchemist's resources may not surpass those of Dozhong. Moreover, as they too were headed to Sharon Wanching, Mo Dao merely noted their presence and departed. Mo Dao utilized his spatial manipulation skills to leave, having made significant progress in his technique, allowing him to traverse vast distances in a single step, rendering him undetectable to those nearby. Upon his return to Sharon Wanching, he found Medusa trying on her wedding attire. As the queen of the serpent tribe, her bridal gown was exquisitely opulent. However, due to Mo Dao's influence, this gown, while not revealing, showcased significantly less of Medusa's fair skin than would otherwise be the case. Thanks to Mo Dao's suggestions, her gown bore a resemblance to ancient bridal garments, adorned with a magnificent phoenix crown and flowing robes. Yet as a queen, My Dusha's attire exuded a regal and commanding presence, fitting her perfectly. When Modeo beheld my Dusha adorned in her bridal finery, he was momentarily taken aback, lingering in awe for 5 seconds before regaining his composure. Just then, my Dusha, having caught his gaze, smirked slightly and playfully asked, "Husband, do I look beautiful?" Even Modeo, faced with such beauty, could not suppress a deep swallow, and the thought that this breathtaking woman would soon become his wife ignited a fervor within him. Nevertheless, he steeled his resolve and quickly regained composure, which was more than sufficient for my Dusha. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The intruders who had sought to coerce my Dusha into surrendering the Iya and Iya had hesitated due to the sudden preparations for the wedding banquet. However, upon witnessing the bustling arrangements for food the following day, they could no longer restrain themselves. Of course, the arrival of a dojong the previous night and the appearance of Don Juan Guha in the morning heightened their anxiety, compelling them to act decisively and confront my Dusha for the Iya and Iya Lanzu. On the other hand, Modeo, sensing their movements, smirked slightly. Had they finally succumbed to impatience? If so, he would graciously host them as a half-hearted host. As he spoke, Modeo, clad in a dazzling red wedding robe, flashed to appear directly before them. "How delightful it is to encounter you all on this joyous occasion. Might I invite you to partake in a toast to the nuptials of myself and Queen my Dusha?" Upon his declaration, astonishment washed over the faces of the intruders, as they had never anticipated that this day would herald the royal wedding of my Dusha. However, having come this far, they were resolute in their mission regardless of the day's significance. Though Modeo's appearance was abrupt, they could still make out his silhouette, indicating his speed rather than an ability to conceal himself. With several dohuangs, a dojong, and numerous dohuangs among them, they felt no fear despite Modeo's presence. The most audacious among them, a middle-aged man with a defiant demeanor, scoffed, "I have no interest in your trivial wedding. Surrender the Ioa, or you may as well abandon your wedding plans." At his words, Modeo's smile gradually faded. Although he had intentionally baited them, the dojong's arrogance was insufferable, and his disparaging remarks about the wedding infuriated Modeo. He resolved to dispatch him without delay. However, he would not endanger the others, so he surveyed the group and calmly inquired, "Is this the consensus among you?" Before he could finish, one of the dohuangs replied, "If you are willing to surrender the Yia and Diawa Lando, we would not be averse to enjoying your toast." Hearing this, Modeo chuckled once more. "What will you offer in exchange for such treasures?" "Exchange? Are you jesting?" The dojong reacted as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, his expression peculiar as he spoke with a tone rife with mockery. Modeo, however, remained unperturbed and calmly stated, "So, you intend to resort to force?" At this, many among the group sported sardonic smiles, as though they were witnessing a mere jester. Yet, a portion of them remained silent, with only a few expressing concern over the fairness of such actions. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, and with the Ioa potentially slipping away, one man, cloaked in the scent of herbs, finally stepped forward. "I am Guha, willing to trade for the Ioa. Should you agree, I can guarantee your safety." Modeo was somewhat surprised by Guha's persistence, having anticipated his arrival long ago. Nevertheless, he did not regard him with much seriousness. A mere dowang with 6-tier alchemical skills was not worthy of his concern. Despite Guha's coercive intentions, he still adhered to certain boundaries, unlike those intent on outright theft. Modeo inquired, "Don Juan Guha, are you aware of the true value of the Ioa? You are but a dowang. Can you truly protect us from a dojong?" Upon hearing Modeo's words, Guha's face reflected his discomfort as he replied, "I am willing to offer 2 6-tier Doling Don and 1 7th-tier Huashing Don in exchange for the Ioa. What do you think of this proposal?" After speaking, Guha glanced at the dojong, gritting his teeth as he added, "Should you consent to relinquish the Ioa, I would be pleased to recommend a 7th-tier alchemist to craft a potion for you free of charge." Guha's proposition elicited an uproar among the others, even drawing the attention of the dojong, as it presented a significant temptation. However, regrettably, such offers paled in comparison to the value of the Ioa, for if he were to obtain it, Not only could he secure 7th-tier pills, but even 8th-tier ones could be within reach. Thus, the Dozong contemplated for a moment before declining. Upon witnessing the shake of the head from the other party, Gu He's expression hardened. Regrettably, the only individuals he had summoned were at the Do Huang level. Otherwise, he would have resorted to force to seize the Yi, for it holds immense significance for alchemists. Meanwhile, Mo Dao began to piece together the intentions of these individuals. Some sought to overpower him, while others aimed to barter. However, whether through coercion or exchange, they had not considered whether Mo Dao or Medusa would be willing to negotiate. With this realization, Mo Dao felt no burden of conscience. He had genuinely feared the presence of those who might sincerely wish to trade. Now, he recognized that they were all there with the intent to take advantage. Given this, he would not be held accountable for his actions. Boom! Mo Dao's overwhelming aura erupted with ferocity, and in an instant, the previously composed Dozong's countenance shifted dramatically. Yet, before he could react, Mo Dao appeared before him, delivering a resounding slap that sent him crashing to the ground. After pinning the Dozong beneath his foot, Mo Dao grinned and said, "Today I am wed. Since you have come to partake in the festivities, I trust you have not forgotten your gifts?" As the guests recovered from the oppressive force of Mo Dao's presence, his words struck them like a thunderbolt, nearly rendering them unconscious. They could not dismiss Mo Dao's request for gifts as a mere jest, especially after they had aggressively demanded the Yi and Yi Linger from him. Indeed, Mo Dao's next utterance chilled them to their very core. "I assume, as Do Wang and Do Huang, you possess magic nuclei within your spatial rings? Do not dare to claim otherwise, for if you do, I shall be quite displeased, and when I am displeased, I tend to incinerate things." As he spoke, azure flames enveloped Mo Dao, and the moment the flames ignited, the group recoiled several steps, for a searing wave of heat radiated from him. The Dozong beneath his foot could not even emit a sound before being reduced to nothingness. Mo Dao's implication was unmistakable. Their lives could be spared, but only in exchange for their entire wealth. Failure to comply meant they would not return. King Gyan Dixinuo, you have refined the Yoa. Not everyone was fixated on Mo Dao's threat. Gu He, for instance, was wholly captivated by the azure flames emanating from Mo Dao. "I have arrived too late." With that, the disheartened Gu He turned to leave, but as soon as he did, Mo Dao struck him down. "Did you not hear my words? Since you are here, you might as well finish this cup of wine before departing." Originally in despair, Gu He was roused by Mo Dao's forceful intervention, although his heart brimmed with anger. A glance at the faint human-shaped imprint beneath Mo Dao's foot extinguished his fury, leaving only fear. Having been merely struck down, he pondered the grim fate that awaited him should he meet the same end as the nameless Dozong. Thus, he obediently silenced himself, swiftly transferring all his valuables into his spatial ring and presenting it to Mo Dao. Chapter 232. A bountiful harvest upon receiving the spatial ring from Gu He. Mo Dao probed within using his mental energy and nodded in satisfaction. Although Gu He had not surrendered everything, it was sufficient, and in light of his relatively good behavior, Mo Dao chose not to hold it against him, extending the same courtesy to his companions. However, the others were not as fortunate. Mo Dao left them with nothing of value, not even a single copper coin, nor did he spare any decent clothing materials. Of course, he was not devoid of compassion, so he provided them with coarse linen garments to ensure they could return home without being entirely destitute. What mildly disappointed Mo Dao was that the Do Huang who accompanied Gu He was not Yun Yun, but rather a man. Had it been her, he would have had the pleasure of encountering the highly regarded woman. Nevertheless, as he glanced at the pile of spatial rings in his possession, a smile crept across his lips. This haul was exceptionally rewarding. With the spoils secured, Mo Dao did not retain the individuals. Keeping them would serve no purpose and would only heighten the risk of their sudden rebellion, potentially causing casualties within the Serpent clan. To his surprise, Gu He chose not to leave, remaining to attend the wedding banquet of Mo Dao and Medusa. As a 6th-grade alchemist, Gu He held a respectable status, and despite his disdain, this did not diminish his standing. Thus, Mo Dao refrained from dismissing them, arranging a seat for their group. With the fishing complete, it was time to attend to the main event. The wedding of the Serpent Clan was remarkably simple, so simple that Mo Dao found it hard to believe. The couple merely made an appearance, received blessings from the Serpent Clan, and performed ancestral rites before concluding the ceremony. Perhaps due to Mo Dao's provision of ample spiritual wine and a plethora of culinary offerings, the Serpent Clan celebrated with great fervor following the blessings. It was indeed a vibrant affair, as Mo Dao had brought back a substantial quantity of larger magical beasts for the feast. Apart from 2 jugs of spiritual wine, the table was laden with a variety of dishes in abundance. In the desert, resources were scarce, and the Serpent Clan was accustomed to merely having enough to eat. Thus, the sight of such a lavish spread was overwhelming, causing them to nearly lose their minds as they devoured everything in sight. Fortunately, there was enough food, otherwise, conflicts would have surely erupted among them. Meanwhile, within the bridal chamber, Mo Dao and Medusa were also indulging in a meal, nearly finishing their feast. Their fare was, of course, the finest, but the most crucial aspect was the spiritual wine, brewed from the best medicinal materials, capable of inebriating even Mo Dao with a single jug. Medusa, having experienced the potency of this wine, showed no concern. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes glazed over. When the moment felt right, Mo Dao cast a barrier around the room to muffle any sound from outside, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. "My queen, dare I take a moment to rest?" As he spoke, Mo Dao swept Medusa, whose eyes had become slightly dazed, into his arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Yet, as he laid her upon the bed, she unexpectedly pulled him down, flipping him to be beneath her. Man, tonight you belong to this queen." In that instant, Medusa emanated an aura of dominance. The following morning, Mo Dao gazed down at the curled figure of Medusa in his embrace, a tender smile gracing his features. It appeared that even the regal Queen Medusa could possess such a delicate side. A month later, Mo Dao returned to Wu-Tan City with Qing Lin, intending to entrust her care to Yafei while also addressing certain matters, for he anticipated being away for an extended period. As for the spoils from his earlier venture, Mo Dao had already managed all of it. The items suitable for Maiduosa, Yafei, and Qing Lin for their cultivation have all been left for them, while the other materials deemed less valuable have been completely recycled by the system. After excluding the rarer materials and medicinal herbs, Mo Dao was surprised to find that the various remaining items yielded a total of 50,000 points upon recycling. He had not anticipated that such low-tier materials could be exchanged for such a substantial amount of points. Furthermore, he still possessed some more precious items that he had not recycled, which, if calculated by value, could fetch an additional 50 to 60,000 points. This realization startled Mo Dao, leading him to entertain the notion of seizing everything from those ancient clans. However, upon reflection, he recognized that this essentially represented the core assets of the Gamma Empire. It was not unexpected to garner so many points, considering that a significant portion of the Empire's powerful individuals had arrived, along with many from neighboring nations. Nevertheless, this revelation left Mo Dao immensely exhilarated. After just one fishing expedition, and despite the Gamma Empire's relative weakness, he had amassed over 100,000 points. If he were to delve into one of those ancient clans, he could potentially exchange for several million points. If he were to plunder them all, it might be sufficient for him to acquire a top-tier treasure of the Great Thousand World. However, should Mo Dao truly pursue such an action, unless he eradicated the prominent clans, the Duki continent would be left in a state of desolation, requiring at least 1,000 to 1,800 years to recover, as these ancient clans had their own demands for sustenance. Of course, if an opportunity arose, he would not hesitate, for these ancient clans were renowned, having once produced Dou emperors and accumulated countless years of experience. Even obtaining a fraction of their wealth would suffice for a windfall. Yet, this remained a mere thought, as apart from the declining Shao clan, none of the ancient clans were to be trifled with. Given his current strength, he would gain little by confronting them. It would be wiser to wait for the Soul clan to make their move. This way, he could effortlessly acquire what he desired while allowing the Soul clan to bear the blame. thus achieving multiple benefits in one stroke. The only drawback was the lengthy wait, likely requiring several years. During this time, with the aid of the system, Mo Dao could potentially elevate his strength to a level capable of sweeping through the Dopa realm. However, he quickly set aside such thoughts upon the arrival of Yufei, who was gazing at him with a look of deep resentment, akin to that of a forlorn spouse. Even Mo Dao found it difficult to withstand Yufei's mournful gaze. Ultimately, after handing Qinglin over to Yufei, he excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to, and promptly departed. Once Mo Dao had left, Yufei, who had initially appeared so forlorn, subtly curled the corners of her mouth upward. What a charming man indeed, although I was a step behind. I shall not allow myself to miss this opportunity. Chapter 233. The brewing business. Mo Dao was not entirely dismissive of Yufei. He genuinely had tasks to attend to. He had become overly excited upon acquiring the ancient Thunder Pool and had forgotten to replicate the text from the Duki Pavilion. Fortunately, it was not too late to remember. Of course, had Mo Dao walked a bit slower and overheard Yufei's words, it is uncertain whether he would have still felt inclined to visit the Duki Pavilion. The individuals from the Shao clan were simply too weak to pose any threat to him. Therefore, once night fell, Mo Dao infiltrated the Duki Pavilion and copied all the books within. After completing the replication of the Shao clan's Duki Pavilion, Mo Dao did not pause, but instead explored the entirety of Wutan City. Subsequently, he visited the major factions across the Gamma Empire. Now he stood above the Yunlan sect, the most powerful sect in the Gamma Empire, known for its comprehensive array of Do techniques. Regrettably, Mo Dao did not encounter Yun Yun, but instead met Nailin Yanran. To be frank, Nailin Yanran was quite beautiful. If scoring on a scale of 100, she would earn a solid 90. However, her qualities were relatively balanced, lacking a distinctive feature. In contrast, Yufei may have only had a slight edge, yet her fiery charm and captivating demeanor were utterly enchanting, earning her a score of 97 or 98. While 100 is indeed the maximum score, some individuals are exceptions. Their beauty and physique alone could merit full marks. If one were to factor in their grace and other attributes, scoring 120 could very well be possible. Upon seeing Nailin Yanran, Mo Dao understood why the protagonist Xiao Yin could act so decisively, for in terms of beauty, Xiao Suner far surpassed Nailin Yanran. Coupled with their long-standing friendship and her ethereal aura, it was no wonder Xiao Yin had little regard for Nailin Yanran. Nailin Yanran's talent was indeed commendable within the Gamma Empire, yet on the broader Duki continent, it could only be classified as above average, still a distance from being a genius. Hence, Mo Dao merely cast a fleeting glance at her before departing. Nailin Yanran's talent was as balanced as her appearance. Otherwise, Mo Dao might have considered playing the role of a benevolent elder, hoping to surprise Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, her talent paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's, and her disposition was insufficient. Had she excelled in any particular area, Mo Dao might have lent a hand, demonstrating to Xiao Yan the true meaning of cruelty. After replicating the various texts from the Yunlan sect's library, Mo Dao departed. Upon returning to Wutan City, he found that Yufei had already completed the Gamma Empire's layout, and the spirit wine had taken over the entire market of the Gamma Empire. To Mo Dao's astonishment, Yufei had even established connections with the Dan Tower, and now the spirit wine had completely stepped beyond the confines of the Gamma Empire, beginning to radiate throughout the Duki continent. Although there was a slight loss in commission fees through the Dan Tower's channels, Mo Dao's ordinary spirit wine incurred almost no costs, ensuring substantial profits. The only drawback was that once the channels opened, the storage capacity for Mo Dao's spirit wine became insufficient, necessitating limited sales. However, upon a stroke of inspiration, when Mo Dao carelessly tossed a magic core into the endless wine jug to see what kind of spirit wine could be brewed, this predicament was resolved. The magic core contained immense energy, perfectly capable of activating the rules to produce spirit wine. Regrettably, the spirit wine brewed from magic cores only contained spiritual energy and could not yield wines with other effects. Moreover, regardless of the quality of the magic core used, the output remained ordinary spirit wine, varying only in quantity. Upon realizing this, Mo Dao promptly tossed all the mid to low-tier magic cores he had collected into the brewing process, resulting in the formation of a lake of wine within the endless wine jug. It was indeed a genuine lake of wine. Though not as vast as the 800 miles of Daunting, it spanned 200 to 300 miles and reached a depth of 10 meters. Such a large quantity of ordinary spirit wine would suffice to supply the endless wine workshop for the next 10 to 20 years. However, the only issue was that they lacked enough spatial rings to store such an abundance of wine. Fortunately, Yafei had long prepared numerous spatial rings, and Mo Dao had also attained a certain level of proficiency in utilizing spatial power. Consequently, he spent 5 days crafting an exceptionally large storage space ring. Although this spatial ring cannot accommodate all the wine, it is capable of holding a year's worth of supply. At this moment, Medusa arrived, directly seeking an alliance with Yafei, presenting herself as the mistress of the endless winery. To Mo Dao's surprise, there was no power struggle. Within half a day, the two became close sisters and unceremoniously expelled Mo Dao from the endless winery. From then on, Mo Dao was no longer responsible for the affairs of the endless winery. His sole task was to provide spiritual wine and collect various materials earned. Frankly speaking, Mo Dao found this arrangement quite to his liking, thus entrusting the management of the winery entirely to them. There were indeed others who coveted the endless winery, but when a 9-star Do zone was decisively pinned down before its entrance by Mo Dao, severely injuring a 2-star Do Zoo in the process, no one dared to provoke the winery thereafter. Subsequently, Mo Dao seized the opportunity to connect with the esteemed figure of the Dan Tower, exchanging a jar of spiritual wine, crafted from a plethora of materials suitable for refining 7th and 8th grade pills, for numerous pill formulas, and receiving a month of dedicated guidance from the Dan Tower as patriarch. The wine was so potent that even 5 or 6-star Do Sheng, upon consumption, could gradually enhance their cultivation. However, having made such a significant investment, Mo Dao's rewards were equally substantial. He had already ascended to the rank of a 6th-rank alchemist. Furthermore, by integrating the alchemical techniques from the Sieni world, he was now capable of concocting 7th-rank pills. Nevertheless, Mo Dao chose not to pursue further alchemical studies, having absorbed ample knowledge regarding the effects and combinations of various herbs. He was now ready to experiment with different materials to brew various effects of spiritual wine using the endless wine pot. Upon conducting preliminary tests, Mo Dao discovered that he could indeed utilize existing pill formulas for brewing spiritual wine. For instance, to create Douling wine, he merely needed to follow the recipe for Douling Dan, adding the requisite herbs, and the endless wine pot would produce a wine with effects similar to the Douling Dan. However, the Douling wine's effects were milder, not directly enhancing the cultivation of a Do Wang by a star, but rather doing so gradually over a span of approximately 3 days. Yet this offered a significant advantage. While the materials for a single Douling Dan could only yield 1 jar of Douling wine, which would enhance cultivation by only 1 star, the wine's mildness and purity meant it did not induce the same level of resistance to its effects as the Douling Dan. Chapter 234. A Surge in Power. Each individual could only consume 1 Douling Dan throughout their lifetime. Afterward, they would develop a resistance, rendering further doses ineffective. Conversely, the Douling wine, due to its gentle energy, would only begin to lose efficacy after 3 jars. Mo Dao conducted trials and discovered that an individual could consume 6 jars of Douling wine before it became completely ineffective. The first 3 jars could elevate one's cultivation by 1 star each, the 4th by 0, 8 stars, the 5th by 0, 5 stars, and the 6th by 0, 2 stars. In essence, relying solely on Douling wine, an individual at the Do Wang level could elevate their cultivation by 4.5 stars. 4.5 stars, representing nearly half of a tier, meant that the enhancement offered by this spiritual wine could accelerate one's advancement significantly. Moreover, due to the exceptional purity of the spiritual wine's energy, any cultivation increase could be refined over time without incurring any adverse effects. Even without refinement, the only consequence was a slight superficiality, without the concern of impure Do Qi. Witnessing this, Mo Dao hesitated no longer. Upon confirming the absence of hidden dangers, he directly utilized pills to elevate both Yafei and Qing Lin to the rank of 9-star Dohuan. Medusa, too, attained the level of 9-star Dozone. The reason for not pursuing further enhancements was not due to a lack of materials or capability, but rather Mo Dao felt that such rapid advancement could ultimately be detrimental. Thus, he allowed them time to consolidate and adapt to their newfound power, preventing any instances where they might inadvertently unleash excessive force in battle. Naturally, Mo Dao did not neglect his own cultivation. He had reached the level of 9-star Dozun, with only his comprehension of spatial power holding him back. Understanding spatial power remained somewhat challenging. He was still unable to open a space suitable for habitation, preventing him from transcending to the Dosheng level. However, in terms of destructive power, even 5 or 6-star Dosheng would struggle to match him. With a full force application of the law of shock, he could potentially devastate an entire region, even when solely utilizing his fire or thunder abilities. Without employing spatial manipulation, he could still likely prevail against 9-star Dosheng. While Medusa and the others could only rely on spiritual wine to enhance their cultivation, Mo Dao possessed a unique cultivation wheel. During this time, he had not been idle, consuming various spiritual wines aimed at enhancing his talents, widening his meridians, and refining his bones. With the cultivation wheel at his disposal, as long as his body could accommodate it, there were no limits to his cultivation. The only constraints he faced were the laws themselves. In the later stages of cultivation within the Dopa world, practitioners were assessed based on their mastery of spatial power. Although Mo Dao's destructive capability was sufficient, his control over spatial power was somewhat lacking. Thus, if evaluated by the standards of Dopa, he would rank at the level of Dozun. Yet in terms of destructive capability, even 9-star Dosheng would find it difficult to contend with him. With his power on the rise, and knowing that Medusa and the others were no longer in jeopardy, Mo Dao prepared to explore and visit various significant locations, collecting all the exotic flames he could find along the way. As for Xiao Yin, he remained at the Xiao clan, as his coming-of-age ceremony had yet to take place, which would still take several days. Notably, Mo Dao's identity had not become widely known, so Xiao Yin and his compatriots were entirely unaware that Mo Dao had already become a formidable figure within the Doqi continent. They believed him still to be within the Gamma Empire. Now that Mo Dao had secured a stable source of points, he had little interest in the meager rewards from check-ins, focusing instead on more significant locations such as Jianan Academy. In the Tagore Desert's Serpent King City, Mo Dao had indeed succeeded in checking in, but regrettably, he received only a small amount of points, which was also why he was disinclined to check in everywhere. The points earned from such activities were simply too trifling. He could easily exchange a jar of spiritual wine for items worth a corresponding amount of points. However, compared to the coveted treasures he desired, the points he possessed were paltry. Although he could take a gamble on the lottery, having drawn nearly 50 times to receive only mundane items like clothing, ordinary swords, mobile phones, and meat, Mo Dao had abandoned the notion of obtaining exceptional treasures through the lottery. Now, Mo Dao had his sights set on the Dao Insight cushion available in the marketplace, which he had stumbled upon after his comprehension of spatial power had stagnated. Upon reading the description of the cushion, he was immediately enraptured. According to the system, this cushion was woven from the branches of the Dao Insight tree, and sitting upon it could aid an individual in comprehending the myriad paths, accelerating their understanding of existing laws. However, despite his longing, the exchange cost for this cushion was exorbitantly high, requiring a staggering 5 million points. At present, although he continuously accumulates points, his expenditures flow like water, leaving him with merely 30,000 points. Naturally, if he were to exchange the entire inventory of Wujin Jiufang for points, he could easily obtain at least 200,000. However, should he take such action, the normal operations of Wujin Jiufang would be severely compromised, as it currently engages in more than just the sale of liquor. It has diversified its business endeavors. Wujin Jiufang has transformed into a vast commercial empire, and due to this very reason, Mo Dao cannot afford to withdraw too many resources for point exchange. lest the operation of Wujin Jiufeng encounters difficulties. Consequently, Mo Dao set his sights on significant locations for check-ins, hoping to be fortunate enough to trigger an extraordinary event. While this notion might seem fanciful, one could ponder the possibility of its fruition. Furthermore, even if he does not achieve anything remarkable, acquiring some valuable items would still be advantageous. Additionally, he is determined to obtain the falling heart flame from the Canaan Academy, making this journey essential. Canaan Academy is quite renowned in the Duki continent, and it is impossible to miss the inner courtyard. After all, his mastery of spatial power has reached the level of a top-tier dozo, so locating an inner courtyard dean, who is merely at the semi-holy level, should pose no challenge. Within just one day, Mo Dao located the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, and he went unnoticed until he entered the depths of the Tianfen Training Tower. The moment he stepped into the tower, the ferocious falling heart flame sensed him like a terrifying beast and instantly became a docile goose. It did not dare to move, retreating in fear instead of attempting to confront the Tianfen Training Tower. After absorbing the abilities of the AC Xiao fruit and awakening, Mo Dao gained control over flames. Although the falling heart flame is a unique fire with intelligence, its essence remains that of fire, which Mo Dao can command. Thus, upon sensing Mo Dao's aura, the falling heart flame was thoroughly intimidated. At that moment, Mo Dao received a notification from the system indicating a successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Tianfen Training Tower of Canaan Academy, earning a technique called the Burning Art. The Burning Art, derived from the world of Do Pe Song Qiong, allows one to refine unique fires for personal use. Note, this version of the Burning Art is modified for higher safety and greater versatility, albeit with reduced lethality. Hearing the system's notification brought Mo Dao considerable joy, but upon seeing the reward, his enthusiasm waned instantly, as the Burning Art was of no use to him. He could already control flames effortlessly and could easily subdue and refine unique fires without concern for conflicts. Thus, the Burning Art was not even a trivial matter to him. It was entirely useless. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing, as his true objective was still the falling heart flame within the Tianfen Training Tower. After entering, he effortlessly subdued the falling heart flame. Upon capturing it, a sudden thought struck him. Could he possibly transfer the consciousness of the falling heart flame to another newly born falling heart flame? Once this idea surfaced, it became impossible to suppress. Mo Dao infused pure flame energy into the falling heart flame and attempted to separate its consciousness. However, as he did so, an unexpected event occurred. A strand of the original essence detached along with the consciousness of the falling heart flame, resulting in the formation of a new, independent falling heart flame. Although this newly born falling heart flame was feeble, so much so that it seemed a mere breath from Mo Dao could extinguish it. It indeed came into existence in his hands. Is it possible to form a unique fire seed by separating the essence? This revelation felt like the discovery of a lucrative avenue. Murmuring softly, Mo Dao summoned nearby fire energy and infused it into the newly born falling heart flame to restore some vitality, while simultaneously pouring ample energy into another falling heart flame to accelerate its growth. By the time Mo Dao ceased his actions, the falling heart flame that had lost its consciousness, although inferior to the one he had separated, was nonetheless sufficient for the students of Canaan Academy to cultivate. He was neither a thief nor a bandit. By taking one falling heart flame and compensating with another, Canaan Academy suffered no loss and need not worry about the falling heart flame destroying the Tianfen Training Tower. They not only did not incur a deficit, but effectively gained from the transaction. Thus, after refining the falling heart flame he had acquired, Mo Dao departed, with the people of Canaan Academy completely unaware of any anomalies. Having completed the acquisition of the falling heart flame, he noted that Xiao Yan was nearing his coming-of-age ceremony. Typically, such ceremonies at the Xiao family involve sparring with peers. While the future Xiao Yan may possess formidable strength, the current Xiao Yan appeared too weak for Mo Dao's standards. His sole reason for participating in this ceremony was to fulfill his check-in obligation. The ceremony marked the beginning of Xiao Yan's resurgence, and it was during this event that he would demonstrate his strength, silencing any naysayers. Although the original text contained little detail on this matter, it remained quite significant. However, to Mo Dao, the duel resembled a child's play, as the disparity in strength between the participants was overwhelmingly vast. Following the ceremony, Mo Dao did not hasten to leave, for Xiao Yan was soon to join Canaan Academy. When the representatives from Canaan Academy arrived to recruit, Mo Dao encountered Xiao Yu, whose long legs were indeed a rarity, explaining Xiao Yan's lingering affection for her. Naturally, Mo Dao took the opportunity to engage, casually suggesting to Xiao Yan that he should introduce him to Xiao Yu during the assessment, thus inserting himself into the situation. While Xiao Yu would undoubtedly refuse the suggestion and show him no favor, Mo Dao had achieved his aim and promptly departed. After leaving, he entered the Beast Mountain range. He distinctly remembered that Xiao Yan's first flame was acquired from the Beast Mountain range, where he also encountered Yun Yun, who was grievously injured while attempting to capture the amethyst-winged Lion King, and under the alias of Yao Yan, shared a brief romantic history with her. The amethyst-winged Lion King was a dominant beast of the Beast Mountain range, possessing the strength of a Do Huang and knowledge of sealing techniques, ultimately injuring Yun Yun and allowing Xiao Yan to take advantage of the situation. Upon entering the Beast Mountain range, Mo Dao sensed numerous individuals alongside magical beasts, which was to be expected, as the area teemed with magical creatures and various medicinal herbs. Cultivators seeking to enhance their skills inevitably sought these resources, leading them to hunt beasts and gather herbs within the range. Mo Dao held no interest in such pursuits, for even the amethyst-winged Lion King posed no challenge to him, as he could easily defeat it with a mere slap. His sole focus was on finding Yun Yun. Since Xiao Yan had Xiao Suner, and given that in the original narrative there was no resolution between him and Yun Yun, Mo Dao believed it prudent to refrain from any further contact with her. Most importantly, Yin Lanzong has certain connections with the Huanzu. If he could subdue Yun Yun, it would serve as a strategic foothold, potentially yielding unforeseen benefits. However, with time on his hands, Ma Dao recalled that there was a treasure cave within the Magic Beast Mountain range, from which Xiao Yan had obtained an ancient map concerning the Eoa. Thus, Ma Dao decided to search the Magic Beast Mountain range. He remembered it was located in a small valley abundant with medicinal herbs, so he set out to find it under this premise. While locating the valley would have been arduous on the ground, Ma Dao flew above, making the search considerably simpler. Consequently, he soon discovered the valley and acquired the ancient map of the Jinglian Yaohua. Ma Dao sought only that map. He had no need for anything else, so he left in the cave. Having obtained the ancient map, Yun Yun had yet to arrive, but Ma Dao encountered the little medical fairy, who was gathering medicinal herbs in a Magic Beast Mountain range. Intrigued by her unique Inandu tea, Ma Dao intervened to alleviate her troubles. A few Do Shi, small fry of the Da Do Shi level, were swiftly dealt with a mere wave of his hand. After he mentioned her Inandu tea and offered to assist her, the little medical fairy agreed to leave with him. Her small town had become increasingly inhospitable due to the outbreak of her Inandu tea, and she wished to prevent it from becoming a desolate wasteland. Thus, she resolved to accompany Ma Dao. As for whether Ma Dao could be deemed a villain, she perceived from his demeanor that he did not embody malicious intent, and given his overwhelming strength, she recognized her inability to oppose him. Therefore, it mattered little whether she agreed or not. Although the Inandu tea was formidable, it was merely a peculiar physique. With the right cultivation methods, it posed no significant issue. After her agreement, Ma Dao escorted her to Meidu Sha and her companions, entrusting them with her training. These individuals were geniuses, and should they be nurtured, they would not only benefit the Dochi continent, but also allow Ma Dao to partake in the vast world dominated by the Dazhuzai. This was indeed his intent in cultivating them. Naturally, for this reason, Ma Dao would lend a hand to Xiao Yan, as Xiao Yan's future was that of the ruler of the Endless Fire Domain. Any slight favor granted to him would yield returns for Ma Dao. It was a surefire investment. Why not proceed? Chapter 236. Yun Yun after delivering the little medical fairy to Ya Fei and her companions. Ma Dao returned to the Magic Beast Mountain range. Shortly after his arrival, he witnessed a strikingly beautiful woman of alluring figure confronting the Zi Jing Yishir Wang. This mature and captivating woman donned a simple dress that accentuated her voluptuous form, wielding a peculiar long sword that emanated a blue-green glow. Her hair, elegantly styled into a noble phoenix headdress, framed her serene and enchanting visage. Ma Dao observed the scene from below, quite close, allowing him to catch a glimpse of Yunyun's long farewell. One should refrain from describing further. Not long after his arrival, Ma Dao noticed a furtive figure stealthily approaching from a distance, though it dared not come too near, remaining at a considerable distance, unlike Ma Dao, who hovered directly beneath Yunyun. At that moment, the colossal Zijing Yishir Wang suddenly roared, "Human woman, why do you disturb my rest? I seek to utilize the Ziling Jing." Yunyun's captivating eyes fixed on the Zijing Yishir Wang. Her voice, soft and tranquil, rang out like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Unfortunately, the Zijing Yishir Wang was oblivious to such subtleties. Upon hearing her intentions regarding the Ziling Jing, it scoffed, "Ziling Jing? My kind can only shed a small piece from our bodies every 20 years. Do you think I would simply give it to you?" Yunyun understood the Zi Wang would not easily part with the Ziling Jing. She also held a degree of wariness towards the sixth-tier beast whose strength rivaled that of a Do Huang. Thus, she addressed it with a tone that was not overly forceful, stating, "I can offer you something you desire in exchange." Upon hearing Yunyun's proposal for an exchange, the Zi Wang's interest peaked, and it bellowed, "Exchange? Excellent. I am currently in the transformation stage. If you can procure a transformation pill for me, I shall grant you the Ziling Jing. How does that sound?" Yunyun's brows furrowed at this request. The transformation pill was a 7th-grade elixir, far more valuable than the Ziling Jing. Consequently, she shook her head gently, replying, "I apologize, but I doubt anyone in the Jinma Di Gua could produce such a thing. However, if you're willing, I could offer 3 5th-grade magic cores and a high-level Xian-tier cultivation technique and combat skills in exchange." The Zi Wang, having initially made an exorbitant demand due to its reluctance to trade, lost interest upon learning Yunyun could not provide the transformation pill, thus rejecting her outright. "If you wish for the Ziling Jing, you must bring a transformation pill. If you cannot offer that, woman, you may leave the Magic Beast Mountain range." Yunyun ventured into the Magic Beast Mountain range specifically for the Ziling Jing. How could she simply depart at the Zi Wang's words? Moreover, while the Zi Wang possessed the strength of a Do Huang, she too was a Do Huang, and should a confrontation arise, she would not necessarily emerge the weaker. Thus, upon hearing the Zi Wang's refusal, Yunyun resolved to seize the Ziling Jing by force. With negotiations failing, they would have to settle matters through strength. Yunyun raised her delicate hand, and as it ascended, a small azure tornado suddenly manifested in the sky. Yunyun cultivated wind attribute Do Qi, and her techniques were all related to the wind. A Do Huang level expert could manipulate vast amounts of external energy of the same attribute. Consequently, although the tornado initially measured only 2 meters, it rapidly expanded to over 10 meters in size with the influx of external energy. In an instant, the massive azure tornado whirled and howled, uprooting giant trees, stones, and even the very earth beneath it, drawing them into the vortex, where they were mercilessly shredded into fragments. With the addition of these elements, the azure tornado swiftly changed color, its power significantly amplified. Indeed, while the sword energy was formidable, the high-velocity debris was equally destructive. However, rather than fear at this spectacle, the Zi Wang coldly observed the growing tornado and scoffed. "The Magic Beast Mountain range is not the realm of humans. It is not your place to cause chaos." The Zi Wang's thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, causing Ma Dao's ears to buzz. Yet its strength was indeed formidable, at least somewhat superior to Yunyun's. With a tremendous roar, the Zi Wang's body radiated purple light, and in the blink of an eye, surging purple flames enveloped it. Subsequently, at the Zi Wang's command, the flames coalesced into a massive column shooting skyward. The intense heat caused nearby vegetation to wilt and quickly wither, igniting in flames. In a mere blink, the forest below transformed into an inferno. This blaze posed no threat to Ma Dao. However, remaining below was not ideal either. Thus, he moved swiftly, appearing behind Xiao Yan. The moment Ma Dao materialized behind him, Xiao Yan, previously drenched in sweat due to the oppressive heat, felt a sudden wave of coolness. Ma Dao did not conceal his presence, and thus, the moment he appeared, Yao Lao noticed him. Almost instantly, Yao Lao was drenched in sweat, startled by Ma Dao's unexpected arrival. Once a formidable figure known as Jiuxing Dozun, Yao Lao possessed keen insight, allowing him to instantaneously assess that Ma Dao's strength had reached at least the level of Qixing Dozun. In his prime, he would have faced Ma Dao without trepidation. However, he was now but a soul entity. His spiritual power significantly diminished, and Xiao Yan remained merely a fighter. Confronted with an opponent of at least Qixing Dozun caliber, even if he were to channel all his strength, Xiao Yan, being a mere novice, would inevitably succumb to the overwhelming energy, shattering into countless fragments. Nevertheless, upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Yao Lao felt a measure of relief, albeit accompanied by profound astonishment, for it was indeed Ma Dao, the very individual he had encountered previously at the Shao clan. Yao Lao could scarcely fathom that Ma Dao possessed such formidable prowess. His youth made it all the more astonishing to wield such strength, a fact that was utterly shocking. Consequently, Yao Chan momentarily forgot to alert Xiao Yan, leaving him oblivious to the presence that had materialized behind him, as he remained thoroughly engrossed in the battle unfolding in the distance. In the skies above, the Zijing Yishir Wang, a majestic beast, maneuvered relentlessly to close in on Yun Yun, who, in turn, retreated persistently. Despite their comparable cultivation levels, unless one were an expert in physical training, the corporeal strength of a magical beast far surpassed that of a human. However, while Yun Yun appeared to be at a disadvantage, her agility ensured that the lion could not lay a paw upon her. Thus, although she seemed to be on the defensive, she suffered no tangible harm. From Ma Dao's perspective, the clash between the two was rather mundane, yet to Xiao Yan, it was an awe-inspiring spectacle of epic proportions, as even the residual energy from the combat could spell his demise. While Xiao Yan remained in a state of shock, Ma Dao found himself growing somewhat bored, observing that the exchange was merely a dance of advance and retreat, without either party unveiling their true capabilities. His attention soon shifted to the gathering magical beasts that had been disturbed by the tumultuous battle. Chapter 237. The terrifying nature of fear, the cacophony generated by the conflict between man and beast in the heavens, roused numerous magical beasts from their slumber, compelling them to converge towards the source of the commotion. Consequently, the previously tranquil mountains echoed with an array of peculiar beastly roars. Having grown weary of the spectacle, Ma Dao, who had swiftly returned from accompanying Xiao Yixian to Medusa and had not partaken of lunch, found the beastly cries captivating. He shifted his gaze towards the magical creatures. The magical Beast Mountain range was home to a myriad of creatures, yet not all were palatable. Some bore flesh of poor quality and an indescribable taste due to their environmental and intrinsic attributes. Conversely, certain beasts possessed exceptionally delectable meat, even exuding a unique fragrance, though such creatures were rare and difficult to encounter. Presently, with Yun Yun engaged in combat with the Lion King, many higher-tier magical beasts emerged, igniting a spark of excitement in Ma Dao. It was indeed a prime opportunity for hunting. With a fleeting glance at the nearby magical beasts, Montauk Dao vanished in an instant. In the very next moment, a creature resembling a sheep but with straight horns and paws akin to those of a tiger inexplicably disappeared. Ma Dao's strength rendered him overwhelmingly superior to these beasts. They had no chance to react, let alone notice his presence. Demonstrating remarkable skill, he delivered a swift blow that rendered the beast unconscious, swiftly storing it within his seed space. The fluidity of his movements left Yao Lao, who caught but a glimpse of his blurred figure, utterly astonished. Ma Dao's speed was astonishing, and his seamless actions caused no disturbance, compounded by the fact that the attention of others remained fixed on the aerial battle, leaving the ground-level disappearance of beasts unnoticed. It was not until Mo Dao returned, bearing a formidable Do Wong-level beast, that the other magical creatures sensed something amiss. Such beasts were scarce in this region, with only 3 present, and the sudden vanishing of one substantial target raised alarms among many. However, the Lion King was preoccupied with his aerial duel against Yun Yun, and although the magical beasts sensed the irregularity, they dared not disturb the Lion King, for the hierarchy among magical creatures was strictly enforced, and insubordination could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Mo Dao casually deposited the lifeless body of the Beast King behind Xiaoyan, engrossed in the battle above. Xiaoyan remained blissfully unaware that Mo Dao had been standing behind him for quite some time. Upon realizing Mo Dao's presence, Yao Lao, perceiving no ill intent from him, also neglected to inform Xiaoyan. Thus, when Xiaoyan heard the thud, he was startled, mistakenly believing a magical beast had approached him from behind. The instant he heard the sound, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to leap several meters away in fright. Amused by Xiaoyan's startled reaction, reminiscent of a frightened rabbit, Mo Dao extended his hand towards him in jest. A massive claw, resembling that of a tiger, appeared from thin air, pinning Xiaoyan to the ground with a resounding thud. Yao Lao, witnessing this scene, could not help but cover his face upon seeing the smile on Mo Dao's lips. It was simply too embarrassing. While vigilance is commendable, Xiaoyan's panic-stricken leap like a startled rabbit was rather mortifying, especially with Yao Lao still present. As for Yao Lao's failure to inform Xiaoyan of Mo Dao's proximity, it had no bearing on Xiaoyan's fright. He was simply startled due to his own timidity, and it was entirely unrelated to Yao Lao's reticence. Yet, with Xiaoyan now thoroughly terrified, it would be rather unkind not to inform him of Mo Dao's identity, and Yao Chun, concerned that Xiaoyan might genuinely be traumatized, decided to enlighten him about the situation. Upon hearing Yao Chen's words, Xiaoyan's immediate reaction was disbelief. He could not fathom that the seemingly inconspicuous Mo Dao, who had never made a significant impression during their previous encounter at the Xiao clan, was actually a top-tier expert of the continent. In truth, Yao Chun had already downplayed Mo Dao's status, merely suggesting he might be a Do zone-level powerhouse to prevent overwhelming Xiaoyan with the reality of Mo Dao's true strength as a high-tier Dozun, fearing it might crush Xiaoyan's aspirations entirely. Though incredulous, when Xiaoyan rose to his feet and beheld Mo Dao smiling at him from a short distance away, he found it impossible to dismiss the truth, as the evidence was laid bare before him. Even if Yao Lao had confidently claimed that Mo Dao was at least a Do zone-level expert, Xiaoyan would have found it hard to believe. However, upon turning to see the Beast King that had previously dominated a mountain peak, now lying defeated, he had no choice but to accept the startling reality. A seemingly harmless youth, not much older than himself, standing before the colossal carcass of a beast, left an indelible impression on Xiaoyan, so profound that it took him a moment to respond when Mo Dao greeted him again. Xiao Xiong, what a surprise to encounter you once more. As fate would have it, I presume you haven't had lunch yet? Here, this is my recent catch. Feel free to choose any part you fancy. After hearing Mo Dao's words and glancing at the massive Beast King beside him, both Xiaoyan and Yao Chun were left in shock and speechless. You have slain a magical beast of the Do Wong level. I initially thought you were after its magic crystal, only to discover that your motive was merely hunger for lunch. At this moment, Xiaoyan's long-held worldview began to crumble. Do Wong. To him, even becoming a Doshi or a Doshi would be a remarkable feat, yet here was Mo Dao, who had effortlessly vanquished a Do Wong-level magical beast simply because he desired a meal. This was Xiaoyan's first encounter with the exhilarating freedom that comes with immense power, solidifying his resolve to grow stronger, not only for the Xiao family or to avenge Yao Lao, but to witness the beauty at the pinnacle of strength. With this thought, Xiaoyan's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Well, the Do Zone. One day, he too would attain that level, and he believed that Do Zone would not be his final destination. He yearned to explore the highest peaks of his continent and behold the vistas above. Mo Dao was somewhat surprised by Xiaoyan's sudden resolve, realizing that Xiao Yan had experienced the fall from grace of a once great genius to a mere waste. So this awakening was entirely natural. Moreover, while Mo Dao traversed worlds with the aid of system, Xiao Yan had crossed over with his soul. As an adult who had endured years of humiliation within the Xiao family, it was only expected that he would possess such resilience. Mo Dao had not anticipated Xiao Yan's swift adjustment to this realization. However, Xiao Yan's fierce determination lasted only a few moments. As he approached the magical beast with steadfast steps, wielding his knife to sever the Beast King's claw, the blade was deflected. Mo Dao and Yao Chun observed, with Yao Chun quietly sighing, "Allow me to handle this. This is a Do Wong-level beast, even in death. Its physical defenses are not easily breached by someone of your level." Although Xiao Yan felt somewhat disheartened by Yao Chen's words, he recognized their truth. He accepted the strength imbued by Yao Lao, allowing Yao Lao to control his body before he swung his hand like a knife. With a flash of light, the enormous claw of the lion-like Beast King, its fur a radiant red, was severed by Xiao Yan. Though Mo Dao perceived Yao Chen's intervention, he chose not to reveal it. Instead, he surveyed the Beast King before waving his hand, summoning several sword energies that delivered a piece of tenderloin weighing around 40 to 50 pounds before him. Upon closer inspection, the meat exhibited no foul odor. Its texture was exquisitely tender, and the marbling resembled delicate snowflakes, confirming it to be a prime cut of tenderloin. After slicing away the tenderloin, Mo Dao waved his left hand to store the Beast King in a spatial ring and began to process the exquisite meat before him. Despite the tenderloin seemingly free of any unpleasant smells, Mo Dao opted to soak it in spiritual wine for cleansing. Xiao Yan, witnessing Mo Dao's actions, froze in astonishment. The moment Mo Dao produced the spiritual wine, Xiao Yan recognized its significance, as the rich aroma and pure spiritual energy were unmistakable to him. This was spiritual wine, and not the lowest quality available on the market. It was of a higher grade and unblended. The value of such wine was considerable, easily amounting to 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins per bottle, and Mo Dao was using an entire vat for the tenderloin's preparation. Just how many bottles could fit into that vat? Certainly dozens, implying that Mo Dao had expended 2 to 3 million gold coins merely to clean and process this piece of meat. Such extravagance. How wonderful it would be if it were mine. Seeing this spectacle, Xiao Yan could no longer maintain his composure. Overwhelmed by shock, he unwittingly voiced his thoughts. Montak Da, engaged in preparing the tenderloin, paused momentarily, as he did not perceive any waste in his actions. After all, to him, spiritual wine was as plentiful as ordinary water. Thus, while handling the tenderloin, he casually extracted a large quantity, knowing that the wine would mitigate any gamey odor given its purity. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's exclamation, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that indeed, spiritual wine was quite valuable. But what did it matter to him? No matter how expensive it was to him, it was merely an inexhaustible source of common liquid. However, since Xiao Yan expressed a desire for it, he decided to offer him some, albeit not the used portion. With a smile, he remarked, "It's merely some ordinary wine. If you wish, I shall give you a flask." As he spoke, Mo Dao produced a silver wine jug and presented it to Xiao Yan. Initially, Xiao Yan had merely been expressing his astonishment at Mo Dao's seemingly extravagant ways. But upon seeing the wine jug floating before him, he was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that Mo Dao would gift him a flask in response to his comment. Although a flask was not a great deal, and he could afford a few thousand gold coins now, they were not particularly close. So Xiao Yan regarded the jug with surprise. However, he quickly reconsidered. Having just defeated a Do Wong-level beast, did a flask of wine truly matter? With that thought, he accepted the jug with alacrity. Yet, upon receiving the wine jug, he sensed something amiss. It was not an ordinary silver jug, but rather a treasure. "You fool, you are fortunate indeed. This is an item imbued with spatial attributes, marked with a spiritual imprint. I wonder what kind of luck you stumbled upon for someone to so freely bestow such a treasure." Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated, promptly leaving his spiritual imprint on the jug. Upon imprinting his spirit and discovering the space within, Xiao Yin was left astounded. Although the jug's space was not vast, significantly smaller than that of his spatial ring, he was utterly astonished to find it filled with spiritual wine of exceptionally high quality, rarely found on the market. After a considerable pause, Xiao Yin earnestly expressed his gratitude to Mo Dao, saying, "Brother Mo's kindness shall forever remain etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." The value of this flask of wine was immeasurable, and it could even be argued that one could not simply purchase it with gold. For Xiao Yin recognized that the spiritual energy contained within surpassed that of any wine available for sale. According to his speculation, the spiritual density of this spirit wine was approaching that of fifth-grade elixirs. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Mo Dao did not pay much attention, as he had an abundance of this wine at hand, and since Yafei and the others no longer required such wine for their cultivation, gifting a flask to Xiao Yin posed no issue. Currently, Yafei and her companions were utilizing various types of spirit wine that possessed effects akin to elixirs. Wines merely infused with rich spiritual energy were no longer consumed by them. Thus, these wines could only be sold. However, since he had brewed an excessive amount previously, Mo Dao still had plenty left, all of which he had stored in his self-crafted spatial wine jars. The matter of spirit wine was merely a trivial interlude. When Mo Dao used the wine that had washed the beast claw after cleansing the pork tenderloin, Xiao Yin ceased to concern himself with the spirit wine, as the latter had changed color after being applied to the beast claw. Although he had processed the beast claw, it was still not as clean as the pork tenderloin, especially since it had been handled on the ground. Thus it remained somewhat dirty. Once prepared, Mo Dao sprinkled various seasonings over the pork tenderloin, and a green flame enveloped it. The moment this green flame appeared, the eyes of Yao Lao widened in astonishment, for it was unmistakably a type of extraordinary fire. After examining it closely, Yao Lao suddenly exclaimed, "Qinglian Di Xin Hua." Upon hearing Yao Lao's exclamation, Mo Dao chuckled. "It is merely extraordinary fire. There is no need for such alarm. Moreover, do you not possess one as well?" At this remark, Yao Chan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, this was extraordinary fire, a coveted treasure that many alchemists yearned for, yet Mo Dao dismissed it so nonchalantly. However, Yao Chen's attention quickly shifted from the extraordinary fire itself to Mo Dao's fire control technique, as Qinglian Dixin will belong to the category of earth fire, which was far more intense than his bone spirit cold fire. Should this earth fire be mismanaged, not only would a tender piece of meat be incinerated, but even a dou huang would effortlessly be reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, this extraordinary fire in Mo Dao's hands was extraordinarily docile, complying with his every desire. The meat remained perfectly unburned, prompting Yao Chun to feel a competitive urge rising within him. Chapter 239. Collision of Power. Seeing Mo Dao utilizing extraordinary fire to roast meat, Yao Chen's competitive spirit ignited, and he began to control the extraordinary fire to roast the large beast claw he had prepared. However, the temperature of extraordinary fire was exceedingly high, and although Yao Chen's fire control ability was formidable, the beast claw was not comparable to various medicinal herbs. With his years of alchemical experience, he knew precisely when to adjust the fire for different parts of herbs, which parts were delicate and which could withstand higher heat. Yet, roasting a beast claw with extraordinary fire was something he had not only never done, but had likely never even heard of. Thus, he was utterly clueless about how to manage the temperature for roasting this claw, resulting in some portions being charred. Fortunately, his fire control was indeed exceptional, and he quickly managed to prevent further burning, but he inadvertently reduced the temperature too much, rendering it ineffective for roasting. Nonetheless, being a top-tier alchemist, Yao Chen soon grasped the appropriate temperature, and the beast claw gradually began to emit an enticing aroma. However, when he lifted his head in satisfaction, he found that Mo Dao had already sliced the roasted meat into pieces and was enjoying it, leaving Yao Lao feeling somewhat dejected and compelled to genuinely admire Mo Dao's impressive fire control abilities. It was evident that he had lost the competition, and continuing further would serve no purpose. Hence, The three of them feasted on roasted beast meat and sipped on wine while observing the distant battle. Mo Dao was somewhat speechless as the aerial combat persisted from noon until the sun began to set. Not only he, but even Xiao Yin appeared somewhat distracted. However, this battle was nearing its conclusion, as the sun was about to dip below the horizon. The purple flames enveloping the Zijing winged Lion King drew upon the power of the blazing sun, now that the sun was close to setting. If the battle continued without sunlight to draw strength from, its power would significantly diminish. Even though its combat prowess remained formidable in the wild, it could not compare to daylight. Its strength waned, yet the strength of the woman opposing it would not diminish with the onset of night, which would effectively elevate her power, given that both sides were already evenly matched if the battle extended into the night. The Zijing winged Lion King might ultimately find itself unable to contend with that human woman. Thus it resolved to cease playing hide-and-seek with her. Human woman, you have worn away my scant patience. The Zijing winged Lion King growled lowly, its voice reverberating through the mountains and forests. Casting a glance at the descending sun, the elegant and dignified Yun Yun spoke softly. As long as the Lion King exchanges the Xiling stone with me, I shall never trouble you again. If you are so foolish, do not blame me. With the Zijing winged Lion King's roar, the purple light emanating from its body intensified, and in a mere moment, that radiant glow seemed to rival the setting sun. The purple radiance enveloped the vicinity of the Lion King, yet this brilliance, after a short period of brewing, suddenly condensed. In the blink of an eye, the vast purple light was compressed into a deep purple light column barely half a foot in diameter. Seeing Cell. Once the light column took shape, the Zijing winged Lion King bellowed, and with that mighty roar, the purple light column surged toward Yun Yun. Upon witnessing the transformation of the Zijing winged Lion King, Yun Yun's delicate face was filled with seriousness, as formidable fighting energy gathered according to a specific trajectory, and fierce winds swirled around her. Li Fem Xuanwu. With Yun Yun's exclamation, dozens of deep azure wind blades materialized in the space before her, rapidly intertwining to form a spiraling wind column that sped toward the purple light column. The purple light column and the spiraling wind column approached each other swiftly, causing the space they traversed to warp slightly. With a thunderous crash, the two attacks collided, and in that fleeting moment of impact, Mo Dao already discerned the outcome. For Yun Yun had not unleashed her most powerful strike. As expected, the azure wind column fell to the disadvantage in the instant of collision, and within just a second, it was obliterated by the purple light column, scattering into a fierce gale, while the purple light column merely dimmed slightly. After destroying the wind column, the purple light column swiftly shattered the numerous wind shields Yun Yun had arranged before her and surged directly into her body. Upon witnessing his attack succeed, the Lion King showed no mercy, rushing forward with utmost speed, its massive claws poised to strike. However, the Lion King failed to notice that the woman it believed to be utterly defenseless had gathered an immense energy upon her sword. Just as the Lion King gazed triumphantly at the woman it was about to rend asunder, the peculiar long sword in Yun Yun's hand suddenly trembled, releasing a beam of deep light no larger than a thumb. In that brief moment, the surrounding space trembled under the immense destructive power it contained. Yet it did not reach the threshold of shattering, resulting only in vibrations. The instant the light appeared, the Zijing winged Lion King felt an instinctive alarm ringing in its heart, compelling it to instinctively lower its head. As he bowed his head, the light that should have struck his brow instead illuminated the crimson tip of his horn. This red horn, the most resilient part of the Zijing Yishir Wang, now exhibited no resistance against the light and was severed effortlessly. The excruciating pain ignited an immediate fury within the Zijing Yishir Wang, yet alongside its wrath, a profound fear took root in its heart. Had it not lowered its head, it would have already succumbed to death. In a fit of rage, the Zijing Yishir Wang unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the Beast Mountain range, raising its paw with unmatched ferocity to strike Yun Yun's chest. As a piercing metallic screech reverberated, Yun Yun was sent crashing to the ground like a meteor. In that instant, Mo Dao appeared before the Zijing Yisher Wang. Without a moment's hesitation, the beast lifted its paw to strike again, observing the colossal paw descending upon him with the force of a tempest. Mo Dao shook his head slightly and murmured, "One reaps what one sows." With those words, the once mighty Zijing Yisher Wang froze, its life force extinguished, and was subsequently absorbed into Mo Dao's spatial ring. After vanquishing the Zijing Yisher Wang, Mo Dao swiftly pursued the direction where Yun Yun had fallen. However, upon reaching the pit, she was nowhere to be found. Yet, it was evident that Yun Yun had suffered severe injuries and was also afflicted by the Zijing Yisher Wang seal. Thus she could not have strayed far. Indeed, using his keen perception, Mo Dao soon spotted Yun Yun staggering forward nearby, but he was troubled to see Xiao Yin had somehow positioned himself ahead of her. If the two continued on their current paths, they would inevitably collide. He had waited for so long. There was no way he would allow Xiao Yin to steal the fruits of his labor and engage in an ambiguous encounter with Yun Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Dao flashed and appeared right in front of Yun Yun, colliding with her in an embrace. In that fleeting moment of impact, all that occupied Mo Dao's mind was the thought of her softness. Chapter 240. Healing Yun Yun had already been struck by the Zijing Yisher Wang seal before being flung away, leaving her with little defensive capability against the beast's attack. Had she not donned the heart of the sea armor, crafted from a rare metal formed within the belly of a 6th-tier sea monster, the Zijing Yisher Wang's paw would have surely torn her apart. Even so, the assault left her grievously wounded, and upon colliding with Mo Dao, she could no longer endure the pain and fainted. Cradling the unconscious Yun Yun, Mo Dao glanced at the rapidly approaching Xiao Yin, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Yin, you already have Xiao Suner, and your fate with Yun Yun is unlikely to be fruitful, so do not provoke her. Allow me to bear this burden for you." With that, Mo Dao vanished in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was within the lair of the Zijing Yisher Wang. The cavern still held many treasures which, while not particularly significant to him at present, should not go to waste. Thus, he took the accompanying Zijing source. As for the young Zijing Yisher, he refrained from harming it, as it posed no threat to him, and he saw no need to eradicate it entirely. Naturally, he only took the accompanying Zijing source and a portion of the Zijing crystals, leaving some behind. However, Mo Dao was unaware that the young Zijing Yisher would ultimately meet its demise, for after his departure, Xiao Yin, spurred on by Yao Lao, swooped in to seize the opportunity, ultimately slaying the young Zijing Yisher and taking all the Zijing crystals. When Xiao Yin exited the cave, it had been completely ransacked, with not even the corpse of the young Zijing Yisher left behind. Of course, Xiao Yin did not linger, swiftly departing the Beast Mountain range with his spoils, while Mo Dao, bearing Yun Yun, found a relatively clean cave within the mountains. In the original narrative, upon seeing Yun Yun's countenance, even Xiao Yin was struck by her beauty. Having been surrounded by stunning women like Xiao Suner, he still found Yun Yun's appearance breathtaking. Indeed, although she lay unconscious, her features remained exquisitely beautiful, unblemished by her current state. Upon closer inspection, Mo Dao noted her skin was exceptionally fair and delicate, aptly described as akin to jade. Even in unconsciousness, she exuded an air of regal elegance. Yun Yun was undeniably stunning, yet Medusa and Yafei were equally captivating. Thus Mo Dao felt no inappropriate thoughts arise. He simply waved his hand, using sword energy to shape a stone into a bed before gently placing her down. At that moment, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes fluttered open. "Who are you? Where is this?" Upon seeing Mo Dao, Yun Yun regarded him with evident wariness, posing two classic questions. Mo Dao glanced at the wounds adorning her chest and softly replied, "I am Mo Dao, and you are in a cave deep within the Beast Mountain range. Rest assured, it is quite safe here. No one, nor any beasts, will disturb you. By the way, do you have any healing elixirs? It will be prudent to tend to your wounds. If you lack any, I have some, and I can assist you if needed." After speaking, Mo Dao looked at Yun Yun, waiting for her response. Upon hearing his words, Yun Yun gritted her teeth, attempting to sit up, but alas, The seal from the Zijing Yishur Wang had rendered her unable to muster her fighting spirit, let alone move. Seeing her predicament, and recognizing that Mo Dao appeared harmless, coupled with the fact that he had rescued her, she sighed in resignation and replied, "Please, help me apply the medicine." Though this was not the first time Mo Dao had heard Yunyun's voice, hearing her speak so closely was a novel experience. Her voice, untainted by the wind, was melodious and enchanting. Perhaps due to her position as the leader of the Yunlan sect, her voice, though sweet and clear, carried an undeniable air of nobility. Fortunately for Mo Dao, having spent time with Queen Medusa, he had grown somewhat immune to such traits, viewing Yunyun merely as an ordinary beautiful woman, without any sense of reverence. Although he had anticipated this situation, he still felt a surge of excitement, as any man would in such circumstances. Mo Dao did not express this outwardly, instead feigning surprise as he said, "Me?" After seeing that Yunyun was not jesting, he lowered his voice and added, "I can assist you, but let us agree first that afterward you shall not engage in any foolishness, such as attempting to harm me. Although it may seem hypocritical to say so, if I do not express it this way, Yunyun would undoubtedly harbor a strong sense of distrust towards him. By presenting himself as an innocent and vulnerable youth, he could significantly alleviate her wariness." Indeed, upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Yunyun found herself in a somewhat bemused state, shaking her head while pondering how many years it had been since anyone dared to speak such words in her presence. She thought to herself that she was not so antiquated. As long as he could manage his hands and mouth, she would not engage in acts of ingratitude. Perhaps concerned about frightening Mo Dao, she deliberately softened her tone, no longer maintaining her lofty demeanor. With those words, Mo Dao stepped forward to assist Yunyun in rising, carefully tearing away a portion of her garment to expose the wound on her chest. After ripping open the blood-stained white fabric, it became evident that beneath it lay a pale blue metallic inner armor, which shimmered like flowing water but bore 5 distinct claw marks. Fresh blood seeped from the claw marks, gradually staining her clothing crimson. Observing this, Mo Dao halted and spoke softly, "Your wound is beneath the inner armor. If you wish to apply medicine, we must first remove it." Hearing this, Yunyun's delicate frame quivered slightly, yet she was aware of the general location of her injury. Thus she recognized the accuracy of Mo Dao's statement. However, unbeknownst to her, Mo Dao had a method to heal her without the cumbersome process of removing the armor. Nevertheless, he did not deceive her, as he had only stated that medicine could be applied after removing the inner armor, without implying that he could not assist her otherwise. Yunyun was unaware of this detail, but sensed the predicament at hand. The inner armor was the innermost layer, meaning that to remove it, she would have to first shed her outer garments, an encounter she dreaded. However, without removing the armor, Mo Dao would be unable to tend to her wound. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her crimson lip and spoke softly, "Go ahead, but be mindful of your eyes and hands." Chapter 241. Enchantment. Why had Mo Dao arrived days in advance? It was to prevent a certain scene from occurring as depicted in the original story. Hence he would not act recklessly. However, as he assisted Yunyun while also aiding in the removal of her clothing and armor, the situation inevitably led to some physical contact. Nonetheless, Mo Dao's movements were efficient and decisive, and he quickly managed to remove the inner armor. Yet, once it was off, he presented Yunyun with a rather pressing dilemma. The armor is removed, but now we face a problem. I have 2 methods to apply medicine to your wound, and I am uncertain which you prefer. The first is to move in front of you and apply medicine while directly observing the wound. The second is to drape a coat over you and apply the medicine through your clothing, but I cannot ascertain the exact location of your injury in that case. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Yunyun, whose cheeks had already flushed from their earlier contact, felt her face turn an even deeper shade of crimson. She understood the implications of his suggestion, which only heightened her embarrassment. The first option was self-evident. She would be fully exposed, although the second option would preserve her modesty. The location of her wound was on her chest, and allowing Mo Dao to apply medicine through her clothing wrist, not only touching the wound, but also potentially brushing against areas best left untouched. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Yun sighed softly and said, "Then please hand me my clothing. I will indicate where the medicine should be applied." Upon hearing her words, Mo Dao felt a twinge of disappointment, but complied, retrieving a white robe for her to wear before stepping forward to begin cleansing her wound. Ideally, cleansing would involve alcohol, but lacking that, he had several healing spirits on hand. However, using such spirits for cleansing would entail a level of pain not easily borne by most. Thus, Mo Dao refrained from using the spirits and instead concocted a suitable cleansing solution on site. Gently pulling back her clothing, he poured the solution over her wound to cleanse it. Although this method spared the unveiling of her form, it soaked her clothing entirely, including her skirt, causing Yun Yun to frown involuntarily. Yet, there was no better alternative. This was the only option available. After cleansing the wound, Mo Dao proceeded to apply the medicine. However, he did not possess any conventional healing ointments, for he had no need for such items. As an alchemist, he had a few medicinal pills at his disposal, as he could not solely rely on spirits without risking becoming a drunkard. Consequently, the substances he applied to Yun Yun were not meant for staunching blood, but rather for detoxifying and enhancing beauty, remnants prepared by Medusa and her companions. Although they had not exhausted their supply, he still retained some. While lacking a specific healing ointment, he did not require one. With a gentle touch, he could utilize his true essence to seal the wounds. In fact, he could have directly mended her injuries and accelerated the healing process with a hint of vitality, likely restoring her within a couple of minutes. However, he questioned the wisdom of such an act. Even if he had no intention of taking advantage of Yun Yun, without activating his observation abilities, he could not entirely avoid contact with other areas. Before long, Yun Yun's ears flushed a deep red, yet she remained silent, recognizing that Mo Dao was not being intentional in his actions. Indeed, he was not. He simply had not activated his observation abilities. Of course, if he had, that would have been a different matter entirely, as his abilities had progressed to the point of being able to perceive with a mental acuity that bordered on telepathy. With a sweep of his powers, he could glean a general overview, and in such close proximity, his focus could virtually provide him with a perspective akin to X-ray vision. Thus, he refrained from employing his observation abilities. It took Mo Dao half an hour to address Yun Yun's injuries, and after wrapping the last bandage, he encouraged her to recline on the stone bed, stating, "All done. The wounds have been tended to. The remaining issue pertains to some internal injuries, but a couple of days of rest should suffice." Observing that Mo Dao had finally completed his ministrations, Yun Yun, lying quietly on the stone bed, suddenly smiled at him and said, "Thank you." Yun Yun, who had maintained a placid expression, surprised Mo Dao with her sudden smile. Coupled with her attire of the white robe he had provided, her figure was accentuated exquisitely, exuding an enchanting allure that prompted him to swallow hard. Perhaps Yun Yun was aware of the potent allure of her current appearance, yet bound by the seal of the Zijing Winged Lion King, she felt utterly paralyzed, turning her flushed face away and closing her eyes. Little did she realize how tempting this gesture was, inciting in Mo Dao an almost uncontrollable urge to draw near. However, Mo Dao was not the kind of person who could not even control his own actions. Thus, he retrieved a thin blanket from his spatial ring and covered Yun Yun with it. After draping the blanket over her, Mo Dao stroked his chin thoughtfully and once again took out a soft mattress from his spatial ring to place beneath Yun Yun. This series of gestures from Mo Dao evoked an indescribable sparkle in Yun Yun's beautiful eyes. Having completed these tasks, Mo Dao exited the cave, but soon returned. Upon his reentrance, he waved his hand to produce a pile of split wood, igniting a fire that illuminated the dim cave as the night gradually descended. After kindling the fire, Mo Dao slightly turned his head to observe Yun Yun's astonished gaze as he first took out a clay pot, followed by rice and water to wash the grains, and then sliced some monster meat to cook porridge. "How can your spatial ring contain such items?" Yun Yun could no longer restrain herself and inquired, for the assortment of items within Mo Dao's ring was truly extraordinary, including bedding, pots, pans, and even essentials like rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and various foodstuffs, which utterly challenged her worldview. In response to Yun Yun's question, Mo Dao tilted his head in bewilderment and said, "Isn't the purpose of a spatial ring to conveniently carry various items? If it's for convenience, why can't I hold these things?" Yun Yun, hearing Mo Dao's reasoning, found herself at a loss for words, as his logic was indeed quite sound. As time passed, the porridge was slowly cooked to perfection, and with the addition of various seasonings stirred into it, an enticing aroma wafted through the cave, making Yun Yun, who had been lying on the stone bed and was already hungry, swallow her saliva involuntarily. Mo Dao noticed this but chose to feign ignorance. After tasting the porridge, he filled a bowl and sat down beside the stone bed. "Are you hungry? Have some food. It tastes quite delightful," he said as he gently propped Yun Yun up against the stone wall and prepared to feed her. Chapter 242. Intriguing Yun Yun. As Yun Yun gazed at Mo Dao's face, which was so close, she felt a sudden panic. She had not anticipated that Mo Dao would actually feed her porridge, treating her as if she were a child in need of comfort, and her eyes brimmed with tenderness. Yet, despite the warmth emanating from Mo Dao's gentle demeanor, Yun Yun felt a flutter of anxiety within her, a desire to pull the blanket over herself and hide. The esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect found herself in a position where she needed someone to feed her, akin to a little girl, which filled her with profound embarrassment. Yet intertwined with this embarrassment was an inexplicable anticipation, leaving her feeling torn and wishing to burrow into a hole. Montauk Da, naturally, noticed this but chose to overlook it. After blowing on the spoonful of meat porridge, he coaxed her in a childlike manner. "Sweetheart, open your mouth. I've cooled it down, and it's very tasty." Captivated by Mo Dao's handsome, sunny face, Yun Yun momentarily lost her composure, instinctively parting her luscious red lips. It was only when Mo Dao fed the porridge in her mouth that she realized what was happening. However, since the porridge was already in her mouth, rejecting it would be impolite, so she complied. After the first spoonful, Yun Yun was enchanted by the exquisite flavor of the porridge, and with each subsequent bite, she completely forgot her earlier shyness. By the time she finished the bowl, she was only then brought back to reality as Mo Dao set down the bowl. After feeding Yun Yun the porridge, Mo Dao did not immediately allow her to lie back down, but instead arranged a cushion for her to lean against the stone wall while he enjoyed his own bowl of porridge. When Yun Yun saw that Mo Dao was using the very bowl he had fed her with, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, for reasons she could not comprehend, she remained silent, quietly observing him. Once he finished his porridge, Mo Dao helped Yun Yun lie back down before taking a reclining chair and settling beside the fire. As the night deepened, a chill seeped into the cave through the entrance. Noticing the fire had dwindled slightly, Mo Dao rose to add some fuel. Just as he was about to recline back in his chair, Yun Yun's voice broke the silence. "It's quite cool outside. You should come up here." Mo Dao was taken aback by Yun Yun's sudden invitation. Although he did not feel cold, he obediently approached the stone bed, lifted the blanket, and laid down beside her. Naturally, the stone bed was spacious, and his bedding was ample, so they were still a good half-meter apart. Nevertheless, he could still detect the faint, delicate fragrance wafting from Yun Yun's side. The following morning, after a night of recuperation, Yun Yun found that her condition had improved significantly. Though the seal within her body remained unbroken, the numbness had subsided, and she had regained her ability to move. However, her wounds had merely scabbed over, preventing her from making any significant movements. Therefore, although she had awakened, she did not rise but instead lay on her side, silently watching Mo Dao. Montauk Da, unconcerned about safety, slept soundly and did not awaken until the sun had fully risen, at which point he opened his drowsy eyes and beheld Yun Yun's exquisite face. "Good morning. Are you feeling better?" After greeting Yun Yun, Mo Dao uncovered himself in the blanket and got out of bed, smoothly going about his morning routine of boiling water and washing up. After completing his own washing, he brought a basin of water to the bedside for Yun Yun to freshen up. At this moment, Yun Yun had regained her mobility and did not require Mo Dao's assistance. While she washed up, Mo Dao prepared breakfast, and soon, a steaming hot meal was ready. The breakfast not only included meat porridge, but also two exquisite side dishes, astonishing Yun Yun, who had not anticipated Mo Dao's remarkable culinary skills. After tasting Mo Dao's cooking, she finally understood why his spatial ring contained such items. His skills were truly exceptional, surpassing even the head chef of the Yunlan sect. After finishing their meal, Yun Yun sat at the edge of the stone bed, watching Mo Dao wash the dishes. Since her previous simple dress had been torn, she now wore a white robe that Mo Dao had provided. The robe, made of pure cotton and quite loose, accentuated her curvaceous figure, and due to its looseness, a considerable portion of her snow-white long legs was exposed. However, so engrossed was she in observing Mo Dao that she was completely unaware of her own appearance, her delicate feet swaying enticingly. After a while, Yun Yun smiled and asked, "Could you tell me your name? I'm quite curious. Although you may have concealed your cultivation through some means, I cannot see through it, but judging by your age, your strength should not be too formidable. May I ask why you ventured into the depths of the Beast Mountain?" Hearing Yun Yun's question, Mo Dao chuckled softly and replied, "I came to rescue someone and prevent a destined tragedy." After speaking, Mo Dao countered with a question of his own. "By the way, I still do not know your name. And what brought you into the Beast Mountain?" Yun Yun tilted her head in contemplation, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she smiled. "I am Yun Yun." Mo Dao was taken aback that Yun Yun had directly revealed her true name to him, but he was not surprised, having already known her identity. He was merely a bit taken aback. Since Yun Yun had shared her true name without hesitation, Mo Dao felt no need to conceal his own. Thus he responded in kind, "I am Mo Dao." After mentioning the name, Mo Dao continued, "You haven't yet told me why you entered the Mo Show Mountains." In truth, Mo Dao had completely forgotten the reason behind Yun Yun's quest for the Ziling Jing, or perhaps he had simply never paid it any mind. Thus, he indeed felt a tinge of curiosity. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and with a hint of sentimentality, she replied, "For an ungrateful disciple, I made a 3-year pact with others. I worry she may fail. So I came to seek the Ziling Jing from the Zijing Yishir Wang to refine a Ziling Dan for her." Mo Dao was surprised that Yun Yun had come for Nalan Yaner, but considering her somewhat aloof nature, it was likely that only this disciple could stir such concern in her, so he was not overly astonished. Neither Yun Yun nor Mo Dao were particularly talkative, leading to a moment of silence. However, Mo Dao was far from idle. He diligently recorded various combat techniques and cultivation methods. Although he might not practice them all, each technique and method possessed its unique strengths, allowing Mo Dao to absorb their merits for his own use through study. Naturally, he could also delve into the concoction of medicinal wines and pills, or even contemplate the Lei Qi. In fact, his contemplation of the Lei Qi had never ceased. Since it resided within the sea of consciousness at his brow, he didn't need to extract it, merely directing a portion of his mind into the Lei Qi sufficed. After perusing a book for a while, Mo Dao noticed Yun Yun gazing at him intently. He raised the book in his hand and smiled. "Qing Feng Ju, would you like to take a look?" To his surprise, Yun Yun cheerfully accepted and sat beside him, leaving Mo Dao somewhat at a loss as to how to proceed. In the dimly lit cave, a man and a woman leaned against each other, examining a combat technique titled Qing Feng Ju. As they engaged in this study, the man inadvertently manifested the Qing Feng Ju. This man and woman were, of course, Mo Dao and Yun Yun. Although Yun Yun was slightly astonished by Mo Dao's exquisite control over the battle aura, her surprise was merely fleeting. To her, it seemed reasonable that Qing Feng Ju was Mo Dao's primary combat technique, allowing him to deploy it effortlessly and maintain precision within a small range. However, the truth was that this was Mo Dao's first encounter with the Qing Feng Ju. To be able to perform a technique after just one glance and control it with such accuracy was not something an ordinary individual could accomplish. It belonged to the realm of prodigies. Unfortunately, Yun Yun was unaware of this, and Mo Dao had no intention of clarifying. However, after demonstrating the technique, Mo Dao furrowed his brow, realizing that the Qing Feng Ju was somewhat misguided, since it derived its essence from the wind. The technique ought to embody a light and agile approach, with an inherent lethality that would approach the target as gently as a spring breeze, evoking no sense of alertness. Yet, the essence of the Qing Feng Ju emphasized speed and invisibility, not to eliminate the sense of danger, but to conceal the attack and strike swiftly, pursuing a guaranteed kill. Mo Dao expressed this thought, and immediately, Yin Yun's eyes brightened, for she too sensed something amiss with the Qing Feng Ju, although she couldn't pinpoint the exact reason at the moment. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, it was as if a sudden revelation struck her, and she understood the issue at hand, elevating her opinion of Mo Dao even further. Many practitioners today adhere to the manuals without grasping their true meanings. While Mo Dao could comprehend the underlying principles and even identify flaws within the techniques, which already set him apart from the majority. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent, observing quietly while committing everything to memory. Initially, Yin Yun merely considered Mo Dao's talent commendable, noting his profound understanding of combat techniques. However, as they progressed through the second, third, and numerous other techniques, her astonishment grew exponentially. Throughout that morning, Mo Dao reviewed no less than 20 different combat techniques, encompassing various types and attributes. What left Yin Yun in shock was that regardless of the technique, Mo Dao could effortlessly grasp it while offering his own insights, which was indeed frightening. Typically, individuals cultivated a single attribute of battle aura, as battle aura, like the 5 elements, adheres to principles of mutual generation and restraint. Cultivating dual attributes not only leads to impure battle aura, but also risks conflict between the two types. Yet, Mo Dao could utilize techniques from all attributes, indicating that his battle aura was all-encompassing, which defied the very nature of the battle aura realm. Furthermore, Mo Dao's comprehension ability astounded Yin Yun. Even if these techniques were ones he had previously practiced, the capacity to simultaneously cultivate such a multitude of techniques while possessing deep insights into each was already remarkable. However, her instincts told her that Mo Dao had not encountered these techniques before, for she sat right beside him and could clearly sense that he was merely attempting to manifest these techniques as he read through them, indicating a lack of familiarity. Nonetheless, Mo Dao's mastery over battle aura was so profound that even with his inexperience, he could still wield the techniques within a controlled range, preventing any loss of control. With such raw talent before her, how could Yin Yun remain indifferent? As Mo Dao prepared lunch, she tentatively asked, Mo Dao, do you have a sect? Mo Dao was taken aback by her sudden question, pausing momentarily before responding, I suppose not. Although I have practiced under them, I have never formally acknowledged them as my masters, and they are not in this world, so I have no sect here. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun felt a surge of excitement and continued, would you be interested in seeking a sect to learn from? If so, I know of a rather good one. Mo Dao glanced at Yin Yun, who was filled with anticipation, and replied with a smile, I do not have such thoughts at the moment. But if this is your invitation, I would not decline. Hearing this, Yin Yun felt a twinge of disappointment, but chose not to voice it further. After their meal, Mo Dao assisted Yin Yun with her medication. Although she had regained her mobility, there were still areas she could not reach, and she was unable to bandage herself, requiring Mo Dao's help. Moreover, this was not the first time they had done so, so there was no reason for embarrassment, leading Yin Yun to appear much more at ease. However, her unabashed gaze on Mo Dao made him feel somewhat self-conscious. With no other choice, Mo Dao had to find an excuse to leave. After exiting the cave, he wandered around, hunting a bird-like magical beast of approximately Douling level, and casually gathered a nest, returning to the cave after cleaning the creature that resembled an eagle. Upon his return, he observed Yin Yun preparing some herbs. Noticing that the herbs appeared to be for concocting a pest-repelling powder, he spoke up, no need to worry. I've already cleared the area and scattered the pest-repelling powder. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Yin Yun dropped the medicinal herbs in her hands. However, when she beheld the magical beast in Mo Dao's grasp, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the beast's form was indistinguishable, the residual fluctuations of its power were undoubtedly at the Douling level. This indicated that Mo Dao possessed at least Do Ling level cultivation to achieve such a formidable level at such a young age. Coupled with his monstrous talent in combat techniques, and the fact that he could discern her intent for insect repellent powder with just a glance. How could she not be intrigued? With this in mind, Yun Yun resolved that she would go to any lengths, even binding him if necessary, to bring Mo Dao back to Yunlan Zone, for she had witnessed the emergence of a new star, one capable of elevating Yunlan Zone to unprecedented heights. Unbeknownst to Mo Dao, upon returning to the cave, he began to prepare various seasonings to roast the delectable magical beast. As a gourmand, it was imperative for him to focus intently on food preparation, and thus, when he commenced the roasting process, he instinctively summoned his Ioa. The appearance of the Azuriva caused Yun Yun to gasp in shock, covering her slightly parted lips in disbelief as she gazed at Mo Dao, rendered momentarily speechless. "Who exactly are you? I suddenly find myself unable to comprehend you." As she observed Mo Dao's focused roasting of the avian magical beast, Yun Yun found herself entranced. When she realized that his technique bore a striking resemblance to the alchemical methods of their sect, Gu He, an even more astonishing thought struck her mind. Could he possibly be an alchemist? In the Do Chi continent, alchemists are held in the highest esteem, for every practitioner relies heavily on the elixirs crafted by them. In fact, during cultivation, practitioners require alchemical pills to enhance their speed, and when breaking through realms, they depend on these potions to ensure success. Furthermore, alchemical pills can directly elevate one's cultivation level. Beyond this, when hunting magical beasts or searching for treasures, practitioners need these pills to restore their Do Chi, and during injuries, they rely on them for healing. In essence, elixirs permeate every aspect of a practitioner's journey, making it nearly impossible to separate from them. If Mo Dao truly is an alchemist, he must not be allowed to slip away, for his talent is exceptionally high, to the point that it instills a sense of fear in Yun Yun. Although she yearned to recruit Mo Dao into Yunlan Zone, she found herself at a loss regarding how to achieve this. After all, he already possessed Tua and was an alchemist, seemingly lacking neither status nor resources. The position of an alchemist in the Do Chi continent is exceedingly elevated, and no one else on the continent can match their wealth. They can not only concoct pills for personal use, but can also sell them or charge exorbitant fees for refining others' elixirs, which ensures they are rarely short of funds. After pondering for a considerable time, Yun Yun could not devise a strategy to bring Mo Dao into their fold. She had considered the idea of directly making him one of her own, as she harbored some affection for him. However, as the leader of a sect, how could she possibly be involved with such a young man? Such rumors would render her and Yunlan Zone the subject of ridicule. Consequently, she abandoned this notion. Mo Dao, oblivious to Yun Yun's thoughts, noticed her distracted demeanor, likely lost in contemplation, but he paid it no mind. Grateful for the rare opportunity to have a beautiful companion by his side in tranquility, he seized the moment to delve into the various combat techniques, drawing upon their strengths and gaining insights into diverse principles to enhance his own prowess. As for his cultivation, he had reached a bottleneck. It wasn't that he could no longer progress. Rather, his meridians and dantian had reached their limits in storing true essence. Although he could still grow, the pace was exceedingly slow. He required time to accumulate and refine his true essence, awaiting transformation. Once he successfully completed this refinement, his strength would experience exponential growth. While Mo Dao was busily refining his true essence, Yun Yun was not idle. She was also striving to break through the sealing power of the purple crystal-winged Lion King within her body. Thus, the cave was enveloped in an atmosphere of profound silence. Even the sealed strength of a Do Huang boasts formidable recovery capabilities, and with Mo Dao's assistance, Yun Yun's injuries had significantly healed within just over a day. Her external wounds were not severe, as her inner armor had protected her, resulting in only superficial injuries. Her internal injuries were slightly more serious, but after consuming 2 elixirs, she had largely recuperated. By the 3rd day, Yun Yun was essentially free of ailments, with even the marks of her wounds fading under the effect of Mo Dao's ointment. With her injuries mended, Yin Yin observed Mo Dao preparing meals daily and felt a desire to try her hand at cooking. However, Mo Dao was reluctant to burden her with such tasks. As she was the leader of a sect, it was entirely inappropriate for her to be in the kitchen. Besides, she was not particularly adept at distinguishing between salt and sugar. Moreover, Mo Dao had an array of seasonings, some of which were quite similar in appearance, making it nearly impossible for an unfamiliar person to differentiate them at a glance. In the original narrative, Yin Yin had intended to prepare a fish for Xiao Yin, but ended up mistaking an aphrodisiac for seasoning, nearly leading to an embarrassing situation. Although Mo Dao lacked such a perilous substance, he was still apprehensive that Yin Yin might inadvertently create some truly disastrous dish. Hence he declined her assistance. Undeterred, Yin Yin persisted, and upon witnessing her determination, Mo Dao ultimately agreed to teach her how to roast 2 chicken legs. Roasting chicken legs was far simpler than cooking elaborate dishes. She merely needed to follow his guidance in seasoning and marinating them. Then place them on the rack to roast while continuously turning them to prevent burning. As a Do Huang-level powerhouse, Yin Yin possessed sufficient control and observational abilities, ensuring that the chicken legs emerged perfectly golden and crispy with a delightful flavor. The only downside was that after roasting, she was left with the strong scent of barbecue clinging to her, coupled with the fact that she had not bathed in 3 days. While a strong practitioner can typically remain untainted by dust, achieving such purity often requires reaching a level of cultivation where one is not susceptible to sweat and grime unless utterly exhausted from battle. Thus, she was not truly dirty. Yet as a woman, she had an innate desire to be clean and beautiful, compounded by the lingering aroma of roasted chicken legs, prompting her to yearn for a bath. In the original tale, Yin Yin had gone outside to wash, but upon noticing her hesitance and the distaste she exhibited for her barbecue-scented attire, Mo Dao understood her unspoken need. Without waiting for her to voice it, he swiftly used his sword energy to carve out a pool within the cave. Measuring 2 meters in width and over 3 meters in length, with 2 tiers, one approximately 6 meters deep and the other about half a meter deep. After excavating the water pool, Mo Dao skillfully fashioned the stones into a screen to encircle the pool. He then directed the mountain spring water into the pool and created an outlet at another position to guide the water outside the cave. Furthermore, Mo Dao inscribed a fire attribute array at the bottom of the pool to heat the spring water, allowing a single magic core to activate the array and raise the water to a perfectly suitable temperature for bathing. When hot water was unnecessary, he could simply remove the magic core, and with the continuous influx of spring water, the pool would cool down swiftly, proving to be quite convenient. Yin Yin, who had been observing the entire process, was utterly astonished by Mo Dao's swift and fluid movements. By the time he finished, the bathing pool was complete. After retrieving a set of white robes for Yin Yin, Mo Dao turned to leave, only to realize that the robe was a nightgown, the kind made of silk. So he had to depart first. Although Yin Yin noticed that the texture of the robe felt somewhat peculiar, it was quite comfortable, and she chose not to comment. However, after bathing, she realized something was amiss. Nonetheless, having already donned it, she felt it was of little consequence, especially since they had become quite accustomed to each other over the past 2 days, and she was no longer overly concerned. Chapter 245. A gift of white. The power of habit is formidable. Over the past 2 days, Yin Yin had grown accustomed to this attire and to having Mo Dao by her side, although the silk nightgown made her appear more alluring and seductive. She remained oblivious to it. Since Yin Yin was unconcerned, Mo Dao refrained from commenting. However, when she sat cross-legged to cultivate and break through the seals within her body, the sight of her exposed form stirred Mo Dao's suppressed desires. Yet, he maintained his self-control, allowing him to focus on his own cultivation. As dusk approached, after Mo Dao added another log to the fire, Yin Yin ceased her efforts to break the seals within her. With her fighting spirit sealed, prolonged attempts to break through could lead to turbulent energy and blood flow, so she decided to rest. Noticing her settle down, Mo Dao also chose to take a break, laying down beside her. Although they had grown familiar over these 2 days, neither was particularly talkative, Thus they both closed their eyes and rested. However, while Yun Yun truly fell asleep, Mo Dao engaged in contemplation of the principles of thunder. Time slipped by unnoticed until Mo Dao suddenly felt someone embrace him. Residing in the cave, which he had arrayed with formations, it was impossible for anyone else to be there. Thus, it could only be Yun Yun. Indeed, when he emerged from his meditative state and opened his eyes, he found the slumbering Yun Yun draped over him, her softness and warmth palpable. Upon closer inspection, Mo Dao realized Yun Yun had not done so intentionally. She simply slept soundly, perhaps drawn to the nearby spiritual energy he had attracted while contemplating the principles. Realizing this, Mo Dao gently nudged her, only to find she showed no signs of waking. Thus, he carefully shifted her beautiful leg and delicate arm away from him. However, not long after resuming his contemplation of the thunder principles, Yun Yun turned over again, leaving Mo Dao somewhat exasperated, yet he once more moved her aside. After clearing her leg and arm, he rested his chin on his hand, admiring her exquisite face, and softly murmured, "3 times is the limit. Though you are unaware, I will allow you one more chance, but if you come again, I will not hold back." With that, Mo Dao leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her flawless forehead before turning to lie down and continue his contemplation. Whether it was due to Mo Dao's warning, this time Yun Yun took a bit longer before rolling over, approximately an hour later, which left Mo Dao feeling resigned yet again. Still, he gently pushed her away, but this time he took a brief moment to steal a kiss from her alluring lips. Instead of resuming his cultivation, he opted to rest his eyes. Time passed, and in a daze, Mo Dao felt an incredibly soft figure slip into his embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her, but suddenly jolted awake. Opening his eyes, he beheld the sleeping Yun Yun curled up in his arms like a little kitten, peacefully slumbering. In that moment, Mo Dao found himself at a loss. Unsure whether to laugh or cry, ultimately heaved a sigh of resignation and rolled over, gently pinning Yun Yun beneath him. At that instant, Yun Yun awoke, startled, as Mo Dao's movements were far less gentle than before, having abruptly turned to press her down. Upon realizing Mo Dao was atop her, she was momentarily bewildered. But when her gaze met his intense expression, she quickly grasped his intentions. Before she could utter a word, Mo Dao sighed, "I've granted you 3 chances, yet you continue to come closer. Are you unaware of how enticing you are?" With that, Mo Dao leaned down and captured Yun Yun's lips with his own. Surprisingly, rather than resisting, she closed her eyes and slightly lifted her chin, indicating a subtle anticipation. If Mo Dao still did not comprehend her meaning at this juncture, then his experiences in the pirate world would have been for naught, and that night, they shared a sleepless night together. The following morning, after tenderly covering Yun Yun with the blanket, Mo Dao rose to prepare breakfast. As he cooked, Yun Yun, who had woken slightly later, donned her silk nightgown and approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around him. Feeling her warmth and softness, Mo Dao smiled gently and said, "Just a moment. Breakfast will be ready shortly." However, Yun Yun shook her head slightly, her face radiating happiness as she replied, "I do not wish to eat breakfast. I only want you to stay with me." Her words successfully diverted Mo Dao's attention from breakfast to her, causing the meal to transform into dinner. 3 days later, Mo Dao and Yun Yun stood atop the peak of their cave, with Yun Yun nestled against Mo Dao as they awaited the sunrise. During these 3 days, Yun Yun refrained from attempting to break the seals within her body, and Mo Dao also ceased his contemplation of the thunder principles. Instead, they spent their time together, watching the sun rise and set and gazing at the starry sky. Even though she did not actively attempt to break the seals, with the demise of the Zijing Yishir Wang, the seal had become as formless as water without a source, and under the innate pressure of her fighting spirit, it was on the verge of collapse. Yet, Mo Dao was no Xiaoyan. Even if Yun Yun were to break the seal and regain her strength, it would not pose a significant challenge, as even if their clan leader were to break through to Dozong, it would still be a trivial matter. Consequently, in contrast to Yun Yun's concerns, Mo Dao seemed entirely indifferent to the matter at hand. The sunrise over the Demon Beast Mountain was indeed magnificent, particularly when accompanied by a beautiful person. However, as the crimson sun fully emerged from behind the mountains, Yun Yun's delicate visage became etched with worry. In that fleeting moment of dawn, the seal within her was also broken, and she was no longer the tender and considerate Yun Yun. She was the leader of the Yunlan sect. With a soft sigh, Yun Yun murmured, "Emo Dao, I must take my leave." Upon uttering these words, she attempted to extricate herself from Emo Dao's embrace, but to her astonishment, she found herself unable to break free. Once more, she exerted herself to escape his grasp, only to discover that Emo Dao had lifted her effortlessly into his arms, a confident and triumphant smile gracing his face. "Little Yun Yun, if you are merely a Do Huang, you cannot escape my grasp. Besides, you willingly came to me. I cannot be held accountable for that." With that, Emo Dao's footsteps flickered, and in an instant, they reappeared at the bedside within the cave, where he pinned her beneath him amidst her soft gasps of surprise. Chapter 246. Captivation. Yun Yun could scarcely fathom that Emo Dao was not the youthful genius she had imagined, but rather an immensely powerful figure. It was only upon being thoroughly consumed by him that she realized the truth. However, it was too late to voice her regrets, for she had already fallen victim to him, and, as Emo Dao had stated, she could no longer escape his dominion. It was not solely due to Emo Dao's formidable strength, nor was it that she genuinely could not flee. Rather, she had come to acknowledge that she had developed feelings for this younger man. She found herself enamored with the sensation of being cherished in his presence. The sole consolation was that Emo Dao reciprocated her affections, treating her with kindness and already promising to accompany her back to the Yunlan sect. Yun Yun had ventured into the Demon Beast Mountain to obtain the Ziling Jing for Nalan Yanran to refine pills and enhance her cultivation, in hopes of defeating Xiao Yin during their 3-year rendezvous. Now that the Zi Jing Lion King had been vanquished by Emo Dao, its lifeless form lay quietly within his storage space, alongside even more potent accompanying Zi Jing sources. Thus, after breaking the seal within her, Yun Yun eagerly departed the Demon Beast Mountain with Emo Dao, hurrying back to the Yunlan sect. As for why Emo Dao had never mentioned his ability to break her seal, she subconsciously chose to overlook that detail. Some matters need not be scrutinized too deeply. Moreover, she was quite satisfied with the current outcome, so she chose to accept it as is. The Demon Beast Mountain was situated within the Gamma Empire, and the Yunlan sect belonged to the same realm. Therefore, with Emo Dao's prowess and spatial mastery, the two of them returned to the skies above the Yunlan sect in the blink of an eye. Upon their return, Yun Yun's delicate form trembled slightly as she took a deep breath, reluctantly parting from Emo Dao's embrace. The softness and affection on her face dissipated swiftly, transforming her into the noble and dignified leader of the Yunlan sect. Emo Dao remained unfazed by this change, for he had grown accustomed to it. Medusa was no different. In public, she was the queen of the Serpent Clan, her dignity unassailable, her commands unquestionable. Behind closed doors, however, she became a charming and gentle woman. Of course, as the queen of the Serpent Clan, she could occasionally be domineering, but for the most part, she preferred to be a tender woman nestled in Emo Dao's arms. Emo Dao had grown used to this duality, so he exhibited neither surprise nor displeasure at Yun Yun's transformation. Few were aware of Yun Yun's departure, and even fewer noted her return until the following day when she announced that Emo Dao had become the guest elder of the Yunlan sect, causing quite a stir among others. Though Yun Yun was the leader of the Yunlan sect, there were still elders and senior elders within the sect, and even the previous sect leader remained. Thus, the Yunlan sect was not solely under Yun Yun's command. Her sudden declaration that a stranger whom they had never met or spoken to would become an elder was met with disbelief and resistance. However, Emo Dao demonstrated to them the meaning of submission, making it clear that resistance would lead to their defeat. On that very day, he decisively overwhelmed the elders of the Yunlan sect, and under the pressure of his formidable strength, they no longer dared to oppose Yun Yun's words. Consequently, Emo Dao smoothly ascended to the position of guest elder. After becoming the guest elder, Mo Dao relocated his small residence next to Yun Yun's quarters. While this action was technically against protocol, no one dared to voice opposition, save for Nalin Yinran. Nalin Yinran, Yun Yun's disciple, was the only one brave enough to contest Mo Dao's actions. But when Yun Yun intervened to halt her protests, Nalin Yinran's mouth fell agape in astonishment, for she observed a distinct change in her master's demeanor towards Mo Dao. Although she had never experienced romantic love, she had directly annulled her engagement with Xiao Yan. So, she understood a little about matters of the heart. Hence, she discerned that her master's relationship with Mo Dao was likely extraordinary. Upon realizing this, Nalin Yinran was nearly rendered speechless. In her mind, her master had always been aloof, showing no interest in romantic affairs. Yet now, this revered figure, once perceived as untouchable, had brought a man into her life, leaving her utterly astounded. However, her astonishment was of little consequence. As a disciple, she had no authority to interfere in her master's personal matters. Moreover, she noticed that her master wore a gentle smile whenever she was with Mo Dao. Nalin Yinran observed that in the brief span of a day or two, her master had shown more smiles than in the entire previous year. And she could sense that her master was genuinely happy. As long as her master was content, that was all that mattered. Besides, her master had ventured out to acquire the Ziling Jing for her sake, motivating Nalin Yinran to devote herself to her training. While Nalin Yinran immersed herself in her cultivation, Mo Dao was equally industrious. Although possessing the cultivation of a Do Huang was commendable within the Gamma Empire, it paled in comparison on the broader Duki continent. Therefore, Mo Dao resolved to aid Yun Yun in enhancing her cultivation. Prior to that, however, he decided to allow her to refine the seed of the fused Hua. The fused Hua was a combination of Qing Lian Di Xian Hua and Yun Luo Xian Yan, successfully merged due to his unique physique, retaining all their respective attributes. Yin Luo Xian Yin could refine Duki and sharpen mental fortitude, while Qing Lian Di Xian Hua boasted an exceptionally high temperature, slightly accelerating the cultivation of Duki. The fused Hua possessed all these qualities. Consequently, Mo Dao separated a seed of the fused Hua for Yun Yun to refine. Additionally, he provided her with ample spiritual liquor and medicinal pills, sufficient for her to refine and break through to the Do Zone level. After instructing Yun Yun to enter seclusion, Mo Dao sought a pill room to commence his alchemical endeavors. Originally, Yun Yun intended for Gu He to concoct the Ziling Dan to enhance Na Lan Yin Ran's cultivation. However, with the presence of Mo Dao, a far more formidable alchemist endowed with Fa and an even closer bond, there was no longer a need to seek Gu He. The Ziling Dan was originally crafted using the Ziling crystal as its primary ingredient, but now, with the presence of the accompanying Zi Jing Yuan in Mo Dao's possession, he dismissed the Ziling crystal entirely. Instead, he opted to utilize the accompanying Zi Jing Yuan as the main material, skillfully combining it with various herbs to produce a batch of Ziling Dan. Naturally, he did not waste the remaining Ziling crystals, aside from reserving a portion of the higher quality ones. He discarded the rest into the endless wine jug to brew Ziling wine. Chapter 247. The female version of the Flame Emperor at the moment Mo Dao was refining the Ziling Dan, Yun Yun, who was supposed to be within the secret chamber assimilating the Yi, was not present there. Instead, she had left the chamber to visit Na Lan Yin Ran's residence. Yin Ran, refine this. Upon arriving at Na Lan Yin Ran's abode, Yun Yun did not utter a word, but directly presented the Yi that Mo Dao had given her, urging Na Lan Yin Ran to refine it, exuding an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Although Na Lan Yin Ran was unaware of the circumstances, she could discern the exceptional nature of the flame before her. However, she did not contemplate its Ioa aspect, as Ioa was typically known for its violent nature. Even when subdued, it still retained a ferocious energy, far from the docile demeanor of the flame before her. Indeed, this flame was remarkably gentle. It neither radiated intense heat nor exhibited the typical ferocity associated with the Ioa. Upon Yun Yun's revelation, it floated serenely in midair, resembling a mundane fire. Even as Na Lan Yin Ran approached closely, she sensed no chaotic energy emanating from it. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed this to be a flame. The truth remained that this was indeed an extraordinary flame. Na Lan Yin Ran held deep respect for her mentor, Yun Yun, and trusted that she would never harm her. Thus, when Yun Yun instructed her to refine the flame, she promptly settled into a meditative position to commence the process. If Mo Dao were to witness this scene, he would likely be left speechless. For this was a fragment of the essence of Vil. He had separated from his own fusion Eo, a treasure of greater value than the true Ego itself. Naturally formed mature Ego from heaven and earth contained immense energy and exhibited an exceedingly violent nature. Attempting to subdue it without sufficient strength would result in annihilation. For instance, the Qing Liendi Exenhua, ranked merely a few positions down, could effortlessly incinerate a Do Huang-level expert, while those of higher rank could easily extinguish even Do Zong or Do Zun. However, the Oaseed Mo Dao had separated would not pose such a threat. Although it was indeed a truva, it was merely a fragment of essence. Thus, its energy content was relatively low, rendering it far more docile than genuine Yu. Other Yihuo, even when obtained, could potentially lead to one's demise if one lacks sufficient fortune or strength during the refinement process. In contrast, the seed Mo Dao had extracted would not lead to such dire consequences. The energy contained was so minimal that even a novice Do could refine it with ease. Of course, it did have a drawback. Due to the limited energy, it could not immediately bestow immense power upon its host upon refinement. It required nurturing and growth alongside its owner. In essence, the seed strengthened in tandem with its possessor. The stronger the owner, the more formidable the Ioa would become. Conversely, if the owner was weak, its power would diminish accordingly. Nevertheless, regardless of its relative weakness, it remained Ioa, potent enough to enable its owner to vanquish foes of the same tier effortlessly. Na Lan Yin Ran was oblivious to this fact, while Yin Yin was aware but chose not to disclose it. Thus, Na Lan Yin Ran unwittingly refined the Ioa capable of inciting conflict among Do Zong, Do Zun, and even Do Sheng. Upon witnessing Na Lan Yin Ran's successful refinement of the Ioa, the Yin Yin nodded in satisfaction, leaving her some spiritual wine and medicinal pills before departing. After completing his alchemical endeavors, Mo Dao found Yun Yun perched on the windowsill, lost in thought, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, upon realizing her cultivation had not ascended to Do Zong and there was no trace of Iyua, his expression shifted. Yin Er, where's your Ihua? In a flash, Mo Dao appeared behind Yun Yun, who upon hearing his approach, turned her delicate face into a radiant smile and leapt into his embrace. Mo, I missed you. Hearing her words caused even Mo Dao's heart to flutter, but he quickly regained his composure, adopting a serious demeanor. Do not think you can evade me with mere charm. Speak honestly. Where are the Ioa and the spiritual wine? Realizing she could not escape, Yin Yin looked up at Mo Dao with a playful smile. I gave the Ioa to Yin Ran, for I had no use for it. The spiritual wine was sent to my master. He needs it more than I do. Upon hearing this, Mo Dao sighed in resignation. His wife, with her kind-hearted nature and respect for elders, left him with little room for argument. Moreover, he had no scarcity of such items, so he allowed her to proceed, knowing she was not giving them to outsiders. However, Yin Yun's failure to consult him beforehand was rather disconcerting, prompting him to consider a light reprimand. As Yin Yun's protests echoed, Mo Dao lifted her effortlessly, and she quickly comprehended his intention, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment. Is still daytime? Mo put me down? Yet, her rosy cheeks and bashful demeanor only heightened her allure. Mo Dao, intent on carrying out his playful punishment, held her firmly, increasing his efforts. It was not until dusk, just before mealtime, that he finally set her down. Before doing so, he separated another fire seed and assisted Yun Yun in its refinement. Although Yun Yun claimed the Yao was of no use to her, it was merely an excuse. The Yao indeed provided a significant boost to her combat prowess, particularly as she practiced wind-attributed qi, which was never at odds with fire. As the saying goes, wind aids the fire's intensity, and fire enhances the wind's might. When harmonized, wind and fire could unleash tremendous destructive power. Thus, the proved quite beneficial for Yun. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Dao's ability to separate fire seeds was not trivial, and after the refinement, she ensured to lavishly express her gratitude, leaving Mo Dao reluctant to rise the following day. Consequently, even though Yun had attained the rank of Do Huang, she found it somewhat overwhelming and had to obediently rest. After tucking Yun in, Mo Dao turned his attention to Na Lan Ran, the young woman who had refined his fire seed. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. While Na Lan Ran's talent had been respectable, she had previously exhibited an average proficiency across the board, marking her as a talented individual, but not extraordinary. Yet now, what did he see? In less than 2 days, Na Lan Ran had adeptly mastered the control of the refined ego without any guidance, and to Mo Dao's astonishment, she could manipulate the Ioa into various forms. What does this signify? It signifies that Na Lan Ran possesses an extraordinary mastery over the Ioa. Moreover, what Mo Dao never anticipated was that Na Lan Ran exhibited a remarkable affinity for the Ioa, as if she were inherently destined to wield such flames, akin to a fire sprite. Observing this phenomenon, Mo Dao could not help but stroke his chin, suddenly realizing that the Finjua he had previously obtained might indeed hold value. Chapter 248. Cultivating a rival for Xiao Yin. Mo Dao could hardly fathom that the seemingly average Na Lan Ran possessed such an astounding affinity for the Ioa, along with an innate talent for fire control that evoked feelings of inadequacy within him. While he could command flames like a sovereign, his precision in controlling them was not particularly refined. To illustrate, Mo Dao's relationship with fire was akin to that of an emperor who commanded soldiers from a distance. He could direct them, yet lacked intimate familiarity with their nuances, which made him less adept than a general leading them into battle. In contrast, Na Lan Ran was like a born commander, with the Ioa at her fingertips, moving it with effortless grace, leaving Mo Dao feeling somewhat inferior. Of course, this swift acquisition of delicate control was merely a talent. In terms of overall mastery, Mo Dao still held the upper hand and could quickly grasp the concepts if he so desired. Presently, when it came to fire manipulation, Na Lan Ran remained quite distant from his level, especially considering that Mo Dao was nearing the pinnacle of a 7th-grade alchemist, a true expert in the art of fire. Even though his abilities were diverse, commanding thunder and the principles of Zhen, none equaled his prowess with flames. His attention was somewhat divided, with most of his focus on the thunderous laws, yet his fire control ability still surpassed Na Lan Ran's capabilities. However, with his guidance, Mo Dao was confident that Na Lan Ran's affinity for fire would enable her to improve rapidly. Hence, once Na Lan Ran had stored away the Ioa, he proceeded to exit. Your control of fire is commendable, yet you still lack an appropriate cultivation technique. Otherwise, relying solely on this would not suffice to defeat Xiao Yan. Upon hearing these words, Na Lan Ran, initially surprised by Mo Dao's visit, became instantly enraged. Impossible. He is merely a waste. How could we possibly lose to him? After uttering this, she huffed and asked, "Now, tell me what brings you here?" Mo Dao, unfazed by Na Lan Ran's demeanor, extracted the Finjie. However, upon doing so, he paused, for the Finjie not only contained text and illustrations, but it also featured a detailed 3-dimensional projection outlining the methods of cultivation and the fusion of Ioa. Realizing this, Mo Dao recognized that his approach to imparting knowledge would need alteration. Initially, he had intended to simply present the Finjie to Na Lan Ran, but the unexpected complexity of the material necessitated a change in strategy. After absorbing the Finjie, Mo Dao pointed his finger like a sword at Na Lan Ran's brow and transmitted all that he had just witnessed directly into her mind through a mental transfer. Na Lan Ran, possessing considerably weaker strength, had no time to react before an overwhelming influx of information flooded her consciousness. Unlike Mo Dao, she found herself momentarily dizzy from the sheer volume of data, but fortunately, he promptly adjusted the flow to a more manageable pace. Approximately 5 minutes later, Mo Dao withdrew his finger and settled down beside her. After a few moments, having digested the information and grasped the situation, Nalan Yinran regarded Mo Dao with a complex expression. "Why did you do this?" she inquired. Setting down his teacup nonchalantly, Mo Dao replied, "No particular reason. Simply because I desire to." Nalan Yinran's countenance darkened upon hearing this, her expression turning hostile as she retorted, "I am not my master. Do not attempt to deceive me with such words." Seeing her ire, Mo Dao chuckled. "Are you angry? Yet I speak the truth. Allowing Xiao Yin to dominate unchallenged would render this world rather dull, and since I have no use for this Fengje, I thought it best to gift it to you." However, Mo Dao's explanation only deepened Nalan Yinran's frown, prompting her to say, "That last statement must be your true sentiment, right? Do you think so little of Nalan Yinran that you consider me a mere receptacle for your discarded items?" Despite Nalan Yinran's fury, Mo Dao remained unperturbed. After finishing his last sip of tea, he remarked calmly, "My inability to utilize this Fengje does not imply it is worthless. Rather, it is a testament to my own prowess." With that, he stood to leave, but just as he was about to step away, he abruptly recalled something and turned back to Nalan Yinran, saying, "By the way, Xiao Yin cultivates the Fengje as well, but his version is the original, while yours is an improved edition." With that, Mo Dao departed without further delay. After his departure, Nalan Yinran's gaze was filled with astonishment as she contemplated the implications of the Fengje, which, astonishingly, relied on the consumption and refining of EO for advancement. As the young master of Yunlan's sect, she was well aware of the rarity and potency of EO. For an ordinary cultivator to refine even a single Yaoa could lead to dominance over peers, even defeating opponents beyond their rank. Yet, the Fengje allowed for the consumption and fusion of multiple EO, a concept that was simply unfathomable. What left her even more astounded was that Mo Dao had so casually gifted such a formidable technique, even claiming to have no use for it. If he deemed the Fengje unnecessary, one could only imagine the strength of his own cultivation method. In truth, Nalan Yinran was entirely mistaken. While Mo Dao's cultivation method was indeed powerful, it was not necessarily superior to the Fengje, which theoretically could evolve infinitely as long as one could consume and refine EO. Thus, when comparing Mo Dao's Shu Mountain Heart method to the Fengje, it might indeed fall short. However, Mo Dao did not require the Fengje to consume and merge EO. He could do so directly without the aid of any external methods, rendering the Fengje ineffective for him. After imparting the technique to Nalan Yinran, Mo Dao chose not to linger, for another matter awaited his attention. Yun Yun's master, Yun Shan, was not inherently malevolent. Otherwise, he would not have raised such a remarkable daughter. Regrettably, his ambition to ascend to the Dozong level had led to his corruption by the Soul Clan, altering his temperament drastically. Had it not been for his connection to Yun Yun, Mo Dao would have remained indifferent, but now he felt compelled to intervene. Thus, after leaving Nalan Yinran, he made his way to Yun Shan's secluded retreat. Chapter 249. Eliminating hidden dangers. The Han clan, while possessing human forms, derives its true strength from their soul bodies. Consequently, the majority of their offensive techniques directly target the soul, rendering them an enigmatic and unpredictable race. Due to the peculiar nature of their abilities, even cultivators of the same rank often find it challenging to contend with them. Their methods are so bizarre that once the soul is ensnared, no matter how high one's Doqi cultivation is, it becomes impossible to wield it effectively. However, it is unfortunate for them that Mo Dao has just emerged from the Xianjin world, a realm where even martial skills are capable of countering and inflicting harm upon demons and ghosts. As a result, while the Han clan may pose a significant challenge to others, they are relatively easier for Mo Dao to handle. Thus, despite the Han clan's formidable reputation, Mo Dao harbors no fear towards them. Moreover, he currently possesses a potent weapon. Should the Han clan provoke him, he would not hesitate to unleash his full wrath upon the Han Tiandi. It is worth noting that even if Han Tiandi were at his peak strength, Mo Dao remains confident in his ability to vanquish him, with the worst outcome being a temporary state of weakness due to substantial energy expenditure. Nevertheless, unless absolutely necessary, Mo Dao prefers not to resort to this trump card, as the Lei Jieyi is rather precious, and he would rather conserve it. Although he has the ability to teleport, thunderstorms are not a daily occurrence. Furthermore, the lightning from ordinary thunderstorms, while seemingly fearsome, may not yield even a drop of Lei Jieyi after being absorbed by the Lei Qi. With this assurance, Mo Dao feels no trepidation towards the Han clan. Additionally, other ancient clans are not to be underestimated. Should the Han clan dare to show themselves and target him, he would expose their plans. Thus, Mo Dao directly sought out the secret chamber where Yun Shan was in seclusion, teleporting himself inside. As Yun Shan was not even at the Do Zone level, he remained oblivious to Mo Dao's presence as he devoted himself to breaking through. Noticing that Yun Shan was unaware of him, Mo Dao reached out and summoned the item Yun Shan used to connect with the Han clan. At that moment, a faint wave of consciousness emanated from it. Yun Shan, have you made up your mind? I told you, only we can assist you in breaking through to Do Zone. Upon hearing such arrogant and self-assured words from the Han clan, Mo Dao scoffed, remarking, "When did hidden mice become so brazen? You claim that only you can help Yun Shan reach Do Zone? How self-aggrandizing. Who are you? You are not Yun Shan." This time, it was not merely a mental wave, but a voice, which startled Yun Shan awake. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Mo Dao, he was taken aback. Seeing Yun Shan awake, Mo Dao tossed him several bottles of elixirs designed to enhance cultivation and facilitate the breakthrough to Do Zone, saying casually, "This is none of your concern. Take these and go cultivate elsewhere. Break through to Do Zone quickly and return to your position as sect leader. I wouldn't want Yun Er to worry about sect matters. It pains me to see her burdened." At this moment, Mo Dao did not conceal his own cultivation level. Thus, upon sensing his formidable aura, Yun Shan promptly took the items Mo Dao had given him and relocated to continue his cultivation. As for the individual from the Han Palace, he became inconsequential, as Yun Shan could clearly perceive that this young man before him was far more powerful than the one from the Han Palace. After sending Yun Shan away, Mo Dao gazed at the swirling black mist before him and calmly stated, "The Gamma Empire is my territory. You, the rodents of the Han clan, would do well to avoid provoking me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to personally seek an audience with Han Tiandi." With that, Mo Dao focused his thoughts, and azure flames materialized, enveloping the black mist. As the unusual fire surrounded the mist, piercing screams erupted from within. For Mo Dao's flames were not only intended to destroy the tracking device, but also to reverse locate the individual on the other side, sending a wisp of his unusual fire their way to allow them a taste of its power. The members of the Hun Palace were merely minor nuisances, and given their inferior strength, they failed to pique his interest. Thus, after issuing a warning and neutralizing this potential threat, Mo Dao returned. 2 days later, Yun Shan successfully broke through to the Do Zone level and directly took over as the leader of Yunlan's sect, with the former leader, Yun Yun, becoming an elder. Yun Yun did not oppose Mo Dao's actions. Having witnessed his strength, she also wished to leave Yunlan's sect to seek further experiences and broaden her horizons. Therefore, after breaking through to Do Zone with Mo Dao's assistance, she set out for Zhongzhou alone. However, Mo Dao could not bear the thought of letting her go alone to Zhongzhou. Despite her possession of numerous protective items, he still felt uneasy and accompanied her until she encountered Mei Du Sha and her companions. To be honest, when Yun Yun found Mei Du Sha and the others, Mo Dao was somewhat perplexed, as he had no idea why she sought them. Yet, after listening to their conversation, he understood. It turned out that Yun Yun had long suspected Mo Dao's true identity. After all, the quantity of spiritual wine he possessed was far too extraordinary. Many of those elixirs were unheard of outside. After conducting a brief investigation, she discovered that the Wujin winery only emerged after Mo Dao's arrival. Coupled with the fact that he was acquainted with Mo Dao, she pieced together the information and deduced much of the truth. However, she bore no resentment towards Mo Dao, as she had completely succumbed to him and could not bear to be apart. Furthermore, Mo Dao had genuinely cared for her, treating her with kindness. In this world where strength reigned supreme, what was so unusual about Mo Dao having multiple partners given his power? Strong individuals are never short of admirers. With his remarkable strength and youth, it was fortunate that he had only a few women around him. Hence, what was there for her to be dissatisfied with? Although she initially felt a tinge of melancholy upon discovering this, she ultimately accepted it. Thus, after departing from Yunlan's sect, she sought out Mei Du Sha and her companions. After Mo Dao received a thorough lesson from Mei Du Sha and her friends, he happily left behind a plethora of cultivation resources before departing to continue gathering unusual flames. Although it must be said, Yafei was indeed enchanting. While her beauty and grace fell slightly short compared to Mei Du Sha and Yun Yun, she excelled in other aspects, unlike the other two who remained somewhat reserved. After Mo Dao's departure, Mei Du Sha, Yafei, and Yun Yun exchanged glances, sighing in relief. If Mo Dao had stayed for another couple of days, they would have been unable to endure it any longer. After leaving the Wujin winery in Zhongzhou, Mo Dao examined the information on unusual flames that Yafei had gathered for him during this time. Upon reviewing the details, he decided to first seek out Xiao Yan. While acquiring other unusual flames might take time, he could effortlessly obtain the Bone Spirit Cold Fire from Yao Lao. Chapter 250. The Hun Palace approaches unusual flames are treasures of the Do Qi continent. Regardless of whether one is an alchemist, possessing and refining an unusual flame guarantees a substantial enhancement in strength, making it nearly impossible for the owners of such flames to relinquish them. Yao Lao is a skilled alchemist and was once a pinnacle dozun. Convincing him to relinquish the Yihua would be quite a challenge. However, for Mo Dao, this was not a concern. He did not require the entirety of the Yihua. Merely a fragment of its essence would suffice. This revelation had only dawned on him recently. In addition to being able to separate the Yaowa he possessed, he discovered that he could also extract the essence of the Yaowa from others, provided the owners did not resist. Consequently, the difficulty in collecting was remarkably low, as few would refuse his requests. After all, he was merely asking for a strand of Yaowa essence, which would not diminish its power and would recover in no time. Currently, the only challenge Mo Dao faced in his quest for Yaowa was locating it. Thus, his initial target was Yao Lao. Based on the timeline, Xiao Yan should still be cultivating in the Monster Mountain range, prompting Mo Dao to head directly there. Although he was somewhat familiar with the area, he was surprised to find that Xiao Yan was not present in the Monster Mountain range. This puzzled him, as Xiao Yan lacked a system that would allow for rapid cultivation. Given Xiao Yan's progress, he should not have reached the point of leaving the Monster Mountain range for the Tagore Desert. Logically, he should still be training there. Therefore, Mo Dao did not rush to depart, but instead searched the vicinity and ultimately located Xiao Yan in the small town where Xiao Yixian had previously resided. Upon finding Xiao Yan, Mo Dao wasted no time and directly stated his intentions. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Yao Lao's eyes brightened, as such a feasible plan would spare Xiao Yan the arduous task of searching for Yaowa in the future. Instead, when Mo Dao discovered new Yaowa, he could simply trade with Mo Dao. Without hesitation, Yao Lao agreed to Mo Dao's proposal, although he had his own request that they could seek Mo Dao's assistance in obtaining other Yaowa in the future. For Mo Dao, this was a trivial matter, so he readily consented. To further reassure Yao Lao, he initially separated a strand of Qinglanda Xinhua, Qingliandi Xinhua, for Xiao Yan. Although the Yaowa in his possession had already fused, as its master, he could still separate it if he wished. Moreover, separating a strand of essence was a trivial task. As for why he did not allow Xiao Yan to fuse the Yaowa, they were engaged in a fair exchange, one for one. Since his fused Yaowa comprised multiple types, it was only logical to separate them. As for the Yinluo Xinyan, that would incur a different cost. Mo Dao was not foolish. Granting a fused Yaowa would yield only a single exchange, while separating them could allow for multiple exchanges. Yao Lao, as a genius of the Yao clan and a peak dozun practitioner, possessed numerous valuable items even after his physical body was destroyed, particularly high-grade Danfeng Danfeng, and Douji. He regarded lower-tier Danfeng and Douji with disdain, yet he remained interested in those above the earth rank and fifth-tier Danfeng. Consequently, after extracting a small huizhong from Yao Chen's bone spirit cold fire and subsequently merging it, Mo Dao produced another Xiao huizhong. Is there more? Seeing the astonishment on Xiao Yin and Yao Lao's faces, Mo Dao smiled slightly and remarked, I never claimed to possess only one Ioa. It was already a tremendous fortune for a practitioner to possess a single Ioa, yet Mo Dao unveiled two. Further heightening the awe and respect Xiao Yin and Yao Lao felt towards him. Naturally, all distractions faded, and their focus remained solely on the Ioa floating in Mo Dao's palm. This Ioa was not only another type, but also remarkably gentle and weak, minimizing the risks of backlash or conflict during refinement, making it the perfect candidate for Xiao Yin. Thus, Yao Lao wasted no time in proposing another exchange. The Ioa in his possession was indeed the most precious, yet he also commanded various Diji and Danfeng of considerable value, which he possessed in abundance. Ultimately, Mo Dao traded the huizhong of Yin Luo Xinyan for 5 earth-tier Douji and 2 7th-tier Danfeng. Upon receiving the items, Mo Dao departed to continue his quest for other Ioa. Over the course of a month, he successfully collected 6 types of Ioa, including the Xinyan, Hai Xinyan, from Han Feng, who had betrayed Yao Lao. However, Han Feng audaciously demanded an exorbitant price for the huizhong, insisting on not only an exchange for Mo Dao's, but also the method to fuse Ioa. Ironically, he gathered a group to subdue Mo Dao, expecting to compel him to separate a huizhong for his subordinates. As a result, Mo Dao decisively taught him a lesson. When Mo Dao emerged from the encounter with Han Feng, the latter could barely recognize himself, as he had been left with a face resembling that of a pig and his legs broken, only to be healed in a way that left him with bow legs. After collecting all the available, Mo Dao returned to the Yunlan sect, only to be unexpectedly met with a faintly sinister aura. The Soul Palace? You truly seek death. Utilizing his observation abilities, Mo Dao quickly traced the source of the ominous presence to the Yishur Dating of the Yunlan sect, where a mysterious figure enveloped in a black robe sat in the position of sect leader. Before the sinister man could finish his speech, Mo Dao extended his hand, crushing him with an invisible grip, annihilating both his body and soul with the echo that appeared from thin air. After dispatching this malevolent figure, Mo Dao rescued Yin Shan and the others who had been imprisoned, incinerating all those from the Soul Palace into ashes. Having resolved these threats, Mo Dao separated a huizhong from the Ioa he had collected to allow Nalan Yinran to absorb it. While she refined the huizhong, Mo Dao contemplated and ultimately fused 3 types of Ika into a single Onka Ioa, Ronghe Yihua, which he then presented to Yin Shan. Upon seeing the Ronghe Yihua, Yin Shan did not hesitate, asking no questions, and promptly accepted it to refine. After spending 3 days at the Yunlan sect, during which time countless individuals from the Soul Palace attempted to infiltrate, Mo Dao eradicated every single one of them without giving them a chance to speak, ensuring their complete destruction. Within those 3 days, Yun Shan and Nalan Yinran successfully refined the Ioa, particularly Nalan Yinran, whose significant surge in cultivation transformed her demeanor. Previously, Nalan Yinran, while possessing exquisite beauty, was merely a youthful girl. Now, her beauty had become even more refined, rivaling that of Medusa and others, and her figure had matured overnight. If previously she was merely a budding lotus, now she is transformed into a mature peach. Her elevated and haughty demeanor catching even Mo Dao off guard due to the sheer magnitude of this transformation. Had I known that cultivating this burning technique would yield such remarkable effects, I would have imparted it to others long ago. Of course, Mo Dao merely entertained such thoughts. Medusa's figure is already unparalleled, while Yafei exudes an alluring charm that rivals the current Nalan Yinran. Although Yun Yun's physique may not be striking, she possesses the perfect balance, neither too plump nor too slender. Everything is just right, rendering further enhancement unnecessary. However, Mo Dao's casual remarks were overheard by Nalan Yin Ran, prompting her to cast him a disdainful glare before proudly turning away to continue her cultivation. Mo Dao paid her no mind, for he had matters to attend to. During the past 3 days, aside from annihilating the intruders from the Soul Palace, he's been diligently setting up a series of formidable formations within the Yunlan sect. Now only one final layer remains to complete this grand array. The last layer is the Void Restriction Formation, which prevents anyone from utilizing spatial teleportation or tearing through space to directly enter the Yunlan sect. A daunting task indeed. Thus, Mo Dao reserved this formidable array for last. For even he did not dare to presume absolute success. Although his command over spatial arts is commendable, it is still somewhat lacking. After departing from Nalan Yin Ran's residence, Mo Dao arrived at the skies above the Yunlan sect, standing in midair, surrounded by a series of pre-prepared array discs quietly floating beside him. Taking a deep breath, he began to move his hands with newfound urgency, infusing those array discs with streams of silver-white, transparent energy. As this energy merged with the discs, intricate and profound inscriptions began to materialize upon them. Once all the discs bore these inscriptions, they began to scatter around Mo Dao according to a specific pattern, as he channeled all his comprehension of spatial laws into these discs. With the formation of each inscription, Mo Dao's understanding of spatial principles deepened through the ensuing collisions, and his movements quickened to the point that they left behind afterimages. Half an hour later, Mo Dao suddenly uttered a soft command, sending the discs into the surrounding void of the Yunlan sect. Upon merging with the void, these discs effectively severed the connection between the Yunlan sect and the outside world, creating a barrier that isolated the sect from external forces. With his command, an arcane aura erupted from his being, indicating that his understanding of spatial laws had finally transcended its previous limitations, reaching a higher realm. At that moment, according to Dopo's standards, his mastery of spatial laws had attained the level of Dosheng. Yet, in that instant of breakthrough, the seed of the world within him sensed the spatial fluctuations and emitted a faint glow. Under this radiant illumination, Mo Dao began to rapidly grasp the intricacies of spatial laws, and as his comprehension deepened, his aura grew increasingly ethereal until he gradually merged with the void itself. At this moment, while Mo Dao appeared to remain in place, anyone attempting to attack him would soon realize he had transcended that particular space. More alarmingly, due to his mastery of spatial laws, even those who wield spatial powers would find it impossible to harm him. This state of being persisted for a full day and night, and when he finally awakened and opened his eyes, the ephemeral quality surrounding him vanished in an instant. At that moment, Mo Dao resembled an unassuming, sunlit neighbor without any cultivation, but to make such an assumption would be gravely misguided. For with the assistance of the world seed, he had delved profoundly into the essence of spatial laws, returning to a state of purity. Although his cultivation level had not significantly increased, he was now capable of defeating at least 10 of his former self, with spatial powers presenting little threat to him. Should he desire, he could even unravel and directly harness the spatial laws to create a small world. However, this small world would merely be a limited domain, roughly the size of a large city, and due to his understanding of only 3 or 4 laws, he would be unable to establish a closed loop for the laws to autonomously function and absorb chaotic energy. Consequently, it would have to rely on other complete worlds for sustenance, rendering it a mere inferior world. Mo Dao had no interest in such a small world, especially since he possessed a world seed. He aspired to create a complete and self-sustaining true world. Thus, after concluding his understanding of spatial laws, he refrained from establishing the Yunlan sect as a small world, nor did he carve out an independent space. The Yunlan sect was merely a premier sect of the Gamma Empire, insignificant on the vast Dochi continent, and their strength was rather feeble. Should he proceed in such a manner, it would not benefit them in the least. Therefore, upon completing his insights, Mo Dao entrusted the control of the Grand Formation to Nalan Yin Ran and Yun Shan before departing. The moment he left the Yunlan sect, he found himself in the endless tavern of Zhongzhou. Yun Yin had once been the leader of the Yunlan sect and remained an elder, so it was imperative that he instruct them on the control methods of the formation. After spending 3 days in the Endless Tavern, Mo Dao departed once more, intent on delivering a lesson to the Soul Palace for those who had disregarded his warnings. Days later, news that sent shockwaves across the Do Chi continent emerged. The enigmatic Soul Palace had been attacked by a mysterious powerhouse, suffering significant losses in just a few days, including several branch halls and numerous Do Zun-level experts. Upon this revelation, the major forces of the Do Chi continent were astounded, for the Soul Palace was the most formidable power in Zhongzhou. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as the mysterious powerhouse continued to assault the Soul Palace's branch halls. This mysterious individual was none other than Mo Dao, who, after departing the Endless Tavern, began to eradicate the Soul Palace's influence within the Gamma Empire. Yet, the Soul Palace displayed remarkable obstinacy. After their forces within the Gamma Empire were eliminated, they audaciously believed themselves to be insulted, recklessly dispatching reinforcements from their main hall in Zhongzhou without any understanding of Mo Dao's true strength, only to be utterly annihilated as expected. Chapter 252. Pressing into the ancient clan, the Soul Palace instilled fear due to its capacity to directly target the souls of practitioners. Unfortunately for them, their methods proved utterly ineffective against Mo Dao, who not only remained unscathed but also managed to dominate the situation, swiftly dispatching their members. Furthermore, upon the arrival of reinforcements from the Soul Palace in Zhongzhou, Mo Dao utilized the techniques of the Immortal Sword to trace their aura back to their main hall. Once the main hall was located, there was nothing more to discuss. Although the main hall of the Hundian was well concealed, it proved to be of no consequence to Mo Dao, who had experienced a significant surge in his understanding of spatial laws. In fact, their overconfidence led to their demise, as Mo Dao executed a devastating void slash that obliterated the entire Hundian. The master of the Hundian, Hun Miesheng, a mid-level 5-star Do Sheng possessing the formidable Su Wu Tun Yin, was struck down without a sound, leaving no trace of his essence behind. Montak Da, known for his habit of ensuring a complete victory, followed up with a compressio, incinerating the remnants of the Hundian entirely. After witnessing the charred pit that remained, he shook his head in mild regret and prepared to depart. However, just as he lifted his foot, he sensed a spatial fluctuation behind him. "Sir, you annihilated the Hundian and now simply walk away? Do you not think that is excessive?" Upon hearing the voice from behind, Mo Dao turned, his expression brightening as he recognized the figure emanating an exceptionally potent qi with an aura that was both powerful and strangely elusive. Xu Wu Tunyan. Upon further reflection, Mo Dao's eyes widened in surprise, followed by an overwhelming delight. The Su Wu Tun Yin was furious. The Hundian was a crucial component of their grand scheme, and Mo Dao had eradicated it with such swiftness that they had no time to react. Mo Dao's speed was astonishing by the time they arrived. The main hall had been reduced to rubble, and the key figures of the Hundian had all been eliminated in one fell swoop, nearly driving Su Wu Tun Yin to the brink of rage. What further incensed Su Wu Tun Yin was that upon his arrival, Mo Dao displayed no fear or wariness, instead appearing as if he had found his prey. However, after the initial fury, caution crept in, for Mo Dao had accurately discerned his true identity, a revelation that was rather alarming given Su Wu Tun Yan's formidable strength. More importantly, he sensed a potent threat emanating from Mo Dao, suggesting that his power might not be inferior to his own. On the other hand, Mo Dao viewed Su Wu Tun Yin as prey, for he was the second-ranked entity on the Yi-Oa Bond. Capturing him would undoubtedly elevate the potency of his Yi-Oa. Thus, without waiting for Su Wu Tun Yin to respond, Mo Dao vanished, only to reappear directly in front of him. Su Wu Tun Yin was taken aback by Mo Dao's directness, as he launched an attack without any preliminary greetings. But he was not to be underestimated. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of Shikung Zhihua erupted before him. However, to Su Wu Tun Yan's astonishment, his flames, despite being the second-ranked on the Yovong, were effortlessly disregarded by Mo Dao, not merely ignored but outright absorbed. The flames capable of incinerating Do Shang-level warriors to nothingness were consumed by Mo Dao, who emerged unscathed, even displaying a hint of enjoyment. Once I refine you, the might of my Ronghe will undoubtedly soar, Mo Dao declared, causing Su Wu Tunyan's expression to shift dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Yet, to his shock, before he could fully pivot, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Mo Dao, rendering him incapable of even contemplating resistance. Under this pressure, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his human form. Though Su Wu Tun Yin was indeed powerful, being a Baxing Dosung, it was unfortunate that he was, after all, a type of Iowa. Unless one reached the level of the Tuo Shigu Di, it was virtually impossible to evade Mo Dao's control. As Su Wu Tun Yin had not yet attained such a level, the moment Mo Dao's pressure manifested, he was effectively immobilized. Once Su Wu Tun Yin was subdued, Mo Dao began to extract his power. As in Baxing Dosung, Su Wu Tun Yin was among the top-tier warriors in the Doqi continent, and to refine him outright would be a loss. Therefore, Mo Dao opted to draw forth his strength and essence instead. After several minutes, he released Su Wu Tun Yin, whose cultivation had plummeted to the level of Do Ling, while he retained a sphere of fire containing over 90% of Su Wu Tun Yan's power and essence. Upon departing, Su Wu Tun Yin did not linger, hastening back to the Hun clan. His return caused an upheaval within the clan, even startling the healing Hun Tiandi. After recounting his encounter with Mo Dao, a look of deep apprehension crossed Hun Tiandi's face. He ultimately advised the clan to remain low-key and refrain from any activities during this time, especially not to provoke that formidable individual. Though Su Wu Tun Yin and Baxing Dosung found himself swiftly subdued, even he acknowledged that his defeat stemmed from the overwhelming pressure exerted by Mo Dao. However, it was clear that, without sufficient strength, he could not have been subdued at all. Moreover, the ease with which Mo Dao extracted over 90% of Su Wu Tun Yan's essence and power was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Thus, Hun Tiandi conjectured that Mo Dao's strength had likely reached the level of a Dundodi, given that he had not yet fully recovered from his injuries. Even in peak condition, he might not stand a chance against Mo Dao. Consequently, Hun Tiandi resolved to remain in hiding, awaiting the opportune moment to avenge today's grievances. Meanwhile, after releasing Su Wu Tun Yin and absorbing the majority of his energy and essence, Mo Dao did not linger. He sought out the ancient clan's small world and intruded upon it, motivated by the fact that the ancient clan possessed the fourth-ranked Jin Di Fentian Yin. Upon his entrance into the ancient clan's realm, the clan leader, Gu Yuan, wasted no time and launched an attack. Yet, merely 3 minutes later, he ceased hostilities, having realized that Mo Dao's mastery of spatial laws was extraordinarily formidable. Although Mo Dao might not have been capable of defeating him, Gu Yuan sensed that Mo Dao possessed the ability to easily dismantle the structure of their realm, threatening their very existence. Faced with the prospect of annihilation, Gu Yuan acquiesced, reluctantly stating, "Esteemed Strong One, I apologize for any offense. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting my ancient clan?" Initially, Mo Dao intended to request a strand of the Jin Di Fentian Yan's essence, but circumstances had shifted his focus entirely. Chapter 253. Annihilation. The strength of the ancient 8 clans was exceptionally formidable, with each leader at least possessing the cultivation of a Doshang, and all being high-ranking Doshangs of considerable prowess. Thus, even Mo Dao had refrained from provoking them lightly in the past. However, now that his understanding of spatial laws had deepened significantly, he found it fortuitous that these ancient clans resided within spaces they had created themselves. If he were outside, with his current strength, he might only be able to defeat Gu Yuan, while killing him would be a challenge. Therefore, threatening the ancient clan had become somewhat arduous. However, the irony lies in the fact that their entire clan resides within the ancient realm, and coincidentally, Mo Dao's mastery of spatial abilities is sufficiently profound. When he exerts himself to manipulate the power of space, he can directly induce the collapse of the entire ancient realm. Naturally, these formidable beings are unperturbed by the prospect of spatial collapse, for their command over spatial forces allows them to depart unharmed. Yet once they abscond, the others within the ancient realm would be doomed, and the stronghold they had cultivated over countless years would be rendered non-existent. Thus, after a day, Mo Dao left the ancient clan, content as he casually picked his teeth. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan gazed at Mo Dao's retreating figure, his heart bleeding. For Mo Dao had replicated everything from their clan save for the most essential techniques and combat skills. Not to mention, he had overlooked no variety of alchemical recipes and resources. A full third of their resources, his heart ached at the thought. As for Mo Dao's suggestion to have Gu Suner accompany him for a month as a form of compensation, Gu Yuan would have considered it, were it not for the fact that she was his own daughter, and that Gu Suner possessed the bloodline of a divine Dou emperor, with a significant chance of ascending to that rank. After all, that represented a third of their family's amassed wealth over countless years, if her talents were sufficient. Those resources could easily nurture 2 or 3 9-star Dou saints. When Mo Dao proposed this, Gu Yuan, for the sake of his daughter, declined, yet others were already tempted. Even after Gu Yuan's refusal, they suggested substituting other women from the clan. To Mo Dao's bemusement and utter disbelief, upon witnessing his hesitation, they brazenly offered that aside from select individuals, he could choose freely from the rest. Hearing this, Mo Dao unhesitatingly opted to take away a third of their resources, selecting 10 of the most exquisite young maidens, each around 18 years of age. Coincidentally, Medusa and her companions were in need of assistance, and these 10 not only possessed unique beauty but also remarkable talents, making them perfect aids for Medusa. As for betrayal, if Medusa and Yafei lacked the means to handle such matters, then let it be. As long as he could ensure their safety, that sufficed. However, Mo Dao did not intend to seek out Medusa just yet. Instead, he harbored a bold idea. He would venture to the other ancient clans. The wealth he had obtained from a single ancient clan was staggering, even surpassing the accumulated assets of the Endless Winery by a factor of 1 or 2. More crucially, these resources were entirely at his disposal, unlike the various assets of the Endless Winery, which were entangled and not easily accessible. Just from one ancient clan, he had garnered such gains. If he could replicate this with the remaining clans, he would achieve unparalleled prosperity. After departing from the ancient clan, Mo Dao first made his way to the Yao clan. As a clan of alchemists, they undoubtedly possessed exotic flames, along with a vast array of alchemical recipes and medicinal herbs, making them his first target. Each of these ancient clans was immensely wealthy, hoarding a plethora of resources that could never be fully utilized. Hence, Mo Dao arrived to alleviate their burdens. However, to his surprise, when he approached the Yao clan and expressed his intentions, the members displayed an arrogant demeanor, and upon learning of his possession of exotic flames, they commanded him to relinquish them with an air of superiority. What nearly provoked Mo Dao to laughter was that when he remained unmoved, they resorted to attempting to seize his exotic flames by force, only to be swiftly subdued by him. Ultimately, Mo Dao departed with more than half of their resources, along with 100 of the most talented and aesthetically pleasing young women. After all, without his intervention, the Yao clan would eventually face annihilation. Thus, rather than let these women perish, it was far better for them to join his Endless Winery. Furthermore, most members of the Yao clan were alchemists, and even those who were not were relatively knowledgeable in the field. With such an abundance of resources, he could not possibly categorize and manage them all alone. So he showed no mercy this time and took many of the Yao clan's people with him. As for why he only took women, it was partly because they were easier to control and manage, and partly because they were visually appealing. Of course, he did not neglect the exotic flames possessed by the Yao clan, though he only extracted a portion of their essence and generously distributed several flame seeds back to them. Thus, while the Yao clan felt a pang of regret, they wore smiles on their faces, having exchanged a significant portion of their resources and a few members for a substantial amount of exotic flames. Almost every promising individual within the clan now possessed a unique flame, leaving it ambiguous whether this was a gain or a loss for them. Now, within Mo Dao's seed space, he had carved out an area the size of a town, simulating an external environment to accommodate these individuals, aiding him in organizing the resources, a sight most pleasing to behold. After the Yao clan, he proceeded to the Ling clan, which, apart from the declining Shao clan, was the weakest. Consequently, they complied willingly with Mo Dao, resulting in their losses being minimal. He only requisitioned 1/5 of their resources and 50 individuals. Naturally, he also distributed several flame seeds to them. Presently, he found himself in no shortage of resources, so he readily offered 1 or 2 flame seeds as gifts. As the loss of a few was inconsequential to him, a sip of wine would suffice to replenish the essence of the exotic flames lost. Following the Ling clan, he approached the Yin clan. With the experience gained from the Yao clan, when Mo Dao introduced his method of gifting exotic flames, the Yin clan initially entertained other thoughts. But after witnessing a glimpse of Mo Dao's power, their demeanor transformed into one of unreserved enthusiasm. To Mo Dao's astonishment, the Yin clan possessed 5 types of exotic flames: the 8th-ranked Honglian Yihua, the 6th-ranked Bahuang Pomi Yin, the 16th-ranked Huiyun Shui Yin, the 7th-ranked Juyo Jinzuo, and the 17th-ranked Huashan Shiyan. To his amusement, when he requested a few individuals to assist him, they eagerly presented him with 500 women, each possessing their own charm. Although Mo Dao was aware that among them were certainly those with ulterior motives, he accepted without hesitation. Upon reaching the Shi clan, he encountered some difficulties. As a clan known for their physical prowess and combativeness, they were not particularly interested in exotic flames. Nevertheless, Mo Dao ultimately subdued them. After the Shi clan came the Lei clan, which he had intentionally left for last due to their expertise in lightning-type Do Qi, which he greatly needed. Chapter Kitzazutvenid, all force Fulkish. Half a month later, Mo Dao departed from the Lei clan, thoroughly satisfied, leaving behind a few of the more skilled members looking rather drained. For during this fortnight, he had nearly exhausted all their Do Qi. Upon discovering that the Lei clan's Do Qi could mutate into black magic thunder, Mo Dao only requisitioned a handful of talented yet not top-tier, exceptionally attractive women, while demanding that the Lei clan's experts convert their Do Qi into black magic thunder for his thunder pool to absorb. Initially, upon hearing about the fates of the other ancient clans, the Lei clan felt fortunate regarding this condition. However, a few days later, they began to regret it, and after about 10 days, they would have preferred if Mo Dao had simply taken their resources instead. No one can endure the continuous transformation of Do Qi for 10 consecutive days without respite, only to inject the resulting Li into the Lei Shi and not feel utterly exhausted. Moreover, Mo Dao is nothing short of a demon. Concerned about their excessive consumption of Do Qi, he generously provided them with a staggering 100,000 pounds of Do, allowing them to drink freely, resulting in 10 days without a moment's rest. Consequently, when Mo Dao finally departed, their Do Qi not only remained intact, but had become more abundant and refined than before, yet they bore the unmistakable signs of overexertion. This time, Mo Dao's gains were immense. The accumulated mid to low-tier resources from various clans, converted into points, likely amounted to several million. If all were to be exchanged for points, breaking 10 million would be a certainty. However, as he glanced at his seed space, a moment of hesitation struck him, for he suddenly conceived a more ingenious idea. Although he had not fully grasped the myriad rules of various worlds, he was well aware of the descriptions of creation and the fundamental rules therein. After some contemplation, he resolved to establish a pseudo-little world. A truly complete little world would possess a comprehensive set of rules, but he had yet to master them. Thus he planned to employ a clever approach. His seed space, after all, already belonged to a world yet to flourish. The seed space itself contained various rules, but it required the corresponding power of rules to nurture and activate this world's seed, allowing it to sprout and evolve into a genuine world. Lacking such power of rules at present, he could, however, infuse various corresponding energies to forge a pseudo-world. With this thought in mind, Mo Dao instructed the others in the seed space to categorize the mid to low-tier resources acquired from various clans according to their attributes. It must be said that having many hands makes light work. Within just over a day, this task was accomplished. Once the resources were sorted, Mo Dao temporarily relocated the women of the seed space, and with a mere thought, he shattered the categorized resources into pure energy. Simultaneously, he began to channel the power of spatial rules into the seed space with all his might. As Mo Dao exerted his influence, the seed space, which had previously been the size of a small town, began to expand wildly. When Mo Dao finally ceased his efforts, the seed space had grown to the size of a province, ample enough to sustain hundreds of millions. As the space expanded, the powers of the Wuxing and Yin-Yang, among others, merged into this burgeoning realm. Once all this energy had infused the space, a striking transformation occurred. The original space, although habitable, had relied on Mo Dao to procure all resources, including air, from the outside world. Now, following the fusion of various powers, a cycle was established, swiftly transforming the space. Land began to form, the atmosphere commenced its birth, and water and minerals rapidly emerged. Given that various plants had previously been cultivated, the space soon burgeoned with greenery and vitality. Regrettably, this space lacked any existing life and could not generate life, as its cycle was imperfect and lacked the requisite conditions for nurturing life. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Mo Dao, for this was precisely what he desired. After completing these tasks, Mo Dao gathered all the women into this space and restored the earlier structures. During these 2 days, he discerned that some individuals had come with missions, others bore grudges against him, some were indifferent, and yet others harbored resentment towards their original families. With this understanding, Mo Dao selected 20 of the more intelligent, sensible, and talented women, enhancing their cultivation before sending them to the Endless Winery to assist Medusa and her companions. The remaining individuals had to remain within his pseudo-little world. While it could not be said that they would never have the opportunity to leave, such chances would be scarce. Naturally, the scenery of Mo Dao's little world was exceedingly beautiful. During the land formation, he had subtly influenced the process, resulting in numerous magnificent wonders. Additionally, he planted several high-grade Yao in their living area, rendering the spiritual energy within exceptionally dense, ideal for their cultivation. Mo Dao promised them that once they broke through to the 3rd tier, they would be permitted to leave for 10 days. As for returning to their families, that was out of the question. Of course, those with families and children would not be retained. Those with loved ones would also not be accepted, ensuring that these individuals were largely free from emotional entanglements. Consequently, they themselves were reluctant to leave, especially since Mo Dao had created a Linggu lake about 20 miles from their residence. Had it not been for Mo Dao as prohibition, they would likely have built their palaces right beside the Lingju lake, as the spiritual energy there is overwhelmingly abundant, facilitating rapid cultivation far superior to what they experienced within their clans. Among these individuals, barring a few exceptions, most belonged to collateral branches, whose status and access to resources paled in comparison to the main lineage. Thus, given the exceptional conditions they now enjoyed, their reluctance to depart was understandable. As for those who had arrived with missions, Mo Dao was far less accommodating, indulging himself without compunction, yet he would never resort to coercion. 3 days later, after addressing these matters, Mo Dao made his way to Yunlan sect, intending to deliver the Ioa he had acquired during this period to Nalan Yenran, while also inspecting her progress in cultivation. To his surprise, supported by his Nalan Yenran had already attained a Shui of Wuxing, a commendable achievement indeed. Impressive, indeed, to reach a. With further effort, she would likely ascend to Duong in no time. Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Nalan Yenran, having concluded her training, opened her beautiful eyes and cast a sidelong glance at him, coolly inquiring, "What brings you here?" Faced with Nalan Yenran's demeanor, an inexplicable surge of indignation welled up within Mo Dao. Here he was, journeying a great distance to deliver her, and she received him with such indifference. Moreover, as her elder, her attitude left him feeling quite embarrassed. Yet, in response to Mo Dao's words, Nalin Yanran remained unfazed, responding coolly, "So what?" Confronted with this, Mo Dao's frustration reached its peak, prompting him to pull Nalin Yanran into an embrace and kiss her. Chapter 255. The Acceptance of Nalin Yanran after a prolonged moment. Mo Dao smacked his lips, casting a peculiar glance at Nalin Yanran. To his surprise, she had not resisted. Rather, she had been quite cooperative, or perhaps, after being embraced by Mo Dao, she had even become more proactive. "Do you harbor feelings for me?" he asked, after a moment's hesitation. Nalin Yanran shot him a sharp glance at his question, offering no verbal response. Yet her attitude spoke volumes. As he gazed at Nalin Yanran, turning away to look at the distant silhouette, Mo Dao let out a soft sigh. He had never anticipated that Nalin Yanran would inexplicably harbor feelings for him. Perhaps this was the burden of being excessively outstanding. With this thought in mind, he approached and embraced Nalin Yanran from behind. To his surprise, she did not resist, but rather sighed helplessly before leaning into his arms. Observing this, Mo Dao wasted no time and lifted her, making his way to the room. 3 days later, Mo Dao, accompanied by Nalin Yanran, sought out Meidu Shah and her companions. Upon seeing Nalin Yanran, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with affection as she followed Mo Dao, Yun sighed softly. Alas, what a tragic fate. Ultimately, she could not escape his grasp. However, Nalin Yanran firmly disagreed with Yun's sentiment, retorting that Mo Dao was the most exceptional and powerful man she had ever encountered. She could sense that he treated them with genuine equality, unlike other men. "Master, although I'm still young, I understand that some opportunities, once missed, will never return. I do not wish to let such a man slip away, even if he is your man." With Nalin Yanran expressing her feelings so candidly, Yun found herself at a loss for words. Even she had to concede that Mo Dao was indeed the most admirable man she had ever known, one who respected them deeply. Previous suitors, though they feigned reverence due to her strength, still harbored a sense of superiority within. Nalin Yanran's presence stirred a ripple in the Endless Tavern. Yet in the world of Dochi, where strength reigned supreme, having multiple wives and concubines was a commonplace affair. Thus, despite a hint of jealousy, there was no discord among them. Time swiftly passed, and half a year flew by. To Mo Dao's bewilderment, Xiao Yin, having gained little from his journey to the Tagar Desert, sought him out after hearing that Mo Dao had acquired a considerable amount of Ihua. With Mo Dao readily available, he no longer wished to risk searching for Ihua and approached him to exchange for some. Unexpectedly, Mo Dao possessed an abundance of Ihua, to the extent that even after exhausting the resources of Yao Lao, he only managed to acquire a fraction of it. In the end, Xiao Yin gritted his teeth and offered to introduce Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei to Mo Dao in exchange for Ihua. Mo Dao, taken aback by Xiao Yan's audacity, agreed to the arrangement but only provided one piece. To Mo Dao's astonishment, after Xiao Yin introduced the two women to him, Xiao Mei, noticing Mo Dao's familiarity with Xiao Yin, his impressive strength, and considerable wealth, approached him with interest. Mo Dao, always keen to seize such opportunities, welcomed the charming young beauty into his circle. Even more amusingly, Xiao Yu's friend, Shui and I, upon seeing Nalin Yanran following Mo Dao, became infatuated, not only presenting herself before him, but also dragging Xiao Yu into the mix. Xiao Yin had merely jested when introducing the two women to Mo Dao, yet both had succumbed to their attraction. What weighed heavily on his heart was the realization that he might not be able to contend with Nalin Yanran, as he was still at the Doshi level while she had already reached 6-star Do Ling regardless of Xiao Yin's thoughts. Mo Dao took the three lovely young women, Xiao Yu, Shui and I, and Xiao Mei, and departed from Jianan Academy. He could not remain there indefinitely. He would eventually have to leave, so he aimed to elevate their cultivation levels as much as possible. After returning to the headquarters of Endless Tavern in Zhongzhou with Xiao Yu and the others, Mo Dao did not depart again, but dedicated himself to enhancing their cultivation, including that of the women in his pseudo-little world. After 6 months of relentless effort, his dedication bore fruit, The strongest among them, Meidu Sha and Yun Yun, had broken through to the Dosheng level, while the slightly less powerful Ye Fei, Na Lan Yen Ran, Xiao Yixian, and Qing Lin had all reached Dozun. With Mo Dao's unwavering support, the weakest among the others had also attained the Do Wang level, signifying that he had amassed the strength to unify the entire Do Qi continent. Although Mo Dao held no interest in dominating the Do Qi continent, Meidu Sha did. Consequently, this organization, initially perceived as merely moderately powerful, caused a stir across the continent as they showcased their might. Under Meidu Sha's leadership, they subdued other factions, establishing themselves as the rulers of the Do Qi continent. Meanwhile, Mo Dao ventured alone to the 8 clans to acquire all the Tuo Shiguyu. This treasure was of utmost importance to the Soul Emperor, as it was pivotal to his ascension as the Do Emperor, prompting the Soul Emperor to mobilize the entire Soul Clan's forces to assist Mo Dao. Unfortunately for the Soul Emperor, Mo Dao had significantly improved over the past 6 months, now possessing the strength of a Do Emperor, while the Soul Emperor was far from even qualifying as a Do Emperor, rendering him no match for Mo Dao. Ultimately, Mo Dao departed with 2/3 of the Soul Clan's resources and a significant number of young women. After Mo Dao's departure with these Soul Clan women, the clan could effectively be declared extinct, as they would have no future generations unless they sacrificed the remaining women for reproduction, reducing them to mere breeding machines. Mo Dao was ultimately bound to leave, yet he was not so heartless as to annihilate an entire race without hesitation. Therefore, he resorted to this method to stifle the Soul Clan's development, allowing them to gradually fade away. Before departing, he elevated Meidu Sha and Yun Yun to the Do Emperor level, though that was a matter for later. At present, Meidu Sha remained at the Dosheng level. At the moment Mo Dao defeated the Soul Emperor, Meidu Sha also triumphed over all her opponents with overwhelming superiority, becoming the sovereign of the Do Qi continent. However, this title was largely nominal, as Meidu Sha exercised little actual authority over them. Her only significant gain from the conflict was securing a spiritually rich and relatively cool location for the Serpent Clan. After 6 months of Meidu Sha's reign as queen, Mo Dao painstakingly elevated her and Yun Yun's cultivation to the Do Emperor level, expending 200,000 points for the lottery and channeling all that energy into them for absorption. However, the ascension of the two to Do Emperor level remained a secret known only to a select few. Yet, with the current strength of Endless Tavern, none dared to provoke them, even in Mo Dao's absence, due to the astonishing rate of their growth. Chapter 256, The Doluo World. Do Emperor, a mere legend in the Do Qi continent, was effortlessly attained by Meidu Sha and Yun Yun today, owing to the copious amounts of pure energy provided by Mo Dao. The inability of the denizens of the Do Qi continent to ascend to the Do Emperor level stemmed from the absence of primal imperial energy. Thus, even if one's cultivation and spiritual realm reached the requisite levels, without such energy, ascension remained impossible. However, Medusa and her companions need not concern themselves with such matters, for the energy they absorb is not derived from the spiritual essence of this world, but rather from the pure energy extracted by Mo Dao from the cultivation wheel. Thus, they can ascend directly without any limitations. 1 month after Medusa and Yun Yun successfully advanced, on a serene morning, Mo Dao exhaled and softly addressed the system panel. System. Finalize the sign-in rewards and prepare for my departure to the next world. He felt compelled to leave, fearing that if he lingered, he would find it difficult to part. Yet, he had no choice but to depart, as he had yet to acquire the item that would allow him to traverse freely between the worlds he had signed into. Nami and the others were still awaiting him. Hence, he could not pause his journey. Do you confirm the settlement of the sign-in rewards and the departure from this world? Yes, the rewards were being tallied. Reward settlement complete. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task in the Dopa world. You have earned 5,000 points and 1 portal. We encourage you to persist and complete your sign-in tasks promptly. Shall you depart immediately for the next sign-in world? No. Initially, Mo Dao intended to leave without delay, But upon witnessing the rewards, his urgency dissipated, for he had acquired the portal. Let be as I hope, he thought with great anticipation as he opened the portal's description. The portal, a gateway to the worlds, allows for round trips to any realm. There was little elaboration. Yet this single line made Mo Dao's breath quicken, for it was indeed a portal capable of traversing between any two worlds. What did this signify? It meant he could return to the Dopa world at any time, and should he be able to pinpoint the coordinates of previously signed-in worlds. The value of all his possessions would pale in comparison to that of the portal. System, can the portal locate the coordinates of previously signed-in worlds? Yes. Shall we activate the portal and input the coordinates of all signed-in worlds? Yes. The coordinates were being inputted. Dopa world coordinates completed. Cien world coordinates completed. Wandering world coordinates completed. Pirate world coordinates completed. All coordinates have been successfully recorded. Please designate the location of the portal in the Dopa world. Note: once the portal's coordinates are established, it can be moved, but each move will cost 10,000 points. Upon hearing this, Mo Dao hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to mark the portal's location within his exclusive suite at the Endless Tavern in the Dopa world. When activated, the system had already bound the portal to Mo Dao's soul. Thus he knew it could be concealed, and unless one comprehended the spatial laws to an extraordinary degree, it would be virtually undetectable. Furthermore, the portal was not exclusive to Mo Dao. Once opened, others could traverse between the two worlds if he so desired. Hence, he was not inclined to proceed to the next sign-in world. Rather, he wished to return to the pirate world for a visit. Mo Dao did not return to see Medusa and the others. After all, with the portal in place, he could visit them periodically without the need to seek them out again. After confirming the portal's functionality, he allowed the system to transport him to the next sign-in world. Perhaps due to his significantly enhanced cultivation and mastery of several spatial rules. This time he perceived a faint spatial fluctuation as the system guided him, and instead of merely blinking and arriving, he witnessed himself entering a vibrant, multicolored passage. However, the system's speed was astonishing, and all he beheld were streaks of radiant hues. Within a mere minute, he beheld a vast world. The side of this world he observed was oval-shaped, yet he could not discern further specifics as the image flickered, and he found himself in a fragrant, melodious wilderness. Indeed, it was a picturesque, natural setting. This time, the system did not assign him an identity, or perhaps this world simply did not require one. For upon receiving the information transmitted by the system, he discovered that he had arrived in the Dolua world. Delu, a peculiar continent where one cultivates their martial soul. In this realm, every individual is born with a martial soul, which awakens at the age of 6. However, inequality pervades this world, for the quality of martial souls varies greatly, and one must possess innate soul power to cultivate. Mo Dao had previously watched the Dolua Dallas series, though he had not completed it. Nevertheless, he was familiar with most of the plot and its conclusion. He was uncertain where the story currently stood and whether the system had intentionally chosen this world or if the chaotic laws of the various realms were simply divergent. Upon entering the Dolua world, he found that his power of laws remained intact. However, to his dismay, he soon sensed a palpable malice within this realm. According to the world's rules, one must acquire soul rings to enhance their cultivation. Only by obtaining soul rings can one continue to elevate their soul power. Should one reach the limit of their current level, no amount of cultivation will yield further increases. Mo Dao's strength was on par with that of a deity in this world, yet under the constraints of its rules, his cultivation rapidly diminished, ultimately reducing him to a mere 10th level. Of course, this decline did not imply a loss of his abilities. Rather, they were sealed and rendered unusable under the oppressive laws of the world, necessitating the acquisition of soul rings for unsealing. Since his cultivation was merely suppressed by the world's rules, even with soul rings of only a decade, it would not adversely affect his abilities. Nevertheless, having arrived in this world, it would be a disservice not to experience its soul techniques. Thus, Mo Dao had no intention of settling for mediocrity. As for the limitations concerning the age of the soul rings, they held no significance for him. His current cultivation was capable of rivaling the gods of this realm. Albeit possibly at the third-tier god level, it was still divine. Therefore, despite his abilities being suppressed and unusable, he could still overpower a soul Dalaw through sheer physical prowess. Chapter 257, Hunting Soul Beasts. In truth, Mo Dao's physique was not exceptionally strong, as he did not follow the path of body refinement. Had he chosen that route, even with his cultivation suppressed, defeating a title Dalaw or even a super Dalaw would not pose a challenge. Yet, even while his cultivation was restrained, eliminating a title Dalaw or super Dalaw remained a trivial matter for him, especially in a world where soul-guided devices existed. In his spatial realm, Mo Dao not only carried numerous beautiful women from the Dopa world, but also an array of weapons from the Wandering world. While these weapons might not obliterate the entire Dalawa continent, they could certainly eradicate a principality without issue. Soul masters in the Doluo world lack spatial abilities, and even before becoming super Doluos, they cannot fly without flying techniques, only achieving brief moments of suspension in the air. In such circumstances, how could they contend with Mo Dao's mushroom bombs and various technological weapons? Thus, Mo Dao remained unfazed despite the suppression of his cultivation. However, in the next moment, he was met with an unexpected twist, for he found himself in a state of alarm. This was not due to any inadequacy in strength, but rather because he received a notification from the system. Given that the host had acquired a certain level of power, the system would commence an upgrade and optimization process, during which only the information collection function would be retained. The host was advised to take care. Upon this pronouncement, the system interface that Mo Dao had opened extinguished and vanished, and no matter how he called upon it thereafter, there was no response, indicating that the system had indeed begun its upgrade. While the upgrade itself posed no immediate concern, he was apprehensive about whether his life-protecting abilities and the tools within the system space would remain functional post-upgrade. If they remained operational, there would be no issue. However, if they did not, he would have to exercise caution. As he was currently at level 10, although he could not contend with formidable foes, he could still retreat to a smaller world if necessary. Furthermore, he possessed numerous weapons. Yet, should he inadvertently attract the attention of a deity from this realm, he would find himself in peril, particularly since he was uncertain whether his resources would be available during the system's upgrade. While the likelihood of their continued functionality was somewhat high, it was not guaranteed, and he had no desire to gamble with his life. Therefore, Mo Dao resolved to first enhance his strength. Currently, he found himself amidst a forest, yet from the density of the spiritual energy and the growth of the trees nearby, it was evident that this was not a place akin to the Soul Beast Forest. Mo Dao was unaware of his exact location, and his knowledge of this world was limited. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential to him. Although his cultivation was suppressed and unusable, the laws governing his abilities remained intact. As long as he retained some level of cultivation, he could wield the power of these laws. While the might he could exert at level 10 was not overwhelming, it sufficed for travel. After a brief period, Mo Dao arrived in a bustling city. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this city had not appeared in his previous understanding, indicating it was merely an unnamed small town. However, as long as there were people, he could glean the information he sought. Shortly thereafter, Mo Dao found himself in a quandary, as no significant events were transpiring. In the early stages of Doluo, there were typically no major incidents, making it futile to ascertain the progression of the plot through noteworthy occurrences. Although he was aware of the current year, this knowledge bore little relevance, as he was unaware of when Tang San's martial soul awakened or when the Pan-Continent Elite Soul Master Tournament took place. Ultimately, he had no choice but to ask for directions, deciding to head to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for a few soul rings and enhance his cultivation. With his diminished cultivation, Mo Dao's speed was significantly reduced, and he was unable to travel for extended periods. Consequently, he purchased a horse for transportation, allowing him to experience the local customs of the Doluo world. After half a month, Mo Dao arrived at a town on the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. Upon seeing Mo Dao's extravagant demeanor despite his low level of strength, many soul masters' eyes lit up. Numerous individuals stepped forward, offering to assist him in hunting soul beasts. Yet their prices were exorbitantly high, demanding 50 gold soul coins for a single day. Had their prices been more reasonable, he might have considered it, as the camaraderie of hunting soul beasts could be enjoyable. However, they clearly viewed him as an easy target, lacking any semblance of fairness in their offers. Thus, Mo Dao declined and ventured alone into the Star-Do Great Forest. After departing the small town, several individuals followed him at a distance. Mo Dao was aware of their presence, but given that their highest cultivation barely reached the Great Soul Master level, he paid them no mind. Indeed, while their cultivation was slightly higher than what they displayed, their ability to conceal their presence was woefully inadequate. Not long after entering the periphery, these individuals were discovered by soul beasts. Although they managed to defeat a few, their positions were revealed. Some of the weaker ones, sensing the pressure, retreated, while the more astute among them noticed Mo Dao's unscathed passage through the forest, prompting them to withdraw as well. Only a few, driven by greed and lacking in intelligence, continued to trail him. However, their pursuit was short-lived, as they soon encountered increasingly powerful soul beasts, ultimately becoming entangled and losing track of Mo Dao entirely. Throughout this ordeal, Mo Dao remained indifferent to their presence. Ironically, had they caused a commotion that attracted stronger soul beasts, he might have been inclined to assist them. Regrettably, their overall weakness meant that while they attracted numerous soul beasts, the strongest among them were merely a century old, of no use to him, compelling him to delve deeper into the forest alone. Mo Dao was quite curious. As he possessed no martial soul, he wondered whether he could absorb soul rings. If he were unable to, it would certainly be amusing. Nevertheless, he believed it unlikely, as soul rings were merely aggregations of the energy and souls of soul beasts, and he should be able to absorb them, given his proficiency with energy manipulation through his cultivation techniques. To his dismay, Mo Dao found himself in a rather unfortunate situation. Perhaps it was due to his ill fortune or the overhunting of soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest over the years. But he discovered that thousand-year soul beasts had become exceedingly rare in the outer region. After wandering for a considerable time without encountering a single soul beast of that caliber, he reluctantly decided to venture into the inner circle in search of a suitable target. Before doing so, however, he resolved to test the weapons he had acquired from the world of wanderers to ascertain their usability and effectiveness. With a flick of his right hand, a formidable black sniper rifle materialized. Mo Dao expertly inspected the weapon, disengaged the safety chambered around, and took aim at a plant-based soul beast approximately 200 meters ahead. A sharp, resounding shot rang out, and the targeted plant soul beast, thick enough to be embraced by a person, was pierced through, although a small hole appeared at the front. A gaping hole the size of a human face emerged at the rear. Observing that the weapon was functional and possessed formidable power, Mo Dao's lips curved into a slight smile as he decisively squeezed the trigger once more. After 2 or 3 shots, the massive tree was felled. Yet Mo Dao found himself somewhat bemused, as the tree, despite being severed, did not perish. Instead, it uprooted itself and fled in a frantic escape. Witnessing this, Mo Dao wasted no time in pursuit while continuing to fire. Once he expended the last round in the magazine, the now bare stump of the soul beast finally ceased its movement. It was evident that he needed to target animal-type soul beasts. Otherwise, he remained oblivious to the weaknesses of plant-type soul beasts, for a few gunshots were insufficient to bring them down. With a swift strike, he dispatched the ailing soul beast, ensuring its demise, and awaited the emergence of the soul ring. Not long after, a violet soul ring ascended from the wooden stake on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Mo Dao observed intently before seating himself to absorb the soul ring. The sensation of absorbing the soul ring was peculiar. The power of the soul ring, upon entering his body, was immediately refined into his own strength, thereby augmenting his cultivation limit and breaking through the existing constraints of his level. Even more astonishing was the fact that the soul energy belonging to the soul beast, once refined and absorbed, imparted to him certain information. This knowledge revealed the nature of the soul skills he had acquired, their effects, and the manner in which to wield them. Was this the secret of the soul ring? It bore a resemblance to the inheritance of innate abilities. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on slaying soul beasts to acquire more soul rings and remove his limitations. After thoroughly contemplating the soul ring, Mo Dao raised his left palm, revealing his martial spirit, a golden flame. At that moment, a violet soul ring emerged beneath his feet, the very one he had just absorbed. He had presumed he lacked a soul ring, yet this world had bestowed upon him a flame martial spirit, which seemed rather fortuitous. As he spoke, Mo Dao clenched his left hand, grasping the flame that floated in his palm, then forcefully stomped the ground. At that instant, a surge of fire energy was infused into the earth, and this fiery power intertwined with the force of the land, manifesting as a crystal fire lotus with a diameter of 4 meters. This fire lotus, forged from the fusion of fiery and terrestrial energies, not only possessed a physical form with formidable defensive capabilities, but also had petals imbued with immense fiery power, ready to unleash devastating force when triggered. This was the soul skill Mo Dao had acquired, the Earth Fire Lotus. Upon summoning the lotus, it could push aside surrounding objects, and its petals held a degree of defensive power. Should anyone dare to assault the fire lotus, the petals would shoot forth and explode. Mo Dao tested this, discovering that the explosive power of a single petal was no less than that of a grenade, and his fire lotus boasted 36 petals. For others, this would be an exceedingly commendable soul skill. However, for Mo Dao, it was merely superfluous, for even now, his casual sword energy surpassed its potency. After absorbing this soul ring, Mo Dao's cultivation returned to level 20, yet he remained unsatisfied and continued his hunt. 2 days later, he emerged from a Stardow forest in a somewhat disheveled state. During these 2 days, he had hunted soul beasts deep within the forest, restoring his cultivation to that of a soul sage. However, due to the high-level soul beasts he had been targeting, he ultimately attracted the attention of the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape was the sovereign of the Stardow Forest and also a friend of Xiao Wu, his family. Yet, as Mo Dao was unacquainted with Xiao Wu, he did not hold back upon encountering the Titan Great Ape's attack, striking it with a single sword that inflicted injury. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge the formidable defenses of the Titan Great Ape. His sword strike failed to fully breach its defenses, merely wounding the beast. The Titan Great Ape, not foolish, realized it had been injured by Mo Dao and understood it might not stand a chance against him. Without hesitation, it turned to flee. Yet, could Mo Dao allow it to escape? He pursued without relent. Subsequently, he found himself ensnared by the combined efforts of the Titan Great Ape and the Tianqing Bull Python. However, this was not the reason for Mo Dao's escape from the Stardow Forest. The true cause lay in the battle that had drawn the attention of the slumbering Emperor Tian beneath the earth due to the power of rules he had employed, even causing the Silver Dragon King to exhibit signs of awakening. Mo Dao's strength was formidable, yet he was not fully restored. Thus, upon perceiving the potential awakening of Emperor Tian, he chose to flee. Although he might not be unable to contend with Emperor Tian, and even the emergence of the Silver Dragon King would not guarantee his defeat, his cultivation had regained a significant portion, sufficient for survival in the Dolua world, prompting him to abandon the confrontation. After leaving the Stardow Forest, Mo Dao made his way directly to Nodding City. However, he was met with disappointment upon arrival, discovering that Tang San and the others had already departed, meaning that Xiao Wu and Tang San had graduated from Nodding Academy, and they had likely imprinted each other deeply in their hearts. Xiao Wu remained remarkably beautiful, yet now that the moment had passed, it was simply lost. Having realized their departure from Nodding City, Mo Dao did not linger, but instead hastened to a small village outside Soto City, home to Shrek Academy. He had missed the reunion of Tang San and Xiao Wu and their apprenticeship under the master. But he could not afford to miss the gathering of the Shrek 7 monsters. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the Elite Soul Master Tournament commenced to participate in the unfolding narrative. Having recovered to the realm of Soul Sage, Mo Dao traveled with remarkable speed, arriving outside Shrek Academy in just half a day. To his surprise, he found that Shrek Academy was already holding admissions. Naturally, after using his observation hotkey, he discerned that Tang San and Xiao Wu had yet to arrive, meaning he had indeed caught up. Since he had arrived in time, he intended to insert himself into the establishment of the Shrek 7 monsters. Thus, Mo Dao approached the teacher Li Yusong, who was lounging in a chair at the entrance, collecting fees. Sensing the sunlight being obstructed, Li Yusong opened his eyes, only to close them again upon seeing Mo Dao's visage. He said, "If you wish to enroll, go over there to pay. Once inside, there will be a test for you. Do not block my sunlight." Upon observing Li Yusong's demeanor and glancing at the children lined up to register, even Mo Dao felt an impulse to scoff. Though his physical form appeared to be that of a 10-year-old, some of the 11 or 12-year-olds in line were not dissimilar in appearance. It was no wonder that Li Yusong merely glanced at him before directing him to the payment area, as in the Dolawa continent. One often could not discern a person's true age. Due to the influence of soul power, children generally matured more quickly. For instance, Zhu Zhuqing's figure could easily be mistaken for someone in their 20s. Even more absurd was Oscar, a lad of 13 or 14, being referred to as Old Man by Ning Rongrong, highlighting the enigmatic nature of age in the Dolawa continent. However, he had not come to register for admission. Rather, he was there to apply for a teaching position. Chapter 259, The Fate of Zhao Wujia. Teacher, I am here to apply, not to enroll, Mo Dao stated. His words, though unassuming, rendered the surroundings utterly silent, for Mo Dao appeared exceedingly youthful, resembling the very students waiting to enroll at Shrek Academy. Yet this individual, who seemed like a student himself, claimed to be there to apply for a teaching position, indeed challenged their perceptions. Li Yuzong, believing Montauk Dao was jesting, stood up with a serious expression and said, "If you wish to enroll, go over there. Trying to attract the teacher's attention in such a manner is quite foolish." Hearing Li Yusong's response, Mo Dao let out a resigned sigh. Such was the nature of the Doluo world. Thus, he earnestly reiterated, "I am not joking. I am here to apply to become a teacher at Shrek Academy, not to enroll." Seeing that Mo Dao did not appear to be lying, Li Yusong was momentarily bewildered and thus solemnly inquired, "Are you serious?" Mo Dao replied with utmost sincerity, "Indeed." Noticing that Mo Dao was not jesting, Li Yusong too adopted a serious demeanor. "Becoming a teacher at our Shalake Academy is no simple feat. Release your soul rings so I may ascertain your qualifications." Mo Dao felt somewhat speechless at this statement, yet recognized it as a legitimate method for determining one's strength in the world of Doluo Dalu. Thus he complied and unveiled his soul rings. As Mo Dao's soul rings emerged, not only the individuals queuing nearby, but even Li Yusong was rendered astounded, for beneath Mo Dao's feet, 7 purple-black soul rings were quietly rotating. 7-ringed soul sage. The moment Li Yusong comprehended the nature of Mo Dao's soul rings, he felt as though he might lose his mind. For not only was Mo Dao a 7-ringed soul sage, but who could possibly explain why Mo Dao's first soul ring was a purple 1,000-year ring, followed by an array of black 10,000-year rings? Fortunately, Mo Dao retracted his soul rings immediately, allowing only Li Yusong to truly discern their nature, while the others merely caught a fleeting glimpse of purple and black, failing to grasp the full extent of Mo Dao's soul rings. Nevertheless, this revelation was enough to leave them in shock. After all, the typical soul ring configuration for an ordinary individual is white, yellow, purple, and black, indicating that in their understanding, Mo Dao was at least a soul king. A soul king. In a realm where even great soul masters are rare and soul sages are considered prominent figures, the presence of a soul king was unfathomable. Thus their gazes towards Mo Dao transformed instantly, becoming imbued with profound respect. Li Yusong's demeanor shifted as well. Mo Dao's status as a soul sage overshadowed his own as a soul emperor, implying that he was no match for Mo Dao. It seemed that only their academy's president, Fulande, stood a chance of challenging this young man, while even their vice president, Zhao Wuji, would likely fall short against him. Although Zhao Wuji was also a soul sage, Mo Dao's soul rings were simply too fearsome. The first ring was purple, and the second was a 10,000-year ring. In Doluo Dalu, Soul rings indeed serve as a reflection of one's power to a certain extent, for they denote rank, and the color of the rings signifies their age. The higher the age of the soul ring, the more formidable the soul skills it bestows. Moreover, acquiring such high-age soul rings is a testament to one's strength. And the fact that Modeo not only obtained but successfully absorbed them was the root of Li Yusong's existential doubt. Modeo's might was overwhelming, and Li Yusong dared not provoke him. Thus he passed the inquiry to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, whose martial spirit was the powerful Dali Jing'ang, known for its impressive defensive capabilities, was deemed a worthy opponent. Even if he could not surpass Modeo, at the very least he could stall for time. Consequently, Li Yusong led Modeo to seek out Zhao Wuji. As they departed, he discreetly gestured to Dai Mu Bai, who was also stationed at the entrance for recruitment, indicating his struggle to manage the situation and suggesting that he consult the president. It must be noted that Dai Mu Bai was indeed quite dashing in terms of sheer appearance. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Modeo, and his captivating eyes added a touch of allure, making him even more compelling than Modeo. However, Modeo exuded a unique aura, one that, despite his deliberate restraint, was still palpable, rendering him no less impressive than Dai Mu Bai. Should Modeo choose to abandon his self-restraint, Dai Mu Bai would undoubtedly be left in the dust, for in that scenario, one's true strength would be obscured, revealing only an ethereal and formidable being. Modeo merely cast a glance at Dai Mu Bai before redirecting his attention, aware of Li Yusong's subtle gestures. However, his purpose was to apply for a teaching position at Shalake Academy, so he welcomed Dai Mu Bai's pursuit of Fulan Day. Ultimately, only Fulan Day could determine Modeo's eligibility as a teacher at Shalake Academy, and while he too had a say, Modeo preferred to avoid any potential discord during the process. Shalake Academy was quite commendable, although its architecture was less extravagant compared to other institutions. It radiated a serene and inviting atmosphere. While it was referred to as an academy, it felt more akin to a home, a dwelling shared by Fulan Day and his students. So though it appeared modest, it did not seem dilapidated. Naturally, Modeo would prefer more comfortable accommodations, and even as he followed Li Yusong, he began to contemplate how he might construct his own residence. Shalake Academy was sizable, occupying half a village, which was quite impressive for an institution where the number of teachers often exceeded that of students, as the total count of both likely did not surpass 20. Yet, even at that scale, it was merely half a village. Thus, within a few minutes, Modeo encountered Zhao Wuji, the vice president. Though not particularly tall, he was robust and imposing, embodying the essence of the Dali Jing'ang. This is our vice president, Zhao Wuji. This is Modeo, who has come to apply for a teaching position at Shalake Academy. As they approached, Modeo had already shared some of his background with Li Yusong, so he directly introduced Modeo to Zhao Wuji. After Li Yusong's introduction, Modeo smiled and greeted Zhao Wuji. "Hello, Vice President Zhao Wuji." Zhao Wuji appreciated Modeo's words and smiled broadly. "You are quite impressive. I like you. Come, let us spar so I may assess your strength." Upon hearing this, Li Yusong covered his face in dismay, realizing he should have informed Zhao Wuji about Modeo's true strength beforehand, but it was too late for regrets. Chapter 260, Awaiting the Assembly of the Seven within Shalake Academy. Anguished cries echoed, while Li Yusong observed, speechless, as Zhao Wuji was tossed about like a ball by Modeo, his face buried in his hands, all the while bearing a grave expression. Zhao Wuji, a soul sage of over level 70 and a defensive-type soul master, found himself utterly outmatched against Modeo, unable to retaliate even after unleashing his martial spirit. Regrettably, it proved futile, as he continued to be kicked around like a plaything. What was even more terrifying was that Modeo had not utilized any soul skills, for he had not even released his soul rings. This was the true source of dread. After half an hour, Zhao Wuji lay on the ground, bruised and battered, his expression one of despair. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight upward curl at the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had begun to appreciate the benefits of this rather harsh lesson. Upon noticing Zhao Wuji's realization, Modeo approached him with a bottle of healing spirit liquor, tossing it to him. Do not let a title like Immovable King lead you to believe your defenses are invincible. Never underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you will inevitably suffer great losses. Catching the liquor, Zhao Wuji opened it, and after taking a whiff, his eyes sparkled with delight as he unhesitatingly raised the bottle and downed its entirety. After consuming the spiritual wine, the wounds on his face vanished at an astonishing pace, visible to the naked eye. Within a mere 3 seconds, he returned to normal. And even more exhilarating for Zhao Wujia was the fact that all the internal injuries he had sustained were completely healed. Moreover, the energy contained within the spiritual wine was swiftly transforming into his soul power. Consequently, a minute later, Zhao Wujia trembled all over. He had leveled up. Indeed, after being beaten by Mo Dao and subsequently drinking a flask of spiritual wine, he had directly ascended from level 76 to 77. Li Yusong, who stood nearby, was utterly bewildered upon witnessing this scene, for he could hardly fathom that Zhao Wujia, after enduring a beating and then consuming a flask of wine, would level up so seamlessly. It was quite a challenge to his worldview. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Zhao Wujia expressed his immense gratitude. With the realization that the scars on his face had dissipated, primarily due to his ascension, his previously negligible discontent over being struck by Mo Dao evaporated entirely. He even entertained the thought of inviting Mo Dao to strike him again. Seeing the smile on Zhao Wujia's face, Mo Dao understood his thoughts and directly stated, "Do not overthink it. Your elevation is merely a result of your accumulated experience reaching the threshold for advancement. I merely gave you a gentle push." Though such words were spoken, Zhao Wujia was well aware of his own circumstances. Without Mo Dao's encouragement, it would have taken him at least a year and a half to ascend to this level. More importantly, Mo Dao had cured all his latent ailments, the remnants of past injuries, which was of paramount significance. With this newfound respect for Mo Dao, when Dai Mubai returned with Flandra, they found Zhao Wujia trailing behind Mo Dao like a sycophant, introducing him to the Shrek Academy. Upon witnessing this, Flandra's expression turned grave. Zhao Wujia's position as the vice president of Shrek Academy was not solely due to his high cultivation. Although he appeared simple-minded, he was in fact quite astute. After all, how could he have escaped from a throng of attackers otherwise? However, now Zhao Wujia was following that man like a lackey, indicating only one possibility. The man's strength far surpassed Zhao Wujia's. This compelled Flandra to lower his guard and closely observe Mo Dao's actions. Realizing this, Flandra broke into a radiant smile and quickly approached Mo Dao and Zhao Wujia, greeting, "Welcome to Shrek Academy. Are you the one coming to teach here?" Mo Dao had already noticed Flandra's return, and when Flandra approached, he assessed him, finding that Flandra indeed matched the description of characters from the anime. Although he wore spectacles and appeared refined, one could sense a shrewd merchant's aura emanating from him. After a brief appraisal, Mo Dao nodded and replied, "Greetings, Director Flandra. My name is Mo Dao. I am here to apply for a teaching position at Shrek Academy." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Flandra's smile faded, and he spoke seriously. "At Shrek Academy, we only accept students who are extraordinary. Thus, our standard for teachers are exceedingly high." Flandra's words trailed off, but Mo Dao understood what he implied and nodded with a smile, saying, "Director, I understand. To teach these extraordinary individuals, one must also be extraordinary." With that said, Mo Dao extended his left hand, and a golden flame flickered into existence above his palm. At that moment, 7 spirit rings, 1 purple and 6 black, rose from beneath his feet. Mo Dao, level 79, a powerful attack-type weapon spirit saint. Gulping thrice, Flandra and his companions collectively swallowed hard, for Mo Dao's level was indeed intimidating, especially those spirit rings, which were enough to terrify anyone. Although they had encountered 1,000-year and 10,000-year spirit rings before, they had never seen one as the first being 1,000 years and the second being 10,000 years. It was simply too astonishing. Having seen much in their lives, they quickly regained their composure. Flandra, the first to recover, regarded Mo Dao with a complex expression and hesitantly inquired, 79? Are you certain you wish to come to our academy as a teacher? Mo Dao couldn't simply state the truth, and even if he did, they would hardly believe him. Thus, he fabricated a reason on the spot, saying, I have grown weary of the outside world, so I seek a tranquil place to spend some time and pass on some knowledge. Passing on knowledge? Flandre paid no mind to the rest, but he clearly registered the term passing on, as not everything could be imparted in such a manner. Therefore, he deduced that Mo Dao's background was undoubtedly intricate. However, were there any simple individuals among the faculty at Shrek Academy? Each teacher was a formidable presence in the Spirit Master realm. They had merely grown tired of the incessant conflict and bloodshed, hence congregating at Shrek Academy under his leadership. Moreover, there seemed to be little that a level 79, particularly a young individual poised to ascend to Spirit de Law, would covet. Additionally, their academy was indeed in need of a powerful attack-type Spirit Saint, which Mo Dao perfectly fulfilled. After some contemplation, Flandre ultimately acquiesced to Mo Dao's request, granting him the official position of teacher at Shrek Academy. Chapter 261. Rebuilding from the ground up at dawn, Missouri Dao was awakened by the resounding crowing of a rooster. It had been a long time since he had heard such a sound, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. However, with daylight already breaking, he decided against returning to sleep. After a habitual morning routine, Mo Dao leisurely made his way to the cafeteria of Shrek Academy, where he found several individuals already enjoying breakfast. Due to the small number of students at Shrek Academy, the cafeteria was mostly occupied by just a few people. Additionally, owing to Flandre's notorious frugality, the meals were insufficient to fill one's belly, making it nearly impossible to expect meat at every meal. Upon entering, Mo Dao surveyed the scene, grabbed a breakfast portion, and proceeded to eat at a window. Before long, Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun arrived, huddling together in hushed conversation, occasionally glancing at Mo Dao. Although Mo Dao could overhear their discussions, which revolved around their new teacher's origins and strength, he found little interest in their chatter. With the school student body being exceedingly small, only 3 students in total, they primarily focused on their own training, and there was barely any concept of attending classes. Furthermore, as they were currently in the enrollment period, they dispersed after finishing their breakfast. With little else to occupy his time, Mo Dao, after his meal and a brief interaction with the academy's personnel, set about constructing his own residence. He intended to demolish all the existing structures and rebuild them anew. Flandre was unwilling to spend money on renovations, but Mo Dao had the means and the capability to do it himself. Although he lacked expertise in wood manipulation or the art of constructing rows of villas, he was close enough. Thus, Mo Dao ventured outside to gather some life force and seeds, subsequently leveling his courtyard. With a resounding crash, his house vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a smooth, solid expanse of ground. Upon hearing the commotion, Furland and his companions hurried outside to investigate. When they beheld the astonishing sight of Modeo's house vanishing into thin air, they were utterly bewildered. It seemed absurd to demolish one's dwelling at the break of dawn. However, their astonishment quickly transformed into wide-eyed wonder as Modeo, after flattening the house, stomped his foot, causing the earth beneath to surge violently. Within mere seconds, a magnificent 3-story castle materialized before them. Although the structure appeared somewhat rudimentary at first, Modeo took to the skies to scrutinize it from various angles, embarking on a process of meticulous refinement. Minutes later, a splendid and aesthetically pleasing castle emerged, leaving Furland and his companions drooling in admiration. Just as Modeo was about to delve into the interior renovations, he was startled by Furland's enthusiastic exclamation. Upon witnessing the starry-eyed admiration in Furland's gaze, Modeo had a faint inkling of his thoughts. Instead of voicing his assumptions, he inquired, Director Furland, is there something you wish to discuss? With Modeo prompting him, Furland straightened up, cleared his throat, and earnestly asked, Mr. Modeo, may I inquire how you achieve this? Is it possible to construct something even larger? Upon hearing this, Modeo was entirely convinced that the thrifty Furland was captivated by the exquisite beauty of the castle he had conjured. Though the quaint rural abode held a certain charm, it was undeniably too simplistic for Modeo's taste. Without allowing Furland to say more, he nodded and replied, "I understand, Director Furland. If you possess any valuable belongings that you wish to retrieve, please ensure they are secured before departing this area. I must prepare the site for reconstruction." At Modeo's words, Furland wasted no time and rushed back to gather his things. The others, having heard Modeo's announcement, followed suit. Half an hour later, a group of individuals stood behind Modeo, laden with various bags, eagerly watching him. Modeo glanced at the heap of rudimentary furniture and assorted debris that had been cleared away, and a frown crossed his brow. "Let us discard these. We shall procure new items." With that, he gestured toward the pile, and to their astonishment, a colossal force reduced it to dust. Without pausing, Modeo snapped his fingers, casting the law of shock over all structures slated for demolition. In an instant, the buildings crumbled and shattered into fine particles. Following this, Modeo landed gracefully, pressing his hands to the ground. As he did so, the earth within a radius of several hundred meters trembled violently, and soon, an expansive complex erupted from the ground. In mere seconds, a series of buildings, rivaling those of Soto City's educational institutions, took form at the former site of the wooden cabins, though they still bore a somewhat crude appearance. After completing this, Modeo refined the exteriors, enhancing their elegance and aesthetic appeal, and effortlessly adorned the surroundings with trees, flowers, and vines, transforming Shrek Academy into a breathtaking campus filled with blossoms and fragrant fruits. Upon finalizing these enhancements, Modeo returned to the astonished Furland and his companions, clapping his hands together. "All is nearly complete outside. Next, we shall arrange the interior. If you have any requests, please share them with me, and I will see to them." By evening, Shrek Academy had undergone a remarkable transformation. To celebrate, Furland treated them to a sumptuous meal in Soto City. The following day, life at Shrek Academy resumed its usual rhythm, with everyone returning to their training or recruitment efforts. This time, Modeo replaced Li Yusong as the recruitment officer. Given the Academy's financial constraints, Furland instituted a rule mandating a fee of 5 gold soul coins for registration, which would not be refunded regardless of whether applicants passed or failed. Moreover, the requirements were not explicitly stated, resulting in a steady influx of applicants, all of whom were ultimately dismissed. Modeo, dismissive of such petty sums, erected a sign stating that those above a certain age and below level 20 need not apply. However, they only conducted recruitment in the mornings, closing shop around 10 o'clock. To Modeo's dismay, he waited 3 days without encountering Tang San and his friends. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative, as waiting idly was rather tedious. Remembering that Tang San and company had spent a day or two in Soto City before arriving at Shrek Academy and had an altercation with Dai Mubai over a room at the Rose Hotel, Modeo set off for Soto City. Much to his delight, he encountered Xiao Wu and Tang San just outside the city, preparing to enter. Recalling the conflict involving Dai Mubai, who had been accompanied by a pair of twins, Modeo's lips curled into a subtle smile. If Zhu Zhuqing had been present at that time, the situation would have been quite entertaining. Chapter 262. Zhu Zhuqing among the Shrek's 7 monsters, aside from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who had already been at Shrek Academy. The remaining members entered on the same day, with Tang San and Xiao Wu now present. It indicated that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong must have arrived as well. Considering this, Modeo's smile widened as he vanished in an instant. Moments later, Modeo spotted a girl clad in a black leather outfit, her figure strikingly alluring, and he smiled knowingly. "Found you, Zhu Zhuqing." Upon discovering Zhu Zhuqing, Modeo appeared before her in a flash, producing a rose with a smile. "My dear lady, you are utterly enchanting. Would you honor me by joining me for a delightful spectacle?" Zhu Zhuqing regarded Modeo's cool demeanor with a raised eyebrow and replied indifferently, "Boring." Understanding her nature, Modeo remained unfazed and tossed the rose aside, chuckling, "It seems you are not fond of roses, fair lady. No matter, I have other delightful offerings." As he spoke, Modeo waved his hand, causing an array of intriguing items to levitate before her. I also possess cat ears to enhance hearing, a cat tail to improve balance, and high-heeled shoes to boost speed. Which would you prefer? You may have them all for a single kiss. Upon hearing Modeo's words and observing the floating items, Zhu Zhuqing's expression transformed into that of an agitated feline, her fingers poised like claws. Modeo was certain that if he dared to utter another word, she would retaliate. But would Modeo be intimidated? Certainly not. With a feigned look of distress, he remarked, "It appears you dislike them all. However, I find them quite appealing, so I shall help you wear them." Before she could react, Modeo vanished, and Zhu Zhuqing soon felt a pair of adorable, fluffy cat ears sprouting atop her head. Fortunately, no furry tail appeared behind her, nor did her shoes change. Otherwise, she would have surely lost her composure. At this moment, she comprehended that the individual she encountered earlier was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse, for she had not even perceived how he had affixed the feline ears atop her head. She merely noticed his sudden disappearance and subsequently realized that her auditory senses seemed to have heightened, leading her to discover a pair of fluffy cat ears adorning her head, seemingly a natural part of her being, utterly impossible to remove. After executing this curious act, Mo Dao did not depart, but rather observed Zhu Zhuqing from a distance. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing tug at the cat ears only to find them unyielding, gradually surrendering her attempts to advance, Missouri Dao redirected his focus toward Soto City. As he beheld Dai Mubai locating the pair of twins, Mo Dao acted without hesitation, snapping his fingers, and Zhu Zhuqing materialized within Soto City. The very scenery around her transformed dramatically with her first step, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Yet upon touching her furry cat ears, she deduced the nature of her predicament. However, sensing no malice from the mysterious figure, she surveyed her surroundings and continued her journey, determined to reach Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Mo Dao observed her as she drew nearer to Dai Mubai and chuckled. The distance between them was relatively short, and as they approached one another, Dai Mubai was entirely preoccupied with the twins, oblivious to the visibly distressed expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face. Though he failed to notice her, Zhu Zhuqing recognized him immediately, for his features were unmistakably prominent. The infamous Baihu, Dai Mubai, was simply too recognizable. Yet, at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing harbored a glimmer of hope, prompting her to quietly follow him rather than retreat. However, when she saw Dai Mubai embrace the twins as they entered the Rose Hotel, her hopes dwindled. Nevertheless, she persisted in following, and upon witnessing Dai Mubai clash with Tang San, exclaiming, "Let me speak, this room should belong to me," her heart sank completely. The implication of his words suggested this was not his first visit, but rather a frequent indulgence, indicating he had likely caused considerable distress to the young women of Soto City. When Mo Dao heard this statement, he recognized that Dai Mubai's reputation in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes had utterly plummeted. Whether they could reconcile, or if there was any chance of reunion, was of no concern to him. Having chosen to play the role of a heartbreaker, Dai Mubai must accept the consequences of such a decision. There is a saying, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Mo Dao aimed to reveal Dai Mubai's true character to Zhu Zhuqing, preventing this innocent and endearing girl from being deceived by the notorious playboy. Dai Mubai, inherently prude, was accompanied by Xiao Wu, who thrived on chaos. And given the future reputation of the Soul Master World, better to provoke the Azura than to provoke Xiao Wu, a brawl erupted within the Rose Hotel. Yet, regardless of the intensity of the conflict, it held no significance for Zhu Zhuqing, who wandered back in a state of confusion. Initially, she had come to discern Dai Mubai's true nature, yearning for a source of support to help her escape her seemingly predetermined tragic fate. However, it appeared that Dai Mubai was enjoying himself, rendering her affections nothing more than a delusion. At that moment, Mo Dao noticed Zhu Zhuqing's despondency and self-pity, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. He swiftly appeared before her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and transported her to the highest point of Soto City. Awaken! With Mo Dao's commanding whisper, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from her melancholic state, regaining her clarity. Upon realizing Mo Dao was holding her, she instinctively broke free, glaring at him with the ferocity of a little wildcat. Seeing her fierce demeanor, Mo Dao chuckled. "You are awake, and that is splendid. With your beauty, many would desire you, including myself. Why concern yourself with a notorious playboy known throughout Soto City? Look beneath your feet. From such a great height, you will see that everything below is merely part of your landscape. If you wish, I can lead you to even greater heights, to vistas beyond Doloa continent, surpassing your imagination." Regardless of Mo Dao's words, Zhu Zhuqing maintained her vigilant expression, unwavering in her scrutiny of him. Observing her demeanor, Mo Dao shook his head in exasperation, stating, "I trust we shall meet again, and it will not be long, for I believe you are not one to resign yourself to fate." With that, he vanished, having witnessed the entirety of the play and now returning to his duties. Chapter 263. The Seven Monsters Gather. After providing a modicum of comfort to Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Dao returned to Shrek Academy, where he was to serve as the chief examiner the following day. He needed to prepare adequately to surprise the charming applicants arriving to enroll. Perhaps due to the rumors of Shrek Academy's overnight transformation, the number of hopefuls wishing to join surged dramatically. Some unscrupulous individuals even sought out Mo Dao and his fellow instructors, imploring them for assistance in gaining admission. Regrettably, Shrek Academy had no intentions of lowering its admission standards, for Flinder lacked the financial means to accommodate such an influx of students. Moreover, they were all soul emperors and soul saints. Becoming their students was no trivial matter. Consequently, they remained steadfast in their rigorous standards. However, despite the failure to lower admission criteria, many still applied. Unfortunately, the initial screening eliminated numerous candidates, and Mo Dao even encountered one who barely met the requirements. To his surprise, before Tang San and the others arrived, he encountered a student who qualified for admission to Shrek Academy. Alas, despite the boy's commendable talent and barely reaching the 20th level of soul power, his martial spirit was that of a howling moon wolf. Thus, Mo Dao promptly declined, advising him to seek admission to the Tiando Academy instead. Initially, both the boy and his father expressed disappointment at his rejection, but upon hearing Mo Dao's suggestion, their faces lit up with joy, for they understood the significance of gaining entry into such esteemed institutions. Having dismissed the boy with the howling moon wolf martial spirit, Mo Dao declared loudly, "Ensure you thoroughly understand the criteria on this plaque before applying. Otherwise, the application fee is non-refundable." Many applicants, upon hearing his words and glancing at the criteria, departed in disappointment, yet a number remained, clinging to the hope that perhaps their unique talents would warrant special consideration or that the Academy's instructors would recognize their potential. Mo Dao observed the lingering hopefuls and shook his head in disbelief, fully aware that their chances of acceptance were negligible, for he was present. Even if they had reached level 50, it would make no difference. He initially came to wait for the Shrek 7 monsters. Thus, any member who is not among the 7 monsters, no matter how talented, would not be accepted. It was precisely for this reason that he recommended the boy with the Xiao Yu Tsonglang martial spirit to try his luck in Tiando City. However, geniuses like this are rare, so Mo Dao would merely glance at them before calling out the next candidate, as he could easily discern if they had not reached level 20. After an undetermined amount of time, Mo Dao sensed several soul powers exceeding level 20, which immediately brightened his eyes, prompting him to stand up and declare, "Those still harboring a glimmer of hope may leave now." Do you know the meaning of Shrek? Shrek represents a kind of monster, an exceedingly bizarre entity even among soul beasts. Our Shrek Academy embodies the essence of a monster academy. Here, we only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Anyone exceeding the admission age with soul power below level 21 may now depart. Upon finishing his statement, he lightly stomped his foot, causing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, which he had disguised, to flash before them. With Mo Dao's earlier words combined with his 7 soul rings, those who had previously entertained hopes now stood rooted in place, hesitating to step forward. However, This situation lasted only a brief moment before a girl in a blue dress with exquisite features approached and extended her small hand to Mo Dao. Previously, Mo Dao could tell the situation of each candidate at a glance. But this girl, if he was not mistaken, was Ning Rongrong. Thus, he gently stroked her palm, assessing her bone age, soul power, and martial spirit. Although Mo Dao had never encountered anyone from the Qibao Liuli sect, upon placing his hand on Ning Rongrong's, he recognized a unique soul power emanating from her. This power was unlike that of others, and as Mo Dao delved deeper with his own energy and consciousness, he faintly perceived a 7-layered pagoda, the Qibao Liuli Tower, indeed. Realizing there was no need to continue, Mo Dao withdrew his hand and inquired, "Are your family members aware that you came here alone?" Ning Rongrong, hearing this, was not taken aback. Instead, she smiled and replied, "It is said that there are no distinctions in education. As long as I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason to reject me. Do you?" Mo Dao was not intimidated by her boldness, yet he recognized that Ning Rongrong's temper as a young lady could be somewhat off-putting. Therefore, he stated directly, "If you dare to join us, we will certainly teach you. But you must be clear that in our Shrek Academy, all students are treated equally. There will be no privileges here." At this juncture, Mo Dao gestured for Dai Mubai to come over. As he approached, Mo Dao suddenly slapped him to the ground, saying, "Twins, hoarding for oneself. If you dare to act selfishly again, you will sleep in a hayloft." Dai Mubai, who had been knocked to the ground, chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Teacher, I didn't know you were one of us. I will certainly be mindful next time." Hearing this, Mo Dao nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention back to Ning Rongrong, saying, "Do you see? Joining Shrek Academy may entail such treatment, and do not think your status will afford you any advantages." Mo Dao then turned to Dai Mubai and instructed, "Mubai, tell her your identity." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai hesitated, but Mo Dao, noticing his reluctance, produced a bottle of spirit wine and tossed it to him. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai declared, "I am a prince of the Qingdao Empire." Mo Dao nodded approvingly at this revelation, tossed the spirit wine back to him, and turned to Ning Rongrong, asking, "Do you still wish to join Shrek Academy? Think carefully, as this may be a decision that impacts your entire life." Ning Rongrong, with a resolute expression, gazed defiantly at Mo Dao and firmly replied, "You will not sway me from my intention to join Shrek Academy. Tell me, what is your name?" Taken aback by her determination, Mo Dao chuckled and responded, "Mo Dao, you may call me teacher." Mo Ning Rongrong huffed upon hearing his name, placing her hands on her hips with a defiant demeanor, stating, "Mo Dao, I will remember you." After uttering those words, she strode past Mo Dao towards the entrance of Shrek Academy. Mo Dao, unfazed by her departure, simply smiled and called out, "Next, teacher, we both wish to enroll," announced a young man and the girl beside him. Mo Dao glanced at them and, with a single look, discerned that the girl in the pink dress was essentially a rabbit, while the boy in blue exhibited a restrained soul power, his hands distinctly unlike those of an ordinary person, indicating he had undergone rigorous training. "Very well, you two may proceed, but please wait a moment." He then called out to the queue of candidates, "The girl with the cat ears at the back, you need not queue anymore, come forward." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing, positioned at the back of the line, immediately recognized the voice and approached the registration area, only to see a familiar and somewhat loathsome face. "It's you." Zhu Zhuqing had a vivid memory of Mo Dao, especially since they had met the previous day, during which he had embraced her and then unceremoniously left her atop the highest point in Sotawa City, forcing her to climb down for half an hour. Oblivious to this, Mo Dao smiled and greeted her. "It's me, the beautiful and enchanting princess. We meet again." Zhu Zhuqing, already familiar with Mo Dao's character, disregarded his words and spoke directly. "Are you a teacher at Shrek Academy? This school seems rather dull, filled with uninteresting individuals." Although she said this, she chose not to leave, instead walking towards Mo Dao and the others with a graceful gait. Dai Mubai, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, was immediately captivated, yet she did not spare him a glance, choosing to stand beside Mo Dao and distancing herself from him. With the Shrek's 7 monsters now gathered, there is no longer a need to continue the enrollment process. Mo Dao promptly summoned the collection box back and wiped the notice board, erasing all the text. After doing so, he pointed at the board with his finger, and as he moved, the characters appeared in an elegant flourish. Enrollment ceased. What is happening? Why has enrollment stopped? You haven't accepted many candidates. How can you cease enrollment? After completing these actions, Mo Dao clapped his hands and declared, Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, and a few monsters suffice. We have now reached our full capacity. It is unlikely we will enroll again for several years, so please take your leave. Upon finishing, Mo Dao turned to the astonished Xiao Wu and the others, saying calmly, Let us proceed. I will take you to the final trial. From now on, you shall be students of Shrek Academy. Though puzzled by the sudden halt in enrollment, they could not question Mo Dao's authority as a teacher. In the original narrative, the final trial was initially meant for Dai Mubai, yet it was seized by Zhao Wujia, who, having suppressed his soul power and only using his initial soul abilities, was ultimately bested by Tang San and his companions. In this final trial, no one was present to assess them. Instead, they found themselves in an indoor training chamber. Institutions like the Tiando Royal Academy possess simulated training environments tailored to provide the most suitable conditions for students' cultivation. Although Mo Dao may not be adept at creating such simulated environments, he was well versed in formations. Thus, he meticulously arranged layer upon layer of formations within this room, incorporating his mastery of the laws of thunder, the laws of shock, and the laws of space. Beneath the facade of this seemingly ordinary space lay an intricate web of traps established by Mo Dao, segmented into independent realms, creating a labyrinthine scenario. Should all the formations be activated, it would spell disaster not only for Tang San and his companions, but even for Flinder, who would emerge bruised and battered. This spatial domain was replete with numerous dodgeballs capable of erratic spatial leaps. Additionally, a considerable number of random lightning strikes and targeted bolts awaited, ready to strike if one lingered in the same spot for more than 3 seconds. The traps were also specifically tailored for those adept in agility. Evasion and speed-related traps would manifest, such as relentless lightning strikes. Conversely, for those skilled in control, a limited number of spirit puppets would appear, which were immortal and could not be destroyed. Only by subduing them could one progress. This space had been completed by Mo Dao just the previous night, making Tang San and his companions the first to experience this trial chamber. However, only 5 of the 7 monsters were present, missing Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Thus, Mo Dao extended his hand into the void, and in the blink of an eye, Oscar and Ma Hongjun appeared before him, looking bewildered. Ningrongrong, as the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, was familiar with the Sword de Loi and Bone de Loi. Yet the methods employed by Mo Dao were beyond her previous knowledge and experience, leaving her astonished. Unfazed, Mo Dao placed Ma Hongjun and Oscar down and declared, Now that everyone is here, you have 2 choices. Before you lies a trial space, which will determine the intensity and type of trial based on your strengths, attributes, and specialties. You may enter individually or as a team. Make your choice. With that, he stepped aside, allowing them to discuss among themselves. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had come to know Mo Dao well and were acutely aware of his prowess and capabilities. Thus, despite the vast emptiness of the room, they did not dare to underestimate it and wore solemn expressions. Dai Lauda, I believe it would be prudent for us to enter together. Otherwise, it may prove too perilous. Ma Hongjun suggested, casting a glance at Mo Dao. They were well aware of Mo Dao's formidable strength. Previously, they had underestimated him due to his youthful appearance, which was similar to theirs, leading them to challenge him as a group. The result was their immediate confinement within a 5-meter radius, unable to escape despite their efforts. Since then, they regarded Mo Dao with reverence, akin to divinity, especially since he occasionally gifted them exquisite wines that greatly benefited their cultivation. Thus, Mo Dao's words held more weight than even Flinder's. While Tang San and the others were unaware of the room's true nature, They understood it was undoubtedly a perilous domain, and they resolved to approach it with utmost caution. Observing Dai Mubai's serious demeanor, Tang San and the others also grew solemn and inquired about the situation. Upon learning of their previous experiences, they too became serious and ultimately decided to enter the trial space together. Half an hour later, Mo Dao watched with a hint of admiration as Tang San and Xiao Wu emerged from the trial hall, both covered in grime and supporting one another. Under Tang San's calm direction, the Shrek 7 monsters had ultimately faced defeat, yet they could take pride in having endured for half an hour within the trial space. Mo Dao had neglected to inform them earlier that typically, soul masters below level 30 were deemed qualified if they could last 10 minutes in the trial space, as there was no concept of passing through it. To succeed in his trial space was a feat not even titled Doloa could easily achieve. For Mo Dao's realm was self-contained. Unless they could disrupt his formations, they would be caught in an infinite loop until exhaustion claimed them, at which point they would be expelled from the trial space. Thus, Tang San and his companions had demonstrated remarkable resilience in lasting half an hour, and with further cooperation, their endurance would undoubtedly increase. Yet, that was a matter for another time, as Mo Dao had something of greater importance to attend to. Chapter 265. Zhu Zhuqing's decision. The trial had thoroughly exhausted Zhu Zhuqing and her companion's soul power and stamina, making it the perfect time for cultivation. As a potion master, the medicinal baths he concocted far surpassed those crafted by the original character, Master. Consequently, upon witnessing Tang San and the others exiting, Mo Dao reached out, and with a flick, they found themselves amidst a rushing river, suddenly plunged into the water. The male members of Dai Mubai's group instinctively began to paddle towards the shore. Just then, Mo Dao's voice echoed in their ears, "Stop flailing. The water is only waist deep. Quickly wash yourselves. We must not dirty the medicinal bath." He added, "Of course, if you don't mind soaking in a filthy medicinal pool, I could simply send you there right now." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others ceased their frantic movements and began to scrub themselves vigorously. Once they had cleansed themselves of the grime, they found themselves plummeting into a slightly warm medicinal pool. In this pool were only Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and her companions enjoyed a comfortable soak in a hot spring, cleansing themselves before settling into the adjacent medicinal pool to absorb its healing properties for cultivation. While Tang San and his companions engaged in their cultivation, Mo Dao was not idle. He first ventured to Soto City to procure fine ingredients, then returned to prepare a sumptuous dinner. This meal was not solely for him and Zhu Zhuqing, but also for the academy's instructors. However, Flender and the others dined separately, leaving Mo Dao with only the Shrek 7 monsters at their table. After taking a bite of the dish, Ning Rongrong squinted her eyes in satisfaction and remarked, "I didn't expect your culinary skills to be quite commendable. From now on, we shall entrust our meals to you." Mo Dao cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and spoke in a casual tone, "I'm a teacher at the academy, not a chef. It is not my obligation to prepare meals for you. Tonight's dinner is merely to welcome you." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked at Mo Dao and replied, "But I only wish to savor the dishes you prepare." Mo Dao set down his chopsticks and met her gaze, saying, "Do you realize the ambiguity in your words? Please refrain from such statements in the future. I might misunderstand. Moreover, I have little resistance to beautiful girls, especially those as stunning as you." As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Wu and the other girls before nonchalantly continuing his meal. Ning Rongrong understood the implications of her words, but chose not to refute him. Instead, she huffed playfully and continued, "I don't believe that. If you truly liked us, you wouldn't have been so harsh on us before, even scorching my lovely dress." Mo Dao raised his eyes to Ning Rongrong, then glanced at Tang San and the others who were staring at him, before lowering his head to continue eating, unconcerned. "Think what you will, but I will not indulge your spoiled temperament, nor will anyone else. You should temper your disposition if you wish to make friends." Ning Rongrong, who had been acting like a proud little princess, suddenly panicked upon hearing Mo Dao's words. The others exchanged knowing glances. Clearly, Ning Rongrong was simply a spoiled girl, lacking malice, yet unsure how to interact with others. She wished to integrate into the group and become their friend, which led to her demanding demeanor. To Mo Dao's surprise, after dinner, Ning Rongrong approached him voluntarily, no longer resembling a haughty peacock, but rather humbly seeking his advice on how to blend in with the others and form genuine friendships. Truthfully, Mo Dao was uncertain of the best approach, but he understood that the essence of friendship lies in sincerity and equality, not in maintaining an air of superiority, which would only repel others. He conveyed this message to her, leaving the execution of his advice to her discretion. After Ning Rongrong departed, Mo Dao was further astonished when Zhu Zhuqing sought him out as well, immediately grasping his hand and leading him outside without uttering a word. Initially bewildered, Mo Dao soon pieced together the situation upon seeing Dai Mubai. It was evident that Dai Mubai was attempting to pursue Zhu Zhuqing, who found him bothersome and sought to use Mo Dao as a shield. Had it not been for the previous incident at the Rose Hotel, Dai Mubai might have had a chance at redemption. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing had already discerned his true nature, leading to her disdain for him. Once a person forms a preconceived notion of someone as a scoundrel or a fickle-hearted playboy, any subsequent actions from that individual will be perceived as deceitful attempts to woo them. To evade Dai Mubai's advances, Zhu Zhuqing had sought Mo Dao, dragging him away to create the illusion of a relationship between them. After traversing a considerable distance from the academy, Mo Dao gently reminded Zhu Zhuqing, "We are far from the school now. He cannot possibly see us." At this, Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed momentarily, loosening her grip on Mo Dao's hand, but only for a fleeting moment before tightening her hold again. "Mo Dao, were your previous words genuine? Do you truly like me and wish to be with me?" Taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Mo Dao paused before responding with a light chuckle. It is natural for one to appreciate beauty, especially when it comes to someone as exquisite as you. I am merely a normal man, and it is only to be expected that I would be captivated by such beauty. Dai Mubai would forsake an entire grove for a glance at you. How could I remain unmoved? Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists, a triumphant smile illuminating her face as she exclaimed, "Why should I forgive him for wandering through the flowers and only looking back at me? You are right. Since I refuse to accept my predetermined fate, I shall resist it more thoroughly. Mo Dao, would you be willing to be my lover?" Mo Dao was taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's bold proposition. Yet after a brief moment of contemplation, he grasped her hand and earnestly replied, "I would be delighted. However, you must consider carefully. I may not be any better than Dai Mubai." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing recalled Xiao Wu's comments regarding the morning incident at the door. Perhaps Mo Dao's words bore truth, but she was indifferent to it. Moreover, Mo Dao had no intention of deceiving her, and though he appeared somewhat frivolous, his eyes possessed a clarity that contrasted sharply with Dai Mubai's, which were filled with a sense of possession. Chapter 266. Who strikes whom remains uncertain. Mo Dao was somewhat surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's choice, but he thought that being with him would not be a bad outcome for her. At least she need not worry about being deceived, as he had never contemplated such an act. However, Zhu Zhuqing's decision stemmed from a moment of excitement, and Mo Dao could not ascertain whether her feelings were sincere or if she would have a change of heart once she calmed down. Thus, he took her for a stroll around Suatua City before returning to their quarters. Now, the Shrek Academy had been rebuilt by Mo Dao, with each individual having their own private room, and the girls' quarters furnished with a sense of elegance. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing shared a room with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, but upon returning, she opted to reside next to Mo Dao, which incited Dai Mubai's ire, albeit there was little he could do about it. After Zhu Zhuqing retreated to her room to meditate, Mo Dao, who was contemplating the principles of thunder, suddenly received a transmission. "Mo Dao, come out." Upon hearing this voice and witnessing the window swing open, Mo Dao immediately deduced the identity of his visitor. "How Tian Doloa? How interesting. Is this a matter of avenging your son?" With that, a slight smile graced Mo Dao's lips as he sprang from the window, swiftly landing in a clearing within the woods outside Shrek Academy. "If you've come, then do show yourself. There is no need for mystery at this hour." As he spoke, He gazed toward Tang Hao's position, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Realizing he had been discovered, Tang Hao stepped forth from the shadows, a hint of astonishment in his tone. After merely a decade of seclusion from the world, such an extraordinary talent has emerged. He continued, "It has been a while since I last engaged in physical activity. I wish to spar with you." Mo Dao, already aware of Tang Hao's capabilities, remained unfazed by the challenge. While Tang Hao was not fully aware of Mo Dao's strength, he knew him to be his soul sage. Thus, witnessing Mo Dao's calm demeanor and the smile on his face did not deter him. Instead, he leaped into the clearing, advancing toward Mo Dao step by step, his soul rings illuminating one after the other. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, 1 red, and 9 soul rings reveal the identity of the individual, a title de law. However, upon witnessing these 9 soul rings, he displayed neither shock nor fear, but merely smiled faintly before advancing forward. As Mo Dao took his first step, Tang Hao was already astonished, for Mo Dao's first soul ring was a purple millennium ring, with the subsequent 6 rings all being black. A 7-ring soul sage with 6 black rings and 1 purple? How could this be possible? Observing Tang Hao's astonishment at his own soul rings, Mo Dao smiled softly and remarked, "Where in this world do so many impossibilities arise? The reality is laid bare before you, yet you still refuse to believe." Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Tang Hao considered a possibility, swallowed hard, slightly bowed, and inquired, "May I ask which deity stands before me?" Noting Tang Hao's demeanor, Mo Dao responded with a smile, "I am not a deity of this realm. My strength is precisely as I have demonstrated. Consider me merely a youthful prodigy. How about a friendly spar? I am quite eager to witness the true extent of a title de Luo's power." Hearing this, Tang Hao hesitated for a moment before summoning his martial soul. The instant Tang Hao called forth his martial soul and grasped the Haotian hammer, both figures vanished in an instant, followed by a resounding explosion that sent shockwaves through the forest. Trees within a 100-meter radius were uprooted, and even the ground was stripped away. Above the cleared space, Tang Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer, and Mo Dao, enveloped in a layer of golden flames, stood poised in confrontation. Mo Dao, hovering in the air, flexed his slightly aching right hand and remarked, "Truly deserving of its reputation, the Haotian hammer possesses formidable power." Meanwhile, Tang Hao, observing Mo Dao's calm demeanor, felt a tempest of emotion within. Although he struck without utilizing any soul skills or chaotic maneuvers, as Mo Dao had stated, the Haotian hammer indeed ranked first in martial soul attack power. Moreover, he was a title de Luo possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. Yet Mo Dao, with the cultivation of a soul sage, had matched him blow for blow with mere fists, which was utterly astonishing. Not only had Mo Dao endured the strike, but he had also forced the Haotian hammer back. More astonishingly, his fists were merely slightly reddened and were rapidly recovering, barely registering his injuries. Though astonished, Tang Hao was still a title de Luo, and in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure. "No matter who you are, if you dare harm Tang San, I shall bite off a piece of flesh from you, even if it costs my life." With that proclamation, Tang Hao vanished in an instant, and one of his soul rings blazed brightly. Power amplification. Seeing Tang Hao employ his soul skill, Mo Dao paid it no mind. Instead, he shook his hands gently, causing flames to erupt and illuminate half the sky. At that moment, a layer of crystalline flames enveloped his fists. Boom! The fist protected by the fiery crystal collided once more with the Haotian hammer. This time, Mo Dao staggered back a few steps, while Tang Hao only retreated 2 steps, though his expression was one of profound astonishment. After using a soul skill, he still found himself evenly matched with Mo Dao, who had not employed any skills despite being a soul sage. Impressive. In that case, let us engage in earnest. With that, Tang Hao unleashed his full strength. And at that very moment, everyone within Shrek Academy was awakened, their eyes widening at the sight of his soaring flames. As Tang Hao erupted with power, Mo Dao smiled faintly, retracting the flames that had burst forth, allowing a layer of crystalline flame to flow and cling to his form. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Mo Dao refrained from utilizing the power of laws, relying solely on brute force. With the enhancement of the fiery crystal armor, Mo Dao's strength was slightly inferior to Tang Hao's, yet the intense heat surrounding him became almost unbearable for Tang Hao. After prolonged confrontation, his Hao Ian hammer began to feel scalding as if it might melt. However, given Tang Hao's greater battle experience, even though Mo Dao's techniques were more varied, the limitations on his soul power ultimately placed him at a disadvantage. Yet when he ceased to hold back and began employing the power of laws, Tang Hao found himself on the receiving end, particularly due to the spatial laws. This particular ability was undeniably rather unscrupulous, granting him the capacity to blink away in an instant, rendering him nearly impossible to track, while he could appear unexpectedly to deliver a punch. Ultimately, Tang Hao left with a black eye, yet rather than feeling dejected, he wore a broad smile, for he understood that Mo Dao would not harm Tang San, but would instead guide him. With Mo Dao's presence, even a title de law would be incapable of causing harm to his son, leaving him with nothing to fear. Chapter 267. To bloom or to forest having departed, Mo Dao returned to his room with nonchalance. Although Zhao Wujia and Flender, among others, had somewhat grasped the situation, they chose to remain silent, for that overwhelming aura was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Even if they banded together, they could at most rival a soul de law level, while a title de law, even the weakest among them, was not someone they could provoke. The aura they sensed clearly emanated from a title de law, and more specifically, an exceptional one. Thus, given that Mo Dao had returned unscathed, it was prudent for them to refrain from meddling. The following morning, Mo Dao rose early, though someone had awakened even earlier. Oh, Tang San up so early to train? Truly diligent. Upon seeing Mo Dao greet him, Tang San promptly replied, "Good morning, Teacher Mo." While Mo Dao and Tang San were not well acquainted, Mo Dao had fought Tang San's father the previous night, so he nodded and said, "If you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to ask me. While I may not know much about martial souls or soul beasts, I do possess considerable insight into training." Tang San glanced at Mo Dao, reflecting on his prowess, and solemnly nodded. "All right, I understand, Teacher Mo. I will come to you with any questions." Hearing this, Mo Dao smiled and lightly nodded before making his way to the kitchen. Since he had already agreed to be Zhu Zhuqing's boyfriend, preparing breakfast for her was only natural. A few minutes later, Mo Dao knocked on Zhu Zhuqing's door. When the sleep-laden Zhu Zhuqing opened the door to find Mo Dao with a gentle smile and breakfast in hand, her face flushed slightly, yet she stepped aside to allow him into her room. After Mo Dao entered Zhu Zhuqing's room, Dai Mubai, who had been watching from a distance, clenched his fists. Approximately half an hour later, Mo Dao emerged from Zhu Zhuqing's room, carrying the dishes. As Mo Dao was washing the dishes in the kitchen, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself and sought out Mo Dao. Mo Dao, upon seeing Dai Mubai, immediately discerned his intent. With a fleeting glance, he said, "Let's find a quiet place to converse." Dai Mubai was somewhat taken aback by Mo Dao's calm demeanor, realizing that he must have guessed the purpose of his visit. However, recalling Mo Dao's enigmatic capabilities, he felt a sense of relief. A few minutes later, on a small balcony of Shrek Academy, Mo Dao leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, and softly stated, "Speak your mind. There's no one else here." Dai Mubai, observing Mo Dao's silhouette, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and asking, "Teacher Mo Dao, are you with Zhu Zhuqing?" Mo Dao was not surprised by Dai Mubai's inquiry and merely responded with a nonchalant, "Yes, we confirmed our relationship just last night. Is there an issue?" Upon hearing such a calm reply, Dai Mubai became somewhat agitated and exclaimed, "Of course there is an issue, and it's a significant one. Zhu Zhuqing, she's your fiancée, isn't she? I'm aware of that, but what does it matter?" Before Dai Mubai could finish his thought, Mo Dao interrupted him, causing Dai Mubai to freeze for a few seconds before incredulously saying, "You knew all along?" Mo Dao turned to glance at Dai Mubai, slightly bemused, and replied, Is it strange that I know this? Do not forget, I have already committed to being with Zhu Qing. But why would you agree to it knowing that? She's my fiancée. Dai Mu Bai's frustration erupted upon hearing Mo Dao's words. Yet, Mo Dao remained unfazed, responding in a measured tone. And what of it? Prior to this, did you ever care for her? When you were gallivanting with other girls, did you spare a thought for your fiancé? No. Before meeting Zhu Qing, you had not once considered your engagement, and just the night before, you were still pursuing other girls. Reflect on how many lives you have impacted over the years, and ask yourself, do you truly deserve her? Let me pose you a more piercing question. If your fiancée were not Zhu Qing, if she were less attractive than Ma Hongjuan's girlfriend, Xiao Chui, would you even spare her a glance? Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai fell silent. At that moment, Mo Dao delivered a final blow, stating, "And why do you think Zhu Qing is here? Why do you suppose her feelings towards you have turned to disdain, prompting her to seek me out to become my girlfriend? Consider what you were doing when you encountered Tang San. Dai Mu Bai, one must pay the price for their actions, and your connection with her is merely a family agreement. Why sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree?" Seeing that Dai Mu Bai was wavering, Mo Dao continued, "If you're concerned about your family's traditions, rest assured with me around. The previous medicinal baths and spirit wines will not be lacking. One could say that as long as your resources are sufficient and you put in the effort, achieving the rank of title de loi is straightforward, if not becoming a deity." As Dai Mu Bai recalled the towering flames and the trial space from the previous night, along with the medicinal wines and baths, he began to feel that the burden imposed by his family was not as daunting as he once thought. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of reluctance, for Zhu Qing was indeed a stunning beauty, and her figure was exquisite. With a begrudging expression, he said, "Teacher, she is still my fiancée. Although this may not be our desire, we are nonetheless bound by a marriage contract." Hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, Mo Dao cast him a sidelong glance, producing a bottle of spirit wine and tossing it to him, saying 1 bottle of spirit wine every week, and everything else will be at an 80 discount. Furthermore, should you encounter difficulties with your family, I can assist. Upon receiving the spirit wine, Dai Mu Bai's face lit up with joy. Although Zhu Qing was beautiful and he held a familial engagement, the truth was that they had barely met, and thus, no real feelings existed between them. His concern for Zhu Qing stemmed from the fact that, in their family, only the most exceptional and powerful individual among the siblings could survive. Zhu Qing's martial spirit, the Yuming spirit cat, complemented his own, allowing them to execute a martial spirit fusion technique. Without Zhu Qing, unless he surpassed his older brother and sister in strength, he would face certain doom upon reaching adulthood, as they, like him and Zhu Qing, shared the same fate, yet were older and significantly stronger. This reality had led him to despair, indulging in a life of hedonism at Shrek Academy, as hope had eluded him. However, Mo Dao had rekindled a flicker of hope within him, making Zhu Qing's presence seem inconsequential. As for the engagement, as Mo Dao had articulated, he had no desire to forsake an entire forest for a single flower, no matter how exquisite that flower might be. For who could say that the forest did not hold something even more beautiful and fitting for him? With Mo Dao's assurance, Dai Mu Bai no longer wrestled with his decision and promptly approached Zhu Qing to annul their engagement. Although the dissolution was merely between them and not acknowledged by their families, they had sealed it with a handshake, thus liberating Zhu Qing, allowing her to be free. Henceforth, as long as they resolved their respective family issues, who she chose to be with or marry would no longer concern anyone else. After confirming the annulment of their engagement with Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Qing gazed at Mo Dao's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Initially, she had come to seek Dai Mu Bai's companionship in training and growth to defeat his brother and her sister, aiming for survival. However, upon her arrival, Dai Mu Bai's situation starkly contrasted her expectations. She had imagined that he left the Xing Luo Empire to escape family constraints, to study, and to seek ways to triumph over his brother. Yet, she soon realized that he had come merely to save her life, enjoying his final years, having lost hope of overcoming his brother and succumbed to despair. Just when she felt hopeless, Mo Dao appeared, not only offering her solace, but also reigniting her hope for survival and liberation from fate. Seeing the situation unfold, Mo Dao decided to resolve the remaining matters, dedicating a day to travel to the Qing Luo Empire, where he met the heads of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai's families to facilitate the annulment of their engagement. Initially, the two families were reluctant to heed Mo Dao's words, even denying him an audience. After confronting and subduing a few self-important dukes, he finally gained an audience. But the emperor of the Qing Luo Empire, confident in his strength and the presence of a titled Dao, dismissed Mo Dao's requests. Consequently, Mo Dao proceeded to decisively confront the entire assembly, compelling them to comply, and they ultimately agreed to dissolve the engagement between Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, promising that even if Dai Mu Bai were to falter against their siblings in the future, no repercussions would befall him. Although this is a tradition of their Xinglor royal family, they can only comply due to their inferior strength, unable to even graze the hem of their opponent's garment. Otherwise, given the prowess of the opposing party, annihilating them would be a mere trifling task. After resolving the matters concerning the two individuals, Mo Dao did not hastily return, but instead leisurely strolled around, ultimately arriving at Wuhuan City. In the world of Doluo, the most precious treasures are undoubtedly the soul bones and soul rings. After all, martial souls are innate, no matter how formidable they are. They belong to others and cannot be taken away. Soul rings cannot be preserved, and whoever slays a soul beast is the one to absorb it. There is no opportunity for theft. The only items that can be seized, traded, and preserved are soul bones, which, due to their rarity, are even more valuable than soul rings, at least those under 100,000 years. Soul beasts over 100,000 years are guaranteed to yield soul bones. Hence, Mo Dao's purpose in visiting Wuhuan City was to seek soul bones. The Wuhuan Hall is the most powerful force on the continent, possessing a considerable stockpile of soul bones, which they themselves have no use for. So Mo Dao intended to propose a trade with them. Naturally, the most renowned figure in the Wuhuan Hall is the Pope, Bibi Dong, but the strongest is not her, but Qian Daolu, the father of the previous Pope, Qian Xuanji. Qian Daolu is a limit Doluo of level 99, arguably the pinnacle of Doluo continent. Only a few beings, akin to demigods, possess strength comparable to his. However, even if Qian Daolu were merely a limit Doluo, he would not shy away from even demigods or third-level gods, for in this world, even gods do not inherently comprehend the manipulation of spatial power. As long as one lacks this understanding, they remain in an invulnerable position. Therefore, Mo Dao was undaunted and boldly approached the Pope's chamber, declaring his desire to negotiate with Bibi Dong, wishing to exchange some spiritual liquor, elixirs, and other items for soul bones from the Wuhuan Hall. Upon hearing the report from her subordinates, Bibi Dong, seated upon her exalted throne, chuckled. Intriguingly, someone wishes to trade for all the soul bones of our Wuhuan Hall. This is truly a case of ignorance breeding courage. Allow him to enter. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong summoned Mo Dao, curious to see what manner of audacious youth dared to approach her in such a manner. Moments later, a youthful figure, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, entered. To her slight dismay, rather than bowing, the young man scrutinized her from head to toe, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Bold indeed, to stand before Her Majesty the Pope without kneeling, daring to meet her gaze without awaiting her decree. Before Bibi Dong could utter a word, one of her attendants could no longer contain himself. Hearing this, Mo Dao retracted his smile and glanced at the man, calmly stating, "Your master has yet to speak. Do you think you have a say in this? Begone." As the word "gone" left his lips, Mo Dao waved his right hand, and the man who had spoken vanished in an instant, reappearing outside the hall, rolling away like a tumbleweed. Witnessing this display, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although he was in the wrong, one must still consider the master when chastising the dog. Do you not think you have taken too far? Mo Dao raised his gaze to Bibi Dong, feeling somewhat fatigued from looking up at her. Thus, he moved swiftly, appearing less than a meter before her, standing in midair as he slightly lowered his head to regard her. This is much more comfortable. After uttering this, Mo Dao glanced at the astonished Bibi Dong and remarked, "Excessive? I do not believe so. Do you think my worth is inferior to his?" After carefully scrutinizing Mo Dao, Bibi Dong regained her composure and stood, meeting his gaze as she softly replied, "I admit I underestimated you, but you have indeed overstepped your bounds." As she spoke, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings slowly ascended beneath her, a formidable aura descending upon Mo Dao. However, to Bibi Dong's astonishment, as her soul rings manifested, the youthful visage before her bore no trace of shock, and her oppressive aura seemed to dissipate against him, akin to a drop of water vanishing into the sea. At that moment, Bibi Dong's expression grew serious, for this young man appeared to transcend her expectations. As she grappled with her tumultuous thoughts, Mo Dao smiled faintly and said, "Soul rings? I possess them as well, but they are of little use to me, so I seldom utilize them." As he spoke, 1 purple and 6 black soul rings emerged from beneath him, utterly shattering Bibi Dong's worldview. To those unfamiliar with the limits of soul rings, Mo Dao's display might seem merely astonishing. However, Bibi Dong, having once been the lover of the master, was acutely aware of the core competitive capabilities of martial souls and a maximum year limit for absorbing soul rings at each level. Thus, her shock only deepened, for she understood the implications of what she beheld. Each individual has a limit to the age of the soul rings they can absorb at each level. While there may be variances due to physical constitution, a soul master at level 10 would never be able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Not even a soul master at level 20 could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, for the sheer magnitude of power contained within such a ring is insurmountable. And the lingering essence of the soul beast is far too potent for a typical 20-level soul master to withstand, unless that individual is extraordinary. Even if one is extraordinary, the second soul ring would be 10,000 years, and the first soul ring would be deep purple, even tinged with black. This is simply too much. Hence, Bibi Dong surmised that this youth might not be human. No human physique, no matter how outrageous, could endure such powerful soul rings at level 10 unless their constitution was inherently comparable to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. This, however, seemed impossible, leading her to conclude that this young man might be a deity or a divine offspring. Only a deity or divine offspring could possess such formidable vitality without any cultivation. Thus, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, gazing intently at Mo Dao as she spoke. "I care not whether you are a fallen god or a divine offspring. This is the Pope's hall, my domain, and here I hold the authority." When confronted with Bibi Dong's assertive stance, Mo Dao chuckled, lifting her flawless chin with his hand, saying, "You hold authority? Just based on your incomplete inheritance of the title of the god of Azura?" Bibi Dong was taken aback by Mo Dao's audacious gesture, feeling as though her dignity was being provoked and trampled upon, igniting her fury. Yet, what terrified her was that even in that moment, despite summoning all her soul power, she remained utterly immobilized, ensnared by Mo Dao without her awareness, unable to move a muscle. She is indeed the Pope, revered by countless admirers. Even kings must respectfully acknowledge her presence. It has been so long since anyone dared to address her in such a manner. She has lost track of time. But even if the person before her is a deity, she is not someone to be easily humiliated. A powerful aura erupted from Bibi Dong, this time laced with ominous dark red energy, the divine power of the Luocha god. Although Bibi Dong has not fully inherited the divine position of the Luocha god, she has already acquired a significant portion of its power, thus enabling her to wield some divine energy. However, it is not merely a thread of power she can command. Even if she had fully assumed the mantle of the Luocha god, she would still find herself helpless against Mo Dao's spatial confinement. For that is the power of the laws, specifically the law of space. Only magic can defeat magic, and to contend with the power of laws, one must possess absolute strength, thus rendering any attempts to counter the laws futile unless one wields the power of the laws themselves. Bibi Dong does not comprehend what laws are. She simply attempts to forcibly break Mo Dao's spatial confinement by mobilizing the energy within her. While it cannot be said that her approach is entirely misguided, breaking Mo Dao's spatial confinement is beyond her capabilities as a title de law, let alone a demigod or even a level 3 god, who might also struggle to break through with sheer force. Seeing Bai Bai Dong's stunningly beautiful face twisted in despair due to her use of the Luocha god's power, Mo Dao suddenly found the Luocha god's power rather distasteful. He extended his hand and pressed it against Bai Bai Dong's forehead. This power, which transforms a beautiful maiden into a grotesque creature, is truly a wasteful act. As he spoke, Mo Dao abruptly infused his power into Bai Bai Dong's body. The soul power within her sensed the external intrusion and resisted with all its might. But Mo Dao's energy was far too pure and inexhaustible, akin to a vast ocean. Within just half an hour, he drained Bai Bai Dong's Luocha god power and even her soul power entirely. Seeing Bai Bai Dong's soul power nearly exhausted and her face weary, her enchanting beauty restored to its original state as the Luocha god's power dissipated, Mo Dao nodded in satisfaction. He then transformed his sword-like fingers into a grasp and swiftly pulled away the last remnants of the Luocha god's power from her, depleting it entirely. With the final trace of the Luocha god's power extinguished, despair filled Bai Bai Dong's eyes. Observing her plight, Mo Dao gently caressed her delicate face and reassured her. "Do not worry. With your beauty, how could I bear to harm you? Just wait patiently. I shall facilitate your rebirth. It is merely a matter of divinity. Once I assist you in this transformation, exchanging those soul bones with me will make your ascent to godhood a delightful and effortless journey. Of course, if you choose to follow me, you will find gods like the Luocha god easily dispatched." As he spoke, Mo Dao was not idle. He retrieved various elixirs for cleansing and detoxifying and, without hesitation, poured them into Bai Bai Dong's open lips, followed by several sips of spirit wine. After completing these tasks, he assisted Bai Bai Dong into a seated position and directed his energy towards her lower dantian, channeling power to dissolve the medicinal effects and facilitate her transformation, completely eliminating the Luocha god's alterations to her body. However, the Luocha god's power was exceedingly domineering, and the modifications it imposed on her were substantial. Therefore, as the elixirs and spirit wine began to take effect and restore her body, Bai Bai Dong could not help but emit a soft groan. Initially, she managed to suppress her discomfort with a mere sound, but as the effects intensified, she could no longer contain herself, letting out soft whimpers. Yet, this suffering did not last long, as the medicinal properties of the spirit wine began to activate, combined with the tingling sensation from her body's restoration, transforming her pained sounds into soft moans, causing Mo Dao to blush, especially when her clothes became drenched in sweat, accentuating her alluring figure. What a captivating enchantress! As he spoke, Mo Dao grasped Bai Bai Dong's shoulders and in an instant found himself in her chamber. With a wave of his hand, a wooden tub materialized, and with another wave, it filled with the fragrant spirit wine. After filling the tub with ordinary spirit wine, Mo Dao's eyes nearly blazed with intensity. Yet he could not resist placing the entranced Bai Bai Dong into the tub, then crushed a few elixirs and submerged his hand into the spirit wine, heating it to a pleasantly warm temperature. In the 270th chapter, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Bai Bai Dong's room filled with the rich aroma of spirit wine as Mo Dao extracted it. The scent intensified when he heated it. Bibi Nong, already slightly tipsy from soaking in the wine and having consumed some prior, felt the effects magnified by the heat, causing her to become dizzily intoxicated. In such a state, she needed to expel the alcohol quickly. Otherwise, if she continued to absorb it, she would soon be fully drunk. However, her garments were of such fine quality that they clung to her body when wet. This, while pleasing to Mo Dao's eyes, was not conducive to absorbing the medicinal properties of the spirit wine, nor did it facilitate the expulsion of the alcohol. Thus, gazing at Bai Bai Dong's dreamy eyes, he suggested, "Shall I assist you in removing your clothing?" Upon hearing Mo Dao's words, Bai Bai Dong's previously hazy gaze sharpened considerably. With Mo Dao having released his hold over her, her soul power had also regained some strength, allowing her to glare at him indignantly and exclaim, "Get lost." Yet, leaving was not an option. He had yet to complete her cleansing and transformation. However, he refrained from making any moves and continued to adjust the energy within Bai Bai Dong's body to catalyze the effects of the elixirs. At that moment, Mo Dao noticed that as Bai Bai Dong absorbed the spirit wine, the vapor rich with spiritual energy began to rise, prompting him to caution her. While the vapor contains pure spiritual energy, it also harbors substantial alcoholic fumes. Overindulgence could lead to intoxication. If you find yourself lacking in spiritual energy, I shall provide you with more spirit wine once the cleansing is complete. For now, focus on cooperating with me for your transformation. Otherwise, I cannot be held responsible for any consequences. However, Bai Bai Dong paid no heed to Mo Dao's warning, continuing her course unabated. Mo Dao, having surmised her intent to quickly restore her cultivation, recognized that she could not afford to be entirely powerless. Thus, even knowing the risks of intoxication, she pressed on. Observing this scene, Mo Dao shook his head but offered no further comment. However, he soon found himself swallowing hard, for as Bai Bai Dong inhaled more of the vapor, she quickly succumbed to drunkenness. The cleansing process itself imbued a sense of fervor as her blood surged and her bodily functions heightened, compounded by the warmth of the spirit wine, rendering Bai Bai Dong acutely aware of the heat enveloping her. If she were in a state of lucidity, even feeling the heat, she would refrain from taking any action. However, intoxicated by the myriad aromas of alcohol, she found herself parting her garments. Although Bibi Dong was already a mother in her teens or 20s, she had not allowed any man to touch her, except for the incident when Qian Xuanji had drugged her. As any human would, she possessed innate desires, while previously her high cultivation allowed her to suppress such instincts. The effects of intoxication and her current recovery to the level of a soul king rendered her body as urges increasingly difficult to control. Montakda, observing Bibi Dong's dazed eyes, slightly parted lips, and flushed cheeks, could not help but swallow hard. Nevertheless, he continued to assist her in the cleansing ritual. Upon successfully completing the cleansing, Mo Dao's attire was drenched and disheveled, while Bibi Dong's enchanting eyes sparkled with tenderness, intensified by her earlier movements that had left her in a rather disarrayed state. After aiding Bibi Dong, he replaced the spirit wine in the bathing tub with warm water to wash away the remnants of the alcohol, at which point she regained a semblance of clarity. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing the focused and earnest expression on Mo Dao's face, she did not push him away, but instead wrapped her arms around his neck, murmuring, "Love me, I miss you so much." Mo Dao was momentarily taken aback by her words, then replied softly, "Though your beauty is irresistible, I am not him, nor a substitute for anyone else. My name is Mo Dao, and I wish for you to understand this." Bibi Dong, her eyes clouded with longing, seemed to unconsciously repeat her plea, which struck Mo Dao like a thunderclap. He promptly lifted her and placed her on the bed. After doing so, he addressed her once more, "Your Majesty, I am coming now, and remember, my name is Mo Dao." At that moment, Bibi Dong, with her eyes still clouded, turned her face inward, her intentions clear. Regardless of her thoughts or whether she genuinely considered him a substitute, it was of little consequence now, as he had declared his identity twice. Thus, Bibi Dong was aware of this, knowing who would share the night with her. With this understanding, even if she regarded him as a mere stand-in, it mattered not. A soft moan escaped her lips, and who could have anticipated that this alluring sound would emanate from the exalted Pope? Although Bibi Dong was the mother of Qian Renshue, she had never consciously experienced intimacy before, making this encounter her first. Consequently, Mo Dao enveloped her in gentleness throughout the night. The following morning, as she beheld the handsome young man beside her, her expression was a tumult of emotions. In truth, she had been entirely aware last night and could have rejected Mo Dao. Yet, upon witnessing his earnest and focused visage, an inexplicable desire surged within her, a yearning to possess him. Despite the clarity that this young man was not the one she had once loved, in that moment, She succumbed to her body's instincts and indulged herself. However, upon awakening and gazing at the youth beside her, she wished fervently to erase both her former self and the young man from existence. As memories of last night flooded back, a faint blush adorned her exquisite face, only to be swiftly replaced by a chilling resolve. She raised her hand, as white as jade, and began to gather her soul power. Just as she was about to strike, she recalled Mo Dao's words about enabling her ascension to divinity. And most importantly, she remembered his gentleness from the previous night, which momentarily stilled her hand. After much hesitation, Bibi Dong ultimately refrained from attacking and instead infused Mo Dao with her soul power, sealing his own within him so he could not wield it. "Since you desire this, you shall remain here for eternity," she declared. As she spoke, she tossed aside the covers, preparing to rise, but at that instant, powerful arms enveloped her in an embrace. "I believe I might truly be developing feelings for you." A week later, Pope Bibi Dong announced her abdication, passing the papacy to Hulayina, while she devoted herself to profound cultivation and guided Hulayina in consolidating control over the Spear Hall. During this time, the elders did not refrain from interference. However, after Mo Dao effortlessly dispatched a title de law of level 95 with a single strike, they fell silent, including Qian Daolu. Bibi Dong focused on her training, striving to break through to level 99 and ascend to godhood, while Mo Dao returned to Shrek Academy, where the master had already arrived. Upon his arrival, he assumed responsibility for guiding Tang San and the others in their training. After experiencing the benefits of the trial space, it became a mandatory part of their daily regimen. With Mo Dao's return, the Master's training intensified to extremes, with the mantra of no stopping until collapse as the new standard. The elixirs Mo Dao prepared were far superior to those of the master, allowing for a quick revitalization with noticeable improvements in soul power after a mere soak. Under such rigorous training, Zhu Zhuqing and the others experienced rapid growth in strength and synergy, with their team exercises conducted within the trial space. Initially, the master intended for Mo Dao to accompany them in training, enhancing their combat experience. But after a few matches, he relinquished this idea, stating, "Mo Dao is simply not human." While the Shrek 7 monsters were labeled as extraordinary, they remained within the realm of humanity, unlike Mo Dao, who defied all conventional understanding. At the outset, the master instructed Mo Dao to suppress his soul power to only a level above Tang San's, permitting the use of skills appropriate to their rank. However, upon declaring the start, the master soon realized that Tang San and his companions remained motionless. Only when he noticed the cold sweat on their brows did he understand that a razor-sharp sword energy was aimed at them. Realizing this, the master imposed further restrictions, forbidding Mo Dao from utilizing sword energy. Yet, a mere second after he called for the start, all participants were sent flying. In that fleeting moment, Mo Dao had executed 7 instantaneous movements, knocking all 7 of them away in an instant. At this point, the master was sweating profusely. Yet upon witnessing the unyielding expressions on Tang San and his companions, he chose not to call off the match and instead proposed another round. After conversing with Mo Dao, he established new limits. Mo Dao could only wield a soul power of level 30 and use only the first 3 ring skills, prohibiting any other techniques such as instantaneous movement or sword energy. This time, Tang San and his companions were not defeated in an instant. They managed to endure for 15 seconds. Alas, despite Mo Dao relying on soul skills he deemed inferior, these abilities remained overwhelmingly powerful against Tang San and his group. To say nothing of the rest, even the first soul skill alone was sufficient to dominate them, for while Mo Dao lacked proficiency in hidden weapon techniques, his 6 senses were remarkably acute. His vision, in particular, surpassed Tang San's current ZGMO Tong, proving to be exceptionally keen. Consequently, he could unleash his first soul skill in an instant, delivering an area of effect assault directly aimed at their vulnerabilities. If the first soul skill failed to clear the field, the second soul ring's 10,000 years soul skill, Resistance Fire Ring, High, could easily envelop them as they attempted to evade. Indeed, perhaps due to his martial spirit, all of Mo Dao's abilities were area-based, and his absolute command over flames allowed him to convert them into targeted locking soul skills. Thus, Tang San and his companions narrowly evaded Mo Dao's first soul skill, only to be ensnared by his second, leaving them unable to flee or even move. As for Xiao Wu's charm, it might as well not exist. Consequently, the seven of them suffered a dismal defeat. Following this experience, they finally comprehended the vast disparity between themselves and Mo Dao, leading to a more rigorous training regimen. A month later, the entire continent sensed a powerful and divine aura that left even title dual-level beings stunned, for it heralded the ascension of a new deity. However, they were perplexed that this aura appeared only momentarily before vanishing, and they could not discern the nature of the divine position. At that moment, Bai Dong gazed in astonishment at a world that starkly contrasted with Doluo Dalu. 2 days prior to her own ascension, Mo Dao approached her with an offer to take her to another world, a place where she could possess divine strength without being bound by divine authority. Initially skeptical, Bai Dong began to believe when Mo Dao conjured a mysterious portal filled with unfathomable grandeur. Yet, she still harbored doubts. However, upon arriving in this new realm, her skepticism vanished entirely. This world represented not merely a new beginning, but a fresh start, a place where no one recognized her past or held any painful memories. Thus, upon entering this world, Bai Dong chose never to return to the Doluo realm. After much contemplation, she brought Qian Rinxue over, and they referred to each other as sisters, completely severing ties with their past in Doluo Dalu. After ensuring the safety of Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue in the Doqi continent, Mo Dao returned to the Doluo world. Half a month later, on a serene morning, Mo Dao awoke to find Zhu Zhuqing beside him, and a flicker of tenderness crossed his gaze. Although reluctant to leave, the system had successfully upgraded yesterday. Following this upgrade, the lottery system was refined, categorizing each level into technological and mystical aspects. This compelled Mo Dao to depart, as the technological aspect of the Myriad Worlds lottery contained a wealth of scientific knowledge. The existing points he had accumulated were sufficient to propel a civilization into the age of interstellar navigation. Thus, he was eager to return to the wandering world and enable them to develop this technology. With such advancements, should he encounter world akin to Do Pa or Do Luo again, he could simply open a portal and unleash a vast fleet upon them. After bestowing a gentle kiss upon Zhu Zhuqing's flawless forehead, Mo Dao departed from the Dole world and returned to the wandering world through the portal. Upon his return, Lu Qi had already become a junior pilot, having taken over his grandfather's position. When Mo Dao reappeared, Lu Qi's family was swiftly summoned, even calling back Duo, who was in class, to confer with Mo Dao. Mo Dao did not conceal his intentions, directly articulating his purpose. Upon hearing his proposal, they were left astounded and filled with disbelief. However, confronted with the reality of the situation, they had no choice but to accept, unanimously deciding to collaborate with Mo Dao, who would become their leader. As long as Mo Dao did not betray them or lead them to their demise, his commands would henceforth be their absolute orders. Naturally, Mo Dao did not fully trust this arrangement, as human hearts are prone to change. Therefore, he enhanced his changing magic core to function like an omnipotent overseer, capable of monitoring and even controlling the various technologies emanating from him. With his safeguard in place, he was unconcerned about any potential betrayal in the future. Once he ensured he would not face repercussions, Mo Dao expended several million points, summoning a vast array of scientific knowledge, much of which was immediately applicable upon comprehension. Chapter 272, The Chaos of Hong. Many things, lacking a well-formed system, are rendered unusable even if advanced items are provided, for there is insufficient foundation to transform these into practical applications. The technology in the wandering world was already relatively advanced, yet still inadequate to directly implement these sophisticated advancements. However, the plethora of resources provided by Li Qiyi was overwhelming and comprehensive, constituting a complete technological system capable of supporting their entry into the age of interstellar navigation. Yet, thoroughly understanding and converting these materials into finished products would require several years, which Mo Dao could not afford to wait for. Furthermore, many of these advancements were not immediately urgent. Therefore, he instructed them to prioritize the development of mechas, spatial technology, energy shields, and other critical technologies. In addition, Mo Dao incorporated talismans, Do Qi, and soul-guiding devices into the mix, encouraging them to merge these studies into rune mechas, allowing even those with lesser abilities to wield tremendous power when piloting them. However, before any of this could unfold, they first needed to secure a safe location to halt the Earth's trajectory. Presently, most of their strength was devoted to controlling the planet's wandering path, leaving little time for scientific endeavors. This was not an insurmountable issue for Mo Dao. He could easily transport everyone through the portal to other worlds. Nevertheless, the population of the wandering world was substantial, and they were reluctant to abandon their homeland. Thus, Mo Dao instructed them to focus on researching spatial technology while he sought an appropriate refuge for them. Once a suitable location was found, he would gather and relocate them to safety, subsequently decelerating the Earth, ushering them into their new home, and restoring its rotation to return the small sphere to normalcy. All of this would require time, so Mo Dao left the changing magic core in the wandering world before returning to the Dolo realm. He had yet to complete his sign-in there, and now that everything was settled, it was time for him to depart for the next world. As he made this decision, the system's voice resonated within his consciousness. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in to the Dolual world. This time, the host has obtained a sphere of the world's origin. The world's origin, the very essence of existence, serves as both the beginning and the end of a realm, possessing unparalleled utility. By refining it, one can achieve sainthood instantly or even create a new world, becoming its sovereign. Upon reading this introduction, Mo Dao could not help but swallow hard. For this treasure far surpasses the so-called 9 Revolutions golden elixir or the peach of immortality. Achieving sainthood in an instant signifies the pinnacle of existence within the chaos world, allowing such a being to establish a sanctuary amidst the void and create a realm of their own. In the face of such an entity, Mo Dao felt like nothing more than an ant, easily crushed. The temptation to refine this sphere of the world's origin into his own being was nearly irresistible. However, the alternative option was equally formidable. The ability to directly establish a new world and become its ruler could rival that of a saint, and in certain respects, may even surpass it. Sainthood merely signifies transcending this particular world, while world sovereign not only transcends, but also commands the realm itself. Unlike a saint who only removes themselves from existence. Yet, due to the uncertainty surrounding the nature of the world he might create, it was difficult to ascertain which option was truly superior. In the long run, establishing a new world was undoubtedly more advantageous, as any world created would be perfect and capable of further growth, theoretically without limit. Thus, it was clear that over time, the rewards of world creation would be far more abundant. Nonetheless, since the specifics of the world to be created remained unknown, direct refinement appeared to be the more prudent choice for mere power enhancement. After contemplating for some time, Mo Dao ultimately resolved to merge the world's origin into his world seed. His world seed was already a perfect seed capable of sprouting into a flawless microcosm, and he had successfully pseudo-established it. By infusing this sphere of the world's origin into his small realm, not only would it transform into a perfect microcosm, but it might even evolve into a middle thousand world. A middle thousand world, akin to the law or Do Pa, would be within his grasp upon merging with the world's origin. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through him. More importantly, as the world's sovereign, he could wield the power of this realm in battle. To command the strength of a middle thousand world against foes was no small feat. Even a deity might struggle to withstand such might. After a moment's reflection, Mo Dao seamlessly integrated the world's origin. Once he merged the essence into his pseudo-microcosm, darkness enveloped him, and he suddenly beheld a singular point emerge from the void, which, under the influence of some force, violently erupted. The resulting explosion expanded swiftly, and under certain rules, diverse materials rapidly coalesced, giving birth to a complete world. At that moment, Mo Dao felt as though he had become one with this world, with everything within it under his dominion. With but a thought, he could turn fire to ice, heat water, or incinerate all things. Moreover, he realized that he could create anything he could imagine within this realm and bestow life upon it. The sensation was utterly sublime, rendering him somewhat oblivious to the outside world. However, he refrained from conjuring bizarre entities, opting instead to manifest the flora, fauna, and natural phenomena typical of a world, thereby transferring everything from his previous pseudo-microcosm into this new creation. Upon completing these tasks, Mo Dao vanished from the Doloa world, only to reappear beneath a colossal mountain that seemed to reach the heavens. This was no exaggeration. The sheer grandeur of the mountain was awe-inspiring, and its name resonated within his mind. Buzhou Mountain. Astonishingly, it was indeed Buzhou Mountain, and unscathed at that. Had he truly arrived in the primordial chaos? The system was remarkable. During the primordial chaos, innate treasures were abundant, and various rare resources were plentiful. However, if he had arrived in the later stages of the primordial chaos, peril would abound, as quasi-saints roamed freely, and even saints would often reveal themselves. In such a time, even a golden immortal would be considered insignificant. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Mo Dao immediately concealed all traces of his presence, wary of inadvertently attracting the attention of a powerful being passing by. After suppressing his aura, he examined the information transmitted by the system. Chapter 273. Treasure hunting in the primordial chaos. The news from the system filled Mo Dao with immense excitement. This world of primordial chaos was still in its nascent phase, a time when the universe was just beginning to unfold, and the calamities wrought by ferocious beasts had yet to commence. The future saints and quasi-saints had not yet come into being, meaning that aside from the rampant beasts, the renowned powers of the future were still absent. This indicated that he could seize these treasures ahead of others. Naturally, to acquire these treasures, he would need sufficient strength. Otherwise, breaching the innate restrictions and formations would prove challenging, as innate spiritual items often possess self-preservation abilities. Thus, upon realizing he had arrived in the early days of the primordial chaos, Mo Dao delved deep into Buzhou Mountain, exchanging all redeemable items for points to enhance his cultivation. This was the primordial chaos, and more specifically, the period preceding the heavens opening, where innate spiritual energy was abundant. Most importantly, he had brought his own cultivation techniques, alleviating any concerns regarding bottlenecks. Previously, Mo Dao had to reserve some resources for emergencies, but now he felt liberated, as even the spiritual energy contained in a random blade of grass in the primordial chaos exceeded that of various world spiritual herbs. As a result, within a year, Mo Dao's cultivation ascended to the golden immortal level, though the mountain peak he occupied became barren, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Beyond the golden immortal stage lay the Tai golden immortal, followed by the Great Luo golden immortal, the Hunyuan Great Luo golden immortal quasi-saint, and the Hunyuan Wujidian Great Luo golden immortal saint. Admittedly, while the golden immortal stage may seem trivial in a world where quasi-saints roamed freely and Great Luo were deemed insignificant, the universe was still in its infancy, with ferocious beasts rampant and those mighty figures yet to emerge. In this early stage, even the presence of Great Luo was scarce, and quasi-saints were even rarer. Thus, with caution, Mo Dao felt confident enough in his cultivation to venture forth and explore the realm. Furthermore, although the ferocious beasts possess formidable strength, their consciousness is utterly chaotic, devoid of any intellect, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Thus, as long as one remains vigilant, the dangers are minimal. Moreover, Mo Dao's mastery of the spatial laws, the laws of thunder, the laws of tremors, and the path of flames is exceptionally potent. In the turbulent realm of Hongwang, he can manipulate the powers of the laws of nature to engage in combat, often dispatching adversaries of the same tier in mere moments. In this realm, Apart from innate treasures, the laws themselves are paramount. Aside from these supreme treasures, it is exceedingly difficult for other entities to withstand or counteract the assaults of the laws. Therefore, despite Mo Dao's cultivation being at the golden immortal level, when it comes to actual combat, he possesses the confidence to vanquish even slightly weaker Great Luo beings. Regrettably, the current state of the Honghuang world resembles a wild and untamed wilderness, still in its nascent phases of development and shrouded in ignorance. They lack any established systems of cultivation methods, relying instead on instinctively absorbing innate spiritual energy for their training. This situation can be likened to two individuals of equal physical prowess. One an ordinary person without any combat skills, perhaps wielding a decent weapon, while the other, possessing the same physical capabilities, has undergone systematic training and wields a slightly inferior weapon with remarkable expertise. In such a scenario, unless the latter were to act irrationally and recklessly, the former would invariably face defeat, as the clash is a matter of technique and experience, not merely a contest of slightly superior weaponry that one cannot even wield effectively. Consequently, after solidifying his cultivation at the golden immortal level, Mo Dao departed from that mountain peak in search of treasures. The area surrounding Buzhou Mountain is renowned for its abundance of treasures, prompting Mo Dao to venture inward rather than outward. To his surprise, he discovered that Buzhou Mountain exuded a formidable pressure, as no ferocious beasts dared to approach. Yet, he felt no such pressure himself, as if it were non-existent. This was fortuitous, as it allowed him to search for treasures without restraint. Upon leaving the mountain peak, Mo Dao exemplified the phrase wherever he passed. The heavens rose 3 feet, and the earth sank 3 inches. He spared no celestial-level entities in his path. Initially, he intended to collect everything, but soon realized the futility of this endeavor. Although the lesser treasures were abundant, their value was minimal, and he found that even a single item of slightly higher rank surpassed them in worth. Thus, he only sought treasures exceeding the celestial level. However, he quickly realized that the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain was teeming with treasures, with celestial and true celestial-level items in abundance. Consequently, he only collected items below the spirit treasure level when they were in close proximity. Anything further afield was disregarded. Utilizing his mastery of spatial laws for rapid teleportation, Mo Dao amassed a vast collection of treasures within a mere century, including over 10,000 spirit treasures, with lesser treasures piling up in his small world. He acquired around 1,000 mid-grade treasures and several hundred high-grade ones. Among the top-tier innate treasures, he discovered 3 remarkable items: the Li Di Yin Guang Qi, the 12-petal creation Qing Lian, and the Ding Han Zhu. Typically, such extraordinary innate treasures are born alongside innate deities. How Mo Dao came into possession of them remains a mystery, especially the last item, the Ding Han Zhu, which continuously enhances the soul and protects the divine consciousness, rivaling innate treasures in significance. However, the most astonishing discovery occurred when Mo Dao stumbled upon a small stone strip upon his return. Initially intrigued by its peculiar nature, he picked it up, only to be utterly astonished upon realizing its extraordinary properties. This stone strip contained immense restraining power. Upon this revelation, he casually began to refine it. Remarkably, he succeeded in this endeavor almost inadvertently, as he had not anticipated success and was already preparing for failure. Yet in the next moment he succeeded, and when he received feedback from the stone strip, he was left in a state of bewilderment, as it was revealed to be the Hongming Liang Tianqi. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure after this revelation. In addition to these spirit treasures, he also discovered numerous innate spiritual roots. Although he did not find renowned varieties, such as the Pantao or the Rinshengua tree, he did come across equally valuable varieties like the Ziyu Pu Tao, the postnatal spiritual root Feng Shui Li Ji tree, and several lesser spiritual roots, amassing an impressive collection that nearly overwhelmed his small world. Nevertheless, his treasure hunting expedition in Buzhou Mountain reached its conclusion, as he could ascend no higher. This was not due to an inability to withstand the pressure above, but because any further ascent would result in being teleported back down, a phenomenon governed by the perfected application of spatial laws. Although Mo Dao's comprehension of spatial concepts is profound, he is yet to fully grasp the entirety of spatial laws. Thus, he could not ascend further and opted to seek treasures elsewhere. Of course, he did not forget to return to other worlds. Had he not been able to traverse these realms, he might not have persevered through the years. The rapid flow of time in the Hongwang world allows him to send resources back to Medusa and her companions, after which he once again delved into treasure hunting in the Hongwang realm. Chapter 274. Departing from Hongwang after leaving Buzhou Mountain. Mo Dao noted a significant decrease in available treasures outside. However, the treasures he had already collected were more than sufficient, and the innate spiritual energy in this realm was comparable to the energy drawn from the system, abundant enough for his needs. Consequently, he ceased his further scavenging and instead sought high-quality treasures. Items of slightly lesser value, unless particularly unique, were generally disregarded, as the treasures he currently possessed were adequate for his cultivation to the sage level and beyond. His collection of treasures had become so extensive that he found them more than sufficient. In fact, Medusa and her companions were already adorned in top-tier treasures. Thus, he focused solely on seeking rare and exceptional items. Nonetheless, the abundance of ferocious beasts along his journey was overwhelming, resulting in the demise of countless creatures. The silver lining, however, was that vanquishing these beasts granted him substantial Dao merits. Therefore, Mo Dao extracted 5 spirit veins corresponding to the 5 elements, merging them with innate star sands, primordial gold, and 10 strands of innate gold energy to forge a set of 5-element sword array. Upon its completion, this array was classified as a postnatal treasure. After slaying nearly 1,000,000 ferocious beasts with this sword array, a significant influx of Dao merits descended upon him, elevating the array to the status of a merit treasure. At this point, the 5-element sword array boasted destructive power comparable to the most exceptional innate treasures, merely a step away from becoming an innate treasure itself. Its greatest strength lies in its ability to perpetually generate more 5-element sword arrays through the continuous cycle of generation and restraint among the 5 elements once activated. Although the derived sword formation lacks the power of the original sword array, annihilating these ferocious beasts, which are at best golden immortal level, is akin to mowing grass. However, this massive slaughter of beasts eventually attracted the attention of even more formidable creatures. While Mo Dao was engaged in the systematic extermination of these disoriented beasts, a creature resembling a Qilin, yet exuding an aura of malevolence and brutality, approached him. This beast, entirely enveloped in darkness and radiating ominous energy, had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Upon sensing its presence, Mo Dao did not retreat. Instead, he withdrew the 5-element sword formation to protect himself and summoned the Hongmeng Liangtian Qi, wielding it in his hand. Initially, Mo Dao assumed that a beast of such cultivation would possess some degree of consciousness, but to his disappointment, the creature charged at him without hesitation, intent on attacking. Alas, he had hoped that such power would grant it some semblance of intelligence, yet it remained as brutal and chaotic as ever. It seemed that his aspirations of acquiring a mount were futile. With this thought, Mo Dao twirled the Hongmeng Liangtian Qi, treating it as a sword, and thrust it directly into the beast's forehead. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor the terrifying sight of space fracturing. Only an exceedingly subtle sword Qi, seemingly devoid of power, was emitted from the Hongmeng Liangtian Qi nevertheless. This seemingly insignificant sword Qi effortlessly pierced through the beast's defenses, extinguishing its life force entirely. After the beast was slain, its body erupted in purple flames, incinerating and refining it into the purest energy in existence. At that moment, a golden light descended from the heavens, leaving Mo Dao momentarily stunned, for upon receiving this divine merit, he learned that the beast he had just defeated was one of the 4 overlords of ferocious beasts. It appears I have arrived too early. This beast's cultivation had not yet ascended. Waiting for those formidable deities to emerge would require a considerable amount of time. I had thought that with such an abundance of treasures, there would be more formidable beasts, yet this one had only existed for a few 100 million years, with the highest cultivation being merely at the great Luo golden immortal level. Indeed, it was rather premature. However, arriving early had its advantages, as it allowed him to accrue even more divine merit. Thus, Mo Dao became increasingly fervent in his slaying. Ultimately, Mo Dao spent a millennium cleansing the larger groups of ferocious beasts throughout the Hongwang world, eliminating no fewer than 800 of the so-called overlords of beasts. Were it not for the ample divine merit, he might have ceased long ago, as he was on the verge of nausea at the mere sight of these beasts. Yet, reflexively, he raised his hand and unleashed an area of effect skill, clearing them all away. After dispersing the majority of the ferocious beast hordes, leaving only a few behind, an immense golden light descended upon Mo Dao, at which point he realized that the calamity of the ferocious beasts had come to an end. Indeed, Mo Dao single-handedly breached the calamity of the ferocious beasts, overcoming a great tribulation of heaven and earth. The divine merit he received was overwhelming, almost suffocating in its magnitude. Estimating its worth, he concluded that absorbing it would elevate him to the level of a sage and possibly even leave him with a surplus. However, Mo Dao chose not to absorb it, for he found it unnecessary. He had encountered no obstacles in his pursuit of sagehood, as his comprehension of the laws had made significant progress over the years, particularly in the realms of lightning, space, and fire. Given that this world had only recently begun to take form, the various heavenly laws had yet to fully obscure themselves, facilitating his understanding of these principles. Consequently, he had mastered over 90% of the laws he had previously grasped, with the laws of shock reaching around 80%, and others such as water, wind, and causality hovering around 10%, with some slightly higher at 30 to 40%. With his current level of understanding, attaining sagehood was not difficult. However, the energy required for such an ascension was exceedingly vast, and the transformation of his body would be gradual, necessitating time. Thus, his cultivation had only managed to reach the great Luo golden immortal level. Therefore, rather than absorbing the divine merit, Mo Dao compressed it into a set of divine garments. Indeed, a set of divine attire. When this ensemble took form, Mo Dao was taken aback, for he had merely intended to condense a merit gold wheel. Yet, due to the overwhelming quantity of merit, an unexpected transformation occurred during the compression, resulting in an armored set of divine garments. This attire not only radiated brilliance, but also possessed an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. However, the light of divine merit was too ostentatious to conceal, prompting Mo Dao to absorb it into his body rather than don it. He had already acquired a considerable amount of merit previously, which he had refined into exceptional treasures for Medusa and her companions. After completing the calamity of the ferocious beasts, Mo Dao deemed his task accomplished and prepared to depart for the next realm. Additionally, with a significant interval before the dragon and phoenix calamity, and having gathered a sufficient number of treasures, he resolved to leave. Of course, before departing, he established his own dojo in a location rich in spiritual energy. Though not the most exceptional, yet undeniably breathtaking and comfortable, erecting a protective array capable of withstanding even the most formidable quasi-sages, and set up a portal there. To safeguard this dojo, Mo Dao deployed the 5-element sword formation and numerous other formations, including some potent innate arrays, such as the innate Yin-Yang Great Array and the innate 5 Elements Great Array. Thus, even the most elite quasi-sages would find it impossible to breach this formation. Even if a sage were to intervene, it would take considerable time to shake its foundation. If a quasi-sage were to preside over the array, no single sage could hope to break through. With such a formation in place, Medusa and her companions could cultivate in peace. After granting them the rights to the portal, Mo Dao departed the Hongwang world, setting forth towards the next realm. Chapter 275. This is the end. In the world of origins, Mo Dao gazed at the broad river illuminated by brilliant lights, which remained bright even in the night. Particularly admiring the grand treasure ships a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that his attention was fixated on a veiled maidservant. Having spent several days in this world, Mo Dao first sought out the Baking Fang and found the dual-faced little fox. This little fox was indeed a creature of intrigue, possessing both cunning and strength. Yet unfortunately, she had encountered Mo Dao. His prowess was far too overwhelming for her, causing her to collapse to the ground upon merely sensing his aura. Once he had subdued the little fox, winning her over became considerably easier. After all, when one's strength reaches a level beyond which one can look up, resistance becomes futile. Thus, the little fox yielded to him, whether out of genuine submission or as a strategic move, and was promptly taken as his maidservant. Certainly, his decision to tame the little fox was motivated by a desire to comprehend certain aspects of this world, for the conclusion of Yuanxi reveals that it is indeed complex, with many mysteries lurking beneath the surface. As the mistress of Baking Fang and a direct participant in the enigmatic events at the bottom of the lake, this little fox undoubtedly possesses a wealth of knowledge. Thus, Mo Dao chose to keep her close. Through her words, he gleaned significant information, such as the usual locations where the national master practiced and the approximate timing of Xiao Bai's assassination attempt on him, along with insights into the national master's origins and his approximate level of power. Initially, Mo Dao attempted to subtly probe into the matter of the lake monster, but upon sensing his intent, the little fox became quite attached to him, employing every tactic to divert his attention. Although Mo Dao had contemplated savoring the little fox's essence previously, his attempts had been deftly evaded by her. Now, after his probing, her eagerness to cling to him further piqued Mo Dao's curiosity regarding the unusual nature of the situation. However, with his current strength, he could easily dismantle the human realm around him, so he refrained from further inquiries, instead assisting her in regulating her body and cleansing the lingering demonic energy from her now transformed form. Subsequently, Mo Dao withdrew the little fox into his small world for her to rest, while he ascended to the skies above the fleet housing the national master's fruit, fortuitously witnessing the unfolding scene. The maid he observed was none other than the protagonist by Xiao Bai. Under Mo Dao's watchful gaze, Xiao Bai, in her maid guise, evaded layers of guards and boarded the ship, swiftly locating the practicing national master. Upon confirming his identity, she unsheathed a hairpin and hurled it as an attack. Alas, her prowess paled in comparison to that of the national master, rendering her ambush ineffective and resulting in her exposure, leading to a fierce confrontation with the national master's disciples. Despite her valiant efforts, she found herself outmatched, and just as defeat loomed, Mo Dao made a swift move, appearing beside her and wrapping her petite waist in his arms, delivering a crushing blow to the national master's disciple. After vanquishing the disciple, Mo Dao decisively took the shocked Xiao Bai in his embrace and leapt from the ship into the water, escaping beneath the surface. Half an hour later, Mo Dao and Xiao Bai emerged, drenched from a secluded shore. Xiao Bai, hastening a few steps ahead, remained oblivious to the fact that her curves were fully exposed due to her soaked garments. However, Mo Dao refrained from lingering on her appearance, having already taken in most of it underwater. Instead, he addressed her, urging, "Follow me. I know a place suitable for concealment." Xiao Bai cast a glance at Mo Dao, hesitating briefly before following his lead. The ensuing scene at the dilapidated temple, involving a man and a woman drying clothes, need not be elaborated upon, as such narratives abound in dramas. The only distinction was that both possessed magical abilities, negating any possibility of the female feeling cold. Thus they exchanged words from a distance, gaining mutual understanding. Since Xiao Bai sustained no injuries this time, there was no risk of amnesia. When Mo Dao expressed his intent to eliminate the national master, Xiao Bai immediately believed him, placing her trust in him and even divulging her reasons for wanting to kill the national master along with her connection to Qingqing. Mo Dao was not particularly surprised by Xiao Bai's reactions, as such occurrences had become commonplace since he incorporated the sacred armor into his being. It was not that he commanded submission merely by his presence. Rather, The armor emanated an inherent aura of approachability, granting him an inexplicable charm that rendered his words, even if fabricated, convincing. Even in the wilderness, animals inexplicably gravitated towards him. Even a famished tiger would lay down to receive his caress. Thus, within a single night, Xiaobai had completely placed her trust in him, even taking the initiative to guide him to seek out Qingqing, for in her eyes, Mo Dao was an undeniably trustworthy individual who would never harm her. In truth, Mo Dao had no intention of causing her any harm. However, upon encountering Qingqing, she exhibited a degree of wariness, especially upon witnessing the closeness between Mo Dao and Xiaobai, which sparked a hint of animosity. Yet, when Mo Dao shattered the restrictions binding Qingqing within her body, granting her freedom, she too succumbed, becoming one of Mo Dao's devoted admirers. 2 days later, Mo Dao strolled alongside Xiaobai and Qingqing through the bustling streets, yet the nearby populace seemed oblivious to their presence, parting willingly as they approached. After 2 days of companionship, Qingqing and Xiaobai had both completely succumbed to his charm, to the extent that even if Mo Dao commanded them to risk their lives, they would likely hesitate little. Mo Dao himself had not anticipated the situation would unfold with such simplicity, to the point that it stirred no tumult within his heart. Nevertheless, the circumstances were as they were. He would not abandon those who had pledged their loyalty. That evening, he eliminated the national master to celebrate the sisterhood of the two women, subsequently expanding their circle to include 4, with the little fox joining their ranks. A month later, Mo Dao opened the portal, and as it unfurled, a torrent of mechas, spaceships, and other forces surged forth, toppling the existing dynasty within merely 3 days and establishing a new regime. Although Mo Dao emerged as the supreme ruler of this new order, he entrusted the management to Medusa and others, merely collecting a portion of resources and converting them into points, while continuing to advance the technological tree without further concern. Over the years, wandering technology had reached an advanced level, though it could not contend with the likes of the Trisolarans. It proved formidable against worlds that had yet to attain celestial status. While the Baishi world possessed its own celestial realm, Mo Dao, in his sage form, was invincible. Thus, merely exerting his presence was sufficient to quell any dissent, leading the heavenly court to relent. Chapter 276. So, it is final chapter. The heavenly court dared not excessively interfere in mortal affairs. However, Mo Dao harbored no ambitions of tyrannizing this world. Instead, he allowed the wanderers to establish schools, enlightening the populace gradually, reshaping their perceptions to foster greater enlightenment while simultaneously improving their living conditions. Reform is not achieved overnight, yet resistance was minimal. Those who sought to oppose the new regime and restore the feudal dynasty were swiftly crushed by the Iron Tide. The challenges of ancient reforms stemmed from entrenched class structures. To govern effectively, one had to rely on the existing elites, or else the state would disintegrate without them. Yet, such concerns were absent now. Talent abounded on his side. Should one resign, he had ample replacements who could perform even better. Thus, even the eradication of these elites would not result in a lack of capable individuals. Consequently, within less than a month, peace was fully restored to this world. To the ordinary folk, aside from a change in rulers, the differences from the past appeared negligible. However, they will soon experience the profound transformations of this world, far exceeding their expectations. Mo Dao refrained from excessive interference in these matters. After the conclusion of the sign-in at the Yuanqi world, he returned directly to the pirate world, relocating the majority of the merfolk from Fishman Island to the Hongwang world and imparting to them the methods of cultivation. Several years prior, Mo Dao had already taught these techniques to Bai Xing, who could now assume human form and freely alter her mermaid size. Moreover, Mo Dao and she had celebrated a grand wedding witnessed by many, so aside from a few reluctant merfolk, most were willingly transferred to Hongwang. Upon entering the Hongwang world, their cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, leading Medusa and her companions to relinquish their managerial roles, entrusting these matters to Lu Qi and his fellow wanderers. Lu Qi and his companions understood the value of a stable home and recognized the challenges of survival. Thus, Mo Dao felt reassured by their management of this world. After completing these tasks, Mo Dao ventured into the next world. However, upon arriving at this sign-in world and receiving the system's information, he was momentarily stunned to discover it was the world of biohazard, specifically a later stage where humanity was nearly extinguished. Faced with this dire situation, Mo Dao wasted no time. With a sweeping gesture, he captured all living beings on the planet, then forcefully crushed the virus-laden sphere into a singularity and refined it. During this process, Mo Dao summoned the portal and beckoned it, causing a rejuvenated planet teeming with life to emerge from the gateway, replacing the previous Earth. After this, he contemplated for a moment and eliminated all members of the Umbrella Corporation among those he rescued, reducing them to nothingness, while the protagonists like Alice were casually entrusted to Liu Peiqiang and the others. With the concerns of the wandering world resolved, Mo Dao embarked on a conquest journey through the original wandering universe. Regrettably, while Mo Dao's power was formidable, Liu Peiqiang and his companions' technological prowess was insufficient, allowing them to contend only with lower-tier cosmic civilizations. Against slightly stronger ones, they could not prevail without Mo Dao's intervention. Consequently, they had to continue advancing their technology, while Mo Dao continued his sign-in journey. Before that, he returned to the Doal world to bring away the Silver Dragon King, along with the Soul Beasts, relocating them into his own realm. Although his world was already substantial, filled with various flora and spiritual roots, it had yet to independently give rise to sentient beings. Thus, moving these soul beasts, which are on the brink of extinction in the future, into his world would infuse it with vitality. As for the cultivation issues in Doloa, the gods of that world would find a way, which posed no difficulty for them. Indeed, shortly after Mo Dao relocated the soul beasts, Doloa world experienced the emergence of many spirit towers, which could assist soul masters at their current level limit in awakening suitable soul rings. The quality of these soul rings was tied to one's innate talent, current soul power refinement, and mental strength, resulting in a continued trend where the strong grew stronger and the weak remained weak. With the absence of soul beasts and influenced by Liu Peiqiang and others experimenting with various technology-infused soul guidance devices over the years, the technology of that world began to advance rapidly, soon discovering another continent. However, none of this concerned Mo Dao, as he had long departed that world, commencing his sign-in journey through one world after another. At this moment, Mo Dao's power had reached the level of Hun Yuan de Luo Jin Xian, equivalent to that of a quasi-saint. At this level, he could easily dominate most ordinary worlds, aside from those with exceptionally high battle power. While he could still savor the thrill of overwhelming one or two worlds, his interest waned as such encounters grew commonplace. After completing the sign-in, he would typically wander and admire the beauty of each world, contemplating its underlying rules before moving on. Countless sign-in worlds had passed, perhaps 100, perhaps 1,000, or even more, until Mo Dao's cultivation reached the pinnacle of Hun Yuan Wu Ji de Luo Jin Xian, and Medusa and her companions had ascended to the level of de Luo Jin Xian when he finally arrived at a world unlike any other. This world was entirely distinct from previous sign-in realms, as it was populated by numerous powerful beings. A mere glance revealed that most individuals possess cultivation at the de Luo Jin Xian level, with many at higher tiers of quasi-saint and saint levels. Mo Dao even spotted several ceiling-level experts of comparable strength. Just then, the system's notification resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing all sign-ins and reaching the transit world. This system's mission is complete and will soon go offline. Farewell, host. As the notification faded, a golden light soared from his sea of consciousness, splitting into two. One contained an energy imbued with sacred soul fluctuations, flying towards a particular direction, while the golden point transformed into an intricate symbol the size of a fingertip, settling upon his forehead. As this symbol manifested on his brow, onlookers cast envious glances, and those of comparable strength nodded in acknowledgement, offering their congratulations. After returning the gesture, Mo Dao pursued the direction from which the soul light had departed, ultimately stopping outside a secluded courtyard. Little friend, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Please, come in for discussion. Upon entering the courtyard, Mo Dao encountered a striking young man of about 20, radiating an aura of formidable strength, even surpassing his own. Beside him floated the soul light, which had previously departed from him. Noticing the astonished expression on Mo Dao's face, the young man smiled and introduced himself. I understand your confusion. Let us sit down and discuss. After a lengthy conversation, Mo Dao ultimately comprehended that this system was crafted by the very individual before him, albeit not in the conventional sense. This object was actually an extraordinary treasure discovered and forcibly obtained from other powerful beings during Yi Li's travels through chaos, which he had merely shaped into a system to distribute, intending to forge a connection with capable allies. Essentially, it functioned as a ticket, a pass allowing beings below the required level to traverse into the chaotic world. Consequently, it possessed the ability to protect the weak as they journeyed through myriad realms. Yi Li candidly expressed his intentions, admitting that he, too, sought trustworthy companions to explore the chaotic world, and having already secured a ticket, he wished to distribute this one. After hearing Yi Li's words, Mo Dao felt a mix of astonishment and a profound, indescribable sensation. However, he found Yi Li's demeanor agreeable, and as he was entirely unfamiliar with the so-called chaotic world, he acquiesced to Yi Li's request. However, prior to that, he made a return to the Hongwang world, reclaiming his Taoist temple, which had nearly evolved into a vast universe of its own. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium elapsed. After this extensive period, the realm of Modeo finally transformed into a grand universe, while he himself transcended the level of a saint, entering a realm of profound mystery that surpassed the celestial order. 1,000 years later, having fully solidified his cultivation, it was at this moment that Yi Li found him, for the gates of the chaos realm were about to open, and they were destined to embark on a new journey.